Betrayed by my wife, turned against by my brothers, I was tormented to death by those once ungrateful wretches. Once reborn just before the game server launch, I decisively sold all my assets and splurged 100 billion. While others were still struggling at the foundation establishment stage, my cultivation character had already broken through to the great emperor realm. And the enemies who caused my miserable death in my past life are now kneeling before me, weeping bitterly and begging for my forgiveness. My name is Lín Xuān, a reincarnator. A moment ago, I was still being tortured by those beasts, and the next second, I was back home in 2070. The time on the phone showed that there were only 5 minutes left until the launch of Godslayer, the game that could change the world. I immediately downloaded the game, knowing that as long as I nurtured characters in the game, treasures and cultivation abilities could manifest in reality. More importantly, you can top up before the server opens, and topping up significantly increases the manifestation rate. I missed out in my past life, but in this life, I won't make the same mistake again. I was originally the son of the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, and after my parents passed away, all the assets came into my possession. I sold everything, and my bank account now holds 100 billion in deposits. I intended to use this money to take revenge on those who hurt me in my past life. But now, there's a more perfect way to take revenge. Zhang Wanwin, Zhang Feng, cherish the present while you can. Once the game servers go live, none of you will escape. I take a deep breath, my eyes filled with cold malice. In my previous life, I took them in, but they betrayed me, seized power, and tortured me to death. In this life, I will repay them 100-fold. The game download is complete, and I open Godslayer. Just like in my previous life, as soon as the game enters the main interface, a top-up advertisement pops up. In my past life, I only topped up a few million, but this time I chose to go all in. I entered 11 zeros after the recharge amount. Ding! Are you sure you want to recharge 100 billion? Without hesitation, I clicked the confirm button. Ding! Congratulations on completing your recharge. Your account has been upgraded to Supreme VIP. I'm breathing heavily. The Supreme VIP represents a terrifying 100% feedback rate. In the past life, only a handful held this status, each one a top-tier powerhouse. And now, I too will stand among them. The time jumped to exactly 8 o'clock, and I clicked to start the game. A burst of white light emerged from the phone, drawing a cultivation character for you at random. In my previous life, I only drew an ordinary A-grade talent. This time I don't know what changes there will be. With a flick of the phone screen, a young girl in rough hemp clothes stood on a dual platform amidst a cluster of peaks shrouded in immortal mist. Ding! The cultivation character you drew is SSS rank Pei Jinglian. My pupils constricted sharply, and I almost thought I had misread it. An SSS rank talent, this had never appeared in my past life. Could it be because I recharged 100 billion, and the drop rate was adjusted higher for me? I pondered thoughtfully. My phone popped up with a prompt, asking me whether to nurture the character. Without hesitation, I chose to nurture this SSS tier character. The camera zoomed in, revealing Pei Jinglian standing on the arena platform, her frail frame draped in ill-fitting sackcloth. The hem of her garment lifted, exposing bruises and scars on her pale skin. Her shoulders trembled, heart brimming with grievance. I've already handed over all the spirit stones and elixirs as required by my senior sister. Yet over a torn laundry item, she'd been issued a life or death challenge. On stage, her opponent ruthlessly struck toward her crown. Pei Jinglian's pretty face turned deathly pale, yet she wore a resolute expression before her death. Before I die, I want to die with dignity. Pei Jinglian faced a life and death crisis, on the verge of death. A notification popped up on the phone, making Lín Xuān laugh in anger. Isn't it just 648? Screw it, I'm buying it. Without hesitation, he pressed the purchase button. Purchase successful. The flowing light merged into Pei Jinglian's body. Her clenched fist instantly erupted with astonishing spiritual power. Boom! A bloody hole was blasted through the third senior sister's chest, leaving her collapsed on the ground. Not even a corner of Pei Jinglian's clothing was damaged. Well done. Lín Xuān witnessed her counterkill in its entirety, feeling utterly exhilarated. You have saved Pei Jinglian's life, triggering feedback. You have acquired Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 1. A roar erupted within Lín Xuān's body as his meridians were unblocked, and pure spiritual energy manifested out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an ordinary person into a cultivator embarking on the path of immortality, with his intelligence and physical abilities undergoing comprehensive evolution. 100% feedback, that's really powerful. Lín Xuān excitedly pumped his fist, stirring up gusts of wind in the air. Pei Jinglian was surrounded, and the situation was critical. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the scene. The disciples below surrounded Pei Jinglian from all sides, accusing her of committing a brutal murder. Confess honestly, what kind of dark sorcery did you just use? Pei Jinglian couldn't understand why these people could be so shameless. She clenched her fists tightly, longing to throw that punch again. Suddenly, an ethereal yet overwhelmingly powerful voice echoed in her mind. Young one, did you enjoy the power I bestowed upon you earlier? Pei Jinglian's expression changed abruptly as she looked around but saw no one. The speaker was none other than Lín Xuān. I spent another 648 to purchase a permanent communication talisman. This kid is probably used to being bullied, even though they just defeated the enemy in one strike, they still act all timid and submissive. Lín Xuān looked at Pei Jinglian on the screen, frustrated by her failure to meet his expectations. Junior, if you wish to live, you must do as I say. Listen to the voice in your mind. Pei Jinglian's expression shifted from shock to excitement. She finally realized she had encountered the aid of a mysterious senior. Under Lín Xuān's guidance, she suddenly raised her head, her demeanor turning sharp and formidable. Get out of the way. If anyone tries to stop me, I won't mind stepping onto the ring to fight you again. The crowd immediately fell silent and backed away. They finally realized that the person before them was no longer a worthless weakling they could bully at will. Pei Jinglian felt a surge of relief as the psychological shackles that had long bound her shattered completely. I am no one's servant. I am Pei Jinglian. Her aura surged violently, breaking through the shackles to reach the second level of chi refining. Ding! Pei Jinglian's inner demons dissipated, unlocking the Supreme Dao Heart. You helped Pei Jinglian resolve her inner demons, triggering feedback. You received character item feedback, Tier 1 Evil Warding Armor, growable, as the phone notification sounded. A gleaming golden soft armor materialized out of thin air on the table. Vice armor, capable of resisting all attacks from chi refining stage cultivators, and it can grow continuously with no upper limit. I almost popped my eyes out. This was actually unlimited growth equipment. Is this the privilege of a luxury VIP? Even casually acting as a fountain commander can earn divine artifacts. I quickly slipped it on, feeling an instant sense of security. Pei Jinglian returned to her small hut within the game, a drafty wooden cabin with gaps on all sides. She shouldn't have been reduced to such misery, but because she was targeted by the senior sister, her spirit stones and pills were taken every month, and she was forbidden from participating in the grand competition. If not for that senior's help today, I might already be a corpse by now. Pei Jinglian gazed at the void outside the window, her heart filled with immense gratitude. Pei, get out here. A furious roar came from outside the door. It was second senior brother Zhang Feng. As a 7th level chi refining cultivator, his arrival was undoubtedly to avenge third senior sister. Pei Jinglian's state of mind had shifted. Sitting calmly by the bed, she replied with neither humility nor arrogance, third senior sister's death was the consequence of her own actions. Had she not initiated the life and death challenge, she wouldn't have been killed by my single punch. She deliberately emphasized the word single punch, a tactic Lín Xuān had taught her, and it visibly shook Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng halted his steps, his face betraying a hint of hesitation. His eyes flickered as he searched for a safe way to teach her a lesson. Pei Jinglian, if you don't want to accompany me to the punishment hall for a visit, how about making a bet with me instead? Pei Jinglian was about to refuse when the familiar Taoist voice echoed in her mind once more. Agree to his request. It was the elder. Pei Jinglian's eyes lit up with joy as she changed her mind. What's the wager? Very simple, the sect's grand competition is in 1 week. As long as you can enter the inner sect, I can not only overlook this matter, I can even kowtow and apologize to you. But if you fail to enter the inner sect, then cripple your dantian and leave the Jade Profound sect. This is an utterly shameless bet, as the most basic requirement to enter the inner sect is reaching the foundation establishment stage. For Pei Jinglian, who was only at the 2nd level of chi refining, it was nearly impossible. But she didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed, no problem, but there's one more condition. If you lose, you must also cripple your dantian and leave Yuxuan. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and agreed. He didn't believe Pei Jinglian could reach foundation establishment in just a week. However, he didn't know that in another world, a notification popped up on Lín Xuān's phone. Detected that Pei Jinglian is cultivating an incorrect technique. Spend 100 million to purchase the most compatible technique? Chapter 4, Receiving Feedback, Supreme Dao Heart. Buy. Lín Xuān confirmed without hesitation. What's 100 million? As long as his character could take off, he'd pay 100 billion if needed. After all, the stronger the character, the better the feedback he'd receive. Spent 100 million. You have purchased the heavenly grade superior technique Chaos Return to Origin Art for Pei Jinglian. The notification transformed into a streak of light, sinking into Pei Jinglian's body within the game. In-game, Pei Jinglian and second brother Zhang Feng each swore a solemn oath, sealing their wager. Watching Zhang Feng's figure gradually fade away, her face bore only resolve, not a trace of fear. With her Supreme Dao Heart, she feared no dire predicament. Even knowing that establishing a foundation within a week was nearly impossible, she remained unwavering in her confidence. On the path of cultivation, the slightest hesitation meant becoming another's footstep. And with the senior cultivator placing such faith in me, how could I possibly let him down? In Pei Jinglian's mind, Lín Xuān was now a mysterious gold core stage elder. He had made her accept the wager precisely because he believed she could succeed. She settled her mind and sat in meditation, preparing to cultivate. Suddenly, at that very moment, characters imbued with an ancient aura surged forth from her mind. Though she had never seen these characters before, they evoked a strange sense of familiarity. Chaos. Return to origin technique? She slowly murmured the words aloud, fully absorbing their meaning. She sprang to her feet, her lovely face etched with shock. It's actually a high-grade heavenly tier cultivation technique. In the Xianhuang realm, techniques were ranked into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, with heaven being the highest. Each tier is further divided into 3 grades: high, middle, and low, with high being the foremost. Even the finest cultivation technique in their Jade Mystic Sect was merely a low-grade heavenly tier method, and only core disciples were qualified to practice it. Ordinary disciples could only practice yellow-tier lower-grade techniques such as the calming mind technique she currently cultivated. Yet this chaos return to origin art was actually the highest-tier heaven-grade upper rank. How was this any different from a beggar suddenly stumbling upon a mountain of gold? Shock alone couldn't begin to describe her emotions. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder why this cultivation technique had suddenly appeared in her mind. Could it be a gift from a senior cultivator? The next moment, a majestic voice of the Tao resounded within her mind. Having observed that your current cultivation method is flawed, I bestow this technique upon you to aid your practice. Do not squander my goodwill. Upon hearing the voice within her mind, she realized how absurd her previous thoughts had been. A being capable of casually bestowing a top-tier heavenly grade cultivation technique could never merely be at the golden core stage. This realization filled her with shame. She had done nothing to deserve such immense favor. And the other party didn't even require any repayment. That venerable elder must be an immortal who roams the mortal realm, saving those in distress. The only thing she could do was train diligently, so as not to dishonor the gift bestowed upon her. Thud. Pei Jinglian, who had already attained supreme devotion to the way, knelt down at that very moment. Her expression was devout, her tone sincere as she solemnly vowed. The favor bestowed by the Venerable One is beyond what Jinglian can ever repay in this lifetime. Rest assured, Jinglian shall train diligently and honor the teachings bestowed upon me. Ding. Pei Jinglian's favorability toward you has reached 100. Character panel unlocked. Name, Pei Jinglian. Age, 18. Affinity, 100 permanent. Realm, Qi Cultivation Stage 2. Talents, Chaos Divine Physique activated, Supreme Dao Heart activated. Character status, Outer Sect disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. What? Lín Xuān rubbed his eyes, glancing at the screen several times before finally confirming he hadn't misread it. Chaos Divine Body. The other party actually possessed a Chaos Divine Body. As far as he knew, beyond the 4 great qualities of spiritual roots heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, there existed the 10 great sacred bodies. Each sacred physique represented an unparalleled genius with the potential to become an emperor. Among the 10 sacred bodies, the Chaos Sacred Body was the rarest and most mysterious. In his previous life, among the world's tens of billions of people, not a single character had ever drawn this physique. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, he himself would be the one to draw it? No wonder that Chaos Return to Origin manual cost 100 million to acquire. A cultivation technique worthy of the Chaos Divine Body? Even 10 billion wouldn't be an exaggeration. He also realized why his SSS tier character started at Qi Cultivation Level 1. Because the Chaos Divine Physique was exceptionally unique while others cultivated spiritual energy, it cultivated only Chaos Qi. Pei Jinglian, however, had always cultivated spirit energy using the most inferior techniques. Add to that the withholding of spirit stones and elixirs, plus the constant torment and humiliation she endured. To reach Qi Cultivation Level 1 under such circumstances was nothing short of superhuman. But it didn't matter. Now that I'd bound this character, there'd be no more bullying. Lín Xuān glanced at the 99.9 billion remaining in his account, a faint smile curling his lips. At that very moment, the in-game character Pei Jinglian began cultivating the newly acquired Chaos Return to Origin technique. This action immediately triggered a feedback response. Ding! You have obtained feedback, Supreme Dao Heart. The next second, all the pent-up resentment and gloom that had accumulated in Lín Xuān's mind vanished completely. Those negative emotions were swept away and discarded. His mind felt crystal clear, experiencing a level of joy he had never known before. Yet this was merely one effect of the Supreme Dao Heart. Its greater power lay in accelerating his comprehension and mastery of any subject. Even if someone handed him a book on relativity now, despite having only a high school education, he could grasp its concepts instantly and apply them to new situations. Without exaggeration, Lín Xuān was now the most intelligent person on the planet. With the Supreme Dao Heart, his cultivation methods now yielded twice the results with half the effort. Too bad I can't buy cultivation techniques in the game. I'll just have to wait for the feedback trigger to get that Chaos Return to Origin technique from Pei Jinglian. Lín Xuān sighed. He could have chosen to cultivate that mid-grade Xian tier cultivation technique from his previous life. But he now looked down upon it. If I'm going to cultivate, I'll cultivate the very best. To avoid having to disperse his cultivation and start over later. Ding! Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. Zhang Wanwin, Lín Xuān, why is there no money in your card? I can't even pay for my clothes. Lín Xuān's eyes instantly turned cold. That. In his past life, she was the one who poisoned him, causing him to lose all his cultivation and ultimately die a miserable death. In his previous life, he'd been deceived by her too. Not only had he doted on her day and night, but he'd also linked his family's bank card to hers. Back then, Zhang Wanwin drained hundreds of thousands to millions from his account almost daily. But now, every last cent in the account had been poured into his gaming expenses, so naturally, she had no money left to spend. You used to love going to nightclubs, right? Just sell yourself a few more times and you'll have it, you idiot. After unleashing a torrent of abuse, Lín Xuān promptly deleted and blocked her. Meanwhile, inside the luxury boutique, Zhang Wanwin stared at the unsent message filled with counter-insults, her face twisted with rage. Lín Xuān, you bastard. Just you wait, I'll make you pay for this. Chapter 5, Terrifying Cultivation Speed, Remnant Soul of the Demon Path. Pei Jinglian begins cultivation. Cultivation progress, G cultivation stage 27%. The Godslayer game mode is exceptionally well designed. Every action taken by the character generates data prompts. At this moment, Lín Xuān could clearly see Pei Jinglian's cultivation progress rapidly increasing at a rate of plus 1% per minute. Truly worthy of the Chaos Divine Body with the right cultivation technique, this speed is nothing short of inhuman. He marveled inwardly. At this rate, she might reach the 7th layer of Qi cultivation today. Breaking through 6 realms in a single day, and that was a conservative estimate. No wonder so many people in his previous life praised the holy body class. This cultivation speed was truly terrifying. Yuxuan Sect. In a courtyard somewhere within the outer sect, second senior brother Zhang Feng knelt prostrate on the ground, not daring to breathe. From within the house, a cold, clear female voice echoed. Why didn't you just kill her outright? Zhang Feng hastily kowtowed several times, explaining in a trembling voice, I feared that wretch might still have strength left. Besides, if fellow disciples were found to be killing each other and the disciplinary hall found out. Foolish. Senior sister Su Bailu, seated upright in the room, rebuked him. This Zhang Feng, how utterly cowardly. How he managed to cultivate to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation was beyond comprehension. A shadow of displeasure flashed across her brow, clearly dissatisfied that he hadn't killed Pei Jinglian. Unlike many outer sect disciples, she had long sensed that woman possessed extraordinary talent. Coincidentally, she possessed a sinister technique for seizing innate talents. Not long ago, she had finally gathered all the required materials. All that remained was to obtain Pei Jinglian's corpse to transfer the woman's innate talent into herself. So she concocted a flimsy excuse and dispatched third junior sister to carry out the assassination. Unexpectedly, the target suddenly erupted with power, not only killing third junior sister but also stunning that fool Zhang Feng. Yet she was bound by the limitations of the dark art, unable to kill the woman herself. After a long silence, pressing her temples, she ordered, you leave first. Remember, keep a close watch on that Pei Jinglian during this period. Report any developments immediately. Yes, ma'am. After dismissing Zhang Feng, Su Bailu activated the shielding array within the courtyard, then drew a jade pendant from her bosom. With a flick of her mind, she channeled spiritual energy into the pendant. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The jade pendant erupted with a crimson glow, and a figure shrouded in demonic energy slowly materialized. Thud. Su Bailu, who had been standing tall moments before, knelt down with profound reverence. Disciple greets the master. Yes, she had chosen a master from the demonic path. Before joining the Jade Mystic Sect, she had fortuitously found this jade pendant. Unexpectedly, it housed the remnant soul of an ancient demon. Not only did it impart cultivation techniques to her, but it also helped her become the senior outer sect disciple. It was also this entity who had informed her of Pei Jinglian's extraordinary talent. The demonic remnant's voice rasped, what is it? Su Bailu recounted the recent events in full detail. The demonic remnant's gaze sharpened upon hearing this, instantly sensing something. That person likely encountered a powerful ally as well. Su Bailu gasped in shock, how could that be? Could she have encountered a powerhouse comparable to you, master? The demonic soul sneered coldly, you underestimate me greatly. Within 1,000 miles, none can match my peak power. His tone carried an air of arrogance. In my estimation, it's likely some golden core stage upstart who caught a glimpse of the situation and decided to intervene. Su Bailu felt a wave of relief wash over her. That's good. That's good. The demonic shadow shot her a glance, have you prepared everything I instructed? Reporting to the master, only the corpse of that wretch remains. She hesitated before adding, oh, and master, I recently reread the true method of soul seizing in the nether prison. I discovered that if the target is one of the 10 great holy bodies, I might suffer backlash. If that were one of the 10 sacred bodies. You're dreaming. Before she could finish, the demon path residual soul cut her off. The latter sneered, the 10 sacred bodies are a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. Each is a dragon among men, a phoenix among women. How could any of them appear in this desolate wasteland? That woman is at best earth-tier spiritual roots. Rest assured. Su Bailu exhaled deeply. Thank you, master, for your enlightenment. Enough. I require quiet rest. Disturb me no further unless urgent. Yes, master. After carefully stowing the jade pendant away, Su Bailu gazed out the window toward the direction of Pei Jinglian's residence. Gritting her teeth, she growled with venom, I will get my hands on your spiritual root. Ding! Pei Jinglian has broken through to Qi Cultivation Stage 7. Triggered feedback cultivation level, Qi Cultivation Stage 6. As the notification popped up on her phone, a streak of light shot into Lín Xuān's body. Midway through breaking tiles, he let out a sigh of pure bliss. Cultivating while lying down, who could be more blissful than me? Indeed. Thanks to his premium VIP status, every time Pei Jinglian made a breakthrough, he received feedback. Relying solely on this feedback, he had already reached the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. The only thing that bothered him was that he seemed to be targeted each time. The feedback deliberately skipped a layer of cultivation for him. This feels so weird, like I'm living off someone else's efforts. He muttered under his breath. Then, with a single shot, he ended the game. After playing for over 10 hours, he was feeling pretty tired. Glancing at the game, he saw that Pei Jinglian had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion after her cultivation session. We really gave it our all, he declared shamelessly before logging out and scrolling through the news. UN urgently passes Superhuman Act. All citizens acquiring special abilities through godslaying must comply. Unidentified creatures with formidable power have appeared worldwide. Conventional thermal weapons are ineffective. Great Xia government urgently establishes the Demon Slaying Bureau, inviting all cultivators to join. A man in South City obtained an S-rank character and broke through to the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation on the same day, potentially the world's highest cultivation realm. Exactly like his previous life. As time passed, more and more people discovered the anomalies surrounding the game, Godslayer. Trending topics were dominated by news about it. All manner of superpowered individuals emerged in droves. Then there were fools who, having barely stepped onto the path of immortality, mistakenly believed themselves to be the chosen ones of heaven. They sought to act as if they owned the place, running amok on the streets, only to be swiftly dealt with by the authorities' iron fist, ascending to immortality on the spot. This includes the various demonic beasts that have descended from the game into reality. Initially, they remained docile in their designated areas, refraining from attacking human settlements. But as time passed, their aggressive tendencies gradually intensified. Eventually, they would even evolve into beast hordes, devouring city after city. In his previous life, Lín Xuān had seen videos of fallen cities. The scenes were nothing short of hell on earth. Thus, this initial period was essentially a grace period granted by the divine punishment to all humanity. Yet many failed to seize this opportunity, ultimately becoming souls devoured by the beasts. And if I recall correctly, in a month's time, various rankings will manifest in reality too. Chapter 6, Blossoming with 10 million, Setting up the Heavenly Gathering. Rankings. This is a special manifestation of Godslayer descending into reality. It is divided into the cultivation rankings, divine artifact rankings, spirit pet rankings, and character rankings. They shall appear at the heart of every human settlement. The rankings refresh in real time, allowing the world to witness the might of the strongest. On the first day of each month, the rankings will be settled. At that time, rewards will be distributed according to the rankings. These rankings aim to ignite humanity's resolve for cultivation while accelerating the differentiation between the strong and weak. Only the top 100 on each ranking are eligible to have their names displayed. They represent the very pinnacle of humanity's elite. In his previous life, Lín Xuān had been just another face in the vast crowd gazing up at those few hundred names. He too yearned intensely for his name to appear there, but alas, he hadn't spent enough money. But in this life, he sat atop a fortune of hundreds of billions and possessed an SSS tier character. Without exaggeration, he must secure the top spot on both the cultivation rankings and the character rankings. Additionally, he needed to rethink his growth path this time around. For now, there are two paths. One is to leverage the knowledge I gained in my previous life to build my own faction and collaborate with the official authorities. The other is to go it alone, dedicating all resources to myself and building an army of one. Lín Xuān's considerations were grounded in reality. Though he had lived less than 3 years in his previous life, he had witnessed countless human tragedies and sensed the looming storm on the horizon. He was certain that humanity would face an apocalyptic catastrophe in the future. Choosing the second path meant that when the time came, all the pressure might fall squarely on his shoulders. After all, calamities always target the strongest. And when the beast hordes surge, it is the strongest within the city who are the first to be besieged. Thus, while the second path sounded domineering, it was fundamentally unsuitable for him. In this lifetime, I'll continue building my own faction. But this time, I'll be choosing my allies anew. His gaze turned cold at this thought. You ungrateful dogs from my past life, just you wait. I'll hunt each and every one of you down to settle this blood debt. After mapping out his future path, Lín Xuān opened the game and activated the warning mode to ensure he'd receive timely alerts if his character encountered danger. Then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the first thing Lín Xuān did upon waking was check his phone. He cared more about the SSS tier character he'd finally managed to draw than he did about his own child. Pei Jinglian is currently training.
Cultivation progress, she refining stage 737%. She's actually this diligent?
Seeing Pei Jinglian already immersed in cultivation, he felt a slight jolt of surprise. But soon, he sensed something was off. Why has her cultivation speed slowed down so much? Originally, Pei Jinglian's cultivation progressed at a rate of 1% per minute. And even after reaching the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, it remained steady at 1% every few minutes. Now, however, it took over 10 minutes for her cultivation progress to increase by 1%. Though still fast, it was clearly not the performance expected of a chaos holy body. Ding! Detecting sparse spiritual energy around Pei Jinglian. 3 spirit gathering packages now available for selection. Package 1, spend 100 to purchase a high-grade yellow rank spirit gathering array, providing 1 hour of cultivation time for the broken desperate. Package 2, spend 100,000 to purchase a high-grade mystic tier spirit gathering array, allowing 1 week of cultivation. The array is excellent, but it seems unworthy of your character. Package 3, spend 10 million to deploy a top-tier heaven-grade spirit gathering array, enabling 10 years of cultivation. Includes a complimentary shielding array to prevent others from discovering your freeloading. If you love her, give her the best spirit gathering array. These spending prompts are as cheap as ever. Seeing the content in the parentheses, Lín Xuān twisted his lips. In his previous life, his penny pinching had earned him no shortage of scorn from these very same consumption prompts. Though he cursed inwardly, his fingers honestly selected the third option. To him, 10 million was no different from 10 cents. Purchase successful. Detected as a premium VIP. Discount applied to this transaction. Only 5 million yuan deducted from your balance. The next moment, the notification dissolved into a golden stream of light, vanishing into the game. Thud. 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 Inside the wooden hut, Pei Jinglian, who had been deeply engrossed in her cultivation, was startled awake by the sudden, thunderous clangs. Rising with a puzzled expression, she prepared to investigate outside, only to be halted by a voice within her mind. Continue your cultivation. I shall set up the formation for you. Yes, senior. Pei Jinglian immediately sat back down obediently. Simultaneously, a question surfaced in her mind: what kind of formation is the senior cultivator setting up for me? Soon, she would know the answer. As the final array flag sank into the ground surrounding the wooden hut, the entire formation ignited in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Outside, it felt like a violent storm had erupted. Spiritual energy from nearly 10 li in all directions was drawn in, converging and condensing within the small area of the wooden hut. Moreover, a specialized filtering array directly eliminated all impure products tainted with foreign energies. Only the finest, purest spiritual energy could enter the formation. Inside the wooden hut, the spiritual energy was so thick it seemed ready to coalesce into flowing streams. Would long since dead slowly sprouted tender shoots under the influence of such potent spiritual energy. Without exaggeration, this wooden hut could now be called a sacred place for cultivation. The quality and sheer volume of its spiritual energy were so immense that even a core formation cultivator could train here without issue. Such dramatic changes. Pei Jinglian naturally sensed it too, her heart now filled with both profound emotion and trepidation. She had been worrying about the thinning spiritual energy around her, contemplating taking on a few tasks to earn spirit stones so she could cultivate in the Jade Mystic Sect's training chambers. Little did she expect the elder to be so generous, personally setting up a spirit gathering array for her. Though she didn't know the array's grade, judging by her cultivation speed increasing dozens of times over, its quality was likely far beyond her imagination. With the senior treating me so generously, I actually slacked off yesterday and slept for several hours. The thought of those hours she had wasted filled Pei Jinglian with a deep sense of guilt. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to accelerate her spiritual energy absorption. Though this caused a stinging ache in her meridians, it propelled her cultivation progress to new heights. To ease her guilt, Pei Jinglian chose this self-punishing cultivation method. This scene was all witnessed by Lín Xuān. Running his hand over his non-existent beard, he nodded approvingly. This child is truly formidable. It seems my own foundation establishment is within reach. With the aid of the heavenly tier spirit gathering array and Pei Jinglian's own relentless effort. In mere minutes, her cultivation progress surged from 37% to a staggering 67%. This pace felt less like cultivation and more like surfing the web on 5G. One word: exhilarating. At this rate, he might break through to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation tonight. Tomorrow, she could establish her foundation. Chapter 7, Panic at the Jade Mystic Sect, Enemies Come Calling. Yuxuan Sect. Yuxuan's main peak. As the current patriarch of the Jade Mystic Sect, Lín Xuān toured the entire Jade Mystic domain daily, investigating any breaches by other sects or infiltrations by demonic cultivators. Occasionally, when he encountered disciples making mistakes in their cultivation, he would offer guidance. It was precisely this sense of responsibility that allowed the Jade Mystic Sect to grow ever stronger. Among all the patriarchs of the Jade Mystic Sect throughout history, he was undoubtedly the most diligent. On this particular day, Lín Xuān completed his routine patrol and had just returned to the main peak when he sensed something amiss.
This spiritual energy, why is it so thin?
He attempted to absorb some, only to discover that the spiritual energy was not merely significantly thinner, it had also become utterly impure.
Compared to the original spiritual energy, it was like night and day. Could the spiritual vein be compromised? His expression immediately darkened.
The spiritual vein was the very foundation of a sect's existence. Without it, even the most outwardly splendid sect couldn't compare to a minor sect that possessed a spiritual vein. His figure flickered, and with his peak golden core cultivation, he appeared at the Jade Mystic Spirit vein in the blink of an eye. Several figures were already investigating the area.
He approached slowly and spoke. First elder, second elder, third elder, you sensed it too? These three were the three elders of the Jade Mystic Sect, forming the Elders' Council.
Their authority stood equal to his in daily affairs. However, they had always conducted themselves with humility and maintained an excellent relationship with him, the sect master.
Sect master.
Hearing his voice, they turned and bowed in unison.
Lín Xuān waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the river shimmering with an uncanny glow. The spirit vein is troubled?
The spirit vein was merely a collective term. It could manifest as any element of the world. Some manifest as rivers, others as mountains, and still others as towering trees. Any entity capable of saturating its surroundings with potent spiritual energy could be deemed a spirit vein.
Elder Zhao Wutian shook his head.
Reporting to the sect leader, the spirit vein remains unchanged.
Lín Xuān frowned upon hearing this. Then why has the spiritual energy become like this?
Zhao Wutian pondered thoughtfully. Generally speaking, there are only two possible reasons for spiritual energy behaving this way. One is a problem with the spirit vein itself, but we've already ruled that out.
That leaves only one other possibility.
He paused, his gaze flickering toward the distance. Someone within our sect has set up a spirit gathering formation, and a remarkably high-grade one at that. At these words, the other three were stunned. Lín Xuān's face twisted with disbelief. A powerhouse capable of secretly deploying a high-grade spirit gathering array right under our noses. Why would they even bother with the Yuxuan Sect's territory? After all, the Jade Mystic Sect held no significant standing within the entire Eastern realm.
Zhao Wutian sighed.
That is precisely what puzzles me.
After a moment of contemplation, Lín Xuān's tone turned grave. Issue the order.
Have the core disciples, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples each search their respective territories. No matter how formidable the adversary, we must locate them first.
The slightest oversight could spell disaster for our entire sect.
The three elders exchanged glances and responded in unison, understood.
Interesting. Has the Jade Mystic Sect finally noticed something amiss?
Watching the outer sect disciples pass by Pei Jinglian's wooden hut without a second glance, Lín Xuān smiled. Truly worthy of a top-tier heavenly grade formation, even its built-in shielding array was formidable. The wooden hut where she resided had become a place forgotten by the world. Even if someone noticed Pei Jinglian was missing, they wouldn't recall where she had been staying. At this moment, his cultivation had already reached the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. All of this was gained through feedback alone. He hadn't spent a single moment cultivating. As for Pei Jinglian, she had already reached the 8th layer of Qi cultivation. After all, if she didn't push herself, how could Lín Xuān possibly relax? But if Pei Jinglian goes out to eat or something, wouldn't this formation be a waste? Lín Xuān muttered to himself. The next moment, a consumption prompt popped up.
Ding!
Detecting a luxury VIP's consumption needs.
Special discount package now available.
Special package, spend 50,000 to provide Pei Jinglian with a week's worth of demon meat meal supplements and upgrade her residence.
So it can actually detect my thoughts.
Lín Xuān chuckled and promptly purchased the package. After all, this would genuinely provide significant assistance to Pei Jinglian, helping her avoid detection of any anomalies.
In-game.
Pei Jinglian, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly felt the cold, hard bed beneath her grow soft and warm. She opened her eyes in confusion, her expression instantly shifting to shock and disbelief. She discovered her surroundings had completely transformed. The damp floor was now covered in smooth stone slabs, and the flimsy wooden door had become a heavy iron gate. Even various pieces of furniture had materialized out of thin air, and a bathroom had even been added. Gurgle. Her stomach suddenly growled loudly. For the dining table had somehow become laden with steaming dishes. Though she didn't know what ingredients they were made from, her instincts told her that eating them would provide tremendous benefits.
Did the senior bestow all this upon me? She cautiously asked.
Moments later, a majestic voice echoed in her mind. Henceforth, whatever this one bestows, ask no questions, simply use it. Hearing this, Pei Jinglian's eyes misted over, and a look of gratitude spread across her face.
Thank you, senior.
In over a year since joining the sect, she had felt less warmth than she did in a single day under this elder's guidance. In that moment, she silently vowed to herself, even if the senior asked her to die, she would do so without complaint. Her life already belonged to this senior.
Ding! Pei Jinglian affection level has exceeded the limit and will permanently remain at maximum.
Seeing the notification on his phone, Lín Xuān chuckled to himself. He hadn't expected this child to be so pure-hearted. A single meal and a room had turned her into a loyal follower.
And this was an SSS-tier genius with the potential to become an emperor. The thought of a future great emperor serving as his loyal follower was terrifying enough. Eat up, eat up. Fill yourself up so you can build your foundation and boost your cultivation quickly. Just make sure I get to ascend with you. Watching Pei Jinglian wolf down the food on the table in the game interface, Lín Xuān murmured softly to himself. Currently, Pei Jinglian was still in her novice stage. And the sect's grand competition was a crucial stepping stone. Once she enters the inner sect, nothing will hold back her growth. At that point, he would receive even more valuable feedback. To put it plainly, even the pills casually bestowed upon Pei Jinglian by the Jade Mystic Sect held immense value for Lín Xuān in the real world. After all, not everyone has a trillionaire god-tier patron backing them like she does. Thump! 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 At that very moment, a dull thudding sound suddenly echoed at the front door of the first-floor apartment. Then came a brazen voice. Lín Xuān, get your ass out here. Don't make me break it down. The moment he heard that voice, Lín Xuān's gaze instantly turned icy. He shoved his phone into his pocket, clenching his jaw tightly in fury. Yet, a flicker of excitement also flickered across his face. If he hadn't misheard, this must be his dear brother-in-law coming to call, right? Chapter 8, Slaying the Enemy, Pei Jinglian reaches Foundation establishment. Outside the door. My late brother-in-law Zhang Wanwin stood with his hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his expression brimming with arrogance. Behind him trailed a group of young thugs dressed in black. In the corner lay 2 security guards, knocked unconscious. That Lín Xuān is probably still just an ordinary person. He'd never guessed that this young master has already ascended to immortality, right? Zhang Wanwin clenched his fists, gathering a trace of spiritual energy. Indeed, just moments ago, he had received feedback from the character he'd drawn. And his luck was off the charts. It had directly granted him the cultivation level of Qi Cultivation Stage 1. On the second day after Godslayer's launch, this cultivation level was already enough to tower over most players. The moment he gained this power, Zhang Wanwin couldn't wait to confront Lín Xuān. Besides his sister Zhang Wanwin complaining to him about Lín Xuān's misdeeds, he had long coveted the businesses under Lín Xuān's control. But before, lacking the means, he could only fantasize in secret. But now, he was a cultivator born once in a million. Even the authorities would have to treat him with utmost respect. In his mind, he could already envision the scene, Lín Xuān kneeling on the ground, willingly ceding all his holdings to him for free. Squeak! Just then, the door opened, revealing his brother-in-law Lín Xuān standing behind it. He immediately puffed out a smoke ring with smug satisfaction. Lín Xuān, I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow, and confess your mistakes. Transfer all your assets to me, and I'll spare your life. Who the hell is this idiot? Zhang Feng's smile froze. What did you say? Lín Xuān eyed him sideways. I said you're a fool. Got that? Zhang Feng instantly boiled over with rage, his eyes turning icy. Lín Xuān, you asked for this. Guys, tear his mouth off. A gang of thugs behind him surged forward menacingly, ready to force their way into Lín Xuān's home and drag him out. But the next moment, boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Ferocious spiritual energy erupted. The thugs were obliterated in an instant, not a single hair left behind. Zhang Feng stared at Lín Xuān as he slowly withdrew his fist, his mind going completely blank. He didn't even notice the cigarette slipping from his mouth. Cold sweat began pouring from his forehead as he stared at the other man, his face drained of color. His heart pounded violently with fear, his voice unusually clear. In his eyes, Lín Xuān no longer resembled the timid brother-in-law who had once given everything away. Instead, he resembled a ferocious tiger ready to devour its prey. Only then did it suddenly dawn on him. His brother-in-law was also a cultivator and one far stronger than himself. Thud! Zhang Feng collapsed to the ground, cowering like a scared dog as Lín Xuān approached. He cried out in desperation, "Brother-in-law, please spare me. I know I was wrong, my sister deceived me." Ah! Lín Xuān mercilessly crushed his left hand underfoot. The excruciating pain nearly knocked him unconscious. Before he could utter another plea, the other hand was crushed as well. Ah! No! Wah! Lín Xuān slowly withdrew his foot, coldly gazing down at Zhang Feng, whose limbs he had now shattered. A flicker of vengeful satisfaction flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, it was this very brother-in-law who had brutally hacked off his left hand. Thinking he could outmaneuver him? In the next life. He hoisted Zhang Feng up. As the man's eyes filled with utter terror, Lín Xuān reached out and tore him apart like shredding a rag. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, sealing away the bloodstains while simultaneously vaporizing Zhang Feng's corpse. Lín Xuān looked up at the sky and suddenly laughed. Today truly is a good day. One name crossed off the revenge list. Next, he just had to wait for Zhang Wanwin to hook up with that guy, then he could prepare to take them all down. Not a single one will escape. He turned and returned home, resuming his game as if nothing had happened, as if the murderer were someone else entirely. Time ticked by, reaching 1 a.m. News of Zhang Feng's death hadn't spread yet, and with the world in turmoil, the authorities' attention was largely focused on the game, Godslayer. No meddlesome fool came to disturb him. Lín Xuān showed no signs of fatigue from staying up late. His cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refining kept him brimming with energy. His gaze was fixed intently on Pei Jinglian's cultivation progress bar. 98%. 99%. Almost there. It's coming. The moment the progress number jumped to 100%, the game screen suddenly erupted in a burst of golden light. Pei Jinglian has reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation. Ready for foundation establishment. Would you like to spend 1 million to purchase a high-grade heavenly tier foundation establishment pill? Give your child a head start, choose this. Lín Xuān didn't hesitate for a second, he bought it immediately. With his memories from a past life, he understood all too well the critical importance of foundation establishment for a cultivator. Without exaggeration, foundation establishment fundamentally determines how far a cultivator can progress. The foundation is the bedrock of a cultivator's path. The higher the quality of the foundation established, the smoother the future cultivation journey becomes. Therefore, this top-tier heavenly grade foundation establishment pill was absolutely worth the investment. Besides, was 100,000 even worth mentioning? Boom! Deep into the night, thunder suddenly cracked across the skies above the Jade Mystic Sect. Its sheer power jolted every living creature within a 100-mile radius awake. Beasts in the mountains collapsed in terror, trembling on the ground. Mortals stepped outside their homes, burning incense and kneeling in reverence, proclaiming the descent of immortals. Every member of the Jade Mystic Sect mobilized, all gazing skyward with awestruck expressions. In the night sky, a crack split open in the leaden clouds, stretching 100 miles across, cleaving it into two distinct halves. The eastern clouds dripped with blinding white light, while the western side churned with thick, dark mist. These two extremes swirled ceaselessly around the clouds, forming a colossal yin-yang diagram. Even from 10,000 miles away, all present sensed the potent, primordial Dao essence. Above the main peak of Yuxuan, Sect Master Lu Changsheng and the three elders stood suspended in the air. All gazed at the celestial phenomenon with stunned expressions. Someone is establishing their foundation. To trigger an anomaly of this magnitude, it must be at least a heavenly tier immortal foundation. Which prodigy from the sacred lands dares to come to Yuxuan to establish their foundation? Lu Changsheng's gaze grew complex. No wonder our spiritual energy was so thin today. So someone was establishing their foundation here. Zhao Wutian sighed deeply. I only hope that prodigy leaves soon after successfully establishing their foundation. Our Yuxian cannot accommodate such a formidable power. Let us hope so. The thought that an unparalleled prodigy was establishing their foundation within the Jade Mystic Sect. Chills ran down the spines of all present. If that prodigy failed in their foundation building and vented their fury upon them, Yuxuan would be utterly powerless to withstand it. Thus, they now hoped for her success more than Pei Jinglian herself, who was in the midst of her cultivation. Above the Yuxuan Sect, an absurd scene was unfolding. Several individuals who were clearly already at the golden core stage were now all murmuring prayers for the qi cultivation cultivator attempting foundation establishment. Chapter 9, Celestial Phenomena, Foundation Building Success. Outside the outer sect, Senior Sister Su Bailu activated the shielding formation, clutching the jade pendant in her hand. The remnant soul of the demonic path had been abruptly awakened by her. Having been awakened twice in quick succession, the demonic soul had visibly weakened considerably. If it did not return to the jade pendant soon to receive nourishment, it risked dissipating at any moment. Yet now it had no time to care, its attention entirely fixed upon the strange phenomenon in the sky. Master, what is happening? Could it be that a divine artifact has emerged? Su Bailu stood behind it, her voice trembling with shock. It shook its head solemnly. No. This is someone establishing their foundation. Su Bailu gasped in disbelief. How is that possible? How could foundation establishment produce such an extraordinary phenomenon? With the aid of the remnant soul of the demonic path, she had secretly completed her foundation establishment long ago. Had she not concealed it using secret techniques to covet Pei Jinglian's spiritual root, she would already be an inner sect disciple. Having undergone foundation establishment once before, she firmly believed such a process could never trigger such an extraordinary phenomenon. Your experience is too limited. Naturally, you don't understand that some people simply defy conventional wisdom. Gazing at the yin-yang diagram in the sky, a trace of reminiscence flickered in the remnant soul's eyes. In my lifetime, I was fortunate enough to witness a saint body cultivator establishing their foundation. He too triggered similar cosmic phenomena. Su Bailu's pupils dilated in shock, every hair on her body standing on end. You mean, a saint body is establishing their foundation nearby? Precisely. Only a sacred body possesses the power to summon such celestial phenomena. You are fortunate indeed to witness such a rare spectacle. Which of the 10 great holy bodies is it? I cannot say. Holy bodies are exceedingly rare, and witnessing one establish their foundation is even more difficult. I have only seen it once myself. Then, could this holy body be someone from our Yuxian sect? The remnant soul of the demonic path scoffed at this. Are you joking? Holy bodies are born of noble lineage. It's virtually impossible for one to appear in this barren wilderness. Even if one did, their innate talent would manifest the moment they embarked on the path of immortality. If he truly were a disciple of your Jade Mystic Sect, how could he remain so obscure? In my view, this sacred body has likely ventured out to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. They just happened to find it at the Jade Mystic Sect. Once they establish their foundation, they'll depart. That's good. Subailu exhaled in relief, silently pushing aside that terrifying thought. For some reason, the image of that vile woman, Pei Jinglian, had just flashed through her mind. After being lectured by the remnant soul of the demonic path, she found her own earlier thoughts rather amusing. That good-for-nothing Pei Jinglian? She barely managed Qi cultivation level 1 in a year. How could she possibly be a sacred physique? Pei Jinglian kept her eyes tightly shut as the swirling vortex of spiritual energy around her gradually subsided. Occasionally, patterns of Dao essence glowed on her skin surface, while black and white energies swirled behind her. Within her dantian, a divine foundation shaped like the yin-yang diagram rapidly took form. With the aid of Lín Xuān's top-tier heavenly-grade foundation building pill, establishing her foundation had become as simple as drinking water. Moreover, the shielding array inherent to the heavenly-grade spirit-gathering formation prevented any detection, allowing her to establish her foundation with complete peace of mind. As the final corner of her dantian was filled with the yin-yang diagram, her aura surged explosively. The Chaos Immortal Foundation now complete. Ding! Pei Jinglian has successfully completed foundation establishment. Triggered feedback cultivation level, Qi cultivation 9th layer. The moment she broke through to foundation establishment, Lín Xuān in the real world also gained an enhancement. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, he felt little joy in his heart, only a hint of regret. Why does it only give me cultivation feedback? Can't it give me something else? Even the Chaos Divine Body would be acceptable. After silently grumbling about the game's feedback system, his gaze returned to Pei Jinglian. She had just completed her breakthrough, her eyes slowly opening to reveal a striking black and white hue. This was the first innate immortal technique she gained after establishing her foundation, the Chaos Eyes. Her left eye peered into the primordial essence of all things, leaving no enemy weakness hidden from her sight. While the right eye could unleash a chaos domain spanning 100 paces. Any creature drawn into it would instantly suffer disfigured features, making them easy prey for her blade. But soon, she retracted the power, her eyes returning to normal. I have established my foundation? Feeling the boundless expanse of the Chaos Immortal Foundation within her, Pei Jinglian felt as if she were dreaming. Just 2 days ago, she had been a worthless failure, bullied by countless others. And now she was a foundation establishment cultivator? This sudden shift in status made her feel like a nouveau riche. And all of this was bestowed by the senior cultivator. The life-saving grace, the cultivation technique, the dwelling, the spirit-gathering array, the foundation establishment pill. The thought of all the help he had given her, while she had repaid him with nothing, filled Pei Jinglian with a deep sense of guilt once more. She rose and bowed deeply toward the void. Jinglian's foundation establishment achievement relies entirely on the senior's support. If there is anything you require, I shall spare no effort to fulfill it. Lín Xuān watched the scene and chuckled inwardly. What help could I possibly need? Your dedication to cultivation is the greatest assistance. Just as he was about to dismiss her with a perfunctory response, his fingers suddenly froze mid-air. For he realized he did indeed have one matter requiring this woman's assistance. He swiftly changed his approach and pressed the transmission talisman. I do indeed have a minor matter to entrust to you. Pei Jinglian's heart leapt with joy, and she eagerly asked, please speak, senior. Once you enter the inner sect, apply for a distant journey of cultivation. I need you to travel to Changfeng County and find someone to take as a disciple. Go to Changfeng County to recruit a disciple? Upon hearing this request, Pei Jinglian was taken aback. She had heard of Changfeng County like Yuxuan's home in Millen County. It lay within the eastern realm. One lay in the far south, the other in the far west. The distance between them was vast, spanning the territories of several major sects and countless minor ones. Not to mention the constant threats of demonic cultivators and demonic beasts lurking along the way. For an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator to venture so far alone would mean certain death or severe injury. Yet Pei Jinglian agreed without hesitation. Rest assured, senior. Once I enter the inner sect, I shall depart immediately. Her very life had been saved by the senior. Even if she perished along the way, it would merely be repaying that debt. Her only worry was failing the task and disappointing the senior. Very well. Since you've just completed foundation establishment, refrain from cultivation tonight to avoid disrupting your spiritual foundation. Rest early. Thank you for your concern, senior. Pei Jinglian, who had always been strict with her cultivation, obediently tucked herself in and fell asleep peacefully. In reality, a trace of reminiscence flickered in Lín Xuān's eyes. If he remembered correctly, that little girl he had drawn in his previous life was still wandering Changfeng County searching for immortals, right? I hope she hasn't been bound to another player yet. Lín Xuān murmured to himself, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Chapter 10, Seeking Cooperation, Chief of the Demon Slaying Bureau. In his previous life, the character Lín Xuān had bound was merely an A-tier talent. Her starting identity was merely that of an ordinary mortal. But after spending 3 years with that character, he had long since come to regard the girl as his own daughter. Coincidentally, the character he drew this lifetime, Pei Jinglian, was also in the eastern region. He decided to send her to take that girl as his disciple. But if the boy had already been bound by another player, then it simply meant fate had not aligned. At least he had done everything he could, and his conscience was clear. The next morning, Lín Xuān left a message in the game, advising Pei Jinglian to stay put and focus on cultivation before the sect's grand competition. After tidying up, he stepped out. His cultivation had reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, and with the protection of the demon repelling armor, he could essentially disregard conventional firearms. His previous reluctance to venture out stemmed not only from needing to monitor the game but primarily from his inability to fully counter the authorities' firearms. Now that he had the confidence, he could consider negotiating a partnership with the authorities. Taking the elevator, Lín Xuān arrived at his private garage and casually selected a sports car to drive out. It was a pity the timing of his rebirth was so awkward. Had it been just a few hours earlier, he could have sold off these material possessions, adding another few hundred million to his account balance. The room. With the roar of the engine, he was already on the main street. Patrol officers were visible everywhere on the streets, and even tanks had been deployed within the city. Streets were noticeably less crowded with leisurely pedestrians. Though Jiangcheng hadn't issued any restrictions, everyone sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere. Combined with the genuinely bizarre feedback from the game, Godslayer, most people had simply holed up at home to play games. For now, order was temporarily maintained. But this was only temporary. When some lucky soul gained enough cultivation feedback, they would strut onto the streets like yesterday's Zhang Feng, convinced of their own power and declaring themselves patriots. The old world's order was destined to be torn apart by violence, only to be rebuilt upon its ruins. And barring any surprises, the Demon Slaying Bureau would be the new guardians of that order. His destination this time was also the Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau. In all of Jiangcheng, only the Demon Slaying Bureau possesses the qualifications to collaborate with him. Squeal! Lín Xuān slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. Not because he had reached his destination, but because the road ahead was blocked by a man. It was a man wearing sunglasses. Dressed entirely in black, his chest badge boldly displayed 3 characters, Demon Slaying Bureau. Fellow Daoist, where might you be headed? Would you mind stepping out for a moment to chat? The sunglasses-wearing man didn't demand he get out rudely, but instead acted quite courteously. Clearly, he had keenly sensed that Lín Xuān was also a cultivator and one far stronger than himself. Watching Lín Xuān sit motionless in the car, a hint of resignation flickered in the eyes beneath his sunglasses. Were it not for the Demon Slaying Bureau's regulations, he would never have stopped this vehicle. Fellow Daoist, get in the car. Just as he steeled himself to speak again, those words reached his ears. Lín Xuān raised an eyebrow and urged, hurry up and get in the car. Take me to see your superior. Huh? Oh, okay. And so it happened. The man in sunglasses, who had clearly intended to track Lín Xuān's movements, inexplicably transformed into a passenger hailing a taxi. Give directions. Just go straight ahead, then turn left. After receiving the directions, Lín Xuān floored the gas pedal and sped off. Seated in the car, the man in sunglasses kept glancing at Lín Xuān through the rearview mirror, his heart pounding with unease. He'd sensed the young man's formidable power earlier when they were on foot, but now that he was sitting close, he realized. This guy wasn't just powerful, he was practically inhuman. The occasional bursts of spiritual energy emanating from him made the man feel like an ant beneath an elephant's foot. Soon, the sports car pulled up outside an inconspicuous breakfast shop. Our boss no, the chief is inside. The man in sunglasses chuckled awkwardly. He'd only recently joined the Demon Slaying Bureau and hadn't yet shed some of his colloquialisms. Lín Xuān couldn't be bothered with small talk and strode straight inside. The breakfast shop was simple and small. It was hard to imagine that the future bureau chief who would strike fear into Jiangcheng's petty criminals had once sold breakfast. Honored guest has arrived. A middle-aged man emerged from the back kitchen. The damp patches on his hands suggested he'd been preparing breakfast just moments ago. He still wore an apron and casual clothes, showing no sign of his connection to the Demon Slaying Bureau. But Lín Xuān called out his name nonetheless. Director Ma Xiaoyong, haven't you started your work shift yet? The moment his name was spoken, the middle-aged man visibly froze. He gave a wry smile. I was thrust into this role unwillingly. I haven't slept well these past few days. Only returning to my old trade can ease the anxiety in my heart. Lín Xuān studied him intently, inwardly marveling. No wonder he was the one who single-handedly halted the Jiangcheng beast tide in his previous life. Though appointed less than a day ago, he already carries the aura of a leader. He didn't buy the easing my anxiety nonsense. In his previous life, the man's domineering nature and decisive actions had earned Lín Xuān's deep respect. If he wasn't mistaken, the man seemed to have contracted an S-tier talent. Had he not perished young in his previous life while protecting Jiangcheng? Once fully developed, he would likely rank among the strongest in all of Great Xia. Only someone of that caliber was worthy of becoming his partner. Come, let's talk? Ma Xiaoyong gave him a deep look, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Alright, let's talk. A steamer basket of freshly cooked xiaolong bao, 2 bowls of clay pot soup. The two sat facing each other and began their conversation. Lín Xuān cut straight to the point. I have only one matter to discuss with you, a partnership. Ma Xiaoyong felt a wave of relief wash over him. We'd be honored. He perceived more clearly than the man in sunglasses outside the door this young man before him had already reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Meanwhile, he himself was only at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, yet had been specially recruited by the authorities and promoted beyond his level to become the director of the Jiangqing Demon Slaying Bureau. This youth's power was so formidable that he could likely command the Great Xia Demon Slaying Bureau right now. His only fear was that this man might be a villain seeking to establish himself as a local warlord in Jiangcheng. When the other mentioned cooperation, he finally relaxed considerably. But the next sentence the other man uttered swiftly made his heart leap back into his throat. I obtained a clue in the game. 1 month from now, Great Xia no, all human settlements will be attacked by a beast tide. What did you say? Ma Xiaoyong nearly choked on the soup he'd just taken from the earthenware pot. Lín Xuān spoke calmly. That's precisely why I'm seeking your cooperation. This beast tide is terrifying. Only by joining forces do we stand a chance of protecting Jiangcheng. Ma Xiaoyong's expression turned grave. Can you guarantee this is true? Lín Xuān wasn't lying. That beast tide was indeed terrifying. In his previous life, he had perished in that very beast tide. But that was only in his previous life. In this one, with him present, the beast tide was nothing to fear. His true purpose in seeking this alliance was to leverage Ma Xiaoyong's strength to help him capture a supreme demon beast amidst the beast tide. Chapter 11 The Ultimate Demon Beast, the Sea Dragon, forming an alliance early. In his previous life. Like other cities, Jiangqing was besieged by the beast tide. Had Ma Xiaoyong not sacrificed himself to buy time for reinforcements from the provincial capital, Nanchang, Jiangcheng would have met the same fate as 80% of the world's cities, becoming a demon beast's lair. During that beast tide, besides Ma Xiaoyong's heroic sacrifice commanding admiration, another event caught the attention of Jiangqing's cultivators. A supreme demon beast had emerged during the war. Unlike humans, whose talents are graded as A, B, C, or D, their talent ranks fall into only 3 tiers: ordinary, superior, and ultimate. The ultimate demon beast, born at the 2nd tier equivalent to the foundation establishment stage among human cultivators. Moreover, they possess unique innate talents, making their power far surpass that of their peers. Every supreme demon beast possesses the potential to become a demon emperor. Yet its existence is as rare as the 10 sacred bodies among humans. After the Great Xia's upheaval, its territory expanded to tens of millions of square kilometers, yet only 2 supreme demon beasts emerged. One of them appeared in Zhang City named the Sea Dragon. Originally a dragon egg that descended into reality, it was swept into the battlefield by the beast tide. After absorbing sufficient blood slaughter energy, it successfully hatched, triggering celestial anomalies. Upon its birth, it mastered the art of shifting between substance and void, vanishing into the void to escape. Capturing it proved exceptionally difficult. The cultivation technique Ma Xiaoyong acquired from the game, however, was precisely suited to counter a newly born Shindragon. Lín Xuān recognized this advantage, which is precisely why he sought out Ma Xiaoyong to propose a partnership. Director Ma, what are your thoughts? Lín Xuān inquired softly. Gulp. Ma Xiaoyong downed the clay pot soup in one gulp and murmured, this is a major matter. I must report to my superiors first. No. Lín Xuān cut him off immediately. After all, the provincial headquarters in Nan City also had powerful individuals. Drawing their attention here and disrupting our demon pet capture plan would be disastrous. Ma Xiaoyong looked puzzled. Why? Lín Xuān quickly improvised an explanation. From what I understand, the beast tide appears based on the overall strength of the cultivators within the city. The stronger the collective strength, the more ferocious the beast tide becomes. Moreover, it's likely that beast waves aren't confined to Jiangcheng alone, other cities may experience them as well. With both of us here, I believe Jiangcheng's citizens will be safe. His words contained both truth and falsehood. The ferocity of the beast tide was entirely random. Bad luck meant certain death. In his previous life, Jiangqing's beast tide was notoriously vicious. Otherwise, Ma Xiaoyong, who had contracted an S-rank character, wouldn't have perished. But in this lifetime, with Lín Xuān reborn and returned, the situation would surely change. Seeking additional reinforcements would bring more harm than good, both publicly and privately. Ma Xiaoyong pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Lín Xuān's cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi refinement lent his words an innate authority. Very well, then it's settled. His purpose achieved, Lín Xuān saw no reason to linger. He rose to depart. Ma Xiaoyong called after him. Brother, I still don't know your name. Lín Xuān. With that, he climbed back into his sports car, floored the accelerator, and sped away. Lín Xuān. Ma Xiaoyang watched the sports car vanish swiftly down the street, sinking into deep thought. A flood of questions surged through his mind. For instance, how did this young man attain such formidable cultivation? And how he knew so many secrets, even his own name. Enough. The immediate priority is to report this matter and swiftly enhance my own strength. After pondering for a long while, he gave a wry smile, untied the apron around his waist, and changed into the bureau chief's uniform tucked away in the corner. Because of Lín Xuān, this future director Ma, whose name would soon reverberate across the region, had prematurely stepped into his professional role. Meanwhile, Lín Xuān soon returned home. With nothing else to do, he reopened the game. The moment he logged in, he saw Pei Jinglian in the midst of her cultivation. This girl was far more diligent than him, rising early to practice. Though she had already entered the foundation establishment stage, the heavenly tier spirit gathering array, combined with the effects of the chaos holy body and the chaos return to origin technique, meant her progress wasn't much slower than someone still in the chi cultivation stage. At this rate, she might break through to the second layer of foundation establishment tonight. He wondered if he could share in the benefits and break through to foundation establishment himself. What's that thing lurking outside the door? At that moment, Lín Xuān caught sight of a red dot on the map through his peripheral vision. As a player, he could distinguish enemies and allies within a 10-meter radius of his character. Enemies appeared as red dots. Strangers as white dots. While allies were marked with green dots. Easy to tell apart. And the one currently lurking outside was clearly an enemy of Pei Jinglian. But why hasn't the top-up prompt appeared yet? Logically, the game should pop up a recharge prompt whenever a character faces danger. Just like when he first contracted Pei Jinglian. Yet now, with an enemy present, no top-up prompt appeared. This could only mean one thing. This enemy is too weak. So weak that it doesn't need my help. Pei Jinglian can handle it easily. Lín Xuān snorted derisively, pressing the communication talisman to send a message to Pei Jinglian within the game. Interrupt your cultivation. Enemies at the door. Pei Jinglian, who was in the midst of cultivation, heard the voice echo in her mind and was startled. She swiftly halted her cultivation and suppressed her aura. The spirit gathering array vanished, restoring the room to its normal state. If the senior himself issued a warning, the intruders must be formidable indeed. Her expression grew grave as she looked toward the window, only to freeze in place. For outside the window stood not the dreaded foe she had imagined. Instead, only a male disciple paced back and forth in a daze. She recognized that disciple Yang Hong, a third-layer chi cultivation practitioner. Though his strength was mediocre, his skill at flattery had made him a confidant of Zhang Feng, the second senior brother of the outer sect. In the past, Pei Jinglian would have feared him greatly. Back then, she was weak and timid, and every outer sect disciple looked down on her. But now, she had undergone a complete transformation overnight, establishing her foundation for immortality. To her eyes, all the outer sect disciples were nothing more than a pack of pigs and dogs. Was such a person truly worthy of the senior cultivator personally issuing a warning? With this question weighing on her mind, she composed her expression and walked out the door with a blank face. Outside, Yang Hong paced back and forth, glancing around in confusion. Strange. I distinctly remember that S shack was nearby. How could I not find it? He had come here on Zhang Feng's orders, yet the shielding of the heavenly tier spirit gathering array kept him from locating Pei Jinglian's residence. He could only keep pacing back and forth. Looking for me? Suddenly, a cold, clear voice rang out behind him. Yang Hong shuddered violently, whirling around only to freeze in place. He stared at Pei Jinglian before him, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. Though it was clearly the same person, she now seemed like an inscrutable mountain peak, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure as she looked down on him from above. Chapter 12, Criminal Law Hall Disciplinary Order? A side quest opportunity. I'm asking you a question. Can't you move your mouth? Just as Yang Heng's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts, a shocking aura surged forth, causing his expression to change abruptly. This woman's power far surpasses mine. What kind of opportunity did that get to change so drastically? A flash of envy and resentment crossed Yang Heng's mind. He had intended to use this chance to humiliate Pei Jinglian, but the aura radiating from her now clearly signaled she was no longer someone he could afford to provoke. He'd heard that second senior brother Zhang Feng had personally come to confront her yesterday, only to return empty-handed. It seemed that now, among all the outer disciples, only senior sister Subailu could possibly subdue this woman before him. Fortunately, he had brought second senior brother Zhang Feng's punishment decree with him, so there was no need for excessive fear. With that thought, Yang Hong forced his expression to remain calm, his voice deep and resonant as he said, "It seems you've truly gained some fortune, for your words now carry such conviction." Bang! The next instant, his chest throbbed with pain. His entire body flew backward like a, tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground in a heap. Put! His face drained of color as he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in terror at Pei Jinglian as she walked toward him slowly. "I warn you, I've come with the authority of the Criminal Law Hall. Attacking me is attacking the entire criminal law hall, no, the entire Jade Mystic Sect. He could sense a clear intent to kill emanating from the woman before him. To save his own skin, he spouted every kind of nonsense imaginable. Fortunately, his words seemed to have an effect. She finally halted before him, refraining from further attack. Hand it over. Pei Jinglian's expression was icy as she held out a hand. Had she not feared soiling her own hands, she would have long since delivered a challenge to a duel to the death, ending the life of this petty villain who had repeatedly humiliated her. What? Put. At first, Yang Hong didn't register what was happening. Only after another gut punch sent blood spurting from his mouth did he grit his teeth and produce the execution order. Slap. Pei Jinglian snatched it away and strode back to her own quarters without looking back. As the owner of the house, the shielding array had no effect on her. To Yang Hong, an outsider, Pei Jinglian's figure vanished abruptly like a ghostly apparition. Put. He coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood before the turbulent chi and blood within him finally settled slightly. A look of terror flashed across his face. What kind of incredible fortune did that woman stumble upon? How did she become so incredibly powerful? She must have stepped in dog. Rage and resentment boiled within him, yet he dared not voice his curses, fearing Pei Jinglian might reappear in the next instant to deliver another devastating kick to his solar plexus. But soon, his furrowed brow smoothed out, replaced by a hint of satisfaction. Oof. This punishment decree was personally obtained for you by Zhang Feng. What good is your strength now? That punishment decree will sever all your hopes of entering the inner sect. A sinister grin spread across his face as he limped away. Inside the room, Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān simultaneously saw the official notice issued by the punishment hall. Outer sect disciple Pei Jinglian has been with our Yuxuan for over a year. Under the protection of Ding Yi, she has managed to evade her monthly duties. Now, the righteous Zhang Feng has submitted a petition directly exposing these abuses. Following deliberation by the criminal hall, the following disciplinary measures are imposed. 1. Her annual stipend and medicinal ration shall be withheld for 1 year, effective immediately. 2. She is ordered to personally hunt 100 first-tier lightning wolves, skin them completely, and return the pelts to the sect to compensate for her years of dereliction of duty. This order is to be executed immediately upon issuance. All punishments must be completed by the end of this month. Any delay will result in additional penalties. Should encountering a large pack of electric wolves prove overwhelming, he may request reinforcements by presenting the patrol order arrow. However, each such request shall require an additional 10 wolves to be hunted as compensation. Penal Court, Taishu Calendar 9351, March 13th. Damn it, the retaliation has already begun. Lín Xuān watched the scene unfold on his phone, his anger boiling over. This so-called disciplinary decree was clearly designed to cut off Pei Jinglian's chances of advancing to the inner sect. The Jade Mystic Sect did indeed require outer sect disciples to complete 1 mission per month, mostly involving demonic creature hunts or gathering materials for the alchemy hall or artifact forging hall. Pei Jinglian had been exempted from this monthly duty due to Su Bailu's attempt to seize her spiritual root. The accusation of exploiting Ding Yi's protection to evade monthly duties was nothing more than shifting blame onto a dead person. Yes, that Ding Yi, the third senior sister who was killed by Pei Jinglian's fist at the beginning. The second punishment imposed by the punishment hall was the most despicable. It demanded Pei Jinglian hunt down 100 first-tier lightning wolves and return their intact pelts to the sect. First-tier lightning wolves possessed only Chi cultivation stage 3-4 strength, easily felled by ordinary outer sect disciples. But as pack animals, they rarely travel alone. Therefore, one must possess at least 7th layer Chi cultivation strength to hunt them without sustaining serious injury. And the disciplinary hall demanded 100 wolves outright, with a 1-month deadline. If the deadline is missed, the quota will increase. Even requesting reinforcements would increase the quota. Across the entire outer sect, almost no one could possibly meet this demand. Even inner sect disciples would struggle to manage it. Clearly, Zhang Feng devised this vicious scheme to prevent his own defeat in the wager. Given Pei Jinglian's previous strength, it was utterly impossible for her to accomplish. Even before reaching Foundation establishment, Pei Jinglian would have needed considerable time to locate and slay 100 thunderwolves to fulfill this task. This would have wasted an entire month of cultivation time. This would ultimately cost her the qualification to enter the inner sect, resulting in her defeat in the wager. This Zhang Feng truly is ruthless. Lín Xuān, seething with anger, suddenly chuckled, but he probably didn't expect that Pei Jinglian had already completed her Foundation establishment last night, did he? In-game. Pei Jinglian calmly read through the entire text of the punishment decree. After reading it, her heart remained utterly unmoved. Beyond the confidence her own strength afforded her, her Supreme Dao Heart had cultivated a composure that remained unshaken even if a mountain collapsed before her. Moreover, even if she chose not to fulfill this punishment decree, she could simply wait until the sect's grand competition day and demonstrate the strength required to enter the inner sect. Then this disciplinary decree targeting outer sect disciples would naturally become null and void. The Yuxuan Sect maintained a strict hierarchy. And you, an outer door discipline hall, had no authority whatsoever to discipline or restrain inner door disciples. The only thing giving her pause was whether the senior intended for her to carry out this task? The thought struck her. She decisively lifted her gaze to the ceiling and asked earnestly, Senior, should Jinglian do it? Pei Jinglian has sent you a request for approval. Do you consent? Take it? Like hell I would. It's nothing but a piece of toilet paper. That was Lín Xuān's immediate thought. His finger was already poised on the transmission talisman, ready to voice that exact thought. But the next moment, a prompt popped up and he promptly changed his tune. Ding! Luxury VIP privilege has detected a side quest opportunity available for your character Pei Jinglian. Proceed? Chapter 13 Enemy Contacts, Time for Revenge. Damn it, a side quest opportunity. Lín Xuān was utterly stunned. He never imagined that deluxe VIP privileges would be this outrageous. They'd even introduced this concept of side quest opportunities. In his previous life, characters who could trigger side quest opportunities were all at the Golden Core stage or beyond. Before reaching the Golden Core stage, no matter how gifted your character was, you had to diligently grind levels in the newbie village. Yet here, it triggered at the Foundation Establishment stage. Money truly is justice. What are you waiting for? Let's get this show on the road. He pressed the communication talisman and spoke. Everything requires practice. You've just reached Foundation Establishment and lack real combat experience. This is a perfect chance to venture out and gain some experience. I'll keep a close eye on you at all times, so there's no need to worry excessively. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinglian immediately nodded. You're absolutely right, Senior. I'll set out right away. Lín Xuān cautioned, be mindful to conceal your cultivation level. Avoid drawing too much attention before the grand competition. Understood. With that, Pei Jinglian left the house once more, hurrying down the path leading away from the mountain. The Thunder Wolves dwelled in the Yuxuan Mountains, dozens of miles away from the Yuxuan Sect. Therefore, she must first descend the mountain and head toward the Yuxuan Mountains. The flow of time in the game and reality was largely consistent. Thus, during the time Pei Jinglian was making her way to the Yuxuan Mountains, Lín Xuān had nothing to do for the moment. There was no other way. He possessed no cultivation techniques. His entire cultivation base was gained through feedback. Though he hadn't cultivated Pei Jinglian's chaos return to origin technique, his spiritual energy now carried a trace of chaotic essence. This rendered his previous life's fire attribute cultivation techniques utterly useless now. Switching to cultivation techniques of different attributes could easily damage one's dantian, turning them into a useless. Generally, practitioners only chose techniques of the same or similar element. This is so boring. All the other online games have shut down too. Lín Xuān sighed. The emergence of Godslayer had wiped out all games worldwide. Even his beloved Wa was now unplayable. Moreover, he had prepared contingency plans for the opportunities that would arise in Jiangcheng in the future. Everything that needed arranging had been taken care of. Since he had spent most of his previous life confined to Jiangcheng, he knew little about the situation in other cities. This left her temporarily at a loss for what to do. My character toils away in the game while I'm bored out of my mind in real life. It's downright frustrating. Lín Xuān lay back down, setting an alarm to catch a few more minutes of sleep. The sight of you approaching makes me feel restless and eager, a sensation I've never experienced before. Just then, a phone rang. Not Lín Xuān's. It was one of the dozen or so phones sitting on the coffee table. Those phones, of course, belonged to his adorable brother-in-law and that gang of street youths. Lín Xuān had merely disposed of them humanely, but he kept these communication devices for future use. Hearing the ringtone, he sprang from the bed and dashed to the coffee table, snatching up the phone belonging to his brother-in-law, Zhang Feng. That? A flash of disgust crossed Lín Xuān's eyes when he saw the contact labeled Sis on the caller ID. He answered the call. Hello, little brother. Have you secured those assets yet? A sickeningly sweet voice came through the phone. Lín Xuān sneered coldly, Zhang Wanwin, you seem to be living quite comfortably, huh? You're Lín Xuān. Zhang Wanwin froze for a moment on the other end before her voice cracked completely, turning hysterical. What have you done to my brother? I warn you, he's now part of our Ascension Alliance. Ascension Alliance? Lín Xuān's expression shifted slightly. He had heard of this organization in his previous life. It was an organization founded by a powerful individual in the provincial capital's southern district who had contracted an S-rank character. Its members were all fortunate individuals with exceptional character potential. When the Godslayer Guild updated its functions, they had even recruited him. But back then, he had been too proud and arrogant to accept. Instead, he had founded his own guild in Jiangcheng with Zhang Wanwin and a few others. This organization later grew increasingly powerful in the southern province, swallowing up numerous smaller guilds. In his previous life, his guild had nearly fallen victim to this trend, but before that could happen, he was betrayed and killed by Zhang Wanwin and the others. In other words, this so-called Ascension Alliance would inevitably become his enemy in the future. Though he didn't know what methods Zhang Wanwin had used to ingratiate herself with this organization. But having enemies gathered together like this saved him the trouble of hunting them down. "Where are you?" Lín Xuān asked calmly, ignoring the madwoman's insults on the other end. A moment of silence followed, then Zhang Wanwin's mocking laughter rang out. "Oh my, oh my, oh my. I thought you had some backbone, but it turns out you're just a coward who regrets his words after hurling insults. Want to get back together? Ha ha ha. No chance. I'm Bai Xiao's woman now. You're not even worthy of tying my shoelaces. If you want my forgiveness, prepare the asset transfer contract in advance. And you'll have to release my brother too. I'll come collect them myself later. Hope you know your place." Lín Xuān ignored the madwoman's nonsense, sharply catching the crucial detail she was in Jiangcheng. And that Bai Xiao, he vaguely suspected it was Bai Tianyu. In his past life, he'd been the vice president of his guild, only to later join forces with Zhang Wanwin and others to betray him, a true villain. Who would have thought that after he ended things this lifetime, the two of them would end up together? Or rather, they'd long been adulterers he'd simply never noticed. It seemed his rebirth had truly brought about massive changes. Not only had Zhang Wanwin, who should have been at Nancity Airport, returned, but Bai Tianyu had also arrived in Nancity ahead of schedule. Considering he was from Nanchang, joining the Ascension Alliance made perfect sense. Wait, if that's the case, did the Ascension Alliance orchestrate their betrayal of me in my previous life too? Lín Xuān's pupils contracted slightly as a plausible theory formed in his mind. His gaze turned icy. So the Ascension Alliance was his enemy all along. That made things straightforward. From now on, slaughtering that group would carry no psychological burden whatsoever. "Hey, Lin! You hear me? Get everything I want ready immediately." Zhang Wanwin was still bellowing into the phone. Lín Xuān held the phone away with obvious disgust and coldly ordered. "Shut up, you bastard. Give me your location. I'll be there soon. You're coming for me?" Zhang Wanwin stopped her hysterics, and a brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Lín Xuān could guess with his ass that this idiot was going to ask Bai Tianyu for advice. This only made his gaze grow colder. This woman hadn't been nearly this respectful to him in his previous life. Moments later, Zhang Wanwin's voice came through the phone again. "I can tell you the location, but I expect some sincerity. At least let me see my brother." She promptly gave a location. Beep. After receiving the location, Lín Xuān hung up immediately and strode toward the exit. "You bastards, I'm coming for your lives." Chapter 14, Revenge on the Bastards. What a satisfying feeling. "Honey, why did you tell him the location? What if he comes with bad intentions?" Jiangcheng, inside a villa. Zhang Wanwin, dressed provocatively, lay obediently on a young man's chest. The man beneath her was none other than Bai Tianyu. Having contracted an A-class character and boasting deep family connections, he joined the Ascension Alliance on his very first day. "I've just received an urgent order to come to Jiangcheng and make contact with that Ma Xiaoyong. I've heard he's like the chairman bound to an S-class character. He's a valuable asset worth recruiting." At the airport, he encountered this woman named Zhang Wanwin. She approached him with great enthusiasm and pulled him into the airport's temporary hotel. He'd assumed she was just a cheap steak, but it turned out she had a pathetic ex-boyfriend, the richest man in Jiangcheng. While he didn't particularly care for the money itself, the local Jiangcheng businesses under her ex's control were definitely worth acquiring. After all, Ma Xiaoyong was a native of Jiangcheng. If he could transfer local Jiangcheng assets to her, it would undoubtedly earn him considerable goodwill. Thus, he brought Zhang Wanwin to Jiangcheng and used backdoor connections to recruit her brother, who had only contracted a B-rank character, into the Ascension Alliance. Just moments ago, he relayed his location to that so-called wealthiest ex-boyfriend via Zhang Wanwin. First, he wanted to directly control the man and seize his assets. Second, he wanted to gauge his strength. If he had contracted an A-rank character, he could consider recruiting him into the Ascension Alliance. But if he only contracted a B-rank or even a C-rank character? A wicked smile spread across Bai Tianyu's face. Deep down, he harbored a twisted fetish. He enjoyed wearing the green hat. Don't get the wrong idea. He didn't do it to himself, he did it to others. Especially when he personally helped them put it on in front of others. The thought of putting a green hat on the head of Jiangcheng's wealthiest man was thrilling. At this thought, Bai Tianyu's hands grew rougher, eliciting soft moans from Zhang Wanwin in his arms. Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two were about to engage in a deeper exchange, an untimely knock sounded at the door. "If it's not Ma Xiaoyong, hold her off for a moment, I'll be right there," Bai Tianyu shouted, frowning. He assumed it was one of the men he'd brought along knocking. But the next moment, boom! The aluminum alloy door was violently smashed open, producing a deafening crash. The two people on the sofa jolted in fright and looked ahead. When Zhang Wanwin saw that young figure, her pupils dilated sharply. Lín Xuān? The intruder was none other than Lín Xuān. Behind him, the henchmen Bai Tianyu had brought lay sprawled on the floor like dead dogs. Well, who knew Mr. Bai was such a quick draw? Lín Xuān's gaze swept over the two, his mind settling before he let out a derisive snort. Hearing her hard-won patron being humiliated, Zhang Wanwin leapt to her feet to defend him. "Lín Xuān, don't push it. Brother Bai is way more powerful than you. Let me tell you straight, Brother Bai is contracted in A-class character, and his cultivation is already at the second layer of Qi cultivation. Smack! Before Lín Xuān could utter a word of mockery, Bai Tianyu's face darkened as he slapped the foolish woman away. Zhang Wanwin clutched her rapidly swelling cheek, her eyes instantly filling with venomous hatred which she quickly suppressed. She dared not provoke him, even after being struck so viciously. Little did she know that her flicker of emotion had already caught Bai Tianyu's eye. He suddenly understood why Lín Xuān had dumped her. Revealing all her secrets to the enemy from the very start, keeping such a fool around was like having a ticking time bomb. Moreover, he could sense that Lín Xuān was formidable. At least stronger than him after all, he himself couldn't have smashed open that door with such effortless ease. With that thought, he smiled faintly, his expression filled with utmost respect. So it's you, Mr. Lin. I've long admired your reputation. Back when I was with the Bai family in South City, I often heard tales of your exploits. To become Jiangqing's wealthiest at such a young age truly puts this spoiled scion to shame. In just a few words, he revealed his background in the Bai family of South City while elevating Lín Xuān to great heights. Most people would have felt a bit flattered at this point. But unfortunately for him, Lín Xuān had long seen through this hypocrite. He stretched lazily and retorted bluntly, knowing you're a spoiled brat is enough. Why not just stay put at the Bai family and be a stud pig? Why rush over here to court death? At these words, even Bai Tianyu, a master of disguise, froze. His expression darkened. You are indeed powerful, sir, but you seem to lack the bearing of a true strongman. I know a genius at the fourth layer of Qi cultivation, about your age, yet he treats others with respect and humility. He's already made a name for himself in South City. As for you, he shook his head with feigned regret. I don't believe I've ever heard your name before entering Jiang City. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. A burst of arrogant laughter erupted. Bai Tianyu stared at the other man, his expression shifting. He began to wonder if this person was mentally unstable. Lín Xuān couldn't hold back any longer. There was no helping it, this Bai fellow was a master at attacking the left brain with the right. One moment he was professing to have long admired his reputation, the next he claimed never to have heard of him. First respectful, then arrogant, the thought of it was laughable. He laughed for a long while before gradually calming down. Lín Xuān exhaled deeply. Thanks. It's been ages since I laughed this hard. Oh, and don't bother dialing for help with that hand, it won't do you any good. Bai Tianyu's hand, hidden behind his back, froze instantly. A look of terror flashed across his face. How had the other man sensed it? Click. Suddenly, he felt a faint prickling pain in that hand. He turned his head slightly and saw the hand still clutching the phone lying on the ground. Zhang Wanwin, who had witnessed the entire scene, let out a shrill scream. She watched as a thin line of blood appeared on Bai Tianyu's hand, which then disintegrated like building blocks. The process happened so fast that Bai Tianyu only registered a fleeting twinge of pain. Staring at his wrist gushing with blood, he was terrified. He desperately channeled his spiritual energy to seal the bleeding. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and began frantically kowtowing. Lord Lín Xuān, treat me like a fart. I'll be your mole. I'll return to South City and provide you with a steady stream of intelligence on the Ascension Alliance and that chairman. Zhang Wanwin, seeing this, finally snapped out of it and joined in, begging for mercy. Husband, this man drugged me. Please forgive me. Watching the desperate couple prostrate themselves before him, Lín Xuān felt not a flicker of emotion. The humiliation they deserved had been delivered. Now came the most satisfying part, killing his enemies. Snap. He snapped his fingers, then turned and walked away without looking back. Inside the villa, the two figures kneeling on the floor froze in place. Snap, crackle, pop. Under the slashing of spiritual energy, their flesh peeled away in flakes. Lín Xuān had chosen the most agonizing death for them, slow slicing. Pain. 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 The entire villa echoed with their wails until their hearts were pierced, ending this torture. Chapter 15, One Man, One Sword, instantly slaughtering the electric wolf pack. The Jade Mystic Mountains. As the most extensive mountain range within the dense forest county. It nearly spanned the entire county, dividing it into eastern and western regions. The Jade Mystic Sect resided in the eastern region. As a formidable mountain range within the cultivation world, it holds far greater dangers than any real-world wilderness. Beast-tide uprisings are merely occasional occurrences. Further in, toxic miasma pervades the air, a single breath would drive mortals mad. Even cultivators can only ignore its harm if they've reached the foundation establishment stage. Beyond that lay the domain of the third-tier demon king. No one dares venture in to explore, save for those at the golden core stage. As for the deepest reaches, legend speaks of a fourth-tier demon beast reigning supreme. Even nascent soul cultivators dare not venture in lightly. Yet where danger abounds, so do opportunities. Spiritual herbs and veins abound, and even the demon beasts themselves are treasures. Occasionally, secret realms would open, luring cultivators to explore. Beyond that, the relics of cultivators who met untimely deaths within the mountain range constitute a considerable treasure trove. The Yuxuan Mountains alone invigorated the entire cultivation world of the Secret Forest Prefecture. Whether from the eastern or western regions, interactions both peaceful and warlike have emerged around these mountains. Some say that only within the Jade Mystic Mountains lies the unvarnished reality of the cultivation world. To ensure the safety of their disciples, most sects require them to enter in groups. Even solitary cultivators would form temporary groups to watch each other's backs. But today, a solitary figure clad in white robes ventured into the mountain range alone. Electric wolves typically inhabit the northern foothills of the Yuxuan Mountains, where the coniferous forests are covered in highly conductive thunder-patterned moss. It's said that electrified mist perpetually hovers within the woods, and when humidity exceeds 90%, ball lightning can form. Pei Jinglian silently recited the intelligence she'd gathered from the marketplace at the mountain's base. Even the long sword in her hand had been purchased from a blacksmith's shop in the marketplace. Lacking spirit stones, she had paid with mortal currency. She had bought the lowest grade iron sword, incapable of channeling spiritual energy into it. 100 heads. Pei Jinglian repeated the number silently in her mind once more. She lifted her head to assess her bearings. Once she had her bearings, her figure blurred into a streak of light, swiftly closing in on the coniferous forest. Before long, with her foundation establishment stage speed, she soon reached the coniferous forest where the lightning wolves dwelled. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Just as the intelligence had indicated, the ground was covered in highly conductive lightning moss. Occasional bursts of lightning arcs erupted from the sky. For cultivators who had mastered lightning attribute techniques, this place was an absolute paradise for combat. The Thunderwolves were no exception here, they could unleash even greater power. Yet even at their peak, they remained merely first-tier creatures. Faced with Pei Jinglian's foundation establishment cultivation, they were no different from ordinary wild wolves. She stepped into the coniferous forest without hesitation, an immediate tingling sensation spreading across her skin. If an open flame were ignited, it would likely trigger an instantaneous explosion. Even the iron sword in her hand now glowed with visible arcs of electricity. Creak, creak. Though she had clearly entered the territory of the lightning wolves, Pei Jinglian strode forward without hesitation. Patches of lightning moss crunched beneath her feet, emitting crisp sounds. She intended to use this very method to lure the electric wolves into surrounding and attacking her. Thanks to the chaos return to origin technique, concealing her aura was as easy as drinking water. To the electric wolves, whose cultivation was inferior to hers, she appeared as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Under the deliberately created noise and her harmless appearance, she soon drew the attention of a pack of electric wolves. Awoo! After Pei Jinglian had advanced only a few hundred meters, a chilling wolf howl suddenly echoed from the surrounding area. Immediately after, one by one, electric wolves with eyes blazing with eerie blue arcs emerged from behind the coniferous trees. They instantly surrounded Pei Jinglian. Her gaze swept around, confirming the number of this pack of electric wolves: 24. A flicker of delight crossed her eyes. Right off the bat, she'd already met 1/5 of the requirement. Seems my luck's holding out. These were all first-tier electric wolves, with even the strongest wolf king only equivalent to the 7th layer of chi cultivation. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. Hi-ya! The electric wolf king was cautious. After observing for a moment, it finally confirmed that the figure before it was indeed a mere mortal. With a deep, low growl, all the electric wolves simultaneously lunged at Pei Jinglian. Simultaneously, wisps of electric arcs began to flicker across their bodies. If prey touched them, its body would instantly be paralyzed by the current, rendered helpless until they slowly knotted down to bare bones. In the past, this tactic had allowed them to successfully hunt down many demonic beasts larger than themselves. Alas! Today they had become the prey in someone else's eyes. Swish! Pei Jinglian's toes lightly touched the ground, and beneath her feet, a yin-yang array diagram materialized. Ancient chaotic energy erupted, unleashing a powerful suction force. Before the electric wolves could react, her form had already stepped into the yin-yang array. Their prideful speed now became the very trap that would kill them. Wah, wah, woo, woo, woo. All the electric wolves were like rats freshly caught on a sticky trap. Even when they finally grasped their predicament, their bodies were mired in quicksand, unable to escape. Splash! Splat! Splatter! Pei Jinglian, wielding an ordinary iron sword, sliced through their throats with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Blood splattered onto the yin-yang array diagram, yet it failed to stain it in the slightest. This was the marvelous power of the chaos chi cultivated by the chaos holy body. Whether repelling foes or gathering monsters, it proved remarkably effective. Within mere breaths, 24 metal-clad lightning wolves became lifeless corpses. Pei Jinglian lightly tapped the ground, and the yin-yang array retracted. She began skinning them. Slaying these 24 first-tier lightning wolves was as easy as drinking water for her. Under the influence of the chaos chi, even the surrounding thunderfeather moss temporarily lost its conductivity. Its overwhelming power was plain for all to see. Pei Jinglian hunted one tier 1 electric wolf, obtained electric wolfskin 1. Pei Jinglian has hunted. Watching the notifications pop up continuously on her phone, Lín Xuān felt a sense of bountiful joy. Too bad this thing doesn't seem to transfer back. Otherwise, a single lightning wolf pelt could be exchanged for points at the demon slaying bureau in the real world, right? Watching Pei Jinglian in the game peel off layer after layer of wolf pelts and stack them neatly, Lín Xuān could practically taste the reward. But soon, he noticed Pei Jinglian had suddenly stopped moving. She stood before the stack of electric wolf pelts, seemingly lost in thought. Ding! Pei Jinglian is troubled by the inconvenience of carrying so many electric wolf pelts. Would you like to spend 648 to purchase a Mystic Grade storage bag system item, default high grade for her? Lín Xuān suddenly understood, so that's why. What's there to discuss? Buy it. After completing the payment, he felt a twinge of confusion. Come to think of it, why wasn't it a heaven grade item this time? Chapter 16, Seizing Opportunity, Wolf Howls in the Mysterious Cave. Friendly reminder, Pei Jinglian is still relatively weak and unsuitable for carrying overly valuable personal items. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Lín Xuān felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Here he was, a reincarnated individual, yet his planning couldn't match the game's thoroughness. But I suppose that's one perk of being a VIP member. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary player, the game would probably go all out with aggressive sales tactics. As for the traps inside, they wouldn't warn you like I did. He thought to himself. Meanwhile, the storage bag he'd purchased for Pei Jinglian had arrived. When the purple cloth bag suddenly materialized in midair, Pei Jinglian's mind froze for a moment. Her first thought was that some special spiritual object had appeared within the electric wolf. Only when a faint trace of spatial law energy began to emanate from it did she suddenly realize. It's a gift from the senior. And it was an exceptionally precious storage pouch. Due to their intricate crafting process and the rarity of required materials, storage bags commanded exorbitant prices. Even the lowest grade yellow tier inferior storage bag could fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones. From the Xian grade level onwards, their prices skyrocketed to millions. Though Pei Jinglian couldn't identify the exact grade of the storage pouch before her. The potent spatial law energy emanating from it indicated it was absolutely no lower than the Xian grade tier. In other words, the elder had just casually gifted her over 1,000,000 spirit stones. The thought of millions of spirit stones floating before her made Pei Jinglian's body tremble. She bowed her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Senior, please take this back. It's far too precious, I can't possibly accept it. Lín Xuān was momentarily speechless. Why was this girl still playing coy with him? Didn't she realize helping her was helping himself? Well, it seemed she truly didn't. Frowning, he pressed the transmission talisman. You accepted both the Chaos Return to Origin technique and the Heavenly Tier Spirit Gathering Array. How can you possibly refuse this little trinket? At those words, Pei Jinglian trembled, her lowered head sinking even lower. After a long moment, she murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, Jinglian understands. Watching the girl silently reach for the storage pouch, Lín Xuān finally let a satisfied smile spread across his face. That's more like it. We're practically father and daughter, no need for all this formal nonsense. He always saw his role as akin to a daughter's. As for romantic feelings toward the opposite sex, they existed, but they weren't real. At most, he'd toss around playful banter like wifey or baby. If he ever got genuinely attached, it would basically be game over. He'd heard of players who loved their in-game characters so much they wouldn't let them do anything risky. The result of this was the character's growth stalls, affecting the real-life player whose progress lags behind others. Ultimately becoming someone else's prey, a captive. That's why Lín Xuān always avoided developing feelings for game characters. Ding! Opportunity triggered, Pei Jinglian has encountered a mysterious cave. Proceed to explore? Just as his thoughts began to drift, the notification on his phone instantly snapped him back to focus. The classic cave from the novel? Interesting. Lín Xuān decisively chose to enter. Passing up an opportunity like this would be downright foolish. Understood, senior. Pei Jinglian listened to the instructions echoing in her mind and entered the pitch-black cave before her without hesitation. While hunting a pack of electric wolves, she had been spotted by an old electric wolf lurking outside the pack. The latter was instantly terrified and fled frantically. With such a gift of fur delivered right to her doorstep, Pei Jinglian certainly wouldn't pass it up. Moreover, electric wolves possessed high intelligence. If she let that one escape, it might alert other packs. She had stored every electric wolf carcass she'd hunted in her storage pouch to avoid alerting other packs. After a relentless pursuit, she finally killed it outside this cave. She sensed something unusual about the cave. Just as she was considering whether to investigate, the voice of her senior echoed in her mind. Upon receiving the elder's command, she stepped inside without hesitation. Snap! She lit a fire starter. Though the light was dim, it was sufficient to illuminate the surroundings. Artificial traces of excavation were visible on the stone walls lining both sides of the cave. The surfaces were smooth and even, likely carved by a human cultivator using a magical artifact. Tap. Click. Tap. After walking several hundred paces, Pei Jinglian began to hear strange sounds echoing from the depths of the cave. It sounded like someone walking, yet also like pebbles tumbling down. In any case, the sound was eerie and demanded caution. Whoa. Suddenly, just as Pei Jinglian rounded a corner, a deep, terrifying wolf howl erupted from within the cave. Her footsteps didn't falter for a moment as she silently drew her long sword. Judging by the deep, resonant howl she had just heard, the lightning wolf within the cave was far more powerful than any encountered outside. It was likely a second-tier beast. No wonder that old lightning wolf fled here, so this cave harbors a mighty lightning wolf king, she thought to herself, quickening her pace. As she ventured deeper, the howl grew clearer, and the air began to fill with that distinct, savage scent only wolves carry. Finally, after rounding another bend, light appeared before her. The light streamed from the end of a straight passageway stretching about 100 meters. Vaguely discernible was a vast, cavernous space. The howling abruptly ceased at that moment. Clearly, it too had sensed that the intruder, Pei Jinglian, was drawing near its lair. That electric wolf king must be living in there. Pei Jinglian's gaze sharpened as her pace finally slowed, moving forward step by step. Even with the light sphere ahead, the passage remained dim. Any other cultivator would surely feel immense pressure at this moment. But under the influence of her Supreme Dao Heart, Pei Jinglian remained as still as water, utterly composed. Be cautious once we exit. Just as she neared the passageway's exit, mere meters away, and could glimpse the vast space beyond, a voice abruptly echoed within her mind. The voice offering the warning belonged, of course, to Lín Xuān. As a player, he could clearly see the red dot on the mini-map positioned very close to Pei Jinglian. The red dot remained motionless, clearly lying in ambush for Pei Jinglian. With his warning, Pei Jinglian grew even more cautious. Just as she was about to step out of the cave entrance, she suddenly accelerated, her toes slamming hard against the ground as her form shot forward like an arrow. Boom! The moment her body left the tunnel entrance, a massive black shadow abruptly loomed overhead. It nearly grazed her hair. Had she not accelerated abruptly, she would have fallen into the ambush. Of course, with her current strength, even if she falls into an ambush, she might not necessarily suffer any harm. Chapter 17, Slaying the Second-Tier Electric Wolf, Demon Spirit Tree. Plop! At the passage's end lay a vast, open chamber. The passage had been carved high above. So although Pei Jinglian evaded the shadow's attack, she had charged too far forward, preventing her from landing on the platform near the passageway. Her body plummeted downward. At a glance, the height was at least several dozen feet. Yet she remained unflustered. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a chaotic aura spread from the soles of her feet. With exquisite precision, it counteracted the downward force, allowing her to land safely on the ground. But the danger never truly receded. Whoa! A deep, raucous wolf howl echoed as a massive black shadow once again descended from above. Only then did she finally recognize the assailant, an electric wolf. A second-tier electric wolf. Compared to a first-tier lightning wolf, it was far larger, its body covered in a layer of dark iron-colored scales. Crackle! Cobalt blue lightning danced across its scales, while the second-tier electric wolf's crimson gold pupils fixed her with an icy stare. The human and the wolf locked eyes, each sensing the other's formidable power. For a moment, they stood locked in a standoff. However, Lín Xuān, observing as a spectator, noticed something else within this vast space. A spirit tree? Gazing at the peculiar, man-sized tree at the chamber's center, a hint of astonishment flashed in Lín Xuān's eyes. Its twisted trunk was covered in dark red patterns, resembling congealed blood slowly flowing. Emerald green leaves hung in clusters from the dark crimson trunk. From the gap at its crown, pure spiritual essence dripped down at regular intervals, nourishing the demonic spirit tree's growth. The drip-drip sound Pei Jinglian had heard outside earlier was precisely the sound of this essence hitting the trunk. As for this tree, Lín Xuān was no stranger to it. This tree existed not only in the game but had also manifested in reality. Its fruit could vastly enhance the potential of young demon beasts, equivalent to the human elixir known as the bone-washing marrow cleansing pill. In his previous life, Lín Xuān had attempted to purchase one or even dig up a sapling outside the city to cultivate himself. However, due to its extreme rarity, it was nearly impossible to find. Even if found in the wild, they were fiercely guarded by demonic tribes. Obtaining them was simply impossible. Who would have thought that in the game, Pei Jinglian could stumble upon one so casually? And it was guarded by only a single second-tier thunderwolf. Judging by the tree's height, its grade likely reached the mystic tier. Even a top-tier demon beast like the sea dragon could gain a slight boost by consuming its fruit. Damn, if this thing could be transferred over, I'd be rolling in it. Lín Xuān's eyes glowed crimson with desire, wishing he could teleport into the game and uproot the demonic spirit tree. Boom! At that moment, the standoff between the human and wolf within the game finally broke. The first to strike was none other than the human, Pei Jinglian. Her gaze was icy cold. The ordinary long sword in her hand now seemed like a divine weapon, striking with unparalleled ferocity toward the second-tier lightning wolf across from her. The blade's edge was as swift as lightning. As the blade sliced through the air, chaotic energy surged forth from her body. Her standoff had been no mere show, she had been channeling energy within her all along. This allowed her to unleash such a massive surge of chaotic energy the instant she launched her attack. The second-tier lightning wolf opened its mouth, spewing a ball of electric light in an attempt to intercept her attack. Unexpectedly, the moment it touched that chaotic energy, it instantly dissolved into nothingness. Chaos is the origin of all elements in the world. Dissolving a simple lightning element was effortless. The second-tier electric wolf clearly hadn't anticipated such overwhelming spiritual energy from its opponent, its form still frozen in place. Put. As the wolf's vertical pupils contracted, the ordinary iron blade flashed before its face. Though merely an ordinary blade, it tore a bowl-sized hole through its shoulder blade. Arg! Gritting its teeth in pain, the second-tier electric wolf unleashed its most powerful lightning burst. Electric arcs erupted violently across its body, coalescing into a thunderous prison around it. Yet the raging arcs melted instantly like spring snow beneath the unremarkable gray chaos chi. Pei Jinglian remained unflinching as the blade in her hand swung backward once more. The gash in the electric wolf's body widened further. Ha! Roar! The agony of the wound made the electric wolf roar in fury, its thunderous cry shaking loose countless rocks from the mountainside. It finally realized that the human before it could effortlessly slay it. To save its life, it shed all restraint. The lightning patterns on its forehead suddenly expanded. A spherical ball of lightning drifted from its ferocious wolf head. The destructive aura it carried seemed poised to obliterate everything it touched into nothingness. This was its innate divine power. Even demon beasts of equal rank would retreat to avoid its fury. Seizing this moment, it prepared to flee swiftly from this place, biding its time for revenge. Wolves are cunning creatures. In mere moments, it devised this escape strategy. But how much cunning can be expected from beasts? Nothing but a laugh. Buzz. The sword's ringing sound erupted suddenly. Pei Jinglian twisted her wrist slightly, and within the arc of light traced by the sword's edge, a strange phenomenon emerged: the sun and moon shining together. The second-tier Thunder Wolf's prized innate divine power shattered abruptly, exploding with a thunderous boom. In an instant, bolts of lightning scattered in all directions. A sword forged from ordinary iron could not withstand such a violent force, instantly reduced to ashes. The entire space turned a blinding white, temporarily obscuring the view even for Lín Xuān watching from outside the screen. Pei Jinglian should be fine. Though he said this aloud, his eyes remained fixed on the screen. As the white light representing the electric sparks slowly dissipated, a slender figure appeared at the center. It was none other than Pei Jinglian. Though her clothes were now gray and torn, leaving her looking somewhat bedraggled, her presence remained unshaken, radiating an aura as powerful as ever. In contrast, the second-tier lightning wolf across from her now lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog. It had actually been wounded by its own innate divine power, seemingly dead on the spot. Nice work! Lín Xuān clenched his fist, about to urge her to deliver the finishing blow. But Pei Jinglian had already moved first. She stepped forward, her right fist gathering chaotic spiritual energy, and slammed it down with all her might onto the ferocious wolf head. Whoa! The electric wolf's feigned death failed. It tried to flee, but it was already too late. Terrifying chaotic energy instantly pierced its brain. The robust wolf body convulsed violently, and the golden lightning flashes within its wolf eyes slowly faded into nothingness. Pei Jinglian has slain a Tier 2 lightning wolf. Grimacing at the on-screen notification, Lín Xuān felt a surge of pride for his character. What puzzled him, however, was why Pei Jinglian hadn't received feedback on the Thunder Wolf's corpse after defeating a demon beast of the same tier. Previously, all the beasts I'd slain were Tier 1, so it made sense that they wouldn't trigger feedback since their strength was below Pei Jinglian's. But according to the game rules, shouldn't feedback be triggered when defeating enemies of equal or higher strength? Unless the game intends to reward something better than the corpse of a second-tier electric wolf. The thought struck him, and Lín Xuān's gaze fixed on the demonic spirit tree at the center, his breathing quickening noticeably. Chapter 18, A Third-Tier Lightning Wolf? Golden Core Talismans to the rescue. I never imagined this opportunity would reward me with something so valuable. Lín Xuān's heart surged with excitement. Though he didn't know why the reward hadn't appeared immediately, he guessed it might be because Pei Jinglian hadn't touched the demonic spirit tree yet. He promptly pressed the transmission talisman key and spoke, "That tree is quite unique. Go touch it and see." Pei Jinglian had just stowed the second-tier electric wolf's corpse away. Hearing her senior's command, she promptly approached the oddly shaped tree. She had noticed it earlier, but the second-tier electric wolf had targeted her the moment she entered, leaving her no time to examine it properly until now. As she drew near, a refreshingly sweet fragrance wafted toward her. Pei Jinglian slowly reached out, running her fingers over the rough bark. A faint pulsation traveled through her hand, as if the tree itself possessed a heart. "Senior, do you recognize this tree?" She couldn't help but ask in her mind. Lín Xuān offered no reply. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Strange. Why hasn't the feedback been triggered yet? This plotline is off. The tree guardian beast had been slain by Pei Jinglian, so this tree should now belong to her. The feedback should be triggering now, transporting me back to reality, right? No. Lín Xuān suddenly remembered something and immediately shouted a warning, "Get away immediately! There are still enemies!" Boom! Almost the instant his warning left his lips, the stone wall above Pei Jinglian's head erupted. A small dark shadow plummeted toward her head like a meteorite. Fortunately, Pei Jinglian reacted swiftly. The moment she heard the warning, she leapt backward. She narrowly avoided the attack. Seeing its attack fail, the dark shadow swiftly retracted its force, avoiding harm to the demonic spirit tree. As it halted, Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian finally got a clear look at its form. It was indeed an electric wolf, a female one at that. Though only the size of a mature panther beast, the aura it radiated was far more potent and formidable than that of a second-tier lightning wolf. Streamlined muscles bulged beneath its blue-black fur, its entire body shrouded in a fine, crackling web of lightning. Its vertical pupils glowed amber, with silver-white lightning dancing within them. Ha! 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 It crouched low, emitting a menacing growl as intense electric sparks erupted from its neck, poised to strike Pei Jinglian at any moment. Pei Jinglian's face twisted in shock. "What is this?" "A third-tier lightning wolf," Lín Xuān murmured. He could now clearly see its information. Tier 3 lightning wolf. Status, weakened, just gave birth. Suddenly, it all made sense. No wonder the demon spirit tree hadn't reacted earlier. There was a third-tier electric wolf lurking in the shadows all along. A third-tier electric wolf is equivalent to a human at the golden core stage. Even though this one had just given birth, it was still beyond Pei Jinglian's capabilities. And the recharge prompt never appeared. Lín Xuān finally felt a sense of difficulty. Without a top-up prompt, he couldn't offer Pei Jinglian any assistance. That meant she now had to face a third-tier lightning wolf equivalent to a human at the golden core stage all by herself. Damn it! Why isn't the recharge prompt appearing at this critical moment? Watching the third-tier lightning wolf closing in on Pei Jinglian on the screen, he slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Compared to Lín Xuān, the bystander, Pei Jinglian, the one directly involved, remained surprisingly calm. She silently clenched her fists as the third-tier lightning wolf approached at a measured pace. Its wolf eyes flickered with anger and mockery. It seemed this wolf had already dismissed her as a toy. Much like a cat toying with a mouse. It intended to torment her to its heart's content before finally ending her. But, as a chaos-saint body, Pei Jinglian was not one to be underestimated so easily. Die, vile beast. As the third-tier electric wolf closed to within mere meters, Pei Jinglian struck suddenly. Her fist was enveloped in a layer of chaos spirit energy. If it connected, it would bypass the beast's external defenses and strike directly at its vital organs. That was the bizarre nature of chaos spirit energy. Boom! But in the next instant, a blinding flash of lightning erupted. Pei Jinglian's body flew backward flying backward over 10 meters before crashing heavily into the stone wall. Cough cough. She struggled to her feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her entire body tingling with a numbing, stinging pain. A third-tier lightning wolf, truly terrifying. The chasm-like gap in strength was far beyond what the chaos divine body could bridge. Fighting opponents of higher tiers was mostly the stuff of fantasy tales. Otherwise, the cultivation world wouldn't be so rigidly stratified. Ha 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 ha. The mockery in the third-tier lightning wolf's vertical pupils completely transformed into rage. Clearly, Pei Jinglian's proactive attack had extinguished its desire for amusement. Now, it wanted nothing more than to kill the murderer of its mate. Woo woo. Just as electric sparks erupted from its entire body, a faint, juvenile wolf howl suddenly echoed from the hole it had smashed open above. Pei Jinglian shifted her gaze slightly and was shocked to see a tiny wolf head peeking out from the edge of the hole. It was clearly the cub of a third-stage lightning wolf. Lín Xuān saw it too, and observed it in greater detail. Tier 1 lightning wolf mutant. Potential grade, good evolving. Description: having consumed a spirit fruit, its bloodline potential far surpasses its kin. No wonder the demon spirit tree bore no fruit. It had all been fed to this third-tier electric wolf's cub. He was utterly shocked, especially upon seeing the potential grade section. The evolving in parentheses signified this cub had the potential to evolve into a top-tier demon beast. Woof, woof. Hearing its cub's howls, the third-tier thunder wolf halted its pursuit. Its gaze shifted back and forth between Pei Jinglian and the cub, clearly hesitating. Clearly, it was weighing whether to return to nurse its young or to kill this human first. And in that very moment of hesitation, its own peril emerged. Life-threatening crisis detected for Pei Jinglian. Spend 6480 to purchase Golden Core Talisman 1 and resolve the crisis? Lín Xuān's spirit soared, finally. The Golden Core Talisman, as its name suggests. A talisman storing the full power strike of a Golden Core cultivator. With it in hand, the current situation could indeed be swiftly turned around. However, he didn't buy it immediately. Instead, he chose to wait. Patience, wait for it to reveal its fatal positional flaw. He stared intently at the electric wolf on the screen, fingers poised to strike. In-game. Pei Jinglian's hands, hidden beneath her body, continuously condensed chaotic spiritual energy. She had resolved herself to certain death. Even in death, she would deliver a devastating blow to this beast before her. Her only regret was that she hadn't yet repaid the kindness of that elder. At that moment, the third-tier lightning wolf made its decision. Its vertical pupils locked onto Pei Jinglian, clearly intending to settle the score with the killer of its mate first. If only I could see the senior's figure before I die. Pei Jinglian murmured silently to herself, already preparing to launch her final strike. The third-tier electric wolf opened its gaping maw, brewing a destructive ball of electricity. It was cautious enough not to close in. Seeing this, even Pei Jinglian, with her unshakable resolve, felt a wave of despair wash over her. I've brought shame upon my predecessor. Buzz. At that very moment, a peculiar sound erupted before her. Under Pei Jinglian's stunned gaze, an orange-yellow talisman swiftly burned to ashes. Immediately afterward, a phantom-like young figure materialized before her. Chapter 19, Feedback, the Spirit Tree of Demonic Life, and a first-tier mutant electric wolf. What is this? Pei Jinglian stared at the ethereal figure that had suddenly materialized before her, her eyes widening in shock. The figure wore a white robe, emanating an astonishing aura. As the hem of the robe swayed, an ethereal, otherworldly presence radiated from it. At that moment, he tilted his head slightly. His eyes, cold yet tinged with a hint of world weariness, fixed upon her. Step aside. I must eliminate this demon. A single sentence revealed the figure's identity. Gazing at his handsome, radiant face, Pei Jinglian found herself lost in thought. I never imagined the senior would be so striking. What surprised her even more was that he would intervene to help her at this very moment. Which meant, the senior had been watching over her all along. In an instant, 2 crimson blushes spread across Pei Jinglian's cheeks. Whether from embarrassment or deep emotion, she couldn't tell. Lín Xuān was equally astonished. Staring at the figure on the screen that looked almost exactly like himself, he couldn't help but quip. Using my face? How come you didn't pay me royalties? Of course, this was just lip service. Deep down, he was secretly thrilled. He had previously wondered what effect the golden core talisman would have when used, but never imagined it would be even more impressive than he'd imagined. It directly summoned a golden core level avatar using the player's face, not only satisfying the player's desire to show off, but also earned him a huge boost in popularity among his own players. Of course, this might only work for handsome guys like Lín Xuān. If the player was ugly, it might backfire. Ahem. Back to the point. The Lín Xuān clone summoned by the golden core talisman moved. Because there's only one chance to strike. He unleashed his ultimate move right off the bat. Whoosh! Chaotic spiritual energy gradually gathered in his hands. Its quality and magnitude clearly surpassing that of Pei Jinglian, a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, he had mastered the art of shaping chi, condensing it into a long sword radiating a sharp aura. The third-tier thunder wolf across from him sensed danger and immediately prepared to flee. But Lín Xuān's clone wouldn't give it that chance. Dare to touch my character and you've chosen your own path to death. Go! With a soft chant, the sword forged from chaotic spiritual energy surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing a torrent of gale-force winds as it struck toward the third-tier thunderwolf. As the blade's edge closed in, the third-tier thunderwolf's neck bristled with 1,000 bolts of lightning. This was its prideful defensive tactic, a maneuver that had saved its life from multiple demon kings. But alas! Today it faced was a full power strike from a golden core cultivator far more terrifying than any demon king. And one wielded by a chaos saint body, no less. SSSSS. Chaotic energy violently eroded the lightning aura on its body at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, the chaos spirit sword shrank into a black speck, bizarrely burrowing into a gap within the lightning's glow. Woo-woo! The layer of black iron armor covering the electric wolf shattered like thin paper in the blink of an eye. When the lightning dissipated, a gruesome, gaping hole appeared in the electric wolf's midsection. Through the haze, one could faintly see the chaos spirit energy violently churning within its intact flesh. Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. The third-tier electric wolf convulsed uncontrollably, clearly on the brink of death. Finishing blow. After unleashing his full power strike, Lín Xuān's clone dissipated. Through a sound transmission talisman, he issued orders to Pei Jinglian. Though severely wounded herself, Pei Jinglian still retained basic mobility. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to her feet and inched closer to the fallen electric wolf. Just as this beast had once closed in on her. Boom! Under the malevolent gaze of the third-tier electric wolf, her fist surged with chaotic energy, delivering a single punch that shattered its last vestiges of life. The moment she completed the kill, the demonic spirit tree and the young wolf crouched atop the cave entrance were suddenly enveloped by a mysterious force, vanishing before Pei Jinglian's eyes in the next instant. Ding! Pei Jinglian has completed the side quest opportunity and triggered feedback. You have obtained the demon spirit tree. You have obtained a level 1 electric wolf mutant 1. In reality, a tree brimming with vitality and boasting a peculiar shape now stood in Lín Xuān's courtyard. Beside him now roamed a wild-eyed young wolf cub. Wow, they even sent me this mutated electric wolf cub. He felt a slight jolt of surprise. Woof! just as he reached out to stroke its little head. But the creature erupted with a burst of electric sparks. Had Lín Xuān not withdrawn his hand swiftly, he might have felt a tingling numbness throughout his body. Probably recognized my avatar's appearance and now holds a grudge against me as its mother's killer. He thought to himself, observing the creature's wary and hostile gaze. But it's okay, they're still young anyway. It must have been born not long ago, otherwise a third-stage electric wolf at full strength wouldn't have been so easily wounded. A cub's memory is shorter than a goldfish's. I'll find a chance to coax it later, maybe it'll forget all about it. And even if the wolf cub holds a grudge forever, it doesn't matter. Once I get that sea dragon in a month, this little wolf cub will know who's boss. Snap. He snapped his fingers, unleashing chaotic spiritual energy from within that instantly lulled the first-tier cub into a brief slumber. Then, his gaze shifted to the game world, not even pausing to observe the demon spirit tree. After all, nothing mattered more than the safety of his character. The other party had secured such a huge advantage for him. If he didn't show some concern now, he'd risk looking like a total jerk. Are you okay? He asked with concern, looking at the pale-faced Pei Jinglian. At that moment, Pei Jinglian was completely drained of energy, leaning against a stone wall with her eyes closed, resting. Hearing the voice in her mind, she slowly opened her weary eyes and forced a cheerful tone. Jinglian is fine, senior. No need to worry. But in the next instant, a warm, soothing current suddenly surged from her dantian, beginning to circulate through her body. Wherever the warmth touched, fatigue and pain eased significantly. Within mere moments, color returned to Pei Jinglian's face. This, of course, was Lín Xuān's doing. The game had just displayed a payment prompt. Detected Pei Jinglian suffering severe injuries. Failure to treat promptly may result in lasting complications. Would you like to spend 648 to heal her? He didn't hesitate for a second and purchased it immediately. Never mind potential aftereffects, even if there were none. He would still buy it for Pei Jinglian. Perhaps this is what they call a father's love. Pei Jinglian, of course, knew nothing of Lín Xuān's inner thoughts. She only understood that the elders showed her great concern. With just a slight touch, her mobility had been restored to nearly its full capacity. She quickly rose to her feet, straightened her tattered clothes, and bowed deeply toward the spot where Lín Xuān's clone had vanished. Senior, I shall never forget your kindness in helping me. Watching the child thank him again, Lín Xuān felt a headache coming on. He pressed the transmission talisman. If you wish to thank me, complete your mission swiftly and return to the sect to cultivate. Pei Jinglian immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Chapter 20, Cultivating the Spirit Tree, Preparing to Borrow Spirit Stones. The subsequent period proved far simpler. With her mobility restored, Pei Jinglian faced virtually no opponents within this coniferous forest. Any lightning wolf she spotted was swiftly dispatched with a single sword thrust to the throat. In just one day, she completed the Punishment Hall's disciplinary mission. Had she not spent so much time in that cave, she might have finished the task in half a day. After all, this task was designed for outer sect cultivation disciples. For someone like her, a foundation establishment disciple who could have entered the inner sect long ago, it was like a college student taking a primary school math test, utterly overwhelming. She returned to the marketplace at the mountain's base, carrying a pile of electric wolf carcasses in her storage pouch. After separating the flesh from the bones, she sold the remaining electric wolf carcasses along with the pelts of the second-tier and third-tier electric wolves for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. From being penniless, she instantly became a little rich lady. The third-tier electric wolf's pelt accounted for the bulk of the proceeds. After all, this was the pelt of a demon king equivalent to a golden core cultivator. Ordinary cultivators could scarcely even catch a glimpse of such a beast, let alone hunt it down. Moreover, Pei Jinglian's decision to sell such a wolf pelt demonstrated her capability to slay a third-tier demon king. Even with her vast fortune, no foolhardy bandit would dare to rob her. Subsequently, Pei Jinglian spent another 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a mid-grade yellow-tier magical artifact for herself. Only with a magical artifact could she truly unleash her full potential. Earlier in the cave, that crude iron sword couldn't even withstand the strain of a spirit artifact, forcing her to fight bare-handed in the later stages. With this mid-grade yellow rank artifact set, she no longer had to worry about lacking a suitable weapon. Considering that night was the prime time for demonic creatures to run rampant, Pei Jinglian decided to rest for one night in the marketplace before returning to the Jade Mystic Sect the following day. Lín Xuān naturally supported this decision. However, he was now frantically preoccupied with another matter. That demonic spirit tree relied on the spirit gathering array in the cave for nourishment. My courtyard has nothing to sustain it, it'll wither away sooner or later. Gazing at the demonic spirit tree in his courtyard, already showing patches of withered leaves, Lín Xuān sighed deeply. The spirit gathering array in the cave must have been set up by a gold core cultivator specifically to cultivate this demonic spirit tree. The traces of excavation along the cave passage served as clear evidence. Yet for some unknown reason, that golden core cultivator never returned to the cave, allowing the third-tier lightning wolf to seize the opportunity and take over. With his memories from a past life, Lín Xuān naturally possessed the knowledge to construct a basic spirit gathering array. But even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Without spirit stones at hand, even an array master like him couldn't construct a spirit gathering array. Damn it, is this like being given a gun but no bullets?
Lín Xuān frowned, racking his brain for a solution. He certainly didn't want the demon life spirit tree he'd worked so hard to obtain to wither and die simply because he lacked spirit stones.
Spirit stones, spirit stones. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Right. Just because I don't have any doesn't mean others don't.
I just made a deal with Ma Xiaoyang yesterday.
He's an official, so he must have plenty of connections. Why not ask him to borrow some spirit stones from others?
Lín Xuān's eyes lit up with excitement, itching to visit him right away to ask for spirit stones.
But considering it was already the wee hours of the morning, going now would be rather impolite.
Besides, the spirit tree wouldn't die anytime soon.
He could wait until tomorrow morning to ask. I'm a genius.
Having found a solution to the dilemma, Lín Xuān grinned to himself as he climbed into bed to rest.
Meanwhile, he didn't forget to keep infusing the little wolf cub with spiritual energy, ensuring it remained sound asleep. The next day, Pei Jinglian returned to the Jade Mystic Sect through the thin white mist.
When she laid out a full 100 wolf pelts before the disciples of the punishment hall, they were so stunned they couldn't utter a word for half a moment.
My disciplinary task is now complete.
If you come looking for trouble again, don't blame me for being unkind, she declared coldly before turning and leaving the place.
She was simple-minded, not foolish.
Naturally, she could see that the punishment hall and Zhang Feng were secretly colluding. But none of that mattered now. The moral high ground was firmly hers. If they still dared to provoke her, the sword in her hand would show no mercy, piercing someone's throat. Only after her figure faded from sight did the criminal law hall disciple snap out of his daze. He hurried forward and touched the wolf pelt, still stained with blood. Confirming they were indeed genuine lightning wolf pelts, he let out a startled cry and staggered toward a certain courtyard.
Second brother. Second brother. It's terrible.
Zhang Feng was jolted awake from his slumber by the shouts. Frowning impatiently, he pushed the female disciple beside him away, dressing as he made his way out.
Who is it? What's all this noise so early in the morning?
The disciple who had run all the way from the criminal law hall was panting heavily, his chest heaving as he gasped, just now, Pei Jinglian returned.
And she brought back 100 electric wolf pelts.
At those words, all traces of sleep vanished from Zhang Feng's eyes. His eyes flashed coldly as he grabbed the other man by the collar.
What kind of joke is this? The execution order was only issued yesterday. The disciple looked equally aggrieved. I didn't know either.
She came back this morning with 100 electric wolf pelts and
what?
And it seems she also acquired a storage pouch.
What?
At that moment, Zhang Feng finally sensed something was amiss. He had long suspected she might be receiving support from some powerful figure. Now, the 100 wolf pelts and storage pouch Pei Jinglian had brought back undeniably confirmed his suspicion.
Yet he didn't panic excessively.
He knew that the powerful figure had never openly suppressed him, which meant the other party also had certain reservations.
As long as he didn't overstep too far, the other party wouldn't personally come after him. Thus, he remained safe for now.
But this also put an end to any lingering thoughts of provoking trouble. His previous persistence had been purely to curry favor with senior sister Su Bailu. He was the only outer sect disciple aware that she had already completed her foundation establishment. In his heart, she was a genius destined to form a golden core sooner or later. Naturally, he'd be willing to work himself to the bone for her. But now, with a seemingly ready-made golden core cultivator backing Pei Jinglian.
So he saw no need to keep clashing with Pei Jinglian over Su Bailu, this future golden core cultivator.
He was smart enough to weigh the pros and cons.
He even considered personally going to apologize.
But he quickly dismissed the notion. They had sworn a blood oath on that wager back then.
And even if he apologized,
the wager would still stand. All he could do now was pray that Pei Jinglian failed to establish her foundation, thereby losing her eligibility for inner sect admission. She's only at the first layer of chi cultivation, there's no way she can establish her foundation. His eyes darkened as he thought to himself.
Chapter 21, The Ascension Alliance's Inquiry, the Sect Competition Approaches. Oh, Director Ma, are you closing up shop?
When Lín Xuān pulled up in his sports car at Ma Xiaoyang's breakfast shop, the owner was just posting a closed sign. Times have changed, Ma Xiaoyang said with a smile.
And yesterday's conversation really made me think. It's time to retire from the breakfast shop.
After smoothing out the creases on the notice, he clapped his hands.
Go ahead. What do you need me to do?
Clearly a shrewd man, he instantly recognized Lín Xuān had a request.
Fair enough. I won't beat around the bush then. Straight to the point.
I need spirit stones, at least 100 low-grade ones, Lín Xuān stated earnestly.
Spirit stones? Ma Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Do you have any idea how scarce those things are these days? He held up one finger. The entire Jiangnan Province Demon Slaying Bureau probably has only a little over 1,000 in stock. You want to take 1/10 of that at once? How am I supposed to explain that?
Lín Xuān shrugged.
I'm just borrowing them. I'll pay them back. With what? Future spirit stones, or my points with the demon slaying bureau? Never mind whether current spirit stones hold the same value as future ones. How did you even know about the point system we just rolled out last night? Ma Xiaoyong frowned, studying the young man across from him. He knew the other was powerful and mysterious, but the point system had only been announced at last night's meeting and this guy already knew about it this morning. This level of intelligence network was pushing the limits, wasn't it? Even if you wanted to play dumb, couldn't you have waited a couple of days? Of course, he had no idea that Lín Xuān was a reincarnated soul. Not only did he know about last night's newly announced point system, but he was also fully aware of all the future adjustments planned for the Demon Slaying Bureau. Lín Xuān smiled. In the face of the beast tide, there's no you or me, we're all fellow humans. Let's not get hung up on these minor details. Ma Xiaoyong sighed. Just as he was about to challenge Lín Xuān, the mention of the beast tide instantly dampened his resolve. Meanwhile, he had already reported the intelligence Lín Xuān had shared with him last night. This had drawn significant attention from headquarters, who explicitly instructed him to cultivate a good relationship with Lín Xuān. Thus, even though Lín Xuān had crossed the line this time, Ma Xiaoyong couldn't punish or even reprimand him. Besides, he didn't seem to have the authority to do so anyway. Finally, he nodded helplessly. Alright, I'll help you get it. Just don't forget the favor you owe me today. Lín Xuān agreed readily. Favors meant little to him. Given his future strength, repaying 100 spirit stones would be easier than eating or drinking. Besides, he wasn't ungrateful. When the time came, he wouldn't hesitate to lend his strength. When can you deliver it? You. Ma Xiaoyong sighed helplessly at the other's expectant gaze. How about tomorrow? To his surprise, Lín Xuān shook his head decisively. No, I need it this afternoon. It's urgent. Exhausted, Ma Xiaoyong waved his hand. Fine, I'll do my best. You must make it happen. You really are. Having lived nearly half a lifetime, Ma Xiaoyong felt utterly helpless for the first time. Thanks, Director Ma. Next time I have the chance, I'll treat you to a foot massage. Having achieved his goal, Lín Xuān saw no point in lingering and climbed into his sports car. Just then, Ma Xiaoyong called out to him, "Oh, by the way, have you made contact with that Ascension Alliance?" Ha! Lín Xuān's foot, poised to press the accelerator, instantly lifted. He turned to Ma Xiaoyong and countered, "Did they contact you yesterday?" Ma Xiaoyong nodded solemnly. After a moment's thought, Lín Xuān said sternly, "They're not good people. Under no circumstances should you agree to any of their requests. If possible, I hope the Demon Slaying Bureau will also distance itself from them as soon as possible." As if you're some kind of saint. Ma Xiaoyong mentally rolled his eyes before replying, "They didn't approach me to recruit me. They asked for help finding someone named Bai Tianyu. He arrived in Jiangcheng yesterday morning but went missing by afternoon. My first thought was of you, so I came to ask." Lín Xuān licked his lips. "You're sharp. So?" Before he could ask the killer question, Ma Xiaoyong cut in, "So I'll say I haven't seen him. Probably went sightseeing outside the city and got swallowed by a demon beast." Lín Xuān smiled. He suddenly felt the benefits of possessing formidable power. The esteemed director of the Demon Slaying Bureau, even if he guessed what I'd done, he still chose to play dumb. In his previous life, he had despised such sycophantic behavior. But now, he relished it. Indeed, people always end up becoming the very thing they despise. Pleased to have worked with you. Pleased to do business with you. Watching Lín Xuān depart, Ma Xiaoyong shook his head with a hint of resignation. He didn't want to be that kind of person either, but what could he do? Lín Xuān was not only immensely powerful but also held intelligence that could sway the citizens of Jiangcheng. Besides, he'd already investigated that Bai Tianyu was no clean cut himself. He was a worthless piece of trash whose death was insignificant compared to Lín Xuān's importance. He had only brought it up deliberately to strengthen their cooperation. This kind of scheming really isn't for me. Ma Xiaoyong cast a reluctant glance at the breakfast shop that had accompanied him for years, then walked deep into the street without looking back. At this moment, breakfast shop owner Ma Xiaoyong signed off. Director of the Demon Slaying Bureau, Ma Xiaoyong, online. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Much had transpired during this period. First, the demonic spirit tree in Lín Xuān's courtyard successfully survived. Using the 100 low-grade spirit stones Ma Xiaoyong had procured for him, he arranged a mid-tier yellow-grade spirit gathering array around it. Though its quality couldn't match the one in the cave, it at least preserved the tree's vitality. As for whether it could bear fruit, that would depend on whether the game would reward him with a mystic-grade spirit gathering array in the future. Additionally, after Lín Xuān fed the little wolf cub some dog food, the hatred in its eyes cleared considerably. Occasionally, it would even awkwardly wag its tail, showing faint signs of transforming into a dog. Of course, the most crucial development was this: Lín Xuān had successfully built his foundation. On the very day Pei Jinglian returned to the Jade Mystic Sect. After she broke through to the second layer of foundation establishment, Lín Xuān received immediate cultivation feedback, successfully becoming the first human cultivator to reach the foundation establishment stage. Fortunately, the cultivation breakthrough occurred without triggering any celestial phenomena. At least before the rankings were announced, Lín Xuān didn't want to become famous so soon. Today is the sect's grand competition. Once she enters the inner sect, that will truly be the beginning of her rise. Watching Pei Jinglian within the game slowly make her way toward the bustling square, Lín Xuān felt a surge of excitement. Over the past 4 days, Pei Jinglian devoted almost every moment to cultivation, sparing not a single moment beyond basic physical replenishment. Now, she had astonishingly reached the terrifying 5th layer of foundation establishment. She had advanced nearly 1 layer per day. Chapter 22, Foundation Establishment 5th Layer Shockwaves Through the Outer Sect. The sect competition has finally arrived. Lín Xuān watched Pei Jinglian blend into the outer sect disciples' formation within the game, feeling a surge of emotion. During this period, he had piggybacked on the feedback, allowing his cultivation to advance to the 4th layer of foundation establishment. This cultivation level was now sufficient for him to roam freely through any human city. Even the so-called Ascension Alliance couldn't harm him in the slightest. If he wished, he could easily fly to the southern city and crush them with overwhelming force. But the problem was, if he did so, he would inevitably lose the Demon Slaying Bureau as an ally. They might even become enemies. For the Demon Slaying Bureau currently despised nothing more than those who defied the established order. Establishing a new order takes time. And the old order is often most stable only when it is newly established or on the brink of collapse. Even Lín Xuān's current 4th foundation establishment cultivation level was of no help. He had yet to establish his own faction, and his cultivation gap was not vast enough to stand against all of humanity. If he provoked widespread anger, he might not die, but he would still face a miserable fate. More importantly, Lín Xuān remained confident that he could effortlessly destroy the Ascension Alliance in the future. The gap was this vast from the start, it would only widen with time. So what if he couldn't act with complete freedom at the foundation establishment stage? What about when I reach the Golden Core stage or the Nascent Soul stage? True powerhouses needn't worry about their enemies growing stronger. For they all believe their own growth rate far surpassed that of their foes. The Outer Sect Grand Competition of this month is about to commence. Next, please welcome the 6th Elder to announce the competition rules. The voice emanating from his phone snapped him out of his reverie. Lín Xuān focused his gaze and saw an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard slowly ascend the platform. Above his head, a line of text appeared, 6th Elder of the Jade Mystic Sect, Chen Yuqi. Stroking his long beard, he smiled warmly and said, "This competition differs little from previous ones. The old rules still apply. Disciples wishing to enter the inner sect must step forward to test their cultivation." The outer sect competition of the Jade Mystic Sect served not only to select outstanding disciples for the inner sect. It also ranks participants based on their performance in each competition. Positions like the top 3 have consistently been held by Su Bailu, Zhang Wanwin, and others. The higher a disciple ranked, the more cultivation resources they received. This ranking system effectively fuels the disciples' competitive spirit. Though ruthless, it proved an excellent method for rapidly strengthening the sect. Is there no one wishing to enter the inner sect? The 6th Elder waited a moment, but seeing no one step forward from the crowd, he asked again. Me. Under the watchful eyes of all present, senior sister Su Bailu, standing at the very front, stepped forward. Her aura no longer concealed her cultivation, she was clearly at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. The entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Senior Sister Su has already reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. She must have been eligible for inner sect admission ages ago. How terrifying. Senior Sister must have stayed outside the inner sect because she couldn't bear to leave us disciples behind, right? Senior Sister, you're being foolish. While the bonds we share are precious, your path to immortality is what truly matters. The disciples below the stage were more excited than Su Bailu herself. Some male disciples were even moved to tears. The 6th Elder was momentarily taken aback. I hadn't expected outer sect disciples to possess such devotion. Excellent, excellent, they're prime candidates for leadership roles. In truth, Su Bailu wasn't motivated by any sentimental brotherhood nonsense. She was after Pei Jinglian's body. However, the recent changes in her opponent had sparked a sense of crisis in both her and the demon path residual image. She resolved to enter the inner sect first and await Pei Jinglian. A bunch of pigs. Since she'd already resolved to enter the inner sect, Su Bailu couldn't be bothered with any sentimental games with the outer sect disciples behind her. She strode directly onto the elevated platform without looking back, positioning herself in the assessment area designated for inner sect disciples. Just as she settled into position, a clamor erupted behind her once more. Sensing something amiss, she whipped her head around to see Pei Jinglian, clad in a deep black gown, stepping forward slowly. Like a dark cloud, she drew ever closer, her 5th-tier foundation establishment aura washing over the crowd like a tidal wave. The outer disciples, who had just been expressing reluctance at Su Bailu's imminent entry into the inner sect, stumbled backward in unison. Thud. Thud. Several 3rd-layer Qi cultivation disciples standing too close were literally crushed, their knees buckling and slamming onto the stone slabs. Compared to the commotion caused by Su Bailu's earlier appearance, Pei Jinglian's arrival, the entire crowd fell into an eerie silence. Shock, confusion, bewilderment. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within the crowd. None could believe that the once derided outcast of the outer sect had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a formidable cultivator at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. This silence, at this moment, became the perfect accompaniment to highlight Pei Jinglian's overwhelming power. Yet Pei Jinglian herself was unaccustomed to this sensation. For she had intended to leave the moment the 6th elder made his announcement. But then the senior suddenly called her back, telling her to wait a moment. Though she didn't know the reason behind it, she obediently waited until now to emerge. What she didn't know was that in another world, Lín Xuān's mouth was practically splitting to his ears. Awesome. This is the kind of awesome that makes you feel like you're showing off. Pei Jinglian was his character. Which was essentially him. Though it was Pei Jinglian ascending the stage under the spotlight. Lín Xuān had already fully immersed himself in the role. On stage. The 6th elder, sporting a goatee, kept flipping through the roster in his hand, which contained portraits, names, cultivation levels, hometowns, and other details of the disciples. Su Bailu was listed first, so he found her immediately upon flipping through the pages. But this Pei Jinglian he flipped through over a dozen pages and still couldn't find her. Strange. Could she be a disciple who just joined our Yuxuan Sect today? As he kept flipping without finding her, he began to suspect Pei Jinglian was indeed a new recruit. It wasn't until he reached the final page that... Snap! His fingers tightened slightly, and the Xin paper immediately developed a few cracks. Gulp! A muffled swallow escaped his throat, and the corners of his deeply wrinkled eyes twitched uncontrollably. A thunderous shockwave surged through the heart of this golden core stage 1 elder. What kind of joke is this? This disciple was only at Qi cultivation stage 1 before? He scrutinized the date, confirming it had been updated just last month. A month ago, he was clearly at Qi cultivation stage 1, yet now he'd transformed into a Foundation establishment stage 5 powerhouse? Elder, should we begin with the inner door disciple assessments or the outer door grand competition first? His disciple's voice beside him snapped him back to the present. Snapping back to reality, he saw Pei Jinglian had already arrived at the inner sect disciples assessment area on the elevated platform. Ahem! Realizing his lapse, he cleared his throat and declared, the path of the strong takes precedence. We shall begin with the inner sect disciples assessment. Chapter 23, Afraid to Step Forward? The crowd mocks. Outer sect disciples Su Bailu and Pei Jinglian, first congratulations on advancing to the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. However, this merely grants you the qualification to enter the inner sect. Next, you must pass 2 assessment stages to truly become inner disciples. The 6th elder's disciple addressed the 2 on the platform in a solemn tone. In the past, his Foundation establishment's 7th layer cultivation would have allowed him to address these soon-to-be inner disciples with the authority of a senior. But now, one on the platform stood at Foundation establishment 3rd layer, while the other was even at Foundation establishment 5th layer. Such cultivation levels were considered competent, even outstanding, even within the inner sect. Yet now, 2 such disciples had suddenly emerged from the outer sect. Were it not for the sect's regulations, their cultivation levels alone would have been sufficient for direct admission into the inner sect. It was foreseeable that once these 2 entered the inner sect, their future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass his own. Therefore, he dared not put on airs as their senior in front of them now, his tone considerably more courteous. Ahem, the first stage, the heart questioning step. As his words fell, the ground before them suddenly cracked open. One by one, green steps rose upward, gradually ascending. From a distance, they seemed to reach straight into the heavens. He began his timely explanation. The heart-questioning staircase consists of 999 steps of green jade. Each step is engraved with a heart demon array. Cultivators who step upon them will be confronted by various heart demons they fear. Those who pass the 333rd step may enter the inner sect. Those who pass 666 steps receive a high-grade yellow tier artifact. And if one ascends all 999 steps, they reach the pinnacle. He paused, his voice swelling with fervor, may obtain a low-grade mystic tier artifact. Xian grade lower tier. Hearing this term, many below gazed with envious eyes. Artifacts of the mystic tier and above all possess artifact spirits, meaning each one starts at a minimum of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. To truly reach the pinnacle of the heart questioning stage would be equivalent to directly obtaining 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the very fortune Pei Jinglian had traded for at the Jade Mystic Mountains, exchanging a 3rd-tier lightning wolf, the pelt of a 2nd-tier lightning wolf, and the flesh and blood of 100 1st-tier lightning wolves. It almost sounded like the heart questioning stage was easier. But in reality, only those who've truly ascended know how grueling it is. Each step upward is like torturing your own soul. The torment is akin to torture. Those who pass the 333rd tier are invariably individuals of unshakable resolve. And beyond that? Those are the truly exceptional, even monstrously gifted human-shaped fiends. Here, demon carries no derogatory meaning, it signifies recognition of a disciple's prowess. After all, true demons are mindless creatures, free from the torment of inner demons. For disciples to ascend to the 666th step while maintaining their sanity, calling them monstrous is no exaggeration. As for the 999th step? Sorry, but since this level was established, no one has ever truly reached it. The fact that the Jade Mystic Sect offered a Shen-grade artifact worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones as a reward speaks volumes. They don't believe such a figure will ever appear among them. Now, back to the matter at hand. Under the gaze of all the outer sect disciples and the sixth elder, Pei Jinglian and the other began to study the heart-questioning steps before them. Su Bailu's gaze remained calm. With the cultivation technique my master gave me, passing this test is no challenge at all. Reaching the 666th step would be enough to prove my talent to the sect. However, her gaze shifted slightly, landing on Pei Jinglian beside her. She felt no surprise that this former good-for-nothing had advanced to foundation establishment. After all, her master had recognized her talent long ago. If Su Bailu could reach foundation establishment, then Pei Jinglian's advancement was only to be expected. But she certainly didn't believe Pei Jinglian had reached this realm in just 1 week. She must have used some technique to conceal her true cultivation level, all along pretending to be stuck at Chi cultivation stage 1. So it seems you've also gained some kind of opportunity. She glanced at the yellow-grade magical artifact on the other's person and gave a cold smile. In terms of cultivation level, she couldn't match the other. But having dedicated herself to cultivating her heart-mind techniques, she feared no one at the level of the heart-mind stage. Slap! She stepped forward, placing her foot on the first step. The array above her activated instantly, unleashing waves of negative emotions that surged through her mind. Yet she remained utterly unaffected. The heart cultivation technique within her body circulated relentlessly, helping her devour and consume those negative emotions at an insane rate. She glanced back slightly, catching Pei Jinglian out of the corner of her eye. Seeing the other woman still standing frozen in place, a cold sneer formed in her mind. Too scared to move now? Looks like your cultivation is nothing but a hollow shell built on pills and talent. This stage is my turf. She drew a deep breath, focusing her attention entirely on the heart-questioning platform before her. Then, tap 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 tap. Amidst the stunned gazes of the outer sect disciples, Su Bailu charged upward with relentless intensity, as if this were mere exercise. Her speed was so swift it seemed as though the heart-testing steps held no effect on her, as if she were merely climbing ordinary stairs. Nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes from the outer sect instantly fixated on that relentlessly ascending figure. Exclamations erupted. Senior sister's resolve is truly unshakable. Those formations haven't affected her at all. At this pace, even inner sect disciples couldn't match her. Of course not. Inner sect disciples would stumble several steps, but senior sister moves as if walking on level ground. The sixth elder was also slightly startled. If this child continues to grow like this, achieving the golden core stage is surely only a matter of time. With such talent and such resolve, the nascent soul stage is well within reach. Meanwhile, the murmurs below shifted focus to Pei Jinglian, who remained motionless. Why isn't she moving? Is she just all show and no substance? Honestly, her foundation establishment 5th layer cultivation feels hollow, like it was artificially boosted with some kind of pill. Oh, I get it now. She probably snuck out one night and hooked up with some elder, haha. The remarks dripped with envy. Clearly, these outer sect disciples couldn't accept that the long-suffering doormat they'd once trampled underfoot had suddenly risen above them. The stark contrast between Pei Jinglian's frozen immobility and senior sister Su Bailu's soaring ascent provided them with a perfect outlet for venting their frustrations. Even the sixth elder on the platform was affected, shaking his head slightly and sighing. Though this child's cultivation is passable, her temperament is worse than my newborn child's. She doesn't even have the courage to ascend the steps. I have no idea how she managed to achieve foundation establishment. Facing the murmurs of disapproval, Pei Jinglian remained unmoved. Just as before, her motionless state was actually an act of obedience to Lín Xuān's command. Indeed, Lín Xuān saw this as yet another prime opportunity to show off. And more importantly, the game had issued a special mission. Special mission. Mission description: have Pei Jinglian humiliate all present disciples twice. 02. Reward: Chaos Divine Body. Chapter 24, 2 Steps to Crush Your Genius Dreams. Chaos Divine Body. Lín Xuān's heart leapt with joy upon seeing this reward. He had been waiting for this feedback all along. With the Chaos Divine Body, even without the corresponding cultivation technique, his strength would be greatly enhanced. After waiting so long, he never imagined it would finally appear as a quest reward. To humiliate Pei Jinglian twice, it seems these 2 stages are precisely what's needed. He cracked his knuckles with a crisp pop. For someone who'd devoured countless action-packed novels, humiliating others was as easy as drinking water. Jinglian, just wait patiently for that woman to stop. With your Supreme Dao Heart, you are invincible. Lín Xuān spoke through the sound transmission talisman. Though filled with confusion, Pei Jinglian obediently followed his instructions. At that moment, Su Bailu had already reached the 330-step mark, standing just 3 steps away from crossing the passing threshold. Yet her pace showed little sign of slowing compared to the beginning. Tap, tap, tap. With 3 simple steps, she landed directly on the passing line. Outer sect disciple Su Bailu reaches the 333rd step. The jade steps trembled slightly, emitting a deep, resonant voice. Clearly, these jade steps were also a mystical artifact, with a spirit within announcing the progress. But Su Bailu didn't stop. She kept climbing upward. At that moment, the outer sect disciples who had been about to cheer fell silent. All eyes were fixed expectantly on Su Bailu's movements, cheering wildly in their hearts, eager to witness their revered senior sister conquer that extraordinarily difficult challenge. Upon the heart-questioning platform, Su Bailu surged against the current. After passing the 333rd step, the subsequent formations grew noticeably more intense. Even with her cultivation techniques helping to bear the pressure, her pace visibly slowed. 400 steps. Her pace slowed once more. Fine beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, only to be swiftly evaporated by the spiritual energy within her body. 500 steps. Her pace slowed to a near halt. In a daze, she seemed to glimpse the scene of her own brutal death. And the one who killed her was none other than Pei Jinglian. Her feet came to a complete halt. This was her greatest fear. No! I am the disciple of our master. Even if you possess greater talent, you will still become my wedding gown. The shadowy figure of the demonic path suddenly flashed through her mind. Her heart, on the verge of shattering, instantly hardened. Her halted steps resumed their ascent up the stairs. 600 steps. Now, tiny specks of blood began to spread across her face. This was the outward manifestation of her heart demon's assault. A normal person would have stopped by now. But Su Bailu had been trained in the demonic path of illusory shadows. She was a demon lurking within the righteous path. To her, the heart demon's assault was no more than a mosquito bite. I will ascend to immortality. A hoarse voice erupted from her throat, her first ever scream. Thud. As the final step fell, the heart-questioning steps trembled once more beneath her feet. Outer sect disciple Su Bailu has reached the 666th step. The next moment, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. Senior sister is truly amazing. I knew senior sister could do it. Pei Jinglian? That's laughable. Even the sixth elder couldn't help but rise to praise her. If this disciple continues to perform well, I might consider taking her directly. His senior disciple beside him remained silent upon hearing this. Though inwardly reluctant to face another rival, witnessing Su Bailu reach the 666th tier left him with nothing but admiration. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a figure at the very bottom of the steps. Pei Jinglian lifted her foot, seemingly preparing to ascend the steps. Is she going to follow suit? But he quickly dismissed the absurd notion with a chuckle. One Su Bailu is already enough of a game changer. Even if Pei Jinglian is powerful, she can only manage around 330 steps, right? Sure enough, he watched as Pei Jinglian stepped onto the very first stair before halting in her tracks. She's pausing even on the very first step? He shook his head inwardly with a sigh. This kind of resolve isn't even on par with any of the outer sect disciples below, is it? Wait, what is she doing? Good heavens! She's flying. Just then, the crowd below erupted into another wave of commotion. He stared intently, his mouth gaping in utter shock. He saw that Pei Jinglian had actually taken flight. No, to be precise, she had jumped so high it looked like she was flying. Judging by her height, he instantly calculated where she would land. That's the 333rd step? His eyes widened instantly as he gasped aloud. She actually intended to reach the 333rd step in one go. What's the difference between that and swallowing a whole cow in one bite? After all, ascending the heart-questioning steps normally has a cumulative effect, allowing one to thoroughly temper their inner resolve along the way, making the ascent more manageable. But leaping to the top in one go? That's asking for a back injury. At best, inner demons assail your mind, breeding nightmares. In severe cases, demonic seeds may take root in the mind, transforming one into a mindless fool. This is gambling with your own future. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Pei Jinglian's toes lightly touched the step, as graceful as a butterfly. Outer sect disciple Pei Jinglian has reached the 333rd step. The expected spurt of blood never came, not even a flicker of distress crossed her face. In other words, absorbing the mental demon attack of the 333rd step in one go was as if it had no effect on her. Wait, is she starting again? Before the crowd could react in shock, Pei Jinglian's figure soared upward once more. Her target was none other than the 666th step. At that moment, Su Bailu, who had been standing on that step overlooking the scene below, now found herself forced to look up at her. As the figure grew closer, a strange panic welled up inside her. Impossible. You absolutely can't do this. Thud. Pei Jinglian landed beside her with the lightness of a dragonfly skimming water. The heart-questioning steps trembled. Outer sect disciple Pei Jinglian has reached the 666th step. The entire crowd erupted in shock. Everyone stared in disbelief at the two figures standing side by side at the top. But the majority of eyes were fixed on Pei Jinglian. They couldn't believe it. Pei Jinglian, long regarded as timid and afraid to ascend the steps, had reached the position of their revered senior sister in just 2 strides. Was this even possible? They all doubted whether they were dreaming. Even the sixth elder, who had just sighed in disappointment, now stood up once more, his hands clenched tightly. Regardless of her future performance, this disciple is mine. After all, she had surmounted in 2 strides what countless geniuses had painstakingly traversed over years. With such resolve coupled with her foundation establishment 5th layer cultivation, who could deny she was a prodigy? Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, noticing that the female disciple was still gathering her power. Could it be? Chapter 25, Slap in the Face. First attempt, 3 steps of the heart questioning stage. Impossible. Has she lost her mind? Does she truly intend to ascend to heaven in 3 steps? If she reached the 666th step in 2 strides, perhaps she truly can. That's absurd. Do you even grasp what 999 steps means? And in one go? Only an elder-level cultivator could pull that off. Watching Pei Jinglian's power-up stance on the heart-questioning staircase, everyone speculated about her intentions. Whispers erupted instantly. Some voiced skepticism, others held anticipation. At that moment, every gaze in the arena converged upon the figure clad in the ink-black dress. What they didn't know, however, the erase heart demon on the heart-questioning steps held no sway over Pei Jinglian whatsoever. Thanks to her Supreme Dao Heart, she could bypass the climbing process entirely and reach the summit directly. Beside her, Su Bailu's eyes flickered with disbelief and alarm. Her mind raged, impossible. She couldn't have done that unless. A sudden, inexplicable expression flickered in her eyes. She's cultivated demonic cultivation methods too. Having cultivated demonic arts herself, she instinctively assumed anyone superior to her must have done the same. She hadn't even considered the possibility of orthodox cultivation methods. Under the lingering influence of the demonic arts, she had long believed everything demonic surpassed the righteous path. Indeed, under the guidance of that demonic afterimage, her perspective had surpassed that of most cultivators in the Jade Mystic Sect. Yet compared to Pei Jinglian, who had Lín Xuān's unwavering support behind her, she was still like a frog at the bottom of a well. At that very moment, Pei Jinglian completed her build-up. Her form drifted like a dark cloud, light as a feather, toward the highest point of the heart-questioning steps. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Some dreaded seeing her fall, while others yearned to witness history unfolding before their eyes. Malice and goodwill converged upon Pei Jinglian. In this moment, she stood at the center of everyone's attention. Shatter their worldviews. Let these people see what a damn genius looks like. Compared to those disciples, player Lín Xuān was clearly much more relaxed. He yawned, watching Pei Jinglian's figure descend with utter languor. Thud. Her toes lightly touched the 999th step, producing a crisp sound. Pei Jinglian landed precisely on the highest step. But that meant little. For the true test of character lay in whether she could maintain her balance from here on. And she clearly did not disappoint Lín Xuān. The 999-step heart-questioning array activated. And the resulting tremor shook the entire staircase. Even Su Bailu, standing on the 666th step below, paled. But, as everyone looked on, they saw that Pei Jinglian's expression remained perfectly calm. Not even a flicker of concern crossed her brow. It was as if the backlash from the array on the conscience steps had no effect on her. How is that possible? The first to cry out in shock was none other than Su Bailu, standing on the 666th step. She seemed possessed, shaking her head repeatedly in denial of what she saw before her. Impossible. Impossible. If her spirit were truly that resilient and powerful, why would she have willingly washed my clothes and cooked my meals before? Unless. Her words trailed off abruptly. Her gaze went blank as she murmured, unless she deliberately chose this path to temper her spirit. Though she didn't want to admit it, she now believed this might be the truth. Because when she searched her own heart, she realized she herself couldn't possibly endure such treatment. Forget washing others' clothes or cooking for them, she couldn't even bear to call someone weaker than herself senior sister. Without the demonic cultivation techniques, she might be the one who couldn't even reach the 333rd step. She stared blankly at the figure standing atop the 999th step, her mind going completely blank. If even senior sister Su Bailu was this overwhelmed, the outer sect disciples below were undoubtedly even more so. 999 steps? To her, it's just 3 strides? And I thought her initial stillness was timidity. Turns out she was gathering strength, ready to astonish us all. Perhaps she's the one truly fit to be the senior sister. On the high platform, the 6th elder still appeared calm as he stroked his beard, but the occasional stray whisker torn from his face betrayed a turmoil far deeper than his outward composure. His eyes concealed profound shock. 999 steps, someone actually did it, and in just 3 moves. A disciple of such extraordinary talent is beyond the capacity of our humble pond. Perhaps she belongs under the tutelage of the sect master or the grand elder. A venerable elder at the golden core stage now couldn't even bring himself to consider taking on an outer door disciple. Ding! Pei Jinglian has successfully humiliated someone once. One more humiliation remains to complete the task. Lín Xuān smiled at the prompt on the screen. Indeed, I'm a genius director. Humiliating people is just too easy. He chuckled as he reached for the snack bag, scooping a handful of raisins into his mouth. Phew, phew, phew. Only after chewing did he realize he'd accidentally reached into the dog food bag. Woof woof. The little wolf cub nearby, drawn by the scent, happily gobbled up every last crumb of dog food scattered on the ground. After Lín Xuān's training these past few days, the wolf's howl had gradually transformed into a less than authentic dog bark. Eat, 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 all you ever do is eat. He vented his frustration on the little wolf cub, patting it wildly. Admittedly, the little wolf cub's head felt surprisingly satisfying to hit. But soon, his attention returned to his phone. At that moment, the heart-questioning stage gradually dissipated. And the sixth elder's disciple began announcing the rules for the second stage. The second trial, Stellar Chess. The players shall be the sixth elder and the examinee. The sixth elder would activate the stellar art to construct the celestial chessboard. He will play first and engage the disciple in a game. The first to connect 7 stars scores 1 point. The examination lasts for 1 stick of incense. When the incense burns out, if the point difference between the sixth elder and the disciple is less than -7, it is considered a pass. If the difference is less than -3, it is considered excellent, and the disciple will be rewarded with 1 high-grade yellow-tier magical artifact. If the point difference is 0, the disciple will gain eligibility to join the Elder's Hall and receive an additional reward of a low-grade mystic tier artifact. Upon hearing the rules, everyone understood. The goal was to avoid defeat at the hands of the sixth elder. It was said that this sixth elder was utterly obsessed with chess, having devoted decades to the art of the game. Not only disciples, but even within the Elder's Hall, few could outplay him. Who would have thought they'd be so reckless as to include him in the inner sect assessment? Fortunately, it wasn't the outer disciples below the stage taking the assessment, otherwise, they would surely have despaired. Of course, as a mentor, the sixth elder would surely show some leniency. He's likely just here to satisfy his craving for a game. Unless someone's skills are utterly abysmal, he'll probably let them pass. Chapter 26, The Second Gate Star Chess? Deploying AI for the match. This is basically just a twisted version of Gomoku. Lín Xuān was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. He even suspected the game had stolen massive amounts of data from reality, even ripping off variations of Gomoku. And now it's been rebranded as Star Chess? Interesting, truly interesting. A smile slowly spread across his lips as he silently picked up another phone and downloaded a Go game featuring AI opponents. If he remembered correctly, this version also allowed increasing the number of connected stones. As long as he increased it to 7 stones, it would perfectly align with the rules of this Star Chess. It's like divine intervention. He had thought he'd need to rely on the game's in-app purchase prompts to pull off his second comeback, but it turned out he didn't have to spend a single extra cent. What a fair game. He silently gave it a thumbs up in his mind and left a positive review. Both junior sisters, you understand the rules now, right? The sixth elder's disciple stepped before them, his tone even more courteous than before. Clearly, their performance in the conscience stage had earned his inner recognition. Pei Jinglian silently nodded, though she had never studied chess. But at this moment, she was mentally absorbing Lín Xuān's tutoring. With Lín Xuān as her backup, she had absolutely nothing to worry about. Moreover, given her performance in the heart-questioning stage, even if she didn't know how to make a single move, it wouldn't matter. After all, a top scorer in a single subject was still a top scorer. The sixth elder wouldn't possibly bar such a prodigy from the door. I have a question. Surprisingly, Su Bailu raised an objection at this moment. The disciple smiled warmly. Please speak, junior sister. Su Bailu pointed to the cleared open space below. Clearly, it was where the chessboard would be placed. But a board that took up so much space, how extravagant must the pieces be? Therefore, she asked directly, how are we supposed to place the pieces, and what are they made of? The disciple clapped his hands. Good question. With that, he glanced back at the sixth elder. The latter understood and waved his hand. In the next instant, specks of starlight began to appear across the vast square. The expelled outer door disciples all looked up, only to see the once azure sky suddenly darken, as if ink had been splashed across it. A golden core cultivator could indeed summon celestial phenomena. Instantly, the 28 constellations lit up one after another across the inky sky, linking together to form 19 crisscrossing lines of starlight. The celestial map gradually descended to the ground, forming a chessboard woven from stars. Each grid line flowed gently, as dreamlike as the Milky Way. This is Master's chessboard. To place a piece upon it, one need only do as I do. As the words fell, the disciple extended a hand, gathering a ball of spiritual energy that took shape as a chess piece. With pinpoint accuracy, it landed precisely on a grid line. Shape spiritual energy into the form of a chess piece and maintain its integrity. If it dissipates, it is considered vanished and cannot be restored. It sounded deceptively simple. But in truth, it tested the solidity of the disciple's foundational cultivation. Those who built their foundation stage solely through elixirs and external cultivation. Even if they can prevent the spiritual energy from overflowing, they cannot achieve such a precise chess piece shape, much less sustain it indefinitely while continuously adding new spiritual energy pieces to the board. Thus, while this trial appears to test chess skill, it truly assesses the quality of the disciple's spiritual energy. It must be said that the Jade Mystic Sect's assessment of its inner door disciples is exceptionally rigorous. No wonder inner door disciples hold such a higher status than outer door disciples. For none who attain inner sect status are ordinary individuals. Understand everything? The disciple inquired. Pei Jinglian and Su Bailu both nodded. Good. Then we'll follow the same order as last time. You go first. He pointed at Su Bailu and said in a deep voice. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and positioned herself at the edge of the chessboard. Directly opposite her, the sixth elder sat cross-legged, looking utterly at ease. Second stage, stellar chess. Begin! With his disciple's thunderous shout. A piece instantly materialized at the very center of the board. As the creator of the board, the sixth elder needed no borrowed spiritual energy, a mere thought sufficed for the piece to materialize. Su Bailu took a deep breath and flicked out a spirit energy pawn without hesitation. Buzz! As the spirit energy piece landed, the sixth elder across the board narrowed his eyes. No restrictions? An unrestricted move meant abandoning restrictions from the opening, diving straight into a perilous path. This style of play was extremely aggressive, exactly his cup of tea. A flicker of excitement stirred within the sixth elder. With a flick of his thoughts, another piece materialized on the board. This move instantly narrowed the already slim path for the second player. But Su Bailu remained composed, casually flicking out another spirit energy piece. Oh? The sixth elder felt a hint of surprise. For his opponent had just sacrificed the previous piece outright, opening a new line of play. While appearing conservative, this move was actually more aggressive under the constraints of the spirit energy pieces. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator's control over spiritual energy was inherently limited. The more pieces one deployed, the greater the mental energy required. This Su Bailu was remarkably bold. Of course, had he known she was a disciple of the demon path's residual shadow, he might not have been surprised at all. Those of the demon path always acted this way. But this played right into the sixth elder's hands. He relished such a bold, sweeping style of play. How exhilarating! With such a perfectly suited style of play, the pace of their moves not only failed to slow, but accelerated even further. Within mere breaths, several more stones appeared on the board. Yet the incense stick hadn't even burned down to a tenth of its length. The disciple watching silently was secretly startled. Master has clearly exerted some strength in her play, yet this Su Bailu shows no sign of being at a disadvantage. Moreover, condensing so many pieces in such a short time seemed to cause her no significant burden. The form of the first spirit energy piece remains remarkably stable. She should pass this trial with ease. She might even have a chance to claim another high-grade yellow rank artifact. His gaze then shifted to Pei Jinglian, who remained staring blankly ahead. She didn't even seem inclined to glance at the chessboard. For a moment, he couldn't tell if she had chosen to abandon this stage or if she was so arrogant as to believe her chess skills could rival her master's. Even if you're a genius in temperament, you couldn't possibly excel in this area, could you? He thought to himself. After all, chess was an external pursuit. Pei Jinglian's cultivation at the fifth layer of foundation establishment clearly meant she devoted most of her time to cultivation. There was simply no way she could have had much exposure to chess. As for Su Bailu, it was clear she had at least mastered the basics of chess and was now on par with him. Compared to geniuses who excel in only one area, I still admire well-rounded talents like junior sister Su Bailu more. He mused inwardly. Of course, if he knew that Pei Jinglian was actually listening to Lín Xuān explain the rules, he probably wouldn't think that way. Chapter 27, Jade Mystic Chess Obsession? A piece of cake. Anyway, the rules are quite simple. You just need to remember the specific points I mentioned, like H8 and C10. After explaining a whole bunch of things, Lín Xuān found himself parched. The rules of Gomoku weren't difficult. But explaining the meaning of the point names to Pei Jinglian was the real challenge. He opted to use letter-number combinations to represent each point. For instance, C10 referred to the intersection of the third column from the left and the 10th row. Fortunately, Pei Jinglian was naturally intelligent and grasped everything completely in just a short while. Now paired with my AI opponent, heh old dang, get ready to feel the power of technology. He glanced at the prepared Gomoku board on his other phone, a smirk spreading across his face. The incense stick has burned out. As the sixth elder's disciple announced. Su Bailu finally collapsed, pale-faced, onto the ground. The spiritual energy pieces that had been gradually spreading across the board collapsed completely at that moment. Maintaining so many spiritual energy pieces at once had pushed her foundation establishment third layer cultivation to its absolute limit. Outer sect disciple Su Bailu's final score difference is -2. She may claim one high-grade yellow rank spiritual artifact. Hearing the results announced beside her ear, a trace of satisfaction flashed across Su Bailu's pale face. Thanks to the chess skills she'd learned from the Demon Path's residual image, she'd managed to keep her score difference under -3 even against the 6th Elder. Senior Sister truly lives up to her name, she's a complete prodigy. Who would have thought Senior Sister also studied chess? Her perseverance truly commands our respect. This transcends mere chess. Senior Sister has infused her own insights into it. Cultivation is like chess, if you don't advance, you retreat. Listening to the flattery from the outer disciples below and the admiring gaze from the 6th Elder across the board, Su Bailu's confidence, crushed in the previous round, instantly regained its edge. Her eyes flickered as she watched the figure in the black skirt slowly approach. Pei Jinglian, I refuse to believe you can surpass me in this. At that moment, the disciple, seeing Pei Jinglian had also taken her stance, immediately announced. Outer Sect disciple Pei Jinglian, begin your assessment. The 6th Elder still chose to place his move at the very center. Pei Jinglian made no immediate move, merely gathering a spirit energy chess piece in her hand, seemingly hesitating over where to place it. The crowd below the platform immediately began whispering. Looks like Pei Jinglian has no clue about this. She's nothing like the Senior Sister, who makes her moves with such decisiveness. I could probably decide where to place the first stone instantly if I were up there. So indecisive I'm starting to wonder if she cheated in the last round. Highly likely. Though the murmurs of doubt swirled around her, Pei Jinglian remained completely unfazed. Her hesitation was actually a wait for Lín Xuān's instructions. Lín Xuān, too, was waiting for the AI to react. In this moment, he was playing the role of the 6th Elder in reality, while the AI was making moves on behalf of Pei Jinglian. No matter how masterful your chess skills are, 6th Elder, could they possibly surpass artificial intelligence? Soon, he announced the AI's move. Move. F7. Swish. Pei Jinglian flicked the spirit energy stone from her hand, landing it precisely on the designated square. Upon seeing this, the 6th Elder abruptly sat up. A look of astonishment and doubt crossed his face. That must be luck. How could it land on that exact spot? Pei Jinglian's move directly countered his opening strategy at the center. His subsequent moves were completely disrupted, forcing him to adjust his strategy on the fly. Let me test the strength of your position. He gritted his teeth as another stone materialized on the board. Lín Xuān saw this and immediately mimicked the move. Soon, the AI delivered its verdict. Move, G4. Pei Jinglian complied. The 6th Elder, upon seeing this, suddenly let out a relieved laugh. It really is luck. Even my lateral pressure formation couldn't be seen through, and instead, the piece landed in a completely unrelated position. Relieved, he casually placed another stone, resuming his amused and contented demeanor. Meanwhile, the AI behind Pei Jinglian continued exerting its influence. Place the stone, F5. The 6th Elder paid no heed and continued placing stones. Lín Xuān, move, B6. 6th Elder, His body, which had just reclined, snapped upright again. A fine sheen of cold sweat had formed on his forehead without him noticing. What the hell? I seem to be walking into a dead end? Refusing to believe in misfortune, he carefully considered his next move and placed another stone. Lín Xuān, move. C7. This time, the 6th Elder was genuinely panicked. Forgetting all decorum, he began biting his nails, a contemplative gesture he reserved only for games against the Grand Elder or the Sect Master. But that usually only happened in the late stages of a game. And now, after merely 5 moves, he was already forced to deliberate. This alone demonstrated Pei Jinglian's extraordinary skill. The outer disciples and apprentices watching below the stage sensed something was amiss, but they refused to believe it. Or rather, they dared not believe it. The esteemed Jade Mystic Chessmaster, driven to the brink of defeat by an outer door disciple in just 5 moves? Who would believe such a thing? Yet this very scene was unfolding before their very eyes. Su Bailu forced herself to stand despite her discomfort, watching the game unfold. To her astonishment, she couldn't even discern the next move. By all logic, the ancient demonic chess style she had studied should have made her fearless in making moves. She could usually make decisive moves within mere breaths. Yet now, she too was stuck at this very point, utterly at a loss. This woman's chess skills are actually this formidable? As everyone stood in stunned uncertainty, the 6th Elder finally devised the decisive move to break the stalemate. Lín Xuān immediately directed Pei Jinglian to follow, place the stone at E2. Click. The 6th Elder bit off a fingernail, but swiftly replaced it with another as he continued both biting and placing his piece. Lín Xuān moved to G5. Click. The 6th Elder snapped another nail, and even his high-pinned topknot began to unravel slightly. Refusing to give in to superstition, he kept placing stones. Lín Xuān continued issuing commands, place the stone. Clack. Place. Clack. Click. With each piece placed, the 6th Elder unconsciously bit off one of his fingernails. By the end, all 10 were snapped clean off, and his once ethereal demeanor gave way to disheveled chaos. Impossible. Such devious chess tactics, I've never seen anything like this, not even in the sect's treasured chess manuals. Gazing at the pieces on the board, now trapped in a desperate position of his own making, His eyes flashed crimson, his breathing grew heavy. No! I must play one more move. I cannot lose to some bratty girl. Gritting his teeth, he forced another move. Immediately, Pei Jinglian responded across the board. Move, G7. With that final stone placed, the game, which had held a sliver of hope, was utterly extinguished. In the gloomy sky, the 7 stars linked together at some unknown moment now shone brilliantly. Pei Jinglian had actually captured a point. The 6th elder stared blankly at the board before him. After a long moment, his hair disheveled, he slumped and said, "There's no need to continue. I concede. You may claim your low-grade Shin tier artifact." Chapter 28, Feedback Chaos Holy Body, Entering the Inner Sect. The esteemed 6th elder, a golden core cultivator, had actually conceded defeat to an outer sect disciple? The outer sect disciples' expressions abruptly changed, as if they were experiencing a dream. Snapping back to reality, they realized with shock that Pei Jinglian had grown to a level they could only look up to. Pei Jinglian? When did she master such profound chess skills? This can't be a performance, right? Did 6th elder really not go easy on her? I've studied this field myself. The 6th elder did intend to go easy at first, but by the end, he was completely serious. So that means Pei Jinglian actually defeated 6th elder in chess skill? Whoa! A ripple of commotion swept through the outer disciples. All eyes turned toward the girl in the black skirt on the stage, filled with disbelief. She loomed like a dark cloud, casting a profound shadow over every outer sect disciple's heart. Her legend would likely circulate among the outer sect for a very long time. Thud! Su Bailu slammed her fist into the ground in fury, her heart filled with both helplessness and bitter hatred. She cursed herself for not seeing through Pei Jinglian's disguise sooner. Had she seen through it sooner, perhaps she never would have given her the chance to turn the tables. If only her talent had been just a bit greater, she wouldn't be letting Pei Jinglian steal all the spotlight now. It was clear she could have secured better treatment. But now, with Pei Jinglian's complete dominance, any comparison would inevitably strip away any chance of special treatment. Had she participated in the inner sect assessment just 1 month earlier, the outcome might have been entirely different. Alas, it was all too late. Yet someone present felt even worse than she did. The 6th elder, utterly disregarding his dignity, was perched precariously on the edge of the high platform. While scribbling notes on the recent game with his brush, he muttered under his breath. Young juniors display such mastery of the game, and here I am, still calling myself the Jade Mystic chess enthusiast. Jingtiani, you truly are an old man without shame. Defeated by his youngest disciple in the very domain where he felt most confident, no one could fathom the depth of the 6th elder's inner anguish. And because it was such a complete rout, he didn't even have the heart to play another game. It seemed the 6th elder would henceforth set aside his chess ambitions and focus earnestly on cultivation. Some rejoice, others grieve. The one rejoicing, naturally, was Lín Xuān. Ding! Pei Jinglian has completed her second humiliation. Mission accomplished, triggering feedback. Congratulations! You have obtained the Chaos Divine Body. The next moment. Creak creak. Lín Xuān's spine emitted crisp cracking sounds, while dark golden ripples began to surface on his skin. Strands of spiritual energy gradually took on the aura of chaos. Just as Pei Jinglian had after advancing to Foundation Establishment. 2 yin-yang symbols appeared within his pupils. This was none other than the Chaos Holy Body's innate divine ability at the Foundation Establishment stage, the Eyes of Chaos. See Chapter 9 for details. If Lín Xuān's original combat power was rated at 5, then his current combat power unit was no less than 50. This was the gap between the Chaos Divine Body and ordinary cultivators, a chasm that could never be bridged by diligent cultivation alone. What others gain from cultivating 1 layer surpasses what you achieve from 2. Anyone who came here would feel utterly hopeless. Humiliating them? Piece of cake. He sighed inwardly, his gaze returning to the game. Pei Jinglian watched the 6th elder across from her lose his composure, a deep sense of shame welling up within her. If the 6th elder knew I won unfairly by relying on guidance from a senior, he'd probably expel me from the sect, wouldn't he? Though she had successfully humiliated him, she felt little satisfaction. Her cheeks burned fiercely. For someone with her Supreme Dao Heart, defeat could be faced with equanimity, but winning through underhanded means left her feeling utterly uneasy. Yet that unease vanished swiftly, replaced by dread and guilt toward Lín Xuān. But this was the senior's request. How could I question his intentions? Pei Jinglian, do you intend to become an ungrateful wolf? Lín Xuān could no longer bear to watch. I shall never hold this against you. This matter was indeed unjust. Let us put it behind us. Say no more. To prevent the girl from offering more apologies, he had to add the remaining words to shut her down. Pei Jinglian obediently composed herself, setting aside her wandering thoughts. At that moment, the 6th elder's disciple approached with an awkward expression. Fellow disciples, our venerable master is momentarily occupied. I'll be leading you both to collect your magical artifacts and inner sect identification tokens. Is that all right? The mere thought of his master still sprawled on the ground recording the chess game made him want to renounce his sect immediately and disown his master. Fortunately, Pei Jinglian and Su Bailu didn't seem particularly bothered by such matters. After softly murmuring their thanks, they followed behind him. As for when the outer sect disciples' grand competition would begin? Sorry, they'll just have to wait a little longer. No matter how many outer sect disciples there were, they couldn't compare to the two junior sisters behind him. Ding! Pei Jinglian has unlocked a new identity inner sect disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. Seeing the notification on his phone, Lín Xuān felt a surge of excitement. He felt the same joy as an old farmer whose long-tended rice seedlings had finally sprouted. My daughter has come of age. He gazed at Pei Jinglian, who had replaced her worn wooden outer sect badge with a jade inner sect badge, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In the game, the sixth elder's disciple clasped his fists in a bow. Congratulations to both junior sisters on entering the inner sect. Pei Jinglian and Su Bailu hastily returned the gesture. The elder straightened up, his expression turning solemn. Before guiding you in selecting magical artifacts, I must announce several rules that inner door disciples must strictly adhere to. First, external cultivation techniques are strictly forbidden. Inner sect techniques differ from those of the outer sect. They are all painstakingly collected and compiled by the elders of the Jade Mystic Sect, and their grades are higher. Later, you may proceed to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to select your magical artifacts and choose the cultivation techniques you require. Second, missions. Like outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples must also undertake missions, but the frequency and cycle can be longer, only once a year. Correspondingly, these missions are more challenging, yet they offer greater rewards. If you lack cultivation resources and don't possess skills like alchemy or artifact forging, consider undertaking more missions to earn cultivation resources. Third, grand contests. Inner sect grand contests are more specialized than their outer sect counterparts. They come in various forms, including the most common arena-style competitions, as well as alchemy and artifact forging contests. Your performance in these competitions will ultimately determine your cultivation resources for the following year. That's right, inner sect competitions only happen once a year, so you must treasure every single one. Last point. At this point, he paused, his tone growing more solemn. And this is the most crucial rule: never betray your master's oath. From the moment you entered the inner sect, you became part of the Jade Mystic Sect, just like the magical artifacts and cultivation techniques. Should any of you defect without authorization, you shall face relentless pursuit until your final breath. Chapter 29, Returning the Storage Artifact, the Yuan Absorbing Bracelet. Did both of you hear that clearly? The sixth elder's disciple asked earnestly after finishing his words. We have remembered everything, senior brother. Jinglian dares not forget. Satisfied with their responses, he nodded approvingly. Then, he waved his hand. Go now. Head to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to claim your magical artifacts and cultivation techniques. Lín Xuān watched the scene unfold, his heart racing with excitement. Would selecting artifacts this time trigger a feedback reaction? The scene shifted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the game screen transformed into a sandalwood pavilion shrouded in morning mist. The sixth elder's disciple led the two newly initiated inner disciples up the steps. Don't be fooled by the unassuming appearance of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Should any malevolent individuals attempt to force their way in and plunder the cultivation techniques and magical artifacts within, the protective formations inside will activate instantly. Even a golden core cultivator would be trapped for a moment. He boasted proudly as he guided them inside. Su Bailu frowned and asked, how does the formation distinguish between friend and foe? The disciple chuckled and flicked the jade token at his waist. Through the waist tokens, of course. That's why you must keep yours safe. If you lose it or it's stolen, you must report it to the sect immediately. Otherwise, you'll face severe punishment, my two junior sisters. The two nodded silently, finally catching sight of the inner treasure pavilion's interior. The entire 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was divided into 3 levels. The first level housed the artifact storage rooms. The second floor housed the cultivation technique repository. And the third floor housed the pill storage room. The organization was simple and clear, allowing every inner door disciple to quickly find what they needed. Additionally, to obtain these items, besides spirit stones, points earned from each inner sect competition and mission assignments can also be used for exchange. Go ahead. Once you've made your selections, come back here to register, and you may take them with you. The sixth elder's disciple stood at the registration desk by the entrance, waving cheerfully. The two, who had long felt uncomfortable standing together, immediately separated and began selecting their own magical artifacts. Watching Pei Jinglian head toward the Xian Grade Artifact section, Su Bailu's eyes flashed with jealousy. Damn it! Why does she get 2 low-grade Xian tier artifacts just for showing up? Everything she has should be mine. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself. At that moment, she made up her mind, she would find a reason during this period to use her master's cultivation technique to steal the other's talent. Pei Jinglian, your good days are numbered. Enjoy them while you can. Meanwhile, Pei Jinglian stood before the Xian Grade Artifact section, gazing in awe at the array of treasures protected by miniature formations. She listened to the voice in her mind. The artifact in your hand may suddenly vanish, just like the demon repelling armor you placed under the bed in the wooden hut earlier. There's no need to worry excessively. When the person at the entrance asks, just say you put it in your storage pouch. Pei Jinglian's immediate thought was, what is a demon repelling armor? Did I ever even have one? Her ignorance was understandable. She had simply picked up that evil warding armor while wandering in the wilderness. As a Chaos Saint body, she possessed a certain degree of fortune when it came to survival. However, having been treated as a servant by Su Bailu all this time, she had long forgotten about it. Hearing the voice in her mind now, she immediately grew excited. Is the senior finally going to take something? I just hope he won't look down on the low quality of the magical artifact I picked. After all, this was a cultivator who casually tossed out heaven-tier cultivation techniques and heaven-tier spirit-gathering arrays. His sudden mention of this likely meant he didn't possess such low-grade artifacts himself, intending instead to bestow them upon other favored individuals with karmic connections. But others might not possess her talent, so they'd only receive low-grade mystic-tier artifacts. Yes, that must be it. Lín Xuān overheard her inner thoughts and felt slightly offended. Could it be that the one you're referring to as less gifted than you is actually me? Just as he voiced his complaint, Pei Jinglian came to a halt before a low-grade mystic-tier artifact. His gaze followed hers, landing on the artifact. Relevant information immediately popped up. Yuan bracelet. Quality, lower grade Shen tier Yuxuan. Description, stores 3 cubic units of items. Technically an upper tier yellow grade artifact, but due to the unique nature of storage artifacts, it's classified as a lower tier Xian grade item by the Jade Mystic Sect. What a treasure! Lín Xuān's eyes lit up. This game really delivers just when you need it. He'd been fretting about not having suitable storage gear for future demon beast kills and spirit material finds. But unexpectedly, he'd been given a chance to put it to use so quickly. The Xian grade storage pouch he'd bought for Pei Jinglian was certainly superior, but the game seemed to impose a time constraint in this regard. Feedback wouldn't trigger until that invisible cooldown period had passed. But items Pei Jinglian acquired herself were different. Immediate feedback was no problem. Moreover, this yuan absorbing bracelet was far more discreet than a storage pouch he could retrieve or stow items with a simple flick of his wrist. Both in terms of style and functionality, it appealed to him far more than the storage bag. Of course, if the game actually gave him feedback with the storage bag, he'd take back every word he just said. Ding! Pei Jinglian triggered feedback. Congratulations on obtaining the Yuan bracelet. Sure enough, the moment Pei Jinglian obtained the nascent yuan bracelet, a peculiar force enveloped it, teleporting it into Lín Xuān's hands in another world. Gazing at the plain, gray-toned table, Lín Xuān found it perfectly suited to his taste. Take it! With a flick of his wrist, he snatched the bag of dog food the little wolf cub was stealing. As he watched the wolf cub's bewildered expression, Lín Xuān flipped his wrist again. The dog food bag reappeared. Indeed, space and time are always the most sophisticated laws. Lín Xuān relished this feeling of having everything under control. I wonder if returning one artifact will trigger the return of a second one. Seeing the Yuan bracelet suddenly vanish from her hand, Pei Jinglian showed little surprise. She merely glanced back toward the doorway, confirmed the other party hadn't noticed anything amiss, and continued walking inward to select the final artifact. The senior told me to pick whatever I liked. To spare my feelings, he didn't even force me to choose an artifact meant for another of his favorites. Pei Jinglian filled in the blanks with her own thoughts, feeling deeply touched. Lín Xuān. He desperately wanted to tell her it had nothing to do with sparing her feelings. If not for the feedback mechanism of the channel, he would have loved to make Pei Jinglian specifically choose those artifacts that looked absolutely mind-blowing. But then, Pei Jinglian actually stopped in front of a monstrous-looking artifact. Lín Xuān nearly drooled at the sight. He screamed inside his head, quick, pick this one. This one's awesome. Chapter 30, Entering the Inner Sect, Instant Enlightenment. Dragon Spine Sword. Grade, Inferior Xian Tier. Description, forged from the blood vein spine of a dragon, infusing it with spiritual energy can trigger faint dragon roars, instilling mental dread in foes. Infusing it with dragon essence blood might yield unexpected rewards. The moment he laid eyes on this 3'7" sword with its reddish-brown dragon spine blade, Lín Xuān fell in love with it at first sight. Among all weapons under heaven, none exudes arrogance like the sword. As long as he focused on steady cultivation without recklessness, his cultivation would remain overwhelmingly dominant globally. By then, his concerns wouldn't be about weapon strength, but whether his style was cool enough. Clearly, this dragon spine sword perfectly suited his taste. Moreover, the text within the brackets piqued his curiosity. He was eager to see what would happen when he finally captured that sea dragon. And then pour its essence blood into the dragon spine sword. What kind of scene would unfold? Quick, feed it back to me. As if hearing his inner thoughts, after Pei Jinglian retrieved it from the formation, that peculiar, immense power enveloped the dragon spine sword once more, teleporting it into Lín Xuān's hands. Roar! As the rust-red dragon spine sword materialized in Lín Xuān's grasp, a faint dragon's roar echoed as the blade trembled. Even the faintest trace of dragon essence was enough to send the nearby wolf cub scurrying into a tight ball. After all, the dragon clan reigns supreme among all demonic beings, naturally exerting a suppressing effect over other demonic races. The dragon spine sword was classified as a low-grade Xian tier artifact largely because it was forged from dragon vertebrae. Lín Xuān spun the sword in a few elegant flourishes on the spot, feeling utterly cool. After stowing it back into his Yuan Ning bracelet, he sincerely thanked Pei Jinglian within the game. "Thank you for your hard work." Hearing this, she trembled in shock. "Senior, please don't say that. The debt I owe you, I could never repay in a lifetime." Lín Xuān. He pressed his temples with a headache. Why did he feel like he turned into some kind of general in her eyes? "All right. Go select another cultivation technique, then choose a cave dwelling. I'll have the spirit gathering array moved over for you shortly." Pei Jinglian felt even more touched. "Thank you, senior." Soon. She ascended to the second floor and selected a cultivation technique titled Cold Soul Art. This information was also immediately relayed to Lín Xuān. For anyone else, this might feel like cheating or an overwhelming stroke of luck. But to Lín Xuān, a luxury VIP, this was all standard procedure. He glanced at the cultivation technique in his hand, and its details immediately popped up. Cold Soul Art. Quality, inferior Xian grade. Description, utilizes millennia-old soul energy from the depths of the frozen abyss as a catalyst to temper the Qi into an ice soul core. When activated, it can freeze the meridians of practitioners at the same cultivation level for 3 breaths, with maximum effectiveness reaching the first layer of the golden core stage. Not bad, not bad. I can use this as a favor to give away later. Lín Xuān certainly wouldn't cultivate this technique. He only wanted to wait for the feedback from the Chaos Return to Origin technique. Besides, given the peculiar nature of his current Chaos Divine body, he couldn't cultivate it even if he wanted to. In short, it definitely wasn't because he was too lazy to cultivate. Finished selecting everything? Seeing Pei Jinglian descend the stairs empty-handed, the 6th elder's disciple raised an eyebrow and inquired. Before she could explain, he waved his hand dismissively. All right. I know you have a storage pouch. Just tell this senior brother what you selected so we can record it." Oh. Pei Jinglian's expression grew slightly peculiar. She couldn't shake the feeling that this senior brother might be a bit jealous? And indeed, that was precisely the case. The disciple was indeed consumed by envy and jealousy. Despite being the disciple of the 6th elder, he was still using a low-grade yellow-rank storage pouch. And judging by the dense spatial laws and the quality of Pei Jinglian's storage pouch, he could tell at a glance that this thing was at least Xian grade. TSK. I wonder what kind of opportunity she stumbled upon. It's truly envy-inducing. Envy or not, he refrained from prying into her secrets. After all, the Jade Mystic Sect advocated both competition and camaraderie. Any intra-sect killings beyond life or death challenge letters would be recorded by the punishment hall and met with relentless pursuit. More importantly, behind Pei Jinglian stood his junior sister, Su Bailu, who had nothing to her name. This comparison made him feel much better inside. Su Bailu, burdened with 2 cumbersome magical artifacts, sensed the shift in his gaze and her expression darkened. "Bastard, how dare you look down on me?" Yet she also desperately wanted to know, where exactly had Pei Jinglian obtained so many opportunities? Last time, she'd even speculated whether she'd been sponsored by a gold core stage elder. But judging by this mystic grade storage pouch, such extravagance is far beyond what a golden core stage elder could afford. Could it be that Pei Jinglian has colluded with an outer sect elder? When I get the chance, I'll make sure to thoroughly search her soul. She thought viciously to herself. Alright, since both of you have selected your artifacts, follow me. I'll show you to your quarters. The 6th elder's disciple yawned and waved her hand dismissively. Half an hour later. Pei Jinglian was assigned to a courtyard. The courtyard was beautifully decorated, with blue tiles, white walls, and glazed eaves. A faint fragrance of osmanthus filled the air. The imperial garden osmanthus alone could support an entire noble family in the mortal realm. Yet here, it served merely as decoration for the inner door disciples. The Jade Mystic Sect granted its inner disciples generous living quarters, so she was the only one residing within a mile radius. Unlike her days in the outer sect, where she could hear the snores from the next room. Perhaps only upon entering the inner sect could one truly be considered a cultivator. Outer door disciples were merely mortals with slightly stronger vitality. Pei Jinglian watched a single osmanthus petal drift slowly into her palm, her eyes deepening with contemplation. Ding! Pei Jinglian experiences a moment of profound realization upon seeing this scene. Holy? Lín Xuān watched in shock. Not just a girl? You can have an epiphany just from looking at an osmanthus tree? We both possess the Chaos Divine body, why are you so exceptional? Spending 68 to secretly relocate the Heavenly Tier Spirit Gathering Array to Pei Jinglian's current residence? The Heavenly Tier Spirit Gathering Array not only concentrates spiritual energy, but its built-in shielding formation can even deceive the Jade Mystic Sect Master and Elder's Hall. It would serve perfectly as a protective formation. Moreover, this had been part of Lín Xuān's plan all along. The moment this top-up prompt appeared, he selected purchase. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A deep blue glow rippled across the courtyard. Yet the impending vortex of spiritual energy was forcibly suppressed by a special power, preventing it from drawing the attention of other inner sect disciples. With the final faint hum, Lín Xuān had successfully relocated the heavenly tier spirit gathering array to this courtyard. The spiritual energy within the courtyard instantly grew more concentrated. Pei Jinglian remained frozen in her original posture, not even blinking an eye. Yet her consciousness had long since plunged into enlightenment. It seemed she wouldn't awaken anytime soon. Chapter 31, Pei Jinglian's Revenge, Expulsion from the Sect. Pei Jinglian has attained insight, accelerating her cultivation progress and heightening her mental acuity. Pei Jinglian enters cultivation, seemingly grasping fragments of the essence of chaos. Pei Jinglian's chaos eyes have been enhanced, and her cultivation level has risen. Pei Jinglian breaks through to Foundation Establishment's 6th layer, triggering feedback. Congratulations! Player has obtained feedback 5th layer of Foundation Establishment. When Pei Jinglian emerged from her state of enlightenment, a full week had passed. Fortunately, she had already entered the Foundation Establishment stage. Combined with the spiritual energy provided by the heavenly ranked giant spirit tablet, her body could sustain itself. Otherwise, going without food for a full week would have been unbearable. Lín Xuān felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing the feedback. A week of enlightenment only got her to Foundation Establishment level 6? Might as well not have had it at all. At her normal cultivation pace, Pei Jinglian should have reached Foundation Establishment 7th or even 8th layer within a week. This enlightenment is truly detrimental. If any other player had overheard that remark, they'd surely challenge him to a life or death duel. Are you even human? Others would beg for an epiphany like yours, yet you treat it like a worthless thing? You're defying the heavens, buddy. But this eye of chaos seems incredibly powerful. I wonder what new changes Pei Jinglian will undergo after this enhancement. Lín Xuān's gaze turned to the game world. This epiphany was the only thing left to spark his anticipation. Did your eye gain any new special abilities? He pressed the transmission talisman to ask. Pei Jinglian's eyes fluttered open slightly. Various visions flickered within them before swiftly fading, returning to normal. Hearing Lín Xuān's question, she immediately replied, reporting to the senior, Jinglian's enlightenment this time seems to grant her the ability to use a pupil technique akin to mental intimidation on others in the future. Hearing this answer, Lín Xuān felt somewhat relieved. That's acceptable. If this enlightenment had only yielded a slight increase in cultivation, it would have been a poor return. At that moment, Pei Jinglian suddenly spoke up, Senior, I'll need to return later to continue my cultivation. There's a small matter I must attend to first. Lín Xuān paused for a moment before realizing what minor matter she referred to. He immediately nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Don't hold back. I understand, Senior. The next moment, Pei Jinglian's figure shot upward, soaring away like a crane aloft on her flying sword. Upon reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, cultivators could channel their energy into magical artifacts to achieve artifact-mounted flight. By the Golden Core stage, one could even fly without needing to step on a magical artifact. At her current cultivation pace, Pei Jinglian would likely reach the Golden Core stage before long. Her thoughts swirled as her form arrived at the outer disciples' quarters. When the outer disciples saw her, fear flashed across their faces. They had all bullied Pei Jinglian to varying degrees in the past. A week ago, when she revealed her Foundation Establishment 5th layer cultivation, they sensed trouble brewing. However, after Pei Jinglian entered the inner sect, she immediately entered a state of deep meditation and didn't come looking for them for a whole week, causing these outer sect disciples to gradually relax. Little did they expect that a week later, Pei Jinglian would come looking for them after all. Wherever she passed, a group of outer sect disciples would scurry back to their courtyards like turtles retreating into their shells. Pei Jinglian couldn't be bothered to engage with this crowd. To her, rather than wasting time exacting revenge on these ant-like outer sect disciples, she preferred to dedicate more time to cultivation, striving to break through to the Golden Core stage and seize control of her own destiny. Her visit to the outer sect today was solely to settle a wager made before her journey. Zhang Wanwin, get out here! Her figure finally came to a halt at a courtyard with rather pleasant scenery. Her thunderous shout sent nearby outer sect disciples cowering in their own courtyards, trembling in fear. Under Pei Jinglian's overwhelming aura, a timid figure crawled out of the courtyard on its knees. It was none other than the former second senior brother of the outer sect, Zhang Wanwin. After Su Bailu and Pei Jinglian both entered the inner sect, he achieved outstanding results in the outer sect competition and naturally became the current senior outer sect disciple. Yet before Pei Jinglian, this current senior outer sect disciple now knelt beneath her like a wild dog, sobbing bitterly. Junior sister, no, senior sister, please just let me go. I've already destroyed my own cultivation. Technically, I've severed ties with the Jade Mystic Sect. I'm merely staying here temporarily. Can you spare me? As he spoke, Zhang Wanwin lifted the hem of his cultivator's robe, pointing to the gruesome wound at his dantian as he pleaded. Bound by a wager sworn to the Dao, he had no choice but to forcibly sever his cultivation, however unwillingly. He had secretly performed the act in his own courtyard. Having stockpiled ample food beforehand, he had barely left his quarters all week and refused all visitors. Naturally, none of the outer sect disciples knew of his actions. Now, the outer sect disciples nearby heard the commotion and first showed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, none had anticipated that the current senior brother had already destroyed his own cultivation. But suddenly, someone shouted, "You worthless trash dared provoke senior sister Pei? Get the hell out of the outer sect." In the next instant, a chorus of mocking voices erupted from courtyards all around. "Your dantian shattered to dust, what kind of senior brother are you? Get out of here and tend the kitchen fire. You're a worthless piece of trash, not even fit to tie senior sister Pei's shoelaces. That scrawny frame couldn't even carry medicinal dregs. An outer sect dog would be more useful than you. A worthless piece of trash with severed meridians dares wear our Yuxuan disciple robes? No need for you to personally entertain senior sister. We'll strip him naked and toss him down the mountain to feed the beasts." Hearing these taunts, Zhang Feng's face drained of color. He never imagined his junior brothers and sisters, who usually treated him with utmost respect, would utter such hurtful words at this moment. "Under these circumstances, do you still intend to stay?" Pei Jinglian showed not a shred of pity. Because this was her life before. And a significant portion of that life had been inflicted by none other than Zhang Feng himself. Zhang Feng's expression instantly turned dazed and confused upon hearing this. For someone with his intense pride, those words cut deeper than any mocking taunt. "Ha ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly, he erupted into a maniacal laugh under Pei Jinglian's cold, indifferent gaze. The once illustrious second senior brother of the outer sect tore at his disciple robes, staggering unsteadily toward the mountain gates. His eyes were vacant, and he kept muttering, "I'm your senior disciple. You can't talk to me like this. I'm the senior disciple." Clearly, the extreme disparity of his situation had driven him mad. Pei Jinglian felt not a shred of pity, only an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Without a backward glance, she mounted her flying sword and soared toward the inner sect. Next target, you, Su Bailu. Chapter 32, Ascension Alliance? Crush them directly. Zhang Feng was expelled by her? When Su Bailu heard the news, utter shock and disbelief gripped her heart. In her eyes, Pei Jinglian was nothing but a submissive coward. Even after entering the inner sect, her perception of her hadn't changed. So she boldly asked Zhang Feng, who was preparing to leave the outer sect, to stay. After all, he was handling matters for her. She couldn't simply abandon him to face life or death. Had he not formed a heavenly path contract with Pei Jinglian, she might even have intervened to protect his dantian in cultivation. What she never could have imagined was that Pei Jinglian, whom she believed had moved on, would choose today to forcibly expel Zhang Feng from the sect. A surge of inexplicable anger flared within her. This action was nothing short of slapping her in the face. Everyone knew Zhang Feng had been working for her all along. Yet now, Pei Jinglian had chased him out like a rabid dog. "You despicable, I'll make you pay for this. Just you wait, the next mission will be your death sentence." Her eyes blazed with demonic fury, her expression twisted with venomous hatred. Shiver. At that moment, a knock sounded at her courtyard gate. Su Bailu instantly suppressed the demonic aura in her eyes, her face resuming its sweet and adorable expression. She hurried to open the door, revealing the figure of the sixth elder's disciple standing outside. He was the first person Su Bailu had met within the inner sect, and his status as the sixth elder's disciple added to his significance. Su Bailu had been deliberately arranging chance encounters with him these past days. Each time they met, she would subtly channel a demonic technique that radiated allure, all to reel him in. Now that he had come to her doorstep, it proved her magic had taken effect. "Senior Brother Chen, what brings you here? Is something wrong?" Su Bailu asked, her lips moving as she began channeling that demonic energy. A seductive aura immediately radiated from her, instantly captivating Chen Li's gaze at the doorway. His face flushed. For some reason, whenever he saw this junior sister who had just entered the inner sect these past days, his heartbeat would quicken. Even just now, he'd only been passing by, yet he'd subconsciously come to knock on her door. Now, seeing her adorable face, his mind went blank. He reached out and handed her the yellow-grade storage pouch from his waist. "Junior Sister Su, I noticed you didn't have a storage pouch before. This one is yours." With that, he placed the storage pouch bestowed upon him by the sixth elder directly into Su Bailu's hands. Seeing this, Su Bailu's face flashed with surprise and emotion. "Senior Brother Chen, you're so kind, but this is far too valuable, I can't accept it." She even made a gesture to return it. But Chen Li instantly vanished from the spot. "Senior Brother! Senior Brother!" Su Bailu called out a few times in a feigned tone, then shut the courtyard gate, her face lighting up with a look of triumph. "It seems the demon fox seduction technique master selected for me is indeed powerful. In just a few days, that fool has willingly handed over the storage pouch." Gazing at the storage pouch in her hand, a faint smile curved her lips, erasing any trace of her earlier innocent demeanor. Chen Li, now far from the courtyard, suddenly froze in shock. I just actually gave her that precious storage pouch? He glanced back at Su Bailu's courtyard, hesitation clouding his face. He wanted to go back and retrieve it, but pride held him back, leaving him torn. After hovering in the air for a long while, buffeted by the cool breeze, he sighed deeply. Forget it, forget it. I'll just take on more missions later in exchange for a storage pouch myself. Back in reality, Lín Xuān received shocking news: the Ascension Alliance was sending investigators to Jiangcheng to probe Bai Tianyu's disappearance. And they were inquiring about Ma Xiaoyong's information. Most people would tremble with fear upon hearing the Ascension Alliance's formidable reputation. But this was Lín Xuān. This was nothing but a blessing in disguise. I didn't come looking for you, yet you've come knocking on my door. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Those Ascension Alliance fools were truly stupid, daring to send men to pick a fight with him without even understanding the situation in Jiangcheng. When Ma Xiaoyong informed him of this, he specifically asked if Lín Xuān needed assistance. Lín Xuān naturally declined. He could owe Ma Xiaoyong a favor, but it wasn't worth using one for such a minor matter. From Ma Xiaoyong, he'd learned that the Ascension Alliance's strongest member was merely at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. A faction whose strongest member hadn't even reached Foundation establishment dared to provoke him? I was planning to keep you here a little longer, but it seems unnecessary now. Watching Pei Jinglian cultivate at an astonishingly rapid pace within the game, Lín Xuān's confidence soared. Previously, he had hesitated to immediately confront the Ascension Alliance in South City, fearing it might offend the South City Demon Slaying Bureau and strain his relationship with Ma Xiaoyong. But now, Ma Xiaoyong's direct decision to report to him clearly signaled his own distaste for the Ascension Alliance. With that, there was no need for further hesitation. Just moments ago, witnessing Pei Jinglian's vengeance had ignited his blood. And now, the Ascension Alliance dared to provoke him. This was their first crime. The Ascension Alliance dared to harbor Zhang Wanwin and Bai Tianyu, enemies from his past life. That was their second crime. The Ascension Alliance dares to call itself the Ascension Alliance. That is its third crime. 3 crimes warranting punishment. Wouldn't it be a waste of his entire Foundation establishment cultivation if he didn't strike them down? Heh, the Ascension Alliance, huh? Your old man Lín Xuān is here. He called Ma Xiaoyong, instructing him to keep an eye on his home. During his quest for vengeance, Ma Xiaoyong had been caring for the demonic spirit tree and the little wolf cub at his home. Though they'd only known each other for half a month in this lifetime, the impression he'd left from their past life. Lín Xuān trusted this man implicitly. You? Ma Xiaoyong clearly sensed something in his instructions and wanted to speak up to dissuade him. But then he remembered Lín Xuān's exaggerated sense of grievance. So, the warning on the tip of his tongue transformed into, try not to harm the innocent. Lín Xuān smiled faintly. I'm no demon lord. Rest assured, I only kill those who deserve it. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyong felt a twinge of doubt. You'd better be. After asking Ma Xiaoyong to help stabilize the Ascension Alliance and ending the call, Lín Xuān topped up the puppy's food bowl before promptly booking a flight to South City. It wasn't yet the season for the beast tide to erupt, so flights and high-speed rail lines across the regions were still operating. However, prices had skyrocketed considerably. Since Lín Xuān had poured all his cash reserves into the game, he had to ask Ma Xiaoyong for the money to buy this ticket. As for why he didn't ask to borrow it, Lín Xuān explained that given his relationship with old Ma, repayment was simply unnecessary. Chapter 33, Daring to Dispatch Subordinates with Zero Loyalty. Nanjing City. As the provincial capital of Nan Province. Before the global upheaval brought by Godslayer, it had always been the most economically developed city in the entire province. After the arrival of Godslayer, however, the city's exploding population density proved advantageous. Countless player factions emerged in Nanchang. Even the official demon-slaying bureau of the Great Xia Empire held only a slight advantage in Nanchang, unable to exert the same level of control as the Jiangcheng branch. Among all player factions in Nanchang, the most formidable was undoubtedly the Ascension Alliance. Within South City alone, it boasts over 1,000 players. And every single one of them was contracted at least at the B rank level. Even more terrifying, this alliance is rapidly expanding into other cities across southern province and even into other provinces. Moreover, its leader, Guyu, appears to have connections with the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau, which has refrained from restricting its growth as it does with other player factions. Given time, the colossal powerhouse Lín Xuān remembered from his past life might very well re-emerge. But unfortunately, today, with the landing of an aircraft, this rapidly rising player faction was about to meet its demise. I've heard so much about the claypot soup in South City, but it's not that great after all. At the claypot soup shop in the airport, Lín Xuān took a sip and shook his head in disappointment. The taste was worlds apart from Ma Xiaoyong's craftsmanship. Time to check that kid heading to Jiangcheng to investigate me should be boarding soon, right? He tapped the pot with his spoon, his gaze sweeping the departure lounge like a hunter tracking his prey. Before coming to Nanchang, he had obtained the man's photograph from Ma Xiaoyong. As the head of the Demon Slaying Bureau who had contracted an S-rank character, it was only natural that he possessed information on members of the Ascension Alliance. Found you. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a young man carrying a backpack and wearing sunglasses. That outfit and the arrogant air that seemed to say everyone owed him millions, no doubt about it, he was from the Ascension Alliance. With that thought, his form flickered, spiritual energy rippling around him, leaving only an afterimage in his original spot. Within a few breaths, he materialized before the young man. Ah! That oppressive aura. Foundation establishment stage? Could this be an NPC from Godslayer that's manifested in reality? Contact the Demon Slaying Bureau immediately. Most who dared to fly during this period were players with considerable cultivation. Now, sensing the unmasked, terrifying pressure emanating from Lín Xuān, they scattered in shock. Except for that young man. He tilted his head slightly, letting his sunglasses slide down to reveal a pair of eyes that had clearly undergone cosmetic surgery. You must be Brother Lín Xuān? He offered a faint smile, speaking in a voice that was neither distinctly male nor female. Lín Xuān's hand, poised to seize his throat, froze mid-motion. He felt like he'd be dirtying his own hands. The young man's face flushed crimson. Ugh, why are you staring at my face like that? Lín Xuān. You're the one blushing, you. Brother. Ugh. The youth was still trying to disgust him, but Lín Xuān immediately channeled his spiritual energy outward, transforming it into a massive hand that seized the youth and lifted him into the air. Passengers nearby witnessed the scene and fled without looking back. Because in their eyes, Lín Xuān was undoubtedly an NPC who had descended from Godslayer into reality. Damn it! This NPC just went berserk. Run for your lives. Where's the Demon Slaying Bureau? Help us! No matter how powerful an NPC is, our side's experts will surpass them sooner or later. Shut up! That NPC is looking this way. Run. Lín Xuān wasn't annoyed at being treated like an NPC by the crowd. Instead, he rather enjoyed this feeling of being the villain. He looked at the flushed, gasping young man, a demonic being whose throat his spiritual energy hand was crushing. With a calm expression, he recited the man's information. Zhu Ruoying, 24 years old, male. Contracted with a rank character Chen Yen. Received Yin Yang Sect cultivation techniques as feedback. Current cultivation level, Qi cultivation stage 3. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ruoying's eyes flickered with shock alongside the venomous hatred. Lín Xuān loosened his grip slightly, lest he choke the man to death. A sneer spread across his face. Your information's been sold off completely, yet you still serve as someone's lackey. Feeling pretty good about that, huh? Cough cough cough. Zhu Ruoying coughed violently. Regaining his breath, he gritted his teeth and said, Lín Xuān, you don't need to resort to such low-level tactics of sowing discord. Just say what you want. Oh? Lín Xuān raised an eyebrow. Who'd have thought this neither male nor female creature would have any backbone? But the next moment, he realized he'd misjudged her. You just want me to sell out my teammates, right? Cough cough. Just put me down. I'll take you there. Zhu Ruoying managed a strained smile through her coughing fits. Lín Xuān took a deep breath. He suddenly realized he'd overestimated the unity of this future enemy. To think he'd send subordinates with such loyalty to cause trouble for him. Thud. With a casual wave, his spiritual energy hand dispersed, sending Zhu Ruoying crashing to the ground. She clutched her throbbing neck with a pout. Brother, you show no mercy whatsoever. Lín Xuān. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Speak to me like that again, and you'll be the first one I kill. Zhu Ruoying immediately backed down, bowing her head. It's the cultivation technique, it's the cultivation technique. Lead the way. Yes, brother. Lín Xuān then flicked out a vortex of spiritual energy, placing it upon Zhu Ruoying's shoulder. Should the other party make any sudden move, the spiritual energy vortex would instantly blast this demonic being to smithereens. Zhu Ruoying sensed that terrifying fluctuation too, cowering frantically and stumbling awkwardly as he walked. Seeing this, Lín Xuān simply reached out and grabbed him by the collar. He flipped his Yuan ring, and the dragon spine sword materialized at his feet. Report your coordinates starting with your main base. Over there. Zhu Ruoying immediately pointed in a direction. Instantly, he felt his body grow light as he was lifted and carried skyward. Watching the ground rapidly shrink beneath him, he turned pale with terror. Ah! Slow down, bro. Shut up. Lín Xuān snapped angrily, his peripheral vision catching sight of the demon-slaying bureau agents who had just arrived nearby. Those individuals seemed to have been dispatched to apprehend him following a report, but upon witnessing his ability to fly on a sword, they froze in place, too afraid to approach. They didn't even bother reporting to their superiors. Seems the Southern City Demon-Slaying Bureau doesn't have any masters worth mentioning right now. Seeing this, Lín Xuān felt even more at ease. Just as he had anticipated, there wasn't a single capable fighter in the entire South City. The Ascension Alliance? Nothing but a bunch of pigs and dogs. His gaze turned icy as the spiritual energy within him surged, accelerating his cultivation efficiency. The dragon spine sword beneath his feet gained another notch of speed. Along the way, Zhu Ruoying trembled so violently while reporting their coordinates that her voice shook. Chapter 34, Sweeping Through, Straight to the Nest. At the end of Egrid Lane in the southern city, a towering vermilion gate stood. once the private courtyard of a wealthy magnate. But shortly after the arrival of Godslayer, the plaque above the gate changed from Heaven Rewards Diligence to Ascension Alliance. Afternoon sunlight refracted off the glazed tiles, scattering into fragments of gold leaf. As the headquarters of the Ascension Alliance, security inside was exceptionally tight. Not only did 2 third-tier Qi cultivation guards stand at the entrance, but within the inner courtyard, a squad of practitioners all at the 5th layer of Qi cultivation were patrolling. Even the demon-slaying bureau likely lacked such an extravagant lineup. Deep within the grand mansion at the heart of this compound, a young man clad in Taoist robes practiced calligraphy. A fine wolf hair brush glided across the xian paper, producing a soft rustling sound. Though the wide sleeves of his robe hung down, not a single speck of ink stained them. A master calligrapher present would have recognized the subtle swirls hidden within his strokes. Before a droplet of ink could fall, he deftly angled his brush to the left, guiding the bead to land precisely on the flying white space of the final stroke of the character Xing. He gazed intently at that spot, then suddenly smiled faintly. How fitting an incomplete ascent. It seems misfortune is approaching today. Closing his eyes, he raised his left hand and began swiftly counting with his thumb. Heaven and earth, natural and pure. The impure energies disperse the profound mysteries within the cave, bright and clear, the primordial essence. Suddenly, cold sweat began to pour from the young man's forehead. Slowly, incredulously, he opened his eyes and stared at the hexagram he had divined. Today, a catastrophe of overwhelming proportions? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately dialed his father, the deputy director of the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau. "Hello, Xiao Jun, what's the matter?" His father, Qin Yi, sounded slightly muffled, as if in the midst of a meeting. Previously, Qin Jun would always calculate the timing before making this call, ensuring his father was free from official duties before dialing. But now, with disaster looming, he couldn't afford to wait. His voice trembled with panic as he pleaded, "Father, mobilize every single person in the Demon Slaying Bureau. Come save me." Qin Yi's voice suddenly turned grave. "Understood. Hide immediately. I'll be there right away." Then the call ended abruptly. Communication between father and son was always the sufficient. Qin Jun swiftly turned, preparing to flee into the defensive formation he had previously set up. That defensive formation, obtained from game feedback, had reached the upper tier yellow grade. Even a cultivator who had just entered the foundation establishment stage could withstand it for a while. Once Qin Jun stepped inside and successfully activated the formation, his mind finally relaxed. He believed that only another foundation establishment cultivator could pose an existential threat to him. As long as he could hold out with the array's protection until his father arrived. Then, under the authority of the Demon Slaying Bureau, even the most formidable opponent would have to show some restraint. With his mind slightly calmer, a flood of questions surged within him. When exactly did I cross a foundation establishment cultivator? Why would someone achieve foundation establishment at this stage? And who exactly is this person? Boom! Before he could ponder further, a deafening explosion erupted from the vermilion gate in the distance. Qin Jun's gaze sharpened as he saw a handsome man standing on a flying sword, dragging another person by the collar. The man burst in, his aura of killing intent piercing the heavens. Zhu Ruoying? He first recognized the person in the man's grasp, then his gaze locked onto the man's face. His expression instantly turned stunned. This is Lín Xuān from Jiangcheng? He never imagined that someone from the insignificant Jiangcheng would have achieved foundation establishment at this very moment. Even more astonishing was that it was Lín Xuān, a minor figure he'd barely glanced at. Logically speaking, Ma Xiaoyong from Jiangcheng should have been the more likely candidate. Watching the man casually toss Zhu Ruoying aside and then unleash his overwhelming spiritual energy to slaughter the Ascension Alliance members within the courtyard, Qin Jun was both shocked and enraged. Impossible. I never showed him any hostility. Why would he suddenly attack us? Wait, could it be that fool Bai Tianyu? He was sharp. By connecting the dots to Bai Tianyu's recent disappearance, he instantly pieced together the truth. Now, he was truly furious. He hadn't been keen on sending anyone to find Bai Tianyu in the first place. In his eyes, the man was nothing but a lecherous, self-important fool. But the Bai family's influence in South City ran deep. If the Ascension Alliance wanted to expand, they had to help retrieve that fool. Who'd have thought they'd go and bring back a foundation establishment cultivator? Damn it, who the hell could he complain to about this? Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. The Bai family bears grudges against him, but I have no quarrel with him. Why not borrow this razor-sharp blade to eliminate the Bai family as an obstacle? He grew increasingly convinced this plan was viable. The panic and rage on his face gradually gave way to delight. At that moment, he wished Lín Xuān would act even more wildly and powerfully, so he could swiftly and decisively wipe out the Bai family. Bang! Lín Xuān's gaze was terrifyingly cold. Standing atop his flying sword, he summoned spirit energy daggers from his fingertips like the king of hell taking attendance, piercing through one member after another of the Ascension Alliance gathered in the courtyard. Though these people in this lifetime bore him no grudge, having never even seen or heard of him. In his previous life, he had already hated every single member of this organization to the core. If not for this damned Ascension Alliance, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state in his previous life? The torments endured before death remained vivid in his memory. Killing them with such swift, decisive efficiency was, in fact, an act of mercy. Sir, we have no quarrel with you. Why must you? Put. A young man, fan in hand and dressed like a dandy, hadn't even finished speaking before a spiritual energy dagger pierced his forehead. His body fell backward, his face frozen in shock and venomous hatred. You fool, you're just pretending. Lín Xuān eyed the paper fan in the man's hand. That pretentious fool had tried to mask his spiritual energy fluctuations with that thing. But how could such a low-level trick fool his chaos eyes? Yet his appearance had indeed served a purpose. It only strengthened Lín Xuān's resolve to wipe the entire Ascension Alliance off the face of the earth. As expected, the Ascension Alliance is nothing but a bunch of two-faced scoundrels. He snorted coldly, accelerating deeper into the fray. Of course, he did not forget the promise he made to Ma Xiaoyong. He refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. For instance, he spared Zhu Ruoying and the bird perched in the tree. Finally, after slaughtering every last person in the courtyard, surveying the corpses littering the ground, he couldn't help but sigh, I really am too much of a saint. If it were any other protagonist, even the earthworms in the fields would have been split clean in two. Now, the main event begins. He licked his lips and strode toward the defensive formation he'd spotted long ago. Chapter 35, The Ascension Alliance, Annihilated. Are you coming out, or shall I come in? Lín Xuān rode the dragon spine sword as it descended slowly from the sky. With a flick of his wrist, the dragon spine sword landed in his hand. Within the defensive formation, Xin Jun's face was ashen. He never imagined that the group outside wouldn't last even 15 minutes against this young man before him. He drew a deep breath, forcing a semblance of composure onto his face. You must be Lín Xuān. If Bai Tianyu has offended you, I can have the entire Bai family buried alive alongside him immediately as an apology. As mentioned earlier, he was a clever fellow. He knew Lín Xuān wasn't someone easily fooled, so he offered to eliminate the Bai family first to demonstrate his sincerity. If Lín Xuān showed even the slightest interest, he could save his own skin, perhaps even request to let Lín Xuān handle the Bai family himself. Had it been anyone else or even the Lín Xuān of his past life, he might have spared the man's life upon hearing such a pledge. But the Lín Xuān of today was the Lín Xuān reborn with vengeance in his heart. He saw right through every little trick in his mind. Have you heard an ancient saying? Lín Xuān, gripping the dragon spine sword, stepped forward slowly. Xin Jun, though standing within the defensive formation, instinctively took a step back. He swallowed hard. What saying? By now, Lín Xuān stood outside the defensive formation, a strange smile playing on his lips. It's this. Cleverness can be its own undoing. The next moment, under Xin Jun's horrified gaze, he raised the dragon spine sword in his hand and thrust it straight into the defensive formation. Buzz. The instant the blade's tip touched the array, the entire defensive formation groaned under the strain. The bagua pattern swirling on its surface erupted in a chaotic frenzy, shattering layer by layer the instant they touched the sword's tip. Xin Jun nearly wet himself at the sight. This can't be. A hoarse gasp forced its way from his throat, but the words he tried to utter were torn to shreds by another deafening roar from the formation. This time, he was truly terrified. This was clearly a high-grade yellow rank formation capable of withstanding a Foundation Establishment Stage 1 cultivator for at least 15 minutes. How could it be as thin as paper against this youth before him? In truth, if not for Lín Xuān deliberately slowing down to savor the satisfaction and torment his opponent, he could have sliced through this childishly simple formation in a single stroke. Now, he had extracted sufficient satisfaction from Xin Jun's expression. Let's call this make-believe game over. He delivered the classic villain's line with a touch of adolescent grandstanding, and then, snap. The moment the formation shattered, a resolute expression flashed across Xin Jun's face. The despair and fear that had weighed upon him vanished instantly, as if everything that had just transpired had been nothing but a facade. Oh? Lín Xuān halted his advance, studying him with a hint of amusement. Having heard of this man's mercurial nature in his previous life, this was the first time Lín Xuān had witnessed it firsthand. Xin Jun took a deep breath, his face calm. Must I die? Lín Xuān didn't bother to answer, merely nodding silently before resuming his advance. Thud. Who could have predicted that the very next moment, Xin Jun, who had just moments before displayed a death-defying resolve, shamelessly dropped to her knees. She began sobbing uncontrollably as she begged for mercy. I'm a lowly bastard. You don't need to dirty your noble hands with my filthy blood. I beg you, treat me as a guard dog. Keep me by your side to watch over this home in the southern city. Once clad in a Taoist robe with a certain dashing elegance, he now knelt on the ground utterly disgraced, frantically banging his head against the floor. Instantly, blood spilled forth, staining his entire face crimson. TSK, how utterly repulsive. Lín Xuān burst into laughter at the sight of the young man groveling before him. Yet the more Xin Jun proved himself capable of bending and stretching, the heavier the murderous intent grew within him. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon spine sword in his hand flashed like lightning, piercing Qin Jun's skull in an instant. The future leader of one of the top 3 guilds in Great Xia had just become a casualty of his blade.
Have you had enough? You can come out and collect the body now.
Lín Xuān wiped the blood from his blade with the victim's Taoist robe as he addressed the surrounding figures with a blank expression. Clap! 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 A sudden burst of applause erupted. Immediately after, a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Qin Jun, whose vitality had already faded from the body on the ground, slowly entered from outside.
With a smile, he raised his thumb and declared, "Well done. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Thank you, sir, for your righteous intervention in slaying my rebellious son and restoring peace to South City."
This middle-aged man was none other than Qin Jun's father Qin Yi, deputy director of the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau. Facing Lín Xuān, the man who had killed his son, Qin Yi showed not a trace of resentment as a father. On the contrary, he praised Lín Xuān without hesitation. Only when his gaze swept over Qin Jun's corpse on the ground did he instinctively flinch. Clearly, this was a deliberate act of self-preservation. Lín Xuān took it all in, observing the forced smile that nearly contorted the man's face into a grimace. He flipped his wrist, stowing the dragon spine sword into his Yuan nurturing bracelet. He sneered deliberately, "You're truly not the least bit angry?" Qin Yi waved his left hand dismissively, feigning magnanimity. "I'm overjoyed, how could I possibly be angry?" With that, he added respectfully, "I, Qin, have already ordered preparations for a celebratory banquet. I humbly request the hero's presence." "Good heavens! You want me to attend a victory banquet after I killed your son?" True to their father and son nature, with that kind of endurance, they'll succeed at anything. Except for seeking revenge against him. Though he knew keeping him alive would only breed trouble, Lín Xuān chose not to strike again. After all, wiping out the entire Ascension Alliance was likely the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau's absolute limit. Killing this deputy bureau chief would trigger a relentless manhunt at any cost. He certainly didn't want to lose Ma Xiaoyong, a future powerful subordinate, over an old man who posed no threat beyond his own twisted desires. He yawned, walking straight past Qin Yi. "No need for a victory banquet. I hope you can start a new account while you're still in good health. I'm leaving now. Take care." Lín Xuān's words were undoubtedly a double-edged sword, killing both the man and his spirit. Yet Qin Yi was a man of extraordinary endurance and ruthlessness. He maintained his smile. "Thank you for your timely advice, sir. Your kindness is something I shall never forget." After stepping outside, Lín Xuān abruptly turned back. He saw the other man still standing there, smiling as he watched him leave. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel, TSK TSK TSK. That level of endurance borders on the abnormal. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the dragon spine sword once more. His business done, he swept his robe and departed. Only after confirming Lín Xuān had departed did Qin Yi's perpetually forced smile finally relax. His expressionless gaze fell upon his son's horribly mutilated corpse. The fingernail of his right hand, concealed behind his back, had dug deep into the flesh. 2 silent, murky tears rolled down his cheeks. He reached out to close Qin Jun's eyes. "Son. Father is useless. I cannot avenge you." Chapter 36, the Southern Dragon Queen officially takes on a disciple Pei Jinglian. Lín Xuān arrived in South City and did only 2 things. 1. Drink clay pot soup. 2. Kill someone. He was dissatisfied with the first task, as the clay pot soup in South City didn't live up to his expectations. But he was thoroughly satisfied with the second, for he had eliminated every single threat. Across the entire South City, aside from the Demon Slaying Bureau, there was scarcely any faction left that could pose a real threat. This meant he could now build his own power base without restraint. No longer would he need to worry about the talents he desired being snatched away by the Ascension Alliance. For some inexplicable reason, despite his blatant incursion into South City to massacre the Ascension Alliance headquarters, the largest player faction, yet not a single remnant of the Demon Slaying Bureau or the Ascension Alliance had dared to intervene. Not even a hostile glance had been cast his way. This instantly made Lín Xuān feel the absolute power that absolute strength brought. Indeed, when you're powerful enough, even dissent vanishes. With no one daring to obstruct him, he successfully boarded the flight back to Jiangcheng. The Ascension Alliance had been eradicated, and Lín Xuān began scheming in his heart about forming his own team. By my calculations, that woman will emerge onto the scene in just 2 weeks. That woman was a formidable figure from his previous life, hailed by countless players as the Southern Domain's Dragon Queen. She earned this title because her contracted character differed from most players. She had bound herself to a dragonkin demonic beast. Yes, a character could indeed be a demonic creature. But the odds were incredibly low. Out of billions of players worldwide, likely fewer than 1,000 characters were demonic beings. And those belonging to the Dragon Clan were even rarer. Who knows what kind of crazy luck that woman had to even stumble upon such odds. Later, fueled by the physical enhancements gained from the demonic beast, she forcibly entered the top 10 strongest in Great Xia, all through sheer physical prowess and innate demonic talents, without any cultivation base whatsoever. Lín Xuān had only heard fragments of the rumors surrounding her. Before the arrival of Godslayer, she was a Taoist priestess dwelling deep within ancient forests, though no one knew her exact location. All was known was that during the beast tide 2 weeks later, she suddenly emerged from seclusion to rescue a nearby small county town.
This single battle brought her instant fame.
Her body would manifest partial dragon scales during combat, earning her the title of the Southern Region's female dragon.
Later, she was recruited by the Ascension Alliance and became its vice president. Now, the Ascension Alliance has been destroyed.
Such formidable talent must naturally become his subordinate. Oof. In my previous life, the Ascension Alliance seemed to pay a hefty price to recruit her.
She doesn't strike me as someone easily subdued.
He gazed out the porthole at the clouds below, his eyes deep and unfathomable.
1 week later. Knock knock knock.
That day, Pei Jinglian was cultivating in the inner room when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Ever since Lín Xuān had relocated the spirit-gathering array to this larger courtyard, the shielding effect of the formation was now confined solely to the courtyard grounds.
The wooden door outside and its orientation remained unaffected. This was to prevent her from missing important information at times. After all, as an inner sect disciple, she was now considered an internal member of the Jade Mystic Sect. The sect would certainly share some benefits with her. Unlike outer door disciples, who were merely nominal members receiving almost no benefits. Pei Jinglian heard the sound and paused her cultivation.
After a week of cultivation, her cultivation base had reached the terrifying 9th layer of foundation establishment. She was now just a single breakthrough away from the golden core stage. And this breakthrough came merely half a month after she first broke through the foundation establishment stage. In half a month, she had spanned nearly an entire major realm. If word of such cultivation speed were to spread, scarcely anyone in the entire cultivation world would believe it. She rose and opened the wooden gate to the courtyard. Outside stood Shenli, the disciple of the 6th elder. He still wore his usual gentle, easygoing demeanor. Junior Sister Pei, I've come to inform you that you must undertake a sect mission this month.
Pei Jinglian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Why? Wasn't it agreed that 1 mission per year was sufficient? There are still several months left before the end of the year. Why must it be this month specifically?
Shenli replied calmly, that was indeed the case. However, since both you and Sister Disciple Su have just entered the inner sect, you may not be aware of certain unspoken rules. For instance, every disciple who receives a reward of high yellow grade or higher in the inner sect assessment must undertake a mission within their first month. This ensures your innate talent truly matches your assessment results.
Hearing this, Pei Jinglian sensed something was off. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind, he's lying. Senior? Pei Jinglian nearly exploded with anger upon hearing it. With her current cultivation at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, she feared no one within the inner sect. But the next moment, Lín Xuān's voice echoed in her mind once more, but you can agree to go on 1 mission with him. Ha!
The anger that had just flashed across Pei Jinglian's face instantly faded upon hearing Lín Xuān's words. Though she couldn't fathom why Lín Xuān had made this decision, she complied without hesitation. When it came to the words of a senior, even if they ordered her to die immediately, she would obey.
I understand, Senior Brother Chen.
She replied indifferently. Chen Li's smile deepened with a hint of triumphant scheming. But the next moment, just as he turned to leave, a voice called out from behind him.
Excuse me, has Su Bailu also been assigned to a mission?
Chen Li's expression stiffened slightly, but by the time he turned to answer, it had smoothed back into place.
He nodded. Yes, Junior Sister Su Bailu has also been dispatched on a mission.
I notified her first before informing you, Junior Sister Pei.
Hearing such an odd statement, even Pei Jinglian sensed something was amiss.
But she chose not to press the matter, allowing him to leave. After he departed, Pei Jinglian silently listened to the voice in her mind explain.
I instructed you to agree to him for a reason. I observed his destiny's signs, revealing hints of the purple microcosm.
This youth carries the thread of destiny. If you act in accordance with the flow, you may follow that thread to find your own breakthrough to the golden core stage.
Yet fortune and misfortune are intertwined.
Hold fast to your true heart, proceed with caution, and strive diligently.
Hearing these words, a flicker of surprise and delight immediately flashed across her lovely face.
Yet it wasn't because of the opportunity mentioned by Lín Xuān. Rather, it was because she had heard him address himself as master.
Didn't this mean the elder had accepted her as his disciple?
Her expression remained composed, but the corners of her lips betrayed her excitement.
In reality,
Lín Xuān watched the child's footsteps grow light and nimble, his expression turning slightly peculiar.
I merely tweaked a title. Is that really worth such elation?
He shook his head. Seems the thoughts of a genius are beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals like me.
Last time, the opportunity triggered, and I directly obtained the demon spirit tree and the mutant electric wolf.
Who knows what kind of feedback this time will bring.
Chapter 37, Journey to Changfeng County, Ambush along the way. At this moment,
his cultivation base had also reached Foundation Establishment Stage A through the feedback. Indeed, the game seemed deliberately designed to keep the player's cultivation level perpetually 1 tier below that of his character. This made Lín Xuān suspect the game's developers were actually a sentient artifact spirit deliberately wanting to see him weaker than his character.
Damn it!
If you hadn't withheld feedback on the Chaos Return to Origin technique, I'd have reached Foundation Establishment 9th layer by now.
Lín Xuān muttered inwardly. But in reality, even if he had received feedback on the Chaos Return to Origin technique,
given Pei Jinglian's near-frightening cultivation pace, his inherently lazy nature would still make it difficult for him to catch up to her cultivation level. His words now were nothing but self-deception. Pushing aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, his gaze returned to the game screen.
Pei Jinglian had already arrived at the Inner Door Disciples Quest hub.
This was a square, seemingly engraved with an array of considerable rank, while the stone tablets above the square were connected to the array.
Each stele functioned like a display screen, showing various quests. Indeed, even without technology, humans will devise substitutes to enhance efficiency. Lín Xuān couldn't help but marvel at the ingenious application of this formation. Senior, which quest should Jinglian take? Pei Jinglian stared at the endless list of tasks, feeling overwhelmed.
If it were up to her, she would have chosen one at random and finished it quickly. But now that the senior had mentioned fate, she couldn't make a decision lightly. Lín Xuān had intended to suggest she choose freely, for such opportunities often depended on the character triggering them themselves. But when his gaze fell upon one of the mission locations, he instantly changed his mind.
Perhaps you should take the quest from the second stone tablet in the second row, he offered. Second row, second stone tablet?
Following his guidance, Pei Jinglian quickly located the stone tablet.
A beast tide has erupted in Changfeng County, requiring an Inner Door disciple to provide support?
She read the mission details and accepted it without hesitation. Though the mission seemed perilous, she wouldn't hesitate for a moment when it came to a senior's orders. Several other Inner Door disciples nearby were selecting missions. Seeing this unfamiliar face dare to accept such a task, they couldn't help but look stunned.
They huddled together and began whispering. Is that the junior sister who just joined last month? Doesn't she know this mission is just a token gesture put up by the sect? Yeah, these disaster relief missions for other counties are always just for show. Who knew she'd actually take one? Sigh, it's a beast tide. Without golden core cultivation, going to help is suicide. Pei Jinglian had keen hearing every word of their conversation reached her ears.
Yet she felt not a shred of regret. Channeling the trace of formation energy she'd drawn from the stone tablet, she walked to the registration desk at the entrance.
Hello, I'm here to accept this mission.
She handed over her disciple badge, which held that trace of array energy. The registration was handled by an elderly man dressed in the same Inner Sect disciple robes. The Jade Mystic Sect accepted all who sought to learn, regardless of age, even those who passed the Inner Sect assessment in their twilight years. Of course, passing the assessment in old age also signified extremely poor cultivation talent. Passing the assessment itself was already a matter of fortune. Even if you passed the assessment, facing the annual mission requirements made survival even more precarious. However, the Jade Mystic Sect thoughtfully addressed this by creating the position of steward, a rank higher than outer door disciples but lower than inner door disciples, specifically for such elderly disciples. Put simply, they were essentially the waitstaff among the inner disciples.
He reached out to take Pei Jinglian's token.
Upon seeing the mission details inside, his expression shifted slightly.
Are you sure you want to take this? It's extremely dangerous.
Clearly, he was unwilling to see his junior sister, who had only recently entered the Inner Sect, rush to her death like this.
But Pei Jinglian's expression remained utterly unruffled. She simply nodded calmly, yes, this one.
Hearing this, the elders ceased his warnings and swiftly processed her registration.
Pei Jinglian retrieved her token, showing no signs of preparation.
She immediately summoned her sword and flew toward the mountain gates. The old man watched her figure gradually vanish, silently shaking his head. Over the years, he had witnessed countless Inner Sect disciples arrogantly accepting high-difficulty missions, only to return gravely injured. Even more unlucky souls had yet to return. They were likely already dead, perishing tragically in the wilderness. While the Jade Mystic Sect wouldn't stand idly by and let its Inner Sect disciples die, if sending people to investigate yielded no results, it naturally wouldn't pursue the matter indefinitely. From the moment that junior sister accepted this impossibly difficult mission, she had been as good as dead in his eyes.
Sigh, why can't they all learn from me and just quietly serve as stewards to coast through life? Must they risk life and limb, squandering their innate talents? He sighed inwardly. But then again, how could a sparrow like him possibly comprehend the lofty ambitions of someone like Pei Jinglian? The next day,
Pei Jinglian awoke early at the inn where she'd rested, mounted the horse she'd purchased, and pressed on toward Changfeng County. In just the span of yesterday, she had covered over 100 li by flying on her sword. Along the way, her aura of a 9th-tier Foundation establishment cultivator and her Yuxuan Sect Inner Sect robes ensured no reckless petty thieves dared to challenge her.
However, after 100 li, she could no longer afford such ostentation.
The Yuxuan Sect's influence only extended within a 100-mile radius. Beyond that lay the lawless lands where solitary cultivators and demonic practitioners roamed. It was inevitable that some old demons would set their sights on her, seeking to capture her for alchemy or to consecrate the 10,000 souls banner. Those ancient demons coveted nothing more than the corpses and divine souls of prodigious disciples.
Even Pei Jinglian had to proceed with caution.
Fortunately, the horse she had purchased possessed a trace of demon beast bloodline. Not only did it possess greater endurance than ordinary horses, but its footspeed was also remarkably swift. At this pace, while she couldn't cover the exaggerated distances of sword flight in a single day, covering 70 or 80 miles was well within reach.
Giddy up! Giddy up! Hoofbeats echoed as dust swirled in the air.
Pei Jinglian, clad in a jet-black gown, galloped through a forest path atop her steed. Gone was the serene demeanor she displayed within the sect now, only a fierce, heroic spirit remained. Lín Xuān had been watching her all along. Seeing her like this now, he couldn't help but marvel at how stunning Pei Jinglian's face was. Whether she played the role of a man or a woman, she shone brilliantly. In the real world, she'd likely captivate legions of young admirers.
Who's there? Just then, he saw Pei Jinglian suddenly rein in her horse and shout into the surrounding thicket. Well now, some blind fool dares lay a hand on my beloved disciple?
Lín Xuān narrowed his eyes, ready to step in and save the day.
Chapter 38, The Pear Blossom Tower Assassin Who's Behind the Hire? Pei Jinglian, if I'm not mistaken, that's your name, right?
A figure clad in black emerged abruptly from the nearby thicket. A massive bough was slung across his back.
Pei Jinglian frowned slightly.
Not because she found this man troublesome, but because he seemed far too weak. Logically speaking, anyone daring to target her wouldn't be a golden core stage-old demon, but at the very least a Foundation establishment 9th layer cultivator of her own rank.
But this one before her seemed to be only at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment? What a joke! Sorry about this.
Blame whoever offered a hefty bounty for your head. As Pei Jinglian sank into thought, the black-clad figure across from her began drawing her bowstring taut. Whoosh! A sharp arrow whistled toward her face.
Pei Jinglian remained expressionless, watching it pierce toward her forehead. Just as it neared her, a strand of chaotic spiritual energy shot forth from between her brows. Boom! The arrow shattered into dust.
The black-clad figure stared at Pei Jinglian in surprise, clearly not expecting such a swift reaction. He let out an amused chuckle. Interesting. Truly worthy of the genius who dared accept the most difficult mission.
This remark instantly made Pei Jinglian sense something. Her gaze turned icy. Who in the sect hired you to kill me? Su Bailu? Su Bailu? Who's that?
The black-clad figure shrugged.
I've no idea who you're referring to, but in our line of work, do you really think we'd reveal our client's identity?
As he spoke, he swiftly drew his bow and nocked an arrow.
Clearly, he intended to distract Pei Jinglian with his words to execute a surprise kill.
But unfortunately, he'd picked the wrong target.
Bang!
Before he could even release the arrow, Pei Jinglian materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. Her toes seemed to lightly brush the air before his chest, then an immense force erupted, sending him flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth. At that moment, Pei Jinglian finally ceased concealing her aura, revealing her Foundation establishment 9th layer cultivation. You're actually at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. The black-clad figure, sensing her aura, paled in shock. Pei Jinglian stepped forward slowly, looking down at him with disdain. You only just realized? Anger and terror flashed across the black-clad man's face. Damn it! That bastard lied about your cultivation level, said you were only at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. This statement provided Pei Jinglian with more information. She narrowed her eyes and asked, not many people are qualified to hire a Foundation establishment stage assassin like you, and who also know I've entered the inner sect. You're not hired by Qinli, are you? She was sharp. By process of elimination, she'd narrowed the suspects down to 2, Chenli and Su Bailu. As a senior elder of the Jade Mystic Sect, Elder Lu would never hire someone to kill his own inner sect disciple without a compelling motive. Moreover, if word got out, it would jeopardize his position as an elder. The risk was too great with no gain, so he could essentially be ruled out. Originally, Pei Jinglian suspected Su Bailu, as she alone harbored the deepest grudge against her within the entire Jade Mystic Sect. But the black-clad figure claimed not to know her. Combined with Chen Li's sudden request for her to undertake a mission yesterday, the final suspect could only be him. Yet a new problem arose. She hadn't taken the 6th elder as her master, nor did she have any competing interests with him. Why would he hire someone to kill her? Moreover, since she had just entered the inner sect, his attitude and the fact that he personally guided her in obtaining her magical artifact and cultivation techniques didn't seem like the actions of someone who would do such a thing. Could it still be Su Bailu after all, with this black-clad figure lying? Though she could now identify the employer, Pei Jinglian found herself consumed by even greater doubt. Finally, her icy gaze settled on the black-clad figure lying on the ground. To uncover the truth, she would have to pry it from his lips. The black-clad figure sensed her gaze and let out a bitter laugh. If you're hoping to learn the employer's name from me, you're wasting your breath. Truth be told, I come from Pear Blossom Pavilion. Le Huolo? Upon hearing this name, Pei Jinglian indeed lowered the sword poised to slice open his skin. Lín Xuān also froze slightly upon hearing it. For in his previous life, he too had heard of this organization's notorious reputation within the game. No one knew just how vast this organization truly was. Yet in his previous life, countless players had seen their painstakingly cultivated characters meet tragic ends at the hands of this group. Some players even reached the Yuanling stage, only to be assassinated by Li Hualu's killers in the end. After all, the game was like the way of heaven, it wouldn't permit so many protagonists to emerge at once. The Pear Blossom Pavilion seemed to serve the function of suppressing player character growth. The game invents all sorts of reasons to make players' characters provoke assassination attempts from the Pear Blossom Pavilion. Now, Pei Jinglian had clearly encountered this fate as well. But what stunned Lín Xuān was how premature this timing was. In his previous life, he'd heard of player characters being assassinated only after the server had been open for at least half a year. Now, just half a month after launch, Pei Jinglian had already drawn the Pear Blossom Pavilion's assassination attempt? Damn it, are they deliberately targeting my SSS tier character? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fortunately, Pei Jinglian possessed the Chaos Divine physique, and she herself was exceptionally diligent. Otherwise, facing a Foundation Establishment's 6th layer assassin at this stage, any other character would likely have been reduced to nothing but bones by now. Just then, he caught her inner thoughts. Damn it! I heard the assassins of Pear Blossom Pavilion are all trained in-house, utterly loyal to the pavilion, and bound by a heavenly oath. If they ever reveal their employer's name, they'll bleed from all 7 orifices and die. I'm no practitioner of the demonic path, so I don't possess soul-searching techniques. Seems I won't get the answer about who hired him from this assassin. Lín Xuān finally understood why she had lowered her sword. He'd thought the girl had simply softened her heart. Ding! Detected Pei Jinglian facing investigation deadlock. Spend 10,000 to purchase truth-speaking pill? Truth-speaking pill compels the user to speak truth to the one who administered it, overriding even heavenly oaths. Wow, so it can even deceive the heavenly oath? Lín Xuān suspected the game was orchestrating this scenario just to drain players' recharge balances. Luckily, he was so broke he only had a little over 999 billion in recharge balance left. Bye. If his beloved disciple sought the truth, what was 10,000 worth? Soon, the top-up notification transformed into a golden light and vanished into the game. This is a truth pill. You can have him take it. Hearing the voice in her mind and seeing the crimson pill suddenly appear before her, Pei Jinglian was instantly overcome with emotion. Master has truly been watching over me all along. Lín Xuān. Chapter 39, Is He the Murderer? Arrival at Confronting County. You truly come from the Pear Blossom Pavilion? Yes. Who hired you to kill me? Chenli, an inner door disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. Deep within the forest, Pei Jinglian interrogated the black-clad figure before her. Under the effects of the truth-speaking pill, the man revealed everything. Upon hearing the name Chenli, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. I never imagined it would actually be him. She genuinely couldn't fathom what she might have done to offend this senior disciple. She had only been in the inner sect for less than half a month, spending all that time secluded in her courtyard cultivating, with no contact whatsoever with the outside world. Logically speaking, unless someone was mentally unstable, they wouldn't target someone like her who had no social life, right? Pei Jinglian keenly sensed something was amiss, yet she lacked concrete evidence for now. She now knew who had hired the assassin, yet the truth only grew more elusive. She believed Chenli must have had ulterior motives for hiring an assassin. It couldn't simply be personal dislike driving him to violate the inner sect's code of conduct. This person must not die. I must bring him back to the sect. But with this mission, the senior must also want me to find an opportunity to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. For a moment, she felt torn. Just then, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted before her. To the stunned gazes of the black man and Pei Jinglian, a rift in the void opened before them. Immediately afterward, Lín Xuān's voice echoed in Pei Jinglian's mind. You may confine him within it. When you return to the sect, I shall release him. Hearing these words, her eyes welled up with tears. As far as she knew, even cultivators at the nascent soul stage would expend their primordial essence to open a spatial fissure. Yet her master had chosen to open one without hesitation, solely to preserve evidence for her. The debt of gratitude she owed her master was one she could never repay in this lifetime. Lín Xuān. If he weren't afraid of hurting her feelings, he'd genuinely want to warn this kid to stop going on and on about all this debt of gratitude nonsense. And this void fissure? Naturally, it was created by him through recharging. It only cost 10,000. Not much at all as long as it advances Pei Jinglian's storyline, even 1 million wouldn't be a problem. Worth mentioning. Pei Jinglian's journey to Confronting County wasn't solely for completing a quest. When Lín Xuān had asked her to select that mission, it was to seize the opportunity to recruit the A-rank character he had contracted in his previous life as his disciple. This was something previously mentioned. However, Pei Jinglian had only recently completed her foundation establishment, and her cultivation level was unsuitable for traveling outside. Much less undertake something as significant as taking on a disciple. Now that the timing was right, she could seize this chance to bring that A-rank character back to Yuxuan.
I hope that by the time Pei Jinglian reaches Changfeng County, that character hasn't been contracted by another player yet.
He murmured to himself. If the target had already been contracted, it would simply mean their destined connection had run its course. Sending Pei Jinglian to investigate was already the utmost he could do. After another 2 days and 1 night of travel. On the 4th day after leaving the Jade Mystic Sect, Pei Jinglian finally arrived at Changfeng County. The region earned its name Changfeng County due to the hurricanes that swept through year-round. Most of the houses here were built with stone, effectively preventing them from being blown down by the wind. The mission site lies in the eastern part of Changfeng County. Word is that a 4th-tier demon emperor has burst forth from the depths of the mountains there, triggering a beast tide that's now assaulting nearby human settlements. Casualties are heavy. Even with the 2 major sects nearby sending cultivators to resist, the front lines are still gradually collapsing. This is why they've begun appealing for aid from cultivators across the land. Presumably, every sect in Changfeng County has dispatched disciples to help repel the beast tide. Numerous disciples like myself, hailing from other counties, have also joined the effort.
With the addition of a newly emerged nascent soul stage elder, this beast tide should be resolved swiftly.
Pei Jinglian rode her horse toward the reinforcement site, her mind racing with thoughts. The person my master asked me to find is also in a village near the beast tide. I wonder if they're still alive. Who goes there? State your name. Suddenly, a checkpoint set up not far ahead halted her progress. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be local soldiers. Perhaps due to the recent beast tide, crime rates in Changfeng County had been steadily rising. Authorities had implemented restricted access zones for commoners to prevent opportunistic looting. Pei Jinglian did not presume superiority due to her status as a cultivator. Instead, she dismounted and presented her inner door disciple identification token. I am Pei Jinglian, an inner door disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. Hearing of the beast tide in Changfeng County, I have come to aid my fellow cultivators. Upon hearing she was a cultivator, the 2 officers immediately knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. We are blind fools who failed to recognize your divine presence. Please spare our lives, great immortal. Seeing their state, Pei Jinglian frowned. Why do you fear cultivators so? One of the officers raised his head, looking somewhat bewildered. There is a distinction between mortals and immortals. We obstructed you, a great immortal, with mortal laws that in itself is a crime. Moreover, we mortals should prostrate ourselves and pray for blessings when we see a newcomer. Hearing this, Pei Jinglian instantly understood. Her gaze grew complex. She hadn't expected Changfeng County to be even darker than her own home county of Millen. While cultivators in Millen County also look down on mortals, they certainly didn't demand kowtows upon sight. It seems Changfeng County runs deeper than I imagined. She sighed deeply, rose to mount her horse, and paid no further heed to the 2 kneeling officers. She was no saint. Witnessing injustice didn't compel her to cry out for reforming the world. For her, devoting herself to cultivation and avoiding demonic paths was the greatest mercy she could offer to the mortals of this world. For if a Chaos Saint body were to fall into the demonic path, the scale of the calamity it would unleash upon all living beings was beyond estimation. Lín Xuān witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. This game feels more and more like a glimpse into the future of reality. In his previous life, as time stretched on after the arrival of Godslayer, the fabric of reality had quietly shifted. Everyone prioritized their own interests above all else. Even over the ownership of a demonic pet, 2 brothers who had once been inseparable could fight to the death. The animalistic instincts once restrained by law were unleashed completely after the law was abolished. Even the demon-slaying bureau couldn't escape this transformation. In his previous life, Lín Xuān had been threatened by a member of the bureau, ultimately paying 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to avoid trouble. At its core, the root cause of all this was simple. This was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. As long as you were powerful enough, no one dared to look down on or bully you. Fortunately, in this life, I have always been the strongest being in this world. Lín Xuān silently rejoiced. Chapter 40, The Contracted Partner from a Past Life. Lin Hanyu. Hey, you up ahead. That's where the beast tide roams. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. As Pei Jinglian approached the entrance of the 3rd town, the guards finally changed from ordinary people to cultivators. Before she could approach, one of the cultivators issued a warning. But Pei Jinglian merely emitted a faint trace of her aura, and both guards instantly stepped aside to clear the path. The soldier who had warned her was now trembling with fear as he apologized. Senior, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't recognize your greatness. Pei Jinglian, however, couldn't be bothered with further interaction and rode straight into the city. The moment she entered, she sensed an atmosphere distinctly different from the previous 2 cities. The air here was oppressively heavy, filled with bandaged wounded and patrolling cultivators. Occasionally, one could spot the skeletal remains of a demon beast, white and enormous, resembling a bone house from afar. On the opposite side of the city, a gaping breach in the city wall gaped menacingly. Evidently, this city had once been breached by a beast tide, only to be reclaimed by the cultivators. It now served as a frontline supply station. Esteemed cultivator, I am Pei Jinglian, an inner door disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. I have come specifically to aid my fellow disciples in Changfeng County.
Might you tell me the approximate location of the front lines? Rather than recklessly continuing through the city along the road, she politely stopped a patrolling cultivator to ask. Upon hearing her identity, the guard's expression instantly shifted to one of deep respect. I never imagined it would be a fellow cultivator from Mulan County. To have traveled thousands of miles to come to our aid, truly commendable. He promptly directed Pei Jinglian toward the front lines, cautioning, fellow Daoist, the danger at the front remains. Occasionally, one or two beasts breach the defenses and infiltrate the forward zones. Please exercise utmost caution. Thank you for the warning, fellow cultivator. With her bearings set, Pei Jinglian continued driving her horse toward the indicated direction. As she ventured deeper, the stench of blood grew increasingly potent. Human remains began appearing by the roadside, whether cultivators or mortals, it was impossible to tell. No matter how distinct the divide between mortal and immortal had been in life, at the moment of death, all ultimately reduced to a pile of white bones. Witnessing this scene, Pei Jinglian gazed at the distant landscape, and wisps of chaotic energy began to emerge in her eyes. Pei Jinglian was moved by the scene and fell into a moment of enlightenment. Lín Xuān? He was dumbfounded. Wait, is this enlightenment happening at a reasonable frequency? What takes others a lifetime to achieve once seems to have become a monthly ritual for Pei Jinglian. Damn, she can even ride a horse while having an epiphany. Watching Pei Jinglian steadily ride forward, Lín Xuān couldn't help but wonder, is this even human? Fortunately, this enlightenment didn't last long. Pei Jinglian soon snapped out of it. This time, the chaotic energy within her eyes had grown significantly denser. Pei Jinglian's enlightenment completed. The chaos eye has been enhanced. Seeing that this enlightenment hadn't actually provided the opportunity to advance to the golden core stage, Lín Xuān couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He had truly believed advancing to the golden core stage would be this effortless. It seems even the Chaos Saint body must pause for a moment when facing the first great life and death trial of the golden core stage. For cultivators, the golden core stage was like a threshold testing one's innate talent. For the gifted, it offered only a brief delay before effortless breakthrough. But for those without talent, no matter how long they cultivated, they could never condense a golden core worthy of attaining the Tao. This location. Suddenly, Lín Xuān's gaze fixed on a name on the map, causing his heart to skip a beat. Taihu Town? That name was all too familiar to him. In his previous life, the A-class character he had contracted with had grown up in this very town. Interesting. The location of this beast tide actually overlaps with Taihu Town. Could fate truly exist? A sense of absurdity welled up within Lín Xuān. Had he not chosen this mission, perhaps Pei Jinglian would never have come here. But precisely because he had chosen this mission, not only had Pei Jinglian arrived, but she had also happened to pass through Taihu Town while completing the mission. His original plan had been to head to Taihu Town to search for that rank character only after Pei Jinglian completed her mission. Yet now, the two had coincided in such an uncanny way? No! This absolutely wasn't a coincidence. Lín Xuān suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His decision back then had been made entirely on impulse. After all, if his decision caused Pei Jinglian to come to harm, he might not be so lucky next time to draw an SSS tier character. Especially given his temperament after reincarnating, such foolish behavior was utterly uncharacteristic. So why had he acted so recklessly back then? Could it be that he, too, was being manipulated by a player-like entity? At this thought, Lín Xuān felt he couldn't dwell on it any longer. Otherwise, he would begin to question his own existence. Just then, a pop-up notification in the game caught his attention. Pei Jinglian faces a difficult decision. Please make a choice for her. How could someone with such supreme devotion to the way face a dilemma? Lín Xuān looked at the screen with curiosity, only to freeze in place the next moment. Through Pei Jinglian's perspective, he witnessed a little girl being pursued by a brown bear. The girl moved with remarkable speed, seemingly possessing some martial arts training. It was precisely this agility and swiftness that had allowed her to flee all the way from the distant town to this location. But mortal endurance has its limits. Soon, she was panting heavily, her pace slowing. Pei Jinglian struggled with the decision whether to save this little girl. She was meant to aid those who had triggered their destiny, and while this child might not be troublesome, intervening would still entangle her in karmic consequences. If this minor matter disrupted the senior's destiny, she would carry that guilt for the rest of her life. Yet the thought of abandoning her to certain death gnawed at the last remnants of her conscience. Thus, despite possessing Supreme Dao Heart, she now found herself caught in a strange inner conflict. Lín Xuān witnessed the scene and, without a moment's hesitation, pressed the transmission talisman to tell her. Follow your heart, save that little girl. The moment Pei Jinglian heard the voice in her mind, her body shot forward. Swish! Her long sword shot out like an arrow, piercing the brown bear's skull with pinpoint accuracy. Just 1 second later, the bear would have pounced on the little girl. Thud! The exhausted little girl knelt on the ground, her face filled with gratitude as she looked at Pei Jinglian, my savior. Chapter 41, Pei Jinglian takes a disciple, the beast-tide strangeness. My savior? Pei Jinglian, who had just landed, paused in surprise, a strange sensation welling up inside her. Up until now, she had always been the one calling her master that. Being called a life-saving benefactor by someone else was a first. Seeing the little girl's eyes and expression filled with boundless gratitude, she suddenly understood how her own master must have felt about her. This feeling of being needed was actually quite pleasant. "What's your name?" she asked. "My name is Ji Hanyu." "Her name is Lín Xuān." Two voices answered Pei Jinglian's question simultaneously. Her heart skipped a beat in surprise. Only a moment later did she realize the second voice belonged to her master. Lín Xuān repeated, "Don't concern yourself with her former name. From this moment on, she is Lín Xuān." He knew this little girl all too well. In his previous life, she had been his contracted character. Though her talent and diligence fell far short of Pei Jinglian's current level, yet she had endured the most difficult days of his previous life alongside him. Even in her final moments, she had continued striving for his mission. It was a pity she had died so abruptly. He didn't know if after his death, Lín Xuān had been contracted by a better player or returned to a normal life. Because in his previous life, he'd been so focused on strengthening himself that he often sent this little girl to complete dangerous tasks for him. That's why Lín Xuān had always felt a deep sense of guilt toward this rank character. In this life, fate brought Pei Jinglian, whom he had contracted, into contact with Lín Xuān. This signaled that his connection with Lín Xuān was far from severed. Regarding the name Lín Xuān, it was actually changed by her own initiative after Lín Xuān contracted her. Lín Xuān had always called her by that name in his previous life, which was why he immediately blurted out the answer when Pei Jinglian asked for her name. Out of respect for him, Pei Jinglian clearly wouldn't argue. In fact, she immediately grasped Lín Xuān's intent and addressed the little girl before them earnestly. "Do you wish to cultivate immortality?" The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. Since childhood, she had heard her elders speak of how carefree and joyful cultivating immortality was. However, due to Changfeng County's unique cultivation atmosphere, families like hers with no ancestors who had ever cultivated simply didn't have the qualifications to enter a cultivation sect. Moreover, her family wasn't wealthy enough to hire an independent cultivator to teach her. Thus, the girl had to settle for the next best thing: martial arts training. Martial arts training made her nearly unmatched among her peers, yet it still lacked that certain something compared to cultivating immortality. Now, a broad path to cultivating immortality lay before her. How could she not be tempted? Without much hesitation, she nodded firmly, "I want to." Pei Jinglian gave a slight nod. "Then you must take me as your master. Are you willing?" Thud. Without a second thought, the little girl knelt and bowed her head. Disciple Ji Hanyu pays respects to her master. Then, lifting her head slightly with curiosity, she asked, "May I inquire about your honorable name, master?" Pei Jinglian calmly recited her name. The little girl instantly climbed up the pole. "Truly worthy of being my master, even your name is so beautiful." Put. Even Pei Jinglian, who rarely smiled, found herself amused by the girl's smooth-talking manner. In reality, Lín Xuān also found himself smiling. The primary reason he remembered Lín Xuān so vividly was precisely because this girl had a silver tongue. At that moment, Pei Jinglian suddenly declared, "Since you've been defeated and entered my sect, it signifies you've severed ties with your mortal self. Today, I shall bestow upon you the surname Lín. Do you accept?" Hearing this, the little girl's face flashed a hint of hesitation. After all, she had grown accustomed to the Ji surname. For over a decade, family, relatives, and friends had called her by it. The sudden prospect of letting it go felt bittersweet. But the thought that changing her surname would allow her to embark on the path of cultivation instantly solidified Lín Xuān's resolve. Nodding, she replied with a cheerful smile. "Lín Xuān. Master, after you changed my surname, I feel this name sounds even better." Pei Jinglian shook her head. "This name? I didn't choose it for you." Lín Xuān frowned in confusion. "If not you, then who else could it be?" Pei Jinglian replied earnestly, "It was your great-grandmaster, my own master." Lín Xuān's breath caught in her throat. Then, her face lit up with excitement. "My master actually has a master?" Pei Jinglian couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. "Why did you think I wouldn't have one?" Lín Xuān scratched her head sheepishly. "No, I'm just surprised. And since you're so formidable, master, I imagine your grandmaster must be even more powerful, right?" Hearing this, a trace of pride flashed across Pei Jinglian's face. "Of course. Your great-grandmaster's power is unmatched. Few in this world could stand equal to him." "Wow, I never imagined grandmaster was so legendary. Then he must be as handsome as described in the storybooks, right?" Pei Jinglian's mind flashed back to that ethereal, youthful figure in the cave of the Yuxuan Mountains. Her cheeks flushed slightly. More than just handsome, master's aura and appearance transcend any description. Lín Xuān. He glanced down at his pajamas, his expression turning utterly bizarre as he listened to the two women on the screen showering him with wild praise. If they ever found out he was more like a total loser in real life, would they suffer from a severe case of reality shock? Fortunately, Lín Xuān remained true to herself and didn't stubbornly cling to her original surname. Otherwise, if she suddenly reverted to her original Ji surname, he'd always feel a bit resentful. It just sounded better to him that the girl took his surname. Pei Jinglian has completed her apprentice recruitment. You may now view her apprentice Lín Xuān's information. Name, Lín Xuān. Age, 16. Affinity, 10. Realm, mortal. Talent, Earth Tier Water Spirit Root. Identity, disciple of Pei Jinglian, inner sect disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. Profile, when the beast tide erupted, though her hometown of Taihu Town lay far from the front lines, the collapse of defenses eventually brought the onslaught to her doorstep. In this catastrophe, she lost her entire family. She herself survived by hiding in a mountain cave. When she returned home to gather her family's remains, she was targeted by a brown bear. Fortunately, a mysterious savior intervened at the critical moment, saving her life. Lín Xuān finished reading, his expression complex. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, this girl would lose her entire family to the beast tide, becoming an orphan? Fortunately, Pei Jinglian arrived just in time. Otherwise, I doubt I would have ever seen this child in this lifetime. As he spoke, he suddenly realized that in his previous life, when he had contracted with this child, he had never encountered any beast tide. Why had they erupted so suddenly in this lifetime? Chapter 42, Golden Core Stage Demon Cultivation. Pei Jinglian stands her ground. Master, where should we go now? Lín Xuān rode alongside Pei Jinglian on the same horse. As she gazed at the increasingly desolate landscape around them, fear began to creep into her heart. Pei Jinglian replied softly, I was dispatched by the Jade Mystic Sect to aid in this beast tide crisis. Therefore, we are heading toward the front lines. As she spoke, she lowered her head slightly and noticed the frightened expression on Lín Xuān's face. Her voice softened as she reassured her, rest assured, you will suffer no harm under my protection. Lín Xuān nodded obediently, her heart gradually calming. Lín Xuān couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at the sight. But he quickly realized how ridiculous this feeling was. How could he possibly feel jealous of his own character? Besides, they were both women. What kind of jealousy was he even feeling? But seeing Lín Xuān being so obedient to someone else, it actually makes me feel strangely uncomfortable. He slapped his head hard, silently cursing himself as a nutcase. Just then, he saw the two figures on the screen come to a halt once more. Three figures blocked their path ahead. Lín Xuān's gaze sharpened as he noticed the red names above their heads. Demon Path Shen de Golden Core Stage 1. Demon Path Shen Air Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. Demon Path Shen San Foundation Establishment 8th Layer. This tree. Shen San, the weakest of the three, brandished his curved blade and pointed it at the two women across from them, stammering out a threat. Get out of the way. Shen Air couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped him aside with one hand, then addressed the two women with extreme arrogance. This tree I planted, this path I cleared. If you wish to pass, you two stay behind. Turning to the only gold core cultivator among them, Shen De, he added, Big brother, my slogan rhymes, right? Second brother truly lives up to being the most talented among us three. He's got some real flair. Shen De was never stingy with his praise. This scene left Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān across from him utterly dumbfounded. The latter asked bluntly, excuse me, are you here to perform a play? If so, why not wait until we've dealt with this beast tide? You can leave an address, and I'll definitely come support you when I return. Shen Air's mood, which had just lifted from his elder brother's praise, instantly turned to fury upon hearing this. You little! How dare you speak so viciously? I'll turn you into a furnace vessel. Shen San stammered in agreement, exactly, you. Enough. If you want to rob us, just say so. No need to put on this clownish show. Pei Jinglian drew her long sword, coldly cutting off their performance. Only then did Lín Xuān realize, so you really are robbers? Not putting on a show? Interesting. And you're actually at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment? Shen De sensed the aura emanating from Pei Jinglian. Rising with keen interest, he flashed a mouthful of yellow teeth. Little girl, you seem talented. I could give you a chance to be my chieftain's wife. Reaching Foundation establishment 9th layer at your age, you might just be worthy of me. A murderous intent flared in Pei Jinglian's eyes. In all her time traveling, this was her first encounter with members of the demon sect. Though these three looked somewhat ridiculous, their words were definitely not the speech patterns of normal cultivators. No wonder they say those of the demonic path carry a touch of madness. Now she saw it for herself. You still want to draw your sword? Shen De watched as Pei Jinglian raised her long sword, pointing it directly at him. He snorted coldly, unleashing the full might of his golden core cultivation. Beside him, Shen Air and Shen San were instantly crushed by the overwhelming pressure, forced to kneel on the ground. As the saying goes, once one enters the golden core stage, even the heavens, earth, and mountains bow in submission. A golden core cultivator needn't even lift a finger to instill fear in Foundation establishment practitioners, who instinctively bowed in submission. The Shin trio relied entirely on their gold core leader to maintain their comfortable bandit lifestyle even amidst the beast tide. Though it was unclear how a demonic cultivator had reached the golden core stage, their audacity to target Pei Jinglian meant their time was running out. Lín Xuān's finger hovered over his phone screen, poised to tap the recharge prompt to aid Pei Jinglian.
He knew Pei Jinglian possessed formidable combat prowess, but facing a golden core cultivator was still an insurmountable challenge.
The gap between them was akin to that between an ordinary mortal and a Qi cultivation stage cultivator.
Even the most physically robust commoners, relying on their exceptional stamina, might exchange a few blows with a Qi cultivation cultivator. Yet after those initial exchanges, defeat was inevitable.
Therefore, Lín Xuān didn't believe Pei Jinglian could resolve this crisis alone. But at that very moment, Pei Jinglian's eyes suddenly changed color. Her left eye became deep and pitch black, while her right eye turned a pale, eerie white. In an instant, it seemed as though two opposing yin-yang arrays had materialized between heaven and earth. Such overwhelming might even drew a look of astonishment from Shen De across the battlefield. Upon witnessing this, Lín Xuān exclaimed in shock. "That's the Eye of Chaos." He stared dumbfounded at Pei Jinglian on the screen, struggling to believe this was his own character. How could someone at Foundation Establishment 9th layer unleash an aura comparable to the Golden Core stage? Could it be because of that sudden realization he had while riding the horse not long ago? A sudden realization dawned on Lín Xuān, his face brimming with disbelief. He had thought it was merely a simple epiphany. After all, his cultivation hadn't even increased. Yet it had directly elevated Pei Jinglian's Chaos Eye to the Golden Core stage. No wonder the game didn't prompt a recharge notification earlier. It had already recognized Pei Jinglian possessed the capability to handle that Gold Core cultivator Shindashi alone. This woman is truly peculiar. Though her cultivation is only at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, the techniques she employs are nearly on par with mine, perhaps even surpassing them. Shinda, a Golden Core cultivator, gazed at the immense yin-yang diagram unfolding between heaven and earth. A sense of insignificance unexpectedly welled up within him. This woman is unnerving. Second brother, third brother, we'd best retreat now. Faced with these bizarre techniques, this formidable Golden Core cultivator decided to flee without even attempting to fight. Yet it was precisely this cowardly nature that allowed him, as a practitioner of the demonic path, to successfully cultivate to the Golden Core stage. Second brother, third. He heard no response from behind. Whirling around, he saw black and white magical formations materializing beneath their feet. Their bodies were already being swallowed up, about to vanish into the formations. This was none other than one of the effects of Pei Jinglian's Chaos Eye, the ability to directly pull enemies into the Chaos realm, disrupting their senses and making them easy prey. You bastard! In that instant, rage and shock overwhelmed him. He never imagined the enemy would dare attack his brothers right under his nose. And he hadn't even noticed. Chapter 43, A Fake Golden Core Realm? We're both practitioners of the demonic path. Why such a brutal attack? He stared at Pei Jinglian, whose eyes were one black and one white, demanding an answer. His limited understanding led him to mistake Pei Jinglian's innate divine ability as a Chaos Saint body for a technique of the demonic path. Moreover, his question was downright foolish. Once you're in the demonic path, who cares if you're fellow practitioners? Pei Jinglian couldn't be bothered with further discussion. She had already activated the Chaos Eye, sealing his two brothers within the Chaos realm. They wouldn't be escaping anytime soon. Now, all she needed to do was eliminate this Golden Core cultivator before her to settle this once and for all. Boom! Her toes lightly touched the ground, unleashing terrifying force that instantly pounded a massive crater into the earth. Her entire body shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Shen De across the battlefield. You're courting death. Shen De sneered coldly, unleashing a terrifying surge of demonic energy. The dense, thick black clouds of demonic energy seemed poised to swallow Pei Jinglian whole. Behind them, Lín Xuān felt dizzy and lightheaded after just one glance. Her face turned pale as she couldn't help but worry for her newly adopted master. Though she hadn't cultivated the way of immortality, she could sense that the aura emanating from this demonic figure far surpassed that of her own master. Master, can she really do it? Pei Jinglian's expression remained unchanged, still radiating an unyielding sharpness. The long sword in her hand darted like a bolt of lightning, poised to cleave through the barrier of demonic energy. Youngster, halt at once. Just as the two were about to clash, Shen De abruptly withdrew the demonic energy surrounding him, narrowly evading Pei Jinglian's strike. Cold sweat broke out on his back, only to see the opponent's sword follow like a venomous snake. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth, summoning the demonic energy to surge around him once more. His speed exploded, instantly creating distance between them. Standing with hands behind his back, he exuded the air of a sage. Young one, your talent is exceptional. Your future achievements will surely surpass ours. Why perish here? Why not strike a deal instead? Hearing this, Pei Jinglian coldly pointed her sword at him. You seek to rob and kill me and you dare propose a deal? Ha 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 ha. Shen De roared with laughter. He looked at Pei Jinglian and said in a deep voice, the struggle between the demonic and righteous paths is inherently a matter of life and death. Besides, I haven't laid a finger on either of you. How can you say I'm trying to kill you? The deal I propose is this: I spare both of you, and you return my two brothers. How does that sound? At this, Pei Jinglian ceased all further discussion. The spiritual energy she had long been gathering erupted in an instant. In an instant, her figure shot forward, closing the distance to Shen De.
A look of utter shock washed over his face. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that a mere 9th layer foundation establishment cultivator could unleash such terrifying speed. Thud. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Shen De, a golden core cultivator, had his arm pierced by a single sword strike from Pei Jinglian, a mere foundation establishment 9th layer cultivator. Had he not swiftly shifted his body to the right, that blade would have pierced straight through his heart. Ah! He let out a piercing scream, then gasped out. "Spare me, Lady Warrior. Spare me." These words left not only Pei Jinglian stunned, but even Lín Xuān, watching from beyond the screen, was dumbfounded. "Not a buddy? You're a golden core cultivator begging for mercy from a foundation establishment cultivator?" Only then did both men notice something amiss with the other. Shen Da's demonic energy suddenly began to wither, and his complexion grew noticeably paler. His cultivation aura rapidly plummeted. Within mere breaths, he transformed from a terrifying golden core cultivator into an ordinary foundation establishment 9th layer practitioner. "What's going on?" Pei Jinglian frowned slightly, pressing her long sword against his throat as she demanded sharply. Feeling the icy sharpness against his neck, the latter shivered with fear and hastily explained. "This is a secret technique my brothers and I discovered long ago in the ruins of a demonic lair. Activating it causes one's cultivation aura to surge dramatically. Moreover, it seems to depend on one's innate talent. The greater the talent, the more the cultivation aura surges. For instance, I'm at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. After using it, I can surge all the way to the golden core stage. My second and third brothers, who are at foundation establishment 3rd and 4th layers respectively, can only reach 7th and 9th layers at most after using it." Upon hearing this, both Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān froze in shock. Clearly, neither had imagined such an utterly bizarre secret technique existed. A flash of realization lit Pei Jinglian's eyes. "No wonder I felt no resistance when pulling those two into the chaos realm. They were just a 3rd layer and 4th layer waste. And this guy, I sensed he was all bark and no bite from the start. I thought he was just badly injured, but it turns out he's fundamentally just a 9th layer foundation establishment waste." At first, Shen De showed no reaction when the other party called his second and third brothers useless. But when he heard the other person call him also a 9th layer foundation establishment cultivator a good for nothing too, anger surged instinctively within him. But when he met Pei Jinglian's icy gaze, he instantly softened, his eyes pleading for mercy. "Yes, compared to you, all 3 of us brothers are useless." As he spoke, he suddenly began kowtowing, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded. "Lady Knight, please spare us 3 brothers. We know we've made a mistake. If you spare us, I'll hand over that secret technique manual to you, and surrender every cultivation resource I possess." Hearing this, the icy glint in Pei Jinglian's eyes did not waver. Any other cultivator might have been swayed by such words. A disguise technique capable of elevating one's aura could drastically increase survival odds during external trials or missions. After all, as long as one didn't get too close, it was nearly impossible to detect the deception. Even Pei Jinglian, with her chaos eye, hadn't detected any flaws at first glance. This indicated the secret technique's grade was likely quite high. Yet Pei Jinglian remained unmoved by such a thing. To her, possessing the secret technique was merely icing on the cake. Lacking it would not affect her in the slightest. As a chaos-saint body, she didn't even need such a thing. Moreover, she remembered how they had initially intended to take her and Lin Hanyu back as alchemical vessels. Before this, who knew how many young girls had fallen victim to their cruelty? "Your crimes are countless. Today is the day you meet your end." Pei Jinglian sneered coldly. At these words, Shen Da's expression abruptly changed. The demonic energy surged once more within him as he immediately prepared to activate a secret technique to flee. Thud. Alas, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun Pei Jinglian's blade. Shen De, the venerable ancestor renowned for his formidable might across a 100-mile radius, met his end at Pei Jinglian's hands. Lín Xuān watched the scene unfold. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he didn't believe Pei Jinglian had done anything wrong. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up on his screen. Chapter 44, Feedback Received. Hidden Heaven Technique. Pei Jinglian has slain the demonic cultivator Shen De, triggering a feedback event. Congratulations! You have obtained the upper-tier Earth-grade demonic art fragment Hidden Heaven Technique. Staring at the notification on the screen, Lín Xuān froze in place. What the hell is this? Staring at the fragment suddenly appearing in his hand, his face betrayed utter astonishment. He had assumed that after Pei Jinglian killed the target, he'd have no chance of obtaining this item. Yet now, a feedback response had unexpectedly triggered? Logically speaking, killing enemies in non-critical events rarely triggered feedback. Yet now, Pei Jinglian had casually slain a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of his power, and it had triggered a feedback? Did this mean the game system would now significantly impact her future growth path? No, the real impact must come from this cultivation technique. His gaze fell upon the fragment in his hand as a line of information popped up. Hidden Heaven Technique Fragment. Grade, High Earth Grade. Description, Fragment of the ancient demonic cultivation technique, Hiding Heaven Skill. Upon mastery, it elevates one's cultivation aura. After the first mastery, one gains insight into the breakthrough essentials of that realm.
This technique can be shared with characters. Lín Xuān finally understood upon reading the last line this cultivation technique could actually be shared with characters. It seemed this scroll was precisely the catalyst that had allowed Pei Jinglian to break through to the golden core stage. After all, the description explicitly stated it could grant insight into the breakthrough essentials. Lín Xuān even suspected that the 3 demonic cultivators had targeted Pei Jinglian precisely because they possessed this scroll. Now, he could finally be certain that some unseen force was influencing his decisions. How else could he explain acquiring such a shareable cultivation technique under such coincidental circumstances? Enough. I've already gained benefits quite well on useless thoughts. I'll share it first. Lín Xuān shook his head, deciding it was premature to dwell on such matters at his current cultivation level. Rather than fret over it now, he'd be better off focusing on advancing his cultivation. Once he grew powerful enough, he'd have nothing to fear from any schemes. Of course, when making decisions for Pei Jinglian in the future, he would consider more factors to avoid being influenced by that inexplicable force again. With a flick of his thoughts, the fragment shared itself into Pei Jinglian's mind. Simultaneously, he activated a transmission talisman to explain, this is the cultivation technique that demonic path cultivator mentioned earlier. It will greatly benefit you. You should try cultivating it. Pei Jinglian had just dealt with the 2 demonic cultivators within the chaos space. Hearing the voice in her mind and seeing the suddenly appearing fragment of cultivation technique, her face lit up with delight, and her inner reverence for Lín Xuān deepened. I never imagined that Master could locate the cultivation technique mentioned by that demonic cultivator with just a glance without even touching it. Lín Xuān felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing her inner thoughts. If it were truly as she suggested, why would he still worry about being influenced by hidden forces? Fortunately, this time Pei Jinglian didn't start gushing with gratitude the moment she received something, unlike her previous reactions. It seemed that after taking on disciples herself, this child had finally come to understand his own feelings. This child is teachable. He gave a slight nod, watching as the other led Lín Xuān to a secluded spot and began cultivating the technique. Conceal the heavens, embrace the void, using demonic energy as the catalyst. Reverse the meridians to build a bridge, deceive heaven to prove the way. The opening 4 lines alone revealed the ruthless nature of demonic cultivation. Pei Jinglian possessed remarkable talent. After merely studying it briefly, she grasped the mechanism behind this cultivation technique. It achieved this by reversing the flow patterns of the regular and extraordinary meridians, forcibly mimicking the spiritual energy fluctuations of high-level cultivators. Of course, this was only a fraction of its complexity. Even as a fragment, the technique revealed its author's extraordinary genius. It further adapts to the practitioner's innate cultivation potential, making it suitable for cultivators at every realm. A Qi cultivation stage cultivator who mastered it could briefly unleash the imposing aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. This was achievable regardless of innate talent. However, once cultivators reach the foundation establishment stage, innate talent begins to influence the technique's effectiveness. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the innate talent required to simulate the aura of a higher realm cultivator. For instance, a foundation establishment 9th layer cultivator mimicking the aura of a golden core cultivator would require at least an upper grade Xin tier single spiritual root. The better the innate talent, the stronger the simulation effect. When Lín Xuān glimpsed Pei Jinglian's insights into this cultivation technique, anticipation surged within him. Holy moly, as a chaos saint body, what realm could she simulate if she mastered this technique? Moreover, through his phone screen, he clearly saw Pei Jinglian's insights into other aspects. Beyond the aforementioned benefits, this cultivation technique carries one particularly deadly side effect. If the user lacks mental fortitude, they can easily become deluded by the simulated realm, believing themselves to truly belong there. Moreover, the quality of one's character determines how long the simulation can last. The better one's character, the longer the simulation lasts. This is precisely where the demonic nature of this technique lies. After reading this, Lín Xuān felt his anticipation grow even stronger. After all, Pei Jinglian possessed an unparalleled Dao Heart in terms of character. She was undoubtedly top tier. This was evident from her performance in the last Inner Sect Disciples assessment, where she ascended to the peak of the heart questioning stage in just 3 steps. Meanwhile, Pei Jinglian had already begun her cultivation. Lín Xuān stepped outside to guard her master. However, with her mere mortal body, her protective role was probably about as effective as a sparrow's. Her innocence and naivety truly haven't changed a bit, Lín Xuān sighed upon seeing this. If only this game allowed binding 2 characters, then with his $1 trillion recharge funds, stacking up another Empress would be a piece of cake. Just as Lín Xuān was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a shift in his stamina. It felt like a breakthrough? What the hell? Startled, he swiftly scanned his meridians, only to sense a peculiar spiritual energy beginning to flow uncontrollably within his body. Could this be the force that secretly influenced my decisions? A flood of thoughts raced through his mind, his expression darkening. He'd expected them to bide their time, but they couldn't wait to strike so soon. I've lived 2 lifetimes, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Gritting his teeth, he mobilized all his spiritual energy to intercept the peculiar force surging through his body. Yet a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. That strand of spiritual energy seemed as elusive as a phantom. No matter how fiercely he attempted to block it at the entrance of his meridians, it passed right through his spiritual barriers like a ghost. Damn it! Is it because my own strength is still insufficient? He slammed his fist hard onto the table before collapsing onto the sofa, utterly defeated. Chapter 45, What? This can be shared too? Soon, the anger on his face dissolved into calm acceptance. I'll see what tricks you can pull off. I've already died once, so dying again won't matter. It's just a pity about the character I drew. I'll likely never get the chance to cultivate her further. Under the influence of the Supreme Dao Heart, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, accepting a fate he couldn't possibly argue against. After all, rather than struggling desperately in the face of death, it was better to embrace it with a dignified composure. As that strand of spiritual energy flowed continuously through his body, the sensation of breaking through grew increasingly intense. Even his body began to emit a series of humming sounds. Lín Xuān's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Why are there changes without any side effects? Logically speaking, if he had been targeted, his body should have shown abnormalities long ago. Even if someone were attempting to possess him, his soul should have shown signs of disturbance by now. Yet up to now, aside from that intensifying urge to break through, nothing else had happened. The calm felt eerily off. Though nothing had occurred, Lín Xuān felt an even greater sense of unease within. He knew that the moment before a storm was always eerily quiet. Wasn't that exactly what was happening to him now? Could it be that my body has transformed into some kind of unwatchable source of contamination, poised to destroy the entire planet or even beyond? Lín Xuān couldn't help but dwell on the possibility. Gurgle. At that moment, it felt as though a raging river surged through his body. That breakthrough he'd only sensed before now seemed to materialize before his eyes. The aura of his cultivation level rapidly climbed from Foundation Establishment 8th layer, ultimately stabilizing at the mid-stage of Golden Core before halting. Throughout this process, he experienced every sensation of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. First, the quality and volume of spiritual energy within his body had surged beyond measure. Half was bone-chilling cold, half was blazing hot. A duality of ice and fire coursed through his meridians. He exhaled softly, the first breath forming frost-cold vapor that could freeze upon contact, while the second breath transformed into patterns of blazing fire. For a moment, he felt the sea of qi within his dantian churning violently, as true fire and true water continuously merged into a chaotic vortex. Not only had his spiritual energy transformed, but his physical constitution seemed to have been elevated as well. Clang! Suddenly, the sharp clang of metal striking metal rang in his ears, as if his internal organs were undergoing a violent transformation. Is this the physique and spiritual energy of a Golden Core cultivator? He lowered his head slightly, examining his own hands, then shook his head abruptly. No, to be precise, it should be the Golden Core stage of the Chaos Holy Body. Then, a look of confusion crossed his face. Judging by the effects, this strongly resembles the workings of the heaven concealing technique. But I never even studied that cultivation method. Only Pei Jinglian. At this thought, his expression froze momentarily before his gaze darted to the phone in his hand. There, in Pei Jinglian's message, a few new words had appeared. Name, Pei Jinglian. Age, 18. Affinity, 100 permanent. Realm, Foundation Establishment 9th layer Pseudo-Golden Core 9th layer. Talents, Chaos Divine Body activated, Supreme Dao Heart activated. Identity, Inner Sect Disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. Seeing the additional notation Pseudo-Golden Core 9th layer beside the other party's cultivation level, Lín Xuān's face betrayed utter astonishment. He was stunned not only that she had mastered that fragmentary scroll in such a short time, but even more so that he could achieve the same effect without cultivating. And this wasn't a game notification, otherwise, he would have received a prompt long ago. Wait, could this be what shared with character meant at the end of that cultivation technique? The description within that cultivation technique suddenly flashed through his mind, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. So, the true meaning of shared in that cultivation technique was that his and Pei Jinglian's cultivation progress for this technique could be synchronized and shared, not merely he unilaterally sharing the technique with Pei Jinglian. Holy crap, so you could just toss cultivation techniques to NPCs to help you practice. So, the situation he'd just experienced, along with the false Golden Core realm he'd obtained, were both due to the cultivation progress of that technique being directly shared? Suddenly, Lín Xuān felt like laughing. He'd thought someone was targeting him, but it turned out he'd been scaring himself all along. If it were Pei Jinglian, she probably wouldn't be scared by this at all, right? Lín Xuān smiled bitterly. Sometimes he even doubted whether his Supreme Dao Heart was just a name. How could it be so vastly inferior to Pei Jinglian's wordless Dao Heart? Forget it. Everything I have, I earned through my own efforts. Why bother comparing myself to Pei Jinglian? He shamelessly adjusted his mindset and refocused his gaze on the screen. At that moment, Pei Jinglian still hadn't risen, as she was deeply immersed in comprehending the unique aura of the Golden Core.
The moment her cultivation had just concluded, every sensation of breaking through to the golden core stage was deeply etched into her mind. It was a pity she had been so close to directly breaking through to the golden core stage. Now she was trying to relive that sensation over and over, hoping to finally break through to the golden core stage. Whether it was the Tao deliberately suppressing her or because she was no longer within the heavenly tier spirit gathering array, Pei Jinglian meditated for a long time, yet ultimately fell just short. What a pity! She opened her eyes and uttered only that word, her face betraying little disappointment. Still, this cultivation technique is truly top tier. With my current aura, few cultivators would dare to look me in the eye. She rose slowly, her aura stirring the surrounding spiritual energy into a vast, chaotic vortex. This was naturally because the cultivation technique was simply too powerful. It could even deceive the very essence of heaven and earth. No wonder it dared to bear such a domineering name as the heaven concealing art. With a mere flick of her wrist, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward her, offering itself for her command. In that moment, she felt as if she were the ruler of heaven and earth, commanding all living creatures. Yet her face showed no trace of enjoyment. Instead, she swiftly dispelled the technique's simulated aura, returning to her foundation establishment 9th layer cultivation level. She mused thoughtfully. It's good, but as the technique itself warns, without unwavering resolve, one can easily deceive oneself. Take that demon cultivator Shindishi just slain. By all logic, someone as treacherous and cunning as him would never provoke a righteous cultivator of equal rank. After all, the righteous path controlled the majority of cultivation resources in the immortal world. When cultivators of equal rank from the demonic and righteous paths clashed, victory almost always fell to the righteous side. Thus, an unwritten rule existed among the demonic path: never engage righteous cultivators of equal rank. Yet that demon cultivator had violated this rule, clearly mistaking himself for a genuine golden core cultivator. Chapter 46, a third-tier demon king still attempting a stealth attack? Fellow Daoist, halt your steps. Finally, after Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān had advanced another 20-odd miles, they were intercepted by a cultivator clad in sect robes. His robes bore obvious bloodstains, his face was deathly pale, and several areas were bound with bandages. He looked like he'd just retreated from the front lines. His cultivation was only at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. It seemed he had been specifically assigned here after being wounded on the front lines to prevent demonic cultivators and mortals from trespassing. Pei Jinglian made no effort to conceal her aura, so he could clearly sense that her cultivation level surpassed his own. Esteemed Daoist, I believe we've never met before. May I ask where you come from? He inquired politely. Pei Jinglian wasted no words, swiftly retrieving her Yuxuan Sect inner disciple identification token from Renaissance Soul Bracelet. I am Pei Jinglian, an inner door disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect from Forest County. I have been dispatched to provide support to the cultivators of Confronting County. Upon hearing this, the cultivator immediately stood at attention and saluted. My apologies for the inconvenience, fellow cultivator of the Jade Mystic Sect. Thank you for traveling such a great distance to assist us. On behalf of the Confronting Sect and the people of Confronting County, I offer my deepest respect. Pei Jinglian returned the salute. So you are a fellow cultivator from the Confronting Sect. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. The cultivator glanced at Lín Xuān beside her, a look of confusion in his eyes. And this is? Pei Jinglian promptly explained, this is my newly accepted disciple. Recognizing her promising talent, I took her under my wing and brought her to the front lines for some training. Hearing this, hesitation flashed across the cultivator's face. He could sense that Lín Xuān was merely a mortal. Though she possessed a 9th layer foundation establishment cultivation, could she truly protect a mortal amidst this beast tide? This situation was far too perilous. If she perished in the beast tide because of his disciple, would she blame Confronting Sect? At that moment, Pei Jinglian discerned his thoughts and immediately swore a solemn oath to the heavenly Tao. Should any harm come to my disciple during the beast tide, all responsibility rests solely with me, Pei Jinglian. Confronting Sect bears no blame. This declaration left the opposing cultivator visibly flustered. He hastily waved his hands, protesting, there's no need for such extreme measures. As long as you've come to aid Confronting County, all responsibility rests solely with Confronting Sect. You have nothing to worry about. With that, he stepped aside to let the two pass. Pei Jinglian merely smiled and casually inquired, what is the current situation at the front lines? The cultivator sighed deeply upon hearing this, the situation is dire. Our sect couldn't possibly commit all our resources to fighting this beast tide, so no one has been able to deal with that 4th-tier great demon. Beyond that, 9 3rd-tier great demons lurk within the beast tide, and we've been unable to pinpoint their exact locations. It often happens that in the midst of battle, a 3rd-tier demon king suddenly bursts forth and tears our fellow disciples to shreds. So while the front lines appear to be advancing steadily, every step forward has been paved with immense effort and countless lives. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinglian couldn't help but express her surprise. Could it be that none of your sect's venerable ancestors or senior elders have come? The cultivator who heard this shook his head with a complex expression. You may not know this, but before the beast tide, the sects of Confronting County were in a state of internal strife. The sect masters and elders of various sects were all injured.
Had it not been for this beast tide, one of our sects might have already been destroyed. What? Pei Jinglian was deeply shocked by this revelation. She hadn't imagined the sect rivalries in Changfeng County could be so intense. While their own sects in Millen County occasionally had friction, it was nowhere near life or death combat. Lin Hanyu beside her suddenly understood. No wonder the weather has been shifting so violently lately. One moment clear skies, the next dark clouds rolling in. Mother said it was the immortal's wrath. Who knew it was actually true? Hearing this, the cultivator felt an even deeper sense of shame. Truthfully, he couldn't fathom why sects fought so fiercely. Had it not been for this beast tide, he himself might have long since become a casualty of their rivalry. Pei Jinglian's gaze grew intensely complex. She suddenly understood why no one had been willing to take this mission. It seemed the waters ran far deeper than she had imagined. But she couldn't very well return empty-handed now that she was here. After a brief pause, she continued leading Lin Hanyu toward the front lines. With her foundation establishment, 9th layer cultivation, and the constant protection of her senior, she believed she had the confidence to keep both herself and Lin Hanyu alive in this environment. After passing the checkpoint guarded by that cultivator, corpses littered the ground almost everywhere. With no one or beast to clear them away, the air thickened with the stench of decay. Don't move. She drew a mind-clearing talisman on Lin Hanyu's back to prevent her from fainting from the overwhelming stench of decay. In truth, Lin Hanyu had nearly fainted. Seeing so many corpses at once, coupled with the airborne stench, it was a miracle she hadn't vomited. Lín Xuān beside her witnessed the same horrors, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. In his previous life, during the beast tide outbreak, he had witnessed similar scenes and even more gruesome ones. Back then, people's cultivation levels and abilities were nowhere near as high as those in the game, yet the ferocity of those beast waves was no less intense. The only difference was the absence of that 4th-tier demon emperor and so many 3rd-tier demon kings. Still, I really need to figure out when to correct Pei Jinglian's mindset. How can she keep thinking she can just rely on me? He shook his head inwardly with a sigh. While it was true that he always intervened through in-game recharge prompts whenever Pei Jinglian faced danger, if this were to affect her Dao Heart, then next time he would refrain from acting. She must realize she needed to rely more on herself. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up on his phone. It indicated that a 3rd-tier demon king was emitting intense hostility not far ahead of Pei Jinglian. What the hell is this? Lín Xuān's heart skipped a beat. His fingers swiftly moved to the top of the screen, poised to tap the recharge prompt. Although he had just mentioned giving Pei Jinglian a trial, he hadn't expected the test to come so quickly and to be a 3rd-tier demon king at that. Judging by the current comm displayed on the screen, this 3rd-tier demon king must have cowardly ambushed nearby, preparing for a sneak attack. If this was Pei Jinglian's trial, it was downright hellish. Come to think of it, a 3rd-tier demon king is equivalent to a human cultivator at the golden core stage. Yet to deal with a 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, it actually had to resort to ambush? This demon beast is so cunning it makes me sick. His eyes blazed with fury, wishing a bolt of heavenly lightning would strike it dead. Chapter 47, False Alarm? Or a real ambush? Warning, a 3rd-tier demon king lies in ambush ahead. Lín Xuān waited for ages, but no recharge prompt appeared. With no other choice, he used a transmission talisman to warn Pei Jinglian. Upon hearing this, she immediately halted. She swiftly shielded Lin Hanyu behind her, then her eyes shifted subtly, one black, one white. The eyes of chaos. Through her eyes, the world before her transformed into pure, unadulterated color. The corpses on the ground were a deep, rich gray. The spiritual energy in the air was a blue tinged with strands of black. Beneath the profound darkness on the ground, tendrils of emerald green writhed and extended like venomous snakes. Found you. A cold smile curled at the corners of her lips. Facing this 3rd-tier demon king, her expression showed no fear. She raised her hand and thrust her sword directly toward his location. Possessing an unparalleled Dao Heart, she showed no rashness, only pure confidence. So what if you're a 3rd-tier demon king? Before my blade, what difference are you from any other beast? Thud. Surprisingly, the emerald green mass showed no reaction whatsoever to Pei Jinglian's sword. Witnessing this scene, even Pei Jinglian couldn't help but show surprise on her face. She had already prepared to shift her stance, anticipating the creature's evasive movement. After all, 3rd-tier demon beasts were typically creatures with lightning-fast reflexes. Even without specialized sword training, evading her strike should have been straightforward. Is that blood? Watching the blood continuously seeping up from the ground, Pei Jinglian couldn't help but wonder what kind of beast was lurking beneath the earth. It had clearly been wounded by her, yet it still refused to emerge. Could this 3rd-tier demon king be gravely wounded? But even gravely wounded, it should still possess basic reflexes, right? She stirred the soil with her sword, causing more blood to seep out. Yet the demon king still showed no sign of emerging. After a moment of silence, she used her sword like a shovel, relentlessly digging through the surrounding soil. Only then did she finally see the true form of this so-called 3rd-tier demon king. It was nothing more than a root. The root of some unknown tree, its freshly pierced stem still oozing blood. Witnessing this, Pei Jinglian finally understood why the Demon King hadn't retreated.
It was merely the root of a tree demon.
A mere root. Why would the Tree King care?
Even after being wounded by her, it showed no intention of retreating. Perhaps this appendage served more as an alarm system, specifically designed to detect the number of enemies approaching. But she didn't let her guard down. Instead, she kept stabbing at the tree demon's root with her sword. But since you mentioned there's a third-tier demon beast here, I must investigate thoroughly.
Lín Xuān. Watching Pei Jinglian diligently digging like a farmer, he froze in awkwardness. Should he correct her mistake or just watch this clueless fool keep digging? Damn it, what kind of game prompt is this? It's making me lose all my cool.
He pressed his temples, about to tell Pei Jinglian the third-tier demon king had fled, when a blinding green light erupted on the screen.
Ha! Due to Pei Jinglian's persistent provocation of the Qianshu Demon King, the latter, enraged, channeled power into this root.
Lín Xuān stared dumbfounded at the sudden notification popping up on his screen.
What the hell? A mighty third-tier Demon King actually got enraged over a single root? While Pei Jinglian had been digging up its roots admittedly disrespectful, did it really need to fixate on this particular root?
Lín Xuān felt this world had definitely gone mad. It felt like it was deliberately targeting his character.
At that very moment,
Pei Jinglian, who had been relentlessly stabbing the root with her sword until it was torn to shreds, also sensed something amiss.
Clang!
After stabbing countless times, she suddenly felt one strike hit something solid like stone, unable to penetrate even an inch.
A crisp metallic clang echoed.
The next instant, a surge of danger washed over her, and she swiftly drifted backward. Swish! In an instant, a serpentine root shot up from where she had been standing. Had she remained there a moment longer, she would have been struck directly by the root. Even if she hadn't died, she would have been gravely injured.
Feeling the suddenly animated root, the aura emanating from it was unmistakably that of a third-tier demon king. Pei Jinglian's expression instantly changed. Master was right, after all, this is a third-tier demon king. Thankfully I tested the waters first, otherwise I might be gravely injured by now. Lín Xuān.
Watching this clueless fool still gloating inwardly, he suddenly felt a twinge of toothache.
If he hadn't warned Pei Jinglian, would everything have been fine? Alas, it was too late now.
He could only stand by, ready to intervene the moment the recharge prompt appeared, to help Pei Jinglian out of this predicament.
But that root had only infused a fraction of the third-tier demon king's power. It shouldn't be too formidable, right? Pei Jinglian possessed exceptional innate talent, slightly surpassing her current realm. To challenge herself shouldn't be too difficult. Ah well, he'd watch her performance first. She probably wouldn't need his help. Otherwise, that recharge prompt would have popped up long ago.
After all this time of trial and error, Lín Xuān had developed a grasp on the game's recharge prompts.
He immediately focused his attention on Pei Jinglian, intending to learn some combat techniques from her.
After all, as fellow Chaos Holy Bodies, even with his higher cultivation level, Lín Xuān didn't believe he could guarantee a complete victory over her.
And right now, Pei Jinglian was essentially the best teacher, offering the purest form of Chaos Saint body combat instruction. If he could grasp even the basics from her, it might just be enough to dominate in the real world. At that moment, Pei Jinglian had already locked eyes with the tendril.
Holding her long sword, she shielded Lin Hanyu behind her, her expression cold as she watched the demonic root twisting and whirling through the air.
Suddenly, the root trembled and mimicked a human voice. You shameless brat! How did you discover my true source hidden within this root? Pei Jinglian froze at the words. What? This third-tier demon king had hidden its source within that very root?
So that's what the elder meant by a third-tier demon king, referring to its source energy concealed within this root. Fortunately, she had been vigilant enough, otherwise, she could have been severely injured by that root strike. Now that it had detected her, it meant the demon king had already transferred its true source elsewhere. Therefore, the true power of this root before her might not even reach third tier at most. It was comparable to her own late second tier strength. With this realization, Pei Jinglian's toes lightly pressed against the ground as she swung her long sword once more, launching a preemptive strike. Chapter 48, The Chi of the Thousand Trees Demon King, fused with the Concealing Heaven technique. Screech! Seeing Pei Jinglian not only refused to retreat but dared to strike first, the root let out a shrill cry, like an infant's wail, then began spewing a thick, eerie green poisonous mist. Rocks nearby were instantly corroded into honeycomb like holes upon mere contact. Yet not a trace of fear crossed Pei Jinglian's face. She channeled the spiritual energy surrounding her, forging a layer of armor composed of chaotic spiritual energy. The toxic mist failed to inflict any damage upon contact with the chaotic energy. Moreover, the chaotic energy on her body periodically erupted with two attributes, extreme cold and extreme fire. The moment it touched the frigid side, the poisonous substance froze into icicles that fell to the ground. When they touched the blazing side, they were incinerated into nothingness, not even a trace of toxic gas escaping. Seizing this opening, her form surged directly before the root's face. In that instant, it seemed as though several cold stars flashed by. Pei Jinglian used her own body as the arrow and her sword as the arrowhead, aiming to pierce the root's core in one decisive strike. Bang! 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 Unexpectedly, 9 more serpentine roots burst from the soil, coiling toward her ankles.
Pei Jinglian's pupils contracted slightly.
Without hesitation, she slashed her own palm. A droplet of blood, carrying a chaotic aura, instantly coated the sword's edge with a layer of eerie green flame.
Those roots were merely brushed aside, snapping clean in two.
Yet this played right into the root's scheme, for these 9 additional roots were merely distractions.
The main root seized the opportunity to unleash its innate ability.
Its form rapidly swelled to 3 times its original size, revealing every detail of its upper surface, the various hairs and fuzz now clearly visible. Immediately after, as its surface billowed and pulsed like an inflating balloon, the hairs abruptly stood on end, transforming into a torrent of steel needles that erupted in a hail of stabs toward Pei Jinglian.
Master, beware!
Behind them, Lín Xuān watched the scene unfold, her heart leaping into her throat. Instinctively, she picked up a stone, ready to intervene.
But soon, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. With a casual flick of her magical robe, Pei Jinglian conjured a barrier before her.
The steel needles formed from the fluff were instantly blocked by this barrier. This was not merely because her robe was a magical artifact, but also because she had imbued it with chaos spirit energy.
Chaotic spiritual energy was the origin of all things, perfectly suited for both offense and defense. The tendril clearly hadn't anticipated such power from Pei Jinglian's chi, its form still unable to retract to its normal state. Seizing this moment, after blocking every last bit of fluff,
she abruptly flipped her robe upward, emerging from behind it like a ghostly apparition.
With lightning-fast speed, she pierced straight through the root tendril's main body.
She knew this wouldn't kill a plant-type demon beast renowned for its regenerative power. Her gaze sharpened, the black and white hues within her pupils deepening.
Boom!
She channeled nearly all her chaotic spiritual energy into the long sword in her hand.
Terrifying waves of extreme cold and extreme heat erupted like bombs within the root's body.
The root of a mighty third-tier demon king was thus detonated alive by Pei Jinglian, using her own spiritual energy as the fuse.
Ding! Pei Jinglian defeated the avatar of the Thousand Beast Demon King, triggering a feedback effect. Congratulations!
You have obtained the essence of the Thousand Tree Demon King.
Note, this essence can be used to cultivate the Conceal Heaven technique. Almost the instant after Pei Jinglian's victory, 2 notifications popped up on Lín Xuān's phone.
He was dumbfounded when he saw the second notification.
What the hell? So this clone was sent solely to deliver the aura? Specifically so he could obtain this aura and then share it with Pei Jinglian?
He thought the game was targeting his character, but it turned out they were actually nurturing it, sending him opportunities at regular intervals.
Interesting.
I wonder what kind of chemical reaction will occur when the aura of the Thousand Trees Demon King is integrated into the Hiding Heaven technique. With a flicker of thought, a cloud of emerald mist appeared in Lín Xuān's right hand. Even without drawing near, he could smell its refreshingly sweet fragrance.
Rustle.
Just then, he heard movement within the courtyard.
It was the Demon Spirit Tree.
Strictly speaking, the Demon Spirit Tree could be considered a type of demon beast, though it couldn't move about freely like traditional demon beasts. The tree had likely sensed the presence of its own kind and was offering a friendly greeting.
So I'm not just raising a thankless dog, I'm raising a thankless tree too. Woof!
The little wolf cub beside him let out a displeased growl. But it was swiftly punished by a large, visible hand, receiving a vicious rub down on its head. Lín Xuān stared at the tree in the courtyard, still frantically showing affection in shedding leaves, and found himself at a loss for words. He had specifically spent a favor to borrow some of spirit stones from Ma Xiaoyong just to save this demonic spirit tree.
Yet not only did it show no gratitude, it actually greeted another demon beast's aura right in front of him?
What's the difference between this and NTR? Lín Xuān felt a surge of silent anger. Ignoring the tree's persistent attempts to curry favor, he directly sent the essence into his phone and bestowed it upon Pei Jinglian.
The tree instantly fell silent.
Even without speech or eyes, it sensed the resentment in the air. Lín Xuān shot it a fierce glare.
You dare yawn at me? Get to work bearing fruit. In-game.
Pei Jinglian had just dealt with the demonic spirit tree and was standing on its withering corpse, examining it, when a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. This object can be used for the Concealment Heaven technique. Study it thoroughly. Immediately afterward, a mass of emerald green mist abruptly materialized before her. Lín Xuān, who had just stepped forward behind her, was startled so badly she nearly stumbled backward.
Master, what is that? It is a gift from your great-grandmaster.
Having just dealt with a third-tier demon king's avatar, Pei Jinglian's tone softened considerably. She carefully stored the mist into her storage pouch, then led Lín Xuān to a new secluded spot to begin her research. Though she had no idea where to begin her research since her grandmaster had said it was useful, she was certain that persistent study would eventually reveal the path.
Perhaps this was a test her master had set for her? Watching the earnest, slightly dopey expression, Lín Xuān touched his cheeks, flushed with embarrassment.
Sometimes, overthinking isn't exactly a good thing. While Pei Jinglian painstakingly studied how to fuse that aura with the heaven concealing technique. At the Beast Tide's front lines, the Thousand Trees Demon King, who had been sweeping across the battlefield, suddenly halted.
The consciousness concealed within the subterranean roots trembled violently. What's happening? Why has a portion of my primordial essence vanished?
Chapter 49 The Demon King's Escape, Confronting Sect's 6th Elder.
Quick! This tree is about to give itself away. Brother Anping, let's both attack together.
In the very moment the Thousand Trees Demon King faltered, the two Foundation Establishment 9th layer disciples he had been pursuing moments before suddenly spun around simultaneously, thrusting their swords toward each other's vulnerable points. It was clear they had burned their own vital essence to unleash some secret technique. The overwhelming might unleashed was no less than that of a typical Gold Core Stage 1 cultivator. Had the Thousand Trees Demon King been struck, he would have been gravely wounded, if not killed, and utterly lost his combat effectiveness. But he was, after all, a renowned 3rd-tier Demon King. How could he let two mere Foundation Establishment cultivators succeed? Boom! A sonic boom suddenly echoed through the air. Instantly, one of the cultivators was violently whipped by branches erupting from the ground, reduced to a mist of blood. Seeing this, the other cultivator didn't pause for a moment. Maintaining his unyielding charge, he thrust his long sword deep into the Thousand Trees Demon King's torso. Splatter! Accompanied by a sickening crunch, the blade sank deep into the Demon King's flesh. Instantly, a torrent of emerald green blood gushed from the wound. The cultivator, however, was instantly ripped apart by another branch that followed, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. This strike had only grazed an area near the vital point, failing to kill or severely wound the Demon King. Even so, the Thousand Tree Demon King suffered considerable injury, forcing him to retreat underground once more, using the surrounding roots to drag his body away. As he retreated, he kept roaring back over his shoulder, "Whoever destroyed my avatar, I will find you." Shortly after its departure, the remaining disciples, still shaken, began crawling out from among the dead bodies. Gazing upon the corpses of their brothers in arms, slain by the Thousand Tree Demon King's ambush, their eyes were filled with sorrow. They had invested so much to hold this front line, only to nearly have their defenses shattered today by a mere 3rd-tier Demon King. Barring any unexpected developments, they would be utterly defenseless against another surprise attack from the enemy. Whoosh! 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 Just as some began to recover and prepare to report the battle situation back to the sect, the clouds above suddenly parted, as if a meteorite were plummeting toward the earth. Immediately after, a figure slowly materialized and floated into the sky above. The other disciples immediately knelt down and shouted in unison, "Hail the 6th Elder!" The arrival was none other than the 6th Elder of Confronting Sect. A middle-aged man with faintly graying temples descended from the sky. He first glanced at the surrounding corpses, then his gaze lingered for a long time on one of the branches left behind. After a moment of silence, he suppressed his inner rage and coldly declared, "That Thousand Tree Demon King is the most treacherous. All 4 of its attacks were ambushes against you Foundation Establishment disciples. If I ever catch it, I'll chop its trunk into firewood." Hearing this, the other disciples clenched their fists in unison, vowing to train diligently upon returning and avenge their fallen brothers. "How many casualties here?" The 6th Elder turned to the disciple with the highest cultivation present and asked softly. The latter had lost an arm, yet he remained the most stable among those present. His expression filled with grief, he replied, "Due to the Thousand Trees Demon King's ambush, we lost 2 of our strongest senior brothers. And many junior brothers and sisters were torn into blood mist, leaving no trace of their bodies. In short, our squad has lost its ability to resist. This defensive position must be handed over to another squad." Upon hearing this, the 6th Elder's anger flared even more intensely. Yet doubt also surfaced within him. He inquired, if the Thousand Tree Demon King is a 3rd-tier Demon King, why did he flee in defeat? Logically speaking, the opponent's strength was no weaker than his own. Even if he wanted to flee, he would have put on a show of resistance for appearance's sake. Gritting his teeth, he spat out with hatred, "If it hadn't fled so swiftly, I would have spared no cost to keep him here to avenge the blood of my fallen disciple." The other disciples shook their heads in response. "We have no idea, 6th Elder. But just now, that Xianshu Demon King suddenly claimed someone had destroyed its primordial avatar. That's why it froze for a moment, allowing the 2 senior brothers to seize the chance and wound it. Then, perhaps sensing your imminent arrival, 6th Elder, the Demon King fled in panic." Elder 6's face twisted with shock and disbelief. "What? Someone actually destroyed that vile beast's primordial avatar?" But he quickly shook his head, correcting himself. "No, to be precise, someone must have provoked it, causing that wretched beast to channel its primordial essence into its avatar. But this Thousand Trees Demon King must have encountered a formidable opponent. Its primordial avatar was annihilated outright. Perhaps, a prodigy has emerged among us." "A prodigy?" The disciples below were puzzled by the term. In their minds, every prodigy mentioned by the 6th Elder had started with at least an earth-tier spiritual root. Take their Confronting Sect's Holy Son and Holy Daughter, for instance. They were discovered by this very 6th Elder. To be called a prodigy by the 6th Elder, one would likely need to be at the level of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. But what puzzled them was why the 6th Elder was so certain this person was a cultivator roughly their own age.
What if the person was actually an elderly individual stuck at the 9th layer of foundation establishment for their entire life?
Seeming to sense their confusion, the sixth elder pointed at the tree trunk on the ground and said, "You may not know that I possess a technique to calculate a person's state through causal threads. Just now, using that trunk segment on the ground, I traced the causal threads of everyone this third-tier demon king has encountered recently. One thread was particularly blurred. Entities capable of shielding themselves from my causal threads are invariably geniuses possessing earth-tier spiritual roots or higher. That's why I was certain a prodigy had arrived among us." The disciples listened and suddenly understood. But soon, they sighed, with the beast tide raging so fiercely now, even a genius probably wouldn't survive long, right? Hearing this, the sixth elder also lowered his head. His expression darkened. Why speak such discouraging words? We will eventually drive the entire beast tide back into the mountains. The urgent task now is to immediately notify other squads to come here for relief. You all return first. I'll temporarily hold the position here for you. Hurry back swiftly, for I must provide support elsewhere. The other disciples bowed in unison. Thank you, sixth elder. Please take care of yourself. Under the sixth elder's watchful gaze, their figures vanished one by one from sight. His gaze grew heavy. These cultivators were among the few remaining seeds of Confronting Sect. They must be preserved at all costs. Chapter 50, Mimicking the Demon King's Aura, Seeking Out the Sixth Elder. After watching the injured disciples depart, the sixth elder sat alone on the only relatively clean, elevated rock. Gazing down at the mountainside littered with the intermingled corpses of beasts and humans, he sighed softly, unable to bear witness to such a tragic scene. With a wave of his hand, the human corpses on the ground sank into the earth and were buried. The demon beast corpses, however, were reduced to dust, restoring the wilderness to its barren expanse. Yet the ground remained utterly stained crimson. Even stripped of the topsoil, the earth still glowed a terrifying red. Gazing upon the blood-soaked earth, the sixth elder's face once again clouded with sorrow. For every inch of that soil represented the death of a disciple from his Confronting Sect, and this thought stirred an involuntary pang of heartache within him. These disciples were all inner sect members, the very backbone of Confronting Sect. Now they had all perished here, a devastating loss. It was no exaggeration to say that the next generation might face a future of decline and disgrace. Alas, if only the patriarch hadn't devised that reckless scheme, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Recalling the recent chaotic battle among the sects of Confronting County, the sixth elder felt a surge of resentment. That battle could have been entirely avoided. Had the sect's patriarch not suddenly emerged from seclusion, it might have ended as a minor skirmish, nothing more than a petty squabble. But the ancestor had abruptly emerged from seclusion and had even broken through to the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing that Confronting Sect was clashing with other sects, he immediately demanded to lead his forces to storm their mountain gates. Seeing themselves outmatched, the opposing faction had to call upon favors to summon reinforcements from other sects. The Confronting Sect patriarch continued his pursuit, drawing in a third sect to intervene. Relying on his nascent soul cultivation, the Confronting Sect patriarch ignored their warnings and pressed the attack. This situation reignited the simmering tensions that had been on the verge of boiling over. This culminated in a massive sect-wide melee, where both sides suffered heavy losses. Two sects were even wiped out entirely. As if misfortune never comes singly, the barely subdued sect conflict was soon overshadowed by a sudden beast-tide assault. With no other choice, enemies who had been fighting to the death just moments before were forced to join forces against the beast tide. They discovered this beast tide concealed a fourth-tier demon emperor, along with 10 third-tier demon kings poised to lead the demonic hordes in breaching their defenses. To reclaim the lands seized by the beasts, they burned through the horde with every step, paying with their blood. This was precisely why the sixth elder was so enraged at this moment. For the entire Confronting Sect, aside from the most basic logistical personnel, nearly all the outer sect disciples had perished. Even the inner sect disciples numbered less than 100. It was foreseeable that Confronting Sect would soon face a generational gap. The question was how long these elders could hold out, whether they could survive until the next generation came of age. What's most infuriating is that the patriarchs of other sects are still debating who should confront that fourth-tier demon emperor. If those old fools won't act, they should just die already. The sixth elder's gaze grew icy as he recalled the recent sect assembly. Ancestors from every sect had gathered, all of them ancient Yuanling stage powerhouses. They should have united to strategize against the fourth-tier demon emperor within the beast tide, yet in the end, they only shirked responsibility, passing the buck among themselves. They practically wished some fool would sacrifice themselves for the greater good, but in reality, the more they acted this way, the greater the losses their sect's descendants would suffer. Had the sixth elder been seated at that negotiating table, he would have slammed his fist on the table and forced another Yuanling stage elder to join him in slaying that fourth-tier demon emperor. After all, once the fourth-tier demon emperor controlling the horde was eliminated, the entire beast tide would collapse on its own. There would be no need to sacrifice the lives of their disciples to reclaim territory, as was happening now. The current situation has allowed that fourth-tier demon emperor to rampage unchecked across the front lines, leaving many elders gravely wounded or even dead.
It was only at this critical juncture that the Yuanling elders resolved to truly unite against the beast tide. But how to divide the defensive zones became a new dilemma. Now they were mired in yet another round of arguments. The sixth elder had grown weary of these endless disputes, which was why he appeared at the front lines. Currently, aside from him, only a few other Gold Core elders remained active on the entire front line. Had the sects united sooner to confront the beast tide, perhaps this crisis would have been resolved long ago. Just then, a powerful surge of demonic energy suddenly shot skyward from the southwest, detected by his divine sense. His expression darkened as he swiftly grabbed the tree trunk that had fallen from the demon king of 1,000 trees below. He began calculating with his fingers, swiftly determining the origin of that demonic aura. It belonged to none other than the very 1,000-tree demon king from moments ago. A faint smile touched his lips. Could this beast be locked in battle with another? This was the perfect opportunity to take its life. Without delay, he shifted his form, stepping through the void as he sped toward that location. In mere moments, his golden core cultivation allowed him to traverse dozens of miles, arriving near a mountain cave. The powerful aura of that 1,000-tree demon king had erupted from within this very cave. Poof! Never expected it to flee here. A beast is indeed a beast, utterly foolish. He sneered coldly within his heart. The creature had chosen to flee into the cave, effectively trapping itself with him blocking the exit. How could it possibly escape now? After all, mountain rock wasn't as soft as soil. Even if it tried burrowing its way out, it couldn't possibly move that fast. Just as he prepared to enter and capture the demon tree, that aura abruptly vanished. The sixth elder's expression darkened. What's happening? Could that vile beast have been rescued by another demon king? Before he could ponder further, a heart-stopping aura erupted from the cave. His expression abruptly changed. This aura. Could it be a peak golden core cultivator? Indeed, the aura he sensed now was unmistakably that of a peak golden core cultivator. He had only ever sensed such an aura emanating from the venerable patriarch of Confronting sect before his breakthrough. Even the current sect master was nowhere near that level. May I inquire, esteemed predecessor within the cave, of your origins? I am Sun Tianming, sixth elder of the Confronting sect. Might I have the honor of meeting you? Realizing the cave's occupant might be a senior cultivator, his demeanor instantly became respectful. He bowed politely toward the cave entrance. Footsteps soon echoed from within the cavern. Moments later, a figure emerged that surprised him. The figure wore a jet-black skirt, possessed fair skin, and their face was shrouded in a faint, elusive aura. Chapter 51, Deception Succeeds, Early Entry into the Golden Core Circle. So young, and a woman? Staring at her ethereal beauty, sixth elder Sun Tianming was momentarily lost in thought. It wasn't because she was beautiful, but because she was far too young. She was far too young to be a cultivator of this caliber. Wait a moment? He'd heard that some ancient golden core cultivators possessed a certain dark art that could restore their youthful appearance. Could this person before him have employed such a secret art? At this thought, the reverence in his eyes faded slightly. After all, such dark arts were typically cultivated only by those of the demonic path. Even if the other was of the righteous path, practicing demonic arts would still be despised by others. Were it not for the other's superior cultivation level, he would have been tempted to rebuke him on the spot. As fellow righteous cultivators, what do you mean by practicing demonic arts? May I ask, fellow Taoist, why have I never encountered you before? Though deeply displeased, Sun Timing still asked politely. After all, he dared not offend someone stronger than himself. The senior who had just emerged from the cave was none other than Pei Jinglian. The aura Sun Tianming had sensed earlier was precisely the result of her merging the essence of the 1,000 Trees Demon King with the Concealing Heaven technique. She could perfectly mimic the aura of the 1,000 Trees Demon King. But in a moment of carelessness, she lost control of her spiritual energy flow. This caused the Demon King of 1,000 Trees' aura to erupt completely. Unexpectedly, this had drawn the attention of a golden core cultivator like Sun Tianming. Had Lín Xuān not spoken up to warn her, she might have been slain on the spot, mistaken for the incarnation of the 1,000 Trees Demon King. Upon receiving Lín Xuān's warning, Pei Jinglian swiftly shifted her aura, disguising her cultivation level as that of a 9th-layer golden core cultivator. Now, facing Sun Tianming, whose cultivation far surpassed her own. Pei Jinglian showed no trace of fear on her face. Maintaining a calm demeanor, she spoke softly, Lin Hanyu, a cultivator from the wilds of Central Plains. She certainly couldn't reveal her identity as an inner sect disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. Otherwise, how could it make any sense for a 9th-layer golden core cultivator to still be an inner sect disciple within a sect? A fellow cultivator from Central Plains? Sun Timing was deeply shocked upon hearing this. As far as he knew, a barrier existed between Central Plains and the Eastern Realm. For someone to cross that barrier and reach the Eastern Realm, that was truly formidable. Moreover, he had long heard that cultivators from Central Continent were a cut above those from the other 4 major realms. Now he saw it for himself. Even an independent cultivator could reach the 9th layer of the golden core stage. Indeed, Central Plains cultivators were monstrously gifted. May I ask why you have appeared in the Eastern Domain? Is it for some purpose, or perhaps to train?
Sun Tianming inquired politely while sizing her up. Though he knew such behavior was impolite, he couldn't help himself. Once he confirmed she was an independent cultivator from Central Continent, his guard relaxed considerably. First, this was the eastern domain, their Confronting Sect's territory. Moreover, their patriarch had recently broken through to the nascent soul realm. He felt no fear that this cultivator would attack him without provocation. Of course, he still showed the most basic respect, daring only to observe her out of the corner of his eye, never meeting her gaze directly. Just here to catch up with an old friend. Pei Jinglian casually made up an excuse. Then, to divert the others' probing, she countered, I see the beast tide growing ever more rampant. There are many powerful cultivators in this domain, yet why has it not been resolved? At these words, the look of confusion on Sun Tianming's face instantly turned to shame. He bowed his head in shame. Truly, it is the fault of the great sects of the Secret Forest Prefecture. None have stepped up to shoulder the responsibility, allowing these beasts to run rampant to this extent. I am truly ashamed before you, fellow cultivator. Observing his demeanor, Pei Jinglian formed her own assessment. It seemed he wasn't a malicious person, merely curious and wary of a 9th-tier golden core cultivator suddenly appearing in their Confronting Sect's territory. Since he wasn't heartless, she seized the moment to feign sorrow. I've seen so many young cultivators brutally killed by demonic beasts along the way. It truly breaks my heart. These words struck Sun Tianming right in the heart. His face twisted with shame and anger as he beat his chest in frustration. It's our incompetence that caused those juniors to fall on their path to cultivation. They could have gone so much further. In reality, Lín Xuān witnessed this scene, his face mirroring Pei Jinglian's sorrowful expression. He's a good mentor, but he seems too timid. Even to an unfamiliar cultivator like Pei Jinglian, he acts so submissive. It seems he holds little sway within the Confronting Sect. But that's just as well, it gives Pei Jinglian a chance to uncover some secrets of the Golden Core stage. He understood all too well that the cultivation world within the game was rigidly hierarchical. From the Golden Core stage onwards, certain cultivation secrets circulated exclusively among practitioners at that level and above. In his previous life, Lin Hanyu, whom he had contracted, had only reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment at most, never gaining access to the circle of Golden Core cultivators. The few secrets he possessed had come from real-world player channel discussions. Now, with Pei Jinglian's talent and the existence of the heaven concealing technique, she could gain access to these secrets much earlier. This thought crossed his mind. He pressed the transmission talisman and said to Pei Jinglian, befriend him well. See if you can uncover some secrets that might benefit your future breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. In-game. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinglian's intention to find an excuse to leave immediately vanished. After a moment's thought, she suddenly spoke up, I am willing to lend my strength to you, sir, to prevent the righteous path here from losing its future entirely. Hearing this, Sun Tianming, who had been immersed in grief and self-reproach, abruptly lifted his head. His face brimming with gratitude, he knelt on both knees and bowed deeply to Pei Jinglian. Thank you, senior, for your willingness to help. I, Sun Tianming of the Confronting Sect, on behalf of the people here in the Confronting Sect, express our deepest gratitude for your immense kindness and virtue. Seeing a Golden Core cultivator kneel before her, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, not only did Pei Jinglian herself feel a jolt of shock. Even Lín Xuān was taken aback. Good heavens, I thought he was cowardly, but it turns out he's just been bottling up his emotions. Observing the man's kneeling posture, his eyes held a hint of pity. There was a time when he too had groveled before those weaker than himself for the sake of his guild's advancement. Thankfully, now that the tables had turned, he realized how damn satisfying this felt. Of course, Pei Jinglian didn't share his perspective. She swiftly shifted her stance to avoid the direction of his kneeling, murmuring softly. No need for such formalities, fellow cultivator. I too have my own agenda. Sun Tianming heard these words and instead of anger, a hint of relief flashed across his face. He'd actually feared she might want nothing at all otherwise, he'd have worried she was after something far greater. He immediately rose to his feet and asked earnestly, may I inquire what you require, senior? If you are willing to intervene on behalf of my Confronting Sect disciple, I shall serve you faithfully. Chapter 52 Swapping Identities, Deceiving the Confronting Gold Core. It's nothing of great importance. I've just arrived here from Central Plains and am unfamiliar with the Golden Core cultivators in this region. I'd appreciate your guidance on the matter. Pei Jinglian repeated the words echoing in her mind. Clearly, Lín Xuān intended to extract secrets about the Golden Core stage from Sun Tianming, the 6th elder of the Confronting Sect. In his previous life, the only secret he'd heard about the Golden Core stage was that upon reaching it, one connects with the heavens and earth, and their death triggers extraordinary phenomena. However, the veracity of this rumor remained questionable. After all, Golden Core cultivators often battled in the void, beyond the sight of ordinary cultivators. Even if they died, any resulting phenomena would likely be concealed by other cultivators to prevent discovery and potential ill intentions. Will he agree? Lín Xuān's gaze fixed intently on Sun Tianming within the image, his heart pounding in his throat. After all, inquiring about the secrets of the Golden Core often easily provoked others' wrath.
It is said that every secret is a golden cultivator's sore spot. To ask about them rashly is no different from pointing a finger at someone's nose and hurling insults. True to form, upon hearing this request, Sun Tianming's expression darkened. Clearly, he harbored some resentment toward questions like Pei Jinglian's. But soon, a smile returned to his face. Of course, that's no problem. However, before that, I must first ask the senior a question. Pei Jinglian remained composed. Oh? What is it, fellow Daoist? Sun Tianming bowed his hands. May I ask, senior, whether you encountered a third-tier tree demon within this cave? Upon hearing this,
Pei Jinglian instantly realized the truth. It seemed the other party had mistaken the aura she had just simulated for the genuine thousand-tree demon king. No wonder the senior had urgently reminded her to change her aura, otherwise, she would have been attacked by now. Maintaining her calm tone, a jade-green mist carrying the essence of the thousand-tree demon king appeared in her left hand.
Is this the aura of the demonic creature you speak of?
Sun Tianming stared in astonishment at the mist in her hand, nodding urgently.
Exactly. Exactly. Then a look of confusion crossed his face. But how did you come to possess this? Pei Jinglian chuckled lightly. When I arrived here, I happened upon a cultivator entangled by this demon's avatar. Seeing his promising talent, I intervened to save him and thus acquired this demon's aura. Hearing this, Sun Tianming's face paled with shock. He cautiously inquired, may I ask, senior, where is the cultivator you saved now? He had previously deduced that a young cultivator of considerable talent had clashed with the avatar of the Thousand Trees Demon King. He had assumed the cultivator had slain the avatar through their own strength, never imagining it was this very elder who had eliminated it. What concerned him most now was the young cultivator's identity, for this youth might very well be an undiscovered prodigy wandering cultivator from his Confronting sect. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek to recruit him into Confronting sect. The current state of Confronting sect's younger generation was in dire straits, desperately needing a prodigious leader to guide them anew. Upon hearing these words, Pei Jinglian paused only briefly in thought. Then, she transmitted her voice into the cave. Pei Jinglian, you may come out now. Moments later, Lín Xuān's figure slowly emerged from the cave. A trace of confusion lingered on her face, for just moments ago, she had been informed that her identity was now temporarily that of Pei Jinglian. Moreover, while inside the cave, she had overheard her own master referring to herself as Lín Xuān. Wasn't that precisely the name she now bore? What was going on? Why would her master suddenly swap names with her? Though Lín Xuān didn't understand the hidden meaning, she obediently complied and stepped out, promptly calling out, "Greetings, master. Greetings, senior." Her address of master was directed at Pei Jinglian, while senior naturally referred to Sun Tianming. Hearing this, the latter's heart sank. He never imagined this cultivator had already taken Pei Jinglian as her master. Didn't this mean Confronting sect could no longer recruit this exceptionally talented young cultivator? The young cultivator would surely follow Pei Jinglian back to Central Plains in the future. And whether considering future prospects or gratitude, he would undoubtedly choose Pei Jinglian from Central Plains over Confronting sect, which had never offered him any assistance. Moreover, he realized that such exceptional talent had not chosen to join their Confronting sect. This clearly indicated the cultivator harbored even greater ambitions. Even if recruited, they would surely be unable to retain him in the future. With that realization, he abandoned his attempts to recruit him. Instead, he gave a slight nod and said, "Indeed, he possesses extraordinary talent. Your discernment is truly remarkable, senior." Yet deep down, he harbored doubts. As a golden core cultivator himself, he hadn't even discerned Lín Xuān's cultivation level. Instead, he felt as though he were observing an ordinary mortal. Thus, a lingering doubt remained in his mind. Pei Jinglian saw the question in his eyes and immediately explained, "That cultivator was nearly mortally wounded by that clone. I intervened and temporarily sealed her meridians to prevent her spiritual energy from erupting and running wild." Hearing this, all of Sun Tianming's doubts were finally resolved. He bowed deeply, his respect genuine. "Senior, you truly possess the heart of a sage." Then, Pei Jinglian continued, "I wonder, would you be willing to share the secrets of the golden core cultivation here with us?" Hearing this, Sun Tianming no longer intended to evade the question. He casually cast a sound-blocking array, sealing off the area from outside noise, then glanced at Lín Xuān. Pei Jinglian immediately understood and sealed off Lín Xuān's hearing. Sun Tianming nodded before speaking slowly. "Truthfully, I know very little about the secrets of the golden core realm. As far as I'm aware, there are only 3 key points." Hearing this, Pei Jinglian looked puzzled. "You're a golden core cultivator too. Aren't these secrets shared within the circle?" This question, of course, came from Lín Xuān. He had heard someone mention it in the player channel during his previous life, which is why he posed it now. Sun Tianming's face visibly flashed with surprise upon hearing this. He looked at Pei Jinglian curiously. "Do golden core cultivators in Central Plains freely share their secrets?" Upon hearing this, Pei Jinglian could only silently nod. After all, those questions had been prompted by Lín Xuān, so she could only follow his lead. Upon hearing the counter-question, Lín Xuān's suspicions were confirmed that so-called sharing of secrets was pure bull. It seemed every golden core cultivator guarded such secrets fiercely. No wonder Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't get even a whiff of information. Chapter 53, Golden Core Secrets Requiring a Heavenly Oath? Truthfully, I know very few golden core secrets myself, only 3, in fact. And one of them is common knowledge among most cultivators who've reached the golden core stage. Sun Tianming paused thoughtfully before beginning his account.
Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian both pricked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word. The first secret, which you should already be aware of, is that golden core quality is divided into 9 grades. As he spoke, a faint light coalesced at his fingertip, materializing into an illusory pattern of alchemical markings. Seeing Pei Jinglian gaze at the pattern in his hand, he smiled faintly, lifting it up and explaining, each pattern on the golden core represents 1 grade. The higher one's innate talent, the higher grade their golden core will be. From highest to lowest, they are graded from 1 to 9 patterns.
My golden core is a 3rd grade one.
The quality of the golden core determines the amount of true essence a cultivator can store. Higher quality allows for greater true source storage. My 3rd grade golden core holds 30% of true essence. Often, many spells can only be cast once or twice before depleting the true essence. Judging by the sheer abundance of spiritual energy around you, senior, your true essence must be substantial. If I may venture a guess, your order must be at least a 6 stability grade, right? Pei Jinglian smiled faintly but offered no reply. After all, she hadn't even entered the golden core stage yet. How could she possibly know the grade of her own golden core? Seeing this, Sun Tianming quickly slapped his own mouth and apologized. My apologies, I was being presumptuous. I truly shouldn't have speculated about you, senior. Pei Jinglian waved him off, gesturing for him to continue. At this moment, both she and Lín Xuān were deeply curious about the hidden mysteries of the golden core. Sun Tianming continued, however, to my knowledge, beyond the 9 grades of golden core lies a legendary supreme grade. Its capacity to store true source energy reaches a terrifying full measure. Moreover, when ordinary golden core cultivators break through to the next stage, they must approach heavenly thunder to shatter their golden core, allowing the nascent soul to form.
Pei Jinglian remained expressionless as he spoke, prompting him to proceed cautiously. The second secret I wish to share concerns this golden core breakthrough. This knowledge came directly from our ancestor. He stated that the higher the quality of the golden core, the more terrifying the heavenly thunder one must endure during the tribulation. When our ancestor broke through with a 7-pattern golden core, the heavenly thunder that descended directly affected the entire Changfeng County. Fortunately, his formidable strength allowed him to endure it and achieve the nascent soul stage. At this point, a hint of pride flickered across his face. Though he looked down on his ancestor's actions, he understood the deep-seated attachment to a hard-won cultivation level. After all, the ancestor had been stuck at the golden core realm for nearly a century. Having finally attained that level of cultivation, naturally he wouldn't want to risk losing his primordial essence immediately after ascending to the nascent soul stage. Sorry, I digressed. Sun Tianming continued, this golden core is like an embryo before birth.
The higher its quality, the stronger the nascent soul it nurtures. The quality of each golden core determines the difficulty of a cultivator's breakthrough. A first-grade golden core typically only requires enduring the most ordinary heavenly thunder to break through to the nascent soul stage.
But a 9th-grade golden core.
According to records, 1,000 years ago in our eastern realm, there was an individual of extraordinary talent. His innate talent was so extraordinary that even his peers could scarcely hope to match him.
Though time has long erased his name, and even his traces have gradually faded. Yet legend tells that when he broke through to the nascent soul stage, vast thunderclouds engulfed the entire eastern realm. This led to an unprecedented great flood that year. Yet that prodigy ultimately survived the terrifying tribulation and ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Freshly ascended, he could defeat venerable elders renowned for decades. After slaying his opponent, he departed with unmatched grace. He vanished afterward, rumored to have ascended to the immortal realm, though whether that's true or not, we simply don't know. After hearing his tale, Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān both exclaimed in delight. Who would have thought the golden core stage held such profound intricacies? However, considering Pei Jinglian's prolonged silence might arouse Sun Tianming's suspicion about her golden core status. After a moment's thought, Lín Xuān prompted Pei Jinglian to speak up with a lie. The prodigy you mentioned, I too have heard of him in Central Plains. It's said he stirred up quite a storm after arriving in Central Plains. I even had the honor of paying my respects at the ruins of his cultivation site. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianming's eyes lit up. He felt a peculiar sense of familiarity toward Pei Jinglian before him. He promptly surmised, I presume you, senior, have also heard of that prodigy's exploits. That must be why you broke through the boundary barrier to come to our eastern domain, seeking his footsteps? Pei Jinglian gave an awkward smile upon hearing this, silently nodding in affirmation. After all, her earlier words had been entirely relayed by Lín Xuān. Perhaps her master had indeed encountered the prodigy he spoke of. But she herself had never seen his Dao field, so to avoid giving herself away, she could only nod in agreement. Seeing Sun Tianming seemed poised to ask more questions, she quickly interjected, "May I inquire, fellow cultivator, what is this final secret of the golden core stage?"
Sun Tianming slapped his forehead, his expression turning slightly awkward.
He first scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice.
"This final secret," he whispered, "was revealed to me by a cultivator of the demonic path. He revealed it to me on his deathbed to save his own life, but this secret is truly shocking and outrageous.
That is why I have only told the patriarch thus far.
And you, senior, are only the second person to learn it from me."
Seeing his solemn tone, Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān both felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that this fellow was about to reveal some earth-shattering news?
Sun Tianming, however, did not speak immediately. Instead, he looked at Pei Jinglian hesitantly and said, "This secret is of such critical importance that I must first ask you to swear an oath, pledging not to reveal it after hearing it."
Hearing this, Pei Jinglian finally grasped the gravity of the third secret he mentioned, one so significant it demanded an oath.
However, she had never intended to harm Sun Tianming in the first place, so she readily swore an oath to the heavens. Seeing Pei Jinglian's decisive response, the last shred of caution in Sun Tianming's heart finally dissolved. His expression grew solemn as he spoke in a deep, low voice.
"If this information were to be revealed, it could lead many astray into the path of darkness.
Yet I believe you, as a righteous cultivator, would remain steadfast in your principles even after learning it, just as I have."
Lín Xuān was speechless by this point. "After all this build-up, are you ever going to tell us?" At that moment, Sun Tianming finally spoke. His opening words stunned both Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian.
"Senior, you likely don't know this. If the corpse of a golden core cultivator is refined by another golden core cultivator, it can elevate the quality of their own golden core." Chapter 54, The Shocking Secret That Could Lead One to Fall into the Demon Path.
What?
Upon hearing this, the two finally understood why Sun Tianming had kept them in suspense for so long.
Who would have thought his opening statement would be so explosive? This was indeed a bombshell of a secret, and they now understood why he had insisted Pei Jinglian swear an oath before revealing it.
It turned out he feared Pei Jinglian would kill him on the spot and use his essence to enhance the quality of her own golden core. In reality, Lín Xuān's brow furrowed deeply. His face was flushed with disbelief as he murmured softly, "Who knew the corpse of a golden core cultivator could serve such a purpose?" No wonder Sun Tianming warned that if other cultivators discovered this, many would fall into the demonic path. Apparently it can enhance one's innate talent. As far as he knew, most demonic cultivators pursued either resources or accelerated advancement. But ultimately, it all boils down to one thing: becoming stronger.
And enhancing innate talent would clearly tempt many into dark thoughts.
After all, it offered a shortcut to closing the gap between oneself and true geniuses, a temptation few could resist.
But Pei Jinglian naturally looked down on such notions.
As a chaos saint body, she possessed one of the highest innate talents to begin with. Others were the ones chasing after her, never the other way around.
After revealing this secret, Sun Tianming's expression remained uneasy. He kept watching Pei Jinglian's expression.
Even though she had sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao, he couldn't help but wonder if some secret methods might evade the punishment of that oath. Seeing that she showed no intention of attacking him and appeared calm, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued.
Though this secret could send shockwaves through the entire cultivation world, its authenticity remains unverified.
I only heard it from that dying golden core cultivator. He claimed this method was extremely vicious and easily invited heaven's wrath. Thus, even if the quality is enhanced, the heavenly thunder encountered during the nascent soul breakthrough becomes far more terrifying. Furthermore, refining the corpse of a golden core cultivator requires a specific cultivation technique. As for what that cultivation technique is, I failed to pry it out of that demonic path cultivator.
Pei Jinglian nodded slowly upon hearing this.
Such a technique is indeed vicious.
It's fortunate you remain unaware of it, fellow Daoist.
Though she spoke these words, deep down she was certain Sun Tianming possessed that very technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated her with such extreme caution. However, this secret information was indeed extremely valuable, having already broadened her horizons. It also provided her with a point of vigilance. It seems that once I break through to the golden core stage, I must be wary of other golden core cultivators spying on me. Perhaps there are similar individuals within our own Jade Mystic Sect. Though Sun Tianming claimed only their sect's nascent soul stage elders and himself knew of it. But if even a demonic cultivator knew about it, perhaps this secret wasn't considered particularly important among many golden core cultivators. It was likely that Sun Tianming's status was somewhat low, which is why he treated this piece of information like a precious treasure.
In that instant, Pei Jinglian's mind raced, even speculating on the other party's standing.
Lín Xuān was profoundly shocked upon hearing this. He never expected Pei Jinglian, who appeared so straightforward, turned out to be quite the conspiracy theorist. Even he hadn't considered this angle earlier. Truly, one can never judge a book by its cover. Yet the thought that someone so sharp-witted maintained such innocence and purity in his presence gave him a quiet thrill.
Senior, these are the 3 secrets I know. Now that I've fulfilled my promise, I wonder if you... Sun Tianming looked expectantly at Pei Jinglian.
She did not disappoint him, simply nodding silently. Rest assured, fellow cultivator. Whatever you need me to do, just discuss it. As long as it's within my power, I will never refuse. Hearing this, Sun Tianming's eyes lit up. He had taken such a great risk to reveal the third secret precisely to gain the assistance of this 9th-tier golden core cultivator. With her immediate and wholehearted agreement, he promptly voiced his request without hesitation. I need that essence of the 1,000 Trees Demon King you held earlier. Use it to pinpoint the creature's current location. With your aid, the two of us can join forces to slay this 1,000 Trees Demon King. Doing so would greatly ease the pressure on the front lines. Pei Jinglian nodded upon hearing this, raising her hand to summon forth that very essence. She had already fused this essence with her own heaven concealing technique, so keeping it now served no purpose. Better to give it to Sun Tianming for his calculations. He accepted it, pressing one hand directly onto the misty mass while his other hand rapidly performed intricate finger calculations. Pei Jinglian watched silently from the side, recognizing that he seemed to be employing some sort of divine spell. As Sun Tianming calculated, he suddenly spoke up. You've just arrived in the Eastern Realm. Are you aware of the current state of the war? Pei Jinglian was taken aback. Not because he had initiated the conversation, but because he could divert his attention to speak with her while performing such intricate calculations. It seemed his mastery of this art had reached the pinnacle. Perhaps she could steal a trick or two from him later. Yes, I've just arrived and am unfamiliar with many aspects. Please enlighten me. She sensed Sun Tianming seemed intent on currying favor, so she nodded in agreement to give him an opening. Sun Tianming smiled and began his explanation. The beast tide is steadily retreating now. Though the situation appears tense at the moment, it will naturally collapse once those few nascent soul elders reach an agreement. The entire front line is now guarded by the three great sects. Our Confronting sect holds the western defensive line. Beyond that, numerous smaller sects are assisting our Confronting sect. The only threats worth noting within the entire beast tide are that 4th-tier demon emperor and the 7 3rd-tier demon kings. At this point, a look of resentment flashed across his face. Originally, there were 10 3rd-tier demon kings. But after sacrificing one of our golden core elders, we managed to take down 3 of their demon kings. By the end of his speech, his face wore an unmistakable look of pride. Pei Jinglian, standing nearby, didn't hold back her exaggerated praise. Cultivators from the eastern region truly aren't cowards. Sun Tianming couldn't suppress the smile that tugged at his lips upon hearing this. Pointing to the mist in his hand, he declared, if we can eliminate this 1,000-tree demon king, only 6 3rd-tier demon kings will remain within this beast tide. The pressure on the entire defense line would plummet instantly. Because then, each defensive line would only need to withstand the assault of 2 3rd-tier demon kings. As for the remaining 2nd and 1st-tier demon beasts, the disciples can handle them. What are your thoughts, Senior? Chapter 55, Locating the 1,000-tree demon king, Battle. Agreed. Receiving Lín Xuān's command, Pei Jinglian gave a slight nod of agreement. Her chaos eye, strengthened through repeated epiphanies, now possessed power that in no way lagged behind that of a golden core cultivator. She could easily maintain an aloof demeanor while intervening only when necessary. Let Sun Tianming take the lead in the attack. She could stay out of the fray and intervene only occasionally. This way, she maintained her cool demeanor while avoiding the risk of exposing her true identity. What a noble gesture, Senior. Sun Tianming bowed deeply upon hearing this. At that moment, his heart was filled with nothing but admiration for Pei Jinglian. Indeed, even a random cultivator from Central Plains possessed such grand vision. Even when faced with a beast tide completely unrelated to themselves, they were willing to lend a hand. In his eyes, this was the true spirit of cultivators. However, there is one more matter. Pei Jinglian suddenly interjected. Sun Tianming's gaze sharpened. Please speak, Senior. My disciple, Pei Jinglian gestured toward Lín Xuān beside them, is currently as vulnerable as a mortal. I must divert my attention to protect her and the others. So after you've calculated the situation, I can only help you restrain the demon king for a moment or two. The real action will still depend on you, fellow cultivator. Sun Tianming naturally had no objections. Being able to restrain the Qianshu demon king was already immense assistance. After all, it would be like setting up a target for himself he would only need to strike once it was in place. Suddenly, the emerald mist in his hand abruptly dissipated, and a look of delight flashed across his face. Senior, I've calculated the demon's hiding place. Pei Jinglian nodded slightly. Excellent. There's no time to waste. Find the demon swiftly and finish it quickly. Sun Tianming wholeheartedly agreed, immediately summoning a flying vessel and inviting Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān to board. This spared Pei Jinglian the awkwardness of piloting her flying sword. After all, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, not only could she not match the demon's speed, but the flying sword she used was merely a high-grade yellow-tier artifact. Even ordinary gold core cultivators typically wielded Xian-grade artifacts at the very least. Soon, as Sun Tianming channeled his true essence into the expanding flying vessel, the entire vessel erupted with astonishing speed, streaking toward the hiding place of the 1,000 Trees Demon King. At the same time,
within a dense forest nearby. The once lush forest was now visibly withering at a rapid pace. Within mere seconds, a once lush tree shed all its leaves, its trunk becoming hollow in an instant. All their vitality shifted toward the center of the forest. At the forest's center, a tree spirit, compact in form and covered in intricate demonic patterns, was frantically absorbing vitality to heal its wounds. Damn it! If only that clone hadn't been severed, I wouldn't have suffered such damage. The Thousand Trees Demon King's crown trembled with rage, its desire to find the one who severed its clone burning fiercely. Now, as it absorbed vitality to heal, the sword wound on its trunk had begun to show clear signs of mending. It wouldn't be long before it was completely erased. Absorb this area, then just one more. It calculated silently. Though these trees belonged to its kin, it did not consider itself their equal. Ever since it gained sentience, these kin had been no different from tools in its eyes. And since they were tools, there was no room for sympathy. After all, with so many of its kind in the world, would it truly miss this forest? Soon, the last tree in the grove had its life force completely drained by it. Immediately, it prepared to shift its form, seeking the next forest to drain its life energy. But at that very moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Vast swaths of murky spiritual energy, like heavy clouds, enveloped its surroundings. Then, pairs of black and white eyes, radiating the chaotic aura of yin and yang, flashed to life within the dark clouds. Their gaze seemed to carry a restraining power. Even as a third-tier demon king, it now felt a distinct stiffness in its movements. This is bad. A warning bell rang in its mind. Instantly, emerald green light flashed across its body as it prepared to force its way out. But at that very moment, a figure radiating a fierce aura burst forth from the chaos. Monster! Come and get it! It was none other than Sun Tianming. At the third layer of the golden core stage, he now wielded a profound grade-long sword. His entire body felt like a falling meteor, descending from above to cleave the demon king of 1,000 trees in two. A sword beam as swift as lightning, enveloped in true essence forged thunder, pierced down from the heavens. At this moment, Sun Tianming finally unleashed the overwhelming pressure befitting a golden core cultivator. As he rapidly closed the distance, the surrounding ground began to crack and shatter. Boom! The Xian grade longsword erupted with crimson-hued swordlight, its descent triggering a thunderous roar. The demon king of 1,000 trees felt a tightening in its heart. Countless tendrils burst from the ground in an instant, forming a black vine armor shield before its main body. Simultaneously, it summoned over 1,000 root tendrils, which coiled like a Tenjian giant serpent, lunging towards Sun Tianming from the opposite side. Boom! The clashing of blade and demonic energy erupted into a blue-black wave of fire. Within 100 zhang radius, withered trees instantly turned to ash, leaving only one man and one demon facing off. Insect! The 1,000 Trees Demon King sensed that his cultivation seemed less formidable than anticipated, and sneered contemptuously within. Then, its trunk split open, revealing a cluster of vines resembling a crimson vertical pupil. Whoosh! A toxic mist, laden with terrifyingly corrosive liquid, erupted from the vine cluster, instantly engulfing Sun Tianming. Sun Tianming, having just severed the tree snake, hadn't even had time to roll away. The terrifying poison mist relentlessly corroded the magical artifacts on his body, leaving speckles of black on his pristine white robes. Get out of my way! Sun Tianming roared, raising his hand to unleash a slash of swordlight. The constantly flickering Bagua illusions instantly twisted the poisonous mist into wisps of green smoke. Without pausing, Sun Tianming jerked his wrist violently. In the blink of an eye, 7 golden rings materialized at the sword's tip. Each ring was engraved with golden Dao patterns, rapidly expanding and overlapping upon the Demon King of 1,000 trees. The latter attempted to evade, only to find the binding sensation of the chaotic energy still gripping it. It could only watch helplessly as the 7 golden rings closed in around it. A sense of impending doom washed over it. This is bad. Thud. With a dull thud, the ground shattered open as 36 sword auras materialized out of thin air. Shatter. Sun Tianming's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand to form a mystic seal. The 36 sword chi swiftly responded to his command, piercing through the air one after another toward the Demon King of 1,000 trees at the center of the golden ring. Boom! 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 The sword chi struck the 1,000-tree Demon King repeatedly, peeling away large chunks of its sturdy outer skin to expose its defenseless jade-green torso. Through the exposed flesh, the constantly pulsing green primordial heart could be seen. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The 1,000-tree Demon King let out a howl, shattering the 7 golden rings that bound it. Yet it still couldn't shake the numbing sensation imposed by the Chaos Eye. Chapter 56, Slaying the Demon King, Gaining Feedback. Facing mortal peril, it no longer sought escape. The canopy trembled. Leaves that fell to the ground sprouted into 8 colossal wooden puppets. Each puppet bore eyes of withered ash, radiating a thick aura of death. Witnessing this, Sun Tianming felt a chill run down his spine.
Despite being one of the most life-force-rich demon species, it had cultivated a divine ability so steeped in death energy. This Thousand Trees Demon King truly had some tricks up its sleeve. But then again, he had the support of a powerful elder. No matter how powerful you are, could you possibly surpass that golden core 9th layer elder? He let out a savage laugh, raised his sword, and prepared to channel his true essence for a massive strike. He ignored the dark crimson roots spreading from the giant tree puppet, allowing them to bind his legs. Creak, creak. A bone-chilling sound echoed as the poisonous thorns sprouting from the tendrils relentlessly battered his protective golden light, simultaneously dragging him downward. Snap. The moment the poisonous thorns pierced his protective golden light, the blade he had been charging suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. Whoosh! His third-tier golden core essence channeled through the mystic grade long sword, conjuring a crimson gold fire phoenix that swooped toward the ground. Wherever the true essence fire phoenix's wings swept, giant wooden puppets were incinerated into charcoal one after another. The roots that had entangled him and pulled him downward were all scorched clean off. At that moment, the form of the Thousand Trees Demon King suddenly became ethereal. It was forcibly activating its divine ability, attempting to flee this place. Think you can escape? Sun Tianming sneered coldly, holding nothing back. He raised his hand and crushed a 3-inch jade slip. The heavens trembled as the 7 stars of the Big Dipper abruptly materialized in the chaos-shrouded sky. Bathed in the radiance of the Northern Dipper, the sword energy in his hand surged like a cascading Milky Way, piercing toward the Demon King of 1,000 Trees with overwhelming, terrifying pressure. The latter's primordial essence contracted violently, clearly sensing a life or death crisis. It frantically activated its divine abilities, shifting its physical form. Simultaneously, it erected layer upon layer of tree realm barriers throughout the surrounding space, attempting to block that terrifying strike. But alas, Sun Tianming had channeled a precious strand of the North Star's intent into this strike. Thunder patterns rippled across his blade, merging with the starlight in the sky. Fall. He murmured softly, and the sword vanished from his hand. In the next instant, he shattered the void and materialized at the very source of the Thousand Trees Demon King. Boom! Terrifying destructive force tore spiderweb-like cracks into its incredibly sturdy jade demon core. Rattle, rattle. The Thousand Trees Demon King let out a wail that shook heaven and earth, filled with boundless hatred. Forcibly draining its remaining demonic essence, it transformed it into a torrent of 10,000 jade blades that rained down upon Sun Tianming. The already darkened Taoist robe on Sun Tianming's body was instantly torn apart, his flesh instantly lacerated by hundreds of emerald green blade cuts. Just as a fatal blade was about to pierce his heart, a wisp of chaotic spiritual energy appeared, silently devouring it. The venerable elder had intervened. Sun Tianming, who had been focused on self-preservation, felt a surge of hope and immediately changed his strategy. Go! His right arm erupted with an even more intense golden light. The sword tip, which had already pierced slightly into the source, instantly ignited, igniting the golden essence blood attached to it. Boom! Amidst the sky-filling jade light, it erupted like the radiance of a rising sun, finally piercing through the cracked jade core completely. The Thousand Trees Demon King was utterly slain. Ding! Pei Jinglian assisted a golden core cultivator in slaying a Tier 3 Demon King, triggering a reward. Congratulations! You have obtained a Tier 1 demonic creature, the Jade Tree Demon. The moment the Thousand Tree Demon King perished, Lín Xuān received the reward notification. Instantly, another tree radiating jade green light materialized within the courtyard. Watching the tree demon suddenly appear in the courtyard and begin interacting with the demonic spirit tree, he was utterly bewildered. Assisting in a kill can trigger a reward? Interesting. Seems I made the right choice taking this beast-tied mission. Not only had he secured the contract character Lin Hanyu from his previous life, but he could also trigger multiple feedback events. Both the sky concealing technique and this jade green tree demon were exceptionally valuable. First a wolf demon, now a tree demon. Could this place turn into a demonic beast park? He stroked his chin, chuckling to himself. At that moment, Pei Jinglian within the game began cleaning up the battlefield. The corpse of the Thousand Tree Demon King had been dismantled into countless pieces of timber, along with a core that glowed with an emerald-like light. The trunk of this Thousand Tree Demon King is exceptionally sturdy. It can be used as material for crafting vine armor or carving talismans for engraving runes. And this demon beast's primordial core is the most valuable part, containing all the essence of this creature. Even consuming it directly would yield immense benefits. Moreover, it's the primary ingredient for a third-tier elixir worth its weight in gold. My fortunate success in slaying this monstrous fiend owes entirely to your intervention in restraining it. Therefore, I shall leave this core to you, senior. I shall take only the body. Sun Tianming, ever the gentleman, promptly offered the most valuable core to Pei Jinglian. She naturally wouldn't refuse, but countered, "Don't you want this core?" Her concern stemmed from fearing Sun Tianming might be putting on a show, secretly coveting the core himself. If she accepted it rashly, he might harbor resentment. Moreover, she wasn't truly at the golden core stage yet, and they were still on Confronting Sect's territory. If she offended him and he later sought an opportunity to strike her down from behind, she would be powerless against the schemes of a golden core cultivator. Sun Tianming, upon hearing this, gave a somewhat sheepish smile. Had it not been for the mist provided by the senior cultivator that helped me locate this demonic creature, it would likely have caused further carnage once its injuries healed. And by intervening to restrain this demonic creature just now, you shielded me from several deadly attacks. Without your help, I wouldn't have obtained any of these things. Moreover, I no longer have much need for that pill. This torso, however, can be used to repair my Taoist robe. I imagine you likely have ample supplies of the primary ingredient for third-tier elixirs. However, you've just taken this talented junior disciple under your wing. Perhaps you'll need this item someday. Why not consider it a favor and accept it from me? Hearing this, Pei Jinglian finally understood that this fellow was trying to secure a favor from her. But it didn't matter. She was only at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Now owing a favor wasn't a big deal. She raised her hand slightly and directly stored the primordial core into her storage pouch. Though she didn't know what kind of elixir it was meant for, judging by the incredibly potent life force emanating from it, it was likely used in crafting medicinal remedies or similar items. Coincidentally, she was precisely in need of such items. May I ask if you have other arrangements? Sun Tianming suddenly inquired. Pei Jinglian shook her head. I've just arrived here and have no pressing matters. Sun Tianming's face lit up. If you don't mind, would you care to join me at the Confronting Sect for a visit? Chapter 57, The Loot Divided, The Wrath of the Thousand Fire Earth Dragon. As a cultivator from Central Plains, I'm new here. How could I presume to lecture fellow cultivators? Thank you for your kind offer, but I'd rather familiarize myself with the terrain of this forest county first. Should time permit in the future, we can always catch up then. Upon hearing the other party's invitation to Confronting Sect, Pei Jinglian declined without hesitation. After all, their sect was guarded by an ancient demon at the nascent soul stage. If she rashly went there, her concealment heaven technique might very well be exposed. Regardless of whether the other party cared about being deceived, she would likely never emerge alive. Therefore, Confronting Sect was off limits. At least not for now. Sun Tianming's eyes flickered with disappointment upon hearing her words. He had hoped to recruit this 9th-tier golden core cultivator as an honorary elder for Confronting Sect. After all, with a nascent soul stage patriarch already in the sect and this elder nearing his own breakthrough, perhaps he might choose to stay at Confronting Sect for the insights gained from that pivotal moment. Alas, judging by the situation, the senior likely had other unspoken matters to attend to. Well, our Confronting Sect is but a humble temple with shallow waters, truly unworthy to host such a great Buddha as you. He sighed inwardly, then bowed respectfully to Pei Jinglian. On behalf of Confronting Sect and the people of Millen County, I once again express our deepest gratitude for your intervention. Since your ambitions lie elsewhere, I shall not trouble you further. Should our paths cross again, may I witness you having attained the nascent soul realm. Sun takes his leave. With that, he leapt onto the flying vessel with remarkable grace, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the distance. Only after confirming the other had vanished from sight did Pei Jinglian slowly cease circulating the heaven concealing technique. Her aura immediately weakened considerably. After all, while this technique had many merits, it did consume a considerable amount of spiritual energy when continuously activated. Furthermore, she had just expended considerable spiritual energy assisting Sun Tianming in defeating the Thousand-Tree Demon King. Were it not for the relatively dense spiritual energy in this area, coupled with her Chaos Divine Body's high absorption efficiency, the Conceal Heaven technique might have ceased functioning long ago due to the depletion of spiritual energy in her Dantian. Still, Sun Tianming truly is a decent cultivator. To actually leave without even taking that precious core. Pei Jinglian mused inwardly. Though he had spoken casually just now, the occasional glances he cast revealed his own desire for that core. Moreover, he had done nearly all the work in slaying the Thousand-Tree Demon King, while she had merely assisted. Even so, he had relinquished the core. Of course, it might also be because the aura she emitted after circulating the heaven concealing technique was too overwhelming, causing him to hesitate and thus give it to her. Regardless of the reason, Pei Jinglian sensed that Sun Tianming was a rare gem of a person. It was a pity that in the cultivation world, such good people often achieved little. Especially in Confronting County, where competition was even more brutal. To hunt a third-tier demon king yet lack even a single ally to join the effort clearly showed that Sun Tianming held little standing within the Confronting Sect. Enough. I haven't even reached the golden core stage yet, and here I am pondering someone else's connections. Pei Jinglian suddenly chuckled to herself, shaking her head to banish these stray thoughts. She summoned her magic sword, sensing the spiritual energy within her Dantian gradually replenishing. Calling Lín Xuān to her side, she began to fly away from this place. The commotion caused by slaying the Thousand Trees Demon King was too great. It was bound to attract some ill-intentioned entities. They would depart first and formulate their next plan later. Swish! Soon, she and Lín Xuān were soaring through the air atop their flying swords, vanishing into a streak of light. All that remained at the original spot was a patch of black dust and a few withered trees. It was hard to imagine that just moments ago, this had been a lush, dense forest. Thud!
About half an hour after Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān departed, the once black ground suddenly split open, sending countless fragments of earth flying into the air. A monstrous earthworm, entirely black and grotesquely massive, burst forth from the earth. Squeak, squeak. Like an ordinary earthworm. This earthworm monster retained a conical head devoid of facial features. Its gaping maw was lined with spiraling rows of razor-sharp teeth, each still clinging to fragments of rock. A single bite from this creature would likely reduce an ordinary person to mincemeat. Its ring-shaped body was as thick as an ancient tree trunk, constantly oozing a sickening mucus. Its body was covered in obsidian-like scales, offering significantly stronger defense than the recently slain thousand-tree demon king. Patterns on its scales contracted and expanded with its movements, resembling countless half-open pupils. This was one of its innate divine abilities, capable of inducing dizziness in any creature that looked directly at it. Damn it! Who killed Shu? It crouched on the ground, sniffing intently for a moment. Upon detecting the scent of humans, it let out a frenzied, maniacal roar. SSSSSSS. Anger caused a slimy substance to seep from the crevices of its scales. The substance glowed an eerie blue, and where it dripped, acrid white smoke rose. This too was one of its innate abilities. The mucus secreted in its rage carried a corrosive effect. I will find you, you damned murderer. It plunged into a state of extreme rage, dark crimson patterns emerging beneath its translucent skin beneath the scales. Vaguely visible were dozens of pulsating sacs distributed along its body, continuously contracting and expanding, spattering dark green fluid. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it abruptly reared up its front half. Squeak! 3 rows of fine breathing holes rapidly split open along its abdomen. It expelled a cloud of sparks-filled sulfur mist, instantly scorching the surrounding ground to a charcoal black hue. After the scorching, 2 human-shaped patterns and a tree-like shape began to appear on the previously empty ground. It lowered its head, sniffing repeatedly at the patterns. Without sight, this was its only way to discern the images. Combining the patterns with its perverted sense of smell, 2 figures materialized in its mind. One held a sword in one hand, piercing through the body of its own brother, the Thousand Trees Demon King. The other floated in midair, chained to the Demon King of 1,000 Trees. So it was 2 despicable human cultivators who ambushed and killed him. Its rage intensified, causing sparks to flare from the surrounding ground. Through its innate divine ability, it successfully reconstructed the truth of the incident. Yet it lacked the ability to track their location. Both human cultivators seemed to have fled the scene by flying. It could still track scents on the ground, but once they took to the air, it was beyond its domain. Yet this vengeance must be exacted. Shu the Demon King was a brother it had allied with since their first tier days. If it did not avenge this, it would not be worthy of the name Thousand Fire Earth Dragon. Its massive body burrowed back into the earth, its spiral-tipped fangs relentlessly churning the soil. It would seek reinforcements and slaughter those 2 human cultivators, one by one. Chapter 58, Reinforcing the Spirit Gathering Array? 2 third-tier Demon Kings attack? Master, why didn't we go to Confronting Sect just now? Beast waves could erupt anywhere here. Wouldn't we be safer under the sect's protection? After landing from the flying sword, Lín Xuān finally couldn't hold back her confusion. Pei Jinglian flipped her wrist, storing the flying sword into her Yuan storage bracelet, then replied with a light chuckle, Hanyu, let me ask you this, why did Sun Tianming invite me to Confronting Sect? Lín Xuān pondered for a moment before answering, because... Master, you're very powerful? Wrong. Pei Jinglian slowly lifted her head, gazing at the sky as she spoke in a solemn tone, it's because the Confronting Sect is too weak. What? Lín Xuān's expression froze upon hearing this answer. After all, Confronting Sect was a top-tier sect boasting an ancestor at the nascent soul stage. How could her own master claim such a sect was too weak? Moreover, unlike Sun Tianming, she knew her master Pei Jinglian's true cultivation level was foundation establishment. Though she was an ordinary mortal, she had long since gained an understanding of the hierarchical levels within the cultivation world. Hearing Pei Jinglian's words now, she couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Noticing the expression on her face, Pei Jinglian chuckled softly. Do you think your master is being a bit arrogant? Lín Xuān hesitated for a moment before nodding honestly. For she sensed something peculiar in her master's eyes that seemed to pierce through every thought within her. Thus, she found it impossible to deceive her master. Pei Jinglian sighed and shook her head. Your perspective is as narrow as Sun Tianming's. But I don't blame you, for you are but a mortal. As for Sun Tianming, despite being at the Golden Core stage, his perspective remains confined to this single county in the eastern region. Truly, he's like a frog in a well. Upon hearing this, Lín Xuān couldn't help but ask, so master, does that mean your horizons are much broader? Realizing her tone had been sharp, she quickly waved her hands in apology. Forgive me, master. Your disciple forgot her manners. Pei Jinglian waved her hand dismissively, her tone utterly unconcerned. Hanyu, remember this, the cultivation world is far vaster than you can imagine. Just as you may never have ventured beyond the Mealy Forest County in your entire life. You have no idea how vast the Eastern Realm truly is, or how each county's landscapes and customs differ. For cultivators, innate talent is paramount, but character comes next. By character, I don't mean the traditional notion of unwavering resolve, I speak of the mind. A true genius, from the moment they step onto the path of cultivation, knows they will one day stand atop the mountain, looking down upon all beings. So understand this, the cultivation world is vast, so vast that even I, your master, can only see this corner of the eastern realm. As if overwhelmed by deep emotion, Pei Jinglian spoke at length in one breath. Lín Xuān listened thoughtfully. Then what realm did our great grandmaster attain? And from which region did he come? At these words, a fleeting distraction flickered in Pei Jinglian's otherwise resolute gaze. Her Supreme Dao Heart naturally allowed her to stand above all cultivators, even those stronger than herself like Sun Tianming. Yet, whenever Lín Xuān's name surfaced, she found herself unconsciously shaken. For the place Lín Xuān held in her heart had already reached heights beyond words. If the pinnacle of immortal cultivation was attaining the status of an emperor, then Lín Xuān was the emperor above emperors. No matter how high Pei Jinglian herself ascended, she would always place Lín Xuān above all else. Faced with Lín Xuān's question, Pei Jinglian could only respond in a daze. Your great grandmaster, he is a true immortal. As for where he comes from, I suspect it must be the immortal realm beyond these 5 domains. Lín Xuān's eyes widened in astonishment. Above the 5 realms, there exists a celestial realm? Pei Jinglian shook her head. I've only heard this through the grapevine. But given your great grandmaster's power, even without an immortal realm, he stands at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Hanyu, we cultivators should aspire to be like our great grandmaster. After hearing Pei Jinglian's account, Lín Xuān's face lit up with anticipation. Her mind began to wander, imagining just how formidable her great grandmaster must be to command such profound reverence from someone as formidable as her master. But in reality, the Lín Xuān whom Pei Jinglian had praised to the skies was still scolding those 2 trees in the courtyard. Just look at you. You can't even move properly, yet you want to play with this tree demon? Now look what you've done, you've destroyed the formation I just set up. Lín Xuān cursed at the demonic spirit tree while repairing the formation. Just moments ago, he had been intently watching Pei Jinglian when a sudden, thunderous crash echoed through the courtyard. He discovered his demon spirit tree had actually begun leaning toward the jade green tree demon. This directly caused gaps in the spirit gathering array he'd painstakingly set up. Deprived of sufficient spiritual energy, the demon spirit tree's leaves immediately began to turn yellow. Terrified, he rushed over to repair the formation. At the same time, the tree's behavior infuriated him beyond measure. If you weren't so precious, I'd have chopped you up for firewood long ago. Lín Xuān cursed while carefully burying the fallen leaves back into the soil. After all, each leaf carried potent spiritual energy, and he couldn't bear to let it dissipate in vain. The demonic spirit tree seemed to sense its misdeed, gently swaying some branches to send cool breezes toward Lín Xuān as he laboriously repaired the formation. The latter muttered curses under his breath as he finished mending the formation. He then shot a fierce glare at the jade tree spirit beside him. If you ever tempt the spirit tree again, I'll chop you down. The jade tree spirit, who had done nothing. Its branches swayed restlessly, venting its silent indignation. I clearly did nothing wrong, why am I getting blamed? Unfortunately, this was Lín Xuān's courtyard. He had no obligation to reason with a mere tree spirit. Remember this, one more disturbance and both of you get chopped down. After another round of threats, he finally clapped his hands, brushing off the dirt, and returned to the villa. The moment he picked up his phone, however, he witnessed a scene that nearly made his soul leap out of his body. Pei Jinglian has been marked and tracked by a demonic secret technique. 2 third-tier demons are expected to arrive near Pei Jinglian in 2/4 of an hour. Staring at the 2 red dots that suddenly appeared on the mini-map, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. What the hell? I just went over to repair a spirit gathering array, and the next second it tells me my character is being targeted by 2 third-tier demon kings? Is this even fair, Iron? He'd finally realized just how prone to sudden death his character was. No sooner had one crisis subsided than another arose. And every single time, it's a life-threatening crisis. Especially this time, no bucking the trend, 2 third-tier demon kings showed up right away. Those are beings equivalent to golden core cultivators. 2 of them at once? Did they really think Pei Jinglian was a 9th-tier golden core cultivator? Game developers, you're a bunch of jerks. But the next moment, a top-up notification flashed across his phone screen. Chapter 59, The Revenge of the Confronting King and the Earth Dragon King. Detected imminent danger to Pei Jinglian. Spend 648 to activate Guardian Array? Note, this protective array can withstand all attacks from a 3rd-tier demon king and remains active for 1 incense stick's duration upon activation. The moment Lín Xuān saw the pop-up prompt, his displeasure vanished instantly. He instantly switched gears. I knew this game wouldn't rip me off. If I could give it a review, I'd flood it with praise. Without hesitation, he selected the purchase option. Compared to his character's life, what was 648? Buy it now. As for why he didn't just tell Pei Jinglian to flee or seek protection from the Confronting sect? First, Pei Jinglian, merely at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, stood no chance against 2 third-tier demon kings.
Second, she had just refused Sun Tianming's invitation and she had consistently presented herself as a 9th-layer golden core cultivator. If she went to Confronting Sect, her true cultivation would inevitably be exposed. Finally, she had no idea where the Confronting Sect was located. Therefore, the only option now was to first set up a protective formation and then figure out a plan based on the situation. After all, Lín Xuān would never stand idly by and let Pei Jinglian die like this. Disciple, this is the protective formation your master has set up. Infuse this waste token with spiritual energy to activate the array. In 2/4 of an hour, 2 third-tier demon kings will come to attack you. This protective formation is granted to grant you a moment of peace. Activate it only after they appear. Remember, this array lasts only the duration of a single incense stick. After that, the trial I have set for you begins. Pei Jinglian, who had been in seclusion seeking a breakthrough opportunity, opened her eyes in surprise. She saw the jade token floating before her. She hadn't expected to have already drawn the attention of 2 third-tier demon kings. Any other cultivator would have panicked like a child at this moment. But she calmly hung the jade token around her neck and silently replied to Lín Xuān. Rest assured, master. They are but 2 lowly demonic beasts. Jinglian will surely pass your trial. Hearing this, Lín Xuān felt a bit embarrassed. He had only lied about it being a test to maintain his cool. Otherwise, if Pei Jinglian discovered he was utterly incapable of handling those 2 third-tier demon kings, the carefully cultivated image of a formidable expert he'd worked so hard to build would crumble to pieces. However, since the game only grants me 15 minutes of invincibility for Pei Jinglian, that means within this quarter hour, Pei Jinglian must find a way to break the stalemate, or some external factor will ensure her safety afterward. He understood the game's nature all too well. He knew the game's developers would always leave a sliver of hope, especially when targeting Pei Jinglian. The recharge prompt was simply widening that sliver of hope. Without the top up, Pei Jinglian might truly have been hanging by a thread this time. But now that he had topped up, her chances of survival would likely increase significantly. Whether she lives or dies from here on out depends entirely on Pei Jinglian's own fate. He sighed deeply within himself and began silently praying for her. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away. Screech! Amidst the surging sea of clouds, a piercing, shrill eagle cry echoed as a shadow dark enough to block out the sky streaked across the heavens. Below, the snake, rat, and rabbit spirits trembled in terror at the sound of that cry. The reason was clear, the cry belonged to none other than a third-tier demon king, the Confronting King. As the sole flying beast among the 10 third-tier demon kings in this beast tide. Its body was covered in dark green scales that refracted an eerie glow under the sunlight. With each flap of its wings, frost-white mist seeped from the scales, condensing the surrounding clouds into dense clusters. Most mystical of all was the golden pattern gleaming like ancient inscriptions upon its brow ridge. This was one of its divine abilities. When activated, it could unleash blazing beams woven from molten gold and mystic ice. Its speed was astonishing. Nearly every wing beat tore the surrounding clouds into shreds. In the blink of an eye, it traversed mountains and rivers. Below, vast multitudes trembled in terror. And upon the broad back of this Confronting King, a fearsome earth dragon coiled itself into a tight knot. Make no mistake, it was not the Confronting King's prey. On the contrary, it was its friend. Peng, now that Shu is dead, only you and I remain of the 3 heroes of the dense forest. If we don't avenge this, we might as well give up on surviving in these vast, dense mountain forests. First, we'll eliminate those nearby human cultivators. Then we'll mobilize the beast-tide forces to crush the Confronting Sect once and for all. A strange vibration rumbled from the earth dragon's throat as he spoke in a hoarse, vicious tone. The Confronting King was also a close friend of both him and the Thousand-Tree Demon King. All 3 brothers had answered the call of the 4th-tier demon emperor to join this beast-tide. Unexpectedly, the youngest among them, the Thousand Trees Demon King, had met an untimely death at the hands of human cultivators. Therefore, this grudge must be avenged. Hearing the Earth Dragon King's words, the Confronting King flapped his wings even faster. His wings churned so fiercely they stirred several small tornadoes below. He responded in a sharp voice. Rest assured, elder brother. I've already pinpointed the location of one of the killers. I will avenge Ash's death. The Earth Dragon nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with a sinister glint. He had already planned how to torment the killer after teaming up with the Confronting King to defeat him. First, it would use its tens of thousands of razor-sharp teeth to tear the victim's legs to shreds. Then it would have Confronting King drag the victim's mangled body into the air, only to let them plummet to their death, crushed into dust by despair. Dare to kill their brother? The Earth Dragon would make sure the killer suffered. Just then, the Confronting King suddenly declared, Brother, I've pinpointed the killer's location, she's right below us. Hearing this, the Earth Dragon King hesitated not a moment. He commanded, dive straight down. I will crush her so utterly she cannot fight back. The Confronting King's dive retained the terrifying lethality from its days as a falcon. Ascending to sufficient height, it could even unleash a strike comparable to a 4th-tier demon emperor by burning its entire essence in blood. Even in its standard state, the dive was sufficient to shatter the protective spiritual energy of an ordinary gold core cultivator with its talons in an instant, ultimately leaving the victim utterly defenseless. Earlier, it had already used this technique to kill a gold core cultivator. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to ambush another cultivator, who was at most at the golden core stage, was naturally a breeze. "Alright, big brother, leave it to me." Immediately, it emitted a piercing cry, swiftly adjusting its massive, mountain-like form as it locked onto its target and plunged downward. As the Confronting King dove, a series of sonic booms echoed through the air. Even the trees on the ground began to shake violently, as if they would be crushed by the gale it stirred up. Chapter 60, The Guardian Array activates, the Demon King gets humiliated. It's coming. Deep within the dense forest below, Pei Jinglian heard the strange sounds echoing from the clouds above. She immediately channeled spiritual energy into her waist token, activating the Guardian Array as a protective barrier against the impending danger. Immediately, ancient-looking runes began to appear all around her. They coalesced into a massive dome, enveloping both her and Lín Xuān. Beside her, Lín Xuān, having missed Lín Xuān's telepathic message to Pei Jinglian, remained somewhat bewildered. She asked in confusion, "What's happening? Are we trapped?" Pei Jinglian patiently explained, "This is the Guardian Array. 2 demonic creatures are attempting to ambush us." As a mortal, Lín Xuān couldn't hear the cries echoing from 10,000 miles above. She looked utterly bewildered and asked, "Why can't I see them?" Pei Jinglian pointed calmly overhead. "Look up." Lín Xuān looked up and soon witnessed a scene she would never forget. A dark speck in the sky gradually grew larger and larger. So large it resembled a small mountain. No, it was practically a small mountain. It was an eagle of a size she had never witnessed before. Lín Xuān's face instantly drained of color. Faced with such a terrifying sight, she couldn't help but doubt whether the protective formation her master had set up could withstand the impact of this mountain-like giant eagle. Having loved hunting since childhood, she knew the terror these creatures held. An ordinary eagle's dive could pierce a human skull clean through. But an eagle of this size? Its impact upon diving would likely obliterate the entire surrounding forest, leveling it to the ground. And reality seemed to confirm her fears. As the colossal eagle drew nearer, nearby trees were being uprooted by the hurricane-force winds it stirred up. It was hard to imagine the sheer terror of what impact this eagle would deliver if it struck them. Lín Xuān closed her eyes in terror, but in that final moment before shutting them, she caught sight of her master, Pei Jinglian. She remained as serene as ever, even sitting cross-legged as if preparing to meditate. Could her master truly have such unwavering faith in this formation? A wave of doubt washed over her, yet it was strangely calming. Master is an immortal. If she isn't panicking, why should I? The thought eased her mind, and her expression brightened considerably. She continued to gaze upward at the giant eagle drawing ever closer. The scales covering its body radiated a terrifying, menacing aura. Moreover, she now saw what appeared to be an enormous earthworm writhing on its back, equally terrifying. As the distance closed, the giant eagle spread its razor-sharp talons, seemingly intent on tearing them apart. Yet Pei Jinglian showed not a trace of panic. She maintained her serene composure, even beginning to enter a state of cultivation. Lín Xuān had already informed her that the protective formation would only last a quarter of an hour. After 15 minutes, the protective formation would vanish, leaving her to face the full onslaught of these 2 third-tier demon kings. If she failed to break through before then, she might truly perish here. Though she feared death not, she dreaded seeing the disappointment in Lín Xuān's eyes. Thus, she must pass this trial, forcefully break through to the golden core stage, and slay these 2 demonic beasts. Boom! The Confronting King's razor-sharp claws slammed into the array radiating pale blue runes. Instead of the expected immediate collapse, the Confronting King felt a tremendous recoil force that sent both him and the Earth Dragon King on his back flying dozens of meters away. Lín Xuān was utterly stunned by the spectacle. She never imagined that such an unassuming formation could directly knock back those 2 terrifying demonic beasts. The Confronting King and Earth Dragon King were still reeling from the disorienting blow. The Earth Dragon King slowly raised its monstrous head, staring at the formation with a hint of dread. What just happened? The Confronting King, who had collided directly with the formation, was only just regaining his blurred vision as he struggled to rise from the ground. His claws still tingled with numbness, clearly having lost sensation during the impact. Its eagle-like eyes now held shock as it rasped out a hoarse, sharp reply, "That formation seems capable of withstanding our attacks. And judging by its appearance, it appears sturdy enough to withstand even our most powerful strikes. Perhaps, only a 4th-tier demon emperor could forcefully break this formation." Hearing this, the Earth Dragon King's heart surged with fury. It roared, "Impossible! How could a mere gold core cultivator possibly set up such an array? I refuse to believe it. This must be a trick." Then, it roared as it opened its gaping maw. Each row of teeth within looked terrifying. Boom! It lunged and bit down viciously on the formation. But against the protective array Lín Xuān had spent 648 points to set up. Its attack felt like a mosquito bite, causing absolutely no damage to the formation. Worse still, the recoil shattered over 100 of its own teeth.
Lin Hanyu witnessed this and let out a derisive snort. This giant earthworm is truly stupid. Knowing full well it can't break through, it still charges in to try. It's pitifully stupid. How did it even grow so big? Since the sound wasn't blocked by the protective formation, the Earth Dragon King outside clearly heard her words. His rage flared even brighter, flames beginning to lick at his very body. It roared a threat, "I'll devour you whole, you vile, foolish human." With that, it began ramming the formation once more. But even as it battered itself bloody, sparks flying everywhere, the formation didn't budge an inch. Seeing this, Lin Hanyu stuck out her tongue at it. The Earth Dragon King was instantly enraged to the point of explosion. If not for the Kunpeng King stepping forward to restrain it, it might have crashed itself to death on the formation. The Kunpeng King advised, "Brother, calm down. I don't think we can break this formation anytime soon. But as far as I know, human formations often have time limits. There are no spiritual veins nearby to sustain it, so it should dissipate on its own soon." Hearing this, the Earth Dragon King calmed down slightly. Gazing at the two women trapped within the formation, its voice turned icy. "I've changed my mind. The moment this formation vanishes, we will kill those two lowly humans inside. I will use their blood and hearts to honor a Shu and quench my hatred." Kunpeng King nodded in agreement, though his nod stemmed not from rage. Rather, it felt uneasy, sensing that the human cultivating across the array seemed somehow special. If they didn't kill them immediately, something unforeseen might arise. Chapter 61, Breaking Through the Golden Core, Perilous Trials Await. Deep within the dense forest, two third-tier demon kings fixed their gaze upon the two women trapped within the formation. They waited, biding their time until the moment the formation vanished. Then, they would mercilessly tear the two human cultivators inside to shreds, using their blood to honor the death of the Thousand Trees Demon King. Meanwhile, within the formation, Pei Jinglian raced against time, striving to grasp the breakthrough. She must grasp the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, otherwise, she would fail her master's trial today and betray the immense help he had given her. As for death? That was the last thing on her mind. "I've been stagnating at the 9th layer of foundation establishment for far too long. Breaking through to the Golden Core stage is within reach. All I lack is that crucial breakthrough. As for the rest of my foundations and groundwork, I have perfected them all. An opportunity, all I need is one opportunity." Suddenly, Pei Jinglian seemed to have grasped something profound. Her eyes snapped open as fragments of peculiar memories began flashing through her mind. Among them were humiliating scenes of being treated like a servant, ordered around by Su Bailu. Warm scenes of being cherished by her family before joining the Jade Mystic Sect. Yet what dominated these memory fragments most was that majestic, supreme voice. And the ethereal, otherworldly figure she had encountered when facing the third-tier Thunderwolf. It was her master. It turned out that from the very beginning, it was Master who had carried her this far. Without her, she might have perished long ago under Su Bailu's torment. In the darkness of the past, only that mysterious, youthful figure had saved her. And the turning point lay with Master too. After all, nearly all the motivation driving her cultivation now came from her master alone. At this realization, the aura emanating from her body abruptly shifted, surging upward in waves. Like bamboo shoots bursting through the soil after rain, it grew at a visible, frenzied pace. Lin Hanyu, standing nearby, sensed the change in her aura. A hint of astonishment flashed across her face. What's happening to Master? Her movements haven't changed, but her presence suddenly feels so oppressive? She couldn't discern the subtlety. Outside the formation, however, the two third-tier demon kings saw through the deception. The Earth Dragon King stared at Pei Jinglian within the formation, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is she breaking through to the Golden Core stage? Beside him, the Kunpeng King also eyed her with shock. Brother, this person wasn't even at the Golden Core stage before, yet she teamed up with another human cultivator to kill a Shu? The Earth Dragon King realized this, his tone turning icy cold. I assumed she was at least a Golden Core cultivator. I never imagined she could forcibly control a Shu without even reaching that stage. Her innate talent is terrifying. If we let her grow unchecked, she will surely become a great threat to our demon clan. Ah Ping, the moment the formation dissipates, you and I must join forces and strike her down with all our might. Even if she succeeds in her breakthrough, she'll merely be a fledgling cultivator who's just ascended to the Golden Core stage. She won't stand a chance against the combined might of us two brothers. Kunpeng Wang naturally had no objections. A trace of gravity flickered in his hawk-like eyes. Brother, I fear this cultivator is too peculiar. Even at the Golden Core stage, he might possess extraordinary combat prowess. Upon hearing this, the Earth Dragon King scoffed coldly. Impossible. I've seen countless Golden Core cultivators. The only one who could truly overpower both of us is the sect master of Confronting Sect. He's a great cultivator at the 8th layer of the Golden Core stage. Do you truly believe this minor cultivator, who has only just broken through or perhaps hasn't even fully broken through to the Golden Core stage, could stand against both of us? Hearing this, Kunpeng King finally relaxed a little. Nodding, he conceded, you're right, brother. I was overthinking it. They then resumed their intense focus on Pei Jinglian within the formation, inwardly cursing her failure to break through. What a pity. A genius like Pei Jinglian was destined to forge ahead against all odds. Failure was simply not in her vocabulary. At this very moment, she was undergoing the first tribulation of breaking through to the golden core stage, the soul nirvana. Her entire soul essence was now concentrated within her dantian. Within the dantian, swirling vortexes of spiritual energy coalesced. They were merging and compressing, striving to condense into a golden core. This process required her divine soul to personally intervene and guide the transformation.
During this process, countless obsessive demons of the mind would emerge, disrupting her control.
The slightest misstep could trigger a spiritual energy upheaval. Minor consequences would leave her dantian severely damaged, rendering her unable to cultivate for half a year.
In severe cases, the demonic obsession could invade her body, completely crippling her dantian and reducing all her cultivation to ashes. Thus, ordinary cultivators preparing to break through to the golden core stage would typically stockpile vast quantities of elixirs, invite their masters or senior cultivators to guard them, and finally seek out a blessed site with amplifying effects to conduct the breakthrough. Unlike Pei Jinglian, who had casually chosen a desolate wilderness, possessing nothing beyond a protective formation that could only be sustained for a mere quarter of an hour. Worse still, two third-tier demon kings lurked outside the array, blaring with murderous intent.
Most cultivators would have despaired and surrendered under such circumstances. But for Pei Jinglian, it only fueled her obsession to break through.
Countless obsessions now assaulted her divine soul, attempting to disrupt her progress in merging the spiritual energy vortex. Yet, under the influence of her Supreme Dao Heart, those obsessions became the most potent stimulants. Not only did they fail to hinder her fusion, but they actually accelerated her progress. After all, since she began her formal cultivation, her greatest obsession has been to grow powerful enough as quickly as possible so she could finally meet her master in person.
Gather, now!
With a final roar from her heart, the last two massive spiritual energy whirlpools within her dantian were forcibly drawn together.
Golden hues began to shimmer in the air. The sole remaining colossal vortex of spiritual energy was now entirely dyed gold.
At this moment, she had reached the second trial, the heart demon tribulation.
The thing she once feared would now manifest as countless terrifying nightmares. Ordinary cultivators at this stage must consume soul-stabilizing divine pills to anchor their spirit and preserve their true self, preventing possession by the heart demon.
Moreover, their physical bodies would undergo abnormalities, with some organs even developing self-awareness and forcibly detaching from the body. One misstep could lead to severe injury, causing the cultivator to fail their breakthrough entirely.
Alas! Pei Jinglian had no inner demons whatsoever.
Every organ within her remained utterly stable, functioning entirely under her will's command. For under the weight of her Supreme Dao Heart and her near-religious devotion to Lín Xuān, her inner demons had long been utterly suppressed. Even now, during her breakthrough attempt, they couldn't surface in the slightest. To put it even more dramatically, even if her inner demons did surface, they would only seek to aid her breakthrough. After all, passing Lín Xuān's tests, or rather, earning his approval, had long been woven into the fabric of her existence. It had become an integral part of her very being.
Chapter 62, Physical Limits, Breakthrough Failure?
Buzz. A humming sound resonated within her body. The golden vortex of spiritual energy in her dantian began to slowly contract, already forming the rudimentary shape of a sphere. The heart demon tribulation, which had stumped the vast majority, was overcome with such ease. This signaled she had reached the final step, refining the 5 organs. All cultivators aspiring to break through to the golden core stage must strengthen their physical bodies to withstand the overwhelming pressure exerted by the newly formed golden core. Otherwise, even if one successfully forged a golden core, an unqualified physical body would ultimately be crushed into a pulp by the core's own overwhelming pressure.
Such tragic failures were commonplace.
Countless cultivators had secluded themselves for decades seeking this breakthrough, only for their masters and friends to find them reduced to mere traces, not even bones remaining. What Pei Jinglian must do now is utilize the nascent golden core, which has begun producing true essence, to relentlessly temper her flesh, bones, and spirit. Through repeated hammering by the true essence, they would gradually evolve toward a more formidable level.
Thud. 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 As a chaos sacred body, even without breaking through to the golden core stage, the true essence produced by Pei Jinglian's embryonic form was already on par with that of ordinary golden core cultivators.
She manipulated strands of true essence, hammering every inch of her bones and flesh with frenzied intensity. Each muffled thud echoing from within signified the completion of a full cycle of tempering. This was undoubtedly the most excruciating form of physical self-torture. Each forging cycle felt like tearing her flesh and bones apart, only to force them back together. This cycle repeated endlessly until her body could withstand the pressure of the golden core stage. And this seemed to be heaven's jealousy toward those blessed with superior talent. Often, the less gifted a cultivator was, the lesser the pressure of the golden core they had to endure. Thus, they need only undergo a few rounds of tempering to meet the standard and directly condense a complete golden core. Those with superior talent, however, require more refinements. Otherwise, their physical bodies simply cannot reach the required level.
Especially for Pei Jinglian, possessing the Chaos Divine body, the pressure exerted by the golden core she forms must be terrifyingly strong.
Her physical body would likely need to endure over 100 forging sessions to meet this requirement.
This was a number that would drive most cultivators to despair.
Over 100 instances of physical torture were simply beyond what human willpower could endure. Even now, despite Pei Jinglian's Supreme Dao Heart, her vision began to blur after enduring dozens of such trials. Her face had drained of all color, cold sweat beading on her forehead as if she might collapse at any moment. Yet she could not falter. She must break through to the golden core stage. Clatter. Terrifying true essence raged through her veins, its speed far surpassing ordinary spiritual energy. The 12 regular meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians were now squeezed into bottle-like shapes, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Under this terrifyingly rapid tempering, the changes were strikingly evident. Her meridians had expanded several times their original size, their resilience surging 100-fold and beyond. Yet this was still not enough. She must grow stronger. She must become the best. Only the most perfect golden core would grant her the power to slay those 2 lurking third-tier demon kings outside. Only then could she pass her master's trial. Aha, breakthrough! Her eyes were bloodshot, and a roar unlike any she had ever let out erupted from within her. To achieve this breakthrough, she even abandoned her defenses against the heart demons, allowing them to directly assault her divine soul. Yet these very demons now became an unexpected aid. Rather than shaking her resolve, they only intensified and solidified her burning determination to break through. Thump! 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 The muffled thumping within her grew increasingly rapid, eventually sounding like a drumbeat. Lín Xuān beside her couldn't help but cover her ears, staring in horror at Pei Jinglian, whose every pore now spurted blood. Under such intense strain, her body reached its absolute limit, completely drenched in blood until she became a human blood-soaked figure. Yet the innate power of the Chaos Divine body granted her astonishingly rapid recovery, allowing her to maintain a fragile equilibrium. Just as she recovered, the next second saw her shattered again by the raging true essence. Under this relentless hammering, the count was skyrocketing. 70 times, 90 times, 100 times. Clatter. Upon reaching the 100th threshold, her spine cracked vertebra by vertebra, emitting a crisp sound like the roar of a dragon. This signaled her body had met the requirements for breaking through to the golden core stage. If she wished, she could halt the tempering at any moment and break through immediately. But Pei Jinglian felt it wasn't enough. This wasn't her limit. So she gritted her teeth and persevered, determined to push herself to her own limit. At 120 repetitions, her skin began to glow with an emerald-like luster. At 150 strikes, her eyes gradually radiated a golden brilliance. By the 200th strike, her entire body suddenly went limp and her consciousness began to blur. Her limit had truly been reached. The taut string held together by the Chaos Divine body's regenerative power snapped completely. The breakthrough to the golden core stage had failed. Perhaps it was her own greed, or perhaps her destiny could only carry her this far. In any case, she had failed. Lín Xuān stared in horror at Pei Jinglian, who had collapsed suddenly. Her voice trembling with tears, she rushed forward and embraced the unconscious girl. "Master, don't scare me. You can't be dead. You won't die, right?" "Wah?" Outside the formation. The Earth Dragon King, who had been watching the entire time, heard the commotion and immediately let out a smug laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. I knew that one would fail. Humans truly are a despicable species. They never deserved such immense power in the first place." Beside him, the Confronting king breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that woman failed her breakthrough. Even through the array, the aura she emitted just now made my heart race. Had she succeeded, she might have become the most formidable new golden core cultivator we've ever seen. But since she failed, she's become nothing but a laughingstock. Both demon kings now laughed openly, their laughter strange and unrestrained. Witnessing Pei Jinglian's failure to break through to golden core seemed to bring them more satisfaction than if they had killed her themselves. "Ha ha, cry louder, or else you won't have a chance to cry later." The Earth Dragon King listened to Lín Xuān's sobs, his laughter growing more unrestrained. "You." Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly. For at that moment, it sensed a terrifyingly powerful aura emerging nearby. And it was growing clearer by the moment. "What's happening?" it asked instinctively. The Confronting king did not answer his elder brother but stared in shock at the figure within the formation, slowly radiating sparks of golden light. Empowered by a peculiar force, the figure was slowly rising from the ground. Chapter 63, Special Rescue Package, Golden Core Forged. Time rewound to the moment Pei Jinglian collapsed. Pei Jinglian breakthrough failed. Your character is in critical condition. Staring at the bright red warning that popped up on the screen, Lín Xuān was dumbfounded. "Not my buddy? What the hell do you mean? Are you messing with me? I'm such a big SSS tier character, and you're telling me she's gonna die because her breakthrough failed? At least give her a spectacular exit that might make it a bit easier to swallow. No way am I accepting the death of an SSS tier character."
Pei Jinglian, a girl with such exceptional talent and character, how could she possibly fall at a measly golden core stage gate? Damn game, if Pei Jinglian dies, I'll never spend another penny here for the rest of my life. Even if the account balance inside rots away, I won't spend another cent. He cursed furiously. Suddenly, as if responding to his threat, a notification popped up on the screen. Detected, premium VIP player's character in critical condition. Special rescue package activated. Note, this package can only be used once in a lifetime. Use with caution. Special rescue package. Price, 1 million. Description: whenever your character enters a near-death state, regardless of the damage inflicted, using this package will instantly restore them to full health, ignoring any side effects or curses. Seeing this prompt, Lín Xuān wasted no time, decisively spending 1 million to purchase the package. He didn't even bother to check the exact price before confirming the purchase. Because the life countdown for Pei Jinglian had already begun displaying in the top left corner, if he didn't buy it now, she would truly die here. Even if this package was a rip-off priced at 99.9 billion, he would buy it without a second thought. He'd spent all that money precisely to keep his character alive. Top up, show me your limit. His eyes locked onto the screen as the recharge prompt transformed into a golden light that vanished into Pei Jinglian's body. In-game, Pei Jinglian felt her consciousness steadily sinking, as if being swallowed by a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. But just as her consciousness was about to vanish, a warm, gentle hand suddenly appeared, grabbing hold of her. It forcibly pulled her back from the brink of life and death. It was like snatching someone back from the king of hell himself. It happened in the blink of an eye. Her consciousness, on the verge of dissipating, instantly regained an incredibly solid state. Her entire being radiated an unprecedented sense of completeness. This rescue package had restored her current physical form to its peak condition. Previously, her body had undergone 200 refinements of true essence, reaching a terrifying level of perfection. Under the special package's effect, she now possessed a body perfected by 200 refinements. Master. Feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and power, a wave of warmth welled up within her. It turned out that Master had never given up on her, even after failing the assessment. He had always been watching over me silently. Therefore, Pei Jinglian, you absolutely cannot let him down. Her gaze regained its steely resolve as she began refining her already near-perfect physique with her true essence. Of course, before that, she paid attention to the formation. With less than a few minutes left before its dissipation, she had to hone her physique to its absolute limit within that time frame and then break through to the golden core stage. Thump! 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 It felt as though a great drum was being relentlessly pounded within her. The sound of her true essence washing over flesh, blood, and bones echoed like rapid drumbeats, relentless and urgent. By the end, the sounds had nearly merged into a single, humming resonance. 300 times, 400 times, 600 times. With the aid of the special recovery package, she could forge her body with true essence without reservation. Soon, her body, which had already recovered, was once again hammered into a state of countless wounds. Beads of blood replaced sweat, appearing on her fair skin. Master. The events unfolded too swiftly. Lín Xuān, still basking in the joy of her master coming back to life, suddenly saw bloodstains appearing on her master's body. She wanted to help, but as a mere mortal who didn't even understand what her master was doing, she could only stand there helplessly, praying in her heart that her master wouldn't suffer another accident. Outside, the two third-tier demon kings grew increasingly anxious at this scene. Even through the array, the Earth Dragon King could sense that astonishing aura. This won't do, it declared anxiously. We must act immediately. That cultivator inside is far too strange. The Confronting king beside him nodded solemnly. You're right. Someone like her must be eliminated during the Foundation establishment stage. We absolutely cannot let her break through to the golden core stage. Snap. At that very moment, heaven itself seemed to share their resolve. The formation that had been blocking their path vanished in that instant. Screech. Roar. The two demon kings were overjoyed. One shot straight into the sky, while the other instantly burrowed deep underground. In an instant, both began brewing their lethal strikes, intent on slaying Pei Jinglian right in the midst of her breakthrough. The Confronting king soared 10,000 meters into the sky, then transformed its colossal form into a gigantic streak of light, charging downward toward Pei Jinglian at a speed that nearly tore the void apart. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon King burrowed deep underground, drawing upon the molten power from the Earth's core. The soil around its body began to melt under the intense heat, while the most terrifying temperatures were concentrated within its gaping maw. The moment it burst from the earth, it would unleash this inferno without hesitation, reducing Pei Jinglian and every plant within a kilometer to nothingness. Under the combined might of their ultimate attacks, it was virtually impossible for any golden core cultivator to survive unscathed. Die. You won't survive this. As their target drew ever closer, both third-tier demon kings felt a surge of exhilaration. Though their opponent was merely a Foundation establishment 9th-layer cultivator in the midst of a breakthrough, the overwhelming pressure and urgency he projected were no less intense than that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. It even made them feel as though they were attacking their own demon emperor. Thankfully, such a peerless genius would finally meet his end at their hands. Lin Hanyu closed her eyes in terror, yet she still reached out, her hand tense yet resolute as she stepped in front of Pei Jinglian. Though she had only recently taken Pei Jinglian as her master, she already regarded her as family from the depths of her heart. She would not stand by and watch her family die before her eyes. Boom! Terrifying energy erupted instantly at one focal point. The surrounding earth veins trembled violently several times. Dust swirled down from the sky, and finally, a figure radiating golden light emerged from the massive crater. 1,000 times. Pei Jinglian observed the two demon kings, not flying by the sheer force of her breakthrough, and spoke with a calm tone. This is the number of times she has tempered her body. Chapter 64, New Divine Ability Reversing Causality. Just how terrifying could a body forged through 1,000 hammers become? The two third-tier demon kings who had been knocked flying knew it best. Before they could even catch a glimpse of their opponent, a terrifying force had already hurled them away. That terrifying sensation they had only ever felt it emanating from a fourth-tier demon emperor. And now, a Foundation establishment cultivator who had just broken through could unleash such terrifying might? They lifted their heads in disbelief from the churned earth, only to see a figure in a jet-black skirt standing tall in the air. It was none other than Pei Jinglian. She had now broken through to the golden core realm, and behind her, a vast illusion of the yin-yang tai chi symbol faintly shimmered. After thousands of trials, the strength of her body had now reached a level even she could not fully grasp. Correspondingly, because her physique had been strengthened to its absolute limit, the golden core she had cultivated was also an extremely terrifying and unique existence. Just as Sun Tianming had foretold, intricate patterns emerged upon its solidification. But instead of the legendary 9 patterns, a full 100 appeared. Yes, 100. The entire golden core was now covered in these strangely luminous patterns, completely losing the appearance of a golden core. Instead, it should be called a chaos core. The color enveloping her golden core was identical to that of the chaotic spiritual energy, revealing not a trace of gold. Thus, calling it a chaos core was far more fitting. After breaking through to the golden core stage, she also awakened a new divine talent. She called it causality reversal. As for its effects, Pei Jinglian's gaze fell upon the two third-tier demon kings slowly rising from the ground nearby, a mocking curve forming at the corners of her mouth. She had already decided how to demonstrate her divine power. Brother, let's try attacking together again. That cultivator definitely won't be able to unleash that level of might a second time. King Kuanping's eagle-like eyes fixed sharply on Pei Jinglian in the air as he spoke in a deep voice. The Earth Dragon King raised no objection, immediately diving back underground. The Kuanping King, too, wasn't foolish enough to fly directly toward Pei Jinglian. Instead, he flapped his wings backward, vanishing into the distant clouds thousands of miles away. His intent was to conceal his form entirely, making it impossible for Pei Jinglian to predict when he would strike. In reality, Lín Xuān watched Pei Jinglian, now ascended to the golden core stage, his heart surging with excitement. Nice. You're truly an SSS tier character. I knew you could do it. Pei Jinglian's breakthrough to the golden core stage also triggered a feedback effect for him. And unlike previous simple cultivation feedback, this time it was an exceptionally generous divine ability feedback. Indeed, he too had obtained the divine ability of causality reversal. Now, he was essentially mastering a golden core level divine ability while still at the Foundation establishment stage. If anyone in reality dared to underestimate him because of this, they'd likely suffer a major setback right here. But then again, even at his current 8th layer Foundation establishment cultivation, there probably weren't many who could afford to underestimate him. Damn it, what am I thinking? Pei Jinglian isn't out of danger yet. He shook his head, banishing the distracting thoughts from his mind, and fixed his gaze firmly back on the screen. For some reason, ever since she broke through to the golden core stage, a vague premonition had taken root in his heart. Those two third-tier demon kings would be killed by Pei Jinglian instead. Roar! Just then, the Earth Dragon King launched its attack. It burst forth from the earth, its mouth lined with tens of thousands of razor-sharp teeth spewing a torrent of highly corrosive venom. It even controlled the force, forming a spiderweb-like pattern with a 10-meter radius that instantly engulfed Pei Jinglian. At such close range and with such a vast attack radius, evasion was utterly impossible. Even more deadly, the clouds in the sky suddenly parted. A colossal shadow, the size of a mountain, plunged toward Pei Jinglian at terrifying speed, its might utterly terrifying. Another pincer attack. This time, without the momentum from her breakthrough to counter, Pei Jinglian seemed trapped in a hopeless situation. After all, she was facing two renowned third-tier demon kings. It was akin to fighting two cultivators at least at the 5th layer of the golden core stage simultaneously. Yet, the current Pei Jinglian possessed powers surpassing even these two 5th layer golden core cultivators. A torrent of venomous liquid poured directly onto her protective aura, yet strangely, it showed no signs of corrosion. Instead, the Kuanping King, which had been diving down to strike Pei Jinglian, suddenly began shedding large patches of its scales. It looked as if something had corroded them. Screech! A piercing shriek erupted from its throat under the excruciating pain. It immediately flapped its wings to change course, for it hadn't even sensed when Pei Jinglian had struck. In such an uncertain situation, its instinct was to distance itself first and then observe the situation calmly. Simultaneously, it transmitted a warning to the Earth Dragon King. Brother, that human cultivator just used some kind of trick without even touching me. He caused large patches of my scales to fall off. We need to retreat first. The Earth Dragon King reacted with lightning speed upon hearing this, instantly shifting his center of gravity and diving downward. Swish! This evasion narrowly allowed it to dodge a terrifying sword beam. The blade flashed with astonishing precision, grazing the back of its neck a hair's breadth from severing its head. What a domineering sword aura! In the instant before burrowing into the ground, the Earth Dragon King instinctively lifted its head to glance at the figure in the black robe standing above. In that dazed moment, it seemed to see a nascent soul cultivator looking down upon it. That gaze was terrifying and icy cold. No, impossible. How could a cultivator who just broke through to the golden core stage possess the might of a nascent soul cultivator? Terror gripped its heart. Only after burrowing into the soft, dark earth did its panic subside slightly. No, impossible. That cultivator must have used some kind of mystical technique to intimidate me, making me hesitate to act. It resolutely banished the psychological shadow from its mind, refusing to accept the reality it had sensed. Just then, it received another telepathic message from its subordinate, Confronting King. Big brother, that cultivator doesn't seem to be pursuing us. She's still standing in the same spot. That bizarre secret technique must have drained all her true essence. She simply can't muster those techniques again now. Indeed. That cultivator was indeed using some secret technique that consumed vast amounts of true essence. Otherwise, with her strength, it would be impossible for her to unleash power equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator. The Earth Dragon King breathed a sigh of relief as blazing flames erupted from its body once more. It felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Never in its wildest dreams did it imagine it would one day be intimidated by a weakling. Chapter 65, Pressing the Advantage, Wounding the Demon King. But, was Pei Jinglian truly a weakling? Floating in midair, Pei Jinglian gazed thoughtfully at her hands. Just moments ago, she had wielded the power of karmic reversal. The venomous attack meant to strike her was redirected, its causal chain altered to strike the Confronting King instead. Indeed, this divine ability defied all logic. It could even alter karmic consequences on the verge of materializing. The cost to her was merely a fraction of her primordial essence, along with a small measure of fortune bestowed upon the target. Yes, luck. The instant she altered reality's causality, she immediately followed through with her sword technique, aiming to severely wound the Earth Dragon King. Unfortunately, due to the side effect of her divine power, the opponent, bolstered by that luck, evaded her sword strike with uncanny precision. But it didn't matter. Compared to the benefits this divine ability granted her, such a minor side effect was insignificant. Moreover, she felt no burden whatsoever from using this divine ability. At this moment, she sensed her current body could withstand hundreds of uses without showing signs of strain. Therefore, playing it safe, she decided to remain in place and use the yin-yang reversal divine ability for passive defense, first observing what trump cards these two third-tier demon kings held. But at that moment, Lín Xuān's voice echoed in her mind. Quick! Follow up immediately. Strike while the iron is hot. Immediately, 2 points of light appeared in her mind. One hovered above her head, the other beneath her feet. Clearly, these marked the positions of the Confronting King and the Earth Dragon King, the two third-tier demon kings. This was a hidden perk. Lín Xuān, as a player, had always possessed the ability to pinpoint enemy locations within a 500-meter radius of his character. Previously, she hadn't used it because Pei Jinglian simply lacked the ability to fight back. Even if she knew the location, she couldn't offer any help. But now it was different. Pei Jinglian's strength was more than sufficient for her to launch a counterattack. Without hesitation, he activated this ability, granting Pei Jinglian a wave of cheat code vision. Upon hearing Lín Xuān's voice, Pei Jinglian's face lit up with joy. It seems Master believes I passed the trial, which is why he's offering assistance now. She had been worried that her fainting might have forced Master to intervene, potentially signaling she hadn't passed the test. But her Master proved far more magnanimous than she'd imagined, showing no resentment and instead offering his aid. Rest assured, Master. I will slay these two demonic beasts to wash away my shame. Her aura suddenly sharpened, and she swiftly drew her magic sword from the Yuxuan bracelet. Seizing the moment while the two demon kings were still communicating telepathically to devise a countermeasure, she proactively swung her sword downward. The first slash of sword energy struck directly at the Earth Dragon King lurking beneath the ground. The latter, still pondering how to deal with Pei Jinglian, suddenly felt a chill surge over its body. Instinctively, it burrowed into the earth to its left. Boom! A razor-sharp blade of energy tore through the earth beside it, carving a deep ravine. Had it not reacted instinctively, the blade's force would have shattered its scales. What the hell? It was filled with alarm, utterly baffled by the situation. Only when it received the Confronting King's telepathic message did it grasp the truth. Brother, that woman just unleashed a sword-chi attack at your location. Did my aura slip? The Earth Dragon King instantly sensed something amiss and began carefully suppressing his aura. But the next moment. Boom! As if its luck had run out, this time it failed to evade the sword chi. Under the terrifying destructive force, its spirit armor shattered completely, and black demon blood stained the surrounding ground. No, it doesn't seem like my aura slipped, it feels more like the opponent can see my exact location. The Pterosaur King's mind raced frantically as he darted and twisted, evading wave after wave of sword energy attacks from behind. In this moment, it felt as though it had regressed to the time before it had awakened its spirit intelligence. Pei Jinglian was like one of its natural enemies, deliberately searching for it, relentlessly tearing through the surrounding soil, intent on splitting it clean in two. Big brother, hold on. I'll be there to help you soon. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, the Dragon King's frantic heart finally settled slightly. Though he didn't know how the other had pinpointed his location, the way they specifically targeted him with sword chi strikes. It was clear the enemy's full attention was focused on him. And if his second brother, the Confronting King, launched an attack from the sky now, the enemy's current posture would make evasion impossible. With that thought, he deliberately slowed his pace, letting the enemy chase after him. Meanwhile, Confronting King was already circling in the sky, searching for the optimal moment to dive. Though he felt a burning urgency to rush to his elder brother's aid. He must ensure his strike would catch Pei Jinglian completely off guard. Otherwise, all the sacrifices his elder brother made would be in vain. Finally, as Pei Jinglian swung her sword energy once more, he seized the moment and plunged downward in his sudden dive. It moved utterly silently, without a sound. Even if other golden core cultivators had arrived, they wouldn't have been able to react in time. The human cultivator seemed genuinely unaware of its approach, continuing to unleash sword chi attacks upon its elder brother. Die! Within 100 meters of its target, the Confronting King roared with confidence that the attack was unavoidable. Then, he witnessed an unbelievable sight. Where his claws should have instantly mauled the opponent, they now bizarrely passed right through the man's body. His entire body shot straight through the opponent and slammed into the ground. Boom! He tumbled awkwardly across the ground several times, kicking up clouds of dust. Through the telepathic link, he heard his elder brother, the Earth Dragon King, suddenly let out a piercing howl. Damn it! How did her sword chi suddenly become so sharp? Pei Jinglian had redirected the damage she was supposed to absorb onto the Earth Dragon King. Therefore, Confronting King's strike had actually landed on his own massive Earth Dragon King. Hearing his elder brother's roar, the Confronting King was instantly filled with shock and suspicion. Realizing something, he urgently transmitted to the Earth Dragon King, "Brother, run. This girl seems to have a way to redirect our attacks. Your venom just now corroded my scales, and now my attack has been redirected onto you." The Confronting King was clever, deducing the cause of the previous scene almost instantly. Chapter 66, single-handedly slaying a higher-ranked foe. Without hesitation, it urged its elder brother to flee immediately. After all, one capable of wielding such divine abilities was far beyond their current ability to handle. He even suspected the opponent wasn't a golden core cultivator at all. That breakthrough was likely just a ruse. To lure them into the trap, the opponent's true cultivation level was likely that of a 9th-tier golden core stage ancient demon. Such ancient fiends possessed exceptionally unique divine arts and secret techniques. Their cultivation foundations, honed over countless years, were far beyond what 2 third-tier demon kings like them could hope to contend with. Hearing this, the Earth Dragon King dared not take any chances. He immediately accelerated to his fullest speed, fleeing directly toward the outside world. Though he yearned to avenge the Thousand Trees Demon King, he knew this was no time for impulsive actions. Their joint assault on this human cultivator was intended as personal vengeance. But that didn't mean they couldn't command a beast tied to trap and kill him. Clearly, the 2 demon kings alone couldn't handle him. The wisest decision now was to retreat, return to their lair, and mobilize a beast tied to surround and slaughter this golden core cultivator. After all, no matter how powerful you are, you couldn't possibly slaughter millions of demon beasts in one go, could you? At this moment, under the fortunate blessing granted by Pei Jinglian's reversal of karma, the Earth Dragon King narrowly evaded 2 sword chi strikes and, after braced against a third, managed to escape Pei Jinglian's attack range. Meanwhile, the Confronting King flapped its wings once more, soaring toward the clouds above. Clearly, they intended to flee this place separately. In their minds, regardless of Pei Jinglian's true cultivation level, she was now indistinguishable from a 9th-layer golden core cultivator. Continuing the fight against such a cultivator was absolutely not a wise choice. Pei Jinglian hovered in midair, seemingly deliberating which demon king to pursue. Finally, she made her decision. Neither of you will escape me. With that, she unleashed reversal of causality. She directly reversed the direction of both third-tier demon kings. Originally fleeing outward, the reversal now compelled them to run straight toward Pei Jinglian. And neither seemed to have realized it yet, still fleeing toward what they believed was the outside world. Seizing the moment, Pei Jinglian unleashed a sword chi strike directly at the Confronting King soaring overhead. Even with its luck bonus, the Confronting King couldn't react in time and was instantly pierced through one wing. It let out a piercing, wretched cry. Then, like a kite whose string had snapped, it plummeted toward the ground. This move was, of course, the result of Pei Jinglian's careful consideration. After all, the Kunping King could soar through the skies at astonishing speeds. To ensure they couldn't escape her grasp, she had to neutralize its ability to fly first. Only then could she ensure neither Demon King would escape her grasp. At that moment, the Earth Dragon King heard the Kunping King's wail and was startled. Only then did it realize it had somehow strayed off course and was now heading back the way it came. What's going on? Why have we both taken the wrong path? Sensing the Kunping King plummeting from the sky, it instantly realized they were both trapped here by some mysterious technique. Any attempt to escape would lead them astray, ultimately turning them into prey walking straight into the trap. Perhaps because its intellect was not as sharp as the Kunping King's, its first thought upon seeing the situation was that this human cultivator had set up an array nearby. They couldn't escape anytime soon unless they killed this cultivator. With this thought, it steeled its resolve and emerged from its subterranean hiding place. Roar! The ground shattered as it lunged forth, aiming to swallow Pei Jinglian whole. But the latter wasn't about to let it have its way. With a slight flicker of her form, she effortlessly dodged the attack. The Earth Dragon King never truly intended to swallow his opponent whole. He swiftly transmitted his voice to the Kunping King, who had just plummeted down beside him. This battle is unavoidable today. We must eliminate this cultivator here before we can leave, or we'll only be handing them an opportunity. The Kunping King gave a slight nod, then, gritting his teeth against the pain, flapped his wings once more and soared into the sky. This time, however, his speed was noticeably slower than before. After all, it was already a feat that he could fly at all with his injured wings. Seizing this opening, the Earth Dragon King retreated underground once more. The two Demon Kings were preparing to launch another coordinated attack from above and below. But Pei Jinglian wasn't passively defending like before. Both Demon Kings had suffered significant wounds from her sword. Now was the perfect moment to strike. Her form blurred into a phantom as she leapt skyward in pursuit. The Earth Dragon King lacked flight, and the Kunping King's wings were damaged. Her current aerial prowess was more than sufficient to catch up. Therefore, she decisively chose to deal with the Kunping King first. Screech! Seeing his opponent launch a counterattack, the Kunping King instantly whipped his wings, unleashing terrifying whirlwinds of wind and turbulence. Simultaneously, flocks of black feathers were hurled forth, wrapped in gale force winds. With two divine abilities unleashed simultaneously, Pei Jinglian seemed to have no chance to retaliate. Yet, within the depths of her pupils, strands of causal threads began to emerge. She forcibly activated two instances of causal reversal. Reversing the gale's direction, it shifted from intercepting Pei Jinglian to sucking the Kunping King toward her. Reversing the black feathers, causing them to return to the Kunping King's body. These two divine abilities, usually devastating against powerful foes, were effortlessly neutralized before Pei Jinglian. Moreover, since Pei Jinglian had been controlling the causal variables, the Kunping King gained little advantage. The Kunping King's soul trembled violently as it raised its sharp claws to strike her down. With its divine abilities rendered useless, it could only rely on its own claws. Clang! Pei Jinglian held her sword horizontally, directly intercepting the Kunping King's claws sharp enough to tear through the void. Being merely a yellow-grade magical sword, the blade instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures upon contact. Yet in the next instant, Pei Jinglian reversed the causal chain of the artifact, shattering, restoring it to its original state. Thud! Before the Kunping King's stunned gaze, she pierced its heart clean through with a mere yellow-grade artifact. The sword was swiftly withdrawn, sending a spray of blood into the air as the Kunping King's massive body fell lifelessly back to the ground. Second brother. The Earth Dragon King, who had just charged forth from the ground, witnessed his second brother's corpse plummeting to the earth. Enraged, he shattered the rock layers within a 100-mile radius. Surrounding lava veins instantly surged skyward like coiled dragons, converging to encircle Pei Jinglian. A figure in a jet-black dress seemed as fragile as a mayfly amidst this wave of destruction, yet her expression remained unflinching as her fingers lightly plucked the threads of causality. The next instant, the Earth Dragon King, who had intended to ambush her under the cover of the molten lava veins, collided head-on with the very fatal strike that had previously defeated the Kunping King, now reversed by the threads of causality. It was hurled violently backward, smashing through 3 mountain peaks in succession before crashing to the ground, its scales shattered and broken. Its body was covered in Kunping King's black feathers, making it resemble a hedgehog. Pei Jinglian stepped forward, and with a single sword strike, severed its life force. Chapter 67, Feedback. Again, my home has become a monster garden. Pei Jinglian slays the Earth Dragon King, triggering feedback. Congratulations! Player has obtained a Tier 1 Demon Beast, Earthworm Spirit. Pei Jinglian slays the Kunping King, triggering feedback. Congratulations! Player obtains a Tier 1 Demon Beast, Falcon Monster. As the two notifications popped up, two demonic creatures instantly materialized beside Lín Xuān. The Earthworm Spirit stretched 10 meters long, its segmented body a deep crimson covered in dense barbs. Its head split open into a flower-like mouth, embedded with 3 rings of spiral fangs. Corrosive acid seeping from its skin continuously burned honeycomb-like holes into the ground. The Falcon Demon, meanwhile, possessed a pair of wings covered in razor-sharp black feathers. Its amber vertical pupils constantly rotated, as if locking onto prey. Its talons glowed with a poisonous green sheen, and as it dove from the ceiling, its feathered blades sliced through the air with a high-pitched screech. The moment they appeared, they fixated on the little wolf cub gobbling dog food nearby. Had Lín Xuān not intervened in time, it might have been hunted down right then and there. Seeing the trembling cub huddled in the corner and the two relentless beasts still eyeing it hungrily, Lín Xuān felt a headache coming on. Great! Now my home has truly become a zoo. Not counting the demon spirit tree, his home now housed 4 demonic creatures. And all 4 were connected to third-tier demon kings, meaning their future achievements would at least reach that level. While other players would be ecstatic beyond words, these 4 creatures were a burden to Lín Xuān. He simply couldn't afford to keep them. The little wolf cub could scrape by on dog food, but what about the falcon monster and the earthworm machine? Was he really supposed to set them loose to devour humans? Just as he was agonizing over this dilemma, the earthworm machine burrowed into the ground of its own accord, transmitting a faint mental message: "Master, I can hunt for food underground on my own." The falcon monster conveyed the same sentiment. Clearly, they feared Lín Xuān would abandon them. The latter waved his hand in resignation. All right. I'll figure it out myself. You don't need to worry so much about being abandoned. I'm not an idiot. After all, these were spirit pets with the potential to evolve into third-tier demon kings. Releasing them now would be the height of foolishness. Putting thoughts of feeding them aside for now, Lín Xuān turned his attention to the game. By now, Pei Jinglian had already cleaned and stored the corpses of the 2 third-tier demon kings within her Yuan storage bracelet. Master, where should we go next? Lín Xuān, who had witnessed the entire scene, now gazed at Pei Jinglian with eyes brimming with admiration. Pei Jinglian didn't answer her, instead studying the nearby battle scars. Her mind was still a bit dazed. She hadn't expected she'd actually pulled it off. She had directly slain 2 third-tier demon kings and remained completely unharmed. Thank goodness for Master's help. Otherwise, I might not even know if I'd be alive or dead right now. Recalling how she'd nearly fainted during her breakthrough, Pei Jinglian felt even more grateful for Lín Xuān's timely intervention. Having now slain these 2 third-tier demon kings, combined with the previous Qianshu demon king, she had effectively eliminated 3 third-tier threats for Confronting County since arriving here. This far exceeded the requirements of the Jade Mystic Sect's mission. Next, she only needed to take her waste token to the Confronting Sect to leave proof of her achievements, and then she could begin her return journey. As for how to reach Confronting Gate? With the divine ability of reversing causality, she could simply trace the causal thread connecting her to Sun Tianming to find her way there. With this thought, she turned to Lín Xuān and said, "Later, you'll need to do your master a favor." The latter perked up at once. "Master, what is it?" After all, she had barely assisted her master since becoming his disciple. Now that she finally had a task she could handle, her excitement was palpable. Pei Jinglian produced her waste token. "I'll take you to Confronting Sect shortly. You must present this token to Sun Tianming and have her imprint her mark upon it. As for what to say, I've already prepared it for you. Just repeat after me." After going over numerous details to ensure Lín Xuān wouldn't make any mistakes, she immediately took her to the location of Confronting Gate. At the same time, Sun Tianming had just returned to Confronting Gate. The Confronting Gate now felt eerily quiet, as most of its disciples had perished in the recent beast tide. This calamity had dealt a devastating blow to every sect in Confronting County. Had the situation not been so dire, they would never have resorted to seeking aid from the distant Millennia County. 6th Elder. The lone gatekeeper disciple bowed slightly upon seeing him return. Sun Tianming nodded slightly and asked, "Has the patriarch returned?" The disciple immediately replied, reporting to 6th Elder, "The patriarch returned not long ago and is currently at the peak of heaven." Sun Tianming nodded slightly, then soared toward the highest peak of the entire Confronting Sect, the sky-piercing peak. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the resplendent, golden-hued Tian Hall. The peak-reaching hall was now shielded by an array barrier. Who knew what the nascent soul patriarch was up to? Disciple Sun Tianming seeks an audience with the patriarch. He knelt directly outside the hall and shouted loudly. A distant voice echoed from within, "If you've come to persuade me to intervene, don't bother." Disappointment washed over Sun Tianming's face. Even as the disciples of Confronting Sect were on the brink of annihilation, this venerable ancestor still refused to intervene? But his request for an audience this time was not about that matter. Rather, he intended to inform the patriarch of Pei Jinglian's existence. He continued in a loud voice, reporting to the patriarch, "This disciple seeks your guidance because I encountered a cultivator from Central Plains who came to the Eastern Realm for training. This individual is a great cultivator at the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage and even assisted this disciple in slaying the Thousand Trees Demon King. I hereby request the patriarch to personally step forward and recruit them into our Confronting Sect." Indeed, he had not abandoned his desire to recruit Pei Jinglian. After all, the strength she had demonstrated was more than sufficient to become a new pillar of support for the currently unstable Confronting Sect. In Sun Tianming's view, the current beast tide wasn't the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay in the new wave of life and death struggles between sects that would follow. After all, disciples from every sect had suffered casualties. Some powerful mid-tier sects might plummet in strength after this beast tide. Changfeng's sect was a prime example. It was inevitable that sects that had fared better in the beast tide would set their sights on them. Therefore, a cultivator at the 9th layer of the golden core stage was absolutely crucial for Changfeng's sect. He suspected the elder's refusal stemmed from outright disdain for recruiting a mere 5th-tier golden core cultivator like himself. Perhaps only the intervention of a nascent soul cultivator like the sect's patriarch could sway the matter. He could only hope that the patriarch of Changfeng would understand his earnest intentions and not stubbornly cling to his pride. Chapter 68, The Ancestor of Changfeng Sect's Schemes. Oh, so that's the situation. Come in and explain it in detail. The next moment, Sun Tianming felt the restraining array dissipate. The patriarch had granted him entry. He smoothed his robe and strode inside. The interior of the Hall of Heavenly Support was surprisingly less opulent than its exterior, furnished with remarkable simplicity. The floor and walls were made of pale gray stone, with only 9 bronze lamps suspended mid-air. 7 antique bronze chains hung from the ceiling, each terminating in a regular dodecahedron formed by tortoise-shell talismans. Golden sand-like spiritual energy seeped from each facet, converging on the floor to form the concave trajectory of the Big Dipper constellation. Though seemingly simple, the hall's design, modified by its master, concealed the profound essence of the Tao. As Sun Tianming stepped over the 3rd star position, the 9-tiered lotus platform at the hall's center suddenly rippled. Instantly, an elderly figure appeared seated upon the lotus platform. He slowly opened his eyes. His white hair, like the Milky Way, cascaded down to his waist, its tips shimmering with tangible purple thunder patterns. His yin-yang fish Taoist robe fluttered without wind, and the fingertips peeking from his sleeves seemed to be pinching something. Upon seeing the elder, Sun Tianming immediately knelt. Disciple Sun Tianming pays respects to the ancestral patriarch. Indeed, this elder was none other than the ancestor of Changfeng's sect, who had just broken through to the nascent soul stage. Tell me in detail what exactly was this person from Central Plains you encountered? The patriarch of Changfeng's sect stared at the half-severed strand of causal thread in his hand, his expression growing grave. He had been using Sun Tianming's account to conduct calculations, but halfway through, the causal thread had snapped? This was the first time such an occurrence had happened since he had broken through to the nascent soul stage. Throughout the entire Changfeng prefecture, he was second to none in the art of causality divination. Yet now, merely calculating for a gold core cultivator had caused this rare rupture of the causal thread. There were only 2 possibilities. 1. The cultivator Sun Tianming encountered wasn't at the golden core stage at all, he was actually at the nascent soul stage. He was simply disguised too well for Sun Tianming, a gold core cultivator, to detect. 2. The opponent's mastery of causality calculation far surpassed his own, directly severing the causal thread in his hands mid-process. Compared to the second possibility, the ancestor preferred to believe the first. After all, surpassing him in causality divination would require centuries of dedicated study. Such a figure could never possibly appear in Changfeng County. The mere thought of a new nascent soul cultivator appearing within Changfeng's sect sent a chill down the patriarch's spine. He and several other nascent soul stage powerhouses had already agreed on how to divide the spoils from this beast tide. Wouldn't the sudden appearance of a new nascent soul stage cultivator disrupt their carefully laid plans? Therefore, he must uncover the origin of this nascent soul cultivator. His eyes, radiating authority, fixed on Sun Tianming kneeling on the ground. Recount the entire process of your encounter with that Central Plains cultivator. Sun Tianming dared not delay, immediately summarizing his entire experience concisely. After listening, the patriarch of Changfeng's sect furrowed his brow slightly. As you said, that person only demonstrated methods to trap enemies? Sun Tianming nodded. Yes, patriarch. But that senior's methods were unlike anything I've ever seen. That Thousand Trees Demon King was like a stray dog before him, easily slain by my blade. His words carried unhidden praise for Pei Jinglian. Hearing this, the patriarch of Changfeng's sect frowned even more deeply. He pondered inwardly, possessing such prowess, this individual cannot be unknown. Yet I've never heard of such a figure throughout the entire Eastern realm. It seems this person truly came from Central Plains. He immediately relaxed. Since he's a nascent soul cultivator from Central Plains, there's no need for excessive concern. His only concern had been that the stranger might be a seasoned cultivator from Changfeng County who had suddenly emerged from seclusion to vie for a share of the spoils from the beast tide. As fellow cultivators from Changfeng County, they couldn't stop him even if he tried to muscle in. But if he was from Central Plains, he was an outsider. He and the other Yuan infant stage elders of Changfeng County would never let this outsider get a single crumb of their profits. This thought crossed his mind, and he cast a pitying glance at Sun Tianming. His disciple possessed decent talent, but his nature was far too obtuse. His fellow disciples had long since discerned the intentions of him and the other nascent soul elders, deliberately or inadvertently easing their offensive. Only this fool stubbornly raced about on the front lines, expending energy for nothing. He sighed. I am aware of this matter. You may withdraw. Without giving Sun Tianming a chance to elaborate further, he waved his robe dismissively, effectively shooing him out. Before the latter could react, he found himself standing outside the hall. He instantly understood that the patriarch held no interest in that golden core cultivator, and a look of disappointment spread across his face. Why does the patriarch care so little for Confronting sect? Wasn't this the sect he personally founded? And those senior brothers have been slacking off lately, causing our Confronting sect to suffer heavy losses. How can our sect grow and revive under such circumstances? Shaking his head and sighing, he descended from the peak, intending to patrol the front lines once more to prevent the beast tide from further encroachment. Just then, he caught sight of the gatekeeper disciples at the mountain's base seemingly arguing with someone. I've already said it, Confronting sect isn't accepting any outsiders right now, even if you have a Yuxuan Sect pass. I don't wish to lay hands on a mere mortal. Leave at once. The gatekeeper waved impatiently, issuing a clear order for the strange woman demanding to see the sixth elder to leave. Lín Xuān's face flushed crimson as she held her token aloft. Who said I'm mortal? I've merely sealed my cultivation temporarily. I've slain countless beasts on the front lines, why won't you stamp my token? The gatekeeper sneered at her. Do you take me for a fool? That badge is clearly some junk you picked up off the street. A mortal trying to pass herself off as one of us cultivators? He had just scanned her dantian with his divine sense and detected no trace of any so-called seal. Not even a trace of spiritual energy flowed through her. She was a complete and utter mortal. To dare impersonate a cultivator at Confronting sect? She must be tired of living. Get out of here immediately, or don't blame me for killing you. Lín Xuān was furious. You're making baseless accusations. I clearly. Just as the two were locked in a heated argument, a figure radiating the aura of a gold core cultivator suddenly drifted down from the mountain peak. You two, what's all the commotion about? Chapter 69, Mission complete, preparing to return to the sect. Sixth Elder, this woman claims to be an inner sect disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect, but she's clearly just a mortal. I suspect she found some discarded sect token and is trying to exploit us for personal gain. The gatekeeper disciple immediately bowed to Sun Tianming and explained the cause of their dispute. Just as he expected the sixth elder to intervene and expel the other party, Sun Tianming instead scolded him, "You fool! Can't you even recognize a fellow cultivator?" The gatekeeper was utterly bewildered by the rebuke, but she's not mortal? How could she be one of our fellow practitioners? Sun Tianming swept his sleeve dismissively, too disdainful to engage with the fool. Instead, he turned his courteous gaze toward Lín Xuān. He asked with a hint of anticipation, "Why did you come alone? Where is that senior now? Did they come too?" He naturally remembered Lín Xuān. The senior had even mentioned taking her as a disciple. Little did he expect her to be an inner sect disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. Lín Xuān recited the explanation Pei Jinglian had given her. My venerable master said she had business to attend to and had already traveled to another county. As an inner sect disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect, I naturally couldn't accompany her. I thought I'd finish this task as soon as possible and then follow in her footsteps. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianming's expression shifted to one of sudden realization, tinged with a hint of regret. He had assumed that the senior master had sent Lín Xuān specifically to make contact with his Confronting sect. Now it seemed he had been overthinking things. He took the waste token from Lín Xuān's hand and channeled his true essence to imprint 2 marks upon it, thus verifying that she had indeed come to support the Confronting sect. It is truly fortunate for the Jade Mystic Sect to have such a talented young prodigy as you. On behalf of the Confronting sect, I also thank you for your willingness to travel thousands of miles to offer your support. Sun Tianming finished speaking and then, surprisingly, bowed to Lín Xuān. This scene left the gatekeeper disciples standing nearby utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom why Sun Tianming, a revered sect elder and a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, would bow to a mere mortal. Could it be that everything he said was true? That she had actually been a 9th-tier Foundation establishment cultivator, only to have her cultivation temporarily sealed? And judging by appearances, the other party seemed much younger than himself. Yet while he was only at the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment, the other had already reached the 9th layer? The gatekeeper disciple felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of peerless genius had he just crossed? Lín Xuān's eyes crinkled with a smile as she accepted the waste token Sun Tianming returned. "Thank you, senior," she said gratefully. "There's also something I need to tell you." Sun Tianming looked at her with some confusion. "What is it?" Lín Xuān pulled a black feather and a sharp thong from her bosom. Both still carried traces of true source energy and the foul blood of demon beasts. She placed the items into Sun Tianming's hands solemnly. "Master has just located and slain 2 more 3rd-tier demon kings. He sent me specifically to inform you, senior." "What?" Hearing this, both Sun Tianming and the gatekeeper disciples were startled. They both looked at the 2 items in their hands and recognized them as belonging to the Confronting King and the Earth Dragon King, 2 demon beasts notorious for their rampages on the front lines. The gatekeeper disciple instinctively dismissed it. Impossible. Both the Earth Dragon King and the Confronting King are cunning beasts, one soars through the skies, the other burrows underground. How could your master be powerful enough to slay both 3rd-tier demon kings simultaneously? Smack! Before he could finish speaking, a resounding slap sent him reeling. Clutching his rapidly swelling cheek, he looked at Sun Tianming with a pout. Sixth Elder, why did you hit me? Sun Tianming roared angrily, you ignorant fool. How dare you slander that venerable elder? Apologize to this young friend immediately. Seeing their sixth elder's reaction, the gatekeeper disciples paled in shock. Could it be the Earth Dragon King and the Kunpeng King were truly slain by that young man's master? The thought struck fear into his heart, and all trace of contempt vanished. He bowed deeply to Lin Hanyu. Forgive me, fellow cultivator. I underestimated both your master and your own strength. I apologize for my rashness and arrogance. As he spoke, he even slapped himself several times. Watching this scene filled Lin Hanyu with immense satisfaction. She almost wished she could slap him herself, for his earlier attitude in blocking her path had been utterly repulsive. However, her task now complete, she had no desire to linger further. She immediately bowed to Sun Tianming. Senior, I have delivered your message. I apologize for the disturbance and shall take my leave. Watching her receding figure, Sun Tianming hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. He desperately wanted to ask which county Pei Jinglian had gone to. He also wanted to try recruiting Pei Jinglian into Confronting Sect. After all, with her formidable strength she had simultaneously slain two third-tier demon kings. Her potential was undoubtedly worthy of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. If they could recruit her, Confronting Sect would instantly possess two nascent soul cultivators. Such power would make them a top-tier major sect not just in Confronting County, but throughout the entire eastern region. Unfortunately, she seemed utterly disdainful of Confronting Sect, even sending only her own disciple to deliver messages. Indeed, before a genius who has truly weathered storms, our Confronting Sect is but a small pond. Sun Tianming sighed deeply, his voice heavy with endless melancholy as he turned and walked back toward the mountain gate. Meanwhile, Pei Jinglian, who had been secretly monitoring the situation, received the waste token returned by Lin Hanyu. A smile touched her lips as she studied the markings on the token. It's been over a week since I left. Finally, I can start heading back to the city and finally settle the score with that Su Bailu. She hadn't forgotten how, upon first stepping out, she'd been immediately targeted by assassins from Pear Blossom Pavilion. That assassin was still stuck in the spatial rift created by the senior. Once she returned, she would ensure that person became irrefutable evidence for her reckoning with Su Bailu and Chen Li. Master, do you truly believe someone with my talent could join the Jade Mystic Sect like you? Lin Hanyu asked anxiously on the way back. After all, she had just been harshly belittled by that Confronting Sect gatekeeper disciple. Though she appeared unconcerned on the surface, it still stung like a thorn lodged deep inside. Hearing this, Pei Jinglian, who was piloting the flying vehicle, chuckled softly. Don't worry. Your talent is quite good, far superior to mine when I first joined the Jade Mystic Sect. And with me as your master, you needn't fret about admission. After all, she was now a genuine golden core cultivator. Even if she returned to the Jade Mystic Sect, she would likely be immediately elevated to the position of elder. As a full-fledged elder, even if Lin Hanyu were an ordinary mortal, she could pull strings to admit him as an outer door disciple. Not to mention she'd already assessed Lin Hanyu's spiritual root. It was exceptionally good, a high-grade earth tier. Across the entire Jade Mystic Sect, it ranked among the very top tier of talent. Chapter 70, Return to the Sect, Revenge. Compared to the tumultuous journey out, the return trip was remarkably smoother. Along the way, Pei Jinglian openly radiated her golden core cultivation aura, and no petty thugs dared to even glance at her. The journey that had taken 3 days before was now completed in just half a day. Though the peaks of the Jade Mystic Sect loomed close, Pei Jinglian suddenly retracted her aura. Lín Xuān had advised her earlier, before achieving the rank of Great Emperor, one must maintain a low profile ideally, always underestimating one's cultivation level. Pei Jinglian found this advice profoundly wise and resolved to adopt it as her guiding principle. Master, is this the Jade Mystic Sect you spoke of? Lin Hanyu asked curiously, glancing around at the surrounding structures. Pei Jinglian nodded slightly. Yes. Once you join the outer sect of the Jade Mystic Sect and receive your cultivation techniques, you may begin your practice. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Hanyu's eyes. Clearly, she had long yearned for the path of cultivation, and now that the possibility was finally within reach, she was naturally overjoyed. Soon, the two women arrived at the outer gate at the foot of the mountain. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate today immediately bowed their heads and trembled upon seeing Pei Jinglian. They didn't even dare to ask about Lin Hanyu's identity. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how Pei Jinglian had directly expelled the senior disciple Zhang Feng. They certainly didn't want that kind of fate to befall them. But Pei Jinglian had long since ceased to care about such roadside trash. Her primary focus now was undoubtedly settling accounts with Su Bailu and Chen Li, those two hired assassins who had attempted to kill her. Thanks to the formidable reputation she'd built among the outer disciples, hardly anyone dared meet her gaze as she made her way through the crowd. They proceeded smoothly to the inner sect at the mountain's mid-slope. At that moment, the steward guarding the mountain gate blocked their path. Halt! Present your inner sect disciple pass. Pei Jinglian swiftly produced her inner gate disciple badge. After receiving it, the steward said coldly, You may pass. She has no inner sect disciple badge and cannot proceed. Pei Jinglian frowned slightly, hesitating. She feared leaving Lín Xuān behind would put her in danger. After all, she was merely a mortal. Even the weakest outer door disciple could easily harm Lín Xuān. Leaving her unattended truly troubled her. Lín Xuān seemed to sense her dilemma and immediately spoke up, "Master, please go attend to your affairs first. Your disciple will wait here for you." At that moment, Lín Xuān's voice echoed in her mind, "Go with peace of mind. I'll look after this girl." With the elder's assurance, Pei Jinglian no longer hesitated. After giving Lín Xuān a few parting instructions, she strode purposefully toward the inner sect's punishment hall. According to the rules of inner door disciples, hiring assassins to kill fellow disciples was a capital offense. Previously, she had been manipulated by others to use the disciplinary hall against her own. Now, finally, it was her turn to wield the disciplinary hall against others. Soon, she arrived outside the punishment hall. Unlike the outer gate's punishment hall, the inner sect's punishment halls were overseen by powerful inner sect disciples who served in dual roles. They were often among the strongest within the inner sect. The head of the hall was none other than the fourth elder, a golden core cultivator. Only a discipline hall of such stature could command the respect of the diverse and often troublesome inner sect disciples. After surveying her surroundings to ensure no one could spot her, she silently addressed her master, "Master, you may release that assassin now." The next moment, a spatial fissure appeared beside her, and the unconscious assassin from Pear Blossom Pavilion materialized behind her. The assassin had been confined within Lín Xuān's spatial pocket all this time. Due to the suspended flow of time inside, the assassin had not starved to death despite the passage of so many years. "Thank you, Master." After silently expressing her gratitude, Pei Jinglian's gaze fell upon the assassin, her eyes instantly turning icy cold. Had her strength not surpassed Chen Li's expectations, she might have already perished at this assassin's hands. Had she not needed the assassin to serve as verification, she would have struck him down long ago. Snap! She channeled a sliver of her true energy, snapping him awake. The assassin opened his eyes, his first instinct being to flee. Unfortunately, Pei Jinglian had already sealed his cultivation. Upon realizing this, the assassin ceased struggling and instead scanned his surroundings warily. "Where am I?" Pei Jinglian snorted coldly, too lazy to answer the fool. She simply dragged him deeper into the hall of punishment. Just as they reached the doorway, a voice halted them. "Stop right there, disciple." Immediately, a man with a sinister grin leapt down from the eaves above. He appraised Pei Jinglian and the assassin behind her with considerable curiosity. The punishment hall only accepts reports. If you have nothing to report, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be imprisoned in the dungeon for disrupting the order of punishment. Clearly, he recognized Pei Jinglian as unfamiliar, knowing she was a newly admitted inner door disciple, and offered this warning out of kindness. However, perhaps due to his long tenure at the criminal law hall, his tone was as icy as his demeanor. Pei Jinglian pulled the assassin forward and declared solemnly, "Senior brother, I wish to report that a fellow disciple hired an assassin to attempt my murder." The curiosity on that disciple's face instantly turned to ice. He hadn't expected any disciple within the inner sect to be so audacious as to hire an assassin to kill a fellow disciple. Yet he didn't immediately believe her, countering with a question, "Are you certain?" Pei Jinglian declared with unwavering certainty, "I am certain." The disciple pressed further, "How can I verify this?" Pei Jinglian pushed the assassin forward. This is the assassin who tried to kill me." The disciple merely glanced at the assassin before fixing his gaze back on Pei Jinglian. His voice was eerily calm as he spoke, "Do you know that falsely reporting a major crime is also a serious offense?" Pei Jinglian nodded slightly. "I am well aware." The disciple finally confirmed that this junior sister before him was not deceiving him. His expression turned stern as he demanded, "Do you know who hired the assassin?" Pei Jinglian immediately named them, Su Bailu. Shan Li. Hearing the latter name, Shen Li, the disciple's pupils contracted sharply. But quickly, his expression turned icy once more. His figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a command. "Wait inside. I'll notify the elders and summon those two suspect disciples." As Pei Jinglian watched him vanish from sight, a faint smile finally touched her lips. Gripping the assassin like a puppet, she strode confidently into the punishment hall. For she knew this was the moment she would finally exact her revenge. Su Bailu, Shen Li, your time is almost up. Chapter 71, Su Bailu and Shen Li, report to the punishment hall immediately. At the same time, in a courtyard somewhere within the inner gates, Su Bailu smoothed her robes and stepped out of the room, her face glowing with satisfaction. "Master, this dual cultivation technique is truly formidable. In less than a month, I've already reached the 8th layer of foundation establishment. That lowly woman, no matter how strong she is probably only at the 7th layer. Now she has to look up to me." She felt the aura radiating from her body, her expression brimming with satisfaction. Behind her, Chen Li staggered out, his clothes disheveled and his face pale. As the victim in this dual cultivation, his cultivation base had not only failed to advance but had actually regressed slightly. However, after swallowing a jet black pill, the chaotic energy fluctuating around his body instantly stabilized, and even the color returned to his face. Junior sister, this pill is truly miraculous. It instantly rejuvenated me. Chen stepped forward and embraced Su Bailu, his eyes flickering with traces of demonic energy. Clearly, he had already succumbed to Su Bailu's seductive arts. A hint of disgust flashed across her face, but considering he still held some value she could exploit, she forced a hollow smile. This pill merely serves as an aid, simply bringing out your true potential, senior brother. In truth, the elixirs served only to prevent Chen Li's master, the sixth elder, from detecting any irregularities. After all, if Chen Li kept coming to her day after day, only to look worse each time, it would inevitably arouse the sixth elder's suspicion. That was precisely why Su Bailu had specifically learned the formula for this pill from the remnant soul of the demonic path. With this pill, even as she continuously drained his vital energy, Chen Li could maintain his original appearance in front of others, raising absolutely no suspicion. Suppressing her nausea, she nestled into Chen Li's embrace and deliberately traced circles with her finger. Senior brother, you hired that assassin from Pear Blossom Pavilion. Why hasn't he returned with Pei Jinglian's body yet? After all, her technique for seizing innate talents required Pei Jinglian's corpse. Yet nearly 7 days had passed with no word. A sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to ask Chen Li to contact the Pear Blossom Pavilion to find out what was going on. Upon hearing this, Chen Li's face lit up with a confident smile. Rest assured, the Pear Blossom Pavilion always handles matters reliably. The assassin is likely being cautious. They struck Pei Jinglian during the beast tide. The journey back is long, so it naturally takes more time. Su Bailu nodded silently, but the ominous feeling in her heart only grew stronger. Just then, a sudden shout rang out from outside the door. Inner sect disciples Su Bailu and Chen Li, report to the disciplinary hall immediately. Oh no! Su Bailu's first instinct was to flee, but she sensed a gaze already fixed upon her. She sighed helplessly, abandoning the idea, and simultaneously began mentally communicating with her demonic pathmaster, whose soul remained a fragment. What's going on? Chen Li, still unaware of the commotion, looked up in confusion. His gaze fell upon a young man standing atop the wall, his expression dark and foreboding. He recognized him instantly, senior brother Lei? He was the sixth senior brother of the inner sect Lei Bao. His cultivation had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. While he couldn't compare to the previous 5 who were on the verge of breaking through to Golden Core, he was still a rare 9th layer foundation establishment cultivator within the entire Jade Mystic Sect. Moreover, Chen Li knew Lei Bao also served concurrently as an execution disciple in the punishment hall. Being summoned by him was never a good sign. He forced a smile. Senior brother Lei, what's happened? Why summon us suddenly to the punishment hall? No questions asked. Follow me immediately, or else. Boom! A thunderclap erupted like a bolt from the blue, nearly knocking Chen Li and Su Bailu off their feet. Chen Li's expression darkened. That aura. Brother Lei's heavenly thunder technique has advanced again. Exchanging a glance, he and Su Bailu could only silently follow behind him. The fact that he had personally come to summon them both to the punishment hall gave them a vague sense of foreboding about what might have happened. Lei Bao swept a glance at Su Bailu before fixing his gaze on Chen Li with a warning tone. Let me give you some advice, don't even think about running. That would only confirm the suspicions against you. Besides, I've already notified the elders. This is serious. The latter nodded stiffly. Rest assured, brother Lei. We haven't done anything wrong. Why would we run? Even now, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart, clinging to the notion that this might be about something else entirely. Lei Bao snorted coldly. You better not have. The two followed Lei Bao toward the criminal punishment hall. Each harbored their own thoughts along the way. Chen Li thought, if this gets exposed, I must take full responsibility. I absolutely cannot let junior sister Su Bailu get hurt. Meanwhile, Su Bailu, whom he was determined to protect, thought to herself, I must contact my master immediately. With his power unleashed, he should be able to help me escape the Jade Mystic Sect. At this moment, Chen Li still clung to hope, but Su Bailu was certain the truth had been exposed. Though she didn't know why Pei Jinglian had implicated her as well, she had to prepare for the worst just in case. Soon. Driven by the thunderstorm, they arrived at the punishment hall. The moment they entered, they saw Pei Jinglian standing in the center of the hall, clad in a jet black gown. Beside her stood none other than the assassin. Chen Li's heart lurched. How is he still alive? He had assumed the assassin would at least commit suicide after failing the mission, yet here he was, captured alive by Pei Jinglian. Beside her, Su Bailu felt sweat forming in her palms. She lowered her eyelids slightly, unable to meet Pei Jinglian's piercing gaze. Her mind raged with fury at Chen Li, this fool. He can't even hire an assassin to do a proper job. If only she'd enlisted a more capable senior disciple to handle this. She'd assumed that as the eldest disciple of the sixth elder, Chen Li would possess some talent. But after she'd manipulated him, his intelligence seemed to have plummeted several levels. He couldn't even handle hiring a hitman properly. Now that had him by the balls.
All she could do now was pray the other party had no evidence against her, since Chen Li had handled the entire hitman operation. She, Su Bailu, had kept herself completely out of it, leaving not a single trace. Even if Pei Jinglian had witnesses, she couldn't be implicated. Sit down and wait for the elders to arrive. Thunder roared in fury, and the two quickly averted their gaze from Pei Jinglian and the assassin, obediently sitting down at the side. Now they were fish on the chopping block, and Pei Jinglian was the knife ready to slice them into fillets at any moment. Chapter 72, The Fourth Elder's Favoritism? The truth pill takes effect. Time ticked by, second by second. The pressure on Su Bailu and Chen Li grew heavier by the minute. The atmosphere in the punishment hall was already oppressive, and now, with Pei Jinglian and the assassin sitting across from them as witnesses, the weight on their shoulders was unimaginable. Moreover, as time dragged on, more and more senior disciples arrived at the punishment hall. Each was a powerhouse at the 7th or 8th layer of foundation establishment, their cold, ominous auras making the atmosphere within the punishment hall even more oppressive. The fourth elder has arrived. At that moment, a thunderous shout seemed to ignite the already stifling atmosphere. All disciples within the criminal law hall rose to pay their respects, including Pei Jinglian. Greetings, fourth elder. Greetings, fourth elder. Though Pei Jinglian also paid her respects, her choice of words clearly distinguished her from the ordinary disciples. After all, as Lín Xuān's disciple and a chaos saint body, why would she need to fawn over others? This caused the fourth elder's brow to furrow slightly, his initial impression of Pei Jinglian worsening considerably. After all, everyone else was using the formal paying respects, yet she used greetings. Was she placing herself on equal footing with him? He snorted coldly and took his seat at the head of the table. Pei Jinglian remained utterly composed, showing not a trace of regret. Both at the golden core stage, who feared whom? Su Bailu, however, remained unaware of this dynamic. She only knew that the insolent woman across from her had already managed to upset the fourth elder. She inwardly gloated, "Ha! This fool! Looks like the fire won't be directed at me later." After all, the fourth elder held the final judgment. Leaving a bad impression would surely influence the outcome. And that might very well swing in her favor. At that moment, the fourth elder took a sip of tea. The aura of his golden core cultivation erupted completely, its weight forcing most disciples to lower their heads. Immediately, the assembly heard his deep, resonant voice. "I hear, someone hired an assassin to murder a fellow disciple?" As the head of the punishment hall, seated in the position of authority, his voice was calm, yet it carried immense pressure. Thunderstorm nodded slightly. "Yes, Hall Master. It was this junior's sister who reported it." He gestured toward Pei Jinglian standing nearby. The fourth elder's gaze immediately fixed upon her, simultaneously infusing it with a subtle yet palpable aura of golden core cultivation. Clearly, this was retaliation for Pei Jinglian's earlier disrespect toward him. Under such pressure from his aura, an ordinary disciple would likely tremble uncontrollably and break out in a cold sweat within moments. To his surprise, however, Pei Jinglian showed no sign of discomfort whatsoever. She even managed to recount the entire sequence of events in a calm tone. "Not long ago, this disciple received notice from senior brother Chen Li, requiring me to complete an inner sect task this month. Thus, this disciple accepted the mission to assist in repelling the beast tide in Shangfeng County." Hold on. At this point, the fourth elder abruptly interrupted. His gaze immediately fixed on Chen Li. "Is this true?" At this question, everyone present was taken aback. Especially the disciples from the punishment hall. As per standard procedure, questioning should have followed after Pei Jinglian finished her account. Yet the fourth elder had cut her off mid-sentence to ask his own question? Lei Bao hesitated to speak, but bowed his head silently, constrained by the elder's authority. The other criminal law hall disciples adopted the same attitude. Though this violated the criminal law hall's protocols, at this moment, the fourth elder was the protocol. No one dared to challenge him. Su Bailu watched with quiet satisfaction. Seems this fourth elder is narrow-minded too. Pei Jinglian, oh Pei Jinglian, you're in for it now. She stole a glance at Pei Jinglian out of the corner of her eye, only to find the other woman still wearing a calm expression, showing no sign of resentment at being cut off. Su Bailu sneered inwardly. "What are you pretending to be calm for? You're probably cursing me under your breath right now." Yet Pei Jinglian truly felt no anger at all. She even felt like laughing. She never imagined that the fourth elder, a golden core cultivator, would be so inferior in composure compared to the sixth elder and even Sun Tianming of Confronting sect. She couldn't fathom how such a narrow-minded person had ever attained the golden core stage. Just as she was inwardly ranting, Chen Li repeated the same line he'd used before. Reporting to the elder, this disciple did indeed mention this matter. But according to the inner sect's rules, every disciple who receives a reward of yellow grade upper or higher in the inner sect assessment must undertake a mission within the first month. This ensures their innate talent truly matches their assessment results. These words were not only conveyed to junior sister Pei Jinglian, but also to this Su Bailu standing beside me. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao immediately opened his mouth to protest. Having been in the inner sect for so long, he had never heard of such a rule. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, the fourth elder seated at the head of the table gave a slight nod. "If that is the case, Pei Jinglian, continue."
Hearing this, Lei Bao abruptly looked up, but ultimately swallowed the rebuttal on his lips. He hadn't yet ascended to the golden core stage and lacked the confidence to oppose the fourth elder. Therefore, however much he disagreed, he could only remain silent for now. The other disciples were no different. They all sensed that the fourth elder seemed displeased with Pei Jinglian, and none dared to step forward to expose Chen Li's lies. In truth, the fourth elder's displeasure wasn't solely due to Pei Jinglian's greeting. Before arriving, Chen Li's master, the sixth elder, had already heard rumors and pulled him aside for a private conversation along the way. Though the other party hadn't stated it explicitly, the implication was clear: he should show Chen Li more favor. With the charges still unclear, it was best to let Chen Li off the hook. The fourth elder was naturally happy to do his junior brother a favor, which is why he was now targeting Pei Jinglian. As for the one being targeted, Pei Jinglian remained utterly composed, continuing her account. Later, this disciple accepted an assignment. But just as I stepped outside the Yuxuan Sect's territory, I was ambushed by this man standing beside me. According to him, he was hired by senior brother Chen Li to assassinate me. The fourth elder interrupted her once more, turning to the assassin and demanding, "Is what she says true?" The criminal law hall disciple looked utterly shocked. "You're actually asking an assassin if it's true? How is that any different from lying?" Pei Jinglian couldn't help but frown upon hearing this, clearly not expecting the other party to be this shameless. Only Chen Li and Su Bailu showed a hint of amusement on their faces. Clearly, they too had sensed the fourth elder's special attention toward them. Faced with the fourth elder's interrogation, the assassin from Pear Blossom Pavilion naturally wouldn't reveal their employer's identity. Just as he was about to speak up to cover it up, he heard Pei Jinglian's cold voice, "Tell the truth." The next moment, the truth pill Lín Xuān had previously given him took effect. Under the command of Pei Jinglian, the one who administered the pill, he spoke the truth directly. "Yes, Chen Li approached me through Pear Blossom Pavilion earlier, instructing me to assassinate Pei Jinglian." The entire room erupted in an uproar. Chapter 73, Questioning the Assassin's Identity? There's also a token. "Yes, I am my assassin from Pear Blossom Pavilion. Chen Li hired me to assassinate Pei Jinglian." Hearing the black-clad assassin so candidly admit his identity, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. The fourth elder's expression shifted between shock and disbelief as he stared at the black-clad assassin. His mind was filled with bewilderment. Impossible. How could an assassin so readily admit his identity? And why didn't he speak up when I questioned him earlier, yet confess the moment Pei Jinglian spoke? Something's off. What happened between these two? It wasn't just the fourth elder who was perplexed. The other senior disciples of the punishment hall also stared in shock. Having served as execution disciples in the punishment hall for so long, this was the first time they had ever seen a murderer so readily admit their identity. Based on past experience, shouldn't he be desperately denying everything and fighting to clear his name? Moreover, it was plain to see that the fourth elder was favoring Chen Li. Even if you were truly the murderer, couldn't you have used this moment to twist the truth and escape punishment? To his surprise, the man had so candidly admitted to being an assassin, even directly implicating Chen Li. With the witness right before him, Chen Li's face turned ashen, his mind in utter turmoil. Why would this man suddenly confess? Is he really an assassin from Li Hualu? How can his mental fortitude be weaker than mine? This is the end. With the truth out, I'm likely doomed. My only fear is that junior sister Su Bailu will be implicated because of me. His gaze instinctively shifted to Su Bailu beside him, only to see a trace of panic flicker across her face as well. Su Bailu glared darkly at the black-clad assassin, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! What kind of assassin did Chen Li hire? He's so stupid he's not even human." By all logic, any sane person would fight back desperately at this moment, right? But this one? He confessed so readily the moment Pei Jinglian questioned him. What difference was he from a mindless beast? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her mind like lightning, and a look of delight appeared in her eyes. She had found a flaw in his words. Something's off. If he claims to be a Li Hualu assassin, then Li Hualu was renowned for its strict confidentiality. Its assassins would never reveal their employer's identity, even if it meant their own death. Yet this self-proclaimed Pear Blossom Pavilion assassin confessed so readily. This alone casts doubt on whether he truly belongs to the pavilion. Seizing the moment, she pointed at the assassin and demanded, "Pear Blossom Pavilion assassins never reveal their clients' identities. Yet you not only voluntarily admitted to being one of them, but even exposed your employer. How can I possibly verify whether you truly belong to the Pear Blossom Pavilion? If you are, then why did you just confess?" At these words, the entire room fell into a momentary stupor. Then, a flicker of realization crossed the face of the fourth elder seated at the head of the table. A faint smile curved his lips. He slammed his fist on the armrest and demanded of Pei Jinglian in the same tone, "You audacious disciple! How dare you conspire to deceive the disciplinary hall? Do you take us for fools? And the deception itself is so crude and full of holes." He then turned his gaze to the black-clad assassin. "Confess honestly, were you hired by this disciple? If you admit it truthfully, I may show mercy and let you leave the mountain." The black-clad assassin remained silent, for the truth-speaking pill only affected Pei Jinglian. To the other punishment hall disciples watching, this silence amounted to tacit admission. Lei Bao's face turned ashen. He glared at Pei Jinglian, utterly stunned. He never imagined that his good intentions summoning the fourth elder and all the criminal law hall disciples would end up making him look like a complete fool. Even the senior disciples who had rushed here from all corners now felt duped, casting questioning and suspicious glances at the young man named Pei. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was casting doubt upon Pei Jinglian, even pointing fingers at her nose demanding she admit her guilt. But the problem was, she was the one who had reported the crime. Why was she now being interrogated? At this moment, if she uttered a single wrong word, the fourth elder would likely slam his fist on the table and have her thrown into the dungeon. Facing this desperate situation, Pei Jinglian maintained an unflappable composure. She had long anticipated this very scenario, and the solution to this predicament was simple. It lay with the assassin herself. Prove your identity. Ignoring the other's accusations, she addressed the assassin with this seemingly inexplicable demand. Then, under the stunned and darkened gazes of the crowd, the black-clad assassin slowly drew a wooden token from his robe. Engraved upon it in bold, elegant characters were two words, Pear Blossom. The fourth elder's eyes narrowed. This is the Pear Blossom token of Pear Blossom Pavilion, thundered an exclamation from the crowd below. In a flash, he appeared before the assassin, snatching the token from his grasp. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he sensed a trace of divine consciousness stored within the Pear Blossom token. The aura of that divine consciousness was identical to that of the Pear Blossom Tower assassins he had encountered before. Therefore, this man was indeed a Pear Blossom Pavilion assassin. He looked at the fourth elder in astonishment. Hall Master, this man's words are true. He is indeed an assassin from the Pear Blossom Pavilion. With that, he proactively handed the Pear Blossom token over to the fourth elder. The entire situation instantly shifted once more. All the senior disciples were stunned. They finally realized that the black-clad assassin had spoken truthfully, not because he was an actor or anything similar, but because Pei Jinglian possessed a method that compelled the assassin to tell the truth. Su Bailu and Chen Li's faces paled once more. They never imagined the assassin would be carrying a Pear Blossom token. With irrefutable proof, it seemed their fate was sealed today. Just as despair settled over them, the fourth elder examined the Pear Blossom token and confirmed its authenticity. Yet he still sneered coldly. Heh. Does possessing an identity token automatically prove it belongs to this person? Suppose you, as a disciple, luckily killed a Pear Blossom Tower assassin and obtained his waste token. Then you captured this innocent cultivator and controlled his vital points. Then you used this badge and this innocent cultivator to deceive us here at the punishment hall, trying to turn us into your tools to eliminate Su Bailu and Chen Li, the obstacles blocking your cultivation path. If I'm not mistaken, that's precisely what you've done, isn't it? After the fourth elder finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 74. The truth is out. She's a golden core cultivator. What? There's such a theory? Is that true? Could that junior sister really be so audacious? But I distinctly felt like what she said must be true. Shut up. We have no right to speak on this matter. Everything is decided by the fourth elder. The senior disciples below began whispering among themselves. Most believed Pei Jinglian's words were likely true, but they quickly fell silent under the imposing gaze of the fourth elder. There was no choice. The punishment hall had always been under the fourth elder's control, and they had long been subject to his oversight. Saying the wrong thing now would likely draw the fourth elder's wrath soon after, making it impossible to ever break through to the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, Su Bailu and Chen Li finally realized someone had already intervened with the four elders to secure their protection. As for who that someone was, given Chen Li's background, it was self-evident. A flicker of secret delight crossed Su Bailu's eyes. I thought manipulating that fool Chen Li was a terrible move, but it turns out his status as the sixth elder's disciple actually comes in handy. Gazing at the fourth elder seated at the head of the table, a profound sense of calm washed over her, erasing every trace of the panic she'd felt upon arriving. After all, even the judge was on her side. How could someone like Pei Jinglian possibly stand a chance against her? Chen Li, standing nearby, also realized this. He shot a mocking glance at Pei Jinglian across from him, even making a subtle gesture of contempt. Smack! At that moment, the fourth elder slammed his hand on the armrest. Pointing at Pei Jinglian, he coldly commanded, "Guards! Take this criminal who dared deceive the punishment hall, harmed innocent cultivators, and treated our sect's laws as worthless. Imprison her in the dungeon. She shall never see freedom again." Hearing this verdict, every disciple of the punishment hall present couldn't help but feel stunned. For they all knew what the dungeon was like, a place devoid of spiritual energy, even sunlight. Not only must prisoners earn their 3 daily meals by mining spirit stones, but the food itself was mere husk-based gruel, worse than what commoners ate. Ordinary cultivators could scarcely endure a month there without suffering regression in their cultivation or succumbing to mental chaos. And almost none could endure a full year. Ultimately, most cultivators inside succumbed to emotional collapse and chose to end their own lives. Now the fourth elder intends to confine Pei Jinglian there for the rest of her life, a blatant attempt to condemn her to death.
He intends to subject her to prolonged torment first, then let her slowly wither away in despair and agony. Such a harsh sentence sent chills down the spines of even the disciples from the punishment hall. They cast sympathetic, pitying glances at Pei Jinglian. Why did she have to provoke Shenli, the sixth elder's top disciple? Everyone knew the sixth elder and fourth elder were closest. Even the criminal law hall disciples would nod and greet Shenli when they saw him. Now Pei Jinglian sought to accuse him, only to end up not only failing in her accusation but also digging her own grave. For a moment, the criminal law hall disciples hesitated to swiftly carry out the fourth elder's orders. It felt utterly against their conscience. Seeing this, the fourth elder's brow furrowed as he roared, "What? Are you lot planning to defy the laws of our Yuxuan Sect and join her in the dungeons?" Seeing the fourth elder's rising anger, Lei Bao sighed softly. He rose and walked toward Pei Jinglian, silently apologizing in his heart. "I'm sorry, junior sister. Blame it on your lack of backing. Had you been able to apprentice under an elder, you wouldn't have ended up like this." Just as he prepared to seize her, a terrifying aura surged upward. Then, before his stunned eyes, Pei Jinglian, who had previously only exuded a foundation establishment aura, took a single step forward. The aura of a golden core cultivator burst forth, completely unmasked. The overwhelming pressure forced him to stumble backwards several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. That aura. Could she be a golden core cultivator? Lei Bao instinctively rubbed his back, discovering he was drenched in cold sweat. Yet none of the onlookers dared mock him, for anyone in his position would have been startled. That was a golden core cultivator. The very act of Lei Bao stepping forward to seize his opponent would have been sufficient grounds for the other to counter with a single punch that could have killed him outright, and no one would have uttered a word of protest. In the cultivation world, the golden core stage represents an insurmountable barrier. It separates cultivators from ordinary mortals. Only after reaching the golden core stage can one truly be called a cultivator. Now, however, Pei Jinglian's sudden revelation of her golden core cultivation instantly turned the tide of battle once more. Lín Xuān watched from the sidelines, inwardly thrilled. He pumped his fist vigorously. Yes. That's the spirit. Give those opportunistic, two-faced hypocrites a taste of their own medicine. Just moments ago, he couldn't bear to watch them twist the truth any longer, forcing Pei Jinglian to reveal her true cultivation level. Though this would inevitably bring more trouble to Pei Jinglian later, it was far better than being truly imprisoned in the dungeon. As a golden core cultivator, and one with the chaos divine body at that, how could she be framed and thrown into the dungeon by a mere fourth elder? This was the last straw. Enough pretense, I'll lay it all out. My disciple is golden core stage. See which one of you dares to imprison her, and which one can. True to form, the moment Pei Jinglian unleashed the aura of a golden core cultivator, the fourth elder, who had been calm and composed moments before, instantly leapt to his feet. His face twisted with shock and disbelief. Impossible. This can't be. Your disciple only recently entered our inner sect. How could she have reached the golden core stage? His first thought was that she must be using some sort of illusion to fake the aura of a golden core cultivator. After all, according to his junior brother, this Pei Jinglian was only at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. How could she suddenly transform into a golden core cultivator like himself just 1 month later? But just as he was about to speak again, he felt himself locked in a cold, piercing gaze. He instinctively looked up, meeting Pei Jinglian's gaze head-on. In that instant, it felt as though he was gazing up at a supreme figure. The almost tangible majesty and terrifying pressure instantly rendered him speechless. He finally realized that this Pei Jinglian before him was a genuine golden core cultivator, and worse, she had the backing of a figure so powerful he himself dared not provoke. How could such a person be in our Yuxuan Sect? A storm of shock surged within the fourth elder's heart. He swiftly averted his gaze, terrified that the next moment he might be targeted by that mysterious presence. Little did he know, in Lín Xuān's eyes, he was already nothing more than a corpse. No matter how obedient he appeared now, he could never escape the fate of being slain in the end. Chapter 75, A Golden Core Disciple Shocks the Jade Mystic Sect. Oomph. To dare disgrace yourself by provoking my disciple, even if you beg for mercy on your knees now, I will still slaughter you, you brainless villain. Lín Xuān glared viciously at the fourth elder on the screen, having already sentenced him to death in his mind. This was the first truly repulsive villain he'd encountered since binding Pei Jinglian. With the witness right before his eyes, this old bastard still dared to twist the truth. He must be tired of living. Now that Pei Jinglian has demonstrated her golden core cultivation, Su Bailu and Shenli won't survive this. His gaze shifted to Su Bailu and Shenli on the other side of the screen. Their faces were now deathly pale. Especially Su Bailu, she couldn't even bring herself to look directly at the shadow across from her. Head bowed, her eyes brimming with terror and jealousy, she muttered, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just a month ago, she was nothing but a worthless slave to me. How could she possibly have become a golden core cultivator now?" She felt that the Pei Jinglian before her wasn't the Pei Jinglian she knew. Even everything happening before her eyes felt unreal.
She kept deceiving herself, telling herself that everything before her eyes was fake, that Pei Jinglian couldn't possibly be a golden core cultivator. Yet the moment the other's gaze fell upon her, she couldn't help but shiver deeply. That overwhelming pressure, that aura, there's no mistake. She's a genuine golden core cultivator. Su Bailu took several deep breaths, desperately trying to steady herself. She feared her mental defenses would collapse at any moment, forcing her to confess her crimes. This was no exaggeration, it was the truth. Golden core cultivators were the favored children of heaven and earth, naturally viewing all beings below their level with the perspective of superiors. Before a golden core cultivator, few beings below that level could lie. Pei Jinglian's gaze swept over every person in the punishment hall. Except for the fourth elder, nearly everyone lowered their heads, unable to meet her stare. Is this the power that comes with strength? She murmured inwardly, a faint smile involuntarily spreading across her face. After enduring over a year of hardship, today she could finally truly showcase herself and vent all the pent-up negativity she'd accumulated over the years. In this moment, she finally felt the true joy of cultivating immortality. At the same time, at the summit of the Jade Mystic Sect, Shen Weihong, the sect master who had been in seclusion comprehending a cultivation technique, suddenly opened his eyes. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. This aura. It's a golden core cultivator. And one who has never appeared here before. He swiftly rose and headed toward the exit, his expression turning grave as a heavy weight settled in his heart. An unfamiliar golden core cultivator has appeared within our Yuxuan Sect? Could it be that someone has forced their way in? He knew every disciple with even a hint of talent within the sect intimately, so he dismissed the possibility of one of his own disciples breaking through to the golden core stage. Moreover, he had been in seclusion recently and hadn't heard anything about Pei Jinglian. When he was alerted and headed toward the source of the golden core cultivator's aura, he encountered the Grand Elder and several others emerging from the Elder's Hall along the way. Sect Master, you sensed it too? The Grand Elder asked him with a grave expression. Shen Weihong nodded heavily. Indeed. This aura belongs to an unfamiliar golden core cultivator. Judging by the location, it's near the punishment hall? Hearing this, the Grand Elder hurried toward the location while speculating aloud. Could it be that one of our inner sect disciples clashed with another sect while on a mission, leading to the other party now bringing the matter to the punishment hall? Upon hearing this deduction, Sect Master Shen Weihong and the other elders nodded in agreement, finding it the most logical explanation. Yet this only weighed heavier on their hearts. After all, entangling with another sect, especially one that had dispatched a gold core stage elder to seek them out, was never a good sign. If they were correct in their guess, their Jade Mystic Sect would have to pay a hefty compensation to the other party. Shen Weihong and the elders arrived at the criminal tribunal with heavy hearts. As they hurried inside, they froze in their tracks upon seeing the young woman radiating the aura of a golden core cultivator. Which sect's elder is this? She's so young. Strange. I don't recall any such figure among the sects of Milin County. A golden core cultivator this young should have reached my ears by now. A golden core cultivator this young? The sect backing her must be terrifyingly powerful. This preliminary selection might spell disaster for me. Shen Weihong and the other elders scanned the disciplinary hall, yet they saw no sign of the external sect disciple involved in a dispute with one of our own. It seemed the sect had sent only this young woman to demand an explanation. Shen Weihong's heart sank. He realized they might have accidentally killed the other party or caused their rebirth. This could escalate into a major incident. His panic surfaced as he bowed to Pei Jinglian. I am Shen Weihong, Patriarch of the Jade Mystic Sect. May I inquire which sect you represent and what brings you to our door? The other elders followed suit, bowing in unison, fearful of offending this mysterious gold core stage elder before them. This scene left the entire criminal law hall stunned. Wait, what? Why are you bowing to an inner door disciple right off the bat? The fourth elder began to doubt whether he had truly provoked the wrong person. Could this Pei Jinglian actually be an elder from another sect who had infiltrated the Jade Mystic Sect? Pei Jinglian surveyed the crowd, saying nothing. She couldn't be bothered to explain to them anyway, they'd soon discover the truth for themselves. Sect Master, esteemed elders, what on earth is going on here? In the eerie silence, the belated sixth elder broke the impasse. The third elder quickly grabbed him and whispered urgently, keep your voice down. See that young woman over there? An elder from the outer sect has come calling. Hurry and pay your respects before you anger them further. A look of bewilderment spread across the sixth elder's face. He glanced at Pei Jinglian standing over there, then at the sect master and the other elders still frozen in their bowing positions. An expression of utter absurdity instantly appeared on his face. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Though he didn't know why Pei Jinglian had suddenly become a golden core cultivator, he felt compelled to correct the delusions of the elders and the sect master. Well, sect master and esteemed elders, that individual is not an elder from another sect. She is a disciple who entered the inner sect just last month. Her name is Pei Jinglian. Elder 1, Elder 2, Elder 3, you should remember her, I mentioned her to you before. Hearing this, the sect master and the elders froze for a moment before straightening up, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Chapter 76, Before a Golden Core Disciple, even elders must admit their mistake. Feeling the strange gazes around them, Sect Master Shen Weihong and the elders all felt a bit uncomfortable, their faces burning slightly. They never imagined they'd made such a colossal blunder, mistaking their own inner sect disciple for an elder from another sect. But it wasn't entirely their fault. Who could have imagined that a disciple who had just entered the inner sect would advance from Foundation Establishment 5th layer to Golden Core realm within a single month? Such terrifying advancement speed, few would believe it if told. Ahem.
Shen Weihong cleared his throat, instantly regaining the dignified demeanor befitting a sect master. He first turned his gaze to the fourth elder seated at the head of the table. Fourth elder, explain what exactly happened here. The latter's face immediately stiffened. He hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth. After all, his recent actions had blatantly violated the sect's regulations. Even as an elder, he would likely face a month of wall-facing reflection if the truth came out. After all, exploiting his position as the head of the punishment hall to twist the truth was nothing short of a disgrace to the Yuxuan Sect. Just now, he glanced around nervously, stammering for a long while without making any sense. Shen Weihong and the assembled elders immediately sensed something amiss. It seems this fourth elder has committed some act that brings shame upon the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so visibly troubled right now. The sixth elder, the sole confidant, also wore an uneasy expression. His mind reeled. What on earth happened? Pei Jinglian was clearly only a Foundation Establishment 5th layer cultivator. How did she suddenly transform into a Golden Core cultivator? What exactly transpired? His palms began to sweat and his complexion grew pale. After all, he never imagined that merely exchanging greetings would land him in such deep trouble. He shot a vicious glare at Shenli beside him, filled with bitter regret. Why did I take on such a disciple? I thought immersing him in romantic entanglements would keep him out of trouble, but instead, he's brought me even greater calamity. Seeing that the fourth elder still hadn't revealed the truth, Shen Weihong snorted coldly. Fourth elder, if you cannot provide a factual account now, you may immediately retire to the Cliff of Despair for seclusion and cultivation. At the mention of Desolation Cliff, the fourth elder felt a chill run down his spine. That place was a secret realm capable of driving people mad. Any cultivator who spent a month there would emerge deeply depressed for a long time, perhaps never fully recovering. The environment there was utterly despairing, capable of devouring even anger and other emotions. Those who survived their confinement emerged changed beyond recognition. Even as a senior elder of the punishment hall, hearing Shen Weihong's punishment sent a shiver down his spine. Yet he feared that even if he revealed the truth, he would still be sent there to suffer punishment. Thus, he remained hesitant and evasive. If this coward won't speak up, I will. Just as Shen Weihong's face showed impatience, Pei Jinglian suddenly spoke up. Her words instantly drew everyone's attention. Shen Weihong and the other elders, in particular, had been observing this woman in the black skirt since they arrived. Her youth was almost frightening. Her cultivation level was utterly incongruous with her appearance. It was hard to fathom that someone so young could have actually cultivated to the Golden Core stage. Now, her sudden outburst had captured their full attention. Hearing her call the fourth elder a coward, the elders in the elders' hall instantly wore displeased expressions. Even if you are a Golden Core cultivator, you are still an inner sect disciple. Is it appropriate for a disciple to insult their seniors like this? You. Step back. The third elder was about to reprimand her when Shen Weihong stepped in to restrain him. His eyes gleamed as he appraised Pei Jinglian. It seems what happened here involves you. Explain yourself thoroughly. From the moment he learned she was an inner sect disciple of their Yuxuan Sect, Shen Weihong recognized her as an extraordinary prospect capable of revitalizing the sect. If such a peerless genius could be retained within their Yuxuan Sect, it wouldn't be long before the sect produced its very first nascent soul cultivator. At that point, the Jade Mystic Sect would break free from the constraints of Milin County and become a top-tier sect with influence throughout the Eastern Realm. Taking it even further, with Pei Jinglian's terrifyingly formidable talent, who knows? Perhaps one day she might even reach the legendary Huatian stage. As the saying goes, when one attains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If Pei Jinglian truly possessed the innate talent of a spirit transformation cultivator, then perhaps her fellow disciples could also share in some of that fortune, gaining a chance in this lifetime to attempt breaking through to the nascent soul stage? At this thought, his gaze toward Pei Jinglian grew fiercer, yearning to take her as his disciple immediately to secure a larger share of that fortune when she eventually reached the Huatian realm. Alas, his scheme was doomed to fail. For Pei Jinglian was already Lín Xuān's disciple, she could never take a second master in this lifetime. Besides, did a mere Golden Core cultivator like you even have the qualifications to be the master of a Chaos Saint body? It only goes to show that taking on disciples requires more than just assessing their innate talent. One must also consider whether they are worthy of the role. But back to the matter at hand. After gathering her thoughts, Pei Jinglian recounted the entire sequence of events, how she had filed the report, and upon arriving at the criminal law hall, how she had been slandered and even had the truth twisted beyond recognition. As the elders listened, the expressions on the fourth elder and sixth elder's faces grew increasingly somber.
Conversely, Shen Weihong and the assembled elders grew increasingly grim and sullen. After Pei Jinglian finished, Shen Weihong abruptly turned to the fourth elder. Fourth elder, I ask you, is what this disciple has stated true? The fourth elder's mouth opened, his face turning deathly pale. After a long moment of searching for a plausible excuse, he could only nod dejectedly, admitting his recent transgression. Upon his admission, Shen Weihong's voice turned icy as he pronounced the sentence, within the Jade Mystic Sect, even an elder like you cannot disregard the law. According to the ironclad rules of Jade Mystic, you must proceed to the cliff of severed affection and confine yourself there for 1 year. Additionally, you must publicly apologize to the inner sect disciple you slandered, Pei Jinglian, and provide private compensation. Do you have any objections to this punishment? The fourth elder's face turned ashen. I have no objections. The evidence was irrefutable. His actions had been witnessed by many, leaving him no room for evasion. Shen Weihong nodded slightly, about to speak, when Pei Jinglian suddenly stepped forward and shouted, I object. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned to her. Chapter 77, I demand the fourth elder kneel and confess. At that moment, everyone including the fourth elder turned to Pei Jinglian with looks of utter shock. What? The fourth elder himself has accepted punishment. As the beneficiary, what grounds do you have for objection? Amidst the crowd's bewildered stares, Pei Jinglian voiced her objection. I refuse this punishment. I need this man. She paused, then pointed at the fourth elder and said coldly, I demand he kneel and beg my forgiveness. The words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. Every pair of eyes turned to the woman in disbelief. Though he was now a golden core cultivator, how could an inner sect disciple demand that the esteemed disciplinary hall elder prostrate himself before her? What difference would that make from outright killing him? After all, Elder 4 was one of the most respected elders within the Jade Mystic Sect, and his reputation was the thing he cherished most. Even the sect master would exchange polite greetings upon meeting him to avoid embarrassing him. Now, to sentence him without mercy to the desolation cliff for punishment was already a clear demonstration of Shen Weihong's resolve to stand up for Pei Jinglian. Yet the latter remained far from satisfied. He even demanded the fourth elder kowtow and beg forgiveness. Hearing this demand that practically trampled him underfoot, the fourth elder immediately lifted his head and glared at him. Pei Jinglian, don't push your luck. Do you know who you're talking to? It wasn't just the elder who found this demand outrageous. Shen Weihong and the other elders also considered it utterly excessive. Sending the fourth elder to the desolate cliff for punishment was already an enormous concession. Had it not been for her rare achievement of reaching the golden core stage at such a young age, she would never have received such treatment. Yet here was Pei Jinglian, still unsatisfied, demanding that the fourth elder, her own teacher, kneel and apologize to her, a mere disciple? Shen Wanhong pressed his lips together, his brow furrowed as he asked, Pei Jinglian, I understand your grievances run deep. But this concerns the dignity of our Yuxuan Sect elders. Why not compromise? Have him increase the compensation offered to you. What do you say? The fourth elder, hearing the sect master actually demand he increase the compensation, was about to refuse. But before he could speak, Pei Jinglian beat him to it. No. If he doesn't kowtow and apologize today, the Jade Mystic Sect can consider me no longer its disciple. You. Shen Weihong's anger flared, yet he was powerless to act. After all, who could resist such terrifying talent? Achieving the golden core stage at his age meant he would inevitably reach the nascent soul stage barring any unforeseen circumstances. Such a realm was rare even across the entire eastern domain. Pei Jinglian's importance to the Jade Mystic Sect was self-evident. If she were to leave the sect over this, Shen Weihong would likely never forgive himself. Slowly, he shifted his gaze toward the fourth elder. The latter froze upon meeting his gaze. Sect master, you wouldn't seriously expect me to agree to her demands, would you? Shen Weihong remained silent, merely staring at him intently. Yet the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. Do as Pei Jinglian says. A chill gripped the fourth elder's heart. Was the sect master seriously considering making him kowtow and apologize for the sake of a slightly talented disciple? The first elder, unable to bear the sight, immediately interceded on the fourth elder's behalf. Master, you know full well the immense contributions the fourth elder has made to our Jade Mystic Sect. Without him, the entire sect would be in utter chaos, utterly lacking in discipline. The second elder stepped forward, producing the Jade Mystic Merit Register from his sleeve. This record documented the cultivators of every generation who had made significant contributions to the Jade Mystic Sect. After infusing it with his true essence, he summoned the fourth elder's entry. 300 years ago, when the Blood Demon Sect launched a nighttime assault on our mountain gates, it was fourth elder who ignited his vital essence to activate the demon-slaying sword array, slaying 7 Foundation Establishment stage demonic cultivators in succession. That night, he had only just ascended to Foundation Establishment himself. Forcibly burning his vital essence left his foundation unstable, a condition that remains unhealed to this day. As he spoke, a blood-red battlefield illusion emerged from the merit record. The image of the fourth elder sitting alone atop a mountain of corpses, meditating to restore his energy, instantly stunned many present. They had never heard the elders recount this tale before, never imagined the fourth elder had been such a devoted and dedicated figure back then. Crack!
Shen Weihong, however, mercilessly slashed the illusion with his sword finger.
Merits are merits, faults are faults.
Today you use past merits to threaten me, tomorrow you'll use merits to offset the lives you've taken. Look up at the first ironclad rule of the punishment hall, rewards and punishments are clear and distinct. Nowhere does it say past merits exempt one from punishment.
The third elder, refusing to concede, produced the iron scroll of the punishment hall. Very well. If past merits are off the table, then let us examine recent achievements.
Since fourth elder took charge of the punishment hall, disciplinary cases have plummeted from a backlog of 1,000 to resolution within 3 days.
Even the Eastern Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion praises our sect's strict discipline.
You tell me, without fourth brother, could our Jade Mystic Sect have achieved this level of accomplishment? As he spoke, he channeled his true essence into the iron scroll. Instantly, records of grievances filed by generations of disciples appeared, densely packed like a cascading galaxy. It was evident that the punishment hall truly upheld the order of the Jade Mystic Sect. Shen Weihong remained impassive, wiping away the flowing light with a finger gesture.
Do you think I'm unaware of the dirty deeds the punishment hall conducts behind closed doors?
My storage ring holds 27 blood-stained petitions. Among them is last month's dispute over the outer sect's spirit fields. He accepted bribes from the Liu family and branded the aggrieved party as a heretic cultivator.
What transparency! They've turned the punishment hall into their personal bank.
At these words, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. They never imagined that the fourth elder, who appeared so noble and upright on the surface, was secretly involved in such deeds. His carefully crafted image crumbled in an instant. Disciples whispered among themselves. No wonder I felt something was off with several rulings lately. I thought I hadn't studied the sect's laws thoroughly enough, but it turns out the fourth elder was secretly pulling strings behind the scenes.
Good heavens!
I always thought the punishment hall was a place untouched by corruption. Who knew the greatest corruption was the fourth elder himself? If the sect leader hadn't exposed this today, who knows how long we'd have remained in the dark. As the mocking whispers swirled around him and the strange stares pierced his skin, the fourth elder finally erupted.
Silence, all of you! He roared.
Then, before the eyes of all present, he suddenly dropped to one knee and bowed his head 3 times in a deep kowtow toward Pei Jinglian.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
The force was so immense it shattered the floorboards. The fourth elder snapped his head up, his eyes red with fury.
Staring fixedly at Pei Jinglian, he ground out each word. I apologize.
I have failed as a teacher, twisting truth and falsehood. I now sincerely admit my mistake before you. I beg your forgiveness.
The entire crowd froze in shock, their faces etched with utter disbelief.
The fourth elder had actually knelt and kowtowed in apology.
Chapter 78, The Fourth Elder Punished, Chen Li's Demise.
The silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. Disciples and elders alike stared blankly as the fourth elder slowly rose from the ground, his hair disheveled and dust still clinging to his forehead.
It was hard to believe this was the same fourth elder who commanded such immense respect. Master, I have completed the punishment you demanded. Now, take me to the cliff of severed affection. The fourth elder's voice was chillingly cold. He cast a deep, lingering glance at Pei Jinglian before slowly exiting the punishment hall under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Fourth elder. The first elder watched him, words failing him. Shen Weihong's expression was equally complex, at a loss for words.
He understood Elder Four's merits and contributions better than anyone in the Jade Mystic Sect. Seeing him like this now, a pang of sorrow stirred within him. Yet the thought that this action would protect the prodigious disciple Pei Jinglian brought him considerable relief.
He turned to Pei Jinglian. Is there anything else you find unsatisfactory? Speak now.
Hearing this, the crowd's hearts trembled.
Was he intending to continue advocating for Pei Jinglian?
Shen Weihong indeed intended to do just that. After all, he had already offended the fourth elder.
What difference did it make to offend a few more? As long as Pei Jinglian remained at the Jade Mystic Sect, what did it matter if his own reputation within the entire sect hit rock bottom? Pei Jinglian showed no restraint.
She pointed directly at Qianli and Su Bailu. I want them dead. Hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted back to Qianli and Su Bailu. Having heard Pei Jinglian's account, they understood these two seemed implicated in hiring assassins to attack her.
Chen Li's face turned deathly pale.
He knelt on the ground in terror, beginning to kowtow and beg for mercy. Honorable elders, sect master, and junior sister Pei Jinglian, I was merely blinded by deception for a moment. I never truly intended to kill junior sister Pei Jinglian.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
Just like the fourth elder before him, Chen Li repeatedly bowed his head toward Pei Jinglian. But his cultivation was lower than the fourth elder's, so after just a few blows, his forehead was already a bloody mess. Seeing that Pei Jinglian showed no intention of accepting his apology, he crawled toward his master, the sixth elder, still kneeling, crying out hoarsely, Master! I'm willing to destroy my cultivation and lock myself in the cold pool for 100 years. Please. Before he could finish, the sixth elder struck him with a palm, sending him flying and slamming violently into the punishment pillar.
Gah!
Blood surged in his throat, his face drained of color as he coughed up a froth of blood mixed with shattered teeth.
The sixth elder's beard and hair stood on end, his gaze seething with fury as if he wanted to flay him alive. Wicked disciple. When you hired assassins, did you forget the 10 commandments of our sect? Yet beneath his sleeves, the hand forming the sealing gesture trembled violently. Thunderclouds coalesced and dissipated 3 times above Chen Li's head. The gathered disciples felt a chill in their hearts, stunned by the sixth elder's ruthless decisiveness. They never imagined the sixth elder would be so utterly impartial. But Xin Weihong, the other elders, and Pei Jinglian saw right through his act. They suspected he was putting on a show to save Chen Li's life. Sure enough, after feigning the gathering of several thunderclouds, the sixth elder suddenly turned to Xin Weihong. Master, this wicked disciple has truly overstepped. How dare he touch the sect's bottom line? Shall I take him back for proper punishment? At these words, the disciples who had just admired the sixth elder's impartiality were stunned. Good heavens! So all that acting was just for this moment. Put! Xin Weihong flicked a strand of sword energy from his fingertip, pinning Chen Li's scapula. His expression remained cold. Sixth elder, are you suggesting I discipline your disciple for you? Chen Li has violated the sect's laws. He now has 2 choices. 1. Let the punishment hall disciples carry out the punishment. 2. You, his master, carry out the punishment yourself. Either way, this audacious disciple who dared violate the sect's laws will leave here dead today. The sixth elder's face darkened instantly. He never imagined Xin Weihong would be so utterly ruthless. As everyone watched the master-disciple pair's next move, Su Bailu finally managed to contact her demonic pathmaster, the remnant soul. Su Bailu lowered her gaze, secretly pinching the blood jade within her sleeve as she transmitted her voice inwardly. Master, is the substitute puppet ready? A faint black mist seeped from the jade, coiling around her fingertips. The voice of the demonic remnant echoed in her mind. Disciple, proceed with confidence. Once I intervene, not a single soul present will stand in your way. A cold smile touched Su Bailu's lips upon hearing this. Her fingers twitched slightly, tapping the jade token hidden within her sleeve. The next moment, Chen Li, whose face had been deathly pale, suddenly crawled toward Pei Jinglian's feet. Coughing up blood, he wailed, Junior Sister Pei. I'm willing to sacrifice my cultivation to nurture your Dao foundation. I only ask. Suddenly, his expression twisted into savage ferocity. He ripped all the spiritual energy from his body and hurled it at Pei Jinglian. You audacious traitor, daring to commit murder in public. Alas, someone's actions were faster than his. The crowd heard the sixth elder's thunderous roar. In the next instant, the thunderclouds in the sky instantly coalesced into a punishment lightning bolt that struck down. Yet, upon nearing Chen Li Tian's spirit, it instinctively diminished its power by 70%. The thundercloud dispersed. The sixth elder slowly lowered his hand, watching as the thunder mixed with spiritual energy shattered Chen Li's vital meridians. Tears welled up in his eyes. Rebellious disciple, rest in peace. Chen Li's pupils dilated, his body becoming nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt deeply moved. What else could Chen Li have done? He had to go and defy the sect's laws. Otherwise, with his status, he could have lived a carefree life within the inner sect. What a waste of the sixth elder's devoted efforts, nurturing such an ungrateful wretch. If I were Chen Li, I'd have been far more obedient than him. All present lamented the fate of this master-disciple pair, even Xin Weihong shook his head in sorrow. At that moment, Pei Jinglian's gaze suddenly shot across to Su Bailu. Next. It's time to settle the score with senior sister Su. Su Bailu stiffened upon hearing this. A flash of viciousness flickered in her eyes as a faint gray mist began to seep from the blood jade hidden within her sleeve. If she wished, the demonic soul fragment within could forcefully activate the demonic cultivation techniques at any moment, pushing her power to its absolute limit and granting her the ability to escape this place. But before that, she wanted to struggle. After all, the Yuxuan Sect offered abundant cultivation resources. Leaving now to become a lone cultivator would make her path far more arduous. So she feigned innocence as she looked at Pei Jinglian. Honestly, I still don't understand why this matter involves me. Is it just because I've been spending more time with senior brother Chen Li lately? Upon hearing this, the others agreed that Su Bailu had a point. They still hadn't figured out why Pei Jinglian had included this person in the lawsuit. Facing the puzzled stares of the crowd, Pei Jinglian simply uttered one sentence in a detached tone. This woman is of the demon path. Chapter 79, Exposing the Demon Cult Identity, only to be slandered? What? Did I hear that correctly? She said this woman is of the demon path? Impossible. If she were a demonic cultivator, we would have detected it long ago. How could she have entered the inner sect? Exactly. If she were an outer sect disciple, her demonic cultivation status might be debatable. But an inner sect disciple? Impossible. Pei Jinglian's words once again sent shockwaves through the assembly of elders and disciples. Even Su Bailu's pupils contracted slightly. How did she discover this? To conceal her identity, she hadn't even cultivated a single formal demonic cultivation technique. The only technique that could truly be considered demonic was that corrupt art for stealing innate talents. But that dark art had no effect on the spiritual energy within her body, posing no risk of revealing her identity.
Now, Pei Jinglian had exposed her greatest secret with a single remark, instantly throwing her into panic. Yet, surrounded by elders and the sect master, she forced herself to suppress her fear and retorted, "What gives you the right to call me demonic? Just your own words?" As she spoke, she even turned the tables, or could it be that you yourself are the one of the demonic path, merely using this opportunity to make me, Chen, your scapegoat? Pei Jinglian, it's true I bullied you back in the outer sect. But don't you know the rules of our Yuxuan Sect? The weak deserve to be humiliated. Without my humiliation, would you have strived to cultivate and achieve what you have today? Her words were venomous, even going so far as to frame her own actions in the outer sect as a favor to Pei Jinglian. The venom in her heart was plain for all to see. The elders and disciples fell into silence upon hearing this. For they all felt Su Bailu was right. First off, you have no evidence whatsoever. You just blurt out that someone is a demonic cultivator? Well then, produce the evidence first. To pin the label of demonic cultivation on someone without any proof. Wasn't that precisely the kind of trick the demonic path loved to play? Moreover, hadn't Su Bailu bullied Pei Jinglian relentlessly in the outer sect precisely because the latter's cultivation was too low? Had she possessed even slightly higher cultivation, would Su Bailu have dared to bully her so brazenly? Finally, they all suspect that the reason Pei Jinglian's cultivation skyrocketed from the lowest tier to the golden core stage in such a short time is precisely because she practiced demonic cultivation techniques. It was common knowledge that demonic cultivators advanced far faster than orthodox practitioners. Because they acted with utter recklessness, fearing no retribution from the Tao, resorting to every possible form of perverse and demonic cultivation. Pei Jinglian's outrageously rapid cultivation progress must stem from practicing some utterly wicked demonic art. Jealousy is human nature. Seeing Pei Jinglian advance to the golden core stage before them, the disciples naturally assumed she hadn't achieved it through orthodox cultivation methods. Some more cynical disciples even began to wonder if Pei Jinglian had been driven to dark thoughts by Su Bailu's constant bullying, causing her to fall into the demonic path. And could it be that Chen Li, having discerned her demonic nature, hired assassins to test Pei Jinglian? If that were true, wouldn't the entire Jade Mystic Sect become a blade in Pei Jinglian's hands? Not only had she killed Chen Li, but she had also humiliated the fourth elder, driving a wedge between the sect master and the elders. Her heart deserves to be torn out. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Pei Jinglian, some with schadenfreude, others with questioning stares. Even Shen Weihong, who had always been most inclined to support her, couldn't help but ask, "You claim she's a demonic cultivator, do you have any evidence to present?" After all, demonic cultivators were considered enemies to be exterminated by the righteous path. If Su Bailu truly was one, even the sixth elder who admitted her into the inner sect would be implicated. This was no trivial matter. Even as a gold core cultivator, Pei Jinglian had to tread carefully after making such an accusation. Yet at this moment, Pei Jinglian remained silent. In truth, she herself had only just learned that Su Bailu across from her was a demonic cultivator. Even her identity had only been revealed to her by Lín Xuān. Lín Xuān could discern this because Su Bailu had now bonded with a remnant soul of the demonic path. At any moment, that remnant soul could take control of her body, elevating her cultivation to the golden core stage. This was why, on Lín Xuān's interface, her name now glowed crimson, with a note in parentheses explicitly labeling her as demon cult. In this game, demonic cultivators were also regarded as antagonists. In his previous life, Lín Xuān had heard of many players whose characters had fallen into the demonic path, only to be ambushed and hunted down by righteous cultivators, leading to a life of hardship. Conversely, those characters experienced rapid power growth, with even their feedback rates significantly boosted. This had tempted many players to deliberately guide their characters down the path of the demon way. Eventually, the game even manifested a real-world demon path ranking. Those who made the list were all great fiends who had slaughtered countless victims both in reality and within the game. Eventually, this escalated into a full-blown demonic disaster, where real-world demonic players slaughtered an entire city to establish their stronghold. Moreover, due to their rapid power growth, even during the period when Lín Xuān's life hung in the balance, those dark path players continued to thrive comfortably within that stronghold. Thus, Lín Xuān harbored profound loathing toward demonic cultivators, both within the game and in the real world. Lín Xuān had originally planned to use Pei Jinglian's golden core cultivation to forcibly imprison this despicable woman in a dungeon. But the moment he saw the red name on Su Bailu's body, his mind changed instantly. He would make Pei Jinglian expose her demonic path identity and then strike her down directly. Because while the game's characters were unaware that the Heavenly Tao was the game's official entity, Lín Xuān knew that if a player's character could slay a demonic cultivator, they wouldn't just receive feedback, they'd also gain extra fortune points. That was an extremely rare occurrence. The higher one's fortune, the greater their chances of survival. It would even boost the in-game character's own fortune. Thus, Lín Xuān wasted no time informing Pei Jinglian of this matter and instructed her to make it public. Of course, he had long anticipated that the sect masters, elders, and disciples wouldn't believe it once it was announced. He didn't need them to believe it. For at this moment, Pei Jinglian's golden core cultivation was the best proof. No need for words.
Just kill her, and the truth will be revealed. Lín Xuān declared bluntly. He wasn't concerned that Pei Jinglian would be accused of indiscriminate killing after taking such drastic action. For demonic cultivators often possess their own trump cards, fatal techniques steeped in the potent aura of the demonic path. If Su Bailu unleashed her trump card at the final moment, it would solidify her status as a demonic cultivator. Who would dare accuse Pei Jinglian of senseless slaughter then? Chapter 80, One strike reveals the true form. Who is the demon?
Moreover, with Pei Jinglian's golden core cultivation base, who would dare speak out if she killed a mere Foundation establishment minion who had previously bullied her? Even the sect master would have to treat her with respect. Thus, Lín Xuān had allowed Pei Jinglian to act with almost no reservations.
In the game.
Burning with rage, Pei Jinglian unleashed a fierce attack, sending a palm strike of true essence flying through the air. Truthfully, even without Lín Xuān's command, she would have struck the moment she learned Su Bailu's identity as a demonic cultivator. She remembered every single instance of humiliation that woman had inflicted upon her back in the outer sect. Even now, with her Supreme Dao Heart, the bitter memories Su Bailu had left behind remained deeply etched in her mind. If she, Pei Jinglian, failed to act now holding the moral high ground and possessing overwhelming cultivation, then she would have wasted the potential of her chaos divine body.
Damn it! So, exposed, you resort to rage and shame? Attacking fellow disciples out of nowhere, so this Pei Jinglian really is that demonic cultivator, huh? Stop her!
Amidst the cries of shock and the barrage of scornful jeers, the sixth elder, standing closest to Su Bailu, immediately moved to intercept her, aiming to block her palm strike of true essence.
His disgust for Pei Jinglian had reached its peak. He had once believed her to be a prodigiously talented junior with profound insights into the way of chess. Instead, she had dragged his disciple before the criminal tribunal without consultation, forcing him to personally execute his own student. He absolutely refused to believe his honest, straightforward disciple would commit such an act. There had to be some conspiracy at play. Yet Pei Jinglian showed no mercy, forcing him to endure the agony of losing his disciple at this very moment.
To make matters worse, this person had implicated his own friend, forcing him to endure the humiliation of public disgrace before heading to the cliff of despair to face punishment. And all of this was caused by the very person standing before him now, Pei Jinglian. Now, Su Bailu's words had exposed the truth behind it all. If Pei Jinglian dared to destroy the evidence by disposing of the body, he would never allow it. If Su Bailu could further expose Pei Jinglian's ugly true colors, then his friend could clear his name and bring peace to the spirit of his disciple in the afterlife. If he could, he would have joined forces with the other elders to crush Pei Jinglian right here. Oomph. Such thin and scattered true essence truly befitting a cultivator of the demonic path. The sixth elder watched the approaching true essence hand seal, his heart filled with cold laughter. Lacking the insight to recognize this as the signature technique of chaos, true energy, formless yet spiritually cohesive, he mistakenly believed it to be a demonic cultivator forcibly disguising their energy as righteous energy, hence its apparent dispersion. Thus, when he intervened to intercept it, he paid it no mind whatsoever, casually countering with a reverse direction true energy palm strike. The outcome of pitting the highest grade chaos true energy against a casually flicked true energy strike was obvious. Before the eyes of all present, the true essence unleashed by the sixth elder began to disintegrate even before making contact. Upon actual contact, it disintegrated into dissipating spiritual energy within a fraction of a second. The sixth elder's heart skipped a beat. What's happening? Shen Weihong and the other elders were equally stunned that the sixth elder had been bested in his clash with Pei Jinglian. By the time they realized they needed to intervene, it was already too late. For Pei Jinglian's palm strike was already inches from Su Bailu's face. Facing that fierce, murderous palm strike, Su Bailu's heart froze in terror. Her face drained of color as she cried out, "Master, save me!" In the next instant, her pupils abruptly shifted from their normal black and white hue to a deep purple black.
Faint, black-hued demonic patterns began to surface on her fair skin, transforming her entire aura from ordinary to intensely demonic. Simultaneously, Su Bailu's cultivation level surged upward at an astonishing rate. Foundation Establishment 8th layer, Foundation Establishment 9th layer. After a brief pause at Foundation Establishment 9th layer, her cultivation level surged unimpeded straight to golden core. Dark clouds began to gather faintly in the sky. The Dao sensed the emergence of a golden core demon cultivator and was issuing a warning. Yet Su Bailu's aura continued to climb relentlessly. Golden core stage 1, golden core stage 2, golden core stage 3, golden core stage 4. Only after reaching the 7th layer of the golden core did her aura finally stabilize. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye, even before Pei Jinglian's hand seal could touch her. Ha! As the true essence palm seal closed in, Su Bailu, whose body had been taken over by the demonic soul, suddenly opened her mouth and expelled a stream of pure demonic energy. The terrifying demonic energy swiftly corroded the true essence hand seal, halting it before her. Her eyes, wicked and alluring, fixed on Pei Jinglian across from her. Well now, a heaven-tier spiritual root indeed. Such astonishing cultivation speed.
Clearly, even as a remnant soul of the demonic path, he had failed to discern Pei Jinglian's true potential, mistaking her for merely a heavenly tier spirit root. His sudden revelation instantly shocked the nearby sect masters, elders, and disciples.
That aura, it's definitely demonic. Good heavens! Could a demonic cultivator have infiltrated our inner sect? With so many sect masters and elders present, none of them noticed. How did Pei Jinglian see through it?
Never mind how she saw it, let's join forces and slay this demonic cultivator now.
The disciples panicked, hastily summoning their protective artifacts. Sect Master Shen Weihong and the elders, their expressions grave, swiftly formed an array, preparing to strike down the demonic cultivator. They never imagined Pei Jinglian's words could be true. The seemingly ordinary Su Bailu was actually a deeply concealed demonic cultivator, and a major demonic fiend at that. Had Pei Jinglian not exposed her true nature, Su Bailu's current cultivation level could have brought utter ruin upon the Jade Mystic Sect. Among the elders, the sixth elder's expression was the most complex.
He felt both ashamed and alarmed. Shame that his discernment fell short of a junior disciple's, and worse, that he had even intervened to shield a demonic cultivator from attack. The shock stemmed from the realization that Su Bailu was indeed a demonic cultivator, one he had personally admitted into the inner sect. Suddenly, his expression froze as a thought struck him. Wait, if Su Bailu was indeed of the demonic path, does she also wield some form of mind-controlling sorcery? Shenlia's closeness to her earlier wasn't merely due to affection. He was likely bewitched by this demonic woman, ultimately leading him to hire assassins to kill his fellow junior sister. The thought that his own disciple had been bewitched by Su Bailu sent a tidal wave of hatred surging through the sixth elder. He never imagined his most trusted disciple would be framed by this vile woman, tarnished even in death.
Damned demonic arts! Return my disciple's life! He roared, his figure blazing forth as he launched a brutal attack towards Su Bailu.
Chapter 81, the demon cultist who overpowered all golden core cultivators, instantly slain by her single move.
Overestimating your abilities.
Facing the sudden attack from the sixth elder, a fifth-tier golden core cultivator, Su Bailu, whose body was controlled by the remnant soul of the demonic path, uttered the words coldly. Instantly, she raised her hand, clenched her fingers into a fist, and slammed it directly toward the sixth elder's face.
The speed was so blindingly fast that only Pei Jinglian among the onlookers could clearly see the motion of her punch.
Thud! The sixth elder felt a searing pain across his face before being sent flying by the immense force. His body crashed through the wall of the punishment hall, only coming to a halt when he managed to halt the momentum with his own true essence. Clutching his face, now swollen and covered in purple poisonous gas, he relied on his true essence to continuously dissolve the toxin and prevent it from spreading further.
What kind of technique is this? Even her fist carries poison. Elder 6 stared at Su Bailu in disbelief, the stinging pain on his face a constant reminder of just how terrifying that single punch had been. The demon path's remnant soul shook his fist. A bunch of frogs in a well. Can't you even recognize our demon path's 10,000 poisons fist technique? Oomph. Had I been at my peak, a single strike would have obliterated every last one of you. Hearing such arrogance, Shen Weihong and the other elders could no longer hold back. They had long been secretly forming an array, and now their preparations were complete. Jade Mystic Formation, activate. As the senior elders and Shen Weihong simultaneously unleashed their true essence, the entire courtyard of the punishment hall instantly glowed with a jade green light. Seal.
Shen Weihong pressed his palms together, and the ground instantly cracked open. 9 jade light chains coiled around Su Bailu's ankles, attempting to bind her firmly in place. Simultaneously, the elders executed the heavenly gang step while chanting in unison, "Swords, come forth." In an instant, a torrential rain of jade swords materialized from thin air, cascading down from the sky above the punishment hall. Each jade blade radiated a majestic aura of the Tao. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment at the sight. What is this? It's the Jade Mystic Sect's ultimate treasure, the Jade Mystic Demon Binding Array. Legend says our founding patriarch once used this very formation to trap and slay a demon cultivator at the transformation core stage. We thought this formation had been lost to history. Who would have thought we cultivators would have the fortune to witness it? Su Bailu looked up at the true essence blades piercing toward her, forcing out a maniacal cold laugh. What low-grade array! As the words fell, the demonic runes on her body grew more vivid, blazing with a crimson-purple light. Boom! She stomped her foot, and the chains binding her shattered instantly. The demonic energy erupting from her body instantly corroded the jade chains into nothingness. The jade binding demon array? Nothing but a toy in my hands. Su Bailu sneered contemptuously, flicking a drop of black blood from her fingertip. The droplet continuously rose and expanded, swelling to the size of a boulder in the blink of an eye. The moment it collided with the sword rain, the myriad jade blades melted like snow under the scorching sun, instantly dissipating into wispy smoke. The scene instantly left the surrounding disciples gaping in disbelief, their hearts sinking with dread. What was the origin of this demonic being? How could even their pride and joy, the Jade Mystic Binding Demon Array, fail to restrain him? Shen Weihong and the elders all paled, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. In case you're unaware, the demonic energy within this drop of my blood specifically counters your lowly righteous sealing techniques.
Su Bailu's face twisted into a sneer as demonic energy surged from her body. She abruptly raised her hand, flinging splashes of purplish-black demonic blood onto the surrounding ground. In an instant, an array radiating intense demonic energy coalesced. Splat! She tore off her right ear and hurled it toward the array's focal point. The moment the earlobe struck the ground, a shadowy form of a three-headed, six-armed Rakshasa materialized faintly. Its 6 demonic claws extended simultaneously, striking toward the formation of the sect master and the elders. Shen Weihan's expression shifted slightly. He immediately spat out a mouthful of vital blood, which splattered onto the formation. The jade-like radiance of their formation surged instantly, its aura growing profoundly thicker. The 6 demonic claws of this Rakshasa slammed into the formation, nearly causing it to tremble. The force was nowhere near enough to tear it apart. Yah! A shrill scream erupted from the Rakshasa's shadowy form. Instantly, its abdomen split open, spewing forth 3,000 ink-black beetles. Like a tidal wave, they descended upon the formation, protecting the group. These demonic insects opened their corrosive mouthparts and began gnawing. Their speed in devouring the array's foundations was 3 times faster than the elders could cast their seals. I told you, your formations are nothing but second-rate trash. Su Bailu suddenly spoke, emitting a series of eerie laughs. His laughter seemed imbued with some demonic power. Where the sound waves passed, the protective spiritual energy shields of the disciples who were merely at the foundation establishment stage shattered like broken eggshells. Black blood seeped from their 7 orifices, a sign their divine sense was under relentless assault from the demonic sound. Witnessing this scene, Lín Xuān in the real world felt a chill run down his spine. This demonic fiend is truly formidable. He single-handedly suppressed an array formed by so many gold core cultivators, and still had enough energy left to affect those foundation establishment disciples. Yet he felt neither worry nor fear, for he could clearly see a dark purple health bar above the demon's head. At this moment, that health bar was nearly depleted. This signaled that the enemy was merely a spent force, its current domineering posture nothing more than a paper tiger meant to intimidate. After all, how much strength could a mere fragment of a demonic soul possibly retain? No matter how formidable it had been in life, how much power could remain after enduring the erosion of countless ages? Let's move. It's time to step in and claim the kill. Lín Xuān transmitted his voice to Pei Jinglian. Now that the demonic fiend had expended most of its strength against the Jade Mystic Sect's leader and elders, this was the perfect moment to act in the name of justice. Hearing this, Pei Jinglian hesitated no longer. She stepped forward, unleashing a staggering aura. Her pupils flickered with black and white hues as traces of chaos chi began to manifest beneath Su Bailu's feet. Chaos Eye, activate. At that very moment, Su Bailu was also preparing to seize this talented cultivator across from her, intending to use her as a vessel for her own disciple. Unexpectedly, the moment her next demonic mark touched the chaotic energy beneath her feet, it retracted rapidly beneath her skin as if encountering its natural enemy. The remnant demonic soul, steadily eroded and disintegrating by the chaotic energy, let out a bitter howl within Su Bailu's mind. Damn it! This aura, it's the Chaos Holy Body. Damn it! How could the Chaos Holy Body appear in this godforsaken place? It shouldn't be, it can't be, no. Before the words had fully faded, Su Bailu's eyes along with the jade token in her embrace suddenly exploded. She regained control of her body, but her aura rapidly plummeted. In the blink of an eye, she had fallen below even the foundation establishment stage. Clutching her stinging eyes, she hadn't even processed what had happened before being swallowed whole by the yin-yang formation already coalescing beneath her feet. Su Bailu died without a trace, her death as silent as the night. Chapter 82, Rising to Fame in a Single Battle, the Youngest Elder. What just happened? Did I see that correctly? Pei Jinglian actually killed that demonic fiend who could overpower the sect master and the elders with a single strike? Could her true cultivation far exceed the first layer of the Golden Core realm? Who on earth is she? The disciples had witnessed clearly how Su Bailu was killed in a single strike by Pei Jinglian. Su Bailu, the demonic fiend who had overpowered the elders and sect master in formation, vanished from the world without even lasting a single strike against Pei Jinglian? This shattered their worldview. They had assumed that even if Pei Jinglian had advanced to the Golden Core stage, her cultivation base would be unstable due to the rapid ascent. Yet now they saw no signs of such instability whatsoever. Her power seemed to surpass even that of the sect master and elders. The sect master and elders still maintained their formation stances, yet the demonic fiend they had treated with such gravity had already been slain by Pei Jinglian. Shen Weihong exchanged glances with the elders before they awkwardly dissolved the formation, each falling into silence. The senior elder's gaze flickered with disbelief as he scrutinized Pei Jinglian, yet detected no trace of demonic energy emanating from her. He suspected Su Bailu and Pei Jinglian had staged a double act, and Su Bailu's disappearance was merely due to her body being teleported away. But no matter how he scrutinized her, he detected not even a trace of demonic energy on Pei Jinglian. If she truly possessed such flawless disguise abilities, her power would already rival that of a Huatian cultivator. She could have easily crushed them all with a single palm strike. Why bother putting on this charade? Therefore, there was only one truth: in matters of funerals, Pei Jinglian seemed genuinely more formidable than them? Shen Weihong regarded Pei Jinglian with a complex expression. You truly only recently ascended to the golden core stage? She gave a slight nod. Just yesterday. Hearing this answer, not just the disciples but even Shen Weihong and the elders felt their hearts take a 10,000-point critical hit. They no longer doubted the truth of Pei Jinglian's words. She had already proven them wrong multiple times before. To continue doubting would be to drive themselves into the wall beside them. Your name is Pei Jinglian, correct? After a moment of silence, Shen Weihong suddenly asked. Pei Jinglian nodded calmly. Very well.
Shen Weihong's expression turned solemn as he declared with gravity, from this day forward, you are the 7th elder of our Yuxuan Sect. The senior elder beside him caught up with the situation and proactively added, Elders Hall welcomes your joining. These two brief sentences sent shockwaves through the hearts of the inner sect disciples gathered behind them. They all turned to Pei Jinglian with looks of utter disbelief. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that just days ago she was their junior sister, and now she had transformed into the 7th elder at the golden core stage. Henceforth, when they encountered Pei Jinglian, they could no longer address her as junior sister. Instead, they must bow and respectfully refer to her as 7th elder. This wasn't merely a case of the latecomer overtaking the early bird, it was a meteoric rise to the heavens. If senior brother and senior sister, who are in seclusion, find out about this, they'll probably be so frustrated they'll die of depression, right? Definitely. They've been vying for that 7th elder position for nearly a decade now, and still haven't settled it. Now someone else has beaten them to it. Anyone would be upset. I can't wait to see the look on senior brother 1 and senior sister 2's faces when they emerge from seclusion. With the time compressed, they'll surely break through to the golden core stage next time, right? The disciples whispered among themselves as they watched Pei Jinglian, now officially appointed as the 7th elder. The senior brother and second senior sister they spoke of had entered seclusion together 3 years prior. They had been striving to break through to the golden core stage, and now, with no news for so long, if not for the life token still glowing in the hall, everyone might have assumed they had perished during their seclusion. What if, upon emerging, they discovered that the coveted 7th elder position they'd fought so long for had fallen into Pei Jinglian's hands? They might collapse on the spot. The thought of how their superior senior brother and senior sister would feel then made the inner disciples feel much better. Just then, the 6th elder limped into the chamber. The swelling on his face had been dissipated by his true essence, but purplish-black traces of poison still lingered. After entering, he glanced at Shen Weihong and the other elders, his face betraying a look of shame. After all, had he not rashly intervened and been knocked flying, the formation with him present would have been significantly stronger. They wouldn't have been overwhelmed by Su Bailu alone. His gaze then shifted to Pei Jinglian, the shame in his eyes deepening. After hesitating for a long time, he actually took the initiative to apologize. Fellow Taoist, I was blinded by my own foolishness and stupidity, easily believing the demonic path's deception. Today, before all my fellow disciples, I am willing to seal my qi and beg for heavenly punishment. For misunderstanding you and harboring a demonic villain, even if I were to gouge out my eyes and sever my arms, I could never atone for this sin. With that, the 6th elder actually reached out and struck his own dantian, sealing off his true essence. His complexion instantly withered, and his aura plummeted to its lowest ebb. This scene instantly stunned the surrounding disciples and elders. Though this act wouldn't destroy his dantian, such self-sealing could last anywhere from a month to a year. For that entire year, the 6th elder would be indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. The slightest danger could mean certain death and the loss of his cultivation. Thus, his action was a genuine expression of remorse. Pei Jinglian was no petty, aggressive person. Faced with the 6th elder's self-punishment, she merely gave a slight nod, acknowledging his gesture. She felt no sympathy for him, especially since he had just tried to frame her as a demonic cultivator. To outsiders, sealing one's qi was considered a severe punishment, but in her eyes, it was no different from child's play. Had she not considered that, as a newly appointed elder, she would inevitably cross paths with him within the elder's hall, she might have directly struck out to destroy his dantian. Allowing him to seal his qi to settle the matter was, in fact, her own concession. Otherwise, the mere accusation of demonic practices alone would have been sufficient reason for her to strike. Ha 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 ha. What a satisfying outcome. Watching this unfold in reality, Lín Xuān felt an exhilarating rush, as if he'd just finished watching a thrilling drama. Just look at their expressions. Becoming the 7th elder is more painful for them than death itself. Observing the disciples' expressions, he chuckled inwardly. At the same time, he felt a bittersweet sense of pride, like a father watching his daughter come of age. As someone who had witnessed Pei Jinglian's growth firsthand, he understood better than anyone just how terrifyingly fast she had matured. Chapter 83, Entering the Elder's Hall, 3 Major Rules. Ding! Pei Jinglian has slain the demonic cultivator Su Bailu, triggering a feedback event. Congratulations! You have obtained a life-saving Jade token. One can negate 1 fatal blow from opponents below the 5th layer of the golden core stage. Ding! Pei Jinglian has slain an ancient demonic remnant soul, triggering a feedback event. Congratulations! You have obtained one demon core can be fused into the Chaos Holy Body, imbuing true essence with demon-devouring properties. Each attack on an enemy absorbs their demonic energy or magical power to enhance yourself. As 2 notifications popped up on his phone screen, a jade token appeared around Lín Xuān's neck. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle shift in the spiritual energy within his body. A faint aura of demonic arts lingered, though it was merely a trace essentially still aligned with the righteous path. This demon core is a useful item, but requiring true essence to activate its properties is pretty ridiculous, isn't it? Lín Xuān couldn't help but mutter under his breath after reading the text in parentheses. He was still stuck at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, and reaching the golden core stage would require another round of cultivation feedback from Pei Jinglian. Time's running out. The beast-tide assault on the city is just days away. After his initial excitement, Lín Xuān realized something far more crucial. He had been preparing for the beast-tide's arrival all along, and now, with the feedback in hand, he felt even more confident. Everything was ready. All that remained was for the beast-tide to attack. I wonder if this wave will bring any new twists. If it spawns a 4th-tier demon emperor right out of nowhere, that'd be a real pain in the ass. Lín Xuān thought to himself. After all, rebirth was said to trigger a butterfly effect, and so far, it had indeed caused significant disruptions. Take Pei Jinglian, for instance. Because he had contracted with her, she had now reached the golden core stage and even become the 7th elder of the Jade Mystic Sect. In his previous life, Lín Xuān had never even heard of her name. She might have been murdered by Su Bailu long ago. But now that Pei Jinglian has become the 7th elder of the Jade Mystic Sect, she'll likely uncover more secrets about the golden core stage, right? Lín Xuān's gaze fixed on the screen as Pei Jinglian now followed Shen Weihong and the other elders to the very peak of the Jade Mystic Sect. Inside the Grand Hall, she first paid respects to the portraits of the successive sect masters and the founding patriarch. The group then sat cross-legged on chairs flanking the central position, where the portrait of the founding patriarch was enshrined. 7th Elder, as you've just joined the Elders' Hall, feel free to ask me any questions you may have. I'd like to explain some rules to you beforehand. The Grand Elder took a sip of tea before speaking slowly. Pei Jinglian nodded slightly, indicating she was listening. Seeing this, the 1st Elder continued in a solemn tone. First, every Elder must take on a specific duty within the Jade Mystic Sect. For instance, the 4th Elder oversees the Punishment Hall, while the 6th Elder handles the assessments of inner sect disciples. 7th Elder, you may freely choose one of these positions to oversee. You needn't worry that this will interfere with your cultivation, as the matters under your purview will only involve important affairs. Currently, the positions of Chief Overseer still vacant within our Yuxuan Sect are the 3 major areas: mineral veins, elixirs, and teaching. Which do you prefer? Pei Jinglian did not respond immediately upon hearing this, instead falling into deep thought. First, she had heard of the mineral vein. Located on the eastern flank of the Yuxuan Mountains, it was an external territory controlled by the Yuxuan Sect. Given the region's chaotic mix of people, a group of disciples was frequently needed to guard and mine there. However, a vein without a gold core cultivator stationed there simply wouldn't work. Traditionally, this position had been rotated among several senior elders for fixed terms. If she accepted, she would need to be stationed there permanently. Though it sounded arduous, anyone familiar with the position knew how lucrative it truly was. As the resident elder there, she could easily pocket most of the spirit stones under the guise of waste materials. As for whether the sect would conduct audits? In truth, as long as the spirit stone supply remained sufficient, no one would investigate an open secret, so to speak. However, Pei Jinglian already possessed the heavenly tier spirit gathering array given to her by Lín Xuān, so she had no need to worry about cultivation resources. Therefore, without a second thought, she dismissed this position entirely. The remaining options were alchemy and teaching. Alchemy was definitely out of the question. She had never studied that field. That left only teaching. Considering she still had Lin Hanyu in the outer sect, if she chose teaching, she might even be able to bring him into the inner sect under the pretext of private tutoring. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, I find teaching and imparting knowledge quite appealing. I shall take on the role of teaching elder within the Jade Mystic Sect. Shen Weihong and the Grand Elder both gave an imperceptibly slight nod. This was precisely the position they most wanted Pei Jinglian to choose. After all, Pei Jinglian's ascent from Qi Cultivation Stage 1 to Golden Core Stage 1 in such a short time was nothing short of terrifying. Had they not feared stirring discontent, they might have pressed her for the secret behind such rapid advancement. The Grand Elder continued, the second rule for elders is to lead their disciples into the Yuxuan Mountains annually for training. While termed training, the primary objective is to hunt down a third-tier demon king. This effectively prevents the formation of beast swarms. Even if a beast tide eventually forms, this practice significantly reduces its destructive power. Naturally, all materials from the third-tier demon king you hunt belong to you personally and need not be surrendered to the sect treasury. Pei Jinglian nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. After all, she had witnessed the devastation beast swarms inflicted upon cultivators firsthand in Changfeng County's scenes of utter carnage. If one could occasionally venture into the mountains to hunt a third-tier demon king, it would indeed greatly lessen the threat of beast swarms. Seeing her agree so readily, the Grand Elder's impression of her improved considerably. After all, anyone achieving golden core cultivation at her age would typically become arrogant, even disregarding elders.
Yet Pei Jinglian possessed such admirable temperament, showing not a trace of arrogance.
Perhaps it was precisely this temperament that had allowed her to attain the golden core stage at such a young age. He gathered his thoughts and slowly picked up the final rule. As for this last one, it is the code followed by most golden core cultivators. At this point, his tone paused, and his expression grew solemn. No gold core cultivator shall arbitrarily intervene in conflicts involving cultivators below the gold core stage, or even between demons. Otherwise, it could easily lead to karmic backlash and cause some unfortunate events. Upon hearing this peculiar rule, a flicker of understanding crossed Pei Jinglian's eyes. No wonder Sun Tianming had only targeted third-tier demon kings back then. He must have been mindful of this very point. Chapter 84, Elder Privileges, preparing to take on a disciple Lin Hanyu. Pei Jinglian clearly remembered that when she encountered Sun Tianming, he had only requested their joint effort to slay the third-tier demon king. This was to alleviate the pressure on the frontline disciples. But in reality, if he had led his disciples to roam around like the third-tier demon king, specifically hunting down and killing those first and second-tier demon beasts, it would have achieved the same effect of reducing pressure and even better. The confusion she felt back then was finally resolved. So this was another aspect of the golden core stage. Though Sun Tianming likely didn't know this himself, or perhaps he assumed she did and chose not to mention it. Observing Pei Jinglian's demeanor, the Grand Elder recalled that she had recently visited Changfeng County, where a beast tide had occurred. He cleared his throat and explained, but this rule only applies to requirements under normal circumstances and to righteous cultivators. Beasts within the tide and cultivators of the demonic path may be freely slain by golden core cultivators. Moreover, the more you slay, the higher the quality, and you can even receive fortune feedback. Fortune feedback? Pei Jinglian flinched slightly. This was the first time she'd heard of such a concept. Thinking about it, she had indirectly or directly slain 3 third-tier demon kings in Changfeng County. Then, after returning, she had also cut down Su Bailu, that demonic cultivator. Hadn't she already received a great deal of fortune feedback? Yet why had she felt nothing? Lín Xuān, seeing her inner thoughts, chuckled silently to himself. You want it all. As Pei Jinglian's player, he knew all too well that chaos holy bodies like hers were deliberately targeted in the game. Even if Pei Jinglian had slain a third-tier demon king and a demonic cultivator, the fortune feedback she gained could only partially offset the targeting. It was unrealistic to expect her to receive immediate fortune feedback like other cultivators with inferior talents such as opportunities or treasures after slaying demonic creatures or demonic cultivators. After all, Pei Jinglian's chaos holy body had practically drained her entire fortune. She was essentially working for the heavenly Dao, or rather, the game's developers at this point. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If given the chance to swap places with other cultivators, countless would eagerly seize the opportunity. Very well, 7th Elder. Now that you understand the rules, I shall explain the privileges and benefits accorded to elders. Shen Weihong, who had remained silent until now, spoke up with a fervent gaze. For a prodigy like Pei Jinglian, if not for the rules set by the sect's founding patriarch, he would have considered directly passing the position of sect master to her. However, given Pei Jinglian's innate talent, if she could surpass them all and directly break through to the nascent soul stage, then any ancestral rules could be cast aside. After all, at that realm, Pei Jinglian herself would become the rule. Shen Weihong believed this moment would not be long in coming. Thus, his tone even carried a hint of flattery as he declared. Any elder of our Yuxuan Sect, regardless of how long they've held their position, may enter the sect's secret realm, the Yuxuan Caverns, for 7 days each year. The Jade Mystic Cavern is a secret realm discovered by our founding master. It is said to retain the sword intent left behind by ancient sword immortals, though we have yet to uncover it. Yet merely entering its depths can dramatically enhance one's comprehension of the sword path. Even cultivators who merely practice within can accelerate the refinement of their own sword intent. As he spoke, he raised his hand, forming his sword finger to manifest a faint trace of sword intent for Pei Jinglian to observe. Our innate talents aren't exceptional. After all these years, only the senior patriarch and I have managed to comprehend sword intent within. But with your talent, you should grasp it swiftly. Pei Jinglian offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. Behind her, Lín Xuān couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, so the Jade Mystic Sect actually hides a place like this? Your sect master and elders sure live well. He didn't even need to speculate much to foresee the future. If the sect master's words held true, the sword intent lingering within the Jade Mystic Sword Cavern would inevitably be absorbed by Pei Jinglian. Don't ask why, just accept that the Chaos Divine Body was functioning as it should. At this moment, Shen Weihong continued. Furthermore, as an elder, you may set up a platform on the square during the annual inter-sect competition to select disciples. You have priority in choosing disciples with low-tier spiritual roots or higher. You may recruit up to 3 disciples at a time, provided they are willing to accept you. At this point, Shen Weihong gave a wry smile. Take me, for example. To this day, I've only taken on 2 disciples, the current senior brother and senior sister of the inner sect. The elders nearby rolled their eyes at this remark. The most talented disciples in the sect were all taken by you, yet you still play the victim. Shen Weihong clearly realized this, cleared his throat, and continued. But with your talent, 7th elder, disciples would likely be falling over themselves to join your doorstep. So you needn't worry about lacking disciples, you'll only need to select the most gifted ones. The disciples you take on will also enjoy benefits surpassing those of other inner sect disciples. I won't elaborate further on that point. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinglian's mind immediately conjured the image of Lin Hanyu. That disciple had been personally selected by Lín Xuān for her to bring back from Changfeng County. Unfortunately, the disciple was still an outer sect member and couldn't be formally accepted into the inner sect directly. Still, she decided to inquire, can outer door disciples be accepted? The question instantly silenced Shen Weihong and the elders. You look down on inner door disciples, yet you want to take an outer door disciple? Which outer sect disciple was so fortunate? Shen Weihong was the first to recover. He smiled and said, technically, there's no precedent for this. But 7th elder, given your extraordinary talent, you could well become that precedent. Pei Jinglian nodded slightly. Thank you, sect leader. This way, Lin Hanyu could avoid wasting significant time on detours. Once she became his disciple, the benefits of Yuxuan Sect would allow Lin Hanyu's cultivation to advance rapidly. Surely her master would be pleased? She pondered this in her heart. Lin Xuān silently nodded in approval. Not bad. She shows good awareness. In-game. Shen Weihong continued, beyond these 2 privileges, there's one more, the right to participate in council meetings. Each year, I and the Elders Council jointly deliberate on the sect's development for the coming year. Once you become an elder, you too may participate in these discussions. At that time, as long as your ideas aren't too outlandish, you can fully realize your aspirations the following year. For instance, the 6th elder incorporated his personal interests into the inner sect assessments, something you should be aware of, 7th elder. Pei Jinglian nodded slightly. Back then, it was precisely through Lin Xuān's guidance that she had flawlessly crushed the assessment. But this also made her realize just how significant the authority of an elder truly was. Even something as pivotal as the inner sect assessment, a defining moment in a disciple's life, could be tailored to include one's personal interests as an evaluation criterion. Fortunately, she had Lin Xuān's guidance back then, otherwise, her final results might not have been so impressive. Chapter 85, The Golden Core Secrets of Jade Mystic Sect. Alright, we've covered the elder's rights and responsibilities. 7th elder, do you have any further questions or requests? After droning on at length, Shen Weihong plastered on a smile, his tone tinged with flattery. After all, as the youngest golden core cultivator in the Jade Mystic Sect, no, in the entire eastern region, Pei Jinglian's talent warranted such special treatment. Her talent warranted such courteous treatment. Unexpectedly, his polite inquiry prompted Pei Jinglian to genuinely have questions. And her question was quite direct. I do have some doubts. I've heard that gold core cultivators each possess their own secret knowledge. Might I ask if you would be willing to share what you know? At these words, Shen Weihong and the other elders' smiles instantly froze. Shen Weihong even repeated in disbelief, you mean, you want to learn about golden core secrets? Pei Jinglian nodded calmly, even countering, what? Is this something that can't be shared with outsiders? Shen Weihong and the other elders were instantly stunned. It wasn't merely something forbidden to outsiders. It was something they themselves sometimes had to deliberately suppress from their memories to avoid detection during soul searches or to prevent adverse effects on themselves. Take the current 3rd elder, for instance. He had nearly fallen into the demonic path because of a single golden core secret. Had the 1st elder not intervened in time to seal that memory, Pei Jinglian might well have become the 6th elder by succession. Observing their expressions, Pei Jinglian thought to herself, I never imagined these golden core secrets held such importance. Even with my standing, I couldn't pry a single one from them. A pang of regret welled up within her. I'm sorry, master. Your disciple is incompetent and failed to uncover more golden core secrets. The one most eager to uncover the golden core secrets was, of course, Lín Xuān. Yet he never imagined that Sun Tianming, an elder from another sect, would speak so readily, while these own people of the Jade Mystic Sect were so secretive. Sigh, what can I say? If you won't even share a few secrets, you truly don't deserve to have my disciple remain in your sect. Lín Xuān grumbled aloud, simultaneously gaining a genuine appreciation for how precious the secrets of the golden core stage truly were. Even a genius of Pei Jinglian's caliber found it difficult to uncover such knowledge. How on earth had those people from his past life managed to obtain it? Just then, a notification suddenly popped up on his screen. Shen Weihong, Patriarch of the Jade Mystic Sect, has sent a trade request to your character Pei Jinglian. Accept? What the hell? I have to approve a trade request? This was the first time Lín Xuān had encountered such a situation. Curious, he clicked on the details in the lower left corner. Shen Weihong wishes to exchange 3 golden core secrets for 1 unique golden core secret from Pei Jinglian. Lín Xuān pondered the offer.
3 golden core secrets for 1? This Shen Weihong must be trying to curry favor.
But his demand for a non-duplicated secret suggests these golden core secrets are actually quite widespread among golden core cultivators.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be duplicates.
Shen Weihong must also be seeking new golden core secrets like how Pei Jinglian achieved such rapid cultivation breakthroughs. This thought clarified why this hint specifically sought him out. After all, Pei Jinglian's rapid cultivation advancement was indeed connected to him.
Without his intervention, Pei Jinglian might have perished long ago under Su Bailu's soul-stealing attack. 3 for 1, that's a fair trade. What's a few golden core secrets?
Pei Jinglian already obtained 3 from Sun Tianming earlier.
Just hand over any one of them for the exchange. Lín Xuān immediately had Pei Jinglian agree to the trade. In the game, Shen Weihong's face instantly broke into a smile.
He waved his hand at the elders gathered in the elders' hall and said, "Honorable elders, the 7th elder and I have urgent matters to discuss.
Would you kindly step aside?"
The elders exchanged glances, instantly understanding the situation.
They bowed and exited the hall.
Only Pei Jinglian and Shen Weihong remained in the grand hall.
Clatter.
Shen Weihong casually waved his hand, activating the hall's array.
Now, they could hear no sounds from outside.
Likewise, no one outside could hear their voices within the hall.
This is the isolation formation passed down through our Jade Mystic Sect since ancient times.
Refined and modified by generations of sages, it has now reached the pinnacle of Earth-grade mid-tier formations. Not only does it block all external interference, but it can also withstand attacks from multiple golden core cultivators for the duration of a single incense stick. It is typically only activated when discussing crucial matters or repelling external threats. As Shen Weihong explained, his face betrayed an unmistakable pride. To gain access to the golden core secrets he possessed, Pei Jinglian naturally played along, truly worthy of our sect to possess such a supreme formation. Had anyone else uttered those words, Shen Weihong would not only have been displeased but would have felt outright disgust.
Throughout his life, he had despised sycophants, finding himself more inclined to favor even the most insincere villains or gentlemen.
But now, these words came from a prodigy like Pei Jinglian. His inner reaction shifted entirely. Instead, he felt flattered and honored.
He waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. This formation is merely decent, it wouldn't even rank among the top in the entire eastern region. Seeing him ramble on, both Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian inwardly rolled their eyes simultaneously. Why does this guy talk so much? As if hearing their thoughts, Shen Weihong suddenly shifted his tone, growing solemn and grave.
7th elder, the 3 secrets I am about to share are of immense significance, even within the entire eastern realm. I ask that you keep them confidential and swear by heaven never to reveal them, for one of these secrets even concerns the very survival of our Jade Mystic Sect.
Pei Jinglian nodded.
Of course. She immediately swore an oath to the heavens, pledging not to reveal the contents of their upcoming conversation. Seeing her such willingness, Shen Weihong's last shred of caution vanished completely. Stroking his beard, he said, "Since you're so willing, 7th elder, I won't keep you in suspense any longer." He sat down beside her, pointing toward the ancestral founder seated at the head of the table. The first secret concerns none other than the founder of our Jade Mystic Sect.
At these words, both Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān felt a jolt in their hearts.
They both knew that as the founder of the Jade Mystic Sect, he had once been a figure who dominated an entire generation. However, according to the sect's records, this founder seemed to have ultimately remained at the golden core stage, eventually passing away from exhaustion of his lifespan. Who would have thought the very first secret revealed would be a golden core level mystery connected to this enigmatic figure? Chapter 86, The Jade Mystic Patriarch, a cultivator of the dark path? We're all ears.
Pei Jinglian's gaze sharpened as she murmured. Shen Weihong wasted no time in keeping them in suspense, launching straight into his account. His very first sentence sent both Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian reeling in shock. The founder of our Jade Mystic Sect was actually a demonic cultivator. What? The Jade Mystic Sect, renowned throughout the dense forest province and the entire eastern region, had a founder who was a demonic cultivator behind that ethereal, otherworldly demeanor? The shock this statement delivered to both of them was no less than when they first learned that the remains of a golden core cultivator could help practitioners of the same level increase their chances of advancing to the nascent soul stage. Both revelations were earth-shattering news. Pei Jinglian frowned deeply. This revelation shook her the most. Since childhood, both her family and neighbors had spoken of the benevolence and greatness of the immortals of the Jade Mystic Sect. Yet upon entering the Jade Mystic Sect, she discovered the truth was far from what she'd been taught. Not only were those with lower cultivation levels oppressed by those with higher cultivation, but now even their founding patriarch turned out to be a demonic cultivator. Could this toxic sect atmosphere be a legacy of that founder's demonic cultivation? Shen Weihong observed the expression on Pei Jinglian's face, shook his head, and sighed bitterly. When I first learned this news from the previous sect master, I was deeply shocked too. But after delving into the matter, I realized it wasn't as straightforward as I'd imagined. Pei Jinglian frowned. Is there more to the story? Shen Weihong nodded. Indeed. Though our Yuxuan sect was organized by demonic cultivators back then, it was out of necessity. The era he lived in was one of chaos. The lines between righteous and demonic paths weren't as sharply drawn as they are today.
Someone might slaughter countless souls as a demonic cultivator one day, only to become a righteous cultivator upholding justice the next. This led to a near absence of sects in the cultivation world during that period. Everyone lived in constant fear, viewing each other as potential demonic cultivators. Under such circumstances, our founding patriarch could only interpret others with the utmost suspicion. This led to him being widely recognized as a demonic cultivator throughout the Eastern realm. Everyone believed he could never become righteous. Yet our founder proved remarkably resilient. Against all odds, he forged his way to the Golden Core stage and founded the Jade Mystic Sect right here. At this point, the complex expression on Shen Weihong's face transformed into pride. The greatest secret I'm revealing about the Golden Core isn't our founder's demonic cultivator identity, it's the story of his rise. At these words, Lín Xuān's eyes lit up. He was most fascinated by the pasts of such formidable figures who founded sects, for he too would inevitably establish his own power base in the future. Though he had successfully built his own faction in his previous life, that had been a failed case study offering little practical insight. Now, the successful case of the Jade Mystic Sect's founder was about to unfold before him, and he was eager to glean valuable insights from it. Shen Weihong continued, revealing the information Lín Xuān most desired. In that era, the reason our founding patriarch managed to defy the odds and achieve the Golden Core stage was because he seemed to have received assistance from a great power. Hearing this, the light that had just flickered in Lín Xuān's eyes quickly dimmed. So that's what it was, he only made it to the top with someone else's backing. He inwardly sneered. In his eyes, someone who relied on others' aid to become a legendary figure was hardly a true legend. True legends built their paths from scratch, climbing step by step to greatness. Yet the founder of the Jade Mystic Sect, who was no longer a demonic cultivator, had secretly relied on another powerful figure's backing to rise to prominence. This wasn't a success story at all, it was just another case of a second-generation immortal making it big. But Shen Weihong's next words swiftly silenced his disdain, even stirring a faint sense of dread. You might not believe this, but according to oral tradition, Shen Weihong continued, the founding patriarch never actually witnessed that great being's presence. The founding patriarch had never actually seen that great being in person. The way he received that being's aid was when the other party suddenly intervened to save him during a life or death crisis. Throughout his subsequent cultivation journey, the being continuously provided all manner of aid. Each time, whether it was items or formations, they appeared out of thin air. He never even sensed any fluctuations of true essence. This left our founding patriarch yearning to glimpse the true form of that great being before his passing, yet he never fulfilled that wish. Thus, our successive patriarchs have carried an additional mission, to seek out the existence of that great being, even if only to find some trace. After all, the very existence and enduring legacy of our Jade Mystic Sect owe everything to that great being's aid to our founding patriarch. Regrettably, over 10,000 years have passed, and we have yet to uncover even a trace of that great being. It was as if everything had been nothing more than the founder's fantasy. As he uttered those final words, Shen Weihong cast a somewhat ashamed glance at the memorial tablet in the main seat. After all, with no traces found over the years, coupled with the founder's status as a demonic cultivator, it was hard not to doubt whether everything he spoke of stemmed from his own delusions. In such chaotic times, it was only natural for cultivators to cling to a touch of madness. What he failed to notice, however, was the fleeting shock that flashed across Pei Jinglian's eyes across from him, swiftly concealed once more. She had arrived at the same conclusion as Lín Xuān, that the founder of the Jade Mystic Sect might have also received assistance from a player.
Of course, Pei Jinglian had no concept of players. Instead, she wondered if it might have been a predecessor like Lín Xuān or even Lín Xuān himself. After all, it was said that one day in the immortal realm equaled 10,000 years in the 5 realms. It seemed entirely plausible that the immortal who had aided the founder of the Jade Mystic Sect might, after a long slumber, suddenly decide to extend similar support to his descendants within the sect. But as a player, Lín Xuān gleaned far more information from the other's words than Pei Jinglian ever could. How could that be? This game was only announced recently, right? Could there have been a closed beta version that some players got to try early? A look of alarm flashed in his eyes, erasing all trace of his earlier composure. He only knew that Godslayer divided its servers into different versions based on countries or continents. For instance, their Great Xia server featured the Cultivation version, while the United States and Japan had Magic Chi Combat and Ninja versions respectively. Though each server's gameplay environment differed, the power levels and cultivation realms remained largely consistent. It was essentially the same Godslayer game with a different skin. He was well aware of the subsequent nationwide wars. But he'd never heard of anyone experiencing the closed beta version of Godslayer before the game's official release. Everyone started as players at the same time, and the in-game progression pace was nearly identical. How could someone have become a player ahead of everyone else? Chapter 87, Beta Testers? The rankings arrive early. Of course, maybe I'm overthinking this.
Lín Xuān silently pondered the matter. The story of that venerable ancestor did sound remarkably like encountering a player just like himself, nurturing their own character.
But perhaps it really was some reclusive immortal who suddenly felt playful and decided to offer support? Lín Xuān believed this scenario was far more plausible than the existence of beta testers. After all, if beta testers truly existed in his previous life, how could he have never heard of such a title? Even after the rankings were released, there were no sudden gaps in the list of top players. Everyone's progress was fairly even. Even if some players obtained characters with god-defying talents, the gap among the top 10 on the leaderboard was only significant for the top 3 spots. The rest were all relatively normal. If beta testers truly existed, they would have left everyone else in the dust long ago. Take Lín Xuān, who had reincarnated and returned. He was precisely that kind of case. Having gained access to extensive information ahead of time and invested trillions in early game spending, his current strength now enjoys a gaping lead over the rest. This situation could be considered a unique form of beta tester. Thinking about it this way, even if there were beta testers back then, they must have been at a similar level to me now, right? And neither in my past life nor in the present has anyone like me ever appeared, so forget it. Even if there really were beta testers, so what? With my billion-dollar investment, I'm fully capable of competing with them.
Lín Xuān shook his head, quietly filing the matter away in his mind without dwelling on it further. Now, he possessed the SSS tier Pei Jinglian, a trillion yuan recharge fund, and the advantage of prior knowledge from his previous life. Even if there were beta testers, they might not stand a chance against him. Just as he prepared to see what other bombshell Shen Weihan might drop, a thunderclap suddenly erupted out of nowhere in the sky outside. Boom! With that thunderous crack, an indescribable, overwhelming pressure instantly descended upon every player in the Great Xiao realm. Even Lín Xuān couldn't resist this pressure, frozen in place. This is the rankings descending. Unlike the other panicked players, Lín Xuān, as a reincarnated individual, instantly recognized the cause of this disturbance. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. In his previous life, the rankings hadn't descended until at least a week from now. Could it be descending early now? After an unknown period, the oppressive aura gradually dissipated. Like many others, Lín Xuān hurried out of his home and gazed up at the sky. 3 grand rankings now floated in the sky, each radiating crimson, violet, and gold. The surrounding sky was dyed in different hues of mist, creating an incredibly mystical sight. At the top of the crimson list was engraved, Spirit Pet Rankings. At the very top of the purple list was written Artifact Rankings. While the final golden list boldly displayed Cultivation Rankings. The 3 lists stood like 3 divine beings overlooking the world, their presence so overwhelming that the players below remained in a state of awe, their hearts filled with profound shock. Soon, someone pulled out their phone and snapped a photo of the 3 lists suspended in the air, sparking heated discussions on the forums. What the hell is this thing? Damn, Cultivation, Artifact, and Spirit Pet lists? This feels exactly like the MMORPGs I used to play made specifically for those big spenders, right? Well, isn't the game we're playing now, Godslayer, just that? These rankings are definitely for the big spenders who invested early. But maybe some lucky players who contracted S-tier characters could make the list too. So, do you get rewards for ranking? Boom! Almost the instant the thought crossed someone's mind, the rankings in the sky trembled once more. Immediately after, a message appeared in every player's mind. The 3 major leaderboards reset at midnight on the 1st of each month. Rankings update in real time, with rewards distributed based on final positions. The quality of rewards varies across the 3 lists based on ranking. Higher positions yield better rewards. Furthermore, the rewards obtained from each of the 3 major rankings are distinct. The Spirit Pet Rankings typically reward items usable on Spirit Pets. The Artifact rank rewards items that enhance one's own artifact, or directly grants another artifact. The Cultivation Rankings offer the most unique and rare rewards, possibly a breakthrough pill or even direct infusion of cultivation energy. All players are encouraged to strive for a favorable position on the leaderboards. Note, leaderboards will refresh in 1 hour. After learning about these rankings, many non-paying players or those who didn't get good characters were completely disheartened. What's the point? They're just widening the gap between us and those whales and lucky players, right? Exactly. I hear some players have already reached Foundation establishment, while we're still struggling at Chi cultivation levels 1 and 2. Life's already tough enough now they drop this ranking system? Are they even letting us casual players continue? If you don't like it, quit the game. Blame yourself for being unlucky and bad at the game. This game was made for us lucky bastards and whales anyway. You commoners are the outsiders here, okay? If you don't like it, get lost. We're not begging you to play. You piece of. The 2 factions quickly erupted into a heated online flame war, the tension escalating rapidly. But the real lucky players and the real whales didn't have time for this trash talk. They were racing against the clock, grinding their characters to boost stats and trigger feedback. The rankings had already announced they'd refresh in an hour. Though the 1st of next month was still days away, maybe debuting on the leaderboard came with rewards? And even if there were no rewards, seeing one's name at the top of the leaderboard could secure better deals with the Demon Slaying Bureau. After all, fame itself is part of the reward. But the players blessed with both luck and deep pockets are the most relaxed.
Take Lín Xuān, for instance. After glancing at the rankings for a moment and confirming they matched his memories from his previous life, he finally felt at ease and returned to his room. He'd feared this prematurely revealed ranking might differ from his past life, potentially causing some of his expected benefits to vanish. Fortunately, the rankings had merely appeared early, everything else remained unchanged. But why did this ranking appear early? Lín Xuān frowned, pondering silently. Could it be because of his rebirth? Ah well, as long as it doesn't affect my rewards, it's fine. Chapter 88, Golden Core Secrets, Rumors of Demonic Cultivators. When Lín Xuān returned to his room and looked back at the screen, Shen Weihong, the head of the Jade Mystic Sect, had just begun recounting the second secret of the Golden Core. Seventh Elder, are you aware that Golden Core cultivation also has tiers, ranging from the lowest to the highest as 1st to 9th grade? Pei Jinglian nodded slightly. Of course I know that. Not long ago, while in Changfeng County, she had learned this very fact from Sun Tianming. Could it be that Shen Weihong was about to repeat the same secret? Shen Weihong seemed to sense her thoughts and smiled. No, actually, what I wish to discuss pertains to matters beyond the 3rd grade Golden Core. As he spoke, he extended his hand, conjuring the form of a golden core. Pei Jinglian's eyes instantly narrowed in focus. She recognized the 5 distinct patterns etched upon it, patterns that radiated a jade-like luster, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Shen Weihong explained, this is my golden core. Its quality is exceptional. You must have noticed that its patterns differ from ordinary ones, right? He smiled, a hint of pride in his expression. That's because any golden core exceeding the 3rd grade awakens innate divine abilities, imbuing its patterns with a touch of the mystical. These abilities are often tied to the practitioner's primary cultivation technique and constitution. I cultivate the Earth Tier, lower grade technique of the Jade Mystic Sect, the Jade Shen Heart Sutra. After forming my golden core, it granted me this innate divine ability. As he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, his gaze suddenly sharpening. In the next instant, a series of array walls materialized in the center of the hall, formed from jade-colored true essence. The walls radiated a heavy, oppressive aura, carrying the distinct scent of a restriction. The Jade Pavilion array wall allows me to move it at will, deploying a magical formation around me to imprison or defend against enemies. Shen Weihong noticed the astonishment in Pei Jinglian's eyes, and a faint smile touched his lips. Clearly, revealing this long-hidden trump card before this prodigy brought him a quiet satisfaction whenever he witnessed their astonishment. With a casual wave of his hand, he dissolved the array wall and said earnestly, Seventh Elder, regarding this life-bound divine ability of mine, I ask that you keep it confidential. Within the entire Jade Mystic Sect, only you and I know of it. Pei Jinglian gave a slight nod, inwardly grasping just how highly he regarded her. Even when confronting that demonic entity on Su Bailu's body, Shen Weihong hadn't revealed his life-bound divine ability. Now, merely for demonstration's sake, he could display it so freely. Such esteem was undeniable. However, this particular secret about the Golden Core stage held far less shock value for her than the previous revelations. Compared to these ordinary individuals who only awaken their innate divine abilities at the Golden Core stage, she, as a Chaos Saint body, had begun her awakening as early as the Foundation Establishment stage. Thus, when confronted with the genius watershed of the Golden Core stage, her heart remained utterly unmoved, she even felt like laughing. So this was what ordinary cultivators considered genius. Lín Xuān sensed her thoughts and silently agreed, exactly. As a Chaos Holy body, a bit of arrogance is perfectly justified. He, too, began to look forward to the day he broke through to the Golden Core stage. After all, no one could predict what kind of innate divine ability one would awaken at the Golden Core stage. Perhaps he would awaken an innate divine ability different from Pei Jinglian's? He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Hopefully, I'll get a cooler divine ability then. At the very least, it can't be less impressive than Pei Jinglian's. If word got out in the game that a master's divine ability was weaker than his disciples, no one would believe it. Finally, Shen Weihong began recounting the 3rd secret of the Golden Core stage. Seventh Elder, are you aware that if an ordinary person swallows a human cultivator's golden core, there's a minuscule chance it could give birth to a demonic being? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinglian paused in surprise. A demon human? This was the first time she had ever heard this term. Before this, she had only ever heard of humans and demons, never a word that combined the two. Shen Weihong nodded slightly. Indeed. This concept of demonic humans was also something I learned from the ancient texts of the Jade Mystic Sect. Only the Grand Elders and Sect Masters throughout the generations have been qualified to know about this matter. The origin of demonic humans traces back to ancient times. Back then, a gold core cultivator had been mortally wounded and left for dead. A woodcutter nearby happened upon the scene. The golden core, still emitting a faint fragrance after the cultivator's death, compelled the woodcutter to swallow it. And with that single act, the first demonic being in the world was born. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Before that, no one could have imagined that the golden core of a golden core cultivator could harbor a trace of demonic essence. Ordinary mortals who consumed such a golden core would typically explode and die.
But if a mortal with the same destiny and compatible birth chart as the golden core cultivator consumed it, they could become a unique existence in the world of being between human and demon, a demonic cultivator. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved forth an illusion. The phantom was a man, one with a woodcutter's axe strapped to his waist. He wore simple clothes, his skin dark and weathered, appearing in every way to be an ordinary woodcutter. Yet the uncanny quality in his eyes lifted him above the ordinary status of a woodcutter. His eyes, part vertical slit, part round pupil, flickered between savage ferocity and a bewildered, benevolent gaze. It seemed as though two distinct personalities were perpetually battling for control of this body. Shen Weihong explained, as the name suggests, this demonic being is half human, half demon, utterly unnatural. Their temperaments are even more unpredictable than those of the demonic path. They might offer you kind assistance one moment, only to open their blood-spewing maw and devour you the next. Scouring our entire library of ancient texts at the Jade Mystic Sect, dozens of demonic beings have appeared in the Eastern realm, and without exception, they all possess this very nature. Neither the righteous nor the demonic factions wish to associate with such beings, and even the demonic tribes cannot form alliances with them. For no one could ever be certain whether the demonic essence or the human personality would seize control of their body in the next instant. Pei Jinglian heard of such creatures for the first time, her eyes flickering with astonishment. Lín Xuān, however, had heard of such matters. In his previous life, players had even contracted with these demonic beings. However, due to the demonic beings' utterly unpredictable temperament, players who contracted such entities often fared worse than those who contracted less gifted characters. Because the demonic entity might not even obey the player's commands, and its favorability system operated on two separate tracks. One was for humans, the other for demons. What's worse, even if you max out both systems, as soon as one reaches full points, the other immediately drops. It's like water and fire, utterly incompatible. Whoever contracts such a demonic being is bound for misfortune. Chapter 89, Demons and Humanity, Bizarre Cultivation Methods. One final point: their cultivation methods are utterly bizarre. Shen Weihong said solemnly. Oh? Pei Jinglian's gaze sharpened as she inquired, how so? Shen Weihong pointed at the phantom figure he had conjured and explained, ever since this demonic being came into existence, a third path has emerged in the world alongside the righteous and demonic realms. We call it the dual cultivation path. Dual cultivation path? Upon hearing this term, both Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān's expressions turned peculiar. Such an unorthodox cultivation method exists? The more they heard, the stranger it sounded. Ahem. Shen Weihong cleared his throat awkwardly and explained, this dual cultivation isn't what you might imagine. It's actually divided into two distinct cultivation paths, one for humans and one for demons. With that, he snapped his fingers. Before the conjured demon-human appeared a blood-stained cultivator. The demonic being's gaze suddenly hardened, becoming pure demonic essence. Black bristles like a wild boar's quills rapidly sprouted across his face, while fangs began to grow from his mouth. It appeared poised to devour the gravely wounded cultivator lying on the ground. This is the demonic cultivation method, nourishing the golden core within by devouring the divine souls and even the bodies of cultivators. Since that golden core never truly belonged to him, it couldn't be refined or enhanced through conventional cultivation methods. Devouring the soul and body of cultivators satisfies the craving for growth within his demonic nature, which in turn naturally elevates the golden core. Pei Jinglian nodded slightly, indicating she understood this cultivation method. It essentially transplanted the beast's ability to devour its own kind or cultivators to enhance itself onto humans. While it sounded bizarre, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. What she hadn't anticipated was that Shen Weihong's subsequent explanation of the human-based cultivation method would prove even more bizarre. Snap! Shen Weihong tapped the armrest of the chair beside him, and the phantom demonic figure transformed once more. The wild boar bristles and tusks on its body rapidly receded, the savage intent in its eyes completely vanished, and the entire being reverted to that honest, hard-working woodcutter. A simple, earnest smile even graced his face as he proactively reached out to the severely injured cultivator, seemingly preparing to aid him. Shen Weihong spoke up, this method of cultivating humanity is unique throughout the entire cultivation world. Demonic beings can gain favor from the Tao by performing good deeds and accumulating virtue, using the energy of heaven and earth to refine their golden core. Pei Jinglian's expression flickered with surprise upon hearing this. Such a cultivation method exists? Lín Xuān, hearing this secret for the first time, recalled similar plotlines from novels. A peculiar expression crossed his face. I always thought scenarios where one attained sainthood by performing a daily good deed only existed in novels. Never imagined it would become reality in this game. And what a bitter irony that a demon cultivator should be the one performing these acts of kindness. The thought of a demonic cultivator who, one moment, sought to devour fellow practitioners, only to perform a complete 180-degree reversal the next and begin rescuing them. This hellishly absurd joke was truly pushing Lín Xuān to his limits. In-game. Shen Weihong continued his explanation. For every cultivator this demon saves, it draws upon its own essence blood as a catalyst to intercept the virtuous golden light bestowed by the Tao.
Each act of kindness is engraved into its golden core. Only upon reaching a certain threshold can it condense a single merit pattern to be etched onto the golden core. These merit patterns are profoundly mystical. Each new pattern suppresses 10% of the demonic nature. Once 9 merit patterns adorn the golden core, the demonic essence is completely subdued, allowing the cultivator to achieve true enlightenment as a righteous golden core cultivator. Holy crap! Lín Xuān and his disciple Pei Jinglian both exclaimed inwardly. Wasn't this essentially offering demonic cultivators a convenient path? Lay down the slaughtering blade and instantly become a Buddha, right? The ways of heaven are truly bizarre. The righteous receive no such favor, while these monstrous beings, neither fish nor fowl, are granted it. Absolutely laughable. But Shen Weihong shifted his tone at that moment. However, compared to demonic cultivation, the path of human cultivation carries far more pitfalls. For instance, if the person you saved commits evil deeds in the future, the demonic cultivator must bear the karmic consequences of their actions. Not only will the cultivation gained from saving them vanish, but for 7 days, their demonic nature will dominate their body. Hearing this explanation, Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān instantly lost all envy. So there were such restrictions? That would mean one must ensure every person they saved was a saint. Now they felt psychologically balanced. This wasn't divine favor at all, it was more like a tormenting prison. Shen Weihong pointed at the illusion, shaking his head with a sigh. This first demonic being from the eastern realm ultimately met a tragic end, consumed by its own backlash. At first, performing a good deed each day not only enhanced its power but also allowed its human nature to suppress its demonic essence. But later, Shen Weihong made a gesture toward the illusion, and in the next instant, a dense web of crimson threads of karma suddenly appeared around the woodcutter. Simultaneously, a ferocious wolf demon and a terrified child materialized before him. Shen Weihong's tone grew grave. According to the records, when he saved a child from a wolf demon for the 9th time, he never imagined the child was the reincarnation of a great demon at the transformation of spirit stage. Snap! Within the illusion, the child's skin suddenly split open, revealing a figure shrouded in black mist. All the sins this demon later committed were laid upon the woodcutter's shoulders. Ultimately, it drove him mad, completely consumed by his demonic nature. As Shen Weihong's words fell, the woodcutter's face twisted in horror, his pupils completely vertical. He roared, "Why? Why must I bear the weight of a million lives for saving just one? This golden shackle of merit, it's more treacherous and terrifying than demonic poison. If this is how it must be, then I refuse to live as a human." Though merely an illusion, Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān could still feel the despair and agony of this eastern domain's foremost demonic figure. After all, imagine saving countless lives through arduous effort, finally maintaining your humanity while steadily growing stronger only to have everything erased because one of them was a reincarnated demonic fiend. Rather than laboriously cultivating through virtuous deeds, it would be far more satisfying to simply transform into a demon and devour human cultivators. Shen Weihong recounted with a complex expression. After that backlash, he went on a frenzied rampage, slaughtering entire cities. With every life he took, the moral golden patterns on his golden core grew weaker. Eventually, his humanity was utterly extinguished, and his demonic nature took complete control. In this state, he was despised by both the righteous and demonic factions, as well as the demonic race itself. He ultimately perished at the hands of 3 golden core cultivators acting in concert. And it was precisely because of this precedent set by him that few of the demonic beings born afterward dared to attempt doing good deeds. Chapter 90, Secret Exchange concluded, preparing to take disciples. After hearing this golden core secret, both Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Performing 1,000 good deeds daily pales in comparison to a single act of evil. Though this demonic being seemed mad, wasn't he merely a manifestation of the inner contradictions most people harbor? After all, most people appear perfectly normal only because they skillfully balance their demonic nature with their humanity, allowing them to be accepted by society. Monsters like the demonic man, unable to balance their demonic and human natures, are destined to perish in this world that devours its own. The demon devours human bodies, but this world devours every trace of human existence. Shen Weihong raised his hand to dispel the illusion, then turned to Pei Jinglian with earnestness. "Alright, I've shared the 3 golden core stage legends I know. Now it's your turn to recount what you possess." Perhaps concerned that Pei Jinglian, having just attained golden core, might lack experience, he added, "Golden core secrets can be any kind of information, even the secret behind your own rapid advancement to golden core qualifies." Hearing this, Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian both rolled their eyes inwardly. That sly fox. After all that roundabout talk, he was still fixated on the secret behind Pei Jinglian's astonishing cultivation speed. After all, by conventional logic, a cultivator like Pei Jinglian who had just ascended to the golden core stage usually possessed few secrets worth mentioning. Most golden core cultivators only acquire 1 or 2 such secrets after years of breakthroughs, through wandering the world or exploring ancient ruins. That was precisely why golden core secrets were so precious. Unfortunately, Shen Weihong's calculations were ultimately misplaced.
Back in her foundation establishment stage, Pei Jinglian had already obtained 3 highly valuable golden core secrets from Sun Tianming. Considering one of them conflicted with what Shen Weihong had just shared, and another held little value. After careful deliberation, Pei Jinglian decided to reveal the demonic sect's heretical method devouring fellow golden core cultivators to advance one's realm. Upon hearing this heretical technique, Shen Weihong's face instantly paled with shock. His astonishment wasn't due to the secret itself, but rather the fact that Pei Jitian, a newly promoted golden core cultivator, had also heard of this secret. He was secretly alarmed. I never expected such a young cultivator to know about this heretical technique from the soul-devouring demon sect. Could it be she secretly practiced this technique? But he quickly dismissed his own conjecture. No, impossible. Her earlier display of power showed no trace of the distinct characteristics that come from devouring others' golden core. Her cultivation must be entirely the result of her own diligent practice. Yet a flicker of conflict immediately surfaced in his eyes, but that only applies to cultivation speed before reaching the golden core stage. Once one enters the golden core realm, cultivation speed plummets by several tiers. If she had followed the example of that elder from Changfeng's sect who had just broken through to the nascent soul stage absorbing others' golden cores without loss, she could likely reach the nascent soul stage within 100 years. Such speed would be rare even across the 5 domains. But, cultivating a Huatian cultivator through swallowing golden cores, would that be a blessing or a curse for the Jade Mystic Sect? No, for the entire eastern domain? At this thought, Shen Weihong clenched his teeth and retorted, "Seventh Elder, since you know this method of swallowing golden cores, do you also know that each time it is used, an additional blood mark of resentment is etched onto the core's patterns? If the blood marks on the golden core exceed 9, the heavenly tribulation during the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage will transform into the thunder of human resentment and heaven's wrath. That thunder would obliterate even the soul fragments that might otherwise have a chance at reincarnation and rebirth. But that's not the most terrifying part. What's even more dreadful is that the golden core cultivator who consumes thee will gradually become imbued with the original owner's deepest obsessions. Without regularly practicing mind-purifying techniques, it won't be long before they're overwhelmed by that obsession. Their very behavior and habits will gradually transform into someone else. According to ancient texts in our preliminary selection, 300 years ago, a brazenly audacious fiend swallowed 12 golden cores in succession. In the end, he severed his own demonic body, knelt before the nascent soul tribulation lightning, offered no resistance, and watched himself get shattered into fragments by the thunderbolts. Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān listened to his earnest warnings, feeling utterly speechless inside. Brother, is it possible that since I dared to speak up, it proves I'd never do something so self-destructive? Were it not for fear of inviting unnecessary trouble, Lín Xuān would have urged Pei Jinglian to reveal her chaos divine body identity outright just to snap this Jade Mystic Sect master out of his delusion. Rest assured, Sect Master. I am not one to be ungrateful. We cultivators must walk the righteous path. Such heretical practices of the outer sects hold no appeal for me. Pei Jinglian replied calmly. Shen Weihong felt a slight relief upon hearing these words. Indeed, with Pei Jinglian's terrifying innate talent, even if her cultivation speed slowed significantly after reaching the golden core stage, it would still far surpass that of ordinary golden core cultivators. There was truly no need to resort to such heretical methods. After exchanging insights on the secrets of the golden core stage, the two casually discussed cultivation perspectives before Pei Jinglian departed the hall. She didn't bother selecting her own elder's residence. The courtyard for inner disciples was sufficient. Moreover, repeatedly relocating the heavenly tier spirit gathering array, no matter how well concealed, would inevitably cause some disturbance. It would be simpler to convert the current inner sect disciple residence, Yueluo, into her official residence. Her first action upon exiting wasn't to mingle with other elders in the elders' hall or make acquaintances. Instead, she charged straight toward the gate connecting the outer and inner sects. She hadn't forgotten that someone was waiting for her here. Master! Lin Hanyu, who had been bored enough to watch ants moving house by the roadside, spotted the figure cutting through the wind from afar. She jumped up excitedly and shouted. The guarding disciple on duty, witnessing her display, sneered contemptuously, ignorant. Seeing an inner sect disciple and immediately calling them master? She doesn't even know the basic rules of my preliminary selection. Well, she was just a mortal. How could she possibly know that only elders of the Jade Mystic Sect were permitted to take disciples? Just as the sneer on his lips deepened, he saw Pei Jinglian, who had entered the compound not long ago, plummeting from the sky. And she was wearing robes reserved exclusively for elders of the Jade Mystic Sect. His heart skipped a beat. Did I see that correctly? That woman is wearing an elder's robes? Pei Jinglian shot him a cold glance. Having seen an elder, why haven't you paid your respects? After breaking through to the golden core stage, her perception of others' emotions had become exceptionally keen. She could easily sense this man's persistent contempt for Lin Hanyu. And Lin Hanyu would soon be her disciple. To look down on Lin Hanyu was to look down on her as the master, wasn't it? After scrutinizing the attire several times, the disciple finally confirmed it was indeed the robes of a Jade Mystic Sect elder.
He immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, bowing deeply. This unworthy disciple is ashamed to face the elder. Chapter 91. The three major rankings begin. Inner Sect. Within the residence of Pei Jinglian, now designated as the elder's quarters. Pei Jinglian sat upright in the main seat, while Lín Xuān knelt respectfully below. Lín Xuān, you are now 18 years old. Your master observes that your innate talent and character are both exceptional. I hereby accept you as my disciple. As she spoke, Pei Jinglian flicked her finger, sending forth a strand of true essence. Instantly, it coalesced into a heaven and earth covenant, hovering above Lín Xuān's head. I ask you, are you willing to inherit my lineage, endure the hardships of cultivation, and face the trials of ascension without betrayal? Thud. 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 Lín Xuān struck the jade slab 3 times, each bow deeply earnest. Beads of blood formed on her forehead as she declared in a loud voice, Heaven and earth bear witness. Before my master, I swear an oath to the heavens and earth, should I ever betray my master's teachings, may my path to immortality be severed forever. As her words fell, the heaven and earth covenant formed above her head and descended into her consciousness. Now, they were officially recognized as master and disciple by heaven and earth. Master. Lín Xuān sensed a unique bond forming between herself and Pei Jinglian. Her heart swelled with joy, and though she wanted to leap for joy, she dared not stand. Seeing this, Pei Jinglian flicked her finger once more, sending forth a stream of true essence. Not only did it gently lift her up, but it also healed the wound on her forehead. Lín Xuān, since our master-disciple bond is now formed, there's no need for further elaborate formalities. Pei Jinglian said solemnly. Lín Xuān nodded firmly. Yes, master. Your disciple understands. Pei Jinglian successfully recruited a disciple, triggering feedback teacher's destiny grade A. Pedantic disposition. Equipping this disposition makes it easier for the player to recruit talented disciples, and increases their cultivation efficiency by 50%. Oh my? Getting a disciple actually drops good stuff? Lín Xuān's eyes flickered as he instantly grasped the utility of this destiny. He'd heard of its miraculous effects in his past life, but the tales were so fantastical he'd always dismissed them as jokes. Who knew such destiny patterns actually existed? It was said that destiny patterns crystallized from the karmic connections between beings sensed by the Tao, often appearing only in exceptional individuals. As a Chaos Saint body, Pei Jinglian taking on a disciple could indeed trigger the heavenly Tao's response. Of course, another theory held that destiny patterns were manifestations of past life merits and karmic debts in the present life. Lín Xuān carefully reflected on his past life. It seemed like he hadn't done anything at all. So the first possibility seemed more likely. Just as he was pondering when to take on a disciple to test the effects of this fondness for teaching destiny, the 3 lists in the sky suddenly trembled several times. Immediately after, a majestic voice, carrying supreme authority, resounded, once again suppressing everyone's bodies. Fruit of 10,000 eon cycle, today ascends the list. Heaven and earth forge the immortal path, the cosmos sets the Dao Heart. The list descends upon 3,000 realms, crowning the foremost among the first tier. Karma falls upon the stars, merit becomes golden script. Where righteous spirit reigns supreme, now is the hour to inscribe one's name. Today, heaven favors this realm. The 3 great rankings of cultivation, artifacts, and spirit pets are officially unveiled, commencing the first settlement. This ranking records only the top 100 outstanding players. All listed individuals shall receive rewards from the Taoist rankings. Higher rankings yield greater rewards. May all prodigies of this realm ascend the ranks, broadening their celestial paths. Soon, the entire world was abuzz. Ever since this thing appeared an hour ago, they had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Now that the official tally had finally arrived, their excitement knew no bounds. What a trio of rankings! The rewards must be extraordinary. Before that, you should consider whether you even have the qualifications. Exactly. As the saying goes, you have to measure yourself against the task. I'm already at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, and I wouldn't dare claim I could crack the top 100 on the cultivation rankings. You're already fantasizing about it. Aren't you afraid of backfiring? The 3 major rankings, each one carries significant weight. With so many people worldwide, they only accept the top 100 for each category. Let me correct that it's not necessarily the top 100. Some might have tamed numerous spirit pets or possess multiple magical artifacts. It's not about quantity but quality. If you have both high quality and quantity, one person could even dominate the entire top 100. Ha? Doesn't that mean one person would snatch all the rewards? You're exaggerating. Anyway, I, Ma Qijia, am determined to claim the top spot on that spirit beast ranking. Great Xia, Western City. Within the Ma family residence. Father, do you think my spirit beast could take the top spot on the rankings? Ma Qijia fiddled with the demon cat before him. Though it hadn't yet reached the first stage, it was already far more ferocious than ordinary felines. He had tested it before. This demon cat could still pull off a stunning reversal and kill a tiger dozens of times its size. Therefore, he was utterly confident his spirit beast was the world's strongest. It has a very good chance. I believe in you, son. United States, Manchester City. Jace, you're already a level 9 fighter. I suppose you're the top ranked on the combat power leaderboard now, right?
Jace slowly lowered the massive sword slung across his back and sneered coldly, naturally it's me.
No one in the entire world can even compare to my level. After all, he could break through to level 10 at any moment.
If even someone at his level couldn't reach the top, it was hard to imagine what others would need to achieve to surpass him.
Sakura Nation, Divine Latrine. Lord Tyree, your heavenly demon warrior sword is of exceptional quality. Where do you think it would rank on the artifact list? Need I even ask?
My heavenly demon samurai sword is undoubtedly the most elite artifact in this world.
True.
After all, it's something your character earned through life and death struggles.
Ha 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 ha.
Once I claim the top spot on the artifact rankings, I'll make those cabinet bastards give up their seats. Players worldwide began to anticipate, hoping their names would appear on the list. Amidst the buzz of discussion.
As the heavens and earth trembled once more, that voice of supreme authority resounded again. Cultivation rankings now being announced. The top 10 will receive global recognition. Rank 10, Yak. Realm, level 8 fighter 90%. Nationality, United States. Reward, 1 bottle of fighting chi potion. 10th place is already an 8th level fighter? That's equivalent to our 8th chi cultivation layer, right? It's more than that. Look at the 90% in parentheses, that means this yak could break through to the 9th layer of chi cultivation at any moment. Whoa, this fighting chi potion seems pretty awesome. Of course. It's a ranking reward. With this potion, yak will likely break through to 9th rank fighter soon.
Many other players at the same chi cultivation stage 8 cultivation level nearly fainted upon seeing the number in parentheses.
Chapter 92, Top 10 Rankings Announced, Reactions from All Sectors.
Those at the same chi cultivation stage 8 but lagging behind yak in progress now bitterly regretted not training longer. Because the rewards for the top 10 were clearly different from those for lower rankings. Beautiful country. Standing atop the rooftop, yak gazed upward at his name on the cultivation rankings, his heart surging with ecstasy.
As expected, my rank absolutely qualifies.
Being among the top 10 players globally, this prestige should be more than enough to secure my entry into the Martial Council. A faint smile curved his lips as his heart burned with fervor. At that moment, his name on the sky-high cultivation ranking transformed into a golden light and descended before him.
It was none other than a bottle of martial energy potion. Drinking this actually boosts my martial energy cultivation directly? Ake's heart raced.
He immediately swallowed it and began cultivating on the spot. He had a premonition that after consuming this bottle of battle chi potion, he would absolutely break through to the 9th level of battle chi. Meanwhile, the rankings in the sky continued to update.
Ranking, 9th place Park Changfan. Realm, Chi Cultivation 8th layer 97%. Affiliated Nation, Kimchi Nation. Reward, 2 marrow cleansing pills. It's Kimchi Nation? But why do their economic systems match ours in Great Xia? Isn't that obvious?
They've been our vassal state for so long, naturally sharing our worldview.
Doesn't anyone find that name ridiculous? It's truly bizarre. Who knew Kimchi Nation would make the list? Heaven has no eyes. Kimchi Nation. Park Changbian was munching on kimchi while eating his army stew when he suddenly spotted his name on the cultivation rankings. He froze in disbelief. My cultivation level made the list? Smack!
His father walked in and swatted the chopsticks out of his hand. Seeing his son, who'd been a simpleton since childhood, actually get lucky enough to make the rankings, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Why, you of all people? Your cultivation is so high, yet your IQ remains so low. Forget it. Give one of these bone-washing marrow cleansing pills to your brother later.
You won't do any good with it anyway. The latter merely nodded silently, offering no objection.
He remained in a state of utter bewilderment, and it would likely take him until the foundation establishment stage to truly awaken his spiritual intelligence. His current cultivation level was entirely due to sheer luck he'd contracted an SS tier character. Otherwise, with his intelligence, forget about ranking 9th, he wouldn't even crack the top 100.
Rank 8, Bai Luoxia. Realm, Chi Cultivation 9th layer 10%. Country of origin, Great Xia. Reward, 1 low-grade foundation building pill.
When the first placed Xia native appeared on the rankings, everyone was stunned.
No way, did a Daxia player make the list this quickly? I knew they had a large player base, but I thought they'd only crack the top 5 at most. Just casually grabbing 8th place? Is that fair to players from other nations? Shouldn't you be more jealous of that foundation establishment pill? Even if it's low grade, it's still a foundation establishment pill. Whoa, foundation establishment pills start as rewards at 8th place? Does that mean later rewards will just give direct cultivation level boosts? Highly likely. I'm already curious what the later rewards will be. Great Xia, North Garden.
A woman in white robes stared excitedly at the rankings displayed in the sky, tears of joy streaming down her face.
Brother, look. I did it, I got a foundation establishment pill. Her brother, Bai Xinyo, beside her, snorted coldly, "It's just a low-grade foundation establishment pill. What's there to be so happy about? Your standards are far too low, aren't they?" Bai Luoxia's expression immediately stiffened. The joy on her face faded considerably as she slowly lowered her head. Jiang Cheng. Lín Xuān's eyes flickered with surprise as he read the name. "I didn't expect this person to make the list in this lifetime either." In his previous life, perhaps because the list appeared relatively late, the 8th-ranked individual was Bai Luoxia's elder brother, Bai Xuanyu. His contracted role far surpassed Bai Luoxia's. Unfortunately, he was framed by a villain during the Second Beast Tide Siege and met a violent death far from home. It was precisely Bai Xinyo's death that fueled Bai Luoxia's hatred, transforming it into motivation and propelling her to true fame. He became known as the Ruthless One of the Northern Garden. But the 8th-ranked player is also only at Qi Cultivation level 9, and their progress is barely at 10%. Looks like the quality of players on this list, whether early or late entrants, is really not up to par. Lín Xuān pondered thoughtfully as he scanned the list, where the next name appeared. Cultivation rankings, 6th place, Deng Xiaotian. Realm, Qi Cultivation 9th layer 40%. Nation, Great Xia. Reward, 2 low-grade foundation establishment pills. Damn, another one from Great Xia, and they're handing out 2 foundation establishment pills right off the bat? Doesn't this mean we'll definitely have 2 more foundation establishment stage powerhouses in the future? You bet. Great Xia's luck is incredible. 2 of their powerhouses made the list consecutively. I wish I were a friend or relative of this Deng Xiaotian. Maybe I could get 1 foundation establishment pill from him. 1 foundation establishment pill is already mind-blowing enough. Now he's getting 2? If I were Deng Xiaotian, I'd be grinning from ear to ear right now. Great Xia, Shucheng. Deng Xiaotian gazed at the 2 foundation establishment pills floating before him, his face lighting up with delight. He had expected to rank no higher than 8th or 9th, yet unexpectedly, he had jumped straight to 6th place. And they'd even rewarded him with 2 foundation establishment pills. Now I won't have to worry about failing my first foundation establishment breakthrough. I have 2 chances to get it right. Rank 5 on the cultivation list, Walter Pittingman. Realm, Battle Qi level 9 50%. Affiliated Nations, United States A Tri-Nation. Reward, Xian grade lower tier calming spirit technique. The 3A Nations. Walter Pittenman, who had just returned from visiting his maternal grandmother in the United States, gazed at the cultivation technique materializing before him. He stretched lazily and tucked it into his chest. The congratulatory voices of relatives and friends echoed around him. Walter truly lives up to being the most gifted man in our family, inheriting the exceptional genes of the Asan Kingdom. Walter, you must continue your cultivation. Strive to climb higher in the next settlement rankings. The bloodline of the Asangua clan is destined for greater heights. Don't worry, Grandma. I know what you mean. Though Walter spoke these words, his inner contempt ran deep. In his view, his current standing was solely due to his status as a citizen of the beautiful nation. If not for the taint of the AGGG bloodline, he might have already climbed to 4th or even 3rd place. If not for his mother's insistence that he return for a family visit, he'd likely never set foot back in this land of cow dung and sewage. Oof. Who would have thought my cultivation level only lands me 5th place? I'll see just who manages to rank above me. Chapter 93, Everyone's cultivating Qi, yet you're almost at Golden Core? Ranking, 4th place Kawamoto Okada. Realm, Samurai 9th Scar 60%. Nation, Sakura Nation. Reward, True Essence of Bushido. Almost the moment this name appeared on the rankings, Sakura Nation erupted in celebration. Kawamoto Koen truly lives up to his reputation. Reaching Samurai 9 Scars so swiftly, he crushed those 2 weaklings from Great Xia next door and secured 4th place. Those 2 useless Xia guys combined aren't even worth a single swipe of Kawamoto Koen's blade, right? The true value of the 9 marks of Bushido? How could those snobs from Great Xia possibly comprehend it? All we hear from Great Xia is their constant boasting about some secret cultivation techniques, yet they can't even match our fragmentary scrolls of Bushido. Probably only those 2 Daxia players made the top 10. Kawamoto Koen is a genuine Bushi 9 marks powerhouse. I suggest Great Xia players start learning Bushido from us sooner rather than later. Maybe next time they can sneak into the top 10. With the true essence of Bushido empowering him, it's only a matter of time before Kawamoto Koen claims the top spot on the cultivation rankings. Rank 3, Olive. Realm, Divine Servant, 9th tier 80%. Affiliation, Bear Nation. Reward, 1 bottle of mid-grade holy water wine. Olaf, it's finally our Bear Nation's turn. Way to go, Olaf. I knew you could do it. At this pace, a Divine Servant at the 9th tier will likely become a Divine Knight Captain soon. Mid-grade holy water wine. I hear drinking it can trigger a holy light mutation in your bloodline, potentially even allowing you to grow into an archangel. Just thinking that Oliver might actually become someone who serves God, why does that make me feel inexplicably excited? Bear Country, Eastern Siberian Plain. The cold wind howled outside the window. Olaf, his face covered in a thick beard, downed a shot of vodka and slammed his fist on the table in anger. Sukabrel, how could I only be 3rd? Did the other 2 spots get snatched up by those damn Americans? In his mind, he should have been at least second. But now he'd slipped straight to third? Though it was only a single step difference, the top 3 spots were separated by a chasm at every stage. Falling behind by even 1 spot meant he was fundamentally outclassed, and that gap would only widen. Under the psychological blow, even the bottle of mid-grade holy wine before him failed to bring him any joy. Cultivation ranking 2nd place, Jace. Realm, Fighter 9th tier 90%. Affiliated Nation, Beautiful Nation. Reward, 1 opportunity for a top-tier battle chi infusion. The moment the 2nd place information was announced, players worldwide were stunned. They never imagined the Beautiful Nation could be this terrifying. What? Another Beautiful Nation player on the list? How absurd is this Beautiful Nation? They've snagged 2 spots in the top 10, and one of them is even 2nd place. This completely overshadows Great Xia. While we also have 2 spots in the top 10, theirs includes a 2nd place finish. Could it be that the top spot is also held by the United States? If that happens, it'll truly become the United States dynasty. They dominate 2 of the top 3 spots. How could other countries even compete? Beautiful country. Thud. The heavy greatsword slammed onto the ground as Jay stared in disbelief at his ranking on the leaderboard. Impossible. How could someone at my level be ranked 2nd? Has someone already broken through the limit and reached level 10? He was certain his level represented the pinnacle within his realm, confident he was the strongest globally. Yet here was someone ranked above him? The disappointment he felt now was even greater than that of Olaf, who had finished 3rd, because he had considered 1st place his for the taking. Instead, he had suddenly become 2nd. He had already envisioned how he would take control of the council and become the leader of the United States after securing 1st place. But this ranking shattered his dreams instantly. His vision darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Just then, the cultivation rankings in the sky trembled once more. The top 10 prodigies each possess unique talents, but only the leader stands head and shoulders above the rest. Now, we officially announce the number 1 spot on the cultivation rankings. In that instant, the world fell silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the rankings in the sky, watching as the information for the top spot slowly appeared at the very top. Ranking leaderboard number 1, Lín Xuān. Realm, Foundation Establishment 9th layer 90%. Nationality, Great Xia. Reward, Earth Grade Inferior Enslavement Technique. Upon seeing Lín Xuān's cultivation level, billions of players worldwide were stunned into silence. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly, checking multiple times to confirm it was indeed Foundation Establishment, not Chi Cultivation. Everyone else was still at the Chi Cultivation stage. Could someone already be at the peak of Foundation Establishment, poised to advance to the Golden Core stage at any moment? Who exactly is this Lín Xuān? How could his cultivation surge so rapidly? Could this be an NPC the game created to suppress us players? Is it really possible for someone to be on the verge of advancing to the Golden Core stage at this stage? He's already at Foundation Establishment 9th layer? That's definitely exploiting a bug. I had to trigger feedback multiple times just to reach Chi Cultivation 3rd layer. No way the highest reward others got was just Xin tier, but the 1st place winner got an Earth tier enslavement technique as a reward? There's definitely something fishy here. The game's only been live for a few days, and suddenly a Foundation Establishment 9th layer player appears? We haven't even touched the threshold of Foundation Establishment, and this guy's already half a step into Golden Core? They definitely made him up to stir up player resentment. If this guy's legit, he must be the dev's favorite child. Can't even imagine how much he's spent to reach this level. I thought the highest would be Foundation Establishment Stage 1, but now you're telling me you need Golden Core Stage to even get on the global leaderboard? We demand they release this player's feedback logs. I need to see how many feedback triggers he gets per minute to achieve this cultivation. Could this be an AI-generated fake player? Does anyone recognize this guy? Exactly. Someone this high level can't be unknown. Why haven't I ever heard of them? It's not like such a big shot would just prefer to stay low-key, right? Lín Xuān's cultivation level was simply too outrageous. Global players erupted instantly, flooding the public chat with complaints and skepticism. Even players from Great Xia couldn't believe their own country had someone this incredible. Most of us haven't even reached Foundation Establishment yet, and you're already crushing the current generation with near Golden Core cultivation? Is this even a normal player? Even if the game developers wanted to suppress players, couldn't they at least put on a show? At the very least, use someone at Foundation Establishment Tiers 3 or 4 who just jumped straight to Tier 9? Lín Xuān glanced at the flood of skeptical comments on the public chat screen. He smiled faintly and typed 4 bold characters. Suck. Practice more. Chapter 94, The Global Artifact Rankings begin. After players earned titles, their chat messages would display alongside them. Moreover, as the top-ranked player on the global cultivation rankings, his text glowed with a faint golden light. Instantly, the plain white text was overshadowed. Those who had just been questioning whether Lín Xuān was a fake player fell completely silent upon seeing this.
They never imagined anyone could actually be on the verge of ascending to the golden core stage at this very moment.
Is this even human? At the same time,
players across Great Xia shared an announcement image and official notice from Jiangcheng's Demon Slaying Bureau.
Global cultivation leader Lín Xuān is a native of Jiangcheng. His current cultivation level is indeed Foundation Establishment 9th layer. With the official endorsement, even the last vestiges of doubt vanished.
The public chat immediately flooded with fawning comments.
Appa, wanna swing by Korea sometime? I'll treat you to imported kimchi. Who's this little sister-in-law? Get lost.
Lín Xuān is our Great Xia's hero, he deserves a Great Xia beauty.
Hey Lín Xuān, do you play as female characters?
Lord Lín Xuān must adore cherry blossoms.
Why not visit our land of cherry blossoms to admire them together?
We could even gaze at the moon over the well beneath the vast sky. Cherry blossoms belong to our Great Xia.
If you want to see them, come to our Great Xia. Brother Lín Xuān, I'm the chief of the Wucheng Demon Slaying Bureau.
I sincerely invite you to Wucheng to admire the cherry blossoms together.
Ahem, ahem.
The locals of Jiangcheng haven't even spoken yet, and you're already trying to poach him.
Brother Xuān, give me your address. Can I be your little brother?
Seeing the invitations from players around the world on his screen, Lín Xuān felt a quiet thrill. In his previous life, when he was just a moderately famous player, hardly anyone responded to his guild recruitment posts in the Jiangcheng local channel. Now, with just a single sarcastic remark, these people were actively seeking him out.
Was this the status that power brought?
But none of these invitations caught his interest.
With strength like mine, why would I ever be your underling? Wouldn't it be better to establish my own faction? Though some might be worth recruiting as underlings.
His gaze then fell upon the jade slip containing cultivation techniques that appeared within the book. It still glowed with a golden radiance, radiating an aura of divine might. It was none other than the slave control technique, the reward for topping the cultivation rankings.
Slavery technique.
Grade, Earth tier, lower grade. Description: upon mastery, one may forcibly control any creature of lower cultivation realm, establishing a master-slave bond that prevents betrayal.
Note, the number of targets one can control is tied to the practitioner's own cultivation level.
This technique can affect beings up to the nascent soul stage. What a treasure! Li Ming's eyes flashed with excitement as he instantly crushed the jade slip, absorbing the slave control technique directly.
Learning techniques rewarded by the real-world study rankings required no lengthy contemplation or cultivation.
One need only absorb the experience and divine consciousness within. As the golden light from the jade slip sank into his sea of consciousness, Li Ming's gaze hardened with an air of supreme authority. Heaven and earth show no mercy, treating all creatures as straw dogs. This low-grade earth-tier slave control technique instantly placed him in the perspective of the Tao itself.
Everything appeared from a lofty, superior vantage point.
But he quickly gathered his mind and returned to normal. This feeling is truly splendid.
He couldn't help but utter a heartfelt exclamation.
With this enslavement technique, when the beast tide arrived, he could directly subjugate that sea dragon using this very art. Then, he wouldn't need to forcibly suppress it with brute force. Such an approach would not only provoke its defiance but also risk impairing its innate abilities. With this enslavement technique, everything could be accomplished simply and efficiently. It was like being handed a pillow when you were already sleepy. Just as he was pondering the benefits of the enslavement technique, the rankings in the sky trembled once more, and the authoritative voice resounded again. Artifact rankings to be announced shortly. Attention all players. Players who had failed to make the cultivation rankings immediately perked up with renewed anticipation. Particularly those who had reported possessing decent artifacts. Though their cultivation might not match yours, when it came to artifacts, they were still quite confident.
This demon-slaying blade in my hand should at least crack the top 50, right? Ha 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 ha. This artifact ranking was practically made to order for my defensive robe. How amusing. When my Vajra staff emerges, who in this world could possibly surpass me? I wonder if any powerhouses from the cultivation rankings will dominate the charts again this time? Don't get it twisted, how could anyone juggle both sides? Do you really think they're gods who can compete for everything? Players worldwide debated while gazing upward, their eyes fixed on the purple glowing rankings floating in the sky. The artifact rankings. At that moment, new text slowly appeared at its base. 10th place on the artifact rankings, Acre. Artifact, Wheel of Rebirth yellow grade, mid-tier, 13%. Affiliated nation, Taigua. Reward, Reincarnation Sutra yellow grade mid-tier, usable with the Wheel of Rebirth to unleash its power. Ha! Starting off with mid-tier yellow grade? That's stronger than the cultivation rankings next door. I thought my near-grade top-tier artifact was the limit, but there are even stronger players out there. First time seeing a Tai Kingdom player on the rankings. This little country produced a favored son of fortune, and he even has a mid-grade yellow-tier artifact. Tai Kingdom. Inside a certain temple. Acre pressed his palms together in prayer with one hand while spinning the faintly glowing Wheel of Rebirth with the other. Before him lay the Sutra of Rebirth. His gaze flickered slightly. I never expected this list would directly grant me the matching cultivation technique.
I thought I'd have to search for it painstakingly, but now it's been delivered to me. With that, he silently began studying the Sutra of Rebirth, and a faint aura of Buddha's light began to emanate from his body. Below, the monks gazed upon him with reverent eyes, as if witnessing the gradual emergence of a true Buddha in this world. 9th ranked artifact, Su Ting. Artifact, Crimson Flame Chariot Yellow Grade, Mid-Tier, 20%. Nation, Great Xia. Reward, Pure Flame Wood Core can be embedded into the wheels to further enhance speed. Wow, did our Great Xia make the list this quickly? This is great. Our Great Xia will likely claim 2 more spots in the top 10. I wonder if Lord Lín Xuān will make the list too. Forget it. His cultivation is already so high it's practically a game breaker. Unless this game completely disregards balance, there's no way he'd make the list again. True. The artifact rankings heavily favor luck. Cultivation can be achieved through relentless practice, but the elusive, intangible fortune required for artifacts. Lín Xuān will likely fade into obscurity this time. Su Ting sure has incredible luck. I didn't see his name in the top 100 cultivation rankings, yet he lands 9th on the artifact list. Ha! Just wait until our Cherry Blossom Nation's master appears on the rankings. Then you'll understand what a true divine artifact really is. Chapter 95, Top 10 Rankings. Why is Great Xia so low? Daxia, Zhangcheng. Su Ting, now a member of the Demon Slaying Bureau, gazed at the peculiar object before him, clearly made of wood, yet perpetually ablaze, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. I was worried the Crimson Flame Chariot wasn't fast enough, that the approaching tide of beasts might catch up. But with this thing, even Lín Xuān from neighboring Jiangcheng might not be able to chase us down. His Crimson Flame Chariot was renowned for its speed, capable of covering hundreds of meters in an instant when driven at full throttle. Though he didn't know how fast Foundation Establishment cultivators could move, judging by the speed of Zhangcheng's Demon Slaying Bureau chief, the enhanced Crimson Flame Chariot would definitely outpace them. With this thing, maybe I could go seek refuge with Lín Xuān? Su Ting began entertaining thoughts of switching allegiances. After all, his Crimson Flame Chariot was already maxed out in both practicality and appearance. Surely a powerhouse like Lín Xuān could use a driver? Rank 8 Artifact, Sophia. Artifact, Moonlight Harp Yellow Grade, Mid-Tier, 80% Quality. Reward, Starlight Strings, replaceable strings that imbue melodies with special effects. Affiliated Nation, Great Eagle Nation. Finally, someone from Great Eagle Kingdom made the list. Not a single one appeared on the cultivation rankings next door, but now they've shown up on this artifact chart. Sophia's such a common name, yet she obtained such a powerful artifact. Should I change my name to Zhang Wei too? These rewards are indeed items that enhance one's own artifacts. And this is only the 8th ranked item. I wonder if the top ranked artifacts will directly upgrade their artifacts. It's inevitable. They explained it when the previous rankings appeared. Great Eagle. Lenton City. Sophia sat quietly in the garden, cradling the moonlight harp in her arms. Before her, over a dozen strings formed from starlight floated serenely. Sophia, you made the list after all. A hearty laugh echoed from behind her. Even without turning, Sophia recognized her grandfather's voice. Her grandfather strode forward, marveling at the starlight strings before her. All those years of relentless practice, now your skill will truly shine. With these strings and this harp, you can even challenge fighters of higher ranks. Sophia's gaze never left the strings, clearly captivated by them. After a moment, she reached out and plucked the harp's strings, severing them. The starlight strings immediately replaced the broken ones. Ting! She gently plucked the strings, producing a sound both elegant and deadly. Grandfather, perhaps our family can now aspire to reach the pinnacle. Rank 7 Artifact, Ivanov. Artifact, Frost Axe Yellow Grade, High Quality 10%. Reward, Frost Rune can be engraved onto the battle axe. Strikes have a chance to summon a frost giant in snowy terrain. Affiliated Nation, Bear Nation. Finally, the first high-grade yellow rank artifact has appeared. But it's odd that this battle axe's engraved inscription is a summoning type enhancement. What's strange about it? Think about it, you're locked in combat with someone, and the next moment they swing their axe and a frost giant bursts from the ground. TSK, that's just too sneaky. Whoa, is this even a normal artifact? I'm seriously jealous to tears. Why can't this insane luck land on me? Bear Country. Within the relatively warm city of Skotsk, Ivanov, with his delicate features, examined the battle axe now engraved with frost-etched runes. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Seems I should find a new place to live. There's an olive right on the eastern Siberian plain. I'll take this thing and challenge him. The thought that a single swing of his axe could summon a towering frost giant set his heart aflame. He had idolized summoning magic since childhood. Artifact Rankings, 6th place Abe Seiji. Artifact, Yin Yang Fan Yellow Grade, High Quality, 50%. Affiliated Nation, Sakura Nation. Reward, Blood Sacrifice Document inscribed on the fan surface, grants a chance to increase the power of fan-blown winds by 50%. Wow, our great Sakura Nation truly shines. We've got masters on both lists. Abe Seiji, that name sounds familiar. Isn't he the Prime Minister's son? Damn lucky bastard.
With that family background and now a magical artifact on the list? Could the heavens spare some luck for ordinary folks like us? Damn it, why isn't anyone from our great Han on the list yet? We should have the most artifacts. Sakura Nation. Abe Akiji slowly drew his yin-yang fan.
Though born a man, his face was painted with powder and rouge. He gently bit his fingertip, letting the blood from his wound flow onto the fan as he inscribed the blood sacrifice ritual text that had just appeared in his mind. As the final stroke fell, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the air. His father, who had rushed in excitedly to celebrate, was nearly blown away by the chill wind, his eyes rolling back as if his very life force were being sucked out. He. Abe's psyche eye let out a shrill laugh, then casually waved his fan, sending a gust of warm wind that restored his father's life force.
Prime Minister Abe's heart pounded.
Son, please don't casually wave your fan at home.
Your fan should only be aimed at enemies.
Abe Seiji silently closed his fan, his face taking on an eerie expression.
Rest assured, my fan will only be aimed at those swine of the Great Xia. Artifact rankings, 5th place, Jack. Artifact, Blood Chainsaw Yellow Grade, High Quality, 70%. Country of Origin, United States. Reward, Golden Gas Chain Rack. Replacing it boosts chainsaw power by 70%. I finally get it, this boost is tied to the artifact's grade and purity. A 70% boost? Whoa, just thinking about it is terrifying.
That blood chainsaw has a name that just stands out. And the name Jack reminds me of someone from the past.
Enough, or I'll have nightmares again tonight. Beautiful country.
Amidst a stand of redwood trees. Though streaks of gray had begun to appear at his temples, Jack remained robust and strong as he switched out the chainsaw blade. His appearance bore little resemblance to the sinister, terrifying Jack of urban legends. Instead, he resembled a friendly old neighbor. After acquiring the chainsaw, he simply used it to continue his previous occupation, logging in this redwood forest. Now, with a better chain bar in hand, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he pulled the starter cord and began cutting.
Artifact rankings, 4th place Mohandas. Artifact, Doomed Headscarf Yellow Grade, High Quality 80%.
Nation, Oil Nation.
Reward, Doom Amplification enhances the headscarf's effect by 1 tier, raising the Doom trigger probability to 80%. Holy crap, it's actually a rich guy from the Oil Nation.
This is great, a piece of cloth on your head that not only makes you rich but also curses you.
That Doom trigger rate is insane. Who knew someone from the Oil Nation could rank this high? This artifact really is all about luck. Oil Nation. Mohandas swiftly tossed aside the suddenly reappearing turban, but couldn't avoid the misfortune triggering.
The ground beneath his feet caved in instantly, making him stomp his feet in rage. Damn it.
Whoever wants this headscarf, take it. Chapter 96, what's with first and second both being him? This is rigged. Artifact rankings number 3, Tyree River.
Artifact, Heavenly Demon Samurai Sword Xian Grade, lower tier, 10%.
Country, Sakura Nation. Reward, Supreme Demon Rune enchanted into the blade. Each strike may inflict a heart demon attack on the enemy. The moment players worldwide saw this artifact ranking, they couldn't help but gasp. What? It's actually high-grade Xian tier? Sakura Nation is just too insane. Unbelievable. I thought one from Sakura Nation was already the limit, but now they've got another one in 3rd place. Is the artifact rankings list dominated by Sakura Nation? A mere island nation, yet they have top-ranked players on both the cultivation rankings and artifact rankings? Yes. Our great Sakura Empire is finally rising. Great Xia people, brace yourselves for the reality of our impending rule. The public chat was flooded with Sakura Islanders gloating, even resorting to outright taunting.
The great Xia players watched in silent fury, unable to speak up, for their own artifact rankings paled in comparison.
Meanwhile, Sakura Nation, Divine Latrine.
Taiji, however, was nowhere near as excited as his compatriots. Instead, he angrily flung his Heavenly Demon Warrior sword to the ground.
Damn it! I'm already wielding a low-grade Xian tier weapon. How could anyone possibly rank higher than me?
Those beside him hurry to console him. 3rd place is already an excellent achievement.
The gap between you and the top ranks might be just a hair's breadth. With a slight upgrade next time, you could claim the top spot. Get lost.
Tyree roared, terrifying his companions so badly they nearly wet themselves. If that were truly the case, it would only fuel his rage further. No one could accept their weapon falling just short of another's. His face darkened as he stared at the rankings above. I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of artifact dares rank above my Heavenly Demon Warrior sword. At that moment, the name for 2nd place began to slowly appear on the artifact rankings.
Artifact rankings 2nd place, Lín Xuān. Artifact, Dragon Spine Sword 50% of Xian grade, lower tier. Nation, Great Xia. Reward, Dragon Essence Blood. When sprinkled upon the Dragon Spine Sword, it can enhance its quality by 40%.
When players worldwide saw the familiar name, they were stunned.
No way, this Lín Xuān can't be the same Lín Xuān who tops the cultivation rankings, right? It must be him.
He's from Great Xia too, and it's impossible for 2 people with the same name to simultaneously occupy the top spots on the rankings.
This has to be the same big shot. Holy crap, that sword's name is so badass. And it's not even ranked number 1? Even the Dragon Spine Sword's grade and purity only rank 2nd. Can't even imagine what kind of insane artifact must be in first place? This is definitely rigged. How could someone be both incredibly powerful and wield such a monstrous artifact?
Seeing the name at second place on the artifact rankings, everyone felt a mix of envy and resignation. They'd assumed Lín Xuān poured all his energy into cultivation, making it impossible for him to simultaneously solidify his cultivation base and possess such a powerful artifact. Yet here he stood, like some perfect being possessing formidable cultivation while also wielding a divine artifact ranked 2nd on the list.
Zhangchang, inside a villa.
Lín Xuān gazed at the vial of dragon blood appearing in his hand, a hint of delight flitting across his face. I thought I'd have to wait until the beast tide erupted and tamed that sea dragon before I could use its essence blood to enhance the quality of this dragon spine sword. But now the rankings have delivered it to me ahead of schedule. Without hesitation, he poured the entire vial of essence blood onto the dragon spine sword.
Sizzle. The blood was swiftly absorbed by the dragon spine sword, its surface shimmering with illusory dragon patterns. Simultaneously, dragon-like patterns spread across the blade, its aura growing markedly more ferocious than before. What a sword!
Lín Xuān gripped it in his hand and casually flicked a sword flourish. The air instantly echoed with the roar of a dragon. With his cultivation combined with this dragon spine sword, the power unleashed might even withstand 1 or 2 moves from a golden core cultivator. Now comes the main event. Lín Xuān sheathed the dragon roar sword and gazed at the name that now stood atop the rankings in the sky.
Artifact rankings number 1, Lín Xuān. Artifact, Yuan absorbing bracelet yellow grade, high quality 99%. Nation, Great Xia.
Reward, spatial quality enhancement adds 100 cubic meters of space and can accommodate beings below the golden core stage. Players who had just been immersed in Lín Xuān securing the 2nd ranked artifact now froze completely in place.
A moment of global silence descended. After a long moment, text flooded the public chat like a raging waterfall. No way, dude. You're number 1 in cultivation, number 1 in artifacts, and now you've even taken 1st and 2nd place consecutively? Your high-grade yellow tier artifact is outperforming 2 low-grade mystic tier artifacts? Could this be one of those extremely rare spatial storage artifacts?
If it is, then this tier is indeed powerful enough to crush other types of high-grade Xian tier artifacts. My bound character even saw that most Foundation establishment cultivators don't have this thing. This reward is even more insane. It directly granted him 100 cubic units of storage space, and he can even hide living creatures inside. While others hide their treasures in golden chambers, this guy hides his treasures in his bracelet. Unfair. Is this guy cheating? How does he keep topping both charts consecutively? The sheer shockwaves from this name were so immense that many players had forgotten to feel envious. Only now did they realize with a jolt just how vast the gap between players could be. If the game had a friend-adding feature, Lín Xuān's friend list would likely be flooded with hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of friend requests by now. Even so, countless players flooded the public chat with shameless fawning. Some went so far as to claim Lín Xuān's name was written in their family genealogy, begging to be recognized as his descendants. But Lín Xuān's attention was elsewhere now. His gaze was fixed intently on the Yuan bracelet on his wrist. The once dull bracelet now shimmered brilliantly, its jade hue interwoven with gold, radiating an aura of majestic elegance. With its current ability to directly contain living beings, it should easily qualify for a mystic grade evaluation, right? His heart raced with excitement as his gaze shifted to the little wolf cub beside him. The cub instantly felt a chill run down its spine, its fur bristling on end. Immediately, it felt itself enveloped by a strange force. The scene before its eyes blurred instantly, and the next moment, it found itself in a vast, white expanse. Wah! Terrified, it began to howl repeatedly, mistakenly believing its master had abandoned it. But soon, as the earthworm spirit and the falcon monster were also brought in, it calmed down at once. As the saying goes, better to share the punishment than suffer alone. Seeing those two brought in too, it felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, in reality, Lín Xuān stared at the 3 spirit pet information panels appearing on his ring and couldn't help but exclaim, "This has turned into a high-level pokeball. From now on, I won't even need to hide my form during battles, I can just charge in and unleash them." Chapter 97, Spirit Pet Rankings announced.
Is there any humanity left? Any law?
It's insane for one person to dominate both top spots.
How is this any different from a major villain in a game?
Damn it, I can't tell if this is an unparalleled lucky player or an extreme whaler.
Neither alone could achieve this kind of feat, right?
This truly leaves us ordinary players no room to breathe. The public chat was now flooded with envious and jealous comments. Lín Xuān's results were so terrifying that many players had even given up on trying to flatter him. They felt unworthy. With such exaggerated prowess, who dared to lick up to someone not even ranked? Who could possibly lick up to someone in the heavens? Lín Xuān's dominance had convinced many they lacked the qualifications to grovel before him, a testament to his clan's influence after securing the top spots on both leaderboards. Simultaneously, crimson light flickered across the sky as the final Spirit Pet rankings were about to be unveiled. Announcing the top 10 of the Spirit Pet rankings.
Whoa, finally the last ranking. Wonder how many lucky whales will make the cut this time? The spirit pet rankings? Interesting.
This time it's not about player luck or strength, it's all about the spirit pet's own potential.
Luck still plays a part, though.
Not everyone can get feedback on their spirit pets at this stage.
Who cares about all that? This ranking probably won't affect us ordinary folks anyway. Just sit back and admire the big shot's glory. Though I'm curious, will Lord Lín Xuān make the list again? Stop. Don't say another word. The more you talk, the stronger my premonition grows. Big shot Lín Xuān will definitely make the list again. It can't be that absurd, right? Is anyone really that perfect? Maybe not a person, but Lín Xuān, who's practically a god, might pull it off.
Amidst the buzzing discussions, new names finally began appearing at the bottom of the Spirit Pet rankings.
Spirit Pet rankings number 10, by way. Spirit Pet, White Crane, second tier, lower grade potential, 50% bloodline purity. Pet profile, descended from a second tier White Crane king. This crane inherits its ancestors' exceptional aptitude.
It can effortlessly advance to second tier low grade in this lifetime, but further progress requires a stroke of divine providence.
Affiliated nation, Great Xia. Reward, high-grade yellow tier spirit pet elixir clinically administered to increase bloodline purity by 40%.
Another familiar second tier starting point. No wonder the top 10 on every list are no walk in the park.
This reward is insane too, a direct 40% bloodline purity boost? Doesn't that mean this crane could potentially break through to tier 3?
Suddenly this spirit pet seems more suited for us regular players. No need to rely on innate talent to gain high tier combat power.
Wake up! When did spirit pets become something ordinary players could afford to raise? Exactly. From what I know, spirit pets use special spirit-infused items.
On Blue Star now, it's nearly impossible to rely solely on feedback.
Some people's spirit beasts might be starving to death. Great Xia, White Emperor City.
Bai Wei cradled the dying white crane, her face radiating uncontrollable delight. Thank goodness the ranking rewards arrived in time.
Otherwise, little Bai would have starved to death.
Globally, players likely never imagined that the white crane ranked 10th on the leaderboard nearly starved to death under Bai Wei's care.
Fortunately, the rankings promptly provided a vial of medicine.
After Bai Wei poured it into the crane's mouth, the bird instantly transformed from near death to vibrant and lively, its once dull white feather spikes regaining their radiant luster.
Spirit Pet rankings 9th place, Thor. Spirit Pet, gray-maned wolf, lower tier 2 potential, bloodline purity 45%. Pet description, descendant of the pack leader from the northern snowfields.
At maturity, its claws can tear through armor of the same tier, and its night vision is exceptional. It can detect enemies through its aura even in pitch darkness.
Affiliated nation, Bear Nation.
Reward, Swiftwind Wolf Soul, yellow tier, high grade, permanently increases speed by 40% when possessed by a spirit pet.
This one's a heavyweight too. Judging by the description, its performance seems far more insane than that white crane's, right?
Perhaps this ranking considers not only a spirit beast's bloodline potential but also its actual combat prowess.
This is fascinating. The Swiftwind Wolf Spirit reward sounds way cooler than that potion from before.
Exceptional night vision, formidable armor-piercing capabilities, and that explosive speed. I can't even imagine how utterly hopeless enemies must feel facing this Wolf King.
Bear Country. Boryong Plain.
Sol took a swig of vodka himself, then drunkenly poured a mouthful into the giant grey wolf sprawled on the ground. He stroked the massive wolf head of his spirit pet while simultaneously infusing it with the newly acquired Swiftwind Wolf Soul. The wolf's eyes instantly shifted from sharp to savage, and a vast, shadowy wolf spirit began to manifest around its form. Observing the grey wolf's markedly enhanced aura, Sol downed another shot of vodka and offered unreserved praise.
Way to go, Bruce.
Only a wolf like you is worthy of being my spirit pet.
Spirit Pet rankings, 8th place Isis.
Spirit Pet, Sand Dune Scorpion, second tier, high potential, bloodline purity 68%. Spirit Pet profile, born in scorching desert lands, it accidentally ingested the roots of a magical cactus, causing mutations in its bloodline. The venomous tail spike it evolved can paralyze practitioners of the same tier for 1 minute.
Its carapace possesses formidable heat resistance, enabling survival even in magma. Affiliated nation, Ancient Kingdom of Nile.
Reward, Desert Outer Carapace, yellow tier, high grade. When equipped, increases Spirit Pet's defense by 50%.
Wow, are the 8th and 9th spots going head to head?
One has extreme armor-piercing power, the other boosts defense. Even more coincidentally, one thrives in extreme cold while the other excels in extreme heat. They're practically natural enemies.
Relax, they're so far apart geographically they might never even cross paths in their lifetimes. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten that late-game PvP often involves nation wars?
Then I better stock up on survival gear. No way am I stepping onto that battlefield.
Ancient Nile Kingdom.
Isis eagerly covered the massive black scorpion before her with the exoskeleton reward. In an instant, it was enveloped from head to tail in thick, yellow armor. Though clearly an exoskeleton armor, it blended seamlessly with the giant black scorpion, appearing as if it had grown from its own body. Gazing at the spirit pet before her, its absurdly high defense immediately apparent, Isis, who'd been feeling insecure, grinned widely. With this, even though my cultivation is only at the 3rd tier of Pharaoh's servant, I won't have to worry about higher tier enemies anymore.
Chapter 98, Is this spirit pet ranking playing a joke? Spirit pet rankings number 7, Arjuna. Spirit pet, Iron Feather Eagle tier 2 high grade potential, bloodline purity 90%. Pet description, an eagle tribe dwelling on rugged grasslands, measuring 5 meters in length. Excels at aerial reconnaissance. Its iron feathers can be fired explosively, with the strongest shots capable of piercing the protective spiritual energy of creatures of the same tier. Affiliated nation, Shangsheng Kingdom. Reward, Sharp-Eyed Rune Xian tier, low grade when infused into the eagle's eyes, grants the ability to see through illusions cast by creatures of the same realm. This ranking can't be intentional, right? The last one just boosted armor defense, and now this one directly pierces armor? Interesting. Sandwiched between 2 armor-piercing pets, the owner of the one above must be suffering. Looks like pets with armor-piercing abilities often get higher ratings. Next time I'll have my character specifically hunt for one with this skill to see if it shows up in feedback. Snap out of it, you're not some lucky god. The game isn't that generous with feedback. The Kingdom of Eternal Life. A man with thick hair and beard, clad in a white robe, sat upright atop a giant eagle whose surface appeared covered in iron armor. Reaching out, he caught the rune from the air and placed it over the iron feather eagle's eye with a smile. This is the protection of the eternal heaven, he murmured. Instantly, the eagle's eyes, previously stark black and white, were veiled in an unfathomable, indistinct glow. Under this radiance, no praise camouflage could escape its gaze. Spirit pet rankings, 6th place Elizabeth. Spirit pet, Moonlight Fox lower tier 3 potential, bloodline purity 12%. Pet description, born of the noble Moonlight clan, its fur shimmers with silver patterns under moonlight. It emits a mesmerizing aura capable of inducing sleep within a 100-meter radius, though its effect is minimal on creatures lacking a sense of smell. Affiliated nation, Great Eagle Empire. Reward, biological olfactory modification technique Shin tier, mid-grade. After learning at Moonlight Lake, grants non-olfactory creatures within 100 meters a simulated sense of smell lasting 10 minutes. Ha! Huh? You can actually use this reward like that? Turn your natural enemy into a counter? This is brilliant. The spirit pet rankings rewards are way more interesting than the cultivation or artifact versions next door. I can't hold back creating a sense of smell for those without one. Perfect for sinusitis sufferers. They're both threatening spirit pets, but why does this spirit pet ranking get more and more entertaining the longer I look at it? Great Eagle Empire. Within a certain village. Elizabeth, bearing a royal noble surname yet living in the village, carefully lifted the Moonlight Fox resting inside the cave. She pressed the glowing mass enhanced with a biological scent-altering spell against the Moonlight Fox's head. The creature jolted awake from its slumber, emitting a fox-like cry reminiscent of an infant's wail. Immediately, the moonlight patterns on its forehead grew more pronounced. It had fully mastered the biological scent modification spell. A smile spread across Elizabeth's face. Grow up quickly, little one. I still need your help to exact my revenge. Spirit pet rankings, 5th place Yama Akarito. Spirit pet, Crimson-tailed Hound lower tier 3 potential, bloodline purity 26%. Pet description, possesses exceptionally keen olfactory senses, capable of tracking marked enemies within 10 li. Its tail flames can incinerate any scent that interferes with its tracking. Country of origin, Sakura Nation. Reward, Fire Spirit Fruit Shen tier, mid-grade when consumed, enhances scent detection to 30 li radius and further increases the flame temperature on its tail. Alright, I've confirmed that this spirit pet ranking is just messing with us. Exactly. How does the last one just happen to confuse enemies with scent, and the next one just happen to burn away that scent with incredibly sharp senses to boot? The more you guys talk like this, the more I'm looking forward to seeing these guys clash during the later nation wars. This Sakura Nation has something special. They've had representatives on 3 consecutive rankings. Sakura Nation. Yama Akarito fed a scorching red fruit to the crimson-tailed dog before him, whose tail was formed entirely of flames. Woof woof woof. After consuming it, the creature immediately let out a cheerful, fawning bark. The flames at its tail burned even more fiercely. Good dog. Yama Akarito smiled warmly as he patted its head, glancing regretfully at the dozen or so other spirit pets behind him that hadn't made the list. Too bad your bloodlines aren't pure enough. Otherwise, you could have at least received rewards to boost your power. Though he couldn't fathom why he triggered spirit pets so frequently, only the crimson-tailed hound had made the cut among so many companions, a situation he found utterly frustrating. Moreover, the game had provided him with so many spirit pets, yet his own cultivation level remained utterly insignificant. He couldn't have been more frustrated at that moment. Spirit pet rankings number 4, Lín Xuān. Spirit pet, Earthworm Spirit tier 3, mid-grade bloodline purity, 100%. Spirit pet description, an incarnation of the Earth Dragon King's bloodline, possessing the purest lineage. Its keen sense of smell and hearing compensate for its lack of vision, allowing it to perfectly discern everything within a 10-mile radius. Possesses exceptional digging abilities. Affiliated Nation, Great Xia. Reward, Earthworm Spirit Rations all stages 1 to 2. When that familiar name reappeared on the rankings, players worldwide were utterly stunned. Hey! Who was it just now saying Lord Lín Xuān would make the list again? Your jinx really works. How dare you? What do you mean jinx? This was clearly a result we all saw coming. Exactly. I'm completely numb to big shot Lín Xuān making the list multiple times now. Honestly, his ranking feels a bit low. Doesn't anyone care about the rewards? Why are they only giving out food rations for tier 1 to tier 2? You clearly VE never raised a spirit pet. Trust me, those earlier rewards pale in comparison to this rations. No matter how much potential you have, if you don't feed your spirit pet promptly, it'll starve to death. Exactly. And this earthworm monster's bloodline purity is unprecedented. With proper rations, it's guaranteed to advance to tier 3. Daxia, Jiangcheng.
Lín Xuān stared thoughtfully at the ton of pure spirit stones that had suddenly materialized in his nascent spirit bracelet storage space.
So these spirit stones are the earthworm spirit's sustenance. That's quite an expensive price to pay.
He stared at the spirit stones, almost tempted to use them for cultivation himself. But when he saw the Earth Dragon King in his storage space raise its body, standing upright like a flagpole, a clear sign of hunger demanding sustenance,
he reluctantly abandoned his selfish thoughts, waving his hand in resignation. Go ahead, eat.
Stuff yourself to death if you must. With permission granted, the earthworm spirit immediately dove into the mountain of spirit stones, devouring them with relish.
Chapter 99, Dominating 3 rankings alone. Is there any justice left? Spirit Pet Rankings Number 3, Lín Xuān. Spirit Pet, Falcon Beast 3rd Tier, High Grade Potential, 100% Bloodline Purity. Pet Description, an incarnation of the Kunpeng King's bloodline, possessing ultimate purity. As the sovereign of its tier among flying beasts, it naturally exerts an intimidating presence over its kind. Its cry can shake enemies' minds, instilling terror that paralyzes their escape. Reward, rations for advancing from tier 1 to tier 2. When Lín Xuān's name appeared on the rankings once more,
global players remained unfazed.
Not bad.
Though not as outrageous as the artifact rankings next door, 3rd and 4th place are still pretty strong.
Holy crap, is this falcon monster that powerful? Unrivaled among its avian kind? Didn't that iron feather eagle just become a joke? If 3rd place is this fierce, I can't even imagine how insane 1st and 2nd must be. No need to wonder, it's definitely our beautiful country. We'll be on the spirit pet list too, no doubt. As players debated, the name for 2nd place finally appeared on the rankings. But the moment they saw it, they were instantly stunned. Spirit Pet ranking 2nd place, Lín Xuān. Spirit Pet, Mutant Electric Wolf Tier 3 High Grade Potential, Bloodline Purity 110%. Pet Description, Descendant of a Tier 3 Electric Wolf King. After consuming a demon life spirit fruit, its bloodline underwent a slight mutation, granting it an extremely rapid evolution rate. Affiliated Nation, Great Xia. Reward, Bloodline Optimization allows the mutated bloodline to fully integrate into the body, breaking through to lower tier 4th stage potential. What the hell? Are you kidding me? It's still that big shot Lín Xuān. Good heavens. This is going to dominate the entire rankings. This reward is insane. It directly elevates this spirit pet's potential to the sole 4th tier lower rank. If I recall correctly, a spirit pet of this level should match the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator, right? Big shot Lín Xuān is terrifyingly powerful. Wouldn't it be great if he shared just one of these top-tier spirit pets with me?
Lín Xuān gazed at the young thunder wolf cub within his nascent soul bracelet spatial pocket.
Its entire body suddenly erupted with purple thunderbolts, filling him with excitement.
I never expected the reward to be this generous. It's pushed this young thunder wolf's potential straight to the lower tier of the 4th rank. Its mother was merely a 3rd tier thunder wolf king. For offspring to surpass their progenitor's potential is exceedingly rare. Only by consuming the spirit fruit and receiving this reward could its potential break through to the lower 4th tier. Otherwise, achieving that would have been incredibly difficult.
In Lín Xuān's eyes, this young thunder wolf now nearly matched the future Shinzu dragon he would obtain.
Were it not for the fact that its mother's strength was still somewhat lacking, it would likely be no less formidable than the sea dragon.
Next up, the top spot should belong to this little thing, right?
His gaze shifted to the spirit tree within the courtyard, his expression tinged with surprise.
He clearly hadn't expected this thing to be classified as his spirit pet.
It seemed the spirit pet ranking system was remarkably intelligent.
Even if an entity couldn't move, as long as it possessed spiritual intelligence, it would be recognized as one's spirit pet. Spirit Pet Rankings Number 1, Lín Xuān.
Spirit Pet, Spirit-born tree unconventional demon beast cannot be evaluated by bloodline potential.
Spirit Pet Description, as a unique plant formed by the convergence of cosmic energy, the demonic spirit fruit it produces by absorbing celestial essence can alter the bloodline potential of demonic beasts. Affiliated Nation, Great Xia. Reward, Earth Tier Inferior Spirit Gathering Array exclusively for cultivating the spirit-born tree cannot be used for personal cultivation.
When they saw Lín Xuān's name still occupying the top spot, players worldwide were utterly stunned into speechlessness. Gazing at the 4 identical names dominating the top ranks, they nearly collapsed to their knees. Someone had actually dominated the entire top 4 spots. Add to that Lín Xuān's dominance of the top 2 spots on the artifact rankings and the top position on the cultivation rankings. This level of power simply didn't belong to a player at this stage.
Is this truly a human being from our blue star? Why does he feel like an NPC sent out by the game itself?
I have serious grounds to suspect that Jiangcheng, where Lín Xuān resides, is a sect spawned by the game into reality. To justify this genius's existence, they might have even altered all our memories.
Holy crap, that actually makes sense.
Dominating cultivation, artifacts, and spirit pets. Even the game dev's favorite son wouldn't get this kind of treatment.
Does anyone have the dev's contact? I want to ask if they planted this boss-level NPC to push us to spend money.
I wish it would make us spend money. The problem is, it won't let us.
This is hilarious.
My character was just getting hunted down by Chi cultivation stage beasts, but in real life, this guy's already dominating all 3 rankings and crushing the competition.
How terrifying must his in-game character be? Ranked number 1 in cultivation, number 2 in magical artifacts, and his spirit pet dominates the charts?
These stats are insane. He could probably be the president of Blue Star himself.
Hey, does Lord Lín Xuān need any accessories? If not, I'd be happy to be an accessory for his spirit pet.
Lín Xuān had long since muted the public chat. His entire focus was now fixed on the constantly evolving spirit gathering array within the courtyard.
Who'd have thought this reward system would gradually enhance the quality of my existing yellow-grade spirit gathering array instead of replacing it outright?
Watching the quality steadily rise, his eyes gleamed with realization. This process of refinement was akin to receiving instruction from a top-tier array master. Even merely observing it provided invaluable insights. Whoosh! Xian grade lower tier, Xian grade middle tier. As the array's quality steadily climbed, extraordinary phenomena began manifesting within the courtyard.
Pure white mist of spiritual energy drifted through the air, occasionally coalescing into the rudimentary forms of birds and beasts. Clang!
When the spirit gathering array's quality officially broke through to the earth tier, lower grade, an illusion of a jade qilin coalesced at the array's center, plunging into the trunk of the demon spirit tree. Visibly to the naked eye, the trunk of the demon-spawned spirit tree swelled significantly.
Even its leaves, once dry and sparse, rapidly transformed into lush, vibrant greenery, radiating an emerald vitality.
A low-grade earth-tier spirit gathering array can now enhance the quality of the demon spirit tree's fruit and greatly accelerate its fruiting process. Lín Xuān watched as blossoms carved from white jade began to bloom on the branches, a smile spreading across his face. With this earth-grade spirit gathering array, he could finally avoid the lengthy wait for spirit stones of corresponding quality to appear in the real world. Judging by the current concentration of spiritual energy within the array, it likely wouldn't take a week for the demon-born spirit tree to yield its first batch of fruit. Judging by the quality, they would be at least 3rd grade or higher. By then, I'll have subjugated the sea dragon. I'll feed the fruits directly to the falcon monster, the earthworm spirit, and the other 3.
Chapter 100, The Grand Elder arrives, seeking an alliance? Following the conclusion of the 3 major ranking settlements,
Lín Xuān's name became renowned throughout the entire world. Even if someone were to luckily replace him on one of the 3 rankings in the future, they would inevitably fall short of Lín Xuān's achievements. After all, not just anyone could dominate all 3 rankings consecutively and all at the very top.
Such an achievement was likely unmatched for generations to come.
And Lín Xuān wouldn't give others another chance to snatch his top spot. I've already topped up 100 billion credits. If you still manage to take the top spot from me, wouldn't that mean I topped up for nothing? After tallying his gains, Lín Xuān happily turned his attention back to the game. During the hours he'd been away, Pei Jinglian had formally accepted Lín Xuān as a disciple and exceptionally promoted her to the inner sect.
At this moment, Pei Jinglian was cultivating her first cultivation session since stepping into the Golden Core realm. Pei Jinglian's cultivation status, Golden Core realm, first layer 15%.
At most, she had only cultivated for a few hours. Yet she had already pushed her progress to 15%.
At this rate, she would likely break through to the 2nd layer today. Observing her cultivation progress, Lín Xuān couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The Chaos Divine Body is truly formidable. Even after entering the Golden Core stage, where one must transform spiritual energy into higher quality true essence, her speed hasn't slowed down much at all. Clatter! 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 Just then, a knock sounded at the gate of Pei Jinglian's courtyard.
Lín Xuān and she both turned to look toward the door. Through her divine sense, Pei Jinglian saw an elderly man standing outside, none other than the Grand Elder. This man had long since broken through to the Golden Core stage, reaching the 8th layer of Golden Core cultivation several years ago. It was unknown if he had made further breakthroughs in the years since.
Currently, it was known that both Shen Weihong, the patriarch of the Jade Mystic Sect, and this Grand Elder were at the 8th layer of the Golden Core stage.
Whoever broke through to the 9th layer first would become the strongest combat power of the Jade Mystic Sect.
This was because the sect's founder had perished nearly a century ago, reduced to ashes by the wrath of the heavenly tribulation after failing to break through to the nascent soul stage. Were it not for the Grand Elder and Shen Weihong, both peerless prodigies of their generation who broke through to the Golden Core stage at a young age, the Jade Mystic Sect might well have been swallowed up by other sects by now. Over the years, their cultivation progress had been a relentless race, each driven by a fierce determination to become the sect's undisputed strongest. Even the outer disciples knew there seemed to be some friction between the Elders' Hall and the sect master. Of course, outwardly they maintained a facade of harmony. After all, if Yuxuan Sect were to fracture before producing a single nascent soul cultivator, other sects would inevitably detect the weakness and seize the opportunity to swallow them whole. Having endured such hardship to survive thus far, they certainly wouldn't want to crumble now, especially with the emergence of a prodigious disciple like Pei Jinglian offering a glimmer of hope. Yet, no sooner had sect master Shen Weihong shared his heartfelt thoughts with them than the Grand Elder came knocking. Both Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān felt an uneasy foreboding. After a moment's thought, Pei Jinglian waved her hand and opened the door. Simultaneously, the heavenly tier giant spirit array swiftly closed, absorbing the excess spiritual energy from the air to prevent the Grand Elder from detecting any anomalies. Elder, what brings you here? Pei Jinglian slowly rose, exiting her cultivation state. Seeing this, the Grand Elder wore an admiring smile. Ha ha ha. The seventh Elder truly is diligent. When I first became an Elder, I was so excited I couldn't focus on cultivation at all. Pei Jinglian didn't respond to his remark, instead asking directly, may I ask what brings the Grand Elder here? The Grand Elder's laughter faltered, his expression turning slightly awkward. He clearly hadn't expected Pei Jinglian to be so blunt. However, as the Grand Elder, he possessed strong emotional control and did not let his annoyance show. Instead, he found a new angle for praise. Young people are truly something else. Your temperament is far superior to us old fogies, no need for all that beating around the bush. He seemed to realize that continuing to play coy would only provoke Pei Jinglian's anger. So he finally stated his purpose. I've come to invite you to join a small faction within our Elders' Council. After all, you are now one of the elders of our Jade Mystic Sect, and you have earned the right to know certain internal matters. A small faction within the Elders' Council? And inside information? Pei Jinglian furrowed her brow slightly, her sharp intuition telling her this didn't bode well. She was about to refuse outright, unwilling to hear more such matters often dragged her into whirlpools she shouldn't be tangled in. Her sole focus was cultivation, to swiftly elevate her cultivation realm to a level where she could meet her master and properly repay his training kindness. But in the next instant, Lín Xuān's voice echoed in her mind. Don't refuse just yet. See what he has to say. Lín Xuān was actually quite intrigued by these conflicts among Golden Core cultivators, as they often signaled opportunities. Many secrets of the Golden Core stage were born from such conflicts, providing invaluable insights for building his own faction later. Therefore, even if this temporarily distracted Pei Jinglian, he believed it would prove worthwhile in the long run. Besides, they could always decline after hearing the proposal. After all, the senior elder had come alone, clearly wanting to keep it private. Who could have predicted that the Grand Elder's very first statement would leave both of them stunned? It's simple. I've united several other elders within the Elders' Hall, and we intend to restructure the Jade Mystic Sect. Restructure? Those two seemingly light words exploded like thunderclaps in Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian's minds. It was common knowledge that ancestral laws were immutable, especially in a world like this, where individual power transcended all boundaries. The founding patriarchs of a sect invariably established rules with the distant future in mind. If later generations recklessly altered these foundations, it could easily lead to the sect's collapse and severe depletion of its vitality. Therefore, these two words have always been regarded as taboo within the major sects, and virtually no one would ever bring up this matter to others. That the Grand Elder would broach the subject with Pei Jinglian, a complete stranger, right off the bat suggests only two possibilities. First, the matter had already spread throughout the Jade Mystic Sect and was no longer a secret. Second, the Grand Elder believed this matter was inevitable. Approaching Pei Jinglian served to minimize unnecessary variables in truth. Her participation might not even be required, only that she refrained from obstructing it. Approaching Pei Jinglian this time was merely a notification, not a threat or coercion. Pei Jinglian believed the first possibility was more likely. Even outer sect disciples had caught wind of it, proving this matter had long been an open secret within the sect. The Grand Elder's visit now likely meant he genuinely wanted her to join his so-called small organization to restructure the Jade Mystic Sect. For a moment, Pei Jinglian was lost in thought. How should she make this decision? Chapter 101, The Death of the Former Sect Leader. Pei Jinglian pondered. Pondering what course of action would be the right one. After all, this matter was of the utmost importance. It was not something she could choose lightly. One wrong decision could very well cause all future plans to fail. After all, this was a major matter concerning the Jade Mystic Sect. Even as a newly promoted elder, she could wield immense influence over its outcome. In the face of power struggles, even the slightest micro-expression could trigger a butterfly effect, completely altering the subsequent course of events. Seventh Elder, what is your decision? Will you join us? Seeing Pei Jinglian's prolonged silence, the first elder couldn't help but ask again.
She remained silent for a moment, as if waiting for something. The Grand Elder noticed her expression now resembled someone listening intently to someone else's words. A thought struck him: could it be that 7th Elder was secretly consulting with that mysterious powerhouse about whether to get involved? After all, ever since she had left, he had been wondering if some top-tier powerhouse stood behind her. How else could one explain her sudden rise from an obscure outer sect disciple to a full-fledged elder overnight? At that moment, Pei Jinglian finally finished listening to Lín Xuān's proposal. She suddenly asked, how many members are there in this organization? Besides the Elders' Hall, are there any inner or outer sect disciples involved? The senior elder heard her question and couldn't help but smile helplessly. I'm sorry, 7th Elder, but I can't answer that question. Unless you're willing to join our organization. Pei Jinglian wasn't surprised by the refusal. After all, her master had only just instructed her to ask. She shifted her focus to another matter. Regarding this restructuring, how exactly do you plan to implement it? If the changes were reasonable, she might consider joining. The Grand Elder replied earnestly, 7th Elder, you too came from the outer sect disciples. You should understand how difficult cultivation is for them, right? Pei Jinglian nodded calmly. Life as an outer door disciple marked her first glimpse into the cultivation world. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. The Grand Elder continued, our goal is to prevent the continued loss of talents like yours among outer sect disciples. Truthfully, many outer sect disciples possess remarkable talent, yet for various reasons, they ultimately fail to persevere. Our sect has always judged solely by apparent talent, focusing only on your final achievements rather than how outstanding you were during the process. What we must do is allocate a portion of cultivation resources to outer door disciples. This will empower them to fully showcase their innate talents. Moreover, we advocate for education without discrimination. Even if your cultivation aptitude is lacking, you can still enter the inner sect if you possess alchemy talent. This contrasts sharply with the current system, which demands both exceptional alchemy aptitude and cultivation talent for admission into the inner sect's alchemy hall. This is simply unfair to some outer disciples who possess extraordinary talent in alchemy. You should understand what I mean, right? Pei Jinglian nodded silently upon hearing this, her mind still focused on the other voice echoing within her thoughts. After hearing the new question Lín Xuān needed her to ask, Pei Jinglian abruptly looked up and fixed her gaze on the Grand Elder. Then what price must be paid for this? It was common knowledge that when a faction suddenly redistributed resources, someone's interests were bound to suffer. Therefore, she was curious to know from which areas the Grand Elder planned to allocate new cultivation resources to those outer sect disciples. The Grand Elder seemed genuinely intent on recruiting her into his faction, so he didn't beat around the bush. It's simple, he stated directly. We can voluntarily relinquish resources currently controlled by the elders. Distribute these resources to the outer sect to cultivate more talented individuals. Only then will more outstanding juniors like you emerge from the outer sect, restoring the glory of our Jade Mystic Sect. I've always believed that quantity can build quality, rather than the current approach of letting quality dictate quantity. Pei Jinglian was taken aback upon hearing this. She hadn't expected the seemingly rigid Grand Elder to harbor such innovative ideas. He was even willing to sacrifice the Elder's interests for the sake of the outer sect disciples. Naturally, those who accepted his proposal were also prepared to relinquish their own benefits. However, Pei Jinglian did not believe such selfless individuals existed in the cultivation world. Even if they did, it would be for the sake of winning the favor of the Dao. Yet this Grand Elder was a member of the Jade Mystic Sect. Helping his own outer sect disciples would bring him no return of fortune. So what exactly was he pursuing? The Grand Elder seemed to read her thoughts, directly voicing his own desire. Truth be told, I've longed to become the sect master for far too long. What? Hearing the Grand Elder state this so bluntly, Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian were utterly stunned. Truthfully, they had long suspected as much, though they hadn't voiced it. Never did they expect the Grand Elder to admit it so readily himself. Such candor couldn't help but make them wonder, did he harbor ulterior motives? Yet the second Elder's subsequent demeanor and words threw them into further turmoil. A look of longing flashed across the senior patriarch's face. Nearly a century has passed. Do you know how I spent these 100 years? For 100 years, I've cultivated relentlessly, cultivated without cease. At the same time, I humbled myself, constantly befriending newly appointed elders like you. All for the day when I could prove I'm more trustworthy than Shen Weihong. The position of sect master should have been mine. But alas, the previous sect master and the elders' council were short-sighted. They actually elevated that Shen Weihong instead. While his talent is indeed comparable to mine, in terms of conduct and character, you should have noticed he falls far short of us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have climbed step by step from the lowest rank in the elders' council to finally sit in the position of senior eldest brother Yang. I've served the Jade Mystic Sect diligently for so long, yet he still doesn't regard me with any respect. It's as if he believes his position as sect master inherently elevates him above everyone else in the Jade Mystic Sect. Don't be fooled by his deceptively amiable facade. In truth, he's a cold-blooded, self-righteous individual.
His tone shifted abruptly, taking on an eerie quality. Have you heard of a certain incident? Pei Jinglian, already alerted by his agitated display, took a half step back and frowned, asking, what is it?
A sinister smile spread across the senior elder's face, his voice thickening with a chilling edge.
It said the previous sect master's death wasn't an accident, someone orchestrated it in secret. Chapter 102, Storm Clouds Gathering, Better Safe Than Sorry.
Hearing this, Pei Jinglian recalled a scroll she had seen not long ago while researching the history of the Jade Mystic Sect in the Inner Sect's scripture hall. Over 100 years ago, after the previous Yuxuan Sect patriarch witnessed their ancestral elders' failed breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he sensed impending disaster for the sect. He immediately set out to seek help from the old patriarch's former fellow cultivator friends. Unexpectedly, by the time he returned, he was already mortally wounded and barely clinging to life. According to his own account and that of the elder friend he brought back, he had been targeted by a fourth-tier demon emperor midway through his journey. Had his friend, the rat, not sensed his presence nearby and intervened in time, the previous sect master might have perished on the spot. Upon returning to the sect, the previous patriarch sensed his lifespan was nearly exhausted. Witnessed by his old friend, he convened a vote with the Elders' Council, ultimately selecting Shen Weihong as the next patriarch. The current Grand Elder, however, was still at the bottom of the Elder Council at that time and did not receive the same special consideration as Shen Weihong. My talent and cultivation were clearly on par with Shen Weihong's, yet they all chose him and not a single one chose me. It was only because I was less skilled at pretense than that Shen Weihong. He spent his days shuttling between the inner and outer sects, putting on a false show of caring for the disciples. That's how he deceived the previous sect master and the elders, ultimately securing the position of sect master for that bastard. And after he became the sect master, the reality unfolded exactly as you've witnessed and experienced. The outer sect is utterly disregarded by our Jade Mystic Sect as true disciples. Countless talented individuals languish there, preventing our sect from ever regaining its former glory. What I hold in my hands is special evidence regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of the previous sect master. Based on my investigations over the years, I strongly suspect that the death of the previous patriarch is connected to Shen Weihong.
What? The final words sent shockwaves through Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian's minds.
After all, this was earth-shattering news. The slightest leak could tear the entire Jade Mystic Sect apart.
Who would have thought the Grand Elder would blurt it out so recklessly? Did he not fear Pei Jinglian might relay this to Shen Weihong? Or did he believe that after hearing this, Pei Jinglian would inevitably join his organization? Pei Jinglian fixed him with a piercing stare. Without evidence, how can I possibly believe your words? Slandering the current Jade Mystic Sect master is a grave crime.
The Grand Elder suddenly smiled, flipping his hand to pull a dark object from his robe.
Seventh Elder, hold your doubts. Take a look at what's inside.
He tossed the object to Pei Jinglian.
She caught it and examined it closely, discovering it was a fragment of a jade slip. However, it appeared to have been scorched by some substance, rendering it pitch black and obscuring its inscriptions.
Infuse it with your true essence, and you'll be able to see what's written. Pei Jinglian shot him a skeptical glance before doing as he said and channeling her true essence into it.
Immediately, text appeared. To the revered demon emperor Wan Qing. The mystic gate's fortune, 3 years to repay. We humbly request your excellency's might to subdue its divine essence, sparing its life. Upon success, the full fortune shall be presented, and I shall be indebted to your excellency. Yuxuan Sect. Frost's Descent, year 9763 of the primordial era. A brief passage, yet it revealed a wealth of information.
The content above appears to be the letter Shen Weihong wrote to a certain fourth-tier demon emperor back then. Remarkably, it requested the other party to severely injure the previous sect master. He was even willing to sacrifice the entire fortune of the Jade Mystic Sect as payment. Such conduct made it no wonder the Grand Elder despised him, even going so far as to conspire with others to force him out. Who wouldn't feel resentment seeing a murderer so brazenly ascend to the position of sect master, especially when the victim had actively pushed him into it? Yet Pei Jinglian did not immediately trust this account. Instead, she returned the encounter to him and countered, "How can I be certain the contents here are genuine?" The Grand Elder smiled faintly. "No one can verify it, but I can tell you this, I secretly followed Shen Weihong at the time and used a secret technique to reconstruct this very item he destroyed. Many who've seen it believe it, for it truly bears Shen Weihong's handwriting. As for whether the seventh elder believes it, that's entirely up to you to decide." After a moment of silence, Pei Jinglian countered, "Aren't you afraid I'll report what I've seen and heard today to the sect leader?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "This matter is already known to both him and me. You may tell him if you wish. In the end, he'll only claim I'm slandering him." Seeing his unflinching honesty, Pei Jinglian was taken aback. "With such a relationship, how can you two even coexist?" The Grand Elder shook his head with a bitter smile. "For the sake of the Jade Mystic Sect, I must endure my grievances no matter how deep they run. Now that he's acting so brazenly, it's only because he sees the Yuxuan Sect as stable enough to attempt a coup." Damn it! Lín Xuān was stunned by the man's bluntness. He'd even used the term palace coup outright. He instantly realized that a major upheaval was likely brewing within the Jade Mystic Sect.
As for the final outcome, whether the Jade Mystic Sect lived or died, Lín Xuān couldn't care less. His concern lay solely with whether Pei Jinglian could see sufficient gains from this upheaval, such as the sect's magical artifacts. Even a modest portion transferred to the real world would enable him to swiftly establish a formidable power. With this thought, he resolved to let Pei Jinglian observe the situation a little longer. She should not rush to choose sides. After all, he had only heard the senior elder's side of the story. Having uncovered this inside information, he could now instruct Pei Jinglian to deliberate carefully and proceed with caution. Only then could she protect herself wisely while maximizing her gains. After a moment's thought, he instructed Pei Jinglian to give a vague reply. This matter requires careful consideration. I humbly request the elder grant me time to deliberate and make a decision. Rest assured, I will not discuss this with anyone else. Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Wei showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, he smiled slightly, indicating deep understanding. This is indeed a matter of great importance that requires careful consideration before making a decision. I must give advance notice. His tone grew solemn as he continued, that event is not far off. You must decide swiftly, or even I may not be able to fully control the situation afterward. If it were to inadvertently involve you, the seventh elder, that would be most unfortunate. After all, your status is unique. No one anticipated a disciple as young as you reaching the golden core stage at this time. If you, seventh elder, intend to stand idly by, that won't be possible. This matter concerns every single member of the Jade Mystic Sect. Even outer sect disciples won't be able to escape it. Chapter 103, The Enticement from the Demon Slaying Bureau. Though the final words carried a subtle hint of threat, the first elder showed no obvious sign of displeasure. Much like Pei Jinglian's earlier response, his stance now remained utterly ambiguous. Pei Jinglian showed no sign of anger, merely nodding indifferently. Seventh elder, I eagerly await your response. I shall take my leave now. You're welcome. Watching the Grand Elder's figure vanish from sight, Pei Jinglian swept her sleeve, and the courtyard gate closed once more. She returned to her previous spot and resumed her meditation practice, seemingly unaffected by the senior elder's sudden visit and the words he had spoken. For her, advancing her cultivation realm was the paramount priority. In the face of absolute power, no amount of scheming or intrigue could possibly sway a true master. Who would have thought the Jade Mystic Sect harbored such intricate power dynamics? It seems the previous facade of tranquility was nothing but a lie. The entire sect now stands on the brink of a storm. Lín Xuān mused thoughtfully. He knew that player characters in the game would encounter all sorts of factional conflicts, which often directly impacted their own characters. More importantly, the consequences were often severe or potentially immensely rewarding. For instance, in his previous life, he'd heard of a player whose character had personally become the leader of a sect, only to have that sect later swallowed whole by another. The character who'd worked so hard to become leader was ultimately executed. Even when the player spent all their premium funds trying to save the character, it proved futile. The overwhelming pressure from larger forces meant that even if players could cheat their characters, they couldn't solve every problem. Therefore, when facing such factional struggles, Lín Xuān was right to urge Pei Jinglian to exercise caution. One misstep could draw in forces far beyond their current combat capabilities, like the Demon Emperor mentioned in that letter. He might very well appear during this conflict. If he happened to fixate on Pei Jinglian and uncovered the secret she carried. At that point, unless the game suddenly popped up a prompt that could instantly kill the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, even with trillions at his disposal, he'd be powerless to stop Pei Jinglian from dying at the Demon Emperor's hands. He had worked so hard to draw Pei Jinglian and nurtured her to the golden core stage, he couldn't bear to see her die for no reason. Besides, after knowing her for so long, he'd grown accustomed to her presence. Suddenly switching to a different character would be hard for him to accept. Ding! Just then, his doorbell rang. Peering through the door monitor, he was stunned to see Ma Xiaoyong himself standing at the entrance. Why is he here? Lín Xuān was puzzled as he walked to the door to open it for him. Director Ma, what brings you here? Ma Xiaoyong, waiting by the door, was about to greet him when he heard the sarcastic tone. He couldn't help but give a wry smile. Don't tease me, big shot Lín Xuān. Players worldwide are buzzing about your name. Even the Demon Slaying Bureau has personally taken an interest in your affairs. Hearing the name Demon Slaying Bureau, Lín Xuān's heart fluttered slightly. Among the Daxia player community in his previous life, a saying had always circulated. Those targeted by the Demon Slaying Bureau either die or rise to greatness. As the sole superpower in all of Daxia, only the most formidable players, those starting with S-tier characters, could gain entry. Rumor even suggested an SS-tier superplayer held a position within its ranks. In the early days, any antisocial player who committed a major heinous act would be targeted by them and purged immediately. For a long time, this kept Great Xia free from the rampant criminal players, murderers and arsonists that plagued other nations. Of course, if you were a talented player who caught their attention, you'd be swiftly recruited. They promise all manner of lucrative benefits unless you're utterly without ambition. Their offers will almost certainly sway you. However, if your ambitions exceeded the benefits they offered, the Demon Slaying Bureau would keep a constant watch on you.
The moment they detected any suspicious tendencies, they would strike without warning. Sometimes, you wouldn't even know what you'd done wrong before their blades were already at your throat. Even though Lín Xuān's cultivation was now nearing the breakthrough to the golden core stage, this did nothing to diminish his lingering apprehension toward the demon-slaying bureau. If targeted by the demon-slaying bureau, one can expect a long stretch of restless days ahead. After all, these people are incredibly mysterious. No one knows where their headquarters are. Yet strangely enough, their presence could be felt in demon-slaying bureaus across the entire nation. Lín Xuān had long prepared for the possibility of being discovered, but he hadn't expected their actions to be so swift. Not long after the rankings were finalized, the demon-slaying bureau contacted Ma Xiaoyong and had him come knocking. If you're here to recruit me into the demon-slaying bureau, save your breath. I won't be joining them. Lín Xuān seemed to have anticipated Ma Xiaoyong's words, cutting him off before he could speak. The latter's expression immediately stiffened, frozen in place, unsure how to respond. Yet he clearly didn't want to leave just yet, hoping to persuade Lín Xuān further. After stammering for a while, he finally managed to say, "They're actually quite nice people. They didn't put on any airs when we talked." Seeing his demeanor, Lín Xuān couldn't help but shake his head. "Are you that obedient to the demon-slaying bureau? You've only been their director for a short while, yet you already consider yourself one of them? Frankly, I suspect they see you merely as a tool. Their so-called friendliness is just a facade to make you submit faster. Otherwise, why wouldn't they come to meet me themselves? Isn't it because they're afraid of my unpredictable temper, so they keep you here in the courtyard? So you really don't need to place such importance on them. Sometimes seeing things clearly can save you a lot of pain." Not long ago, he flew all the way to South City and executed the son of the deputy director of the demon-slaying bureau, causing quite a stir. Judging by the complete absence of online discussion now, the incident must have been suppressed. Ma Xiaoyong likely remains unaware. But the demon-slaying bureau definitely knew about it. Perhaps they had already set their sights on him and were preparing to act. Unexpectedly, the subsequent emergence of the three major rankings made them realize his strength far exceeded their imagination. That's why they chose to send Ma Xiaoyong to court him. Had those three rankings not surfaced, Lín Xuān had no doubt that one night, intruders would sneak into his home to strike in the dead of night. Chapter 104, The Beast Tide Comes Early, Storm Clouds Gather Over the Tower. It was precisely because he despised the demon-slaying bureau's high-handed tactics that he had no desire to join them. Ma Xiaoyong, however, saw things differently. He couldn't help but shake his head and give a wry smile. "You don't understand. I'm already the chief of the Zhongqing Demon-Slaying Bureau. There are certain responsibilities I simply cannot shirk. Since the Demon-Slaying Bureau has ordered me to recruit you, I have no grounds to refuse. Obeying orders is my duty." Lín Xuān shook his head helplessly at the sight. He knew that given Ma Xiaoyong's character, it would be nearly impossible to change his mind anytime soon. Perhaps the impending beast tide would present an opportunity. He could stage a dramatic rescue during the chaos. He could change the other party's allegiance, shifting Ma Xiaoyong's loyalty from the demon-slaying bureau to himself. A quick calculation suggested that Ma Xiaoyong should have already detected that special ability from his character. With that unique ability, Ma Xiaoyong's value to him far surpassed that of any ordinary S-rank player. Without exaggeration, in his eyes, Ma Xiaoyong was simply the strongest support player in this world. The special ability he possessed offered immense assistance to players cultivating any technique, even foreign players. However, the demon-slaying bureau likely hadn't yet recognized his value. Otherwise, they would have recruited him long ago instead of relegating him to a mere messenger role. Seeing that Lín Xuān truly had no intention of joining, Ma Xiaoyong sighed and turned to leave. But as he reached the doorway, he couldn't resist turning back to speak. "Lín Xuān, I believe your talents are being wasted here in Zhangchang. I understand what you're saying, but once you meet the demon-slaying bureau in person, you'll see that some people possess an innate charisma that commands respect. At least the demon-slaying bureau agents I've encountered truly seem more formidable than ordinary players. From their every word and action, I could tell that even without the game Godslayer, they would be masters in their own right in their real lives. And I believe you belong to the same category as them and among the elite of that category. If you joined the demon-slaying bureau, you might become my direct superior before long." Lín Xuān chuckled. "Old Ma, is there any chance that no matter how great the demon-slaying bureau is, I just can't stand living under someone else's roof? I want to start something new. I want to build a force more powerful than the demon-slaying bureau, and I will be its sole leader. If you're interested, you can leave the demon-slaying bureau early. You'll always be welcome here." Ma Xiaoyong froze in place. He had assumed Lín Xuān simply disliked the bureau's rigid rules and craved freedom. But now he realized the man's ambition far exceeded his expectations. He was actually planning to build a superpower rivaling the demon-slaying bureau itself. Had anyone else uttered those words, Ma Xiaoyong would have dismissed them as delusional, for he had witnessed firsthand the sheer monstrosity of the demon-slaying bureau's members. It was no exaggeration to say he believed any one of them could effortlessly dominate an entire city. But coming from Lín Xuān? He'd seriously consider just how much chance the other had of pulling it off.
Because Lín Xuān was a freak among freaks, his existence alone was enough to effortlessly dominate an entire nation. This was no exaggeration. He genuinely believed Lín Xuān possessed that capability. At this stage, with his cultivation reaching the 9th layer of foundation establishment, multiple top-tier magical artifacts in his possession, and 4 great spirit pets at his command, such an existence would be unrivaled anywhere in the world. If such a man were to establish a faction, countless followers would likely rally to his call the moment he issued it. Ma Xiaoyong suspected that even within the demon-slaying bureau, some might consider jumping ship. After all, this was the current unrivaled powerhouse. Even merely getting close might yield some benefits. However, Ma Xiaoyong currently harbored no such ambitions. A man of rather rigid thinking, he deeply admired the principles of Zhuge Liang from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a man who served only one master. In his view, since the demon-slaying bureau had discovered him first and was willing to elevate him to this position, he couldn't be an ungrateful dog fleeing after only a few days on the job. So when Lín Xuān, the world's foremost figure, extended an olive branch, Ma merely waved it away. We'll discuss it later. I have no desire to join another faction at present. The demon-slaying bureau is my home. Alright then. When you've made up your mind, come find me directly. I won't mock you.
Lín Xuān smiled and waved goodbye as he watched the old-fashioned elder depart. Just as he closed the courtyard gate to resume gaming, a pair of hands stopped him at the door.
Ma Xiaoyong, who had just walked away moments before, reappeared before him. His expression was frantic. Bad news.
The bureau just sent an alert. A beast tide is heading straight for Jiangcheng. They're expected to reach the city walls in half an hour.
At this news, even Lín Xuān couldn't help but gasp in shock. How is that possible?
According to the original schedule, the beast tide wasn't supposed to appear for another month. By then, players would generally have reached the foundation establishment stage or Qi cultivation level 9, and if united, they could barely withstand the next wave. But with him being the only foundation establishment cultivator globally at present, fending off these beasts would be nothing short of hellish for the current players. This was utterly leaving the players no chance to survive.
How could it come so early? Something's terribly wrong. Lín Xuān furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Was this game's purpose in this lifetime to wipe out humanity, hence unleashing the beast tide to attack the city at this very moment?
Just then, he heard Ma Xiaoyong speak again, but it seems only Jiangcheng has been hit by the beast tide. The outskirts of other cities remain relatively quiet. Southern City has already dispatched reinforcements, so there's no need to panic.
We just need to hold out for a while until they arrive.
Besides, the 2 players from the General Bureau are also only in Jiangcheng. They'll help defend against the beast tide.
He glanced at Lín Xuān again and added earnestly,
of course, if you're willing to join us in defending against the beast tide, that should make things much easier. Lín Xuān sighed helplessly upon hearing this. You're underestimating the beast tide.
Don't overestimate my abilities. Yet Ma Xiaoyong's words sent him into deep thought. Only Jiangcheng is experiencing the beast tide? Why hasn't it appeared elsewhere? Could it be because of me? Chapter 105, A Glimmer of Hope and Desperation, Buff's Blessing.
He pondered for a long time, concluding that this sudden beast tide was likely due to his own power being too overpowered. After all, most players were still at the Qi cultivation stage, while he was on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. Naturally, this would draw the game's attention. Using the tropes from previous MMORPGs, he was now under close scrutiny by the game developers, potentially facing suppression or account suspension at any moment. In those MMORPGs, suppression tactics often involved using game data to create a decoy, a fake high-level player to constantly suppress top-tier players like Lín Xuān.
And right now, this wave of beasts was the plant summoned by the Godslayer.
Its purpose was likely to ban Lín Xuān, or at the very least, inflict severe injuries upon him.
Lín Xuān instantly bristled with indignation. I'm a player who's spent billions in game currency, and this is how your game targets me?
He never imagined that one day, his sheer power would lead to real-world retaliation from the game itself. He had always believed such treatment was reserved for those absurdly overpowered characters within the game like his own avatar, Pei Jinglian, who frequently faced targeted attacks and life-threatening crises. Had he not pre-charged 1 trillion credits, Pei Jinglian would have long since become a corpse. But in real life, he didn't have players like himself to top up his account and bail him out of danger. He could only rely on himself. So when he heard the beast tide would arrive in half an hour, his first instinct was to pack his things and make a clean getaway. After all, the beast tide contained third-tier demon lords. Even with his current overpowered status among players, he couldn't possibly match the combat strength of a third-tier demon lord possessing golden core power. Even Pei Jinglian required the aid of a genuine golden core cultivator like Sun Tianming to slay a third-tier demon king. The Godslayer game strictly enforced cultivation tier boundaries, making cross-tier combat virtually impossible. The beasts in the real world naturally inherited this trait. The gap between a second-tier beast and a third-tier beast was greater than that of 10,000 first-tier beasts. Without exaggeration, had that third-tier demon king not been present, Lín Xuān could have single-handedly slaughtered his way through the entire beast tide. But the problem was that the third-tier demon king seemed to have arrived as well. In that case, he wouldn't risk a direct confrontation.
To do so would be to fall right into the game's trap. For a Foundation establishment cultivator to confront a third-tier demon king would be like an egg hitting a stone. He'd either die or be gravely injured. But then he thought, if he fled now, he'd never take the demon spirit tree with him. Not only was this object priceless, but he couldn't bear to leave behind the Earth-grade spirit gathering array he'd set up nearby. Moreover, this injury presented an opportunity he'd long anticipated. It presented the chance to simultaneously reclaim the present Ma Xiaoyong and the unborn Shendragon. If he let this chance slip away, who knew how difficult it would be to achieve both goals next time? For a moment, Lín Xuān found himself in a dilemma. He wanted to preserve his own life, yet he also desired to subdue Ma Xiaoyong and the Sea Dragon. Both were equally vital to him. One represented the present, the other the future. Just as he was caught in hesitation, an ethereal voice suddenly echoed over Jiangcheng. Detected early arrival of the beast tide in this city. Special buff granted. All players who participate in this city's defense battle will receive a 30% strength boost. Additionally, defeating beasts may yield cultivation points or magical artifact rewards as incentives for meritorious slayers. May all players unite to withstand the beast tide calamity. In an instant, the entire city of Jiangcheng was thrown into uproar. Many players stepped outside in disbelief, asking others if they had heard that announcement. Only after confirming everyone had heard it did they realize this wasn't an illusion. A true demonic beast tide was indeed approaching. Holy crap, did I hear that right? I'm only at Qi cultivation level 3. You want me to fight those terrifying beasts with this cultivation? That's suicide. Forget it, I'm packing up and getting out of here. Don't run, it's too late. Haven't you noticed that map-like display on our arms? It shows beast waves approaching from all directions around our city. If you try to run now, you'll probably just run straight into one of them. It's over, it's over. I haven't even gotten a girlfriend yet, and now I'm suddenly going to die here? Fine, whatever. Anyone want to be my first girlfriend? I can protect you in the beast tide. Panic, fear, bewilderment. A whirlwind of emotions erupted within the hearts of Jiangcheng's residents. Many had already succumbed to despair, choosing to give up and lie down. Had the demon-slaying bureau not promptly deployed patrols to the streets, Jiangcheng might have been devastated by those self-destructive, anti-social players. But exceptions always exist. Take Lín Xuān, for instance. The moment he heard that voice from the sky, his eyes lit up. What? A 30% boost to our city's defensive strength? What the hell are we afraid of then? For ordinary players, that 30% might be negligible. But for someone at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment like him, it was enough to trade blows with a third-tier demon king. What made his mouth water even more was that slaying demon beasts could actually yield cultivation feedback and magical artifacts. This was something that had never happened in his previous life. Meaning, if he focused solely on hunting Tier 1 and Tier 2 demon beasts, the sheer volume of the beast tide could potentially catapult him straight to the golden core stage during combat. He wouldn't need to wait for Pei Jinglian to cultivate and break through to the second layer of the golden core stage in the game before receiving feedback. This is the very essence of battle-fueled cultivation, isn't it? It seems the game developers aren't intent on wiping us out after all. His eyes burned with fervor as he swiftly grabbed Ma Xiaoyong's arm beside him, demanding impatiently, "Quick! Tell me where those two from the demon-slaying bureau are." This demon tide was no joke, so he needed to temporarily gather all the high-level players within Jiangcheng. While he could navigate ordinary demon beast waves unimpeded, he alone could never establish a defensive line. He wasn't yet powerful enough to handle the beast tide on his own. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoyong's face lit up with a smile. With you here, Jiangcheng is absolutely safe. I know exactly where they are. Seeing his expression, Lín Xuān couldn't help but caution, my strength is only marginally greater. I'm not powerful enough to protect an entire city. This beast tide is dangerous, don't underestimate it. Ma Xiaoyong shrugged. But I just feel that with you here, Jiangcheng will be absolutely safe. Lín Xuān. Meanwhile, in a hidden rental apartment within Jiangcheng, a man and a woman had just subdued a beastly individual who'd been preparing to assault a young female roommate. Chapter 106, Rude? Lín Xuān steps in to punish. Stay hidden in there. Don't go out. It's not safe outside right now. The woman slowly sheathed the bloodied knife while addressing the trembling girl huddled in the corner. The man beside her couldn't help but snort derisively at the scene. Before you say that, could you at least wipe the blood off your face? You're scaring the living daylights out of her. The girl shot him a glare and wiped the blood from her face. Just then, she tilted her head slightly, listening intently to the voice coming through her earpiece. A smile spread across her face as she waved at the boy. Let's go. That big shot Lín Xuān is willing to meet us. The boy couldn't help but roll his eyes. Put. He's just a player with a bit more luck. I'll surpass him sooner or later. Big shot, those two might have a bit of a temper, so please bear with them later. Try not to take them too seriously, big people have big hearts, okay? Meanwhile, at Lín Xuān's residence, Ma Xiaoyong kept brainwashing him, fearing that the two from the headquarters might clash with this big shot when they arrived.
Given Lín Xuān's strength, if the others wanted to fight, he wouldn't have the authority to stop them. So he could only prepare him in advance to prevent Lín Xuān from losing his temper later. The latter was practically developing calluses on his ears from listening. He waved his hand helplessly. Seriously, old Ma, do I look like the kind of petty person? Ma Xiaoyong studied him intently for a long moment before finally uttering a single word, yes. Lín Xuān. After a moment of silence, he sighed. I promise, as long as they don't insult me to my face, I won't care even if they whisper slander about me behind my back. I'm not some psychopath who kills entire families over a slight like you think I am. Hearing his genuine vow, Ma Xiaoyong finally exhaled in relief. He grinned. I trust you're not petty, boss. But those two really do have terrible tempers. They talk down to me too. Just be prepared. Lín Xuān shrugged. It's normal. After all, they're from the bureau. I hear everyone there is a genius. Geniuses tend to have a bit of arrogance. But I'm an exception. See how I talk to you without any airs, right? Ma Xiaoyong started to protest, but realized he had no grounds to argue. Since they'd met, Lín Xuān had never once acted superior toward him. Even now, after revealing himself as the world's top player, he still spoke with the same friendly demeanor. Nothing like those two from the general administration who had ordered him around the moment they met. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Lín Xuān was fundamentally an extremely arrogant person, always treating him like a tool to be used. But as the saying goes, judge a gentleman by his deeds, not his intentions. Lín Xuān had been humble throughout their entire interaction. Thinking this way made him feel like he was judging a gentleman by his own petty standards. For a moment, Ma Xiaoyong felt a twinge of shame at his own recent thoughts. Shriek! At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry suddenly echoed from outside. Immediately followed by a man's startled exclamation. Holy, where did that huge eagle come from? Ma Xiaoyong and Lín Xuān both looked outside, only to see a man in the demon-slaying bureau uniform being held tightly by the hawk monster, swinging violently in the air. The man was scared to tears. Stop swinging me, big bro. I know I messed up. Please, just let me down, okay? To his surprise, the falcon monster released him instantly. Caught off guard, the man crashed face first into the dirt, writhing in agony on the ground. Ouch, ouch, my back. Ding dong. Ding dong. At the same time, the doorbell rang. Lín Xuān looked pensive as he turned to Ma Xiaoyong beside him. This person couldn't possibly be from the bureau, could they? The latter scratched his head awkwardly. Turns out I was right. I never imagined he'd try to skip the front gate and just climb over your fence. His tone carried a distinct hint of displeasure. Clearly, he too was annoyed by the man's rude behavior of scaling the wall without permission. Only someone as easygoing as Big Shot Lin would tolerate it. Otherwise, someone who casually hopped over a wall without permission would have long since become fertilizer for this land. Alright, I told you I don't mind. No need to worry. Seeing Ma Xiaoyong's concerned gaze, Lín Xuān waved his hand, feeling a bit helpless inside. Do I really look like the type to hold a grudge? Ma Xiaoyong chuckled. I know you, boss. You're broad-minded. You wouldn't hold such a minor thing against anyone. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell outside continued ringing, growing noticeably impatient from the prolonged silence. The man wailing in the courtyard lifted his head and spotted Ma Xiaoyong inside. His tone instantly turned commanding. Director Ma, why haven't you come to help me up yet? Ma Xiaoyong was speechless. Didn't he see I was pleading for him? How could someone be so emotionally clueless? He suspected the man had only gotten into the bureau through connections. With that level of social awareness, if not for the game Godslayer, he'd probably be stuck writing for Didi for the rest of his life. Upon hearing the man not only refuse to apologize for his rudeness but also address Ma Xiaoyong with such insolence, Lín Xuān, who had just claimed not to mind, instantly turned cold. He'd never encountered someone so brazenly rude. For someone like this, he would certainly need out some punishment. As for the method of punishment, it would undoubtedly target the one thing this man cherished most, his pride. The person outside must be getting impatient. I'll go open the gate first. With that, Lín Xuān walked toward the courtyard gate. Inside the courtyard, the man finally forced himself to slowly straighten up from the ground. Just as he was about to get to his feet, a foot slammed down hard on his back, pinning him back down. He snapped his head up, glaring furiously at Lín Xuān, who had just withdrawn his foot. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm here? The latter's face twisted into an apologetic expression. My apologies. My eyesight really isn't what it used to be. The man snorted coldly, clearly failing to recognize Lín Xuān and assuming he was just some lowly foot soldier from the local demon-slaying bureau. He immediately commanded with an air of superiority, What are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm injured? Help me up. Ma Xiaoyong, who had been about to step in to break up the fight, saw this guy still acting like this and instantly gave up. A scumbag like this deserved a proper lesson from Lín Xuān. With Ma Xiaoyong no longer standing in his way, Lín Xuān showed no mercy whatsoever. Alright, I'll help you up. He made a move to lift the man off the ground, and the latter reached out his hand, ready to be helped up.
But suddenly, Lín Xuān's outstretched hand snapped back. His foot followed immediately, crushing down on the man. Chapter 107, The Demon-Slaying Bureau, Leah. Ah! Just how much force was behind that kick? The fact that Lín Xuān had literally crushed his hand into the mud made it painfully clear. The pain made tears well up in the other's eyes, so intense he couldn't even utter a plea for mercy. Lín Xuān slowly raised his leg, glaring coldly at her as he said, word by word. Next time, remember to bring your manners along when you leave the house. Not every place will indulge your rotten temper. Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Lín Xuān. The boy, who had just regained his composure and was about to launch into a tirade, froze upon hearing the name Lín Xuān. What? This young man before him was actually Lín Xuān? The man hailed as the world's top player? He was this young? In the man's original conception, someone who had achieved so much must be a relatively steady middle-aged man. He never imagined it would be such a young-looking guy. The thought that he had just allowed such a big shot to help him up, while maintaining such a nasty attitude and even preparing to climb over the other's wall. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the man's forehead. He suddenly realized just how reckless his actions had been. Daring to climb over the world's top player's wall, and then having him help you up. Given his attitude, the fact that the other party had merely chosen to crush his hand was already an act of immense kindness. The man, finally coming to his senses, opened his mouth to apologize only to be slammed face first into the dirt by another kick, his mouth filling with mud. Lín Xuān then stomped right over him, as if he were nothing more than a rug. Phew! 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 Only after Lín Xuān had finished trampling him did the man slowly lift his head and spit out the dirt from his mouth. Had anyone else treated him this way, he would have been seething with rage by now, demanding they be handcuffed and thrown in jail. But this was Lín Xuān trampling him. He felt it was only right. A scum like himself truly deserved such punishment. Moreover, he felt it was an honor to be trampled under Lín Xuān's feet like a rug. After all, among the billions of players worldwide, tens of millions would gladly be Lín Xuān's lapdogs. Those willing to serve as his doormats? The queue would stretch all the way to the United States. I've been trampled by the world's #1 player. The thought alone made the man break into a foolish grin. Lín Xuān, already at the door, naturally had no idea the man behind him had found being trampled by him pleasurable. Otherwise, a wave of disgust would have washed over him, and he would have tossed the guy out immediately. After opening the door, outside stood a sweet-looking, adorable girl. Compared to the young man inside the courtyard, she was exceptionally polite. Hello? You must be the legendary Lín Xuān. You look so young and handsome. The girl wasted no time in launching into a flurry of flattery upon meeting him. To be honest, this tactic worked wonders on Lín Xuān. After all, what man doesn't enjoy hearing compliments from the opposite sex? Besides, the girl before him seemed quite cute, fitting his aesthetic preferences. In the game, Pei Jinglian suddenly opened her eyes. For some reason, a sense of impending danger welled up inside her. It felt like her master was about to be snatched away by someone else. She quickly startled herself with this absurd notion and shook her head in denial. No, impossible. Master's favorite disciple should only be me. How could anyone possibly snatch Master away from me? She took a deep breath, suppressing the absurd notion, and immediately calmed her mind to resume her cultivation. Thank you for the compliment. Please come in. Faced with such a polite and attractive girl, Lín Xuān naturally couldn't keep wearing that sour expression. Alright, thank you, Master Lín Xuān. The girl offered a sweet thank you before following Lín Xuān into the courtyard. Just as he thought she was down to earth and exceptionally friendly, he spotted her companion standing in the courtyard, grinning like an idiot. Dirt still clung to his mouth, and several footprints were now imprinted on his clothes. Combined with that current dazed grin, he looked completely like someone with an intellectual disability. The girl's heart sank instantly. She had heard the agonized screams from inside earlier. Seeing her companion like this now, she couldn't help but think the worst. Could this guy have angered big shot Lín Xuān and been beaten into a state of mental disability? If that were true, the relationship between the Bureau and Lín Xuān would be in serious trouble. After all, her companion was a crucial figure to the Bureau. If someone like that was beaten into a state of mental disability, she herself might well be implicated. Of course, the greatest concern was whether this would provoke Lín Xuān's resentment toward the Bureau. Their primary mission in coming to Jiangcheng was to recruit Lín Xuān into the Bureau. After all, not just anyone could simultaneously top 3 rankings and even secure top spots on the spirit pet and artifact lists. Recruiting such an unparalleled master would instantly skyrocket their organization's strength. In other words, Lín Xuān's very existence was a national treasure of the highest order. Whether through loss or estrangement, it would be a colossal setback for the Great Xia Empire. Before even stepping inside, she began proactively apologizing to Lín Xuān for her companion's rude behavior. Sorry, boss. My buddy's always been a bit of a dimwit, don't take it personally. He's the only one in our entire bureau who's not quite right in the head. If you wish, I can immediately request his dismissal from headquarters. Headquarters will definitely approve. They specifically instructed us to show you, Boss Lín Xuān, the utmost respect. This guy disobeyed orders. Even if we fire him, he won't have a leg to stand on. Hearing the girl chatter away behind him, apologizing and explaining, Lín Xuān couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, he understood why Ma Xiaoyong had gone out of his way to bother him about these two. This little girl was likely a big part of the reason. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've already punished him. I won't dwell on it further, and frankly, someone like him isn't worth my continued attention. But I am quite interested in you." Before Lín Xuān could finish, hesitation flashed across the girl's face. She thought he had taken a liking to her and wanted her to do that sort of thing. But she wasn't ready for that. She'd only just turned 18 this year and hadn't even held a boy's hand before. Suddenly being asked to make such a huge sacrifice was more than she could handle right now. But then she thought about it. Lín Xuān wasn't some pot-bellied middle-aged man. He was handsome and powerful. Wasn't he the perfect boyfriend she'd always dreamed of? Fine, she'd just pretend it was love at first sight. After all, having a big shot like Lín Xuān as her boyfriend might just be a stroke of luck. Just as she was debating whether to wear it that evening or not, she heard Lín Xuān's second sentence. "Are you interested in switching jobs, moving from the Demon Slaying Bureau to work for me?" Chapter 108, The Way City Plan. "Huh? You mean that?" The girl's jaw dropped in shock, followed by a rapid flush across her cheeks. Lín Xuān gave her a slightly peculiar look and asked in confusion, "What else did you think I meant?" The young woman hastily waved her hands. No. I just meant I'm loyal to the Demon Slaying Bureau and have no plans to switch jobs right now." As if afraid Lín Xuān would continue on this topic, she suddenly slapped her forehead and blurted out, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lín, Demon Slayer Bureau Agent number 13. This is my partner, Zhang Xiaobai, ranked 12th in the Demon Slaying Bureau." After finishing her introduction, Lín nodded toward the person behind her. Zhang Xiaobai, covered in dust and looking rather bedraggled, scrambled to his feet. His face flushed bright red as he waved awkwardly. He felt utterly ashamed because moments ago, he'd actually dared to challenge the formidable Lín Xuān. The memory of his reckless act sent shivers down his spine. If the world's top player decided to take this seriously, he might find himself packing his bags and leaving the next moment. Just as he thought his job was on the line, Lín Xuān merely nodded calmly. "I see. Then come inside first and let's discuss the beast tide." With that, he turned and walked into the house. This reaction left both Lín and Zhang Xiaobai utterly dumbfounded. They stared in shock at Lín Xuān's retreating figure, utterly bewildered. With such terrifying power, he wasn't going to settle the score later? Could it be that merely stepping on their hands and tapping their heads was his punishment for them? If that's truly the case, then the depth of his tolerance leaves them both profoundly shaken. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, Zhang Xiaobai's earlier offense would have been enough to provoke thunderous fury, yet Lín Xuān chose to brush it off with such casual indifference. Indeed, true masters possess magnanimity beyond the reach of ordinary men. The two thought this to themselves, exchanged a glance, and hurriedly followed after them. No sooner had they entered than Lín immediately greeted Ma Xiaoyong, who was seated nearby. "Director Ma." Zhang Xiaobai, standing nearby, flushed with embarrassment. "So Director Ma, you're here too. My earlier attitude was indeed rash. I hope you won't mention it to others." These words instantly caused both Ma Xiaoyong and Lí's faces to freeze in shock. They regarded him with unfamiliar eyes, as if seeing him for the first time. Zhang Xiaobai, who usually looked down on everyone, was actually admitting his mistake. In truth, the moment Lín Xuān pinned him to the ground, Zhang Xiaobai had been terrified out of his wits. Lying on the cold ground, he'd expected his skull to be crushed in the next second. Instead, Lín Xuān had simply turned and walked away. This brought him immense relief, but it also taught him a crucial lesson. Before reaching the pinnacle of power, one must never underestimate anyone. You never know if the person before you might be a formidable opponent like Lín Xuān, capable of crushing your skull. "Come over and take a look, everyone." At that moment, Lín Xuān produced a massive sand table from somewhere and placed it on the desk. Ma Xiaoyong gasped upon recognizing it. "That's the topographical map of Jiangcheng, right? How did you get your hands on this?" Lín Xuān shrugged. "I was a bit of a troublemaker as a kid. I wanted to try everything, so I made this." At this remark, everyone's expression froze. "Are you kidding me? What decent kid would ever play with a realistic sand table like this?" That said, having this would certainly make tactical planning much easier. Lín Xuān took his seat at the head of the table and motioned for the other three to gather around. His fingertip tapped the sand table as he spoke in a deep voice. "The main force of the beast tide will definitely break through the East City Gate. Therefore, we must deploy all the elite players in the city to this direction. As for the other three sides, we only need to station troops to block the main roads. What do you think?" The three exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. They clearly held opposing views, but considering Lín Xuān was the world's top player, voicing dissent now seemed presumptuous. Noticing their hesitation, Lín Xuān's tone turned stern. "This is no game. Speak your minds. If we hesitate in the face of this beast tide, this city will fall sooner or later." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoyong found his courage. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Big brother Lín Xuān, I must oppose your proposal. Satellite imagery shows massive demon beasts approaching from all four directions. Without actual combat, we have no way to pinpoint the main force's location.
I suggest deploying our elite forces to the city center and providing flexible support once engagements break out on all four fronts. This approach prevents us from being stretched too thin.
You're absolutely right. This plan is more prudent.
After a moment's consideration, Li Yet and Zhang Xiaobai both nodded in agreement.
Lín Xuān's gaze swept over the three. So you all agree with this plan?
After receiving their affirmative responses, he suddenly smiled, but unfortunately, I still insist on the original plan. The trio froze, confusion etched on their faces.
If you don't approve, why ask for input?
Lín Xuān's face remained cheerful.
Because I just wanted to test your adaptability.
But it seems you're all fairly level-headed, at least you won't blindly follow orders. As for why I'm concentrating our main force at the East Gate, because that's the precise intelligence I obtained in the game. The intel explicitly stated that the primary assault of this beast tide would target the East Gate. These words struck them like a thunderclap, leaving the three of them utterly dumbfounded. It was the first time they'd realized that intelligence from the game could actually predict the movements of a real-world beast tide.
How utterly unbelievable. But Ma Xiaoyong quickly recalled how Lín Xuān had accurately predicted the outbreak of this beast tide when they first met. Since he had proven his foresight once, why not trust him again?
His expression sharpened as he declared, "All right. We'll trust Brother Lín Xuān's plan this time. For the safety of Jiangcheng, we must place our unconditional trust in Mr. Lín Xuān now." His abrupt change in stance left both Li Yet and Zhang Xiaobai utterly stunned.
Neither could comprehend why he had abruptly changed his stance. Director Ma, isn't this a bit too impulsive? Chapter 109, The Beast Tide Approaches, Deploying Forces. Yes, Director Ma, are we really going to take such a gamble? But the latter's expression was unwavering, as if he had already accepted Lín Xuān's words. When it comes to matters concerning Jiangcheng's survival, we must trust the judgment of the strongest. That is the wisest choice. His words froze both men in their tracks. They both began to suspect whether Ma Xiaoyong had been bewitched. Otherwise, how could he act so recklessly on a decision that determined the survival of an entire city's populace? Logically, his initial proposal had been the most sound. Why the sudden, last-minute reversal? Could it be that his initial proposal was merely a decoy, and what they were witnessing now was actually a double act orchestrated by these two? Then it's settled.
Gather all players willing to resist shortly.
Record their cultivation levels and primary cultivation techniques. Also inform those unwilling to fight that once we fall, Jiangcheng will become a playground for demon beasts. Escape is impossible now. Demon beasts surround us on all sides. Fighting to the death is our only path to survival. After finalizing the battle plan, Lín Xuān dispatched the three to gather the city's player forces.
With the beast tide upon them, he wouldn't let those unwilling to fight hide away like turtles in their shells. The beast tide was so ferocious and arrived so unexpectedly early that even the most reluctant must take the field to fight. Otherwise, there was only one word for it: death. The other three were all startled by Lín Xuān's attitude. Leah cautiously asked, "What about those who aren't suited for battle? Like those unlucky players who might still be stuck at Qi cultivation level 1. Wouldn't sending them into battle just slow things down?" Lín Xuān showed no sympathy, countering with a question, "Do you think the beasts will spare them just because they're at Qi cultivation level 1? And wouldn't that be unfair to us skilled players? Logically speaking, we experienced players should be the ones most deserving of survival. Are we now supposed to sacrifice ourselves just to look after these weaklings?" This was a brutally realistic question that instantly silenced the other three. They wanted to argue back, but found no counterpoint. Because this world was no longer the society of the past now, strength was what truly mattered. Lín Xuān's words were undeniably true. This world was inherently a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. If even the strong couldn't survive, what right did the weak have to hide at home waiting for the strong to protect them? Realizing this, the trio hesitated no longer. They decisively began strengthening their resistance forces against the horde. Meanwhile, Lín Xuān himself began urgently training his spirit pets. Though these three were only first tier, their demonstrated strength already rivaled that of second-tier demon beasts. With a little training, these three could temporarily hold the front lines. After all, any beasts they slayed would ultimately count toward his tally. It was like hiring 3 assistants to farm treasure chests and experience, ensuring he'd be the biggest beneficiary of this beast tide. As for whether anyone else might be luckier than him, Lín Xuān deemed it impossible. After all, he was the game's sole supreme VIP. No one could possibly outrank him in luck. Ma Xiaoyong led the Demon Slaying Bureau squad to begin deploying personnel across various districts to establish forces and register them on the roster. He specifically placed the stronger recruits at the forefront, promising them spots within the Demon Slaying Bureau upon successful completion of their tasks. If they remained unmoved, he would invoke Lín Xuān's name. He told them that by joining, they would become part of Lín Xuān's forces. The moment they heard they could become subordinates of the world's top player, those who had been fiercely resistant suddenly threw themselves forward. Their enthusiasm was a stark contrast to their earlier cold refusals. As for the weaker players, Ma Xiaoyong didn't play the saint either. He simply assigned them as support for the stronger players.
This ensured the latter received adequate care on the battlefield, preventing situations where they'd be ignored after getting injured. If anyone refused, Principal Ma would bluntly state, "If you decline, leave this city immediately. If you have no desire to protect it, you deserve no protection from it." Most, upon hearing this, would slink away and join. But a small minority stubbornly resisted, displaying a thick-skinned attitude. For these individuals, Ma Xiaoyong showed no mercy. He would have them dragged away without hesitation, locked up in prison, awaiting reckoning after the war. After all, these individuals had long been a burden on society, barely contributing to production beyond sponging off their parents and acting like scoundrels. Now, with the beast tide upon them, they cling to the mindset that weakness justifies their actions, still intent on shirking their responsibilities. But times had changed. Influenced by Lín Xuān, Ma Xiaoyong had long since developed a heart of stone. Naturally, he wouldn't give them any chance to keep shirking their responsibilities. It was clear that regardless of the outcome of this battle, these weaklings who loved to play the victim would face judgment. Compared to Ma Xiaoyong's approach, the other two acted with far greater decisiveness. They immediately executed some of the most stubborn troublemakers on the spot, forcibly conscripting the rest into the resistance army. Otherwise, there was only one word for them: death. They weren't natives of Jiangcheng, so naturally, they felt no attachment to its people. Killing these cowardly lizards felt like no burden at all. Their approach proved the most effective, swiftly organizing all players in their area into ranks and forming a temporary army. Later, they even had spare time to help Ma Xiaoyong urge the remaining players onto the battlefield. With the three working together, it took just over 10 minutes to assemble all Jiangcheng's players into a makeshift army. Though utterly disorganized, they were at least gathered together. Once they entered the battlefield, they would naturally huddle together without needing to worry about that. Furthermore, they were divided into 3 tiers based on their combat prowess. The weaker players were assigned to logistics, specifically transporting or tending to the wounded. Those of moderate strength were assigned to the 3 major districts, south, west, and north. According to Lín Xuān's plan, the demon beasts in these areas were relatively weak, and these players, as the backbone of the defense, were fully capable of holding their ground. The remaining elite players would join forces with Ma Xiaoyong and others to confront the most formidable demon beast tide in the eastern district. Of course, to prevent players from collapsing into disarray during the fight, the trio specifically selected some of the more ruthless players to form an enforcement squad. Anyone caught retreating would be executed on the spot. This approach solved the problem of instant collapse upon contact. Everything was ready, all that was needed was the final push. Chapter 110, Proactive Defense Against the Beast Tide. When Lín Xuān's figure appeared before the players, all fell silent. Whether discontented or delighted, every player now gazed at Lín Xuān with reverence. As fellow countrymen of the world's top player, it would be untrue to say they didn't feel a sense of pride. Seeing their idol appear before them in person, everyone instinctively held their breath. Lín Xuān seemed to sense this. When he stepped forward before the crowd, he didn't deliver any grand speeches. A single word was enough to ignite the fervor of the entire assembly. He pointed toward the distance and uttered a single word: kill. East District. On the makeshift walls hastily constructed from various building materials, Lín Xuān and the other players could already see thick, billowing smoke rising in the distance, a dust cloud churned up by hordes of demon beasts charging through it. Even from this distance, they could feel the ground tremble and catch the distinct, pungent scent unique to demon beasts. Had Lín Xuān not stood at the very front, many might have succumbed to the overwhelming psychological pressure and turned tail to flee. But seeing Lín Xuān standing at the very front of their group, the players who idolized him not only felt no fear, but instead, fierce fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. Lín Xuān single-handedly turned the tide of their resolve. Perhaps this was the positive influence that came with the title of the world's top player. Simply standing there, without uttering a word, served as the most powerful motivation. At that moment, Lín Xuān was silently sensing the changes within his own power. Just as the Sky announcement had stated moments ago, his decision to resist the beast tide had indeed granted him a substantial power boost. Don't underestimate a 30% increase at the foundation establishment stage. Each minor breakthrough equates to precisely this level of power growth. Currently at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, this 30% power boost meant he now equaled the 10th layer, or more precisely, half a golden core. Though not a true golden core, combined with the unique properties of his chaos divine body, facing a 3rd-tier demon king would be a breeze. He only needed to unleash his 3 spirit pets beforehand to focus on slaughtering weaker demon beasts. By maximizing the cultivation gains in the shortest time possible, he might even achieve a breakthrough to the golden core stage during the battle. Once he reached the golden core stage, virtually nothing in the entire beast tide would pose a threat to him. His only concern now was whether this prematurely arrived beast tide might affect the appearance of that sea dragon. If this caused the sea dragon to skip this location altogether, he'd be utterly devastated. Brother Lín Xuān, everyone is ready. Should we launch an offensive or hold our ground here? At that moment, Ma Xiaoyong climbed the makeshift city wall and approached him, asking softly. Lín Xuān took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the distant tide of beasts. His response caught everyone off guard. Those who dare to join me, attack proactively.
Those who don't, stay here on the walls and prepare to clean up the mess we couldn't stop. I'll say this once, you're Jiangqing's finest players. If even the East District you're defending falls, then all hope for Jiangqing is lost. Even if I were the world's top player, I couldn't carry the entire city. After Ma Xiaoyong relayed his words, as expected, almost no one chose to stay on the city walls. They all howled with excitement, declaring they would follow Lord Lín Xuān into battle against those demonic beasts, fighting to the death. Lín Xuān wasn't surprised. He had long become an idol in their eyes. With their idol stepping onto the battlefield, would his fans really stand by and watch him fight the demonic beasts alone? Thus, not a single one of the over 10,000 Jiangqing players chose to retreat. Save for a handful of players forcibly held back as rear guards, nearly everyone voluntarily descended the walls and charged headlong into the surging tide of beasts. Lín Xuān stepped forward decisively, riding his dragon spine sword at full speed to lead the charge at the very forefront. This sight ignited the blood of many, banishing their last vestiges of fear. Their pace quickened, each desperate not to fall behind Lín Xuān. Li Ye and Zhang Xiaobai followed within the ranks. Observing the players' frenzied expressions, they couldn't help but inwardly marvel. These Jiangqing people are truly mad. Just a few casual words from Lín Xuān, and they're following him without a second thought. If we had said those words, hardly anyone would have paid us any mind. This thought only deepened their admiration for Lín Xuān. Only someone like you could command such instant, widespread adoration. After all, the other party was so outstanding that even they had to admit defeat and comply with their arrangements. As their thoughts raced, they realized they were now less than a kilometer away from the beast tide. At this distance, they could clearly see the hideous beasts within the horde. Among them were screeching birds soaring low, most covered in layers of sturdy feathered armor. Their sharp beaks and claws made them appear particularly troublesome. Most Jiangqing players were merely Qi cultivation stage cultivators, incapable of flying on swords like Lín Xuān. Only a small number had cultivated special techniques allowing brief aerial flight. But that didn't mean there were no countermeasures. Archers, hold your positions. At Zhang Xiaobai's roar, many players immediately halted their advance, standing poised to fire arrows at a moment's notice. They were all players who had received feedback from the game, specifically capable of long-range attacks. Lín Xuān had anticipated the presence of numerous flying beasts within the horde and specifically deployed these archer squads to counter them. This way, even if he was the only one capable of freely soaring through the air, he could still easily handle the flying beasts. After all, the flying beasts constituted only a small portion of the entire horde, serving at best as the support unit within the beast tide. The true main force remained the beasts charging across the ground. Among them were pythons with gaping, blood-red jaws, lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves bellowing incessantly, alongside all manner of bizarre, never-before-seen beasts. As they drew nearer, their roars had already struck fear into the hearts of many players. The fervor ignited by Lín Xuān's idol had cooled by half the moment they actually encountered these beasts. Chapter 111 Rampage and Rapid Cultivation Growth. Holy crap, am I seeing things? How did big shot Lín Xuān instantly slay over a dozen first-tier beasts the moment he landed? No, I saw it too. That power is terrifying, instantly slaying them upon landing. Suddenly, these beasts don't seem so scary anymore. You're right. They're carbon-based lifeforms just like us. Why the hell should we be scared? Brothers, let's slaughter them. Slaughter them. Defend Jiangqing. Lín Xuān's performance instantly flooded the players' chat with messages. After all, the combat prowess he just displayed made those beasts seem like poultry sliced open with a casual swing of his blade. Such an exaggerated display instantly convinced the players that the demon beasts were nothing special. Roaring with fury, they charged forward. Fueled by this surging fighting spirit and a 30% strength boost, they unleashed 150% of their original combat power. Facing beasts of equal tier, they could now obliterate them in an instant, facing no pressure whatsoever. This only fueled their fighting spirit further. I thought this beast tide would be terrifying, but it's nothing special after all. Guys, hurry up and kill them. If we don't, there won't be enough left later. I just triggered a feedback effect and leveled up my cultivation directly. Holy, you're so lucky. I killed 3 in a row and didn't trigger it once. Holy crap, I just looted gear. This drop rate is insane. After witnessing fellow players gain cultivation feedback and treasure chests from slaying beasts, the players' combat prowess surged to new heights. In an instant, the beast tide was actually halted by a group of players. Some even started competing with other players for the right to kill a single beast. If these beasts possessed intelligence, they'd surely be utterly bewildered by now. They were the ones attacking, yet now they were being held back by a group of players, unable to advance even an inch. Of course, there was another reason why the players could hold them back so easily: the 4 individuals led by Lín Xuān, who were steadily pushing deeper into the rear of the demon beast tide. First was Ma Xiaoyong. As a powerful individual who had contracted an S-rank character, he was also the ruthless figure who had single-handedly turned the tide and saved Jiangqing in his previous life. Yellow spiritual energy now radiated from his body. With each step and technique he executed, the surrounding ground transformed into various formations: earth spikes or earth prisons.
This was the Earth Elemental Art Earth Tier cultivation technique he'd obtained through in-game feedback. After mastering this technique, Ma Xiaoyong could manipulate all Earth elements within a 10-meter radius by executing different combat stances. As his cultivation level increased, the range of his control would expand. In his previous life, Ma Xiaoyong had sacrificed his life by channeling all his Foundation Establishment stage spiritual energy to conjure a 100-meter-tall earthen wall outside Jiangcheng, halting the advance of most demonic beasts. He ultimately held out until reinforcements arrived from the southern city, allowing Jiangcheng to survive. Though Ma Xiaoyong hadn't yet reached his former strength, he showed no mercy as he cleaned up the aftermath behind Lín Xuān. Any demon beasts that swept past Lín Xuān's rear were intercepted by him using earth or earth spikes, creating space for Li Ye and Zhang Xiaobai behind him to finish them off. As members of the Demon Slaying Bureau, Li Ye and Zhang Xiaobai were naturally formidable opponents themselves. Ha! Li Ye produced a long whip from somewhere. Any demon beast struck by her lash either dissolved into a mist of blood or was brutally cleaved in two. She resembled a spinning top, her whip the blade, whirling madly to slaughter the surrounding beasts. Her killing efficiency far surpassed even that of the group of players behind her. Zhang Xiaobai was certainly no slouch either, though his kill rate paled in comparison to Li Ye's. He operated more like an assassin, moving like a shadow through the demon beast horde. Each strike was a precise dagger thrust to a vital spot, delivering a one-hit kill. Though his pace was slower than Li Ye's, each strike guaranteed the demise of a first-tier demon beast. The three of them stood like immovable rocks, anchored firmly in place, blocking the demon beast tide from advancing smoothly toward Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, Lín Xuān, charging at the very front, resembled a speedboat. Not only did he block the demon beast tide, but he even managed to swim against the current. The demon beast tide was organized by strength, with the first wave consisting of a horde of first-tier beasts the most numerous and sacrificial. Their role was to wear down the human side strength, allowing the second tier of second-stage demon beasts to reap the rewards. It was no exaggeration to say that without Lín Xuān, dealing with even the first-tier beasts would have inflicted heavy casualties on the players. But from the moment Lín Xuān appeared, the first-tier beasts became as harmless as poultry, posing no threat whatsoever. Killed level 1 demon beast, ground chicken. Cultivation feedback, Foundation Establishment 9th layer progress plus 0.1% current progress, 20.1%. Killed tier 1 demon beast, white ringed snake. Cultivation feedback, Foundation Establishment 9th layer progress plus 0.1% current progress, 20.2%. Defeated tier 1 demon beast, bamboo forest. Obtained artifact chest substandard artifact, large cleaver. Defeated level 1 demon beast. Lín Xuān had long since lost count of how many demon beasts he'd slain, but judging by the constant stream of feedback alerts ringing in his ears, the number was likely well over 1,000. After all, he could effortlessly slaughter over a dozen first-tier demon beasts every second. His speed was akin to a demon beast slaughter machine. Those creatures were dismembered the moment they caught sight of his shadow. With his 3 spirit pets also contributing their strength, reaching this staggering number was hardly surprising. Amidst this relentless slaughter, his cultivation progress surged by another 5%, reaching 25%. Don't underestimate this 5%. Even Pei Jinglian would need at least half an hour of cultivation to achieve the same. Yet from the start of the slaughter to now, only a few minutes had passed far quicker than any cultivation session. Lín Xuān was now completely immersed in the thrill of slaughter, feeling utterly exhilarated. It was only now that he finally encountered his first second-tier demon beast. Roar! A massive rhinoceros suddenly charged from the left flank, its menacing horn like a sharp blade, thrusting straight toward Lín Xuān. Lín Xuān was currently facing away from it. If he couldn't dodge in time, he would likely be pierced through the heart in the next instant. Yet just as the horn was about to strike, Lín Xuān seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His dragon spine sword twisted forward in an unnatural arc. Thud! His blade struck first, severing the rhinoceros's head before its horn could land. The massive body crashed to the ground in an instant. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. A second-tier demon beast met its end in an instant before Lín Xuān. Chapter 112, The Emergence of the Sea Dragon. Roar! A massive rhinoceros suddenly charged from the left flank, its menacing horn like a sharp blade, thrusting straight toward Lín Xuān. Lín Xuān stood with his back to it. If he couldn't dodge in time, he would likely be impaled through the heart in the next instant. Yet just as the rhino's horn was about to strike, Lín Xuān seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His dragon spine sword whirled forward in an eerie arc. Thud! His blade struck first, severing the rhinoceros's head before its horn could land. The massive body crashed to the ground in an instant. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. What overwhelming power! Even facing a second-tier demon beast, brother Lín Xuān managed an instant kill. The 3 watching from behind were secretly startled, each deeply shaken by Lín Xuān's formidable power. They watched as Lín Xuān, wielding a dragon spine sword, stood guard alone at the front. Like an unbreakable rock, he blocked the path ahead, sending every second-tier demon beast to meet its end beneath his blade. In the blink of an eye, over 10 second-tier demon beasts had fallen to his blade. Moreover, this beast tide had its limits. There were only about 30 second-tier beasts in total.
In that instant, Lín Xuān had already taken down 10 of them. The 3 of them couldn't fathom how the remaining beasts could possibly turn the tide. I thought this beast tide would be tough to handle, but seeing how effortlessly Lord Lín Xuān dealt with it. Exactly. This is beyond expectations. We thought Brother Lín Xuān might struggle after taking down 10 level 2 beasts, but look at him, it seems easier than eating or drinking. The question is, can we really offer any help to Brother Lín Xuān? It feels like he could single-handedly plow through this entire beast tide. At this remark, all 3 fell silent. They realized that Lín Xuān might actually be able to single-handedly cut through the entire beast tide and emerge unscathed. After all, the beasts were targeting Zhang. If Lín Xuān chose to break through the encirclement first and then return to deal with the horde at his leisure, he could have done so with far greater ease than he was currently displaying. Instead of what he was doing now, facing so many beasts alone, where the slightest misstep could leave him bitten. At that moment, the 3 were deeply moved by Lín Xuān's selfless greatness. What kind of spirit would willingly lead us, these unnecessary burdens, to withstand the beast tide and defend Zhang? After all, with Lín Xuān's strength, he had absolutely no need to linger here with them, maneuvering against the beast tide. He could have easily hunted them down at will once they entered Zhang. That such an existence would choose to lead them in resisting the beast tide, they had assumed he must have ulterior motives. Now it seemed they were the ones with the narrow-minded, frog-in-the-well perspective. Just as the trio felt ashamed, the selfless and magnificent Lín Xuān in their minds kept searching the surroundings for something strange. Why hasn't that Shin dragon egg appeared yet? I distinctly recall it surfacing suddenly after slaying several level 2 demon beasts in my previous life. Of course, Lín Xuān wasn't truly selfless. He led them purely to exploit Ma Xiaoyang's earth elemental control and claim that sea dragon egg for himself. As everyone knew, sea dragons possessed innate flight capabilities and astonishing speed. On the battlefield, only by having Ma Xiaoyang temporarily construct an earthen cage to trap the potentially escaping sea dragon in place could he have a chance to tame it. Otherwise, the newly hatched dragon would sense the surrounding danger and immediately flee skyward at top speed, making it impossible for anyone to capture it. According to the rhythm of his previous life, Shin dragon eggs should have appeared by now at the very latest. Yet, there was still no sign of them. This stirred an uneasy feeling in Lín Xuān's heart. Could it be that because this beast tide arrived early, the Shin dragon eggs that should have appeared have vanished too? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. His rebirth had triggered too many butterfly effects, ultimately causing this beast tide to arrive early and making the mirage dragon egg that should have appeared vanish. Ah, well, it's fine. At least I got to loot the treasure chest this time, and this cultivation level is excellent too. It's not too bad, really. After coming to terms with this, Lín Xuān didn't let it get him down. He quickly adjusted his mindset, determined to first deal with the immediate threat of the beast tide. Whether it was due to his 30% power increase or his current cultivation level overwhelming both demon beasts and players at the same stage, slaughtering these creatures felt effortless. In fact, from the start of the battle until now, he felt his stamina had barely dipped below 10%. Not only could he handle these second-tier beasts, but even third-tier ones. Roar! Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the sky. Instantly, every beast and player froze in place. In that moment, all creatures on the ground instinctively looked up toward the sky. Amidst the thick clouds, a gap suddenly tore open. A menacing black figure appeared in the sky like a bolt of lightning. It was a dragon covered in thick, black scales. A genuine dragon. It bore twisted, menacing horns, its gaping maw wide open. Its dragon eyes held nothing but cold and pride, while its scales glinted icy in the sunlight. Its mere appearance instantly overwhelmed all present humans and beasts with an immense sense of oppression. Roar! It let out another long, drawn-out dragon's roar toward the creatures on the ground, as if announcing its arrival. What the hell is that thing? Good heavens! Just 2 roars, and both I and this demon beast before me seem paralyzed. Hiss! If it attacks us now, we're as good as dead. That thing looks like a dragon from myth. I can't even tell how it's floating in the air. Shouldn't it at least have wings? Exactly. No wings, no anything. How the hell is it flying? This is insane. Though their bodies were momentarily frozen, the players' minds and mouths remained active. They all stared up at the dragon in the sky, their eyes filled with terror as they whispered in alarm. Ma Xiaoyang, Leah, and Zhang Xiaobai were no different. They stared at the black dragon in the sky, utterly incredulous. Do dragons truly exist in this world? Is this also one of the demon beasts from this beast tide? Judging by its aura, it seems far stronger than those second-tier demon beasts, doesn't it? So, this is likely a third-tier demon beast from this wave? Chapter 113, The Sea Dragon's Wrath. Lín Xuān stands his ground. No way. Aside from big shot Lín Xuān, almost none of us here have even reached second-tier demon beast strength. Now you want us to fight a third-tier demon beast? This game has gone mad. Even the most battle-hardened among them couldn't help but feel terror at the sight of a genuine dragon before them. For humans, such a creature was a nightmare made real. Among them all, only Lín Xuān at the forefront remained relatively composed. Yet even he wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes filled with complexity as he uttered the creature's name. This is a sea dragon?
He hadn't expected this third-tier demon king to be a sea dragon. This shouldn't be possible. In my previous life, the third-tier demon king was supposed to be a wolf king. Why has it suddenly become a sea dragon? Lín Xuān stared at the Shinju dragon soaring through the sky, its dragon-like roar echoing, his face filled with astonishment. In his memory, the third-tier demon king during that beast tide in his previous life had been a wolf. Though equally hideous, it had been successfully slain with the combined efforts of reinforcements from South City. The Wolf King, though third tier, possessed no special mutated abilities. It was simply a wolf with third tier strength. Had that wolf possessed mutant abilities like the Lightning Wolf King, they would have suffered at least double the casualties to defeat it. This clearly demonstrated that even among third-tier beasts, there were significant disparities in power. Now, the third-tier sea dragon appearing in the sky undoubtedly belongs to the strongest tier within this space. Even the spirit pets Lín Xuān had subdued might not surpass the sea dragon in strength at the same tier. Any creature bearing dragon bloodlines was never simple. Take the Earth Dragon King slain by Pei Jinglian earlier. It too carried a trace of dragon blood. Had Pei Jinglian not been exceptionally powerful, any Foundation establishment cultivator would have perished instantly in that encounter. Without exaggeration, within the demonic races, dragon bloodlines represent the pinnacle of power. And a creature like the sea dragon, possessing such a high concentration of dragon blood, ranks among the absolute strongest of its tier. If the original Wolf King had been a standard difficulty, then suddenly switching to a sea dragon instantly elevated it to hellish difficulty. The current beast tide's difficulty made even Lín Xuān's scalp tingle. This was the oppressive weight the dragon bloodline brought. What had been intended as a beast tide for grinding experience had now transformed into a perilous life or death situation. Damn it! Could it be that wretched butterfly effect that caused this sea dragon to appear? Gritting his teeth, Lín Xuān channeled every ounce of his spiritual energy, managing to break free from the dragon's oppressive aura just a split second earlier than the others. As a Chaos Saint body, he shouldn't have been intimidated by the dragon's pressure in the first place. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was one level lower than others, so managing to break free early was already commendable. Put. Seeming to sense his opportunity, Lín Xuān disregarded martial ethics entirely, drawing his sword to slash down every second-tier demon beast still frozen in terror. Killed second-tier demon beast, Wind Howling Wolf. Gained cultivation feedback. Foundation establishment 9th layer cultivation progress plus 1% current progress, 50.6%. Killed second-tier demon beast, White Tiger. Obtained artifact chest yellow grade mid-tier Xuan Wu blade. Killed second-tier demon beast. In mere seconds, Lín Xuān had slaughtered nearly every second-tier demon beast. This instantaneous carnage caused his cultivation to surge rapidly, while his Yuan nurturing bracelet gained several more yellow-grade magical artifacts. It could be said he had seized the opportunity presented by the sea dragon's shockwave. By exploiting the fact that the shockwave had also affected his own allies, he had cleared the entire wave in one fell swoop. He knew that he would inevitably have to confront the Shindragon in the sky next, and these second-tier demon beasts would surely turn their attention to Ma Xiaoyong and the others. Unlike him, they lacked such formidable strength. If these second-tier beasts were allowed to pass unchecked, casualties were inevitable. He certainly didn't want to find his entire team wiped out after battling the sea dragon. These were all outstanding players he had been preparing to recruit into his faction. If they were all wiped out, wouldn't he have to expend enormous effort recruiting a new batch from elsewhere? He had invested personal connections in these individuals, making them prime candidates for direct recruitment. The other unfamiliar elite players would require time to cultivate. He refused to let the connections he'd invested in Ma Xiaoyong go to waste. So his first instinct wasn't to flee or anything else. He immediately chose to slaughter every second-tier demon beast around him. Only then could he ensure that when he fought the sea dragon later, he wouldn't have to worry about Ma Xiaoyong and the others. After all, the remaining first-tier demon beasts were easily handled by their combined strength. After eliminating all the second-tier demon beasts, Lín Xuān's strength had reached 63% of his peak. Compared to before the battle began, he had made a full 40% progress and in less than half an hour. Had he achieved this through cultivation alone, it would have taken dozens of times longer. It's just a pity there aren't many second-tier demon beasts. Otherwise, with another 100 or 80 of them, I could have advanced directly to the golden core stage. Once I reached the golden core stage, I wouldn't have to fear anything like the sea dragon. After all, my chaos divine body is a sacred physique among the human race. Its value among demonic beasts is no less than that of dragon bloodlines, perhaps even surpassing it. Lín Xuān slowly raised his head, gazing at the sea dragon in the sky. At that moment, the creature sensed the sudden disappearance of its subordinates and let out a furious roar. The creatures below trembled once more. When the dragon clan raged, all bowed in submission. Yet now, a human stood below, head held high, gazing defiantly at it with a challenging stare. Roar! Its fury intensified. The dragon's roar echoed endlessly, yet it only managed to make the other creatures tremble in fear. The human remained defiant, standing tall and even provocatively wiggling a finger. The dragon ceased its roar. Such warnings were useless against this human. Only the human's blood could uphold its dragon's majesty and continue to intimidate the creatures below. It opened its gaping maw, instantly coalescing a cloud of black mist that it spat directly toward the human on the ground. The moment the black mist appeared, it filled the air with a thick, foul stench. Every other creature that caught its scent reeled in dizziness. Ma Xiaoyong, Liya, and Zhang Xiaobai watched Lín Xuān with worry, their hearts filled with anxiety. Chapter 114, The Core That Cannot Fall. Damn it! This dragon's roar has actually immobilized us all. Damn it, why are we being intimidated by this dragon's roar? Even if Lín Xuān can move, this dragon's aura clearly surpasses that of a second-tier demon beast. It's a third-tier demon king. He hasn't even advanced to the golden core stage yet. Can he really fight it at a higher level? Why isn't brother Lín Xuān moving? That black mist is clearly deadly. Touching it would leave you crippled if not dead. Watching Lín Xuān still standing motionless, anxiety flashed in all three of their eyes. They desperately wished they could control him to help him escape. As terror gripped their gazes, the black mist engulfed Lín Xuān, corroding the corpses of the second-tier demon beasts on the ground into stark white skeletons. Why isn't Lín Xuān leaving? Could he be immobilized like us? We're done for. This black mist is terrifyingly lethal. It reduced second-tier demon beasts to skeletons in less than a second. Big brother Lín Xuān is in grave danger. Damn it! If I could move now, I'd build a protective earth wall for brother Lín Xuān to shield him from this terrifying black mist. The three watched the scene unfold, their hearts sinking instantly. They were certain Lord Lín Xuān had suffered severe injury. After all, if even a demon beast couldn't withstand that black mist, how could a mere human body endure it? Even the sky dragon seemed to share this belief. After expelling the black mist, it circled the sky repeatedly, seemingly reveling in the triumph of having slain an enemy. Yet the next moment, Ma Xiaoyong and the others wore expressions of delight, and the sea dragon ceased its aerial circling. Both sides turned their gaze toward the gathering of black mist. Within the gradually dissipating fog, a lean figure stood tall and unyielding, as steadfast as a mountain peak. Senior brother Lín Xuān, he's completely unscathed? Is his physique even more monstrous than that of a demon beast? It seems entirely possible. After all, Lord Lín Xuān often defies conventional thinking. But how did he temper his body to this extent? He effortlessly withstood the black mist that even a second-tier demon beast couldn't endure, emerging completely unscathed. Not only were the three stunned, but even the sky dragon suspended its circling. Its enormous, lantern-like dragon eyes betrayed confusion and astonishment, seemingly utterly baffled as to why its black mist had failed to harm this human before it. Logically speaking, aside from powerful golden core cultivators of its own tier, no other creature should be able to withstand its black mist. In truth, Lín Xuān couldn't actually withstand the black mist with his physical body. It merely appeared that way after the mist entered him. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern traces of chaos chi lingering on his body. As the ultimate trump card of the chaos holy body, he could rely entirely on his own chaos chi to wear down the black mist's corrosion, remaining completely unaffected. Without exaggeration, possessing this chaotic energy granted him near total resistance against any corrosive attack. After all, the primary utility of chaos lies in defense, unlike other sacred bodies that emphasize formidable offensive power. It was more akin to an all-around sacred body, albeit one with exceptionally monstrous defensive capabilities. Notably, to counter the black mist's erosion just now, Lín Xuān had expended less than 1/10 of his spiritual energy. This meant that withstanding the attacks of this third-tier sea dragon would be quite simple for Lín Xuān now. This realization instantly filled him with immense confidence. He raised the dragon spine sword in his hand, pointing it directly at the Shen dragon in the sky. Feeling provoked, the dragon let out a series of roars in midair. However, since its first attack had completely failed, the roar now sounded more like the cry of a defeated creature, utterly lacking the majesty of a dragon. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoyao and the demon beasts finally regained control of their bodies. Roar! 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 Ha! Sensing the fury of their king, the beasts responded with frenzied fervor. They opened their gaping maws, their eyes blazing with unprecedented battle intent, lunging toward the humans before them. The players instantly felt immense pressure. As if suddenly commanded by a leader, the previously chaotic and disorganized beasts transformed into a disciplined formation. Like an army. And now that these beasts, already vastly superior in both numbers and strength, had gained order, they were utterly overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, numerous players were knocked down by the beasts before them, their throats torn to bloody pulp. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I want to go home, Mom, I want to go home. Help! Help! Their cries of despair echoed, but no one could come to their aid. The others were already being overwhelmed by the professor's assault. What had been a favorable situation now turned precarious in an instant due to the appearance of that sea dragon. However, not all human players were overwhelmed. Some managed to steady their ground and launch a counterattack. Ha! Ma Xiaoyong slammed both palms heavily onto the ground. Instantly, rows of earthen spikes and walls erupted from the park's surface. These formations swiftly intercepted the demon beasts, halting their advance. This created an opening for Li Ye and Zhang Xiaobai to act. Both advanced simultaneously. One swung a blade, the other wielded a whip. Like a dual spinning top, they whirled relentlessly through the surrounding horde of beasts, swiftly slaughtering dozens. Thankfully, senior brother Lín Xuān took care of all the second-tier beasts. If even one had been mixed in, we wouldn't have had it this easy. Surveying the fallen corpses around them, both felt a flicker of relief. Soon, their expressions turned grave again as they saw demon beasts surging endlessly from all directions, stretching as far as the eye could see. Though they were all first-tier beasts, their sheer numbers were staggering so vast that even with their confidence in instantly dispatching them, the sheer scale sent a chill down their spines. Don't lose focus. We need to take over senior brother Lín Xuān's role and become the foremost line of defense against this demon beast tide. If we fall, the rear will collapse like a mountain crumbling, and Jiangchang will be lost. Ma Xiaoyang's voice rang in their ears, startling them both. Only then did they fully grasp their current role. For if they fell, the players behind them would only conclude that even Lín Xuān had failed. If that happened, everyone would conclude that even the mighty Lín Xuān had been defeated. What hope would ordinary players like them have to resist? Chapter 115, The Sea Dragon's Eyes, Draining Vital Blood. They would conclude the demon beasts were unstoppable, ultimately losing all will to resist. This would lead to the complete collapse of East City's defenses. With the Eastern District where most of humanity's main forces were concentrated already defeated, would the humans in other regions still have the will to resist? The answer was no. The entire Jiangchang would be instantly swallowed by the demon beast tide. Therefore, their squad's role now was crucial. Without exaggeration, they now occupy the absolute core position of the entire Jiangcheng County. Even Lín Xuān had no choice but to temporarily stand aside. Should they fail to secure this vital core area, the entire Jiangcheng would fall completely due to their mistake. Whether gravely wounded or facing death, they must stand their ground here and not fall. Ma Xiaoyang and the others held firm in the rear, while Lín Xuān naturally wasn't idle in the front. He had already engaged the sea dragon in combat. Roar! The sea dragon emitted a piercing roar, its sound carrying a chilling effect that seemed to shake the very soul. Even with the chaos spirit chi enveloping Lín Xuān, his body rippled like waves under the force of that roar. Immediately after, the dragon opened its gaping maw once more. This time, however, it did not spew black mist, but rather a barrage of serpentine, ribbon-like creatures. Those serpentine creatures instantly locked onto Lín Xuān on the ground. Like a hail of needles, they instantly straightened their bodies and shot toward him. Their speed was so great it even produced sonic booms in the air. Lín Xuān's expression shifted slightly as he raised his hand, gathering a protective barrier of chaotic spirit energy black and white before him. Boom! The barrage of serpentine creatures slammed into his barrier, causing the spirit energy wall before him to tremble violently under the impact. As if it might crumble at any moment. Lín Xuān silently sensed the terrifying force at work, his heart filled with awe. What overwhelming power! Truly worthy of a third-tier demon king and one of the elite among them at that. Such overwhelming pressure was beyond the reach of ordinary demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the striped creatures continued to burrow relentlessly into his spiritual energy barrier, as if they would not rest until they had pierced through his chaotic spiritual energy wall. Looking for death. Lín Xuān snorted coldly, raising his hand slightly and clenching his fist. In the next instant, the chaotic spiritual energy barrier before him abruptly coalesced into a cloth-like form, swiftly enveloping all the thread-like creatures within its pocket. Soon, the striped creatures were swiftly consumed by the relentless influx of chaotic spiritual energy. They emitted a series of hoarse, unpleasant howls before being forcibly ground into nothingness. That consumed 1/5 of the chaotic spiritual energy. I can still endure. Lín Xuān faintly sensed the changes within his spiritual energy, silently noting to himself. However, he suddenly noticed the sea dragon in the sky had vanished. Did it plan to hide while I was consuming those thread-like creatures, only to ambush me in the dark? Lín Xuān's gaze sharpened as his vigilance heightened. He scanned his surroundings relentlessly, meticulously probing every patch of ground with his divine sense for an extended period. Only after confirming the sea dragon was nowhere to be found would he turn away with some peace of mind. Strangely, after scanning for a long time, he still couldn't find any trace of the sea dragon. It seemed as if it had already fled the area. Could it have slipped past my defenses and headed toward Jiangcheng while I wasn't paying attention? Lín Xuān turned his head slightly, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. Roar! At that very moment, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from behind him. Lín Xuān whipped his head around to find the sea dragon had materialized behind him, near 10 meters away, ready to pounce and devour him at any moment. So this sea dragon possesses the divine power of invisibility. Startled, Lín Xuān instantly drew the dragon's spine sword. Yet instead of aiming it at the sea dragon before him, he thrust it directly into the air behind him. Thud! The empty space behind him suddenly materialized the sea dragon's form, and the dragon's spine sword in his hand pierced precisely into its eye. Roar! 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 The sea dragon let out an agonized roar, forcibly pulling its eye free from Lín Xuān's sword. It spewed a torrent of black blood and plummeted back into the air.
Its remaining intact, I stared down in terror at the human below, utterly baffled by how he had detected its presence. Lín Xuān flicked the black blood from his sword, then watched the mirage of the sea dragon fade behind him. Turning his gaze to the genuine sea dragon before him, a cold smile touched his lips.
Did you think I didn't know about your ability to create virtual illusions identical to yourself?
The reason this dragon was called a mirage dragon was precisely because of its ability to create illusions like sea mirages. Lín Xuān was well aware of this, so the moment that false mirage dragon appeared behind him, he recognized it as an illusion. However, he hadn't actually sensed the true body of the sea dragon behind him. Purely by instinct, he reasoned that since the illusion had materialized on his side, the real dragon must be lurking in the opposite direction. His hunch proved correct. The Shin dragon was indeed concealed behind him, poised for a surprise attack. Fortunately, he possessed memories from his previous life and retained some understanding of Shenlong creatures. Otherwise, anyone else in his position might have fallen victim to the Shenlong's ambush. Though it twisted in midair, trying to counter the pain from the sword piercing its eye. However, Lín Xuān's dragon spine sword possessed a special effect against dragonkin beasts, and this sea dragon happened to carry dragon blood. It was a perfect counter. In the brief moment it pierced the eye, the dragon spine sword swiftly drained the essence blood surrounding the sacred dragon's eye. Now, dragon-like patterns were appearing on the dragon spine sword in Lín Xuān's hand, all thanks to the essence blood of the Shenlong dragon before him. More abstractly, because the sea dragon had lost a portion of its vital essence, when it attempted to use its innate divine ability to enter a state of invisibility, it discovered that the part from which the vital essence had been drained was now exposed. In other words, its invisibility effect had been completely nullified by that single action. Yet the dragon seemed utterly oblivious to this, still attempting to ambush Lín Xuān through stealth. And the ultimate result was... roar! The sea dragon's soul remaining intact, I was instantly gouged out. It let out a wretched howl and, having lost all vision, fled toward what it mistakenly believed was the sky. But having lost its sense of direction, what should have been a flight upward became a plunge straight toward the ground. Boom! Its massive body, like a runaway truck, sent most of the demon beasts flying and crushed some into pulp. The sea dragon rolled across the ground like a mountain range, crushing more beasts beneath its colossal tumbling form.
Chapter 116: Slaying the Sea Dragon.
Lín Xuān gazed at the dragon, his eyes burning with desire.
In his eyes, the dragon no longer posed any threat. Instead, it resembled a treasure trove.
Every part of its body held usable treasures.
Everyone stand down. Leave this sacred dragon to me.
Lín Xuān halted the players rushing to assist, then drew his sword and charged forward alone. Constantly shifting his stance to evade the sacred dragon's rolling attacks, he repeatedly thrust the dragon spine sword into its body.
Thud! Thud! Gaping wounds bloomed across the dragon's scales. Countless streams of vital essence were absorbed by the dragon spine sword. Fueled by this torrent of energy, the dragon-shaped patterns engraved upon the blade grew increasingly intricate. Roar! The mountain-like dragon lay sprawled on the ground, emitting wave after wave of furious, agonized cries. It never imagined the situation would turn out like this. What it thought would be a slaughter became a sudden appearance of a heaven-defying substitute. Not only had the opponent fought above their rank, but they had successfully turned it into a mere dish to be devoured. This was an absolute disgrace to its dragon lineage.
Worse still, it seemed powerless to resist. Each strike from that bizarre sword in the opponent's hand drained a portion of its strength. By now, nearly 50% of its power had been stolen.
What a terrifying ability! Ding!
Your high-grade yellow rank artifact, the Dragon Spine Sword, has absorbed a large amount of sacred dragon essence blood.
Its rank has successfully undergone a transformation, advancing to a low-grade mystic rank artifact.
After piercing countless bloody holes in the sacred dragon's body, a pleasant notification sounded in Lín Xuān's mind.
The next moment, the dragon spine sword in his hand suddenly burst into a pale blue glow. Immediately after, a faint dragon's roar emanated from the blade.
Amidst the sacred dragon's agonized wails, the dragon spine sword in Lín Xuān's grasp erupted in a blinding crimson light. Instantly, the blade turned pitch black, its surface now swirled with dark golden dragon patterns.
From afar, it resembled a small sacred dragon preserved as a specimen, coiled upon the blade. Finally, it's upgraded.
Lín Xuān gazed at the dragon spine sword in his hand, now borderline low-grade, and felt a surge of joy. It seems this upgraded dragon spine sword shares some connection with the sea dragon. Almost all the essence blood it absorbed came from that creature.
I wonder if it will gain any special abilities after this great advancement?
With this thought, Lín Xuān unleashed a sword chi strike toward the mirage dragon before him.
Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The sword energy abruptly transformed mid-air into the phantom form of a sacred dragon.
Instantly, this spectral sacred dragon merged into the physical body of the real sacred dragon.
Roar! The sea dragon let out agonized roars.
It sensed its mind being invaded by a foreign consciousness, one that seemed to belong to another dragon, equally adept at psychic assault. This entity was now invading its sea of consciousness, seemingly intent on erasing its very being and replacing its own consciousness. However, as the true Shin dragon, it would not be so easily replaced by a mere phantom image conjured from a sword chi. After several violent tremors within its sea of consciousness, the illusory dragon form dissolved into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Just as it breathed a sigh of relief, a new phantom dragon image appeared in its sea of consciousness.
Shanlong? Is this never ending? It was utterly enraged. Roar! As it emitted a resonant dragon's roar, its sea of consciousness began to boil. Any mirage dragon shadow that dared enter its sea of consciousness couldn't last even a second before shattering into nothingness. Interesting. So the dragon spine line after advancement can manifest illusory dragon phantoms to launch psychic attacks on objects. Watching the sea dragon twist and turn on the ground, Lín Xuān suddenly understood. He had only unleashed a few sword chi strikes, yet the sacred dragon before him was already writhing in agony. Though the dragon spine sword seemed to enter a cooldown period after unleashing those sword chi strikes, it could not conceal its formidable power in psychic assault. To put it bluntly, after acquiring this dragon spine sword, Lín Xuān's mastery of power had completely surpassed everyone else at his current level. For this dragon spine sword had finally filled the last gap in his abilities. Previously, he possessed no means of spiritual attack, relying solely on his physical strength and cultivation level to defeat foes. But now, with the dragon spine sword, enemies must not only guard against his formidable strength but also be wary of him transforming his sword chi into the illusory form of a sacred dragon to strike directly at their minds. Imagine this, you're locked in combat with Lín Xuān when, at close range, he suddenly unleashes a sword chi that morphs into the phantom of a sea dragon. The sudden mental assault would leave you momentarily dazed. And in that moment, Lín Xuān seizes the opportunity to drive his blade straight through your throat. A melee warrior wielding magical attacks who wouldn't fear such a foe? Even this sea dragon is now writhing on the ground, tormented beyond endurance. Time to finish you off and rush to aid the others. You're strong, but too bad you crossed paths with me. Lín Xuān gazed coldly at the dying sea dragon on the ground, a chilling smile playing on his lips as his sword pointed directly at its forehead. Just as he prepared to strike, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Don't kill me. I'll become your slave. Hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Lín Xuān first scanned his surroundings warily before finally pinpointing the source as the divine dragon before him. Was that you speaking just now? Lín Xuān eyed the sacred dragon beneath his feet suspiciously. The voice echoed in his mind once more. Yes, I am the demon beast beneath your feet. Hearing that this sacred dragon no longer even referred to itself as a dragon, choosing instead the inferior title of demon beast, a sneer spread across Lín Xuān's face. You were flying around up there looking so mighty just a moment ago. Why are you begging for mercy now? The sea dragon's heart sank upon hearing this, but to survive, it resolved to beg for mercy. My lord, I never considered myself particularly formidable. Especially after encountering you, I've come to understand that beyond the heavens lie greater heavens, and beyond dragons lie mightier dragons. In my eyes, you are the true dragon among mortals. A lowly, inferior dragon like me dares not even call itself a dragon in your presence. I only beg you to show mercy and grant me a sliver of hope. Hearing this, Lín Xuān couldn't help but laugh. He jabbed the tip of his sword against the dragon scales on the creature's head, mockingly remarking, "You'll say anything to save your skin, won't you? Just moments ago, you were looking down on me from the heavens with that scornful gaze. And now you're even calling me a true dragon among the living?" Chapter 117, Golden Core Tribulation, Disciples' Blessing. The sacred dragon spoke with utmost humility. To me, you are the true divine dragon, while I am but a mount beneath your feet. If you so desire and do not disdain me, I shall forever remain your steed. Just imagine when you ride upon me, soaring through the heavens and looking down upon all creatures, how exhilarating and magnificent that scene would be. Surely you've longed for this moment? Hearing these words, Lín Xuān felt his heart stir. After all, becoming a dragon rider was a dream that had crossed every human's mind. But soon, a wicked smile spread across his face. Sorry, I'm not a furry. The next moment, his sword pierced directly into the dragon's brain. Ding! You have slain the Tier 3 Sea Dragon. As the first player globally to defeat a Tier 3 Demon King or higher tier Demon Beast, you have triggered a reward feedback. Cultivation progress plus 20%. After triggering the reward, cultivation progress doubles to plus 40%. Congratulations! Player has obtained treasure feedback Shen grade high quality artifact, Dragon Scale Soft Armor. Dragon Scale Soft Armor, high grade Shen tier artifact. When equipped, the wearer's defense increases by an additional 100%. These two seemingly simple rewards completely multiplied Lín Xuān's strength by tenfold or more. First, the Dragon Scale Soft Armor, a high-grade Mystic tier artifact, wouldn't offer much enhancement if worn alone. But don't forget Lín Xuān was already clad in a low-grade Earth tier evil repelling armor. His defense was already absurdly high to begin with. Now, with this doubling effect, his defensive capabilities far surpassed all cultivators of the same tier. Without exaggeration, any creature or cultivator incapable of overwhelming him with sheer power stood no chance of inflicting any damage. This was practically equivalent to a flawed invincible golden body. But the even greater reward was undoubtedly the 40% cultivation feedback. His cultivation progress had already reached a staggering 60% by slaying first and second tier demon beasts. This wave of doubled cultivation feedback pushed his cultivation progress past the 100% threshold. In other words, through this single wave of kills, he had directly ascended to the golden core stage. Whoosh! Almost the moment his cultivation reached the golden core stage, the heavens and earth began to change color. Dark clouds appeared out of thin air in the sky. Boom! 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 Thunder rolled across the sky, lightning serpents twisted within the dark clouds, and wind and rain shook violently. At that moment, every living being in Jiang City, human or beast, instinctively froze in place. Just as when the third-tier sacred dragon had appeared in the sky moments before, they were all awestruck by the terrifying might unleashed as Lín Xuān's chaos body ascended to the golden core stage. However, as the foremost among the 10 great sacred bodies of humanity, the might of Lín Xuān's golden core breakthrough was naturally more terrifying than that of the Shenong dragon's emergence. Boom! 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 White lightning bolts as thick as water barrels continuously plowed scorched, charred trails across the ground, as if the entire world itself had been shattered by these bolts. Typically, golden core cultivators did not need to undergo tribulation trials, but Lín Xuān's chaos holy body ensured he was no ordinary golden core cultivator. Boom! A bolt of thunder suddenly struck Lín Xuān, causing the chaos spirit energy within his body to tremble violently. The chaos divine body's tribulation was indeed formidable. Even a single, seemingly casual bolt caused his entire body's vital energy to tremble violently. This lightning is truly terrifying. Lín Xuān continuously regulated the surging blood and qi within his body while his gaze fixed upon the increasingly dense, ominous cloud mass in the sky. His heart sank. Judging by the thickness of these thunderclouds, this tribulation would be anything but easy. It would be rather ironic if failing this tribulation meant I couldn't advance to the golden core stage. Lín Xuān recalled the scene in the game when Pei Jinglian ascended to the golden core stage. Even with his assistance and enduring countless hardships, she had barely managed to achieve it. But he didn't have fellow players like himself to cheat for him from the rear. He'd have to shoulder every tribulation cloud on his own. Gritting his teeth, he stared up at the dark clouds and slowly raised his middle finger. Come on then. Let's see just how vicious you really are. In the game. Pei Jinglian, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. For some reason, a sudden, ominous premonition flashed through her mind. Moreover, she had an intuition that this premonition seemed to originate from that senior. She quickly shook her head. Impossible. How could anything happen to the senior? He's so powerful, there's almost nothing in this world that could stop him. Though she spoke these words, a persistent unease lingered within her. It felt as though something terrible was bound to happen to her master. She closed her eyes and resumed her cultivation, determined to push the thought aside. After all, dwelling on the possibility of harm coming to her master was itself a kind of curse. Yet barely moments after closing her eyes to meditate, she found herself opening them again. For she realized her mind was now so chaotic that she could no longer continue her practice. Pei Jinglian, she murmured to herself, do you truly believe something will happen to master? It's impossible, he's so powerful. She murmured to herself, then suddenly fell silent. Her intuition kept warning her that if she did nothing, she might never see her master again. Pei Jinglian rose to her feet, pacing anxiously in place. What could she possibly do to help her master? But after pacing for a long while, she suddenly froze, a self-mocking expression crossing her face. Pei Jinglian, do you really think someone like you could help a master like him? How could a mere golden core cultivator like her possibly aid an immortal of her master's caliber? Such a notion was as absurd as an ant attempting to help one elephant deal with another, utterly preposterous. Yet, the thought of Pei Jinglian standing idly by was something she simply couldn't stomach. The most crippling part was that she only sensed trouble for her master through intuition. She had no clue what kind of trouble it might be. Damn it! She suddenly slapped herself across the face. The sharp pain sparked a sudden flash of inspiration in her mind. I've heard that by using one's own vital blood to paint a blessing diagram, one can transfer their chi and fortune to another person. She had seen similar accounts in the Jade Mystic Sect scripture hall. Such fortune transferring rituals were typically performed between partners or between father and son. It was extremely rare between master and disciple, as no one would willingly sacrifice their own fortune for such a transfer ritual. Such practices often carried tainted energies, and most fortune transfer rituals were developed by the demonic sects. The slightest carelessness could result in one's own fortune being stolen by the demonic cultivators who first pioneered this path. Those willing to undergo the fortune transfer ritual are either individuals with exceptionally poor personal fortune or those deeply devoted to their Dao companions, possessing profound fortune themselves. A disciple voluntarily transferring their fortune to their master, as Xiang Pei did this year, was virtually unheard of. Yet starting today, the first such case in the 5 realms has emerged within the domain of the Jade Mystic Sect. Chapter 118, Fortune Transfer Complete, Transferring the Calamity Lightning. Pei Jinglian bit her finger, her expression solemn as she traced her master's image onto the ground, stroke by stroke.
It was during her first mission, when she encountered that third-tier Thunder Wolf King in the cave, that her master's lingering spirit suddenly appeared and protected her life. To this day, the scene from that day still played repeatedly in her mind. Therefore, recreating Lín Xuān's image posed no difficulty for Pei Jinglian. His form had long been etched deeply into her memory. With just a few strokes, a face of wind-like grace and handsomeness materialized on the ground. This was the face Pei Jinglian imagined Lín Xuān to have, for when the Thunder Wolf King was about to kill her, Lín Xuān had appeared only as a silhouette. She herself did not know what he truly looked like. Had Lín Xuān himself been present, he would have been astonished to discover that Pei Jinglian's imagined face bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. It could only be said that some people possessed a special kind of intuition. Even without ever seeing the real person, they could simulate their true appearance based on everyday interactions and a mere silhouette. This was undoubtedly the result of constantly fantasizing about Lín Xuān's appearance in her mind, allowing her to almost perfectly replicate his real face with just a few strokes. With each stroke of her brush, dipped in her own vital essence, Lín Xuān's image grew more complete. Yet Pei Jinglian's complexion grew paler and paler. Each stroke drained vast quantities of her own essence, blood, and immense toll. Yet her movements showed no hesitation whatsoever. In fact, she seemed to accelerate slightly, for she knew her master might be waiting for her blessing. If she faltered even for a second, her master might suffer dire consequences. Pei Jinglian's skill was no slouch. By the time the final stroke fell, a complete portrait of Lín Xuān had materialized on the ground. Every stroke and detail was flawless, rendering him lifelike and vivid. This had cost Pei Jinglian a tremendous amount of effort, truly, the blood, sweat, and tears of her soul. Her face was now deathly pale, yet the deep worry etched there finally began to fade. A bitter smile twisted her lips. It should still be in time, master. Though my blessings may seem insignificant, I believe you might need this very power. As she spoke, she pricked a drop of blood from her own brow and murmured a prayer. Heaven and earth bear witness, with my blood as fuel, transferred to another place, transforming my spirit body. She repeated the incantation she had memorized from classical texts, feeling a distinct void within her. She could clearly sense that misfortune would plague her for the foreseeable future. Yet she felt neither sorrow nor disappointment. Instead, a look of delight spread across her face. For she knew she had successfully aided her master. Master, may this fortune of mine help you overcome your trials. By now, she was almost certain something had happened to her master. Under normal circumstances, upon seeing her perform the blood transfer ritual, he would have immediately intervened. Yet, even after she had completed the ritual, her master remained utterly silent. This could only mean that the difficulties her master was facing now left him no time to concern himself with her situation. Yet after completing the ritual, an inexplicable calm settled within her. It was as if she knew that once he received her transferred fortune, no harm could come to him. Master, may you be safe. Pei Jinglian silently offered her final prayer before her face paled and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Such a massive expenditure of vital essence in such a short time, coupled with the drastic transfer of fortune, was an exhaustion even a golden core cultivator could not withstand. In the courtyard, only the heavenly tier spirit gathering array operated silently. The spiritual energy it emitted felt like an invisible hand, gently caressing Pei Jinglian's head. Faintly, it felt as though someone was whispering to her. Well done, child. Rumble. Thunder roared in the sky, as if an unseen celestial deity was unleashing divine punishment. Lín Xuān stood on the ground, still holding his head high and chest out, gazing up at the thunderclouds above. The carefree air had vanished from his demeanor, replaced by an indescribable gravity. I've heard that the Golden Core stage usually involves 49 tribulation lightning strikes. The intensity increases every 10 strikes. I've already endured the 40th strike. The next 9 tribulation lightning bolts will be the most powerful strikes. Gazing at the dark clouds in the sky that showed no sign of movement, Lín Xuān's heart sank deeper. He now understood the meaning of the calm before the storm. This eerie stillness felt like being roasted over an open fire, every second a torment. To make matters worse, the beast tide below had suddenly begun to stir for some unknown reason, making it increasingly difficult for the players to hold their ground. And now he himself was trapped by this damnable tribulation, unable to go down and help. If, after finally surviving the tribulation to reach the Golden Core stage, he found all his valued subordinates gone or worse, Zhangcheng itself engulfed by a sea of beasts, it would be utterly ironic. Fine, if you won't come, I'll go up myself. Lín Xuān took a deep breath, then made a startling move. He flung the dragon spine sword from his hand, planted his foot directly on it, and propelled himself toward the thick thunderclouds. Any other Golden Core cultivator present would have been stunned speechless by his audacity. Thunderclouds weren't without temper. Observations during the ascension of numerous Golden Core cultivators revealed that those who displayed stubborn resistance faced far more violent thunderclouds than those who submitted meekly. For someone like Lín Xuān to actively soar toward the thunderclouds was nothing short of audacious, bordering on outright provocation. It was almost unnecessary to imagine how terrifying the intensity of the 9 tribulation lightning bolts would be next. True to form. Just as Lín Xuān reached mid-flight, the thunderclouds suddenly stirred. A terrifying lightning bolt, over 3 meters in diameter, plummeted straight down, poised to strike him in an instant. And it struck with particular malice, striking precisely when he was mid-flight, a moment when distraction was most likely. Clearly, the thundercloud had been provoked by Lín Xuān's deliberate challenge. Lín Xuān was startled, and due to his immense speed, he couldn't react in time. Just as he braced himself to endure the blow, a miraculous turn of events unfolded. The calamity lightning that should have struck him suddenly seemed to slip at the last moment, bizarrely changing course and crashing down upon the horde of demonic beasts below instead.
Chapter 119, Winning the War by Harnessing the Tribulation Lightning. Roar! Before the demon beasts could even react, they were obliterated by the terrifying calamity lightning. By an even greater coincidence, the humans standing extremely close to the demon beasts suffered not a single scratch, feeling only a slight tremor before them. Immediately, a deafening ringing assaulted their ears. The blinding light forced them to instinctively shut their eyes as a scorching heat wave slammed into their faces. As they slowly emerged from their terror and opened their eyes, they were instantly dumbfounded. Wait, where are the demon beasts that were right in front of me? Lín Xuān was equally stunned. He never imagined that his spur-of-the-moment decision to step forward and draw the thundercloud's attention would result in the lightning striking elsewhere. He instinctively sensed something was off, yet couldn't quite put his finger on it. But soon, he had no time to dwell on it, for the second bolt of calamity lightning was already upon him. His gaze sharpened as he immediately prepared to dodge, knowing his luck might not hold this time. Boom! Here it comes. As the second tribulation lightning struck, the dragon spine sword beneath Lín Xuān's feet suddenly traced a sharp, right-angled curve. His speed was astonishing, leaving trails of afterimages behind him as if teleporting. Yet no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the speed of lightning. The very instant he shifted, the thunderbolt clung to his heels like a flesh-eating ulcer. Damn it! This speed far exceeded Lín Xuān's expectations. With no other choice, he turned to brace himself for the strike only to witness a scene that left him utterly stunned. The calamity lightning, poised to strike him, suddenly took an eerie, curved trajectory, striking another location instead. It was as if an invisible magnetic field surrounded Lín Xuān, capable of causing the tribulation lightning to change course. Boom! As expected, the second tribulation lightning bolt struck the demon beast horde. They seemed to be equipped with lightning rods, actively drawing the tribulation lightning onto themselves. Amidst the stunned gazes of the human players, another batch of beasts was instantly reduced to a pile of ashes. Lín Xuān finally sensed something amiss. His gaze flickered uncertainly as he stared at the calamity clouds in the sky. Could it be? I can now ignore these calamity thunderbolts? Though such a thought flashed through his mind, he dared not gamble on it. He could only wait for the third tribulation lightning to strike before testing whether his conjecture held true. He didn't have to wait long. The third tribulation lightning arrived as expected. Boom! The terrifying tribulation lightning bolt struck straight toward Lín Xuān. Having learned his lesson, he didn't flee blindly this time. Instead, he hovered directly above the densest cluster of demon beasts. If his hunch proved correct, the next lightning bolt should strike the demon beast swarm below him. Still, he didn't take complete chances. Silently, he gathered a thick barrier of chaotic spiritual energy before him to prevent being instantly blasted into serious injury. It's coming. Lín Xuān watched the tribulation lightning grow larger in his field of vision, his gaze sharpening slightly. He held his breath and stared intently, oddly anticipating the lightning's impact upon himself. Boom! When he saw the third tribulation lightning strike roll past him once more, crushing the demon beast horde below into countless grains of dust, Lín Xuān suddenly smiled. He laughed at the thunder tribulation's lack of intelligence and the demon beast's lack of courage. Only he possessed both wisdom and courage, fearing neither. For next, he would harness this very thunder to annihilate every demon beast below. First, deal with that densely packed group of beasts. Lín Xuān's gaze flickered as he swiftly targeted a densely packed area of beasts. He directly commanded the dragon spine sword, swiftly soaring above the horde of beasts. Then, he spread his arms wide as if embracing something, relaxing so completely that he even closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed utterly unconcerned about the calamity lightning striking him. It was more as if he were actively embracing its arrival. Yet behind his closed eyes, a flicker of unease lingered. After all, he had no way of knowing if the next strike would hit him directly. Though he'd passed 3 tests, there was still the adage that all good things come in threes. What if this time the lightning struck him directly? Forget it. What's the worst that could happen? Getting hit once won't kill me. Lín Xuān hesitated for a moment, but ultimately kept his eyes shut, gritting his teeth as he prepared to take the gamble. Boom! In the next instant, the fourth bolt of heavenly lightning struck. Just like the previous ones, it passed right by Lín Xuān, wiping out a large swath of the demon beast horde below. Hearing the sound yet feeling no thunder strike him, Lín Xuān slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile spread across his face. The smile was devilishly charming. For he had discovered a new approach, a 2-for-1 solution. Heh, you're in for a treat. Without me, you'd never get to experience heavenly thunder like this in your entire lives, right? Lín Xuān's gaze swept over the demon beast horde below, still nearly half intact, a cold smile curling his lips. At that very moment, the calamity clouds churned relentlessly in the sky as the fifth bolt of calamity lightning approached. Without a moment's hesitation, Lín Xuān swiftly shifted his position above another group of demon beasts. Boom! The terrifying calamity lightning struck the beast group, wiping out another swarm. After that, Lín Xuān continuously appeared above one demon beast group after another, followed immediately by terrifying bolts of calamity lightning. These terrifying bolts had now become Lín Xuān's formidable allies, directly aiding him and relentlessly slaughtering the beasts. By the time the final bolt of calamity lightning struck, Lín Xuān had utilized it to eliminate nearly 80% of the demon beasts present. The remaining beasts posed no threat to humans. Meanwhile, Lín Xuān's aura continued to surge upward. Before long, his cultivation base naturally advanced into the golden core stage. The terrifying aura instantly sent the remaining beasts trembling in fear. After all, as a Chaos Saint body, the oppressive pressure it emitted far surpassed that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Furthermore, he deliberately focused his aura on the remaining beasts. Merely standing there, he could freeze them all like statues, rendering them utterly immobile. This presented the humans with a golden opportunity to launch their counterattack. They returned every tactic those demon beasts had used against them. Even without Lín Xuān personally joining the fray, they effortlessly slaughtered every demon beast before them. Chapter 120, Compensation. In less than a few minutes, the players, filled with rage, slaughtered every last demon beast. Then, as if on cue, they all lifted their heads to gaze at the solitary figure standing motionless in the sky. Utter admiration filled their hearts. Lín Xuān, you're the man! Someone shouted out, and soon the entire scene echoed with praise for Lín Xuān. Brother Lín Xuān is practically a god. Without big shot Lín Xuān, we might have died right here. He even commands lightning with such ease. Could Lord Lín Xuān be a deity reincarnated? Thank you, big shot Lín Xuān, for giving us the chance to avenge ourselves. Lín Xuān looked down at the crowd expressing their gratitude, silently shaking his head. It's a pity these people still haven't realized that in this era, one should rely on oneself rather than gratitude toward others. After Lín Xuān slew the sea dragon, the beast tide in Jiangcheng gradually crumbled. The balance of power had completely shifted. The demon beasts had lost their sole third-tier demon king, while the humans gained a new force, Lín Xuān, a golden core cultivator. With such a vast disparity in strength, even if this wave contained countless first- and second-tier beasts, they stood no chance against humanity. Though humanity had secured victory against the first beast tide, the people of Jiangcheng felt little joy. They realized they had lost too many comrades in this battle. Even with Lín Xuān personally leading the charge, victory had been hard-won. For only Lín Xuān possessed true strength, the others were vastly outmatched by the beasts. They couldn't run rampant and slaughter beasts like Lín Xuān did. Each of them struggled just to hold their ground defensively. It was no exaggeration to say that the difficulty of this beast tide had been elevated solely by Lín Xuān. Without him, the casualties would not have mounted so rapidly. Lín Xuān stood atop Jiangcheng's tallest building, from where he could see the horrific scenes unfolding in the city's outskirts. The eastern district was undoubtedly the battlefield with the heaviest casualties. Even now, the ground was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts, and people were still carrying away the bodies of their fallen comrades. His gaze shifted westward, settling on the western district, where the situation was slightly better. With the smallest beast tide among the 4 districts, this area had successfully resisted the invasion despite lacking powerful human defenders. Next came the southern district, the only area breached by the invasion. Due to misallocation, most human players here were relatively weak. Even though the beast tide they faced wasn't as fierce as the one in the eastern district, it still led to the district's fall. Many women suffered injuries here. Had Lín Xuān not promptly led his team to intervene, the new district might have been nearly destroyed. The final sector, North City, presented a unique challenge. The beast tide here contained a type of demonic spider with corrosive properties. Upon death, its corpse would explode, releasing vast amounts of corrosive liquid. Even now, a vast pit gouged by the corrosion remains visible there. Numerous human players and beasts were instantly vaporized by the acid upon contact. The deaths were gruesome beyond description. It was no exaggeration to say that Lín Xuān's presence in Jiangcheng had precipitated this beast tide. The people of Jiangcheng, however, remained unaware of this connection, attributing their misfortune solely to sheer bad luck. Whenever he thought of the many lives lost because of him, a sense of guilt would always well up inside him. Previously, viewing events from his own perspective, he naturally believed others' deaths were unrelated to him. But standing in this position now, instinctively regarded as a leader by others, he suddenly realized how high his standing had become in their hearts. He tried viewing Jiangcheng through a leader's perspective and discovered how many lives he'd cost. His guilt grew heavier. Even the joy of advancing to the golden core stage was significantly dampened. He tried to ignore this sense of guilt, but found himself utterly unable to do so. Every time he closed his eyes, the horribly deceased comrades would appear in his mind. Their eyes, unable to close in death, stared at him as if demanding, "Why did you stay in Jiangcheng City, condemning us to this undeserved calamity?" His desperate attempts to escape this guilt only backfired, triggering nightmarish symptoms. Lín Xuān stood on the rooftop, watching the people below rescuing the wounded and burying the dead. He clenched his fists tightly. This can't go on. Otherwise, it'll haunt me forever. I must find a way to make it up to them.
With that resolve, he leaped from the high building. Having reached the golden core stage, he no longer needed magical artifacts to traverse the skies. He went straight to Ma Xiaoyong, who was compiling the casualty figures at the Jiangqing City Demon Slaying Bureau. The latter's expression was equally grave, clearly indicating the devastating scale of the casualties. Upon seeing him arrive, Ma Xiaoyong immediately stood up in surprise. "Big brother Lín Xuān, what brings you here?" Lín Xuān said nothing, merely wiping the Naryuan bracelet in his hand. The next moment, the empty office was filled with a large pile of various magical artifacts.
Ma Xiaoyong gasped in shock. "What is this?" Lín Xuān cut straight to the point. "Can you contact the South City branch?
If possible, please exchange all these artifacts for spirit stones. These artifacts were useless to him. Most were low-grade items dropped during the beast tide or mediocre yellow-grade artifacts. Though of little value within the game, in the current real-world context, each artifact carried significant cost.
Ma Xiaoyong looked bewildered. "What do you need so many spirit stones for?"
Lín Xuān replied calmly, "Compensation."
"Compensation?"
"Yes, compensation." As Ma Xiaoyong stared in confusion, Lín Xuān pointed to the list in his hand.
"Many people died in this beast tide, correct?" Ma Xiaoyong fell silent.
His expression turned sorrowful as he nodded. The current tally stands at 32,913 casualties. Beyond that, 79,312 suffered severe injuries.
This has been an incredibly devastating conflict.
Even though he had braced himself mentally, Lín Xuān couldn't help but feel a sharp pang in his heart upon hearing these staggering figures. With Jiangqing's entire population barely reaching 300,000, losing one-third of it in a single blow represented an immense cost. Had he not intervened, perhaps a significant portion of those lost might have grown stronger. When the beast tide eventually arrived as it should have, they might not have suffered such devastating losses. Chapter 121, Reward for Primary Merit: The Sea Dragon Egg. He took a deep breath and presented his compensation plan. Compile a list of the families of the fallen warriors. Each family will receive 100 low-grade spirit stones. If there are no family members, replace the spirit stones with high-quality tombstones, so they may rest in peace. All severely injured personnel shall receive 50 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. My magical artifacts should be sufficient to exchange for this quantity of spirit stones.
Also, tell them this for me. As long as I'm here, Jiangqing City will be their home. I will provide for them."
Ma Xiaoyong stared at Lín Xuān with an utterly unfamiliar gaze, as if encountering this powerful figure for the very first time. In his original impression, Lín Xuān had always been a big shot who appeared amiable but was actually quite difficult to deal with. He could sense the man's ruthlessness through his gaze and subtle expressions. Yet now, the very man he deemed heartless was willing to exchange so many magical artifacts for spirit stones to compensate Jiangqing's casualties. More importantly, these artifacts were all looted piece by piece during the battle against the demon beasts and the beast tide.
To offer so many at once, solely to compensate those firefighters, few could match such generosity.
After all, the beast tide was a natural disaster, not a man-made catastrophe caused by Lín Xuān personally. The other party had absolutely no reason or obligation to voluntarily shoulder this responsibility. Even Ma Xiaoyong himself had only ever considered making life slightly better for the survivors after the war, never once thinking to honor the dead.
Lín Xuān's actions instantly filled Ma Xiaoyong with boundless admiration.
He didn't offer flattery, but stepped forward to embrace Lín Xuān firmly, then clasped his hand tightly. This man, nearing 40, now had reddened eyes, utterly filled with respect for Lín Xuān. Lín Xuān, however, remained calm. He shook his head, pointed at the ritual implements, and turned to leave. Everything was understood without words. Neither spoke a word, yet it felt as though they had said everything.
And from that day forward, Ma Xiaoyong silently vowed to himself, "I am not only the chief of the Demon Slaying Bureau, but also the most loyal subordinate to the great Lín Xuān." After completing that task, Lín Xuān's mood finally lifted slightly. For some inexplicable reason, as if his words had restored his previously damaged Dao heart. Now, he was truly a golden core cultivator. He possessed not only the corresponding strength but also the corresponding mindset. Golden core cultivators were born from the essence of heaven and earth. From the moment of their ascension, they viewed all things in the world through the perspective of the cosmos. Some embraced the notion that heaven and earth show no mercy, regarding all creatures as straw dogs. Others favor the notion that heaven creates all things to nurture humanity. The former mindset resembles that of demonic cultivators, placing oneself at the center of all existence. Lín Xuān himself once held this view, treating even Ma Xiaoyong merely as a tool. But now, he has fully evolved into the latter mindset. Not only does he guard his own interests fiercely, but he places the interests of his subordinates above his own. Otherwise, with just those magical artifacts alone, he could have easily sold them on the market to recruit a large number of powerful individuals under his banner. To put it bluntly, at this very moment, those artifacts combined with his current cultivation base would have allowed him to instantly forge a force far more formidable than the demon-slaying bureau. But such an alliance, while seemingly formidable, would be utterly unstable. Its foundation rested solely on mutual interests and strength, lacking any genuine trust or bonds between its members. It fell far short of what Lín Xuān was doing now. Though Lín Xuān appeared to gain little immediate return, over time, Jiangqing City was destined to produce an ever-growing number of powerful players. Having received Lín Xuān's favors, these players would naturally think of him first when choosing a guild in the future. Take Ma Xiaoyong, for instance. He had always considered himself the unassailable head of the demon-slaying bureau, someone who would never join another faction. Yet Lín Xuān's recent maneuver had unknowingly won him over completely. He had directly recruited this elite player who had nearly entered the top 10 in the Great Xiao realm in his previous life into his ranks. And this was a player of the most loyal kind, one who would never betray him. Could raw power and material gain achieve this? Absolutely not. Only actions like Lín Xuān's now exemplify what a competent leader should do. Lín Xuān himself remained unaware of this, though. He only felt that doing so eased his conscience considerably. Upon returning home, Lín Xuān inspected the injuries of his 3 spirit pets. Aside from a deep, scarred wound on the electric wolf's left leg, the other 2 were virtually unscathed. The earthworm spirit and falcon monster could both use Brother and Sky to evade most demon beast attacks, naturally minimizing their chances of injury. But the electric wolf couldn't do the same. In one battle, it had been bitten directly on its left leg by another demon beast, leaving such a severe wound. Had it not been for the mutation in its bloodline which unleashed a powerful electrical surge when fatally wounded, this wolf cub would likely have perished. But Lín Xuān naturally had a way to heal it. As the chaos true energy surged from his hands, the scar on the electric wolf's leg healed at a visible speed. Within mere breaths, the wound on the wolf cub's left leg had significantly diminished, now only a faint scar. With a few more days of rest, it would be as good as new. As mentioned earlier, the greatest characteristic of the Chaos Divine Body was its mastery of all attributes. The true energy it produced could not only be used for defense and offense, but also for healing. Moreover, the Thunder Wolf was still at the 1st tier, while Lín Xuān was already a gold core cultivator with combat power equivalent to the 3rd tier. It was no wonder that 3rd tier Chaos True Essence yielded such remarkable healing effects when treating a 1st tier demon beast. Alright, go play. After the electric wolf was healed, it regained its lively demeanor and immediately dashed into the courtyard, preparing to ambush the earthworm spirit. Startled, the earthworm spirit quickly burrowed underground to escape the harassment of this revitalized wolf cub. Watching the playful chaos in the courtyard, Lín Xuān chuckled and prepared to unlock his phone to check the game's status. He'd been preoccupied with the beast tide and hadn't had a moment to check the game. He realized nearly half a day had passed. Just as he was about to open the game, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The Jiangqing beast tide, the first beast tide in human history, has been successfully repelled. Congratulations to the player for achieving the primary contribution in this beast tide. The primary contribution reward is now being issued. Congratulations! Player has obtained 1 sea dragon egg. Chapter 122 Golden Core Cultivation shocks the world. Staring at the egg that had suddenly appeared on his desk, Lín Xuān was dumbfounded. What the hell? Does your reward system have a delay? The beast tide ended over an hour ago, and you're just releasing the reward now? But he quickly realized perhaps some beasts feigned death, and the last one had just been finished off by players cleaning up the battlefield. When the last beast fell, the system declared the beast tide repelled. He was momentarily speechless. How meticulous! Didn't that mean if even one beast escaped, he'd never receive this reward? What surprised him even more was that the sea dragon egg he hadn't obtained during the beast tide now appeared among the rewards. Could it be that the system had been monitoring his thoughts all along, knowing he wanted this thing? Ah well, since I've got it now, no point dwelling on it. Lín Xuān silently resolved within himself, his gaze immediately settling upon the sea dragon egg before him. He had heard of methods for hatching sea dragon eggs in his previous life. Thus, upon receiving this egg, he didn't panic or fumble like other players. I heard you need to place this thing in an environment with extremely high 0-degree concentration. That way, it can replace the mother's incubation and successfully hatch the Shindragon. Lín Xuān recalled this as his gaze shifted to the demonic spirit tree within the courtyard. There, a small section was covered by an earth-tier spirit gathering array, boasting exceptionally high spiritual energy concentration. Placing the egg near that spot should suffice. But first, he must warn the other 3 spirit pets they absolutely must not sneakily smash and eat this egg. After all, consuming this sea dragon egg could indeed imbue a demon beast's bloodline with a trace of dragon essence, making it an incredibly tempting tonic for other creatures. Sure enough, the moment he carried the egg into the courtyard, the 3 demon beasts playing nearby, including the tree spirit, all turned their gaze to the egg in his hands. Lín Xuān glared back at them immediately. Stop staring like that. Get lost. If I ever find this egg broken, not a single one of you 4 will escape. Hearing his threat, they quickly withdrew their eager gazes, too frightened to even glance in his direction. Satisfied, Lín Xuān placed the egg under the spirit tree and patted it. You'll be this egg's bodyguard. Don't let it get stolen or eaten, understand? Demon Spirit Tree. After securing the sea dragon egg, Lín Xuān could finally return indoors to properly check the game's status. Meanwhile, players worldwide had plunged into a fresh wave of shock. The source of their astonishment was none other than the cultivation rankings displayed in the sky. As everyone knew, the cultivation rankings updated in real time, including real-time tracking of every player's surroundings. Following Lín Xuān's advancement to the Golden Core stage, players from numerous countries who constantly monitored the rankings swiftly disseminated the news. It instantly sent shockwaves across the entire world. United States. Jack stared at the name at the top of the rankings, his face contorted with profound despair. Impossible. How could someone cultivate to the Golden Core stage so quickly? I haven't even broken through to 10th level yet, and this person has already cultivated to the Golden Core stage, equivalent to a 30th level great fighter? He had once believed the gap between himself and Lín Xuān was merely a matter of luck and opportunity. But seeing Lín Xuān's cultivation level updated to Golden Core realm at the top of the rankings, he realized how laughably foolish his previous thoughts had been. It turned out that in this world, there truly existed individuals who defied conventional understanding. Such people were nothing short of despair incarnate for other geniuses of their era. They weren't even worthy of gazing upon his back. Bear country. Chernov spat out the vodka in his mouth, staring at the name on the list in utter disbelief. Sukabur, that son of a his power S surged way too fast. He is more ferocious than a giant bear on the snowfields. He tossed the vodka bottle beside him out the window with a sense of defeat. Listening to the shattering glass and the alcohol scent filling the air, he suddenly wondered if he was being too self-indulgent. Yes, he did consider himself superior to other players. That's why he could spend time drinking while others devoted themselves to cultivation. But now, seeing Lín Xuān had already ascended to the Golden Core stage while he was still here drinking, a wave of guilt washed over him. In a fit of rage, he smashed the bottle and vowed he'd only earn the right to drink again once he reached second place. As for first place? He dared not even dream of it. Sakura country. Damn it! Kawamoto Okada was beside himself with rage. In his fury, he even snapped the ancestral tablet in front of him, the very one used for scoring, into two pieces. Yet no one dared to stop him. For Kawamoto Okada was now the most powerful individual in all of Sakura country. He was hailed as the future of Bushido. Yet now, this future of Bushido felt his own future had been shattered. For he had discovered that on the path to the future, a towering, insurmountable figure stood firmly in his way. The mere sight of that figure standing there silently was enough to make him feel utterly insignificant. This deep-seated sense of inferiority only fueled his rage further, driving him to personally smash to pieces the ancestral tablets he had revered for years. Damn it! What good are you, you useless ancestors? You've been enjoying my offerings all this time, yet you couldn't even grant me a single stroke of luck or a chance at destiny. I should have smashed you all to pieces long ago, you useless freeloaders. With that, Kawamoto Okada's inner inferiority complex drove him to shatter the sacred toilet worshipped for centuries in the land of cherry blossoms. Great Cold Nation. Damn it, Lín Xuān truly is the pride of our great cold nation. Even born in Great Xia, he hasn't disgraced our nation's honor. Compared to the rage and despair of the other nation's powerhouses, the Han Kingdom's Park Changbium appeared noticeably more at ease. He had already regarded Lín Xuān as an overseas descendant of the Great Cold Nation, one whose ancestors must have possessed the bloodline of the Cold People, which explained his exceptional talent. He even clapped his hands with a smile. This is the kind of talent our Great Cold Nation needs. In my opinion, we should follow the path of our great elder Lín Xuān and switch to cultivating the Xia cultivation system. His subordinates below erupted into applause upon hearing this, some already itching to pack their bags and head to Great Xia to seek him out as their master. Chapter 123, 60 seconds after entering the game, start pouring. Beyond these nations, countless powerhouses worldwide shattered their Dao hearts upon seeing Lín Xuān's sudden cultivation breakthrough on the rankings. Yet more felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. For the first time in modern human civilization, they witnessed a real-life player surpassing the capabilities of in-game characters. In their eyes, Lín Xuān's terrifying rate of advancement far surpassed even the S-rank characters some of them had contracted. If possible, they would unhesitatingly sacrifice their existing contracted characters to bind themselves to the real-world Lín Xuān instead. Some even resurrected the old NPC theory, insisting Lín Xuān was an NPC planted in reality by the game. After all, by normal human player progression, it was utterly impossible to break through to the Golden Core stage at this point. But they weren't the craziest. The most extreme fanatics, driven by extreme adoration, had already begun constructing temples dedicated to Lín Xuān. It's hard to fathom that in the 21st century, people would erect temples and cast golden statues for someone they've never even met. Utterly absurd. Lín Xuān remained unaware of the shifting attitudes toward him in the outside world, nor did he care. His entire focus was now consumed by the game. Pei Jinglian unconscious, symptoms, severe loss of vital energy and blood. What the hell? Why did she suddenly pass out? When Lín Xuān opened the game, he was stunned.
The first thing he saw was Pei Jinglian collapsed on the ground, nearly giving him a heart attack. Fortunately, no enemy red dots appeared in the current scene, and the environment was within her own small courtyard.
So how did she lose consciousness?
After shifting his perspective slightly, Lín Xuān froze in place. There, on the ground, was a painting outlined in blood, a portrait of himself. Recalling the status bar's description of severe qi and blood depletion as the cause of her unconsciousness, he began to speculate. Could it be that this guy just performed some kind of special ritual, causing her to expend a massive amount of vital essence and blood, ultimately plunging her into unconsciousness? He was sharp, instantly grasping the crux of the matter and building upon his existing conjecture to draw further conclusions. Come to think of it, during the final 9 tribulation lightning strikes, those bolts kept inexplicably grazing past my body. At first I thought the heavenly Dao had glitched, but now I suspect it might be because this silly girl did something for me. For a moment, Lín Xuān felt both furious and deeply moved. He was furious that Pei Jinglian would treat her own body with such reckless disregard. After all, if anything happened to her, it wouldn't just affect her, it would affect both of them. He was touched that even without knowing anything, she had sensed his abnormality and taken initiative to do those things for him, only to fall unconscious herself. What difference was there between this and having a wife who understood and cared for him? No, even a wife wouldn't be this good. He recalled how, after realizing the heavenly thunderbolts wouldn't strike him, he'd smugly used them to attack a group of demon beasts. He'd convinced himself that the thunderbolts spared him because he was simply too handsome. A wave of guilt washed over him. I deserve to die. Lín Xuān couldn't help but slap himself across the face. Looking back now, his actions back then were nothing short of squandering Pei Jinglian's blood. If this were in a novel, readers would probably tear him apart. He was worse than a scumbag. But I don't seem to have any way to make it up to her. Lín Xuān gazed at Pei Jinglian lying on the ground, his heart aching with helplessness. Because she was in the game, and he was in reality, this insurmountable barrier prevented him from even showing her care. Damn it! Couldn't this game have a bridge connecting reality and the virtual world? What era are we in, still stuck with old-school MMORPG mechanics? Lín Xuān gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could dive right into the screen to tend to Pei Jinglian. The next moment, a prompt unexpectedly appeared on his screen. Detected strong intent from VIP user. Activating special package cross-realm experience. Cross-realm experience. Upon spending 100 million credits to purchase this package, you may enter the game world and remain there for 60 seconds. All player actions within 60 seconds will manifest in-game and affect characters. After 60 seconds, the player vanishes from the game and returns to reality. Note, the player will also vanish from real life during the 60-second game session. Please purchase this package in a safe environment. Holy crap? Lín Xuān was stunned upon reading the package description. Could there really be something that lets you enter a game? Whether in his past life or this one, this was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. But then he realized this thing probably only triggered for players who'd spent $1 trillion. And in both his past and present lives, he was the only one who had ever spent $1 trillion, so naturally, he'd never heard of this gift pack before. Well, that's great news. 60 seconds is plenty of time for me to do a lot of things. Lín Xuān's face lit up with a smile. Don't get the wrong idea, he wasn't some predatory pervert taking advantage of the situation. Besides, he couldn't possibly finish in just 60 seconds. Ahem. Back to the point. Upon seeing this gift package, Lín Xuān didn't hesitate for a second and immediately chose to purchase it. The next moment, a burst of golden light erupted from the screen before him, sucking him right in. His consciousness flickered briefly before the scene before his eyes transformed into the game's environment. A delicate fragrance filled the air, surrounding an elegant and tranquil courtyard. Lying on the ground was a lovely young woman in a white dress. Whoa, is she this beautiful in the game? The moment he saw Pei Jinglian, Lín Xuān sucked in a sharp breath. Previously, he'd only seen anime-style illustrations and other two-dimensional representations of her in the game. While those were beautiful too, they couldn't compare to the breathtaking impact of seeing her in person. This skin, this figure, this face, this aura, I can't even find the words to describe it. Lín Xuān was completely mesmerized, only snapping back to reality when the timer in the top left corner showed 10 seconds had passed. No, I'm here for business. He scrambled to help Pei Jinglian up from the ground, then immediately began channeling his chaos true essence into her body. Chaotic true energy was omnipotent, even restoring depleted vital energy and blood was effortless. Under the unrestrained infusion of his chaos true energy, Pei Jinglian's complexion gradually shifted from deathly pallor to a healthy flush. Her brows furrowed slightly as consciousness seemed on the verge of returning. At that very moment, Lín Xuān's 60 seconds had ended. His form dissolved into a gentle breeze, vanishing from the game world. Chapter 124, triggering a serendipitous encounter once more. Back in reality, Lín Xuān held his hand before him and inhaled deeply with delight. It smells so good. Though it might seem a bit lecherous, any normal man would do the same. Pei Jinglian was simply too ethereal, like a fairy. When Lín Xuān had lifted her off the ground just now, he'd nearly lost control.
Even now, he could still feel that soft, perfect sensation, utterly flawless. Meanwhile, in the game, Pei Jinglian, having been infused with a massive amount of chaos true energy, finally stirred awake.
Surveying her fully restored physical state, she was momentarily dazed. Why did I suddenly recover? Suddenly, she noticed several footprints on the ground. Judging by their size, they clearly weren't hers. Moreover, before regaining consciousness, she had vaguely sensed someone holding her. A suspicion immediately formed in her mind. Could it be Master? The thought of being held by her master herself made Pei Jinglian's face flush instantly. Yet at the same time, she felt a pang of regret. I still haven't seen what Master actually looks like.
What does this mean? Could she have drawn my likeness based solely on imagination?
In reality, Lín Xuān stared blankly at his phone screen, reading Pei Jinglian's inner monologue in the portrait of himself.
He never imagined she would sketch his portrait at this moment. And if he remembered correctly, she had never actually seen him before, had she? He'd assumed she could draw his likeness because she might have glimpsed him in some fleeting moment, but it turned out she'd achieved this super-accurate recreation purely through her astonishing intuition. Was this a testament to her extraordinary artistic skill, or was her sixth sense simply off the charts? If real-life painters saw this, it'd probably blow their minds. Lín Xuān chuckled softly, his fingertips instinctively swiping across the phone screen. He never imagined that Pei Jinglian could not only help him survive the Golden Core tribulation through a special ritual, but also paint his likeness directly from her imagination alone. In reality, such a connection might have long since led them to consummate their bond. Yet, with one existing in the real world and the other trapped within the game, this distorted state inevitably confined them to a master-disciple relationship. Perhaps it's for the best. Lín Xuān chuckled wryly, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes. Perhaps it was the emotional scars from his past life that kept him maintaining a distant, aloof relationship with women, even within the game. Yet recently, Pei Jinglian's series of heartwarming gestures had been quietly melting the darkness and ice deep within his heart. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden chime of his phone. What's going on? Another random encounter triggered?
Lín Xuān raised an eyebrow, staring at the notification that had suddenly popped up on his screen. The software indicated that Pei Jinglian had triggered another serendipitous encounter within the game, and it was asking whether he wished to intervene personally. Driven by curiosity, he tapped on the details, only to see a stark message appear before his eyes. Emerging crisis, the Grand Elder, allied with several elders, is preparing to purge neutral factions.
Pei Jinglian is among those targeted. Make a choice for Pei Jinglian. Accept the Grand Elder's invitation to protect yourself.
Refuse the invitation and maintain neutrality, 80% chance of being targeted.
Refuse the invitation and report to sect leader Shen Weihong, guaranteed to be targeted. Note, each choice will impact the character's future development and may even endanger their life.
After reading this prompt, Lín Xuān furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If his memory served him correctly, the Grand Elder had only extended an olive branch yesterday to court Pei Jinglian, yet today he was already rushing to take action. Moreover, instead of targeting the sect master first, they were going after a neutral figure like Pei Jinglian. There must be something fishy going on that he didn't know about. His mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons.
Maintaining neutrality might seem prudent, but it risked alienating both sides. Joining the Grand Elder's faction might currently appear the optimal solution, yet this would simultaneously place Pei Jinglian in jeopardy. After all, the more righteous the Grand Elder appeared, the more suspicious he seemed to Lín Xuān. More crucially, the Grand Elder's numerous promises of benefits had never materialized. Instead, it was Sect Master Shen Weihong who had granted Pei Jinglian the authority and status of an elder. Therefore, whether viewed rationally or through the lens of self-interest, supporting Sect Master Shen Weihong was undeniably the wisest course. After much deliberation, Lín Xuān made his decision immediately. I'll choose the third option. His choice was decisive. In his view, the Grand Elder possessed nothing but grand visions, yet failed to deliver even the most basic promises of tangible benefits. Such a person was utterly untrustworthy. And since the other side had chosen to strike first, he wouldn't be blamed for striking back. Had he not allowed Pei Jinglian to join sect leader Shen Weihong's faction, she might well have faced a tragic fate, becoming the target of public condemnation and universal scorn. After all, according to the traditional plot of feel-good stories, those who support evil will inevitably be defeated in the end. In Lín Xuān's eyes, the Grand Elder embodied pure evil. After all, what decent person would suddenly show up at someone's door the moment they became an elder, demanding they join their faction, and even go so far as to slander the current sect master without presenting a shred of concrete evidence? Compounded by the fact that in his previous life, Lín Xuān had suffered betrayal from those closest to him, much like this current sect leader. The Grand Elder's actions were now crossing every line he held sacred. Such a fickle villain could never be a good person and deserved not a shred of trust. From the very beginning, he had sensed something off about this Grand Elder. His mannerisms and speech made Lín Xuān uneasy, evoking memories of the treacherous ingrates who had betrayed him in his past life. His gut instinct screamed that this Grand Elder was untrustworthy. With that thought, he pressed the communication talisman.
Within the game world, Pei Jinglian suddenly heard a familiar voice echo in her mind. Proceed immediately to the summit and inform the sect master of the Grand Elder's conspiracy. Remain cautious and concealed along the way. Do not let anyone detect your presence. She flinched slightly at first, but rose without hesitation. Even though she didn't understand why her master suddenly instructed her to inform the sect leader of the Grand Elder's plan, that wasn't the most pressing concern for her. Any command from her master, even if it meant plunging into boiling water or fire, she would carry out without hesitation. Pei Jinglian is preparing to head to the summit to inform Sect Master Shen Weihong of this matter. Chapter 125, The Informant, Shocking the Duo. Seeing the prompt pop up on the screen, Lín Xuān breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that sometimes having obedient characters was a good thing. While players' misjudgments could occasionally harm the character, more often than not, those with a god's eye view could make truly correct decisions. Lín Xuān's intuition told him that as long as Pei Jinglian followed his instructions, she would undoubtedly reap the greatest benefits from this unexpected opportunity. I hope my intuition doesn't fail me. Watching Pei Jinglian's figure nearing the summit, Lín Xuān silently prayed within. The next moment, however, his expression shifted. For he saw a figure abruptly intercept Pei Jinglian's path. Seventh Elder, where do you intend to go? The one blocking Pei Jinglian's path was none other than the Sixth Elder. The very man who had recently lost his senior disciple due to Pei Jinglian's exposure. A sinister smile played on his lips as he fixed Pei Jinglian with a questioning stare. His demeanor suggested he might attack Pei Jinglian at any moment. What's this? Could this fellow be the spy the first elder planted outside the sect master's hall? The moment any outsider approached, he'd jump out to intercept them and relay information to the Sixth Elder? Lín Xuān's mind raced, conjuring numerous possibilities. The most plausible theory was that this man had long been the Grand Elder's spy, poised to eliminate anyone attempting to side with the sect master. Moreover, Pei Jinglian had recently caused the death of his senior disciple. While the other party deserved it, some matters were judged by perspective rather than principle. Judging by the Sixth Elder's display of emotion and malice that day, he clearly wasn't the type to care about fairness or justice. Thus, his presence here now spoke volumes about his identity and intentions. Pei Jinglian clearly recognized this as well. Even without Lín Xuān's prompting, she regarded him with wary eyes. I am here to discuss matters with the sect master, specifically, questions regarding my duties. I wonder why the Sixth Elder is also present. Might you also have business with the sect master? With this brief exchange, Pei Jinglian swiftly shifted the dynamic, transforming from the question party to the questioner. Who would have thought the Sixth Elder was no pushover? Facing Pei Jinglian's interrogation, he chuckled lightly, as if casually remarking, what a coincidence. I too wish to consult the sect master about recent matters concerning the duties of the Elders' Council. Since we're both here for the same reason, why don't we go up together? This unexpected turn of events left both Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian momentarily stunned. In their expectations, the other party would likely say, any questions regarding the duties of elders can be directed to me. After all, having served as an elder in the Jade Mystic Sect for so many years, I am well versed in the responsibilities of each elder. Such a response would have been seamless, perfectly preventing Pei Jinglian from reporting to the sect master. Yet now, the Sixth Elder was actually requesting Pei Jinglian to accompany him upstairs. Could there be some ulterior motive at play? After all, he clearly harbored resentment toward Pei Jinglian. If he kept a close watch on her in the main hall, what if he immediately refuted any mention of the First Elder? While such a move might seem reckless, sect leader Shen Weihong undoubtedly possessed his own judgment and intuition. Over the years, the conflict between the sect leader and the First Elder had become an open secret within the Jade Mystic Sect. If Pei Jinglian revealed the truth now, she would undoubtedly gain greater credibility in Shen Weihong's eyes. Should the Sixth Elder step forward to oppose her, it would inevitably arouse Shen Weihong's suspicion. So, was this Sixth Elder a good man or a wolf in sheep's clothing? After a moment's thought, Lín Xuān decisively instructed Pei Jinglian to accept his proposal. After all, once inside the main hall, it would be 2 against 1. The advantage was his. Even if the Sixth Elder turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, it wouldn't matter. Could 2 gold core cultivators really be defeated by a single gold core cultivator? Moreover, Pei Jinglian possessed the Chaos Holy Body at the Golden Core stage, while Shen Weihong was renowned alongside the First Elder as the pinnacle of strength in the preliminary battles. In contrast, the Sixth Elder was merely a mediocre Golden Core cultivator obsessed with obscure, deviant practices utterly insignificant. Upon receiving Lín Xuān's signal, Pei Jinglian immediately replied, very well. Since the Sixth Elder also has urgent matters to discuss with the sect master, let us proceed together. A faint smile touched the Sixth Elder's lips. Stroking his long beard, he nodded slightly. Excellent. Seventh Elder, please lead the way. As he spoke, he even made a gesture of invitation, showing no regard for his seniority ranking above Pei Jinglian. This demeanor only deepened Lín Xuān and Pei Jinglian's confusion. However, the latter didn't pause either. With a slight nod, she walked ahead without hesitation. The pair soon reached the summit hall, where they happened to find Sect Master Shen Weihong seemingly wiping the ancestral tablets of past generations.
Hearing the sound behind him, he set down his whisk and turned to see the two. His brow furrowed slightly upon seeing them together, clearly assuming they had some conflict and had come seeking his mediation. As for the nature of the conflict? Shen Weihong already had his suspicions. Just as he was about to step in and help defuse the tension between them, Pei Jinglian blurted out something shocking. "Master, the senior elder is preparing to rebel." At those words, not only Shen Weihong, but even the sixth elder who had ascended with them couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Not sisters? You're being this candid? And what's with that tone? Why does it sound like you're describing some trivial little thing?" If not for their keen hearing, they would have doubted their own ears. The sixth elder took a slight step back, his gaze fixed warily on Shen Weihong and Pei Jinglian. He couldn't tell if the two had colluded beforehand, deliberately arranging for him to encounter Pei Jinglian just to drag him into this power struggle. But soon, his expression regained its composure as he recalled the scene he had witnessed just moments ago. It was precisely that scene that had led him to be present in this grand hall now. Since he hadn't done anything to feel guilty about, why would he flee? Moreover, from what Pei Jinglian had just said, he finally understood why the seventh elder had been present in the scene he witnessed earlier. Shen Weihong spoke first. "Seventh elder, though I've had disagreements with the grand elder, your words carry grave consequences. Can you guarantee the truth of what you've said?" His tone was grave, as if seeking a second confirmation of the statement's veracity from Pei Jinglian. After all, as the head of the Elders' Council, the senior elder's alleged rebellion could have devastating repercussions for the Jade Mystic Sect. Even as his enemy, Shen Weihong knew this matter demanded utmost caution. Chapter 126, Traitors on Both Sides? Under their skeptical gazes, Pei Jinglian nodded calmly. Then, with virtually no concealment, she laid bare all the secrets the Grand Elder had shared with her not long ago. Among these revelations was Shen Weihong's request for aid from a fourth-tier demon emperor before ascending to the position of sect master. Pei Jinglian felt no psychological burden about this, since the Grand Elder himself had stated he could inform on Shen Weihong at any time. Thus, there was nothing shameful about sharing these details. After hearing every hidden detail Pei Jinglian revealed, Shen Weihong fell into a brief reverie. Clearly, Pei Jinglian's words had struck him too hard. Even though he had prepared himself, he was still profoundly shaken. The same held true for the sixth elder standing nearby. "Seventh elder, do you realize what you're saying?" Shen Weihong stared at Pei Jinglian in utter disbelief, his voice heavy with disbelief. She nodded calmly. "I said the first elder wants to rebel. He wants your position as sect master." This instantly cemented the certainty in Shen Weihong and the sixth elder's hearts the other party was not joking. But how could they verify the truth of her words? Just then, the sixth elder, who had remained silent since entering the hall, suddenly spoke up. "Actually, I came here today to expose some matters concerning the first elder." "More experts?" In that instant, Shen Weihong, Pei Jinglian, and Lín Xuān all turned their gaze toward the sixth elder, eager to see what explosive revelations this usually unassuming elder might unleash at this critical moment. The very first sentence instantly sent a chill through all three of them. "Just moments ago, I witnessed the Grand Elder colluding with a cultivator of the demonic path. Had I not concealed myself well, I would likely have met an untimely end by now." As he spoke these words, the sixth elder's face bore a distinct bitter smile. Clearly, even he hadn't fully grasped just how explosive the revelation he'd just uncovered truly was. Good heavens, this Jade Mystic Sect truly is a land of extraordinary talents. The sect master conspiring with the demon emperor, the Grand Elder colluding with the demon cult, they've all got bright futures ahead of them, haven't they? Lín Xuān, observing this in reality, nearly burst out laughing. He'd never seen a sect degenerate to such a state they'd practically embraced every conceivable transgression against the righteous path. But then he thought, since this was likely the very place where the future Empress Pei Jinglian would rise to power, it made perfect sense for it to be brimming with exceptional talent. Take Su Bailu, who had just been eliminated in any other sect, she would have been a massive liability. Yet under Pei Jinglian, she vanished completely within mere months along with her demonic master. Judging by the current situation, Lín Xuān suspected the future plot would likely see the Jade Mystic Sect become a subordinate sect under Pei Jinglian. After all, both the Grand Elder and the sect master were tainted by scandal, clearly losing their standing as contenders for the future leadership of the Jade Mystic Sect. Pei Jinglian, however, was different. She was the youngest Gold Core stage elder. Moreover, she had achieved her Golden Core through the Chaos Divine Body, making her the undisputed champion in terms of refinement frequency across the 5 domains. After all, when she faced 2 renowned third-tier demon kings, Pei Jinglian had severely wounded and ultimately defeated them solely with the momentum of her breakthrough. This is something even the current sect master Shen Weihong and the Grand Elder might not be able to achieve. To put it plainly, with Pei Jinglian's current combat prowess, barring the Grand Elder and the sect master, there was scarcely anyone within the Jade Mystic Sect who could stand against her in battle. This explains why, upon encountering the sixth elder, her expression held only surprise, not panic. She knew he wouldn't be a match for her in a single strike. Now we'll see which side is right. If both turn out to be correct, the upcoming developments will be quite interesting. One colludes with the demonic tribes, the other conspires with the demonic path neither seems a suitable ally to align with.
Perhaps the wisest course is to have Pei Jinglian find an excuse to leave the Jade Mystic Sect, let these two factions tear each other apart, and then return to reap the benefits as the ultimate beneficiary. Lín Xuān watched the unfolding scene within the game, already mapping out Pei Jinglian's future path in his mind.
Just then, Shen Weihong finally spoke up. "Sixth Elder, is there even a shred of falsehood in your words?" The Sixth Elder gave a wry smile. "Sect Master, do I look like the sort who enjoys telling lies?" Shen Weihong pondered this thoughtfully. Knowing the Sixth Elder well, he truly didn't seem like someone who enjoyed lying. But the fact that the First Elder had colluded with the demonic path and, according to Pei Jinglian's words, might even be planning to join forces with them to strike against him was another matter entirely. If that were true, the implications would be far greater. After all, if one sought to overthrow Shen Weihong and seize the sect leader's position, the worst one might face was being labeled a spineless traitor. Moreover, if you subsequently performed better than Shen Weihong, people might even say you should have been in that seat all along. But if you contact the demonic path, unite with those demonic cultivators, and target Shen Weihong to seize the sect master's seat, never mind how the disciples of the Jade Mystic Sect would view you. The heads of neighboring sects alone would instantly seize the opportunity. Under the banner of punishing the demonic path, they'd swallow the entire Yuxuan Sect whole. To put it bluntly, the senior patriarch's actions now are nothing short of digging his own grave and dragging the entire Yuxuan Sect down with him. The sect master took a deep breath. The situation is critical. The Grand Elder might very well ally with the demonic path and attack us next. Sixth Elder, Seventh Elder, you must assist me. Once we weather this storm, this Elder's Hall will henceforth be your private domain. In truth, I shall no longer interfere with any of your rights. Hearing this, Elder Six's eyes lit up. The offer clearly held great appeal. His past obsession with chess wasn't born of genuine passion, but rather a form of resignation after failing to achieve significant success in either the path of power or cultivation. Now, Shen Weihong's words offered him hope of advancing further along the path of power, naturally stirring his excitement. Just as he was about to pledge his loyalty, Pei Jinglian spoke up beside him. "Master, before that, I must verify whether what the First Elder said back then was true or false. Otherwise, I won't take sides with either of you." Chapter 127. I'm stronger than both of you. The words of loyalty that had formed on the Sixth Elder's tongue instantly froze in his throat. He stared at the young elder beside him in utter shock, his heart filled with astonishment and shame. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that this young Seventh Elder would display more maturity than himself. Blinded by greed, he hadn't even noticed this fact himself. Naturally, these words had been prompted by Lín Xuān, for when neither side was trustworthy, neither could be believed. After all, if they had betrayed the Jade Mystic Sect back then, who was to say they wouldn't betray him now or in the future? Any traitor leaves an indelible mark of untrustworthiness in others' minds, and Shen Weihong was no exception. Hearing this accusation, Shen Weihong gave a bitter laugh. That guy really is something, he's got a knack for twisting the truth. Pei Jinglian and the Sixth Elder exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the words spoken by the First Elder were not only false, but also concealed deeper truths? "Master," Elder Lu said solemnly, his gaze intense, "I hadn't yet entered the Elder's Hall back then and was unaware of the events that unfolded. Might you now recount them?" Under their questioning gazes, sect leader Shen Weihong gave a bitter smile and began recounting the past slowly. "The truth is, that incident back then wasn't as the Grand Elder described, that I colluded with a fourth-tier demon emperor." Shen Weihong shook his head as he spoke. Pei Jinglian watched him calmly. "Then what really happened?" Elder Six also turned his gaze toward him. Under their gaze, Shen Weihong continued, "Truthfully, it was the Grand Elder who wrote that letter. He merely used some sort of magic to mimic my handwriting. At the time of the previous Patriarch's incident, I was still guiding disciples in their cultivation. How could I possibly have known about his absence? Precisely because of this, many suspected the First Elder, but there was never any evidence. Now, this letter of yours has become incriminating evidence against him, allowing me to act against him without any psychological burden. Moreover, it was fortunate that the previous sect master trusted me. Otherwise, had the Jade Mystic Sect fallen into such a person's hands, the situation would likely be far worse now. Surely you don't believe his claim that he was merely seeking benefits for the outer disciples?" Pei Jinglian and the Sixth Elder both shook their heads. Though their cultivation might not match the Grand Elder's, their minds were certainly no less sharp. If the Grand Elder truly sought benefits for the outer disciples, he would have long since voluntarily allocated a portion of his own resources to support their cultivation. Instead, he'd resorted to this flimsy excuse, claiming to seize benefits for the outer disciples to usurp Shen Weihong's position as sect master. His intentions were as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambition, everyone could see through it. The Grand Elder will likely detect something amiss and move against us soon. What should we do next? The Sixth Elder asked, puzzled. As he spoke, a palpable tension crept across his face. After all, in his many years as an elder, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. One misstep could cost him his life. He had worked so hard to cultivate his golden core, he certainly didn't want to lose his life here. Pei Jinglian, however, remained remarkably composed. Having weathered countless life and death crises, every step she'd taken to this point had been paved with blood-stained lessons.
Unlike the sixth elder, who had only undergone arduous cultivation without the tempering of life and death trials, Pei Jinglian remained markedly more composed when confronted with such situations. Shen Weihong observed both their reactions. Should they emerge victorious from this battle, he already had a clear idea of who would be the next Grand Elder. But before that, he had to deal with the immediate trouble at hand.
After a moment of contemplation, Shen Weihong inquired, Sixth Elder, were the Grand Elder and that demonic cultivator the only ones you saw at the time? Were there any others present?
After all, there are 4 other elders in the entire Elders' Hall.
The 4th Elder has already been sealed away, so we can temporarily rule him out.
Among the remaining 3 elders, we must determine which ones stand with the Grand Elder and which ones remain neutral.
Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān nodded in agreement upon hearing this.
The immediate priority was indeed to distinguish between enemy and ally factions.
Otherwise, they risked mistaking enemies for allies or treating allies as enemies. Information asymmetry was their primary advantage at present. After recalling the scene, the 6th Elder's eyes clouded with contemplation. Let me think. There were 3 people in total back then.
Besides the Grand Elder, there was a cultivator of the demonic path and another figure with a rather sturdy build. It felt like it could have been the 2nd Elder, but it also resembled the 5th Elder. After all, both of them followed the physical cultivation path and had robust builds. Plus, the distance was quite far, so it was hard to tell who it was just from their silhouettes.
Upon hearing this, Shen Weihong responded without hesitation, then we must immediately classify the 2nd Elder and 5th Elder as enemies. Better to kill the wrong person than let the right one escape. We must act immediately, locate either the 2nd or 5th Elder and confine them. The current situation favors the enemy. We must weaken their forces as much as possible. Such decisive and ruthless tactics instantly won the agreement of Pei Jinglian and the 6th Elder. After all, the current crisis was too dire. If not handled promptly and properly, the entire Jade Mystic Sect risked disintegration. Then it's settled.
I'll go stabilize the 1st Elder first.
You 2 immediately go find the 2nd Elder and 5th Elder respectively.
Once you lure them to the cliff of no return, you can contact me through this jade pendant.
I will immediately activate the formation and seal them inside.
Shen Weihong tossed 2 jade pendants into their hands, his expression solemn. Pei Jinglian examined the jade pendant in her hand. Engraved upon it was the character Shen, and it felt unervingly warm to the touch. She could even sense a faint thread of the other party's divine consciousness emanating from it.
Clearly, this was a one-way communication jade talisman specially devised by Shen Weihong.
Its range likely covered the entire territory of the Jade Mystic Sect, making it quite convenient.
Alright, I'll go find the 2nd Elder. 7th Elder, you take care of the 5th Elder. The latter is weaker and easier to handle. The 6th Elder immediately prepared to assign their tasks. However, Pei Jinglian shook her head. No, I should go to the 2nd Elder. You should go to the 5th Elder instead.
At these words, both Shen Weihong and the 6th Elder froze. Shen Weihong assumed she suspected the 6th Elder of deceiving her. After all, they'd recently crossed paths, so distrust was understandable.
Chapter 128 Demonstrating Strength, Intimidating the Two.
He patiently explained, the 2nd Elder cultivates the evergreen body tempering technique, a low-tier earth-grade cultivation method. Moreover, he has reached the 3rd layer of the Golden Core realm. He is by no means an easy opponent to deal with. In contrast, 5th Elder is only at the 2nd layer of the Golden Core stage. His cultivation technique is merely the forging body method, an upper-tier yellow-grade cultivation technique. His combat strength is relatively weak among those at the Golden Core stage. 7th Elder, you've only recently ascended to the Golden Core stage. He's the perfect match for you. Yet despite the sect master's well-intentioned advice, Pei Jinglian remained adamant. No, I believe my combat strength surpasses that of the 6th Elder.
Therefore, 2nd Elder is mine.
Hearing this, Elder 6's face immediately betrayed his disbelief. Elder 7, I know you may harbor resentment toward me, but this matter truly requires careful consideration.
Having just entered the Golden Core stage, how could your strength possibly surpass mine?
Even Sect Master Shen Weihong nodded in agreement. 6th Elder has already reached the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage and possesses expertise in formations and such. His strength is clearly superior to yours. After saying this, seemingly concerned that Pei Jinglian might feel uncomfortable, he added, of course, given time, you will undoubtedly surpass him in the future.
Yet Pei Jinglian remained calm as she shook her head.
Truly, in a certain sense, I surpass all of you.
Because my Golden Core stage is fundamentally different from yours. 7th Elder, you're not just venting, are you? You've only just ascended to the Golden Core stage. How could you possibly surpass both of us? 6th Elder's face was etched with disbelief, clearly doubting Pei Jinglian's words. Even Sect Master Shen Weihong spoke with grave seriousness. Indeed, 7th Elder, are you aware that I possess the 7th level of the Golden Core stage? Such power is rare even across the entire Eastern domain. How dare you claim that you, having just ascended to the Golden Core stage, are stronger than me? Facing their skepticism, Pei Jinglian remained silent, slowly raising her hand. The next moment, though nothing was visibly present, not even a ripple of true essence energy.
A sudden gust of wind swept through the empty hall, originating inexplicably from her.
What is this? The sixth elder was flustered, assuming Pei Jinglian had employed some special spell.
Only Sect Master Shen Weihong's eyes narrowed sharply.
An expression of utter disbelief then spread across his face. You actually created a gust of wind in this hall simply by vibrating your muscles to agitate the surrounding air? Whoa!
The two men, now comprehending the situation, sucked in sharp breaths.
They stared at Pei Jinglian as if they'd seen a ghost.
Clearly, neither had imagined anyone could achieve such mastery over their own muscle control and strength.
To put it bluntly, this transcended the realm of humanity. Even many demonic beasts couldn't achieve such feats.
Such control and strength demanded an extraordinary level of physical mastery, typically only seen in body cultivation cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Yet here stood Pei Jinglian, merely a cultivator who had just ascended to the golden core stage, possessing physical strength of such staggering magnitude. No wonder she claimed to surpass both of them in certain aspects. When it came to sheer physical strength alone, even Shen Weihong might not be her match. After truly witnessing her prowess, the sixth elder's face flushed with shame.
Seventh elder, I underestimated you.
I never imagined your mastery of physical cultivation surpasses even that of the second and fifth elders.
This strength truly belongs to you. He wasn't a petty man. Once he acknowledged Pei Jinglian's genuine superiority, his resentment vanished instantly. Shen Weihong, meanwhile, studied Pei Jinglian's hands thoughtfully. This body forging technique is unlike any I've ever seen. You must have learned it from some great master, right?
He had harbored this suspicion even before. After all, just a few months ago, she had been nothing more than an outer sect disciple at the first layer of Qi cultivation. Yet in such a short time, she had leaped to become a golden core stage elder.
With such rapid advancement, who would believe she had no backing? Now, with Pei Jinglian displaying such terrifying physical strength, Shen Weihong's suspicions were instantly confirmed.
Her overwhelming power suggested her mentor might be a legendary nascent soul or even a transcendent spirit cultivator. The thought that a Huatian cultivator might be lurking within his own sect sent a shiver down Shen Weihong's spine. However, he wasn't foolish enough to rashly inquire about the whereabouts of her master, nor did he harbor any delusions that she would willingly intervene to save the Jade Mystic Sect.
He didn't even entertain the notion of using Pei Jinglian as a proxy to eliminate the threat. After all, a powerhouse of that caliber could obliterate the entire Yuxuan Sect in an instant if provoked. Therefore, even if he were ultimately killed by the Grand Elder, he absolutely must not use Pei Jinglian to provoke that great power into action. Otherwise, the outcome would be infinitely more tragic than being killed by the Grand Elder. Beyond that, he needed to protect Pei Jinglian from harm. If the beloved disciple of that great master were to meet with misfortune within the Jade Mystic Sect, the wrath unleashed would consume the entire sect and still leave the debt unpaid. Of course, he must not be too obvious about it, lest he appear to be hindering Pei Jinglian's self-cultivation.
With this thought, he nodded and said, "Since you have this resolve, you shall handle the second elder. Should any mishap occur, contact me immediately."
Absolutely no errors can be tolerated. Pei Jinglian gave a slight nod. Rest assured, Sect Master. I am not one to be arrogant or overconfident. With that, she left the main hall and headed straight for the second elder's residence. After watching her depart, the sixth elder cautiously ventured, "The seventh elder possesses extraordinary power. Behind him might lie some superpower. Having such a powerful figure within our Jade Mystic Sect, her ambitions might well surpass even those of the first elder." Shen Weihong offered no clear response to his words, only saying with a grave expression, "Perhaps that noble figure merely wishes for the seventh elder to undergo rigorous training within our Jade Mystic Sect. The current situation might very well be part of that great figure's design. He likely intends for us to witness this very outcome. After all, great beings at the transformation of spirit stage often weave intricate causality, laying foundations a century ago that unfold into the present." Hearing this, the sixth elder was instantly gripped by dread. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that from the very moment of its founding, our Jade Mystic Sect was destined to become the seventh elder's sharpening stone? Even the feud between the sect master and the first elder was orchestrated, only now reaching its explosive climax. If I recall correctly, it all began precisely after the seventh elder ascended to the golden core stage. Could it be that all along, a terrifying pair of eyes has been watching us in the shadows? That the moment we step out of line, we'll be ruthlessly eliminated? This conjecture was terrifying, so much so that he dared not voice it aloud. Yet, judging by the grave expression on Shen Weihong's face, he had likely arrived at the same conclusion. The realization that a powerhouse, seemingly at the Huatian stage, was monitoring the current changes within the Jade Mystic Sect filled both men with profound dread. Yet they dared not show it, forced to continue following the predetermined script. As for what that script entailed? Chapter 129, Comparing Body Tempering Skills with Me? That's like showing off your axe swinging skills in the workshop of a master carpenter. Naturally, it involved them and the Grand Elder mutually destroying each other, while the seventh elder maneuvered between them, ultimately emerging as the greatest winner. A cliched plot indeed. Yet they had no choice but to play along. A wave of inexplicable frustration welled up in Shen Weihong's heart. Yet he merely clenched his fist briefly before quickly releasing it, choosing to accept his fate. He sighed deeply. Proceed as planned. There's no time to waste. The sixth elder could only nod in resignation. He and the sect master then exited the hall separately, hurrying toward the direction of the first elder and the fifth elder. Gazing at the mist-shrouded peaks below as he walked on air, the sixth elder reflected. When one's strength falls short, even knowing you're merely a pawn, you must obediently accept the moves of the master strategist. Pawns cannot possess their own thoughts. It is said that those of high cultivation connect their will with the heavens and earth. Heaven and earth show no mercy, nor do cultivators. Anything beneath them becomes mere fodder and pawns. By now, Pei Jinglian had begun approaching the residence of the second elder. As the second elder among all elders, his seniority was undoubtedly considerable, and he possessed his own private mountain peak. Moreover, his residence was relatively close to the summit hall. Should he harbor any ill intentions, he could likely threaten sect master Shen Weihong immediately. Thus, he was a prime suspect, especially given his formidable strength. If he truly aligned with the first elder's faction, he would likely detect any irregularities the moment Pei Jinglian spoke, potentially leading to lethal retaliation. Approaching him would thus carry considerable risk. This was precisely why the sixth elder and Shen Weihong had chosen not to send her to the second elder. What neither of them had anticipated was that Pei Jinglian's strength far exceeded their expectations. Ultimately, after she demonstrated her true capabilities, they had no choice but to agree to her request to see the second elder. Within a few breaths, Pei Jinglian glided gracefully to a stop before the grand hall. As one of the senior elders, the second elder had elevated his own hall into a grand palace. Though its grandeur and scale fell far short of the sect master's hall, the mere fact that an elder possessed his own hall was ample proof of his exalted status. The moment she landed, an array mechanism activated automatically, unleashing dozens of array lightning bolts that struck Pei Jinglian simultaneously. Her expression remained unruffled, yet the aura radiating from her surged violently. Within mere breaths, the terrifying array lightning bolts were forcibly shattered by her overwhelming presence, shattering into fragments around her. Second elder, why not step out to meet me? She gave a cold snort, her voice echoing through the seemingly empty hall. Only then did the formation, poised to unleash its second thunderbolt, finally fall silent. Suddenly, a figure as imposing as an iron tower materialized within the hall, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. It's the seventh elder. What brings you here, my friend? This is your first time visiting, isn't it? Pei Jinglian stared at the second elder, who had deliberately waited until she was attacked by the array before appearing. Deep suspicion surged in her eyes. This man was far from the honest-looking person he appeared to be. In her eyes, his level of suspicion had skyrocketed to the maximum. She replied coldly, the sect leader has issued an order. The fourth elder wishes to see both you and me. He wants me to escort you to the Cliff of Despair to pay him a visit. Hearing this, the second elder's face clouded with confusion. The elder wants to see us? It makes sense he'd seek you out, but why me? Having only recently been promoted to elder, Pei Jinglian was unfamiliar with the dynamics between the elders. For instance, she was unaware that the second elder and fourth elder had always been at odds. Their relationship was even more hostile than that between the sect master and the first elder. This was because the fourth elder, as head of the punishment hall, frequently disciplined physical cultivation practitioners like the second and fifth elders. The destruction they caused in their daily lives was simply too immense. Due to the peculiar nature of their body forging techniques, these two would either crash into mountain peaks or forcibly sever rivers with their physical bodies. This frequently disrupted the daily lives and cultivation of inner sect disciples, drawing constant complaints. After warnings, the fifth elder would quickly rein in his actions. However, the second elder, relying on his seniority, frequently clashed with the discipline hall. To the fourth elder, this behavior felt like deliberate targeting. Thus, their daily clashes were nothing short of a life and death struggle. Before Pei Jinglian's arrival, the second elder was the fourth elder's most hated adversary. He even deliberately withheld notifications about new decrees from the second elder, biding his time to seize upon minor infractions and strike him with a devious blow. Such a blatantly hostile relationship was likely unknown only to Pei Jinglian, the newly promoted inner sect disciple and elder. Shen Weihong and the sixth elder, however, were so engrossed in their astonishment at her physical cultivation that they neglected to warn her about this. Thus, when the second elder heard that the fourth elder had actually sought him out, his expression betrayed considerable surprise. Pei Jinglian paid little heed to this, however. With her strength, she could force the second elder to come along even if he refused. Had she not considered the possibility that he might not belong to the Grand Elder's faction, she would have been capable of executing him on the spot. This was the confidence of the strongest Golden Core cultivator. All the hardships endured during her ascension to Golden Core had now transformed into the bedrock of her power. Thus, facing the second elder's skepticism, Pei Jinglian merely nodded calmly. He said he sought you and me. Will you go? The second elder instantly detected the threat in her words, and an amused smile spread across his face. And if I refuse? Pei Jinglian extended her hand, her tone as casual as if discussing trivial matters. Then I'll drag you there by force.
The second elder narrowed his eyes, his muscles swelling once more as he loomed over Pei Jinglian like an iron tower.
Seventh elder, have you forgotten you're merely a junior who just ascended to the golden core stage? How dare you speak to me, your senior, in such a manner?
His muscles continued to swell, transforming him into a towering figure that instantly reached a terrifying height of over 4 meters. The savage aura radiating from him erupted completely.
Even a demon king standing here would be intimidated by the overwhelming power emanating from every inch of his being.
After all, the sole advantage of physical cultivators lay in their fleshly strength surpassing even some demon beasts.
Their cultivation bordered on self-torture, every muscle honed to its absolute limit.
It was said that this second elder had once consecutively smashed through 3 mountain peaks in a single burst of power, his body remaining unscathed. This alone demonstrated that his physique had been honed to a near terrifying level.
Chapter 130, The Showdown Between Two Physical Cultivators. Boom! The second elder took a single step forward, instantly cracking the ground beneath his feet.
Keep in mind, as his palace, each floor tile possessed strength surpassing diamond. Yet with just one step, he shattered it.
Such terrifying force would likely reduce a person to a blood mist in an instant if applied.
Yet while this might intimidate others, it held no sway over Pei Jinglian.
For she understood physical cultivation far better than he did.
While this display appeared threatening, it was merely a flaw born of poor control over his own power. True physical cultivation strength lies in appearing ordinary while harboring thunderous power within.
Just like her now.
She drew in a sharp breath, then slowly clenched her fist.
Amidst the second elder's shifting expression, she suddenly unleashed a punch forward. Boom! A more ferocious aura erupted instantly. What? Are you going to force me away now? The second elder stared at Pei Jinglian with a sneer, as if mocking her for overestimating her abilities.
Unfazed, she simply stared back at him.
Compared to his spoken taunts, this silent contempt carried far greater destructive force. True to form, the second elder's face twisted with anger when Pei Jinglian continued to ignore him. Seventh elder, do you think you're so powerful? Pei Jinglian remained silent, merely beckoning him with a finger.
The gesture was unmistakable.
Come up and try. Physical cultivators were notoriously hot-tempered, and after years of training, the second elder's temper flared at the slightest provocation. Now, faced with Pei Jinglian's repeated taunts, his entire face flushed crimson. He roared, charging at Pei Jinglian like a runaway truck.
His mouth spewed threats. I'll show you what a real physical cultivator is.
Don't think your little spells make you invincible. In close combat, I am unbeatable.
His momentum was indeed formidable, stirring up a whirlwind in the courtyard merely from his charging stride. His entire body was like a massive wall, crushing down on his opponent.
Pei Jinglian remained utterly composed, silently raising her palm in a defensive stance.
Within a few breaths, the second elder's form slammed violently into the air directly before Pei Jinglian.
To his astonishment, not only did she not budge, she didn't even get hit.
For at that moment, Pei Jinglian had channeled the tremors of her muscles to forge an air pressure wall before her. Even with his ferocious impact, he couldn't break through the air pressure barrier she had created. The second elder failed to recognize this as a feat achieved purely through physical strength, mistakenly believing she had cultivated some special technique. A cold smile spread across his face as he sneered, "You don't seriously think this thing can stop me, do you?" As the words fell, the body that had paused erupted with renewed force.
Instantly, Pei Jinglian felt the pressure before her surge.
Only then did she shift her stance slightly, releasing the pressure wall she had created through muscle tremors.
The second elder, however, charged forward relentlessly.
Though it seemed he might be unable to stop, he suddenly veered sharply after veering off course by 2 or 3 meters, then turned and charged straight at Pei Jinglian once more.
It all happened in the blink of an eye.
Witnessing this in reality, Lín Xuān couldn't help but feel his heart leap. At such close range, he can still turn so sharply?
And judging by the momentum, this seems even more violent than Bai Du Wang's collision. Can Pei Jinglian withstand this?
As it turned out, Li Ming had completely overestimated the danger.
Not only could Pei Jinglian withstand it, she could even counterattack. Boom! Pei Jinglian extended her hand lightly once more, then swiftly arched her fingers upward toward her opponent.
Her fingertips collided precisely with the second elder as he turned, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted before them.
Pei Jinglian was forced back several steps by the recoil, but compared to her, the second elder fared much worse.
He had assumed he could easily dispose of Pei Jinglian, never expecting that she would unleash such overwhelming force with just a single finger, catching him completely off guard. His massive bear-like frame flew backward like a cough, cough, cough. The second elder felt his chi and blood churning violently within him. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood before finally calming his coughing. He stared at the young woman before him with shock and disbelief, exclaiming incredulously, "This power, it's not right.
Could it be you didn't use any magic at all?" Pei Jinglian remained silent, her indifferent eyes fixed steadily upon him.
This time, however, the second elder harbored no trace of underestimation. As he slowly mobilized every ounce of strength within his body, his expression grew solemn. I never imagined the seventh elder would also follow the path of physical cultivation. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. That you possess such formidable power while maintaining such remarkable control over your physique demonstrates you've reached the pinnacle of force mastery. As he expounded on various subjects within his knowledge, his body gradually swelled like a balloon. His previously flagging aura now surged like a raging wind. Yet the second elder grew even more cautious, not emboldened by this display. Clearly, my mastery of force control pales in comparison to yours. Where I can only harness 40% of my 50% potential, you wield yours at 100%. You truly possess extraordinary talent in kicking. But unfortunately, talent cannot bridge the gap in raw power. Even if I can only unleash 40% of my power, if that power is an ocean, it's more than enough to overwhelm you, a rhino capable of unleashing 100%. As the words fell, he drew a deep breath. His already massive frame swelled several meters further, tearing his Taoist robe apart. Black patterns, like demonic runes, began to flicker across his body. The second elder now stood like a demon god, gazing down upon the world with utter contempt. I've trained relentlessly for so long that my power has long reached its peak. Across the entire golden core stage, few dare to clash with me head-on. Even the fifth elder couldn't match me. This prolonged state of having no worthy opponent bred contempt within me. But thankfully, just as I was about to descend into madness, an opponent like you has appeared. It is my honor. To show my respect, I shall give my absolute all this time. Chapter 131, Clash of Power. The second elder's complete defeat. The second elder drew a deep breath, his gaze intensely grave. Though his words were brash, his demeanor now bore no trace of his earlier contempt. Clearly, Pei Jinglian's single flick of her finger had placed immense pressure on him, enough to force him to give his absolute all. He sensed that if she fought at her absolute peak, she might not be much weaker than him. This was a battle he had staked the dignity of his physical cultivation upon. Defeat would likely shatter his very resolve. But if he won, he could ascend to a higher realm, perhaps even gain body-forging insights from Pei Jinglian herself. The thought brought a faint smile to his lips. If I lose this time, I'll obediently follow you to the cliff of despair. But if I win this time, you must impart all your body-forging knowledge to me. Elder 7, dare you take this wager? Facing the second elder's provocation, Pei Jinglian, who had remained silent until now, finally straightened her posture and spoke her first words. I accept your challenge. Her tone was utterly calm, yet radiated absolute confidence in her prowess. 30 years ago, when the second elder first encountered body-forging techniques, he instantly fell in love with the sensation of using sheer force to overpower everything. Even when he later advanced to the golden core stage, he forcibly broke through the tribulation solely through sheer physical might. His raw power was so overwhelming that he was once hailed as the mightiest force in the Eastern Realm. The entire Jade Mystic Sect once witnessed the second elder forcibly displace an entire mountain peak, blocking their path. Without exaggeration, prior to this, no one dared to directly confront the second elder's brute force. Thus, Pei Jinglian was the first to dare challenge the second elder's might. Yet compared to the second elder, Pei Jinglian was no ordinary opponent either. During her ascension to the golden core stage, she leveraged the unique properties of her chaos divine body to temper her physique over 1,000 times. It would be no exaggeration to call her the greatest ascension master in history. Her mastery over her own power and the ability to stack it had reached terrifying levels. Her challenge to the second elder was far from baseless. The outcome of their battle was far from certain. Whoosh! The second elder's massive frame rumbled like a surging river. Paired with his towering frame covered in black patterns, he radiated an overwhelming sense of menace. In stark contrast, Pei Jinglian remained utterly serene. With a mere flick of her bare hand, her aura surged rapidly, subtly matching the second elder's imposing presence. Ha! With a sharp cry, she lightly touched the ground with her toes. Though she carried terrifying power within her, not a single tile cracked beneath her feet as she propelled herself upward. This alone demonstrated the sheer mastery of her power. The chaos golden core within her body trembled incessantly, generating countless strands of chaos true essence from her dantian. Each strand carried the weight laws of different spacetime dimensions. Chaotic true essence surpassed chaotic spiritual energy in sophistication, capable not only of multiple functions but also of simulating fragments of cosmic laws. Moreover, Pei Jinglian had repeatedly tempered her own power during close combat, making the simulation of the force laws utterly effortless at this moment. Roar! The second elder's bloodshot eyes glared as his massive fist, carrying the force to shatter mountains, slammed toward her, accompanied by a low, beast-like growl from his throat. Facing such a terrifying assault, she merely flicked her finger. Instantly, the space before her began to violently tremble like waves. And with each passing moment, the tremors only grew larger. Though the second elder sensed the anomaly, he was already too engrossed to hold back. Boom! 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 Wherever his fist struck, space emitted piercing explosions, while the greenstone slabs beneath cracked radially under the terrifying pressure. At that very moment, her body finally collided with the spatial waves created by Pei Jinglian's flick of her finger.
In an instant, it was as if some invisible explosive device had been triggered. The immense pressure building throughout the entire space detonated in an instant, unleashing a terrifying recoil force that swept toward both combatants. Pei Jinglian remained unflinching, her slender form sidestepping half a step like willow catkins in the wind. Simultaneously, a stunning wave of force shot from her fingertips, pulverizing the city's shattering recoil into dust. The second elder, however, was not so fortunate. Staggering backward, his massive body and spirit were thrown so violently that he smashed through a small side room of the revival hall. The surface of his huge fist cracked along the black veins, oozing blood. Good. Very good. Frustrated by the setback, the enraged second elder spat out several goods in quick succession. He then abruptly raised both arms, the black patterns upon them shifting and shifting until a twisted dragon totem began to emerge faintly. Hiss. Scorching white vapor erupted from every pore on his body. He resembled a walking steam engine. How do you plan to block this strike? He roared, his form soaring instantly to 100 feet in the air. After a moment's suspension mid-air, he plummeted downward like a falling star, unleashing a shockwave powerful enough to hurl the 3,000 gene bronze incense burner from the center of the hall. Such terrifying force, let alone striking a person, would level the entire hall if it struck the ground. In reality, Lín Xuān couldn't help but gasp in shock. Holy, that's got to be close to the power of a nuclear explosion. Facing such a terrifying assault, Pei Jinglian merely pivoted her stance. With a burst of terrifying speed, she spun, leaving 9 afterimages in her wake. Her true form remained poised at the very center of the whirlwind she had unleashed. Thud. 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 When the second elder's fist-shaped energy, heavy as a mountain crushing down, touched the edge of the whirlwind vortex, it vanished completely in mere breaths, like a stone sinking into the sea. It turned out that the whirlwind of force Pei Jinglian had unleashed was no ordinary phenomenon. With each step she took, it generated immense counterforce that directly nullified any external power. Thus, not only did the second elder gain nothing from his strike, but his entire body was once again sent flying backward. Damn it! How could I lose to a junior like you? The second elder, raving mad, disregarded his battered state and forced himself to his feet. His eyes blazing crimson, he bit down hard on his tongue, crushing it. In an instant, he activated the forbidden technique 9 Tribulations Incineration, a forbidden art he had obtained years ago during a secret gathering. To secure victory, he was even willing to resort to this. After all, for a physical cultivator, defeat at the hands of another's overwhelming power meant severing one's own path of cultivation. Therefore, he refused to lose and dared not lose. Ha! With the second elder's thunderous roar, the black patterns across his body transformed into living serpents, slithering across his skin. His body temperature skyrocketed, leaving scorched, charred marks on the floor with every step he took. In this moment, he seemed to transform into a molten lava giant. Chapter 132, Feedback triggered, fifth elder trapped in the array. Yet Pei Jinglian merely raised her finger slowly. Finally lifting her gaze, she smiled faintly as strands of chaotic true essence began erupting from her body. Do you know, senior, that the true art of power lies in harnessing momentum? As the words fell, her pale wrist flickered lightly, and the fist force from the second elder, which she had previously scattered in tiny fragments throughout the surrounding space, suddenly returned in full force. Suddenly, within the previously unremarkable space, over 100 gale force winds rapidly materialized. Without exception, they all originated from the power the second elder had unleashed earlier. Now, every last one had been gathered and restored by Pei Jinglian through her chaos true energy, coalescing into a single, concentrated force. The second elder's footsteps halted instantly. His expression changed drastically as he decisively raised both arms to block. Boom! In that single instant, the second elder felt as though he was experiencing the power of his mountain-moving strength from 30 years ago, the might that shook the river 5 years prior, and even the rock-shattering force from just 3 days ago. Nearly all the domineering force he had accumulated throughout his life surged back like a flood, crashing down upon him. Bang! 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 Under such terrifying recoil, the second elder's meridians began to rupture inch by inch. Cough! 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 The once resplendent golden hall now lay in ruins. Pei Jinglian stood immaculate atop the soul-intact incense burner. She looked down upon the second elder, buried beneath the rubble, his body covered in bloodstains. He lacked even the strength to lift an arm, his body deflated like a punctured balloon, returning to his original stature. Gazing up at Pei Jinglian, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood before his face twisted into a sorrowful expression. There is a successor, yet why does my heart ache so? As the second elder of the Jade Mystic Sect, he had spent years not only cultivating the fifth elder as a new physical cultivator but also scouring the entire eastern domain for talented cultivators capable of mastering force techniques. Yet the might of force cultivation no longer shone with the brilliance of ancient times, otherwise, it would never have elevated him to become the eastern region's supreme force master. After years of arduous searching, he had only managed to cultivate the fifth elder as a somewhat acceptable successor, and even then, the latter's strength still fell far short of his own. Perhaps future special opportunities or shortcuts might accelerate progress, but deep down, the second elder had always believed himself to be the pivotal figure in reviving the force cultivation path. Yet today, his long-held confidence was utterly shattered by this seemingly frail and powerless woman before him. 3 fingers. With merely the power of 3 fingers, she had utterly crippled the pride he had nurtured for so many years. All his past achievements, no matter how great, now paled into insignificance, utter failures. You should be grateful you failed. Pei Jinglian's figure drifted slowly down from the sky, her cold gaze fixed on the second elder, buried beneath the rubble and unable to escape. The fact that he had resorted to secret techniques in his final moments to defeat her proved his cultivation base remained solid, uncompromised by demonic cultivators. Moreover, having lost all his power, it would take him at least a year or 2 to recover to his peak strength. Right now, he'd likely struggle even to crawl out of this pile of rubble. Therefore, she could essentially rule him out as a suspect and saw no need to take him to the cliff of despair. Hearing her words, the second elder's face twisted into a bitter smile. You're right. Had it been another mortal enemy defeating me instead of you, I'd likely be dead by now. The pride and arrogance that once defined his expression had faded, replaced by a faint sense of loss. Truthfully, I should be grateful to you. Otherwise, given the razor-sharp nature of my cultivation technique, my temperament would likely have grown increasingly violent over time. Now that you've defeated me and left me gravely wounded, it gives my relentless pursuit over the years a much-needed pause. 7th Elder, I offer you my sincere thanks. Pei Jinglian offered no response, merely casting a protective and restraining formation around him before departing. If the second elder wasn't the figure the 6th elder had seen, then the identity of the person following the second elder was self-evident. She must now hurry to the 5th elder's side to prevent the 6th elder from being gravely wounded or killed. There were only a handful of confirmed allies within their faction to begin with, and now the second elder had been crippled by her. If another were to fall now, the pressure to confront the first elder would become overwhelming. Watching the figure gradually vanish, the second elder couldn't fathom why they hadn't taken him to the cliff of despair. Yet, he sensed a strange, unusual storm brewing throughout the entire Jade Mystic Sect. Damn it! If that's the case, why didn't they just notify me? Do they think I'm unworthy of being involved in this situation? The second elder glanced at his own battered body and silently closed his mouth. At present, it seemed he truly lacked that standing. Ding! Pei Jinglian has defeated the second elder in strength, triggering an opportunity feedback. Congratulations! Player has obtained the Earth Tier lower grade cultivation technique Evergreen Body Tempering Method. Shortly after Pei Jinglian defeated the second elder, 2 notifications popped up on Lín Xuān's phone. They instantly transformed into golden light and vanished into Lín Xuān's brow. Immediately, knowledge of the Evergreen Body Tempering technique flooded his mind. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. Holy crap! Just defeating a mere second elder can drop a low-grade Earth Tier cultivation technique? Doesn't that mean every elder in the entire Jade Mystic Sect, even those demonic cultivators, could drop corresponding equipment or techniques if defeated? His eyes burned with fervor. If that were true, wouldn't he have the chance to obtain over a dozen cultivation techniques or pieces of equipment today? The thought of such a rich treasure trove awaiting his discovery made his mouth water. But he quickly regained his composure. While Pei Jinglian's current strength was respectable, he didn't know how she'd stack up against top-tier gold core cultivators like the Grand Elder or Sect Master Shen Weihong. Therefore, to play it safe, he decided it was best for Pei Jinglian to proceed cautiously first, prioritizing her own safety above all else. Just then, the other party finally arrived at the mountain peak where the 5th elder resided. That is... As Pei Jinglian approached the mountain peak, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and her expression turned solemn. Hovering above the 5th elder's residence, a complex formation resembling a chessboard was slowly activating. 6th elder's enemy trapping formation? Having studied the materials uploaded by the various elders these past days, Pei Jinglian instantly recognized this as the 6th elder's enemy trapping formation. A sense of foreboding flashed through her mind, prompting her to accelerate and swiftly land near the formation. Surveying the area, she saw no signs of battle, only the formation operating silently. Chapter 133, Rescuing the 5th Elder, Deceived by the 6th Elder. 5th Elder? 6th Elder? She called out tentatively several times, but no one answered. Pei Jinglian instantly furrowed her brow, sensing something was terribly wrong. Even if these two had clashed, there should at least be some signs of a fight, right? Yet now, not only were there no traces, but the people themselves had vanished. Could it be that both had been taken away simultaneously by the 1st Elder and that demonic cultivator? Had the 6th Elder ultimately resisted to the death, only managing to activate a single formation? Thump! 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 Just as Pei Jinglian was deep in thought, the formation overhead suddenly emitted an unusual sound. She snapped her head up to see a figure had materialized within the formation at some unknown moment. It was an old man with snow-white hair, his body withered and gnarled like a tree trunk. He stared at her with pleading eyes, his lips moving as if trying to speak. After carefully recognizing the figure, Pei Jinglian's face instantly twisted in shock. This is actually the 5th Elder? 5th Elder? When Pei Jinglian saw that figure, she froze in place. For trapped within the formation at that very moment was none other than the 5th Elder. However, his figure no longer resembled the mountain-like sturdiness of the past. Instead, he was thin as a flagpole. He stared at her with terror in his eyes, frantically pounding the array's edges as if desperately calling for her help once more. Pei Jinglian's gaze sharpened. Fifth Elder is trapped here, yet Sixth Elder remains missing. And judging by the situation, this Fifth Elder seems to be having his life force continuously drained by the formation. If we don't free him soon, it won't be long before the Fifth Elder is drained dry. So now the question arose, should Pei Jinglian intervene and rescue him directly? Why was he trapped here? Why had the Sixth Elder vanished so suddenly? All these questions instantly enveloped her like a thick fog. Most crucially, Pei Jinglian couldn't discern whether the opponent was friend or foe. Releasing an enemy could drastically alter the course of events. She scanned the surroundings, still unable to spot the Sixth Elder. He seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. The Fifth Elder was now barely clinging to life, even his mouth movements growing weaker. Pei Jinglian made up her mind, never mind. In his current state, the Fifth Elder probably wouldn't be much of a threat even if released. I'll free him first and ask questions later. With that thought, a terrifying aura erupted from her body. With a light tap of her toes against the ground, her form shot toward the formation like an elegant peregrine falcon. Within the formation, the Fifth Elder watched her approach, his eyes filled with utter despair. He knew just how impenetrable this formation was. There was no way the Seventh Elder, who had only recently ascended to the Golden Core stage, could break through it. Originally, he had drawn the opponent's attention to prompt them to quickly summon the Sect Master or the Grand Elder for assistance. Yet now, the opponent was so arrogant as to believe they could break this formation, one even he himself couldn't breach by their own strength alone. How was this any different from wishful thinking? Despair washed over him now, and he could feel the last remnants of his vitality slipping away. He slowly closed his eyes, accepting his impending fate. Boom! Yet in the very next instant, he suddenly felt the entire formation violently tremble. What's happening? The Fifth Elder snapped his eyes open, staring in disbelief at the formation below. Where the formation had once been impenetrable, spiderweb-like cracks now spread across its surface. In the densest area, Pei Jinglian's figure stood like a sharp blade, relentlessly shredding the encroaching array energies. How is this possible? The Fifth Elder froze in shock. He never imagined that an array he himself, a body-tempering cultivator who had trained relentlessly for decades, couldn't break, would now be breached by a single strike from the obscure Seventh Elder. The entire formation itself began to violently tremble. The power contained within was clearly not to be underestimated. If that force struck him, he would likely be gravely injured in an instant. Elder 5 stared in astonishment at the figure relentlessly dismantling the formation, a strange, inexplicable fear rising within him. What kind of overpowered cultivation technique does this person practice? How can the power they unleash be more terrifying than mine, a body-tempering cultivator? What he didn't know was that as a chaos holy body, Pei Jinglian, even without any physical training, naturally possessed strength that utterly outclassed ordinary cultivators like them. Combined with meridians tempered through 1,000 trials, it was no wonder she could single-handedly shake the entire formation. The last challenger still lay trapped beneath the ruins, unable to rise let alone overcome this lifeless array. Snap! Finally, under the stunned and hopeful gaze of the Fifth Elder, the formation that had once held him captive while draining his life force shattered like a glass cup beneath Pei Jinglian's touch. Huff! Fifth Elder's figure landed on the ground. He gasped for breath, his eyes reflecting the joy of having survived a catastrophe. Lying on the ground, he felt his energy ebbing like a spent arrow, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yet he forced his head to turn, his face etched with gratitude as he looked at Pei Jinglian. Seventh Elder, thank you for your help. Otherwise, my old life would have ended right here. Pei Jinglian watched the array fragments gradually dissipate in the sky, not even bothering to glance at him. She asked indifferently, what just happened here? And where did the Sixth Elder go? At the mention of the Sixth Elder's name, a flash of venom and fury flickered across the Fifth Elder's deathly pale face. That bastard. He even greeted me first, saying the Sect Master needed me for something. I trusted him without a second thought and immediately set off for the Sect Master's hall. Little did I know he had already set up an array above my hall, trapping me right into his scheme. I tried to break the formation, but it was incredibly bizarre, nothing like Sixth Elder's usual style. Moreover, it was relentlessly draining the life force from my body, making my chances of breaking free increasingly slim. Fortunately. He glanced at Pei Jinglian with gratitude. Thankfully, Seventh Elder, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As for where that bastard ended up, I can't be entirely certain, but judging by the direction he fled, it was likely that desolate cliff. Chapter 134, Arrival at the Cliff of Despair. Hearing the name Heartless Cliff, Pei Jinglian's pupils contracted slightly. She instantly realized that both she and the Sect Master had been deceived by the Sixth Elder. The enemy had deliberately fed them false intelligence, then planned to sneak off to Desolate Cliff to free the Fourth Elder while they weren't looking. This meant the First Elder's faction would likely have at least 6 gold core cultivators. Meanwhile, on the Sect Master's side, the Second Elder and Fifth Elder, who should have provided 2 more combatants, were now crippled. One of them had even been crippled by Pei Jinglian herself. Yet she didn't panic. After instructing the fifth elder to take extra precautions, she swiftly headed toward the cliff of despair. With her strength, taking on both the fourth and sixth elders simultaneously should pose no problem. As long as she could eliminate them before they joined forces with the Grand Elder and the others. Then the disparity in combat strength between the two sides would narrow significantly, granting her much greater maneuverability. Without delay, she shot forward like a whirlwind, racing toward the Desolation Cliff in the rear mountain range of the Jade Mystic Sect. If her estimation was correct, the sixth elder had likely already arrived there, intending to release the fourth elder. The Cliff of Despair. Just as Pei Jinglian had anticipated, the sixth elder, who had only recently trapped the fifth elder, had now appeared in this area. Surveying the pitch-black surroundings and the wind whistling like mournful wails in his ears, a faint chill crept into the sixth elder's heart. They say this desolate cliff was formed when a great cultivator at the transformation core stage passed away here. All the laws within his body transformed into sorrowful emotions, causing this area to be perpetually shrouded in darkness. The constant wailing echoes here, chilling the soul. Even gold core cultivators who linger here too long risk mental instability, sometimes suffering complete stagnation in their cultivation progress. Few gold core cultivators in the entire Jade Mystic Sect dare venture here. It's truly regrettable that Pei Jinglian and Shen Weihong imprisoned the fourth elder within this place. As he delved deeper into this region, the surrounding light grew increasingly dim, and even the circulation of his true essence within his body began to falter. The sorrowful, lingering emotions of this place were beginning to affect his spirit and the circulation of his golden core. If he remained any longer, it might even impact his future cultivation path. The sixth elder halted abruptly, staring into the bottomless darkness ahead. A sudden wave of hesitation washed over him. With his current strength, continuing deeper might indeed lead to danger. No, he thought. Fourth brother is still waiting for me to rescue him. He's bound by chains now. Without outside intervention, there's no way he could escape this hellhole. Though the sixth elder was filled with dread at that moment. But the thought of his good buddy, the fourth elder, still imprisoned inside made him grit his teeth and press deeper into the darkness. At the same time, at the entrance to the Cliff of Despair, a graceful figure drifted down from the sky like a butterfly. It was none other than Pei Jinglian, who had rushed over from the fifth elder's mountain peak. The moment she touched the ground, she spotted two blood-soaked corpses by the entrance. They wore the robes of inner sect disciples, likely the guards assigned to this location. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with the sixth elder, who had come to break out prisoners. To prevent any leaks, the sixth elder had ended their lives outright. Pei Jinglian's gaze turned icy. As expected, that sixth elder is deeply involved in shady dealings. He's likely already inside. With that thought, she hesitated not a moment. Her form swept like a gale, surging into the depths of the heartless cliff. The entire desolate cliff required traversing a long, winding passageway, a natural tunnel carved within the mountain itself. Moreover, virtually no light source could illuminate this passage. The slightest glow would be instantly extinguished, as if someone had blown on it from behind. And if one tried to forcefully bring in a light source that couldn't be extinguished, they would likely suffer an attack from the cliff's lust-bound laws. Minor consequences include half a month of dazed confusion, severe ones shatter one's Dao heart, leaving them weeping endlessly. Once, a reckless inner door disciple, convinced he could develop a light source that would illuminate this passageway. He foolishly brought his light source inside. While it proved to last longer, he himself went mad. Ultimately, for violating the laws, he was executed by the fourth elder. Ever since, this passage has been known as the Path of Lightless Death. Anyone daring to enter with a light source would meet a grim fate. But today, Pei Jinglian was prepared to become the second such foolhardy soul. She snapped her fingers, and a strand of chaos true essence glowed at her fingertip. Immediately, she stepped forward with steady strides, advancing at a measured pace toward the depths of the passageway. Due to the unique nature of the chaotic true energy, even as eerie, chilling winds constantly blew against her fingertips within the passage, they could not extinguish that faint glow. Through this light source, Pei Jinglian could clearly see tear-shaped marks etched into the stone walls lining both sides of the passageway. These marks were an eerie reddish-brown, appearing utterly unsettling. It was said that even the divine stones of golden core cultivators would be suppressed within the passageway. Thus, most travelers relied on their instincts or mental maps to avoid losing their way. Most would take a wrong turn with a single misstep, ultimately ending up in a dead end without understanding how. But Pei Jinglian clearly wasn't one of them. Guided by the light emanating from the chaos true essence in her hand, she smoothly found the correct path, effortlessly ignoring the various dark winds that constantly tried to extinguish the glow. But upon realizing the light in her hand could not be extinguished, the passageway instantly revealed its second fong. Woo woo woo. A piercing wail echoed through the passageway. Instantly, Pei Jinglian felt a torrent of negative emotions surge into her mind. They constantly transformed into various illusions, attempting to sway her judgment and will. Yet these wails, potent enough to profoundly unsettle other golden core cultivators, were merely a tedious accompaniment to Pei Jinglian's journey. For she possessed an unparalleled Dao heart.
Under its influence, even the laws themselves might not shake her resolve, let alone these ethereal, elusive cries. In this state, Pei Jinglian sped through the intricate network of tunnels at nearly 100 meters per second. Of course, this was only because she deliberately suppressed her footsteps to avoid alerting the sixth elder. Otherwise, traversing this passage would have taken her mere moments at her true speed. Gradually, after less than a quarter of an hour of rushing, her field of vision suddenly broadened. Though the surroundings remained dim, she could now make out objects. Pei Jinglian cautiously extinguished the light on her fingertip. Instantly, she beheld the desolation cliff rising abruptly from the subterranean expanse beyond the passageway like a dragon emerging from the sea.
Chapter 135, Unleashing Her Might.
Despite being deep within the mountain, a peculiar gray mist swirled around the desolation cliff.
It looked utterly eerie.
Yet the true horror lay 10 meters above the cliff face, a cavernous hole piercing straight through the mountain into the open sky. Whether carved by human hands or eroded by centuries of cold winds, the cavern eerily resembled the shape of a human eye. The faint glow within the space emanated from this very opening, as if someone were coldly observing all living beings at Despair Cliff through this eye. Anyone daring to venture here would gradually lose their normal human emotions and desires under the gaze of this eerie eye. Ultimately, they would become walking corpses, hollow shells driven solely by negative emotions like sorrow and resentment. Even a golden core cultivator would suffer mental deterioration after lingering here for a year or two. Clang! A sound like iron chains snapping suddenly echoed through the silent mountain space.
Something's moving.
Pei Jinglian swiftly concealed herself in a corner, her gaze darting toward the source of the disturbance. There, clearly visible, was the location of the Heartless Cliff. Vaguely, she could make out a blurred figure atop the Cliff of Despair, bound by countless black chains.
Yet at this moment, the black chains began snapping one after another in an eerie sequence.
At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the person broke free.
That must be the fourth elder, imprisoned here not long ago. Pei Jinglian recognized the figure instantly, but her attention quickly shifted away.
She needed to locate the sixth elder, who had severed the chains binding the fourth elder. The fact that this person possessed a method to sever the chains binding Jueqin Jiao indicated he had been preparing for this for quite some time. He had merely seized this opportunity to deceive Shen Weihong and her away, secretly arriving here to rescue his comrade. The Heartless Cliff happens to be closest to the mountain peak where the second elder resides. It seems his offer to confront the stronger second elder wasn't out of kindness at all. Instead, he planned to trap the second elder here before coming to the Cliff of Despair to rescue the fourth elder. Pei Jinglian narrowed her eyes slightly, instantly grasping the entire situation. What troubled her, however, was that she couldn't make a sound to avoid revealing her presence. Coupled with the unique laws of this place, she couldn't locate the sixth elder's whereabouts in the short term.
By the time she actually located him, the fourth elder might already have escaped.
Therefore, she began contemplating whether to ambush the two within the tunnel. After all, the celestial hole atop the mountain was shrouded in a layer of indistinct law energy. Golden core cultivators couldn't break through it, meaning they'd have to obediently retrace their steps through the passageway to exit the area. It was an ideal spot for an ambush. Just as Pei Jinglian was internally wrestling with this dilemma, Lín Xuān's phone, which had been silently observing the situation, finally flashed a notification. Detected Pei Jinglian experiencing hesitation. God's Eye View Experience Package now activated. God's Eye View Experience Pack consumes 6480 to purchase a 15-minute God's Eye View, enabling clear observation of all living entities within the entire Desolation Cliff area. Finally, I'm not just a bored spectator. The notification instantly banished the drowsiness that had crept over Lín Xuān from the otherwise monotonous scene. His face lit up with excitement as he immediately topped up Pei Jinglian's account for this package. Simultaneously, he pressed the telepathic symbol to remind her, this is a momentary gift of divine vision from this sovereign. Use it wisely, do not squander it. Pei Jinglian was already preparing to retreat back into the tunnel for ambush when a long-forgotten voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Immediately afterward, she felt her previously suppressed divine sense fully restored, even accompanied by a faintly different sensation. For instance, she could now observe her own back from an entirely new perspective. Moreover, the fourth elder, who had been indistinct due to the dim surroundings, now appeared crystal clear within her mind. Thank you, Master. With this new ability, Pei Jinglian instantly located the sixth elder's position. Unexpectedly, the opponent was so cautious, hiding within that eerie, unpredictable gray mist sea while manipulating a remote formation to shatter the chains binding the fourth elder. Well done, sixth elder. A faint smile curved her lips, and she made no further effort to conceal her presence. Boom! Her hiding spot erupted in an instant, and Pei Jinglian unleashed her utmost speed. In mere breaths, she appeared before the sixth elder as if teleported. The latter was utterly focused on manipulating the formation, shattering the chains binding the fourth elder's Dantian meridians. He never imagined an outsider could be present, let alone appear before him so swiftly. Damn it! A chill shot through him. He immediately dismantled the formations, preparing to block this attack with everything he had. Yet to his utter bewilderment, the figure before him was none other than Pei Jinglian. Seventh Elder, you. Before he could finish speaking, a single punch sent him flying backward. His entire body crashed through the cloud sea, slamming heavily onto the icy ground below. The fourth elder, bound atop the desolate cliff, sensed the disturbance. A hoarse roar erupted from his throat. "Damn it, sixth elder! Who dares attack you?" Though half the chains binding him had snapped, he still couldn't muster much true energy. Thus, in Pei Jinglian's eyes, the fourth elder was no different from a cripple at that moment. Kill the strongest first. Guided by this principle, Pei Jinglian ignored the roaring fourth elder. Her form pierced through the sea of clouds, continuing her pursuit of the sixth elder who had just scrambled to his feet. The latter hadn't even had time to brush the dust from his robes when he saw a terrifying figure plunge down from the cloud sea above. The terrifying aura emanating from the figure struck terror into the sixth elder, who prided himself on his cunning. He hastily cast defensive formations around himself while simultaneously conjuring speed-enhancing arrays, hoping to stall the opponent momentarily before fleeing the area. Alas, dreams were lush, but reality was stark. The defensive array he had set up proved no more substantial than a sheet of paper against Pei Jinglian's overwhelming power. Snap! The moment the sixth elder slapped the newly formed speed formation onto his leg, the crisp sound of the formation shattering rang in his ears. The next instant, before he could even react, a terrifying force instantly surged from his left cheek, engulfing his entire body. Chapter 136, The Benefits of the Cliff of Indifference. Put! Mid-air, every pore on his body burst open, spurting countless jets of blood. He landed on the ground transformed into a blood-soaked figure. After tumbling several times on the ground, he finally came to a stop, his breaths coming in gasps, more exhaled than inhaled. Seventh Elder. He gazed at Pei Jinglian with his dying breath as she approached step by step, the terrifying pressure she exerted nearly suffocating him. His eyes widened in terror, as if he wanted to explain something. But Pei Jinglian gave him no chance. Instantly, she unleashed a devastating fist strike toward the sixth elder, who now resembled a flickering candle in the wind. In an instant, the sixth elder felt the chill of death spread through his entire body. He opened his mouth weakly, but ultimately closed his eyes in resignation. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted mere feet before him, the shockwave hurling him several meters back. Yet he remained alive, unharmed. He opened his eyes in shock, only to see countless iron chains forming a wall before him. Fourth brother! The sixth elder watched the fourth elder drift slowly down from the sky, his face filled with astonishment. Clearly, he couldn't fathom how the other could control those chains. By all accounts, those iron chains were specifically designed to restrain and imprison the cultivators held here. They simply couldn't be manipulated. Even when he had broken through those chains earlier, he had noticed that any true essence that touched them would instantly be dissolved. The only way to move these chains seemed to be through one's own strength. But the fourth elder wasn't a physical cultivator like the second or fifth elders. How could he possibly control those chains using only his own power? This was utterly baffling. Is something wrong? The fourth elder materialized before him, asking with genuine concern. After all, the man had come specifically to rescue him. If anything went wrong now, he doubted he could ever rest easy for the rest of his life. The sixth elder shook his head slightly. I'm fine. But thanks to you, fourth elder, for blocking that strike just now. Otherwise, I'd likely have met my end right here. As he spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the chains still partially encircling the fourth elder. Those black iron shackles, meant to bind his cultivation, now writhed around him like living creatures, shifting into shield-like formations one moment, then coalescing into razor-sharp blades the next. It was as if they had come to life. This mind-bending spectacle utterly shattered his preconceived notions about the lock immortal chains. By all logic, anyone bound by these chains should have their cultivation crushed to a mere fraction of its original strength. Yet now, not only was the fourth elder unharmed, but he had actually turned the tables? Was this even possible? Are you truly unharmed? After carefully inspecting his injuries, the fourth elder finally exhaled deeply, his mind at ease. The sixth elder nodded. Thanks to you, I escaped death. His gaze fixed on the chains binding the other man, he asked in puzzlement, but fourth brother, how did you manage to control these chains? At this mention, the fourth elder sighed. It's a long story, beginning with my imprisonment here. He then began recounting how he had gained control over these chains. It turned out that after arriving at the desolate cliff, his entire cultivation base had been tightly bound by these chains, rendering him utterly powerless. Compounded by the place's utter isolation and tedium, the fourth elder passed his days plucking the chains as if they were guitar strings. He had previously studied this art, but had always regarded it as a minor pursuit while devoting himself to cultivation. But since he couldn't cultivate here, he seized the opportunity to pluck different melodies from the chain's vibrations, using them to comprehend the way of rhythm. Moreover, the place was perpetually shrouded in sorrowful emotions. Every melody the fourth elder played during this time carried a blood-curdling lament. One day, the fourth elder accidentally composed a new melody. Unexpectedly, it stirred a peculiar force emanating from the surroundings. Initially, he thought it was the erosion of the local laws, causing the surrounding demonic energy to invade his body. He instinctively tried to expel it, only to discover that after being invaded by that power, he could actually control the chains. Moreover, as time passed, he could command more and more chains, his skill growing with each passing moment. Clank! As he spoke, he raised his hand and tugged at the surrounding chains, effortlessly weaving them into a massive net that stretched out before him. This bizarre and wondrous spectacle left the sixth elder gasping in astonishment, exclaiming that such a miraculous encounter could exist in this world. Hearing the envy in the sixth elder's words, the fourth elder gave a bitter smile. This is not necessarily a good thing. You see, while it grants me unique power, but there are some minor side effects. The sixth elder's gaze sharpened. What kind of side effects? The fourth elder's face darkened. For instance, whenever I begin to manipulate these chains, negative emotions inevitably surface in my heart. They force me to recall painful memories from the past. Moreover, prolonged exposure could corrupt my spiritual resolve. However, judging by its current performance, this minor side effect is hardly worth mentioning. After all, this device has significantly enhanced my combat prowess. Even without these chains, I can still unleash other forms of power. He paused, then beckoned toward the distance. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded. Under his influence, the steep, unforgiving cliff in the distance began to tilt downward like soft earth. The jagged rocks atop it reshaped as swiftly as flowing water, transforming into a gentle slope in the blink of an eye. This spectacle instantly caused both Pei Jinglian, feigning an attack on the formation in the distance, and the sixth elder nearby to stare wide-eyed. They had never witnessed such mastery over the earth's veins, a feat that would likely elude even nascent soul cultivators. Yet before them stood merely the fourth elder, a gold core cultivator, who had mastered such divine prowess within just half a month of imprisonment. It was utterly unheard of. The fourth elder explained with a wry smile. After experiencing the side effects, I gained insight into the laws governing this place, allowing me to alter its terrain. I see. It seems my rescue mission was rather redundant after all, Elder Six remarked, glancing at the altered terrain before him and shaking his head with a faint smile. But the fourth elder countered, you're mistaken. Had you not arrived in time, I fear I would have been completely assimilated by this place's laws. His gaze drifted toward Pei Jinglian in the distance as he lowered his voice. What exactly happened outside that made you risk coming here to save me? Chapter 137, Who is the true challenger? Elder Six's expression hardened at this. His voice grew grave. Outside, the first elder has colluded with the demonic path, plotting against the sect master. I saw this as an opportunity, so I feigned agreement to join forces with him. I came straight here hoping to discuss countermeasures with you and rescue you at the same time. As he spoke, his expression betrayed obvious unease, for the fourth elder before him was famously incorruptible. Yet the next moment, he froze at the cold smile on the other's face. For the fourth elder, who despised the demon path with a passion, now wore a satisfied curve on his lips. Fourth brother, what? He stared in disbelief, utterly speechless. A flash of resentment flickered in the fourth elder's eyes as his voice turned icy. You don't know the whole story. Ever since Shen Weihong framed me and sent me here, I've despised him. Now you tell me someone wants to take his life? To me, that's nothing short of revenge. What does it matter if it means colluding with the demonic path? What I want to see is the deaths of Shen Weihong and this worthless woman before me. His expression grew increasingly savage as he spoke. The torment I've endured these past half-month is beyond your comprehension. Though my combat prowess has grown, each time the laws devour my mind, it tears me apart. Enough, sixth brother. Given our bond, even if I joined the demonic path outright, you wouldn't condemn me. So I'll be blunt, keep this between us. As the fourth elder spoke, his gaze shifted to Pei Jinglian across from him, who was still desperately struggling against her chains. His eyes grew icy. As for her, I naturally intend to keep her here. The fourth elder hadn't forgotten who the culprit was who had sent him here. Now, seeing his enemy, his hatred burned fiercely. He'd been debating whether to intervene, or rather, whether to see if the sixth elder could hold off Pei Jinglian. To his surprise, her strength proved overwhelming. Even the sixth elder couldn't withstand a single strike from her, forcing him to intervene once more and forcibly block her attack. Now, having grasped a portion of this realm's law-bound power, he realized he might have a chance to keep her here. Seeing how difficult it was for the opponent to break even the chains he had casually cast, he was even more certain that the enemy was no match for him. At that moment, the fourth elder, brimming with confidence, slowly raised his hand. The barrier formed by his subordinates shifted shape once more, coalescing into a colossal stone giant. The colossus towered to an immense height, likely reaching 20 meters, nearly filling the entire subterranean chamber. Before it, Pei Jinglian appeared as small as an ant. The fourth elder snorted coldly, prepare to die. In the next instant, the stone colossus unleashed a thunderous punch, while the iron chain shot out like a spider's web, binding toward Pei Jinglian. The latter seemed to have been scared into a daze, still standing dumbly in place, seemingly unsure of what to do next. The fourth elder watched as the stone giant's fist closed in on her form, until it slammed down completely. Thud! The entire underground chamber shook violently, as if the very earth's veins had been shaken. Seeing this, the fourth elder's face lit up with the satisfaction of vengeance. He roared with laughter, ha 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 ha. This is what happens when you cross me. A mere newly promoted golden core cultivator dares to challenge me here? You're asking for death.
Yet, in the very next moment, his expression abruptly changed, as if the connection between himself and the stone giant had been abruptly severed. No, to be precise, the stone giant had completely vanished from his perception. How is this possible? He gasped. He watched as spiderweb-like cracks began to appear, starting from the stone giant's fist. Immediately after, the entire stone giant began to crackle with a crisp, snapping sound. Before the disbelieving eyes of the fourth and sixth elders, the colossal stone giant standing a full 20 meters tall collapsed in an instant, scattering into a pile of fragments across the ground. From within the rubble, a slender figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Pei Jinglian. Far from the battered state the fourth elder had imagined, not a speck of dust marred her robes. She walked forward as if nothing had happened, yet her presence radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. The fourth elder gasped in disbelief. Impossible. My stone giant's punch packs tens of millions of pounds of force. Even the second elder, who specializes in body cultivation, couldn't withstand it. How could this weak little emerge unscathed? He stared at his palm, thinking he hadn't controlled it properly just now. He gritted his teeth and swung his arm back with a sudden, forceful motion. Clatter! In the next instant, another stone giant rose from the ground. This one was clearly more powerful, its body even bearing faint black patterns that writhed like living creatures. Poof! Perhaps you were fortunate earlier, discovering that stone giant's weak point. But this one I fused it with the laws of this place. Anyone who touches it will be affected by the laws imbued within. To resist, you'll face dual attacks on both body and mind. Even someone with a stable Dao heart like me was affected. I wonder what tricks you, a newly promoted golden core cultivator, have up your sleeve to stop it? The fourth elder looked at Pei Jinglian, his face regaining its confident expression. With a flick of his thoughts, the newly formed stone giant clapped its hands together. Boom! In an instant, a colossal demonic soundwave erupted from its body. It deliberately channeled the sound toward Pei Jinglian alone, ensuring not a single watt was wasted. This clearly demonstrated its mastery of the local laws. Otherwise, that single clap would have instantly killed the sixth elder standing behind it. The terrifying soundwave, infused with the law of desire, surged toward Pei Jinglian. For an ordinary golden core cultivator, it would have been fatal or at least crippling. Yet these very sound waves struck Pei Jinglian, who possessed an unparalleled Dao heart. After the piercing screams and eerie sounds echoed within her mind, not a flicker of emotion crossed her face. In the next instant, she raised her hand, clenched it into a fist, and unleashed a single punch. Boom! An even more terrifying fist wind instantly swept through the entire underground space. She didn't even land the punch on the opponent. Instead, she relied solely on the generated fist wind to directly scrape against the opponent's body. In an instant, the black patterns covering the stone giant's body were completely scraped away, revealing traces that looked as if they had been eroded by wind. Under the fourth elder's stunned gaze, the lost stone giant he had poured his entire being into crafting couldn't even withstand a single fist's wind. Chapter 138, Trial? Curse Incarnate. Damn it! Is this the strength of a newly promoted golden core cultivator? The fourth elder couldn't help but curse inwardly, though he had no time to voice it aloud. Instead, he raged silently while his hands moved into a new formation. The stone colossus, already visibly emaciated from the fist's force, began rapidly shrinking under his command. Though its size diminished, its mass noticeably increased. At least the impact of the fist winds diminished considerably. Smash her back! The fourth elder roared furiously. Under his control, the stone giant reassembled its strength and slammed viciously toward Pei Jinglian. Yet she remained utterly unflinching, merely raising a single finger. The sheer visual impact of the massive fist clamped between fingers that seemed ready to snap at any moment was utterly terrifying. What followed elevated that terror to a whole new level. As if imbued with some mystical spell, Pei Jinglian's finger froze the stone colossus mid-air. Then, the stone giant over 10 times her size began to crumble into dust right where it stood. Its destruction was even more complete than the previous stone giants, an utterly gruesome sight. How is this possible? The fourth elder was utterly speechless at the sight, so stunned he forgot to assume a defensive stance. After all, witnessing two painstakingly formed stone giants destroyed so effortlessly by the opponent was utterly mind-shattering. Only when the opponent had already approached them did the fourth elder belatedly attempt to raise his hand in resistance. But Pei Jinglian wouldn't give him another chance. Die! Her first spoken words instantly sent a chill through both the sixth elder and the fourth elder. No! The fourth elder's face drained of color as he tried to speak, but it was already too late. The intelligence Pei Jinglian and Lín Xuān needed, they had obtained. The intelligence they shouldn't have obtained, they had also obtained. His existence held no further value to either of them. Death was the only fitting end for him. Boom! A single fist strike erupted, and both vanished from their spot, their expressions frozen in utter terror. Such terrifying force left not even a trace of their remains behind. Pei Jinglian has slain the sixth elder golden core stage 3, triggering feedback mastery of array techniques. Pei Jinglian slays the fourth elder golden core 5th layer, triggering feedback mastery of the path of law. Pei Jinglian becomes the new master of Heartless Cliff, triggering special opportunity desire trial. The moment she struck down the two elders, several notifications popped up on Lín Xuān's phone. Instantly, his mind filled with knowledge of formations in the way of law, transforming him overnight into a master of both. To put it simply, even the low-grade Earth-tier spirit gathering array in the courtyard now held some clues for him to grasp, whereas before he'd been utterly baffled. Where he had previously only been capable of setting up high-grade yellow-tier spirit gathering arrays, he could now effortlessly construct high-grade mystic tier ones. The sixth elder had indeed studied array techniques extensively, and with the game's feedback system providing additional enhancements, Lín Xuān was now undoubtedly the most knowledgeable player in the world when it came to arrays. This included enhancements in musical composition. Once completely tone deaf, he could now compose intricate, beautiful melodies on the spot with just a few light taps on the table. Yet none of this was Lín Xuān's primary concern. His focus now was entirely on the trial triggered by Pei Jinglian. Based on the description, the original master of the Heartless Cliff should have been the fourth elder. After all, he could manipulate a portion of the laws governing this place, indicating he was recognized as legitimate. But after his death, that identity fell directly to Pei Jinglian. Now she must endure the law trial left behind here. Lín Xuān pondered silently. Based on what the fourth elder had previously explained, this trial likely involved the lingering law of desire here influencing Pei Jinglian's own Dao Heart. For any other cultivator, this would be unbearable. But Pei Jinglian possessed an unparalleled Dao Heart. This trial should pose no challenge whatsoever. It has begun. Watching Pei Jinglian suddenly cross her legs, close her eyes, and focus her mind, Lín Xuān instantly directed all his attention toward her. In the dim underground chamber, fragments of tragic memories not her own began surfacing in Pei Jinglian's mind. In these memories, she originally a girl had been transformed into a boy. Born in a remote mountain village, he was a young hunter who, by sheer luck, saved a gravely wounded elder of the immortal sect. Taken under the elder's wing, he was bestowed the name Wang Chen. Demonstrating extraordinary talent during his training, he developed a secret affection for Lingji, a disciple of the medicine pavilion, as they spent their days and nights together. However, their master remained oblivious to their feelings. As time passed, the once benevolent master gradually revealed a dark side. Day after day, he exploited his senior and junior disciples, forcing them to labor for him and depriving them of their cultivation time. Unable to endure the punishment any longer, the two conspired to steal the sect's most precious treasure, the heart-eating grass, and elope. Yet, while breaking the formation, they triggered an ancient seal. Under the terrifying power of the seal, Lingji sacrificed herself to protect him, choosing to trigger the corrosive heart grass's mutation. Instantly, the 1,000-year-old love parasite dwelling within the herb devoured her soul. Though they successfully escaped the sect's boundaries, Lingji was beyond saving. In her final moments, Lingji lay in Wanchen's embrace. Instead of carving words of love into his palm, she used her own blood to etch fragments of the divine pharmacopoeia. It was the very text she had once risked her life to steal from her master. After her death, Wang Chen sat motionless for 7 days, clutching her cold body. Then, the heart-eating grass burrowed through the wound in his palm into his heart meridian. A terrifying, desolate sorrow instantly consumed him, yet it did not kill him. Thus, over the next 300 years, he cultivated the dreaded path of passion. Each time he ensnared a woman's soul, he planted seeds of the heart-eating grass within her heart, using her desires to nourish his own cultivation. Through this wicked method, he successfully cultivated to the spirit transformation stage. But on the very day he prepared to forcefully break through to the great perfection stage, tens of thousands of women infected with his curse suddenly took their own lives simultaneously. A sky-filling mist of blood instantly coalesced into the shape of a Lingji mushroom. Only then did Wang Chen abruptly turn to see the figure of an old acquaintance. The bloodstain on the Lingji's fingertip, a mystery he had never fathomed, slowly emerged upon his own brow. Simultaneously, the voice he could never forget echoed, "You thought the heart-eating grass choosing you was your great fortune?" The Lingji, coalesced from the blood mist, chuckled softly. In that instant, countless threads of poison erupted from his heart. It never waited for a worthless fool like you, but for the chaos saint body that would emerge 10,000 years later. Boom! As the thunder tribulation crashed down, Wang Chen finally realized he was merely a vessel for the heart-eating grass to choose its master. Chapter 139, Law's Retribution, the ultimate battle approaches. The instant he died, his face turned pitch black. In that moment, his gaze seemed to pierce through countless ages, fixing upon Pei Jinglian's form. It uttered a curse filled with venomous hatred. "You dare exploit my body and Lingji's to pave your path? I curse you both to be forever frozen at your current realm, unable to advance even an inch. I want you to know this opportunity isn't easily obtained." The phantom faded, leaving her mind flooded with countless venomous, abstract mutterings. The most terrifying aspect of its content was that it made the cursed believe they had already reached the pinnacle of cultivation, the golden core stage. In other words, this curse reprogrammed Pei Jinglian's perception, ensuring she could never conceive of realms beyond the golden core stage for the rest of her life. The curse was exceptionally potent. Even if an ancient ancestor of the nascent soul stage far surpassing the golden core were to arrive, they would likely believe themselves merely at the golden core stage and thus only exert that level of power. After all, this curse originated from a dying Huatian cultivator. Even the passage of time had failed to diminish its power. Facing such a curse, Pei Jinglian's complexion gradually paled. It seemed even the most unwavering Dao heart might not withstand it. Foolish. Pei Jinglian sneered coldly, and immediately, her Supreme Dao heart kicked in. In an instant, a gaze more brilliant and majestic than ever before spanned the river of time, landing upon Wang Chen. Already on the brink of death, he let out a strange scream. His body was instantly reduced to powder by a bolt of calamity lightning, leaving him no time even for a final word. Yet though he perished, the impression he left lingered. His death even caused the law energies in this place to grow more violent, like wild horses breaking free from their reins, madly surging toward Pei Jinglian's body. Fortunately, Pei Jinglian's Supreme Dao heart raced frantically. Her expression remained unflinching as she ignored the relentless surge of various law energies burrowing into her. Had it been any other cultivator facing such terrifying infusions of law energy left behind by a nascent soul cultivator, their soul and spirit would likely have been scattered long ago. Yet these very forces encountered Pei Jinglian, who happened to be their natural counter. Before her Supreme Dao heart, they seemed utterly feeble and powerless. This terrifying infusion of law energies persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, the subterranean space trembled. The entire dim underground chamber suddenly brightened. The law power obscuring the sky above was completely absorbed by Pei Jinglian. For the first time in ages, genuine moonlight illuminated this subterranean chamber. Pei Jinglian's aura expanded significantly. The law energy left behind from the transformation of spirit stage was indeed profoundly abundant. Pei Jinglian has passed the trial. She has completely absorbed all the laws of the desolate cliff, triggering a feedback effect equivalent law energy. As the phone notification popped up, a flood of tragic, negative emotions suddenly surged through Lín Xuān's mind. Fortunately, his Supreme Dao heart proved resilient, and these negative emotions failed to significantly affect him. Simultaneously, he felt his grasp of the law of passion become exceptionally clear. What remained was the emotional essence of every living being within his domain. Snap! He snapped his fingers at the falcon-like creature in the courtyard. The next moment, it let out a strange cry before slumping motionless onto the windowsill, its mood instantly plunged into despair. Clearly, Lín Xuān had altered its lustful desires, directly inducing a state of depression. Snap! Lín Xuān smiled faintly. With another snap of his fingers, the creature regained its lively demeanor. This lust law is truly effective. In battle, suddenly affecting an enemy this way will definitely cause them to momentarily lose focus. That brief opening is the perfect chance to launch a fatal strike. Lín Xuān's mind was already envisioning how he would utilize this lust law in battle. He believed this law held immense potential, though he hadn't yet discovered the optimal method to harness it. Killing an elder really does drop a pile of gold coins. The main event must be coming up next, whether it's the Grand Elder or the Sect Master. Grabbing either one would yield top-tier rewards. Having tasted the benefits of the lust law, Lín Xuān's gaze burned with intensity as he watched Pei Jinglian slowly emerge from the despair cliff on the screen. She had now departed the desolation cliff, free from the lust law's influence, and was heading toward the mountain peak where the Grand Elder resided. It wouldn't be long before she plunged directly into the most intense battles of the Jade Mystic Sect. Though she hadn't yet reached the mountain peak where the Grand Elder resided, faint booms echoed through the air, as if colossal objects were colliding. Below Pei Jinglian as she swept past, disciples stared in stunned disbelief. Clearly, they too had heard the sudden, thunderous noise, yet remained utterly clueless as to its origin or the nature of the unfolding events. Fortunately, their ignorance spared them. Had they ventured closer, they would have been crushed into nothingness by the residual shockwaves of a battle between two or even more golden core cultivators. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak where the Grand Elder stood. At this moment, Sect Master Shen Weihan single-handedly withstood the assault of the Grand Elder and two other black-robed demonic cultivators. The entire mountain peak had been leveled to a flat expanse under the impact of the four golden core cultivators' battle. Shen Weihan now stood like an impenetrable wall, stubbornly withstanding the combined assault of three golden core cultivators. An earthen yellow glow radiated from his body, while Zhu Shen condensed layer upon layer of barrier formed from his true essence. It was precisely this barrier that allowed him to withstand the combined assault of the three opponents for so long. Boom! The senior elder's eyes grew cold as a heavy fist slammed into the barrier. Boom! The barrier shook violently, causing the surrounding ground to tremble, the source of the deafening roar. Cough! Even though Sect Master Shen Weihan possessed considerable expertise in defense, the relentless barrage of such devastating blows was beginning to take its toll on him. A trickle of blood spurted from his mouth, and his complexion paled considerably. Having held out this long, he now teetered on the brink of collapse. Gah! A multicolored demonic cultivator suddenly spewed a strange poisonous mist. Instantly, the toxic substance spread like a dark cloud, covering the earth-colored barrier before him. Sizzle! 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 The terrifying corrosive force relentlessly eroded his final line of defense, threatening to dissolve the entire structure at any moment. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Shen Weihan's form began to sway. Yet he gritted his teeth and held his ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of the remaining demonic cultivator.
The figure slowly drew a long sword, seemingly gathering its momentum. Chapter 140, One Punch severely wounds 3, yet defeat follows. A chill instantly gripped his heart. It was common knowledge that swords were most effective at piercing armor. Clearly, this man intended to shatter the armor Shen Weihong had painstakingly forged with a single, decisive strike. Judging by the terrifying aura emanating from the opponent, Shen Weihong wasn't entirely confident he could withstand the attack. At that moment, the opposing Grand Elder suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Shen Weihong, this day has finally come for you. Soon, you'll obediently leave your life here. As for your position as sect master, I shall inherit it properly. You may depart with peace of mind. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you one thing. Once I become the sect master of the Jade Mystic Sect, I will convert every single outer and inner sect disciple into demonic cultivators. I'll shatter the righteous image you've worked so hard to cultivate, transforming the entire Jade Mystic Sect into a genuine demonic sect. After all, only then will the outer disciples gain access to cultivation resources. If I recall correctly, there are many commoners near the Jade Mystic Sect, right? They are the best cultivation resources, yet you've always turned a blind eye and never even considered sending the already resource-starved outer sect disciples to hunt them down. You are utterly foolish. Damn it! I never expected these 3 to attack outright from the start, refusing to even give me the chance to use the Void Serpent. Shen Weihong spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes darkening as he glared at the 3 across from him. Just moments ago, he had arrived at the senior elder's mountain peak. He had hoped to stall them by feigning ignorance. But the moment they saw him, they attacked without hesitation. In his panic, he had no choice but to conjure this barrier to protect himself. Fortunately, the cultivation technique he practiced was of the more enduring, long-term variety. Otherwise, he would have already perished from exhausting his true essence. Yet each of their attacks grew more ruthless than the last. For now, he saw no way to break through their assault. Not even a glimmer of hope. Moreover, there was no word from the 6th and 7th elders. The fact that they hadn't come to his aid after so long suggested they were facing difficulties of their own. The situation must be dire indeed. He sighed deeply, his eyes brimming with sorrow. With the first elder now in control of the Jade Mystic Sect, this land is bound to be swept by a storm of bloodshed. What fate awaits our sect? As these thoughts swirled, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. The immortal sect painstakingly built by generations of Jade Mystic Sect masters, was it truly to be destroyed by his own hands today, transformed into a genuine demonic sect? He could not accept, nor was he willing to accept, such a cruel reality. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes flashed with resolve. With a clenched jaw, he abruptly withdrew the remaining protective barriers. I will have you all die. He roared, his fists gathering 2 earth-yellow spheres of light. A mountain-like weight and oppressive force slammed toward the 3. Indeed, his hands seemed to conceal a hidden mountain. A single punch from him could likely cause this entire hillside to collapse. This was the pinnacle of his cultivation technique, the ability to ignite his own true essence to unleash terrifying destructive power. This was also why his cultivation realm had stagnated over the years. All his strength had been channeled into fortifying the depth of his true essence. Fortunately, his cultivation was exceptionally refined. Otherwise, under such immense pressure, he would never have survived this long. Nothing but the last gasp of a spent force, no need to fear. The Grand Elder let out a sinister chuckle toward the other 2 demon cultivators. Instantly, all 3 raised their hands, preparing to brace against Shen Weihong's strike. Thud! Shen Weihong thrust both fists forward. The earth-yellow light spheres in his hands swelled abruptly, coalescing into the faint outline of the 5 sacred mountains in the void. The crushing weight of Mount Tai bearing down. The razor-sharp blade of Mount Hua. The winding Hong Mountains pulse-binding. These 3 mountain specters, like ancient titans, drew upon and channeled the earth dragon energy accumulated by the Jade Mystic Sect over 1,000 years, crashing down upon the 3 figures' heads. This clearly represented Shen Weihong's full power. His true essence swelled continuously, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Within a 10-mile radius, spiritual energy was sucked into a vacuum. Even the distant mountain guarding a raised talismanic chain snapped one by one, its spiritual energy constantly drained by him. Looks pretty intimidating, but it's all show and no substance. The Grand Elder sneered savagely, then in the next instant, he tore open the flesh on his chest. To Shen Weihong's stunned gaze, he pulled out a pulsating heart. No, to be precise, it was a heart-shaped demonic artifact. Its surface was densely covered with pure black lines. The moment it appeared, terrifying dark thunderbolts began to gather in the sky. You too, assist me. Put. In the next instant, he flung the demonic heart into the air. He and the 2 demon cultivators on either side simultaneously bit their tongues, spraying 3 mouthfuls of essence blood onto the demon heart. Blood Sea Pagoda, skeleton boat. The Grand Elder roared. Immediately, his demon heart exploded violently. Crash! A towering blood wave instantly surged through the air, from which a vast skeleton ship formed by millions of skulls gradually emerged. Under the control of the 3, the bone vessel charged straight toward the 3 mountain-like illusions hurtling toward Shen Weihong. Boom! The moment the three mountain illusions collided with the bone vessel, the surrounding space shattered like glass, sending fragments of void flying in all directions. Clatter! Terrifying turbulence sliced everything within 100 zhang radius into honeycomb patterns, even the mountains beneath their feet were no exception. Clouds of dust billowed upward, obscuring the scene entirely. The deafening roar drew the attention of distant inner sect disciples, who all looked on with expressions of shock and confusion. That must be the mountain range of the senior elder. Why such a sudden commotion? Could it be an enemy invasion? Should we go investigate? This is clearly a battle between Golden Core cultivators. Going there would be suicide. Our priority is to notify the sect master immediately. Agreed. Inner sect disciples immediately set off to inform Shen Weihong. Little did they know their master was already at the heart of the battle. A cloud of dust swirled down, gradually revealing the state of the battlefield center. Cough, cough, cough. The once ferocious Grand Elder now stood bereft of his left arm, blown clean off at the shoulder. Damn it! He's actually burning his life essence. The Grand Elder drew a deep breath. Black true essence surged from his wound, morphing into countless blood-red centipedes that crawled out to mend his shattered body. After enduring that strike, his aura plummeted to the early stage of the Golden Core realm. To his left, the demon cultivator's life-bound artifact, the soul-scattering bell, shattered into 8 pieces. Chapter 141, Extreme Rescue, Deterring 3. Put. His already pallid face turned even whiter as black blood spurted from his 7 orifices, coalescing mid-air into a terrifying curse. This was a side effect of his demonic cultivation path. A single misstep could easily allow the curse to kill him. He forcibly channeled the surrounding spiritual energy to forcefully withdraw it. His state was utterly desiccated. The demon cultivator standing to the right of the Grand Elder was also suffering. To withstand the terrifying 3 mountains' illusory shadow just now, the demonic shadow rising from his back after a desperate stand was violently repelled back into the void. The terrifying backlash caused purple-black poisonous mist to spurt from every pore, enveloping his entire body. Occasionally, one could hear his agonized wails. And this was all the work of Shen Weihong alone. At the critical moment, he had directly burned his primordial essence and life force, choosing to forcibly eliminate the 3. The formidable strength of these 3 clearly exceeded his expectations. Even at the cost of his life, he had only managed to severely wound them. I failed. Shen Weihong slumped amidst the collapsed mountain debris, watching helplessly as the trio emerged from the dust. Though all 3 bore severe wounds, he knew now that no one in the entire Jade Mystic Sect could stop them anymore. This Jade Mystic Sect was truly about to become a demonic sect. Old man, you nearly killed us. Too bad you still couldn't defeat the 3 of us. One of the demon cultivators hobbled toward him, his face twisted in a cold, condescending sneer. After burning his life essence, Shen Weihong lacked even the strength to speak. He merely stared weakly at the Grand Elder, his eyes filled with hatred. If not for this man, the Jade Mystic Sect would have been far better off. But the senior elder was ruthless and determined to strip him of his position as sect master. If the Grand Elder had truly been superior, Shen Weihong would have relinquished the position willingly. But this man was utterly without merit. His cultivation might not even surpass his own. Today, he had even uttered outrageous words, declaring he would turn every disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect into demonic cultivators. Such actions were truly deserving of death. Alas, he had already exhausted every last ounce of his life essence. Rising to fight again was beyond his power. Crack! The Grand Elder seemed certain of victory, pressing one foot firmly onto the opponent's face. Seeing the man who had once ordered him around like a dog now trampled beneath his heel, his eyes brimmed with pure satisfaction. The memory of how the man had constantly suppressed him in the past filled his heart with resentment. Crouching over the man's face, he used his remaining hand to slap him relentlessly. Well, why don't you put on your Grandmaster act? You were so arrogant before. Get back up and show off now. Shen Weihong exhaled weakly. He opened his mouth to speak, but even the strength to utter a word had deserted him. So he could only stare at Zhang, his eyes burning with a deathly glare. Unfortunately, this only heightened the senior elder's sense of satisfaction. He resolved to inflict brutal torment upon him in his final moments. To vent the rage burning within him. Brother, lend me your poisonous creature. He suddenly turned to the demonic cultivator on his right, his expression dark and sinister. The latter immediately understood, swiftly flipping his palm. In the next instant, a terrifying, multicolored poisonous frog appeared in his hand. The Grand Elder enveloped it in his true essence, then carefully presented it before Shen Weihong, intending to use this venom to inflict excruciating torment upon him. Now comes the moment you'll relish most, Shen Weihong. Just as the poisonous frog in his hand prepared to open its mouth and spew its terrifying venom to corrode the other's face, a terrifying aura surged upward. It did not originate from Shen Weihong before him, but from a figure rushing swiftly from the distance. Back off! Watch out! The 2 demon cultivators beside the Grand Elder acted simultaneously, pulling him backward just in time to avert being struck down by that piercingly fierce fist aura. However, this caused the venom that had been poised to spray onto Shen Weihong's face to land squarely in the Elder's own palm instead. Sizzle! Sizzle!
Sizzle! The elder's palm was instantly coated in terrifying venom. The skin on his only remaining intact hand melted like wax. What was even more terrifying was that the venom seemed to possess a life of its own, like a flesh-eating ulcer relentlessly burrowing through the wound into the meridians. Almost visibly, with every inch the venom spread, the Grand Elder's flesh and bone instantly rotted into foul-smelling pus. Even the exposed, stark white metacarpal bones developed eerie greenish spots under the toxin's influence. Arg! He erupted in an inhuman scream. Within mere breaths, his right palm was reduced to bare bone. More terrifying still, the venom seemed to corrode his true essence itself. Even attempting to neutralize it with his vital energy proved futile. This poison cannot be resisted with true essence, it will only feed the toxin. The demon cultivator beside him shouted urgently upon witnessing this. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face hardened with resolve. Instantly, he tore through the remaining intact blood vessels in his right arm. Splash! Blood spilled across the floor, carrying the remaining toxins with it. The corrosive fluid devoured the hard stone slabs beneath, leaving nothing but a bare surface. However, this action finally prevented the toxins from invading his deeper meridians. Otherwise, at this rate, he would likely be incapacitated for combat in the near future. Moreover, the poison seemed to affect one's mind. Countless illusions now swirled before his eyes, even making him see Pei Jinglian appear before him. Wait! His pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks as he realized the figure before him wasn't an illusion, it was the real Pei Jinglian. How could she suddenly appear here? Shouldn't she be occupied by the sixth elder? And that fist strike just now, could that woman really have unleashed something like that? The first elder, now missing both arms, stared at Pei Jinglian as she slowly landed beside Chen Weihong, his face drained of color. An expression of utter disbelief spread across his features. After all, no one could have imagined that Pei Jinglian, who should have been with the sixth elder, would arrive here so quickly. Who is she? Do you recognize her? That move she just used was terrifying. Even at our peak, we wouldn't dare face it lightly. The two demon cultivators stared at Pei Jinglian with equally grave expressions. Noticing the change in the Grand Elder's expression, they immediately asked. The senior elder's face was deathly pale as he nodded. This person is the only genius in recent years since the founding of our Yuxuan Sect to have advanced to the golden core stage at such a young age. Such innate talent is unseen even across the entire Eastern realm. This person is truly terrifying. It's highly likely some ancient demonic cultivator has been secretly nurturing her all along. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, both demon cultivators froze in shock before their faces twisted with fear. They never imagined that their simple scheme to carve up the Jade Mystic Sect's resources would lead them straight into the path of such a formidable figure. Chapter 142, The Senior Elder's Backup Plan. What shocked them even more was that her age truly matched her outward appearance. It was fortunate they hadn't rushed to attack her earlier, otherwise, they would likely have drawn the attention of that old demon behind her. What should we do? Should we just retreat? One of the demon cultivators suggested. But the Grand Elder swiftly dismissed the idea. Do you really think that Great Master refrained from intervening just to watch us cause a ruckus here before leaving? The two demon cultivators frowned immediately. What do you mean by that? The Grand Elder carefully staunched the wound on his left arm while frowning. That powerful figure placed such a prodigy among us precisely to allow us to thoroughly temper this genius's resolve. If we fail to satisfy that Great Master, I doubt he'll let us leave so easily. Hearing this, the two demon cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. So should we go up and fight now? One of the demonic cultivators whispered. The elder, now armless, nodded solemnly. Exactly. And it must be a fight to the death. We must satisfy the powerful figure behind her to have even the slightest chance of survival. The two demonic cultivators felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. They were being asked to engage in a life or death battle with the ruthless individual who had just unleashed that devastating punch? What was the difference between that and suicide? The Grand Elder seemed to sense their hesitation and immediately snapped coldly, You two, have we come this far only for you to give up now? Truth be told, I know of a place within the Jade Mystic Sect that can unlock our full potential. If we defeat this man before us, that powerful figure might just agree to let us continue ruling the Jade Mystic Sect. Hearing this, the two demonic cultivators' faces lit up with hope. In that case, shall we proceed to that realm without delay? The senior elder pointed toward Pei Jinglian in the distance. What if she catches up? The two demon cultivators fell silent, but their eyes darted between each other, their expressions growing eerie. The very essence of demonic cultivators lay in their ruthlessness and utter lack of scruples. When their own lives were threatened, they would abandon even their most cherished loved ones. Therefore, one of the demon cultivators forced a smile onto his face, then turned to the elder with feigned enthusiasm. Brother, why don't you tell us the location first? I'll lead you there, while he stays behind to cover our retreat. The other demon cultivator nodded earnestly. Exactly. I'm still in decent shape, I can stay behind and hold them off. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's face lit up with emotion. My brothers, you have truly lived a life well spent. He then transmitted a message to the other demon cultivator, who listened and revealed a look of astonishment. I never imagined it would be there. The Grand Elder seemed concerned the other might suspect deception, so he revealed the method to activate the potential. Once you reach the location, simply fuse your essence blood into the ground below. Then channel your true essence into the inner formation to successfully activate it. Under the array's influence, we'll unleash unprecedented power. Then, you and I will return to hold off the enemy, while this brother heads to that location to activate his potential. With the three of us united, we might just defeat them. The demon cultivator's expression lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Such a miraculous array exists? Brother, you've truly done us an immense favor. He then exchanged a knowing glance with his companion.
In the next instant, both retreated without hesitation, leaving the Grand Elder behind. Simultaneously, they activated an intercepting formation they had secretly set up earlier, sealing off the Grand Elder's retreat route.
You two brothers. Why have you betrayed me? The Grand Elder stared at the two who had abandoned him, his face twisted with shock and fury, utterly incredulous. Unfortunately, having lost both arms, he was utterly weakened and had no chance of catching up. All he could do now was watch helplessly as his two good brothers abandoned him right there. Damn it! I knew demon cultivators were utterly unreliable. The Grand Elder's face twisted with regret, as if he bitterly regretted ever bringing demon cultivators into the Jade Mystic Sect. His face then twisted into an awkward expression as he turned to look at Pei Jinglian behind him. Seventh Elder, it's been a while. In reality, Lín Xuān nearly choked on his laughter at this line. You just spoke to her half an hour ago and invited her to join your resistance plan. Now you're grasping at straws, even saying long time no see out of nowhere. But his expression quickly turned grave, for he sensed this old man certainly harbored no good intentions. Even though the man had lost both arms, he still felt like a cold, venomous snake, ready to strike back at any moment. Therefore, he instructed Pei Jinglian, don't hesitate later. Kill this old man from a distance. Best not to get close to him. Hearing this, she silently nodded in agreement, already gathering chaos true energy in her hands. The senior elder who had greeted Pei Jinglian froze upon witnessing this. He hadn't expected such a blatant disregard for his face. Couldn't she at least offer some polite pretense? After all, he had shown such trust in you not long ago. Now you're not only betraying me, but you actually want to kill me outright? The elder opened his mouth, but found himself utterly speechless. He had no idea what words could ease the tense standoff. Moreover, the true energy in the other's hands continued to gather, its overwhelming might making him feel as if he were about to be crushed. Barring any unexpected turn of events, his life would likely end here today. But when his peripheral vision caught sight of Shen Weihong beside the other man, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately spoke up, don't you want to save this man? He trusted you so much he promoted you directly to elder. Are you just going to stand by and watch him die? Pei Jinglian remained silent, her gaze cold as she continued to gather her true essence. Her brief examination had already confirmed Shen Weihong was beyond saving. He had burned through all his life essence. There was absolutely no chance of recovery now. No matter how grandly this Grand Elder might speak, it was nothing but an illusion. Killing this man now would serve as revenge for Shen Weihong and repay the debt of his promotion. And since he was still trying to deceive her at this moment, it was certain he was plotting something. Kill him. At that moment, Shen Weihong, who had been on the verge of unconsciousness, suddenly spoke. His weak eyes forced themselves open, summoning every ounce of strength to witness the Grand Elder's demise. Perhaps he too wanted a companion on his journey to the underworld? Chapter 143, Extreme Reversal. The Grand Elder's return to the peak. Hearing him force himself to speak even in this state, Pei Jinglian finally replied, very well. I'll grant you peace before you die. With that, the true energy fist she had been building up unleashed its full force. In an instant, a colossal fist shadow, a full 10 meters in size, unleashed a furious gale of energy hurtling toward the Grand Elder. Even before contact, the elder felt a stinging pain on his face, his eyes instantly filling with terror. But Lín Xuān noticed something else, a faint glimmer of anticipation and hope flickering in the old man's eyes. What gave him hope? His gaze sharpened instantly as the two demon cultivators who had just departed flashed through his mind. His keen senses told him it might be connected to those two. Perhaps he shouldn't have let them leave just now. But his entire focus had been on the senior elder, this gold-spewing prey, which was why the two had managed to escape. Am I to die here today? No. I haven't truly inherited the position of sect master yet. I will trample over Shen Weihong's corpse and become the most powerful figure in the entire Yuxuan Sect. I will make the Jade Mystic Sect my personal fiefdom. I will make those senile fools prove that I alone am the most outstanding. As the true Yuan fist's momentum closed in, the Grand Elder suddenly roared. Then, an astonishing transformation unfolded. His arms, which had vanished, regrew in an instant. Even his once fading aura surged to its peak in the blink of an eye. Even more terrifying, a thick aura of demonic energy now emanated from his face and exposed skin. The ground beneath his feet turned black from the very presence of this demonic aura. This comes at just the right moment. Now possessing peak vitality, the Grand Elder no longer feared Pei Jinglian's true energy fist strike. With a savage grin, he suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the terrifying true energy right before Pei Jinglian's eyes. After swallowing it, his face even lit up with an expression of pure delight, as if he'd just tasted some exquisite delicacy. How could this happen so suddenly? Though Lín Xuān in reality had been prepared, witnessing the once feeble Grand Elder's aura surge so rapidly still sent a chill down his spine. Especially upon witnessing the Elder actually swallow the true essence from Pei Jinglian's punch, he realized the Elder before him had undergone some extraordinary transformation. Be cautious. This man seems to have activated some sort of demonic sect secret technique. Do not underestimate him. He pressed the transmission talisman to speak to Pei Jinglian. She gave a slight nod, her expression turning serious. What gnawed at her, however, was the bitter realization that this delay had cost Shen Weihong his life. His eyes, still wide open, stared fixedly at the Grand Elder in the distance, as if accusing him, "We didn't finish off the Grand Elder with a single punch." Yes, because he wasn't strong enough, they hadn't been able to kill the opponent together. This failure meant he couldn't fulfill the promise he'd made. In the end, Shen Weihong had died with regret. For the first time, Pei Jinglian felt anger at her own mistake. She couldn't accept that she had lost because of such a basic mistake. Had she acted decisively then, striking down the Grand Elder immediately, how could he still stand here laughing now? Therefore, to put an end to this, she resolved to use every ounce of her strength to send the Elder before her to join Shen Weihong in the afterlife and to do it as swiftly as possible. Seeing the blazing battle intent ignite within Pei Jinglian, the Grand Elder sneered coldly, "I advise you not to waste your effort. Even I feel terrifyingly powerful now. No matter how gifted you are, you could never be my match." His newfound power stemmed from the recent escape of those two demonic cultivators. After escaping, they had initially intended to flee without looking back. But fearing the mysterious great power mentioned by the Grand Elder, they turned back just as they were about to leave the Jade Mystic Sect. Beyond their apprehension, they also refused to return empty-handed. They needed to salvage something. Like that secret technique the Grand Elder mentioned, the one said to unlock latent potential. If it truly could unlock their latent power, their influence within the demonic sect would grow significantly. Perhaps they might even seize the opportunity to vie for the position of Demon Path's supreme leader. Greed blinds the mind, and this held especially true for practitioners of the demonic path. They hesitated only briefly before deciding to head to the location mentioned by the Great Elder Dragon to test the array. Who knows? Once their power was restored, their combat prowess might even catch the attention of that esteemed figure, who might take them as disciples. Carrying this fantasy, the two arrived simultaneously at the location indicated by the Grand Elder. It was a pit resembling a giant dome. Just as the Grand Elder had described, the area was covered in rune-like markings. Some were carved onto stone tablets, others etched directly into the ground. Though they looked mysterious and incomprehensible, the two saw them as a promising opportunity. One of them even snapped angrily, "That man is truly treacherous. With such a great opportunity, he waited until the very end to tell us. If it weren't for that master's disciple appearing, we might have been deceived into leaving without ever knowing this place existed." His companion agreed wholeheartedly, "I saw through him long ago. If not for his character, few cultivators would have sought out us demon sect practitioners. After all, the righteous and demonic paths have always been irreconcilable. For someone like him, the Grand Elder of the Jade Mystic Sect, to proactively reach out to us demonic cultivators, that's truly rare. No time to waste. Let's activate this formation immediately. Once our power is enhanced, we'll challenge the master's disciple. Perhaps the master seeks those who prove themselves worthy. If we defeat our opponent, we might catch the master's eye and be taken as disciples. Our lives would be set forever." Another voice chimed in excitedly, "You're absolutely right. That master is the greatest opportunity of our journey. If we can gain his favor, we'll surely obtain the most perfect cultivation techniques. We'll never again live in fear of being hunted down by other righteous factions." At the thought of the glorious life ahead, both men's eyes glowed with rapturous anticipation. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously slit their palms, letting drops of vital blood fall onto the ground, instantly staining the runes crimson. But this was not the true ritual. Next, they channeled their true essence into the earth below. Finally, the formation was fully activated. Hum. The formation emitted a strange hum, and then, under their expectant gazes, it was fully activated. A shroud of black light instantly enveloped their forms. Chapter 144. One sword shatters all arts. It's coming. I can already feel the power constantly reshaping my body. Is this the true depth of the Jade Mystic Sect? Such legitimate treasures are truly abundant here. Both closed their eyes simultaneously, feeling that unique power surge into their bodies. In a daze, they seemed to glimpse the splendid life awaiting them as disciples of that venerable master. But the next moment, they let out piercing screams. "Ah! My legs! My eyes! I can't see a thing! Damn it! That bastard deceived us! This wasn't some grand array to unleash our potential, it was a demonic array meant to refine us." Amidst their wails, their bodies began to be gradually refined by the formation, drawing pure streams of energy from the earth and channeling them to the other side. Now I possess the refined energy of two golden core cultivators. Through my meticulous planning, their entire cultivation has become nourishment to replenish me.
A wicked grin spread across the Grand Elder's face. Those two fools were just too gullible. I could never pull this off with anyone else. Of course, beyond that, the meticulous planning behind the formation I set up played a crucial role. I anticipated potential mishaps long ago, so I preemptively installed a refinement formation at that location, specifically linked to me. This way, you can guarantee I'll receive replenishment in the shortest possible time. It seems I succeeded. The Grand Elder's face broke into a confident smile. It was worth noting that as he spoke these words, he was smiling at a certain point in the sky, as if conversing with some immortal being. Coincidentally, the direction he was looking at was precisely Lín Xuān's viewpoint. The latter was somewhat bewildered. What the hell was this guy up to? Could it be he thought doing this would earn him some kind of reward? This guy's got issues. To this, Lín Xuān merely said indifferently to Pei Jinglian, "Kill him." Without hesitation, she unleashed her chaos true energy, simultaneously flipping her hands to retrieve the magical sword from her storage space. Ever since reaching the golden core stage, she had defeated one enemy after another with her bare hands. And now, she had taken out this long sword after so long, which meant she was about to get serious. Across from her, the Grand Elder had shed all distractions. Swirling black mist continuously surged from his body, the remnants of two unfortunate demonic cultivators he had refined. Now he could freely command the demonic energy they left behind, making his power equally formidable. Come on, I'll prove I'm superior to everyone in the entire Jade Mystic Sect, even you, 7th Elder. The Grand Elder let out a savage laugh, his entire body now billowing with black mist. From afar, he resembled a human-shaped cloud of darkness. Summon the Qi. The Grand Elder shook his arms, and the vast demonic energy enveloping him instantly coalesced into 9 colossal black serpents that seemed to swallow the heavens. This technique originated from one of the demonic cultivators. After refining it, the First Elder could now wield it himself. Each serpent opened its gaping maw, clutching a blood-dripping skull. The sight was utterly terrifying. In the next instant, he shattered the mountain rock and soared into the air, landing on the back of one of the demonic serpents. Whoosh! Boom! The 9 demon serpents unleashed a barrage of sinister, piercing shadow lightning bolts, crashing down upon Pei Jinglian. A confident smile played on his face. "Youngster, witness this technique I've just mastered 9 nether." Before he could finish, he saw Pei Jinglian's sword tip flick upward with a light flick. Clang! The next instant, an even more terrifying surge of chaos true energy erupted from the sword's edge. The moment it appeared, it carved terrifyingly suction-filled fissures into the void. The 9 demonic serpents lunging toward her suddenly lost their direction, beginning to bite their own tails. They frantically devoured themselves within these rifts in the void. The demon serpent under the Grand Elder's feet flung him violently backward. Only by forcibly stabilizing his body with demonic energy did he avoid crashing face first into the ground. Impossible. Watching the 9 demon serpents he had painstakingly forged with vast amounts of demonic energy devour each other, vanishing completely within mere breaths, the Grand Elder's eyes bulged with fury. I won't hold back anymore. The Grand Elder roared, terrifying seals erupting from his palms. They were none other than the Palm Demon Seal, a technique borrowed from another demonic cultivator. But this time, Pei Jinglian wouldn't give him the chance to strike. With a light flick of her sword, chaotic true energy poured forth, spreading to the Grand Elder's front in the blink of an eye. Before the demonic seal in his palm could fully form, the chaotic rift had already spread to his chest. Damn it! How can such a terrifying attack be unleashed so casually? He frantically summoned the demonic heart he had painstakingly cultivated, the very technique he had used to kill Shen Weihong moments ago. Now restored to peak power and having absorbed the demonic energy of 2 demonic cultivators, this demonic core had become even more terrifying. The moment he unleashed this demonic core, its terrifying aura instantly sealed all the surrounding void fissures. And he hadn't even unleashed his true spell yet, proof of just how terrifying this artifact had become. Yet this was far from his limit. In the next instant, the Grand Elder bit through his tongue, spewing a mouthful of vital blood directly onto the demon heart. Sizzle! 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 With an eerie sound, the pitch-black heart suddenly swelled 100-fold. From afar, it resembled a black sun. Yet upon its surface, billions of distorted human faces emerged. A closer look revealed that most of these were ordinary people who had once lived near the Jade Mystic Sect. And many cultivators. This demonic heart was actually the vengeful spirits of the cultivators and countless commoners sacrificed to it over the past 300 years. It was precisely upon witnessing this demonic heart that Pei Jinglian suddenly recalled how, in the villages near the Jade Mystic Sect, catastrophic events like beast swarms, droughts, or floods had erupted with alarming regularity. It had all been orchestrated. This Grand Elder had long been secretly cultivating demonic arts. How ironic that when he was in the law enforcement hall and witnessed Su Bailu's display of demonic calligraphy, he had feigned astonishment. In truth, among those present, his demonic cultivation was likely the most profound. Boom! A dark thunderbolt struck, blasting 9 phantom-like abysses into the ground. Chapter 145, Slaying the Grand Elder, triggering the feedback.
In a daze, it seemed as though countless skeletal arms were reaching upward, wailing as they tried to drag Pei Jinglian into the endless hell. See? This is the technique I prepared especially for you. So many vengeful spirits you couldn't slay them all even if you lived 3 lifetimes. This model was obtained from the ancient demonic realm. I myself don't know how many vengeful spirits it hosts.
Originally intended as a trump card to kill a nascent soul cultivator beyond my own tier, using it on you now isn't exactly a waste. The Grand Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, erupting in a series of maniacal laughs. Beneath his feet, the sea of blood continued to churn violently. Clearly, after deploying this trump card, he believed Pei Jinglian was utterly doomed.
But was that truly the case? Pei Jinglian provided the answer.
She raised her sword, its blade suddenly humming softly.
Hum.
A staggering surge of chaotic true energy erupted from her, and she immediately stepped forward. Her figure simultaneously materialized before the illusory shadows of demonic arts summoned by the Grand Elder.
Then, a sword strike descended. Boom!
With just one strike, over 100 million skeletal forms simultaneously dissolved into nothingness.
Impossible. How could you have reached this level?
As the Grand Elder watched the demonic core he had painstakingly cultivated get severed by a single strike, the terrifying backlash caused him to spit blood, his face turning pale as he collapsed to the ground. He stared in disbelief at the woman before him, who showed no signs of excessive exhaustion whatsoever.
Which meant that sword strike had been utterly ordinary for her. Yet that seemingly ordinary strike had severed all his life force.
Now, deprived of his demonic core, he had no chance of turning the tide. Before she drew her sword, he could have exchanged blows with her. But once she drew her blade, his defeat was inevitable. It turned out she had never been serious, perhaps because she deemed him unworthy. A cold smile flickered across the Grand Elder's face. Then, with a deep, sorrowful sigh, he murmured, "After all my efforts, has it all been for nothing?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, his head was severed cleanly by a single sword strike.
Pei Jinglian coldly surveyed the Elder's corpse on the ground, then snapped her fingers.
Terrifying chaos true energy instantly devoured the body, leaving nothing behind. For such scum, she wouldn't even allow his corpse to pollute the air within the Jade Mystic Sect.
Pei Jinglian has slain the Grand Elder, triggering feedback high-grade Earth Tier Array refining Grand Formation.
In reality, Lín Xuān grinned widely at the notification popping up on his phone. He hadn't expected the Grand Elder to drop such a huge reward. This Earth-grade high-tier refining Grand Array was the highest-grade formation he'd encountered so far. Before this, the highest-grade formation he possessed was merely the spirit-gathering array in his courtyard, and even that had a single purpose: nourishing the demonic spirit tree.
It couldn't even aid his own cultivation. Therefore, upon acquiring this refining array, he was naturally overjoyed.
He immediately began examining the array's functions. Refining array, capable of drawing all living beings within its vicinity into the array, converting them into spirit energy or true essence as needed. The nature of the true essence is determined by the inherent properties of the living being itself.
Holy crap, is it really that powerful?
Lín Xuān was stunned upon reading the description. He hadn't expected this refining array to be so practical, capable of directly refining those creatures into the spiritual energy he needed. For instance, creatures like the hawk monster or earthworm spirit currently in the courtyard, if absorbed and refined within the array, they would likely transform into earth-attributed or wind-attributed true essence. He could then harness the power of these two types of true essence.
Beyond that, he could toss the corpses of demonic cultivators into the array. By utilizing the substances transformed by the formation, he could seize the opportunity to secretly learn their ultimate techniques from their lifetimes. This effectively legitimized the Grand Elder's refining array, transforming it from a demonic technique into a divine-grade formation exclusively for righteous cultivators. This way, I can throw all my enemies into this formation for refinement. They're all villains anyway, so I won't feel any psychological pressure. This way, I'll save a ton of cultivation time killing enemies while leveling up. It's practically an AFK God mode tool.
Lín Xuān pondered thoughtfully, a faint smile curling his lips. But his smile quickly faded when he realized he currently had no enemies to speak of. Even if he did, he couldn't refine their true essence. Damn it, sometimes becoming too powerful isn't such a good thing.
Possessing a god-tier formation yet being unable to use it, this feeling is agonizing.
Lín Xuān sighed helplessly, now actually lamenting the lack of sufficiently powerful foes to challenge him. If others heard this, they'd likely spit blood in anger. They'd never encountered such a pretentious person who actually complained about his enemies not being strong enough. In the game. After Pei Jinglian slew the Grand Elder, the inner sect disciples finally arrived at the scene. The sight of Shen Weihong's corpse on the ground and the surrounding mountain peak reduced to utter ruin sent shockwaves through them. They stared at Pei Jinglian in terror. Most failed to recognize her as the newly promoted 7th Elder, mistaking her for an outsider.
One disciple mustered his courage and asked, "May we inquire who you are? Why did our sect master die beside you?" Clearly, they all assumed Pei Jinglian was the one who had killed Shen Weihong. Pei Jinglian swept a glance over them, pointing to a dark, human-shaped stain on the ground.
This thing killed him. The crowd glanced at the dark, human-shaped stain on the ground and were instantly baffled.
What the hell? You're pointing at a mark and telling us he killed someone? Are you sure you're not joking with us?
One disciple, seemingly assuming Pei Jinglian was still reeling from the battle, plucked up the courage to confront her.
Spill it. Did you kill our sect master? We've already sent someone to inform the second elder and the others. Let me tell you straight, the second elder and the others are genuine golden core cultivators. No matter how strong you are, you might not stand a chance against them.
If you wish to repent and reform, confess now who instigated this, we might spare your life.
With someone taking the lead, the surrounding inner sect disciples, eager to demonstrate their courage and righteousness, joined in the accusations one after another.
Yes. I advise you to turn back while there's still time. I saw everything that happened here just now.
There were also many aura signatures of demonic cultivators. They must be your accomplices, right? Where are they hiding now?
Judging by your appearance, you're barely at the foundation establishment stage.
How dare scum like you come to cause trouble at our Jade Mystic Sect? Probably some demonic cultivator who thought our Jade Mystic Sect was an easy place to make a quick buck.
Now her master has fled, leaving her alone here. We've caught her red-handed. I'll interrogate her thoroughly later.
Chapter 146, Outdone by a Junior?
Pei Jinglian listened to the barrage of insults and taunts from the surrounding inner sect disciples, her expression utterly unruffled. She merely snapped her fingers quietly. Instantly, the inner disciples discovered to their horror that they could no longer speak. Only then did Pei Jinglian speak slowly. Next time before you open your mouths, ask those around you who I truly am.
Now I can tell you clearly, I am the newly promoted 7th elder. My name is Pei Jinglian. Pei Jinglian? Some disciples felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon hearing the name. Suddenly, it all clicked. Wasn't she the disciple who caused such a commotion in the punishment hall? And now she'd been promoted directly to elder? A simple name instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd. After Pei Jinglian released her aura, the scene fell into complete silence.
Beyond those whose mouths were sealed by her magic, most dared not even curse her in their hearts. Only now did they truly grasp the terrifying power of the being standing before them. To achieve the golden core stage at such a young age, not even among the righteous path, let alone the demonic path, was there anyone who could rival her. The mere thought of having slandered her as a demon cultivator moments ago sent shivers of terror down some spines.
They couldn't fathom what kind of evil influence had possessed them to dare utter insults against such a peerless genius. Even if the second elder were here, he likely wouldn't dare act as arrogantly as they had. However, Pei Jinglian had no intention of holding it against them. The immediate priority was to clean up the current mess.
With Sect Master Shen Weihong dying before everyone's eyes, coupled with the immense commotion they just caused, the entire Yuxuan Sect was now teetering on the brink. Moreover, once this news reached others, they would likely soon set their sights on the Yuxuan Sect. After all, she was now the only openly active combat power within the sect. Should outsiders learn of this, she would likely face the covetous eyes of countless golden core stage-old monsters. After all, the Jade Mystic Sect no longer possessed the strength to hold such vast territories, making it a natural target for other sects of comparable standing. No matter how formidable she might be, she could never withstand the simultaneous assault of so many golden core cultivators.
Therefore, this information must be intercepted immediately. The outside world must never learn what had transpired within the Jade Mystic Sect.
Just as he was contemplating how to seal off the incident and prevent its spread, the heavens and earth suddenly shook violently. Startled, everyone turned to see a long deserted mountain peak nearby suddenly erupt. A beam of rosy light then descended slowly from the sky, bathing the mountain peak in its glow.
The intense radiance stung everyone's eyes. That aura.
No mistake, a golden core cultivator is about to emerge.
I remember now, isn't that the mountain where senior sister went into seclusion?
She's been there for over 5 years.
Is she finally emerging? Whoa, could it mean our Jade Mystic Sect is about to gain another genius elder?
Honestly, even if senior sister succeeds in her advancement now, I doubt she'll surpass elder Pei Jinglian.
That's true. Across the entire eastern region, there aren't many who could surpass elder Pei Jinglian.
Listening to the murmurs of the inner sect disciples around her, Pei Jinglian remained impassive. Her gaze settled upon the mountain peak, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation.
The former senior sister of the inner sect.
She had heard tales of the woman. It was said that before her arrival, the other had been the most gifted disciple in the entire Jade Mystic Sect. By age 30, she had already advanced to the 9th layer of foundation establishment and immediately entered seclusion to break through to the golden core stage. Now at 35, or rather nearing 40, she had finally succeeded in advancing to the golden core stage. It might not sound impressive, but compared to other gold core cultivators, her age was remarkably young. After all, most golden core cultivators were well over 100 years old. As for someone like Pei Jinglian, who ascended to the golden core stage in her teens, there were few such cases across the entire eastern region, let alone the entire world. It seemed she was preparing to undergo the tribulation.
Pei Jinglian watched the figure suddenly soar into the sky, silently noting to herself. She chose not to intervene or disrupt the other's advancement.
After all, normally, if the Jade Mystic Sect gained another golden core cultivator, it would certainly threaten its own standing. Most others might have been tempted to intervene. After all, Pei Jinglian had only joined the Jade Mystic Sect after the individual had entered seclusion, meaning she had no prior connection to them whatsoever. Anyone else in her position would likely have intervened immediately. But Pei Jinglian did not, for she harbored no such concerns. Threats to one's status were concerns for the weak. She actually hoped this person would advance to the Golden Core stage. For the Jade Mystic Sect's current situation was dire. An additional Golden Core combatant meant one more chance at survival. Today, I, Lín Xuān, shall attain the Golden Core here and become a true immortal. A clear, resonant female voice echoed through the air, followed by a thunderbolt striking down like a bolt from the blue. Boom! The very heavens and earth seemed to tremble at the impact. Many disciples with weaker cultivation levels immediately covered their ears, their faces turning pale as they nearly vomited blood. The tribulation lightning during a Golden Core stage ascension was absolutely beyond what these Foundation establishment cultivators could endure. Most Gold Core cultivators undergoing tribulation would specifically seek out a secluded location, or at the very least, have someone set up a protective formation beforehand. Yet now, with the entire Jade Mystic Sect in utter chaos, there was simply no one who could step forward to provide protection. So these disciples could only silently endure the aftereffects of the calamity lightning. Yet they all forced their bodies to remain upright, gazing upward at the figure above. Seeing her emerge unscathed after withstanding a direct strike from the tribulation lightning, the group couldn't help but marvel. Senior sister truly lives up to her name. She makes this tribulation look effortless. I thought passing the tribulation required extensive preparation, but seeing senior sister's state today, she's just powering through it. I wonder whose ascension was easier, hers or elder Pei Jinglian's. The sudden remark caused all eyes to dart between Lín Xuān in the sky and Pei Jinglian on the ground. Chapter 147, Challenging immediately after advancement? Seeking death. Pei Jinglian naturally sensed these glances, but she felt no shame. Would an elephant feel inferior just because someone compared it to an ant? The answer was no. Non-existent things could never hurt her. Her silent demeanor, however, was interpreted by the crowd as a lack of confidence. Immediately, some began to sneer and mock. Judging by this state, our senior sister must be stronger. If not for someone secretly aiding her, perhaps our senior sister could have ascended to the Golden Core realm at this age too? Yeah, our senior sister hardly ever used our cultivation resources. She's relied almost entirely on her own insight to get this far. And judging by her condition today, her Golden Core breakthrough is practically a done deal. Truly, there's always someone stronger out there. Our senior sister is undoubtedly the greatest prodigy in the Jade Mystic Sect, right? Everyone, be quiet. Senior sister is at a critical moment in her ascension. Don't let our chatter disturb her tribulation crossing. At their blatant mockery, Pei Jinglian merely shot them a cold glance. They immediately fell silent. Seeing the cowardly and ignorant looks in their eyes, Pei Jinglian suddenly understood why the Jade Mystic Sect had never produced a true genius. Because they were simply too base. In such an atmosphere, how could genuine geniuses ever emerge? Even if a genius did emerge, they likely wouldn't possess such terrifying talent as hers. For someone like her would inevitably perish under the envy of those around her. Take Su Bailu, for instance. Had Lín Xuān not bound her, she likely wouldn't be here today. Boom! 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 Meanwhile, Lín Xuān above had reached a critical juncture as the tribulation lightning raged with unparalleled ferocity. Judging by the appearance, its quality wouldn't be low either. Based on Pei Jinglian's visual assessment, it was at least a 3-pattern lightning strike. For a Golden Core cultivator, that was quite impressive. Yet compared to her own cultivation, it was clearly far inferior. Only these narrow-minded frog in the well types from the Jade Mystic Sect would think someone like this could surpass Jinglian. I did it! I did it! Not long after. Boom! As the final thunderbolt struck, the sky finally returned to normal. A terrifying aura emanated from the heavens, none other than Lín Xuān, who had just ascended to the Golden Core stage. The disciples below immediately began showering her with congratulations. Welcome back, senior sister. You're as magnificent as ever. I knew you could do it, senior sister. After all, your talent was the strongest back then. Even after all this time, the Jade Mystic Sect still holds you as the most powerful senior sister. To ascend to the Golden Core stage so young and without consuming resources, senior sister truly remains the most authoritative. Senior sister, I always believed in you. You've always been my idol. Now that you've ascended to the Golden Core stage, you've set an example for us inner sect disciples. Senior sister truly remains terrifyingly formidable. Ever since I first entered the inner sect, she's always been the strongest among our peers. Never imagined that even after all this time, she still stands as the cream of our crop. It's hard to fathom what kind of cultivation method she must use to achieve this level. Amidst the surrounding disciples' flattery, Lín Xuān slowly descended from the sky. She still wore the same robes from 5 years ago, still pristine and flawless, showing no trace of the 5 years she had spent in seclusion. The moment she touched the ground, Lín Xuān's attention immediately fixed on the only woman daring to stand and meet her gaze.
Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she regarded the woman. You look unfamiliar. Could you be one of the newly promoted inner sect disciples from these past 5 years? Pei Jinglian gave her a cool glance, offering no reply. Instead, she countered, and what grade of golden core have you attained now? Care to share? This tone instantly filled Lín Xuān with deep displeasure. This was the first time she'd encountered a disciple so brazen as to address her in such a manner. Her voice turned icy. Who do you think you are? How dare you question me in that tone? And what business is it of yours, a mere foundation establishment disciple, what grade of golden core I possess? Have you no sense of your place? The disciples nearby hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. They wanted to explain to the senior sister that the person before them was actually an elder, and a golden core cultivator just like her. But they feared such words might provoke him further, so they stood frozen in place, unable to utter a sound. After all, before her seclusion, this senior sister's temper was notoriously foul. Even a fleeting glance in her direction while passing by could land you in trouble. It was only because Pei Jinglian's performance was so outstanding that it made them jealous, otherwise, the senior sister's reputation within the inner sect would have been truly poor. Seeing this scene, the real-life Lín Xuān was furious. Seeing her attitude, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who the hell do you think you are, questioning my character? My character's strength utterly annihilates yours in every single aspect. He immediately activated his transmission talisman and addressed Pei Jinglian. Tell this guy your true cultivation level. Let him see what a real genius looks like. Pei Jinglian frowned upon hearing this. It wasn't that she was displeased with Lín Xuān asking her to reveal her cultivation. Rather, she hadn't expected her low-key approach to draw her master's displeasure. To Pei Jinglian, her master was paramount. That woman had dared to provoke her master's displeasure. She was ready to speak up and give the other party a proper scolding. But just as she was about to speak, Lín Xuān suddenly began to scream. Ah! Pointing frantically at Shen Weihong's corpse nearby, she screamed in shock and rage. Who killed the sect master? Did some demonic cultivator break in? I just realized this entire area has been reduced to ruins. Who did this? Lín Xuān's shrill voice was so piercing that the surrounding disciples instinctively covered their ears and averted their gaze. Pei Jinglian watched this unfold, her expression turning icy. Her impression of this so-called senior sister had plummeted to its lowest point. She was clearly a golden core cultivator, yet why did she act so unsteady? Did you kill my master? And now you're being held back by my junior brothers and sisters, right? I've emerged from seclusion, you won't escape. Just tell me where your accomplices are, and I might spare your life. Got it? At that moment, Lín Xuān, having surveyed the surroundings, suddenly turned her attention to Pei Jinglian. Ever since she had ascended to the golden core stage, she had sensed an inexplicable hostility from this woman. That interrogating gaze she always wore made Lín extremely uncomfortable. So naturally, she wanted to target her first. Chapter 148, Fool. As for Shen Weihong's death, while it did shock her somewhat, it was nowhere near as concerning as she was currently making it appear. Lín Xuān simply wanted an opportunity to harshly rebuke this person who dared to look down on her. She was purely seeking to use this moment to assert her authority as a golden core cultivator. Pei Jinglian was genuinely angered now. She never imagined anyone could be this foolish. Arrogance and conceit were one thing, but to pin a label on someone without any evidence, without even understanding the facts or the circumstances. What was the difference between such a person and a single-celled organism? Lín Xuān, witnessing this, was equally furious and immediately ordered Pei Jinglian to slap the fool. Absolutely idiotic. How could the Jade Mystic Sect harbor such trash? And they actually made someone like this their senior disciple? He'd never despised a woman so much, or rather, never despised anyone so much in a game. Among all the women he'd encountered before, only his own disgusting fiancée could compare. Hey, newbie. Don't think your measly talent makes you special here at the Jade Mystic Sect. Let me tell you, geniuses are a dime a dozen here. Like me, achieving the golden core at 32-something you'll likely never accomplish in your entire lifetime, right? Lín Xuān looked down on Pei Jinglian with utter disdain, as if the person before her were nothing more than an ordinary cultivator who knew nothing. As for Lín Xuān, she was the youngest golden core cultivator in the history of the Jade Mystic Sect, at least, that was her belief. After all, to her knowledge, even the youngest golden core cultivator in recorded history had been over 40. She had shattered that record. Across the entire Eastern realm, she was likely the only golden core cultivator of her age. With this psychological edge, it was only natural that her gaze toward Pei Jinglian carried a hint of contempt. After all, not everyone possesses such extraordinary talent like hers, achieving the golden core stage in their 30s. These words caused the surrounding disciples to exchange glances, for they all knew Pei Jinglian had long since shattered that record and done so even more ruthlessly. She had attained the golden core stage in her early 20s, not even reaching 30. Yet Lín Xuān seemed utterly oblivious to the stares around her, continuing to mock Pei Jinglian relentlessly. Now, bow your head and admit your mistake immediately, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make you understand what punishment in our Yuxuan Sect truly means.
Let me be clear, before my seclusion, I was the most formidable disciple in the punishment hall. Everyone knows how brutal my methods are, especially when dealing with enemies. But since I've just ascended to the golden core stage, I'd rather avoid bloodshed. If you kneel and confess your mistake right now, I might just be generous enough to spare you this punishment. These words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. Everyone stared at Lín Xuān with disbelief. They never imagined the senior disciple would be so audacious, daring to speak such words to an elder. For a moment, their gazes toward Lín Xuān turned peculiar. They began to suspect whether the senior sister had been possessed by some demonic cultivator during her seclusion, explaining why she emerged so recklessly bold. Before her seclusion, Lín Xuān had always been the epitome of humility, otherwise, she wouldn't have garnered such widespread support now. Yet after emerging, she had transformed completely, becoming utterly unreasonable and arrogant. What the disciples didn't realize was that Lín Xuān had always been an arrogant person at heart. Her previous humility had been purely due to the presence of numerous elders within the Jade Mystic Sect who had kept her in check. Now, seeing that sect master Shen Weihan was dead and no elders were present at the scene, she immediately began to suspect. She suspected that all the elders of the Jade Mystic Sect might have met with some misfortune, which was why they were unable to attend. She instantly realized she might now be the strongest in the sect. Fueled by this mindset, her arrogance flared uncontrollably. She even began surveying everyone present through the lens of a sect leader. Faced with such an arrogant woman, Pei Jinglian merely uttered two cold words, "Fool." Though her voice was not loud, those two words entered the ears of Lín Xuān and all the disciples around her with crystal clarity. An immediate uproar erupted throughout the crowd. The disciples looked at Pei Jinglian with anxious eyes, for they knew the seventh elder before them was also a powerful golden core cultivator. Uttering those two words now clearly signaled her intent to challenge Lín Xuān to a fight. But the problem was that the Jade Mystic Sect situation didn't look good at all. Someone had already gone to summon the second elder back, only to discover that the second elder appeared to be severely injured and recuperating in place, unable to come. Additionally, others had gone to seek out the fifth and third elders, only to discover that either they were gravely wounded or had vanished without a trace. It was as if, within a single day, some dreadful curse had descended upon the Jade Mystic Sect, leaving the entire sect without a single elder capable of stepping forward to handle matters at this critical moment. No, perhaps there was the elder standing before them, Pei Jinglian. Yet now, this elder was being targeted by Lín Xuān, who had just emerged from seclusion after breaking through her cultivation. It was highly likely that the sect's only two gold core cultivators would now have to face off against each other. The crowd couldn't imagine how dire the sect's situation would become if either suffered serious injury. Sure enough, upon hearing Pei Jinglian dare to call her an idiot, Lín Xuān's face flushed crimson. Her face twisted in fury as she glared at Pei Jinglian across the room, grinding her teeth. "What did you just say?" The latter remained utterly composed, repeating the two words she had just uttered, "Fool." The crowd paled instantly. They understood the conflict between the two was now irreconcilable. Unless one side fell or was utterly defeated, today's golden core battle would likely drag on indefinitely. "You're asking for death." Lín Xuān suddenly roared. Purple thunder began to surge around her body. This was her primary cultivation technique, the Nine Heavens Tribulation Thunder Art. As the sole cultivator with a lightning-type spiritual root in the entire Jade Mystic Sect, Lín Xuān enjoyed the best resources available. However, she herself believed she was merely cultivating an ordinary technique. In truth, her cultivation method was a rare mutation-type technique. Mutant-type cultivation techniques were specifically designed for practitioners with such anomalous spiritual roots. Though officially labeled as merely high-grade yellow rank, its true tier was actually high-grade earth rank. It was precisely this arrogance that made Lín Xuān dismiss it as unworthy of her, believing a mere high-grade yellow rank technique was beneath her. In truth, had she ventured out into the world, she would have realized just how rare a mutation-type cultivation technique truly was. Chapter 149, You're Nothing But a Fake Golden Core. It was no exaggeration to say that cultivating her had nearly depleted the entire Yuxuan Sect's resources. They had scoured every corner to find this single thunder attribute cultivation technique for her. Yet she showed no gratitude. Barely out of seclusion, she already fancied herself the ultimate powerhouse, immediately plotting to reshuffle the entire Yuxuan Sect and crown herself the new sect master. Now, as she channeled the Nine Heavens Tribulation lightning technique, dark clouds once again gathered in the sky. Lín Xuān clearly intended to harness the might of calamity lightning to crush her opponent's strength and impose psychological pressure. It must be said that this tactic was indeed effective, at least for the ordinary disciples of the Jade Mystic Sect. As the dark clouds gathered overhead, everyone present suddenly felt an inexplicable pang of dread. Many could not withstand the psychological pressure and immediately fell to their knees. Lín Xuān naturally noticed this scene, yet she showed no intention of stopping. She continued to steadily gather more dark clouds overhead. Violet-red lightning now rippled across her entire body, as if poised to transform into a bolt of electricity and strike Pei Jinglian at any moment. Watching Lín Xuān above, still spouting threats with unabashed arrogance, the real Lín Xuān couldn't help but laugh.
He never imagined someone like her could actually attain the golden core stage. I truly can't fathom why such a woman shares my surname, it's utterly shameful. He cursed inwardly. If he could have entered the game at that moment, he would have gone up there to give her a good beating. Since binding Pei Jinglian, he had scarcely encountered anyone this foolish. Even Zhang Feng, back when he was an outer sect disciple, had been cautious and never acted as brazenly as she was now. Lín Xuān was undoubtedly the most brainless villain he'd ever encountered. But it was for the best. This would be the perfect opportunity to establish Pei Jinglian's authority. After all, not everyone could match her feat of defeating nearly every gold core cultivator in the entire Jade Mystic Sect. There was no doubt about it, Pei Jinglian was now the strongest cultivator in the entire Jade Mystic Sect. Even if Shen Weihong were to return from the dead, he might not be able to defeat her. Only Lín Xuān before him remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still spouting off arrogantly. Observing this foolish woman, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through Lín Xuān's mind. He immediately chuckled wickedly, right. Why not seize this chance to use this guy and let everyone truly experience just how powerful Pei Jinglian really is? That way, no one else will jump out later trying to play the brainless villain. Lín Xuān pressed his communication talisman and addressed Pei Jinglian. When you engage, focus on evading her attacks while taunting her relentlessly to provoke her. When she tries to unleash her ultimate move, counter it with a single strike, then crush her completely. Show everyone your true power. That's exactly what you'll do, shatter this stupid woman's resolve right before her eyes. Got it? Hearing the voice in her mind, Pei Jinglian was taken aback. She hadn't expected her usually stern master to resort to such tactics. But since it was her master's command, she would obey unconditionally. Pei Jinglian silently dispersed the chaos true energy concealed behind her. Lifting her head to gaze at Lín Xuān in the sky, she sneered. Ever heard this saying? Some lowly chickens think perching on a branch makes them phoenixes. Right now, there's someone standing on a branch, convinced the view before them is the most magnificent sight they'll ever behold in their lifetime. But such people often fail to realize that what they see as magnificent is nothing more than an ordinary pond to others. After all, a frog at the bottom of a well always sees the pond as the sea. At these words, the electric light surging through Lín Xuān seemed to pause for a moment. Her face immediately twisted with fury and humiliation as she roared, "How dare you? How dare you insult me like this?" Her voice trailing off, she lashed out with a terrifying bolt of lightning, unleashing it with almost no restraint whatsoever, striking directly at Pei Jinglian. This move unmistakably revealed the mad thought consuming him. He too sought to establish his authority by slaying Pei Jinglian. After all, if Pei Jinglian was truly only a Foundation establishment disciple, she would absolutely not withstand this strike. That Lín Xuān, as a senior, would directly attack a junior disciple spoke volumes about the madness consuming her heart. Unfortunately for her, Pei Jinglian was no mere Foundation establishment cultivator. She was a genuine golden core cultivator, one whose combat prowess was off the charts. Facing Lín Xuān's thunderbolt, Pei Jinglian didn't even bother to dodge. She simply extended her hand and, before everyone's eyes, effortlessly crushed the thunderbolt. Boom! The entire world erupted in a sudden, blinding flash of lightning. Surrounding disciples instinctively closed their eyes, only to witness a scene etched into their memories forever. Countless bolts of lightning erupted around Pei Jinglian, yet she seemed utterly unaffected. With effortless grace, she pushed every single bolt away from her body, appearing as if she were the one commanding the thunder itself. The scene instantly drew gasps from the crowd. Good heavens! Just how terrifying is the seventh elder's power? Even the second elder, who specializes in physical cultivation, would have to retreat from such thunderbolts. This thunder is extraordinary. Senior sister's cultivation technique is exceptionally unique to begin with. After advancing to the golden core stage, her combat power has undergone a qualitative leap. Her strength now likely rivals that of the fifth or sixth elders. Senior sister's power is indeed formidable, but the seventh elder seems even more terrifying. After all, the latter achieved the golden core stage before the age of 20, while the senior sister attained it over 10 years later. Their innate talents are simply incomparable, so naturally, their combat prowess doesn't match that of the seventh elder. I knew the seventh elder was formidable, but I never imagined he was this powerful. He can effortlessly crush thunderbolts and even repel bursts of lightning with his aura alone. Such power is likely the greatest strength we'll ever witness in our lifetimes. With just one move, Pei Jinglian had etched an indelible impression upon every disciple present. After all, withstanding heavenly thunder was utterly unimaginable for disciples still at the Foundation establishment stage. Yet the seventh elder had done it, and with remarkable ease, showing not a hint of strain. This scene stunned not only the disciples present but even Lín Xuān in the heavens, who had never imagined such an outcome. A look of astonishment flashed in her eyes, and her expression turned grave. "You are also at the golden core stage?" Chapter 150, The Old Geezer Dares to Call Himself a Genius? She asked Pei Jinglian in a low voice. The arrogance and recklessness from earlier had vanished from her tone. Clearly, upon discovering that Pei Jinglian was at the same golden core stage as herself, she dared not be as brazen as before. Pei Jinglian didn't respond, instead continuing her taunt. Even if I were at the foundation establishment stage, I could effortlessly kill you across tiers. The gap between a fake golden core like you and a genuine one is enormous. Genuine golden cores are cultivated step by step through proper methods, while yours was clearly forced to this level through shortcuts or even demonic cultivation techniques. Any random heavenly tribulation could send you tumbling back to foundation establishment. Got it? In just a few sentences, she had branded Lín Xuān as nothing more than a worthless fake gold core. A fake golden core refers to someone who reached the stage solely through pills or special techniques, without any genuine cultivation of their own. In layman's terms, they're a medicine bottle all show and no substance. This was a direct denial of Lín Xuān's decades of cultivation, practically grinding her face into the dirt. After enduring this scathing mockery, the faint trace of politeness that had barely appeared on her face once more twisted into intense hatred and disgust. Who do you think you are, calling me a fake golden core cultivator? Lín Xuān exploded upon hearing Pei Jinglian's assessment. Her face contorted into a hideous grimace, and the surrounding thunderstorms began to rumble violently, as if sharing her master's fury. Lín Xuān coldly declared, I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy now. I might spare your life. Otherwise, once I unleash that secret technique, even your golden core cultivation might not withstand it. As she spoke, that utterly repulsive, haughty expression returned to her face. I advise you to surrender now. Otherwise, once I unleash that secret technique, your golden core, severely depleted of vital energy, won't stand a chance against me. I wouldn't want the Jade Mystic Sect's hard-earned elderly golden core cultivator to die by my hand. Clearly, Lín Xuān had mistaken Pei Jinglian for one of those ancient gold core cultivators who preserved their youth through secret arts, yet possessed an advanced biological age. The older a golden core cultivator grew, the more their power inevitably waned. After all, save for immortals, all beings in this world had finite lifespans, even those at the tribulation stage were no exception. Otherwise, this world would long ago have been overrun with golden cores, making nascent souls as common as dogs. Before this, there had indeed been ancient demons like Pei Jinglian, those who appeared incredibly youthful on the surface, yet possessed terrifyingly advanced ages. Such beings often deceived others or falsely presented themselves as prodigious golden core cultivators. Yet upon any real confrontation, their true strength proved inferior even to some ninth-layer foundation establishment prodigies. Lín Xuān now regarded Pei Jinglian as precisely such a fraud. Even after Pei Jinglian had casually deflected the thunderbolt Lín Xuān had unleashed. It just goes to show how brainless villains truly are. Even after Pei Jinglian had demonstrated her true strength, Lín Xuān still clung to the delusion that she was some kind of weakling. Pei Jinglian, of course, remembered Lín Xuān's orders and immediately countered, I'd say you've been holed up in your cave too long, your brain must have rotted away. I effortlessly extinguished your attack, yet you still think I'm some feeble creature? At your age, you'd be a mother of three among ordinary mortals. What gives you the nerve to call me an old demon? You're the one who looks like a worn-out shoe. In just a few words, she reduced Lín Xuān to a clueless middle-aged woman. While by mortal standards, being in her 30s did make Lín Xuān a middle-aged woman, she was, after all, a cultivator. For cultivators, being in one's 30s was still an extremely young age. Most wouldn't dare criticize cultivators using mortal age standards, yet Pei Jinglian had done just that, shattering Lín Xuān's defenses. Age had always been a taboo subject for her, especially right after turning 30. Back then, she would find some excuse to severely punish any disciple who brought up age-related topics. In Lín Xuān's mind, she still saw herself as a young woman barely out of her 20s. She refused to accept that her true age was already over 30, an age that, by mortal standards, would place her firmly in the category of an auntie. Pei Jinglian's words struck directly at her most sensitive spot. Lín Xuān roared in anger, who do you think you are? How dare you call me an auntie? You're practically old enough to be a grandmother yourself. Pei Jinglian sneered repeatedly, pointing at the surrounding disciples. You're welcome to ask them how old I really am. Don't come back later claiming they're just playing along with my act. At those words, Lín Xuān's gaze abruptly fixed on the disciple beside her. The latter instantly felt a chill run through his body and immediately prepared to make an excuse to slip away. But Lín Xuān wasn't about to let him off. She glared at him and demanded, speak. How old is that? His lips trembled. Answering was impossible, yet refusing was equally impossible. He stammered for a long while but couldn't utter a single word. Lín Xuān roared in fury, answer me now, or I'll strike you dead. As the words fell, arcs of electricity crackled around her, the crackling sound sending shivers down the disciple's spine. Only then did the disciple begin to kowtow, stammering out, Senior sister, 7th elder should be 19 this year. I truly know nothing else. What? Hearing the age of 19, Lín Xuān froze in place. Even the surrounding thunder seemed to freeze for a moment, a testament to the sheer shock coursing through her. After several deep breaths, Lín Xuān finally regained her composure. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief as she stared at Pei Jinglian. Impossible. Impossible. How could you possibly be 19? How could someone 19 achieve the golden core stage? And you've even become an elder? Her words dripped with envy and bitterness, clearly unable to fathom anyone attaining golden core at 19.
After all, most cultivators began their training at 11 or 12. To transform from an ordinary mortal to a golden core cultivator in just 7 years was nothing short of unbelievable. Moreover, most outer sect disciples were ordinary individuals lacking sufficient strength, making it impossible for elders to directly admit them as inner sect disciples through special dispensation. If Pei Jinglian had joined the Jade Mystic Sect at 18 like most outer disciples, achieving golden core within a year would be astonishing, even implausible enough to feel illogical in a story. Yet Pei Jinglian was precisely such an anomaly. She had traversed the path that had taken Lín Xuān over 20 years to complete, all within a single year. She deliberately yawned now, her voice laced with casual scorn. "So, old crone," she sneered, "now that you know I'm stronger than you, why don't you scramble down here and kowtow to apologize? If you're sincere enough, I might consider sparing you from punishing this disciple." She deliberately emphasized the words old hag and disciple, clearly rubbing salt into Lín Xuān's wounds. Upon hearing this, the latter nearly lost her mind. She never imagined she'd be utterly outclassed in both age and position by this prodigy before her. She had believed herself to be the seventh elder, only to discover the position had long been usurped. And now, this person was using the authority of an elder to speak down to her with such words. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Lín Xuān, consumed by rage, resorted to stubborn denial. She roared, "Impossible. You absolutely cannot be 19. You must have used some illusion to manipulate these disciples' perceptions. You're undoubtedly a demonic cultivator. And today, I will take justice into my own hands." As the words fell, she launched a thunderbolt with sinister precision. Its sheer power revealed she had been secretly gathering this strike for a long time, aiming to strike Pei Jinglian dead in this very moment. Such a dark and twisted mindset clearly revealed how far her heart had strayed from the path. If Pei Jinglian didn't punish her now, this woman would likely become another grand elder in the future. Chapter 151, Choosing a New Sect Leader. Boom! The sheer ferocity of this heavenly thunderbolt was so immense that it even caused slight rifts in the surrounding space. The surrounding disciples trembled in terror. Merely at the foundation establishment stage, they felt immense pressure despite the thunderbolt not targeting them. Yet as the target of this attack, Pei Jinglian remained calmer than anyone else. Her cold gaze fixed on the thunderbolt as it hurtled straight toward her. Her expression remained unchanged, her hands still raised. Suddenly, a faint green glow emanated from her right hand. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Her fingers snapped as if seizing something in midair, and the terrifyingly powerful bolt of lightning was directly clenched within her palm. Crackle! Electric arcs danced wildly between her fingers, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Yet her hand didn't even tremble. "Is this all you've got?" Pei Jinglian stared at Lín Xuān with utter scorn. The latter's face was equally filled with shock. Seeing the heavenly thunder she had unleashed with all her might so effortlessly caught in the other's hand, she felt her entire worldview crumbling. "Impossible. How did you do that? Even I wouldn't dare catch that thunderbolt." She roared in utter disbelief. Pei Jinglian merely gave her a cold glance before slowly crushing the thunderbolt to pieces right before her eyes. It looked less like neutralizing a devastating attack and more like tearing apart a flimsy piece of paper. The surrounding disciples were stunned. With power like that, 7th Elder must surpass even most gold core cultivators, right? Absolutely. I saw the 2nd Elder in action back then, and he wasn't nearly this impressive. Doesn't that mean the 7th Elder is actually the strongest practitioner in our Jade Mystic Sect right now? Exactly. As far as we can tell, no one seems stronger than the 7th Elder right now. In just a few words, the disciples swiftly elevated Pei Jinglian to the status of the strongest in the Jade Mystic Sect. While this was indeed the case, Lín Xuān reacted with shock upon hearing it. Her face twisted into a grimace as she glared at the disciples, snarling, "You dare support a cultivator of the demonic path? Have you no desire to live?" The disciples hadn't expected her to vent her frustration she couldn't take out on them onto them instead. They immediately shrank back, too afraid to speak. But at that moment, Pei Jinglian sneered coldly, "Fool. Still talking tough in this situation? I'd say you're the demonic cultivator here." Her words barely left her lips before her figure materialized directly before Lín Xuān. Before Lín Xuān could react, Pei Jinglian's hand clamped around her throat. Terrifying pressure instantly crushed her delicate throat. Ugh! Lín Xuān struggled to speak, but the pressure on her windpipe prevented any coherent sound. Pei Jinglian stared coldly at her. "You think you're all that just because you recently ascended to the golden core stage? Looks like you're a frog in a well who doesn't understand that there's always someone better out there. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." With that, she suddenly exerted force, flinging Lín Xuān violently against the nearby mountain peak. Boom! Lín Xuān's figure slammed into the mountain like a cannonball. The terrifying impact reduced the entire mountain into a cloud of dust, completely burying Lín Xuān beneath it. The scene left the surrounding disciples stunned, their necks instinctively shrinking back. Even from this distance, they felt a wave of pain wash over their bodies. And how utterly wretched must Lín Xuān look now, flung violently through the air. Cough cough cough. Under everyone's gaze, Lín Xuān rose from the rubble, covered in dust. She looked like a specter, her entire body torn and tattered, not a single spot left unscathed. Beyond that, her aura had withered to the extreme, like a crumbling house that could be toppled by the slightest breeze. The disciples watched in horror, unable to imagine the fate that would have befallen them had they been the ones flung away. Even in her pitiful state, Pei Jinglian clearly had no intention of letting her off.
If you want to walk out of here alive, kneel and beg for mercy now.
Those few words struck Lín Xuān's already strained heart like a blow, causing her legs to buckle. She collapsed to her knees. The disciples present erupted in a chorus of gasps.
Senior sister actually knelt? I thought she had more backbone than that.
Probably had her Dao heart shattered by the seventh elder. Look at her now, and she had the nerve to snap at us earlier. I've always disliked that senior sister. She devours our sect's best resources yet still complains they're never enough. In my opinion, she should have been expelled long ago.
Let's be honest, she's just a mediocre person who got lucky.
If it weren't for the sect master and others throwing resources at her, her cultivation level would probably be lower than mine. At that moment, the crowd perfectly embodied the phrase kicking someone when they're down, their barbed remarks piercing Lín Xuān's ears like sharp needles. She trembled with rage, yet her injuries were too severe to even muster a curse. Moreover, her kneeling posture was interpreted by all as a sign of submission to Pei Jinglian. Lín Xuān herself realized this. She struggled to rise, but fell again and again, each attempt looking like another kowtow. Overwhelmed by rage and agony, she suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. From start to finish, she hadn't laid a finger on Pei Jinglian. Instead, Pei Jinglian had reduced her to this state with just 2 casual moves. It could only be said that the golden core stage of a Chaos Saint body was an entirely different tier from that of an ordinary cultivator.
Lín Xuān truly couldn't even scratch Pei Jinglian.
Only because Pei Jinglian had deliberately held back, sparing her life, did Lín Xuān still draw breath.
Get a few people to carry her back for treatment. We don't want her dying here. Pei Jinglian coldly ordered as she surveyed the unconscious Lín Xuān. The disciples dared not resist, and one by one, they stepped forward to carry Lín Xuān away.
Additionally, the body of sect master Shen Weihong was carefully secured, awaiting burial on an auspicious day.
After settling these matters, Pei Jinglian did not linger long at the scene.
She immediately made her way to the sect leader's hall at the peak. She ordered the still living second elder and fifth elder summoned directly. As for the third elder, he had left the sect and vanished a full decade ago, leaving the position vacant and unfilled ever since. This was naturally Lín Xuān's intention, as the entire Jade Mystic Sect currently lacked anyone capable of shouldering such heavy responsibilities.
At present, Pei Jinglian stood as the most formidable combatant.
After careful consideration, he decided to have Pei Jinglian convene the Elders' Assembly immediately to determine the succession to the sect master's position ahead of schedule. After all, without a leader to hold the reins, the Jade Mystic Sect would likely disintegrate swiftly.
Chapter 152, Becoming the New Sect Leader, Internal Guild Testing begins. 7th Elder, what business do you have with us? The second elder and fifth elder supported each other as they entered the main hall. Their eyes immediately fell upon Pei Jinglian, seated directly upon the sect master's throne. Their expressions turned complex. After exchanging a glance, they silently took seats nearby.
Even without Pei Jinglian speaking, they understood why she had summoned them so abruptly. Sure enough, shortly after they sat down, Pei Jinglian spoke, "Everyone, sect leader Shen Weihong is dead, and the first elder has also been killed by me.
The entire Jade Mystic Sect now lacks a leader.
Therefore, I have decided that we shall elect a new sect master today. What are your thoughts?" Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, hearing Pei Jinglian state it so bluntly still caught them off guard.
Had they not known the truth, they might have believed Pei Jinglian orchestrated everything that happened today. The second elder immediately offered an awkward chuckle. "Well,
7th elder, seeing how we both are now, we're clearly unable to shoulder the heavy burden of leading the sect. Therefore, it would be most fitting for you, 7th elder, to inherit the position of sect master." The fifth elder nodded in agreement.
"Quite right.
As things stand, Elder 7, you are the only one in the Jade Mystic Sect with the strength to inherit the position of sect master.
We're both cripples now.
If 2 cripples like us became sect masters, other sects would surely laugh at us."
Both understood perfectly well that Pei Jinglian hadn't summoned them for any real discussion. This was merely a formality.
Naturally, they weren't foolish enough to suddenly step forward and declare their own candidacy for the sect leader position. After all, Pei Jinglian's power was plain for all to see. She was a formidable opponent that even the first elder, along with 2 demon cultivators, couldn't handle alone. The second elder had nearly been beaten to the point of being unable to care for himself. Faced with such circumstances, who would dare utter a single word of refusal? With virtually no resistance, Pei Jinglian became the new sect master of Yuxuan Sect. Almost the moment the two agreed, a notification immediately popped up on Lín Xuān's phone. In reality, Pei Jinglian identity updated. Successfully appointed as Jade Mystic Sect Patriarch. Triggered feedback Beta Guild feature. Beta Guild feature, an unreleased guild function. Players who obtain it can experience it early.
After establishing a guild, they can invite 10 players to join their faction. Holy! Seeing this notification, Lín Xuān blurted out a curse. He hadn't expected to trigger the guild feature this early. He recalled that in his previous life, this feature didn't appear until a year later. By then, most players would likely have reached the foundation establishment or golden core stages, with some stronger ones even at the nascent soul stage. The beast waves erupting then were terrifying, with no shortage of 4th tier or even 5th tier demon emperors and demon gods. To help players better withstand these waves, the game developers had deliberately introduced the guild system. After forming a guild, completing guild quests on time would grant various guild items. Among these were game-changing items like one that instantly granted all members the abilities of the highest level player, and another that could revive a fallen player on the spot. Essentially, establishing a guild early was like having an extra life-saving item compared to others. By activating this feature a full year early, Lín Xuān had maximized his advantage. Establish guild now? Seeing the prompt pop up, Lín Xuān selected Establish without hesitation. Name your guild. Xian Yuan Society. Name successful. Your guild can currently invite 9 more members. As soon as his guild was successfully established, Lín Xuān felt a virtual interface appear before his eyes. It displayed his guild information. Guild, Xian Yuan Guild. Guild Leader, Lín Xuān Golden Core Stage 1. Current members, none. Guild Level, 1. Guild Items, none. The interface is clean and simple, but every piece of data is crucial. First is membership. The more members you have, the more guild quests you can trigger. A guild with only 2 members might only trigger 1 or 2 low-level quests all year. In contrast, a guild bursting at the seams with members might trigger several high-level quests each month, each offering item rewards. For every guild, the number of members directly determines its strength. After all, most players will choose to join powerful guilds to increase their quest trigger frequency. Under these circumstances, a city will typically host no more than 3 guilds. It's impossible for 4 or more to coexist. A city's player population can only sustain 3 guilds at most. If a 4th guild were to emerge, it would find the city already saturated with members from the other 3 guilds. Establishing a new one would be a waste of resources and effort. Moreover, a crucial point is that once a player becomes a guild leader, they cannot join any other guild. In his previous life, Lín Xuān encountered an unlucky soul who arrogantly founded a guild without consulting anyone. As a result, no one ever joined, leaving him perpetually unable to receive guild quest rewards. Ultimately, while others had guild items, he had nothing and perished in the beast tide. Therefore, every player must carefully consider their social connections before establishing a guild. In his previous life, Lín Xuān had successfully established his own guild by attracting most of Jiangqing's players with the millions he'd pre-charged. He still remembered how he'd hounded people daily, showing up at their doorsteps like a salesman to recruit members. But now, he clearly didn't need to do that anymore, because his reputation had already spread worldwide. If he were to announce this news, he'd likely receive hundreds of millions of join requests simultaneously. Naturally, Lín Xuān wouldn't do that. After all, his guild was currently only level 1, with a capacity of just 10 members. Therefore, he must be meticulous in his selection, inviting only those who passed his rigorous standards. First up is Ma Xiaoyong. With his abilities, he definitely qualifies for my guild. After a moment's thought, Lín Xuān sent a guild invitation directly to Ma Xiaoyong. The latter would receive it immediately, and upon seeing it was from him, would likely accept without hesitation. That left 8 spots remaining. Lín Xuān fell deep in thought, pondering who else might be suitable. First were the 2 from the Demon Slaying Bureau. Their performance during the Beast Tide had been commendable, but their innate talent fell far short of the standards required for admission into Lín Xuān's guild. After pondering for a moment, he decided to pass on both of them. Chapter 153, First Encounter with the Southern Region's Female Dragon. Suddenly, he recalled a formidable individual he'd long sought to recruit as an ally. Time-wise, Lu Ruyan should be emerging from seclusion by now. Lu Ruyan was, of course, the formidable individual he'd mentioned earlier, one who had contracted a demon beast to become a character. Since Seven Knight's avatar was an extremely rare demon beast, her feedback mostly concerned physical strength or body refinement progress, essentially a standard frontline tank. Moreover, her innate talent was quite impressive, fully meeting his requirements for membership. He'd heard she'd first appeared in a small mountain village near the southern city. Now that he'd reached the golden core stage, he could handle any demon beasts he might encounter along the way. Why not go find her himself? No sooner said than done. Lín Xuān vanished from his spot with a slight shift. When his figure reappeared, he was already dozens of kilometers outside the city. With his golden core stage true essence surging at full capacity, Lín Xuān's speed became terrifyingly swift. Covering dozens of kilometers in an instant posed no difficulty whatsoever. The direction of that small mountain village should be this way. Lín Xuān confirmed the direction and accelerated at full speed toward that location. Even if Lu Ruyan remained in seclusion, with his current spiritual perception, he would eventually track her down. After all, players who had contracted with beast spirits would inevitably carry traces of their beast's aura within them. With careful searching, she could be found. Meanwhile, deep within an unnamed mountain range on the southern outskirts of the city, within a simple Taoist temple, a woman of striking beauty yet terrifyingly muscular physique finished packing her belongings. She silently locked the door of the temple, now devoid of any valuable possessions. As she turned the key, her eyes brimmed with reluctance. Having lived within these walls since childhood, the temple was home to Lín Xuān. Her family, specifically the Taoist master of this temple, had ascended to heaven days earlier, having reached the end of his earthly lifespan. Even though the Taoist master had bound a character, its innate talents were so poor that it couldn't even reflect cultivation progress. All it yielded were ordinary gold and silver items. Otherwise, even a mere first-tier Qi cultivation level would have been enough to extend the Taoist master's life for a while longer. What was even more unfortunate was that Lín Xuān had contracted a demon beast character. Had she instead contracted a human disciple with decent innate talent, there might have been a chance to obtain healing or life-prolonging elixirs. It could only be said that the Taoist master's fate was sealed. Even after cultivating a famed humanoid Tyrannosaurus, he could not escape his own demise. Thump! 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 Kneeling before the freshly built, modest grave outside the Taoist temple, Lín Xuān solemnly bowed her head 3 times. She shed no tears and uttered no words of sorrow. Instead, she smiled and waved, addressing the grave, "Master, your disciple is setting out to travel the world. Perhaps only when I am old, many years from now, will I return here to keep you company? I hope you won't feel lonely during this time." Without a backward glance, she turned and walked away, showing no lingering attachment whatsoever. Having been taught and guided by the Taoist master since childhood, Lín Xuān possessed an exceptionally optimistic nature. She never lingered in grief over the loss of a loved one. Even when the Taoist master breathed his last before her eyes, she cried for only a single day before regaining her composure. Perhaps her later transformation into a fearsome female dragon, dreaded by many, owed something to this very resilience. Though she lived secluded in the deep mountains, Lín Xuān still maintained contact with the outside world, otherwise, she wouldn't have a cell phone. In this day and age, those who truly lived in seclusion deep in the mountains were either fugitives or genuine wild men. For any normal person, achieving complete self-sufficiency was simply impossible. After all, the mountains offered no fertile fields for cultivation. Their daily staples, rice, oil, salt, were all brought up from the valley below. Thus, Lín Xuān did not get lost upon descending the mountain. Instead, she headed directly for her first destination, Nanchang. As far as she knew, Nanchang was a major provincial capital. She figured she'd encounter more of the world's harsh realities there, making it the perfect place to temper her spirit. Yet this plan was destined to fail. No sooner had she descended than a figure blocked her path. "Are you Lín Xuān?" Hearing the question from the person before her, a look of wariness instantly flashed across Lín Xuān's face. She remembered being relatively unknown. Why would a random stranger coming down the mountain know her name? It could only mean this person had researched her beforehand and was prepared. Her limited exposure to the outside world didn't mean she was foolish. The moment they met, she instantly sensed the ill intent radiating from this man. Her master had taught her that when faced with such men, she must first project strength. Lín Xuān immediately followed her master's teachings, showcasing her formidable side. Her frame suddenly swelled several sizes larger, transforming her into a veritable giantess with an adorable baby face. Standing over 13 feet tall with explosive muscles, yet sporting a face that looked like the neighbor's little sister, the incongruity was striking. But anyone who underestimated her because of that face would soon taste the impact of a fist the size of a sandbag. Lín Xuān merely glanced at her a few times and could already gauge the approximate level of her current strength. "I never expected this woman to advance so quickly. Though she's still at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, her physical strength likely rivals that of a peak 2nd-tier demon beast." Lín Xuān was secretly startled. If only the rankings had a clearer combat power list, Lín Xuān's strength would easily earn her a spot. Fortunately, he was now at the golden core stage. Had he still been at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, it would have been anyone's guess who would have subdued whom if he encountered Lín Xuān. "Hey, why are you blocking my way? If you have no business with me, would you kindly move aside?" Lín Xuān glared at the man before her, who was merely scrutinizing her from head to toe. His gaze made her deeply uncomfortable, and she immediately shot Lín Xuān a hostile look. The latter smiled faintly, making no attempt to hide his intentions. He stated his purpose with remarkable directness: "I want you to join my guild." "Guild?" Lín Xuān's brows furrowed slightly. "What's that? I've never heard of it. It's not some pyramid scheme, is it?" She recalled her master once warning her about places that appeared to be Taoist temples but were actually pyramid schemes, preying on superstitious women and gamblers. She hadn't heard of guilds, but since this man was inviting her to join, it must be something similar. She immediately stepped forward. If Lín Xuān uttered a single word, she would swing her fist without hesitation and send him flying. Chapter 154, Beat Me, and You Join. No need to be nervous. I'm genuinely here to recruit you. This isn't some pyramid scheme. Lín Xuān said softly as he looked at her. Lín Xuān frowned. But I've never heard of any guild. Lín Xuān replied calmly, that's because the feature isn't active yet.
I'll send you an invitation now, and you'll see if I'm genuine. With that, he sent a guild invitation directly to Lu Ruyan. A prompt inviting her to join the guild instantly echoed in Lu Ruyan's mind. Only then did she believe Lín Xuān's words were true, though she grew even more wary. If this feature wasn't even available yet, how did this guy get it? Something felt off about him. Inviting her to join some guild right off the bat, maybe once she joined, she wouldn't have the freedom she had now. After a moment's thought, she decided to decline, but she needed to do it tactfully. She could sense the immense power emanating from the man before her. His aura far surpassed her own. A blunt refusal might provoke him, so she needed to find a middle ground. This was a way of handling things her master had taught her before he passed. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ruyan spoke directly. Joining your guild is acceptable provided you can defeat me using only your physical strength. After all, isn't that how this world operates? The weak are preyed upon by the strong. I only submit to might. Hearing this, Lín Xuān was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Ruyan to actually challenge him to a contest of raw physical strength. It seemed she wasn't as hot-tempered and simple-minded as the rumors suggested. In his past life, Lu Ruyan was often described as blunt and hot-tempered. Yet here she was, the Southern Dragon, playing games with him. She knew he was powerful, yet she still wanted to test their physical strength against each other. After all, she was contracted to a demonic being. In terms of sheer physical strength alone, few could match her. Unfortunately for her, he happened to be one of the few who could. Lín Xuān possessed the chaos divine body of physique that was unmatched in physical strength, earning it the title of divine body. With a light chuckle, he readily agreed, fine. I'll test my strength against yours now. If I lose, you must accept my invitation to join the sect. If I win, I'll let you go. How does that sound? Who would have thought that Lu Ruyan would press her advantage, deeming this wager insufficient? She pressed on, no. That's unfair. If you merely let me go, how is that different from blackmail? You must at least owe me a favor. She was shrewd. Recognizing the formidable power of the man before her, she sought every means to make him indebted to her. That way, should she face danger in the future, she would have a reliable ally to rely on. Good grief, this Lu Ruyan isn't nearly as dumb as the rumors make her out to be. Lín Xuān chuckled to himself upon hearing this. Still, he nodded in agreement. Fine, deal. Let the battle begin. Boom. The moment the words left her mouth, Lu Ruyan's form shot upward like a cannonball. Instantly, she raised a fist as large as a sandbag, unleashing a blow with the crushing force of a mountain collapsing toward Lín Xuān. Lín Xuān had already suppressed his true essence, relying solely on his physical strength to engage Lu Ruyan. Whoosh! Though Lu Ruyan's fist hadn't yet struck, the air within a 10-zhang radius already crackled with explosive energy. Creak creak. Moreover, mid-air, dragon scales began sprouting across her arms. In the sunlight, these scales shimmered with dark golden patterns, radiating formidable strength. Facing this formidable opponent with dragon blood, Lín Xuān dared not take her lightly. Ha! His gaze hardened as he stomped his feet downward, sinking 3 inches into the ground. This allowed him to leverage the ground's resistance to counter her force. Simultaneously, the muscles in his right arm bulged rapidly. When that fist, carrying the roar of a dragon, slammed down, he neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he raised his elbow to meet it head-on. Boom! Instantly, a ring of shockwaves erupted around the two combatants, violently uprooting the entire patch of turf. Creak creak. The sheer force of the explosion even snapped a stone lamppost 30 paces away clean in two. This alone demonstrated just how terrifying the clash of power at the epicenter truly was. As the dust settled, Lu Ruyan's pupils contracted slightly. For now she saw her fist one powerful enough to shatter boulders in the mountains being held aloft with one hand by this seemingly frail man before her. Impossible. How could I possibly be outmatched in strength by this man before me? Gritting her teeth, she began channeling her power once more. Thud. Under the pressure of her force, spiderweb-like cracks began to spread wildly beneath Lín Xuān's feet. Yet his arm didn't even flinch. I thought you were something special. Turns out that's all you've got? Lín Xuān grinned, launching into his taunts. Then, in one swift motion, he spun and delivered a spinning kick. Clang! 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 The crossed arms Lu Ruyan used to block suddenly emitted a metallic clang. Under Lín Xuān's terrifying force, her 4-meter-tall frame was sent flying backward. She scraped a 3-meter-long deep trench into the ground before finally coming to a halt. Though unscathed, the mud caked on her made her look utterly disheveled. Your strength is this formidable too? Lu Ruyan slowly rose from the ground, her gaze fixed intently on the man before her. This was the first time she had ever been bested in strength. In the mountains and forests, even tigers and bears were no match for her. She could toss them aside effortlessly. Yet the power this man possessed was clearly far greater than her own. For the first time, she scrutinized the man before her. Though he appeared frail, the muscles hidden beneath his clothes were trembling with high-frequency vibrations. Such efficiency in muscle control left her feeling inadequate. No wonder he could overpower someone larger with such a slight frame. With that level of muscle efficiency, he wasted not a single ounce of strength. Facing such an enemy, even if he were twice as strong, he still wouldn't stand a chance. But she possessed more than just muscle, she also carried the bloodline of the dragon clan.
Now I'm going to get serious.
Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, and immediately, dragon scales began to sprout across her face. Before long, her entire body was encased in a layer of dragon scales, transforming her into a humanoid tyrannosaurus.
Is this the true combat form of a female dragon?
Lín Xuān examined her form with keen interest. In his previous life, he had long heard of this tyrannosaurus's formidable reputation, but this was his first time witnessing it in person. Though separated by dozens of meters, Lín Xuān could sense her aura and power had risen to a new level. Clearly, only in this state could Lu Ruyan unleash her full power.
Chapter 155, Arrival from the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau.
Who are these two, to unleash such overwhelming power? While Lu Ruyan and Lín Xuān clashed, nearby villagers had long been drawn by the commotion they created. One by one, they hid within nearby buildings, silently peering at the scene. They were utterly stunned by the overwhelming power unleashed by the two combatants. Clearly, they never imagined that seemingly ordinary individuals could generate such earth-shaking force with every strike and move.
Their panic intensified when they witnessed Lu Ruyan transform into a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Someone cried out in alarm, could that be a demon beast that's already taken human form?
If this continues, that person will be in grave danger.
We must report this to the South City Demon Slaying Bureau immediately.
You're right.
If this fight continues, that person will surely die. We must get the Demon Slaying Bureau here first. Otherwise, this place might also be targeted and destroyed by that demon beast. Mistaking Lu Ruyan for a demon beast, the crowd panicked and immediately dialed the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau. Hello, South City Demon Slaying Bureau?
Hurry over here.
A demon beast has appeared and is attacking humans.
The operator on the other end immediately took it seriously. Don't make any rash moves for now.
We'll send reinforcements immediately. They should arrive in about 10 minutes. Remember, don't let the demon beast harm any more people.
Keep us updated on its movements at all times.
Got it.
Hurry up, or I'm afraid that person won't hold out much longer. After hanging up, the group stared in horror at the two combatants locked in battle.
Bam!
Both sides plunged into a brutal, primal brawl, fists and legs flying in a relentless exchange. Neither dodged, relying solely on their heavy blows and formidable physiques to test who could strike harder and endure more. Clearly, Lín Xuān held the upper hand in this regard. Even now, facing the relentless onslaught of Lu Ruyan, this human-shaped raging beast, he remained unfazed, even finding the energy to quip, your form doesn't seem to have gotten much stronger.
Maybe you should consider learning some training techniques from me? Shut up. This instantly enraged Lu Ruyan.
In her rampaging state, an inhuman growl erupted from her throat. Her fists then rained down on Lín Xuān like a storm. It was clear that in this frenzied rage, Lu Ruyan's power had become even more ferocious. Even Lín Xuān was struggling to withstand the assault. With every punch landing on his body, he could feel his blood vessels being squeezed to their absolute limit. Had he not possessed the Chaos Divine body, granting him extraordinary physical resilience, a single blow might have shattered his veins completely. Looks like she's really worked herself up. Lín Xuān observed her state and silently noted to himself, simultaneously increasing his own force. Indeed, he had been holding back his power all along, careful not to injure the man before him.
But judging by the situation, this opponent's toughness matched his own.
So, he decided to unleash his full force.
With both combatants unleashing their full power, the first casualties were the onlookers. Eager to witness the outcome, they had remained close. Now, with both fighters unleashing their full power, each clash produced a deafening sonic boom.
Under the deafening blasts, some villagers with weaker constitutions were actually knocked unconscious by the sheer force of the shockwaves. This scene instantly terrified many people, who hadn't expected that merely watching could leave them caught in the aftermath. They swiftly carried the fainted individuals back over 1,000 meters before stopping. The crowd watched the two combatants still locked in battle in the distance with disbelief. I can understand that beast being powerful, but that human is insane. He's actually holding his own against a demon beast. Unless he's a demon beast himself, it's hard to imagine a human body being that strong. I suspect he is a demon beast himself. After all, I've never seen a human whose physical strength alone could hold its own against a demon beast. Lín Xuān's performance was so utterly monstrous that many now believed he was a demon beast himself. The battle on the field had now reached a fever pitch. Both sides exchanged blows relentlessly, each punch landing on flesh with a dull thud. Yet neither showed significant injury, not even a single drop of blood was visible. Lu Ruyan, of course, relied on the armor covering her body to absorb much of the force, while Lín Xuān was purely relying on the strength of his Chaos Divine body to endure. Though each punch left the struck area numb and throbbing, he ignored the pain as long as he could endure it. By this stage, both combatants were nearing exhaustion. Each punch had been delivered with maximum force, and the relentless barrage had taken its toll. Even their beastly constitutions and chaos-sacred bodies were struggling to keep up. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, followed by an ethereal voice, "Daring demon beast.
How dare you harm people on human territory? You seek death.
Immediately, Lu Ruyan was bathed in a golden light. Under its glow, she distinctly felt her movements slow considerably. Clearly, this was no ordinary artifact. Merely being illuminated by it was enough to freeze one's movements. Lín Xuān looked up to see a squad had materialized in the sky.
All 5 members wore black robes embroidered with the distinct emblem of the Demon Slaying Bureau. How did we attract the Demon Slaying Bureau, he thought, startled. Don't just stand there, brother. Finish him off. I've got him pinned. A Demon Slaying Bureau member wielding a bronze mirror shouted at Lín Xuān.
The golden light had emanated from that very mirror. Lín Xuān was at a loss for words.
I just wanted to have a proper duel with Lu Ruyan,
but these people seem to think she's some kind of demon beast. With no other choice, he explained, you've got the wrong idea.
This man isn't a demon beast, he's a real human.
It's just that the character he contracted with is a bit peculiar, giving him abilities similar to those of the demon race.
What?
Hearing this, the 5 reinforcements from the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau were startled. They all turned to look at Lu Ruyan, only to see the dragon scales covering her body slowly dissipating, revealing her original appearance. With a nose, eyes, and a normal physique, she was undoubtedly human. At least, none of them had ever seen a demon beast that could shapeshift into a human so convincingly. The member holding the bronze mirror immediately stammered an apology, stowing his weapon away.
He turned to Lu Ruyan with a pained expression. My apologies. I misunderstood earlier.
She shot him a fierce glare. Had she not been utterly drained of strength, she would have charged forward to punch him.
Chapter 156, Misunderstanding Cleared. South City. Lín Xuān and Lu Ruyan had been invited to the Demon Slaying Bureau for tea.
However, they weren't detained for causing trouble, they'd actually been invited. After all, the combat prowess they had displayed was simply too formidable. It had stirred the Demon Slaying Bureau's desire to recruit talent, and they were eager to bring them on board.
May I inquire about your names?
An elderly man placed 2 cups of tea before them with great courtesy and inquired politely.
Lu Ruyan.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan became unexpectedly courteous, promptly stating her name. After all, she remembered her master's advice, never appear overly fierce to those who show you courtesy. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. That was her approach to life. Had Lín Xuān not immediately proposed she join his guild, she might well have accompanied him on his journey. After all, she had just arrived and nowhere else to go.
Having someone guide her would be ideal.
However, Lín Xuān's tone had been somewhat stiff, causing her to develop some resistance.
This ultimately led to a fierce battle between them, which was discovered by the Demon Slaying Bureau, who then brought them back. Lu Ruyan? A fine name, the elder remarked approvingly. He then turned his gaze to Lín Xuān, and what might this gentleman's name be?
Lín Xuān hesitated for a moment before blurting out his name. My name is Lín Xuān.
Lín Xuān?
The moment they heard that name, both men froze. The elder abruptly stood up, staring at Lín Xuān in disbelief.
You say your name is Lín Xuān?
Lín Xuān shrugged.
What's the matter? That's my name. The old man slumped back into his seat, his voice trembling as he asked, You wouldn't happen to be that Lín Xuān who's been dominating the top spots on every single ranking list, would you?
Lín Xuān made no attempt to hide his identity, acknowledging it bluntly. That's correct.
That is indeed me.
I have become somewhat famous recently.
Lu Ruyan and the old man exchanged a look that screamed, You call that a bit famous?
Upon learning the man before them was Lín Xuān, both reacted strongly, especially Lu Ruyan. She gritted her teeth in frustration.
Why didn't you just say you were Lín Xuān?
Then we wouldn't have wasted our energy fighting.
Though he'd been secluded deep in the mountains, he'd witnessed the cataclysmic changes in the sky that day. The name Lín Xuān should have left a deep impression on him.
Had he revealed his identity from the start, she wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Even now, her chest still ached faintly. This guy really is full of himself.
Lín Xuān shot her a glance and retorted, Would revealing my name really make you believe I'm Lín Xuān? If I hadn't beaten you, you'd probably never have accepted it, right? Lu Ruyan was instantly speechless.
After all, she probably wouldn't have believed a stranger suddenly demanding she join his guild was Lín Xuān anyway. At that moment, the old man's expression visibly shifted to one of fear. So it's you, Lord Lín Xuān.
May I ask what brings you to South City?
He vividly recalled how the last time this man visited, he had casually murdered the son of the deputy director of the Demon Slaying Bureau before strutting away. The entire city had been gripped by fear during that period, terrified that one day their own door would be kicked in, followed by their own murder and the killer's unhurried departure. Especially now that Lín Xuān had become world-renowned, his name was practically known to everyone. With such a formidable figure suddenly returning to Nanchang, anyone would assume he'd come to kill.
But they were mistaken. Last time was purely about revenge.
Now, with no enemies left in South City, he certainly wouldn't go on a killing spree.
His sole purpose was to recruit Lu Ruyan.
Thus, Lín Xuān made no pretense, pointing directly at Lu Ruyan beside him and stating plainly, I only wish to recruit her into my guild. Beyond that, I have no other intentions. You can rest assured there's no need to fear I'll slaughter your people like last time. The elder fell silent.
He hadn't expected the big shot Lín Xuān to be so blunt. Yet when he heard Lín Xuān had come specifically to recruit someone close to him into his guild, a look of confusion flashed across his face. What exactly is a guild? Lín Xuān replied, it's an exclusive beta feature only I possess. You regular players will likely have to wait a year to get it. The old man's face turned pale with shock. You have beta testing privileges? Lín Xuān shrugged. As the world's top player, having beta testing privileges is only natural, right? The old man was speechless. Still, he tentatively inquired, may I ask, Master Lín Xuān, what exactly is this guild feature? Could you share a bit about it? Lín Xuān happened to want to introduce it to Lu Ruyan anyway, so he simply stated, this guild feature is extremely simple. Once players join a guild, they can assist each other without causing direct harm. Hearing this, both of them were baffled. What do you mean no direct damage? Lín Xuān pointed at Lu Ruyan and explained, if this fellow joins my guild, then when we spar like we did today, it won't cause any harm. Even if he's an ordinary mortal, I couldn't possibly kill him with my own hands. But if someone wanted to scheme against you, they could still harm you. After saying this, Lín Xuān's expression turned slightly unnatural. After all, in his previous life, he had been framed by his ex-wife and perished in the beast tide. Upon hearing of such an extraordinary ability, the old man's face lit up with envy. With such a tool, the Demon Slaying Bureau would never have to worry about screening personnel again. Although Big Shot Lín Xuān mentioned other ways to frame teammates, at least anyone joining the Demon Slaying Bureau and a guild wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by their own comrades during missions. Not long ago, they had recruited a player with a notorious track record. Fed up with being bossed around by his superior, he had struck back during a mission, brutally attacking his own commander. Although they swiftly executed the traitor on the spot, the resulting losses were still unimaginable. After all, that superior was one of the most talented players in the entire Demon Slaying Bureau, only to meet his end at the hands of a villain. Unfortunately, according to Big Shot Lín Xuān, us regular players will have to wait at least a year before we can access the guild's beta features. If only Lord Lín Xuān would join our Demon Slaying Bureau. The elder thought to himself, though he knew it was impossible. He'd heard the man had even turned down an invitation from the Demon Slaying Bureau headquarters. How could he possibly deign to join their humble South City branch? Chapter 157, The Fool Who Didn't Know Better. Lu Ruyan, have you made up your mind? Will you join my guild? Lín Xuān formally extended his invitation to Lu Ruyan. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded. Alright, I'll join your guild. But you must guarantee you won't restrict my personal freedom. Hearing this, Lín Xuān nearly laughed. What kind of villain do you think I am? Why would I restrict your personal freedom? He immediately shook his head and promised, don't worry. I'm not some controlling, overbearing boss. You can rest assured I won't restrict your personal freedom. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt considerably reassured. She nodded slightly. Alright then. I'll join your guild right now. She promptly accepted Lín Xuān's guild invitation. Lín Xuān received a notification on his end, confirming one more member had joined. Alright, now that you've joined my guild, let's head back to Jiangchen. Having achieved his goal, Lín Xuān clapped his hands and stood up, preparing to lead Lu Ruyan away. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the ears of all players in South City. Warning! Citywide beast tide triggered prematurely. All players must remain within the city to avoid being surrounded and attacked by the beast tide. As this beast tide arrived 4 days early, a citywide resistance buff is activated. All players receive a 20% combat power boost. Additionally, defeating beasts now grants a chance to drop treasure chests and cultivation feedback. All three figures in the room wore stunned expressions. They hadn't expected the beast tide in their area to advance as well. Lín Xuān, in particular, wore an extremely subtle expression, even suspecting the game developers were targeting him. How else can you explain why the beast tide advances wherever I go? That's way too coincidental. And it couldn't have happened earlier or later. It had to advance just when I arrived. This is definitely the game developers targeting me. Looks like we can't just leave now. Lín Xuān shrugged at Lu Ruyan. The latter, however, showed little disappointment. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I love this beast wave. It feels like it was specifically summoned to welcome me down the mountain. Lín Xuān was momentarily speechless. Is this kid a little off his rocker? Everyone else dreads encountering beast swarms, yet this guy actually relishes the fight. The old man grimaced. My apologies, everyone. It seems you'll have to stay and help us fend off the beast tide. Lín Xuān shrugged. Enough with the pleasantries. Get your men organized. I'll command the defense against this beast tide. The old man's eyes lit up at this. It seemed he genuinely intended to cooperate. Otherwise, Lín Xuān could easily fight alone and break through the siege with the person by his side. After all, as a formidable gold core cultivator, coupled with the demon beast bloodline of the person beside him, they could easily break through the beast tide. But he hadn't done so. This clearly indicated they intended to help the southern city players repel the beast tide together, an unmistakable gesture of goodwill. Alas, he was merely overthinking it, for Lín Xuān simply sought the rewards from this beast tide. Last time in Jiangcheng, the Beast Tide reward had directly granted him a sacred dragon egg, plus a sudden surge in cultivation to the golden core stage. If given the chance this time, he hoped to surge his cultivation directly to the second or even third layer of the golden core stage by slaying demon beasts. Of course, if he could obtain a demon beast egg comparable to the sacred dragon egg, that would be acceptable too. His demands weren't particularly high. The old man leapt to his feet, his excitement palpable. He pounded his chest emphatically. Rest assured, Lord Lín Xuān. We'll immediately assign you our most elite troops. They will obey your every command without question. Lín Xuān gave a slight nod and waved his hand. Then go make the arrangements promptly. I won't waste any more words here. The elder nodded hastily, even performing a ceremonial bow with great solemnity. On behalf of the citizens of South City, I thank you for staying. With that, he exited with visible excitement, heading off to mobilize the troops. Lu Ruyan, however, looked at Lín Xuān with puzzlement. You seem quite familiar with this beast tide? She could detect this familiarity in his manner of speaking. Lín Xuān shrugged. I've had the pleasure of experiencing one before. Lu Ruyan gasped, her mouth slightly agape. You've already experienced one so soon? You must have been so weak back then. Lín Xuān was speechless. This girl really didn't mince words. While it was true they were all weak back then, he certainly hadn't been. Perhaps sensing this girl might have some issues, Lín Xuān chose to ignore her further. Lu Ruyan, oblivious to this, continued chattering away. I feel like you might not be as strong as everyone thinks. If I had time, I bet I could catch up to you. What's your contracted role? It must be pretty powerful, otherwise you wouldn't have had such good luck advancing to the golden core stage so early. How old are you? Where are your parents? Can you tell me more about the characteristics of this beast tide? Lín Xuān couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand on the table and snapped, could you please just shut up for a moment? You're driving me crazy. Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I haven't talked to anyone in so long that I'm a bit chatty right now. Usually, I'm actually pretty aloof. Lín Xuān. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door was knocked urgently. Without even looking up, Lín Xuān said, come in. Several young faces entered immediately. So you're the elite of the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau? Lín Xuān surveyed them as he asked 4 men and 3 women, a fairly balanced gender mix. Introduce yourselves. Lín Xuān set down his pen, looked up, and said. Immediately, the 7 began introducing themselves. Greetings, Senior Lín Xuān. I'm Bai Yi, at the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment Cultivation. Hello, Senior Lín Xuān. I'm Bai Air. My cultivation is at the 3rd layer of the Foundation Establishment stage. Greetings, Senior Lín Xuān. I am Bai Qi, at the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment. The introductions proceeded swiftly. Lín Xuān noticed that Bai Qi's tone was particularly unfriendly, as if tinged with a hint of resentment. Lín Xuān frowned. He didn't recall provoking this person. Why was he speaking like this? Was he just a troublemaker? A smile instantly spread across Lín Xuān's face. He loved troublemakers like this. Without hesitation, he singled out Bai Qi. You claim to be at the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment. Think you're some kind of powerhouse? Bai Qi visibly frowned at the remark, but he forced down his inner resentment and shook his head. Big shot Lín Xuān, I've never harbored any resentment. I don't know how you perceived it in my heart. Chapter 158, Your Chance to Challenge. Lín Xuān chuckled upon hearing this. Your expression alone tells me you're resentful. What's the matter? This was clearly targeting him. The expressions of the 7 members of the Bai family squad, a name clearly adopted later, suddenly darkened. Their expressions simultaneously darkened. Seeing this, Lín Xuān's expression grew even more subtle. Well, so you like to stick together, do you? No. We're not banding together at all. Bai Yi shook his head in protest. We're just respectfully disagreeing with your incorrect views. Bai Qi hasn't shown any signs of being a troublemaker from start to finish. The others chimed in unison, exactly. Bai Qi's behavior was perfectly normal. Why are you singling him out? Lín Xuān nearly laughed in exasperation at this blatant clique forming. You're also obviously ganging up, yet you still have the nerve to make excuses? Looks like it's time to teach you a lesson. Lín Xuān stood up immediately, pointing at all 7 of them and beckoning with a flick of his finger. Come at me all together. Let's see if you really have the strength to stick together. If you can make me move even one step, I'll let you stick together. How about I even make you my superiors? Hearing this, all 6 of them except Bai Qi flinched slightly. They detected the displeasure in Lín Xuān's tone. While they had indeed formed a clique, they weren't willing to let one Lín Xuān ruin the hard-earned camaraderie they'd built among the 7. They had spent considerable time honing their skills at the Southern City Demon Slaying Bureau to form this 7-member squad. Initially, each bore a different surname, but upon Bai Qi's suggestion, they all adopted the surname Bai, renaming themselves from 1 to 7. Their routine training emphasized unity, which is why they appeared cliquish earlier. In truth, it was merely a habit ingrained from their routine training. The sudden addition of Lín Xuān as their leader had simply caught them off guard. But Lín Xuān couldn't care less about their habits.
He knew they didn't respect him, so he had to beat them into submission just like he'd done to Lu Ruyan earlier. Speaking with fists had always been Lín Xuān's style, and clearly, this group needed a fist-based lesson.
Big brother Lín Xuān, we truly didn't mean to act like that. It's just, we're so used to it. Enough. No need to explain.
Bai Yi was about to elaborate, but Bai Qi abruptly cut him off, glaring at Lín Xuān with fury.
You just got lucky, contracting a stronger character. You actually think it's your own skill?
Let's be clear, everyone here has contracted an A-rank character. But I reached my current level through my own hard work.
Even S ranks aren't stronger than us.
So Lín Xuān, we call you Big Shot only because your cultivation level is higher, not because we truly respect you as a person. If anyone else were here with a higher cultivation level than us, we'd call them Big Shot too. Of course, that's only if they're willing to respect us. And you clearly don't have the qualifications to be called boss anymore.
You come in here with that condescending attitude, what do you think you are? We may not be your match now, but that doesn't mean we won't be in the future. Got it?
Bai Qi's words stunned the other 6 members. They never expected the usually mild-mannered Bai Qi to show such defiance when facing Lín Xuān. As the team leader, Bai Yi's face immediately darkened upon hearing these words.
He knew Lín Xuān must be furious by now.
If the other side had any ruthlessness, all 7 of them might well have met their end here today. To his surprise, however, Lín Xuān didn't appear particularly furious. He maintained his usual smiling expression as he addressed them. You're quite skilled with words.
Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll stand right here without moving. If you can make me take even one step, I'll apologize for my earlier attitude. How about it?
You said it yourself. Bai Qi sneered coldly, then moved without hesitation. The other 6 men, seeing this, felt a jolt of alarm.
After a moment's hesitation, they chose to follow Bai Qi's lead. Die!
Bai Qi roared, his form shifting like a phantom until he materialized behind Lín Xuān.
A jet-black dagger had materialized in his hand, its origins unknown.
Its appearance alone made it clear, a single touch from this blade would mean certain death or injury. Bai Qi had used this very move to kill countless evil players and demonic beasts that had dared to trespass into the city, rarely ever missing his mark. But today, he had failed.
Clang!
A crisp metallic clang echoed, followed by Bai Qi staring in stunned disbelief as Lín Xuān casually caught the dagger without even turning his head.
Snap!
With a sharp snap, before Bai Qi could process the shock, his dagger snapped clean in two.
The other hadn't even turned around. And keep in mind, this dagger was a high-grade yellow rank artifact, its hardness surpassing any material currently found on Blue Star.
That he could snap it so effortlessly with a simple pinch spoke volumes about his strength. But at that moment, the attacks from Bai Yi and the other 5 arrived. Some provided power amplification effects from the rear, while others chanted songs imbued with psychic attacks.
The remaining 3 attacked Lín Xuān from above, below, and the left flank, striking with ruthless ferocity. Those wielding blades used blades, those wielding swords used swords, each targeting Lín Xuān's vital points.
This coordinated assault had once been capable of instantly defeating any opponent, even a demon beast rivaling the strength of a 9th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator.
This seamless coordination stemmed from their relentless training as a unified unit.
Unfortunately, their opponent this time was Lín Xuān. Facing such multi-directional assaults, Lín Xuān remained unflustered, merely flicking his finger lightly. Suddenly, a violent gale swept through the room. The woman singing felt a sharp pain in her throat, instantly losing her voice. The woman applying buffs to her teammates found her movements frozen, unable to move. The worst fate befell the woman bearing the frontal assault and the 2 men. Their magical artifacts shattered instantly, and all 3 flew backward like kites whose strings had snapped. As for Bai Qi, his fate was the most wretched. Lín Xuān seized his head with one hand and slammed it into the floor. Boom! The floor shattered instantly, erupting in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Bai Qi lay motionless on the spot, seemingly completely lifeless.
Chapter 159, The Only Way to Break the Spell. Silence.
The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. In just a single second, Lín Xuān stood motionless and wiped out Bai Qi's entire squad. This astonishing display of combat prowess left not only Bai Qi unconscious, but even Lu Ruyan behind him too stunned to speak for a long while. She knew Lín Xuān was formidable at full strength, she herself might not last long. But she never imagined he would be this powerful, even she might not withstand an attack from so many people at once. Yet these 7 men had been kicked to death like stray dogs before Lín Xuān. Frankly, Lu Ruyan suspected she wouldn't last a single strike if she stepped forward.
Lín Xuān at full power was terrifying.
Previously, he had already matched her blow for blow with sheer physical strength alone. Now, after harnessing his true essence, he had completely transcended the realm of humanity. He was simply beyond the capabilities of current players to oppose. It was hard to fathom why someone like this would still be among human players. Shouldn't he be serving as someone's contracted character within the game world? Cough cough cough. At that moment, Bai Qi, who had been knocked unconscious, slowly regained consciousness after a fit of coughing. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, he stood up. The defiant look on his face had vanished, replaced by nothing but fear and awe.
Big shot Lín Xuān, I'm impressed. You truly are the world's #1 player. We're willing to follow your lead.
He was now completely docile, showing no trace of his earlier defiance toward Lín Xuān. The remaining members, including Bai Yi, all bowed their heads, daring not utter another word of dissent. Seeing their compliance, Lín Xuān saw no need to press the issue further. He silently returned to his seat. He remarked indifferently, "I have no personal grudge against any of you. I simply hope you'll rein in your tempers next time. After all, there's always someone stronger out there. When you encounter someone superior, bow your heads willingly instead of waiting to be beaten into submission. Got it?" Bai Qi was so ashamed he couldn't even lift his head. Ever since standing up, he'd kept his gaze fixed downward, unable to meet Lín Xuān's eyes. Because at that moment, he felt those words were directed entirely at him. Having provoked the formidable Lín Xuān right off the bat, Bai Qi felt his life was already over. Snap! Lín Xuān suddenly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the 7 men felt an inexplicable force surge into their bodies. Their injuries began healing at an astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, even Bai Qi, the most severely wounded, had fully recovered. What is this? Shock and bewilderment flashed in all 7 men's eyes. Lín Xuān finally explained, "Don't worry. Since a beast tide is coming, I won't let you fight while injured. So I just gave you a quick heal. No need to thank me." For him, healing these mere foundation establishment cultivators consumed only a drop in the bucket of his true essence. Yet this small gesture instantly won over the hearts of Bai Yi and the others. They never imagined that after their provocation, the formidable Lín Xuān would show such kindness by offering to heal their wounds. This demonstrated a magnanimity so vast it rendered him utterly indifferent to others' scornful remarks. Bai Qi bit his lip. Only now did he truly grasp the caliber of the elite figure he just provoked. Had it not been for this beast tide, I might never have become his subordinate. Now, through this opportunity presented by the beast tide, I even have the privilege of being commanded by him. The irony is, he just considered this a disgrace, yet in reality, it's an opportunity most would beg for. So those who refused to become his subordinates just now were utterly foolish. Enough. Don't give me that look. If not for the beast tide, I wouldn't bother treating you lot. Lín Xuān waved his hand, unwilling to engage further. He simply ordered them to follow him, preparing to head outside the city to confront the beast tide head-on. Hearing this order, Bai Yi and the others were stunned. They assumed their men would be defending the city walls, yet Lín Xuān was ordering them to charge headlong into battle right from the start. Was this really wise? But at this moment, no one was foolish enough to voice further objections. They silently fell in behind Lín Xuān, even Lu Ruyan included. Panic now gripped the entire southern city. Groups of residents huddled together could be seen everywhere on the streets. Clearly, the sudden announcement had terrified them all, leaving each person somewhat at a loss. However, members of the Demon Slaying Bureau began appearing on the streets, organizing the residents into effective defensive formations. After all, while this beast tide was slightly weaker than the one expected in a few days, the players in South City hadn't yet reached the strength required for that level of threat. After all, a few days were sufficient for many to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Under normal circumstances, this time frame coincided precisely with when most ordinary players would advance to the foundation establishment stage. Had it been delayed by just a few days, the overall strength of South City would have risen by an entire tier. A beast tide erupting unexpectedly during this critical window would undoubtedly claim many lives. After all, South City was a major metropolis, meaning the resulting beast tide would naturally be on a much larger scale. Lín Xuān might alter the course of a local battle, but if other fronts collapsed, he'd be powerless to save them. South City's only hope now rested on the Demon Slaying Bureau members demonstrating exceptional skill and leadership, inspiring the city's players to fight with fearless determination. This is the only path to save South City. Otherwise, Lín Xuān truly couldn't imagine how they could survive. After all, when facing a beast tide, humanity's greatest asset besides cultivation strength is courage. Only by fighting with utter disregard for death could they barely hold back the beast tide's assault, stalling until Lín Xuān dealt with the other wave of beasts. Then, with the freed players, they could reinforce other directions. This was the only solution. But this solution demands massive player sacrifice, and this untrained group would never go that far. Therefore, the southern city currently stands on the brink of collapse even with Lín Xuān, a golden core cultivator, stationed there. Unless Lín Xuān could swiftly eliminate the beast tide on one flank without relying on the residents to hold out. That was why he was so frantic right now. After all, every second delayed could mean the deaths of countless southern city residents. All along the way, he kept shouting, "Foundation establishment cultivators, listen up. I'm Lín Xuān. If you want to live, follow me." Hearing this, many eyes lit up. They had all heard of this powerful figure's reputation and immediately began following him. Chapter 160, Calling me a Deserter? They'd shot Lín Xuān. What exactly are we doing now? Bai Qi clung close behind Lín Xuān, his expression grave as he asked. He noticed Lín Xuān was steadily heading toward the city gates, which had already been sealed off. After all, they were supposed to be fighting the beast tide together. If anyone fled, it would only cause panic among the city's residents.
Moreover, according to the announcement, escaping now was essentially a death sentence. The beast tide outside had likely already surrounded the city, though it remained unseen for now. He feared Lín Xuān intended to lead them all to escape, and Lín Xuān certainly possessed the strength to do so. With their assistance, it might actually be possible to escape the countless demon beasts. But this wasn't Bixie and the others' intention. After all, they had come here to help the residents of South City resist the beast tide. If they simply fled now, what would become of the people of South City? Moreover, along the way, Lín Xuān had gathered a large group of Foundation establishment cultivators. These individuals were likely also planning to flee, which was why they had followed him. Along the way, they had also encountered many disapproving glances from members of the Demon Slaying Bureau. Presumably, they too believed the mighty Lín Xuān was preparing to flee, though they dared not voice their anger due to his overwhelming power. This was hard for Bixie to accept. Deep down, he had always believed he was following Lord Lín Xuān out of the city to fight the beasts. But the situation was growing increasingly unsettling. Nearly every Foundation establishment cultivator around them wore expressions of relief, likely assuming Lord Lín Xuān was leading them straight through the enemy lines. In truth, Bixie himself felt uncertain. He'd noticed that throughout their journey, Lín Xuān had only been busy greeting people, never once mentioning what their actual purpose was. Bixie glanced back at the crowd surrounding them and realized the gathered Foundation establishment players numbered in the thousands. This nearly drained the entire backbone of South City's defenses. If this entire contingent fled, Southern City would likely lose all capacity to resist. The remaining millions of residents would perish in this beast tide. Don't worry. I won't be fleeing. When Bixie couldn't help but ask again, Lín Xuān finally answered him. Upon hearing this answer, Bixie instantly fell silent. He knew Lín Xuān wasn't the type to break his word. People of this caliber were as good as gold, as evidenced by how he'd just stepped in to heal their wounds. What shocked him even more, however, was that the other party genuinely intended to gather forces and proactively confront the beast tide. Wasn't that utterly insane? The optimal strategy should be to leverage the city wall's height advantage and attack the beasts from above, effectively minimizing casualties. Yet now, choosing to fight outside the walls meant abandoning that crucial advantage. Without the wall's protection, could they truly stand against the beasts? Bixie had no confidence in this plan, yet he dared not question Lín Xuān. After all, the latter had just thoroughly defeated them. Raising objections now would only make him look like a sore loser. Thus, Bixie could only silently follow behind them, not daring to utter a single word. Finally, the entire group marched out beyond the city walls. Beyond the walls, the landscape was now riddled with freshly dug trenches. The southern city authorities, naturally unwilling to stand idly by, had urgently mobilized machinery to excavate a deep moat encircling the perimeter. This strategic maneuver aimed to slow the demon beast's advance. The supervisor in charge was startled to see this group emerge suddenly, every one of them Foundation establishment cultivators. The aura emanating from the leaders was terrifyingly powerful. He was utterly shocked. Though fear stirred within him, he steeled his nerves and approached, asking, "May I inquire where you are headed?" With the demon beasts approaching, would you consider returning within the city walls? Though he claimed it was for everyone's safety, his true intention was to keep these powerful individuals within the southern city to aid in repelling the demon beasts. The others behind him saw right through this ploy. Immediately, someone barked, "You blind fool, get out of our way. Can't you see we're heading out? Dare to block us, and watch out, big shot Lín Xuān might just smash you flat with one palm strike." What? Lord Lín Xuān? Hearing that name, the official's heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned to look at Lín Xuān, the leader of the group. Only then did he realize that the man radiating such overwhelming power was none other than the globally renowned Lord Lín Xuān. Now he dared not obstruct them. He obediently cleared the path, though a flash of resentment flickered in his heart. These people feast on the finest resources of the southern city, enjoying the best treatment, yet when faced with a beast tide, they're the first to flee. Utterly disgusting. Even this so-called Lord Lín Xuān, in his eyes, he's nothing special. Beyond raw power, he lacks the mindset of a true stronghold. Shouldn't most powerful individuals stand with the people against the beasts in a crisis like this? How dare someone lead the few remaining pillars of strength to flee? It's utterly despicable. At that moment, Bixie, Lu Ruyan, and the others also halted their retreat. Though they wouldn't defy Lín Xuān, they were unwilling to flee outright, for they still wished to remain in South City. After all, this was their home where many had grown up. To abandon it now felt inhumane. Many Foundation establishment cultivators who had initially planned to flee also halted. Seeing the pleading gazes of the uncles and aunts digging trenches, their hearts softened, and they too stopped, refusing to follow Lín Xuān out. Noticing this, Lín Xuān turned back in confusion. "What's the matter with you? Legs too sore to walk?" Bixie hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his discontent and dissent. "Sorry, big shot Lín Xuān, but I can't just run away the moment trouble hits. Neither can most of us." His tone was grave. "South City has given me so much. Asking me to abandon it now and flee is simply impossible for me. So, Boss Lín Xuān, if you choose to leave, I won't hold it against you. But please allow us to stay and help South City resist the beast tide." The crowd behind him began to shout in unison, "That's right. Brother Lín Xuān, we want to stay in South City. We want to help its people fight the beast tide together. Nanchang is my home. Senior brother Lín Xuān, I won't leave. If you must go, Lord Lín Xuān, then go. None of us will blame you. But please leave us more Foundation establishment cultivators in South City. Without sufficient strength, we simply cannot hold this city." Chapter 161, Whoever Flees Dies First. Hearing the impassioned cries of the crowd behind him, Lín Xuān smiled faintly and uttered words that surprised everyone. "When did I ever say I was taking you all to flee?" At this, the crowd fell silent, their faces frozen in disbelief. Bai Qi gaped, "Unbelievable. Weren't you just about to lead us out of here?" Lín Xuān looked at him strangely. "Go ahead, tell me when exactly did I say that?" Bai Qi fell silent. He thought carefully and realized it was true. Lín Xuān had never said such a thing. Scratching his head awkwardly, he stammered, "Sorry, big shot Lín Xuān. We misunderstood you." The others behind him also apologized in unison. "Sorry, big shot Lín Xuān. Seeing how you were acting, we thought you were preparing to lead us straight out of here." "Exactly. We misunderstood you, Lín Xuān. After all, you suddenly gathered all of us and spoke about saving our lives. We instinctively assumed you were leading us to escape. We're truly sorry. We all misunderstood your intentions, thinking escape was the only way to survive." Lín Xuān shook his head with a bitter smile. "You guys really have wild imaginations. I never said I'd lead you to escape. On the contrary, I intend to lead you to actively confront those beast swarms. After all, that's the only way to survive." Some faces lit up with delight, clearly thrilled that Lín Xuān intended to stay and lead them. But others were clearly displeased, especially the group who had just been urging Lín Xuān to lead them to safety. Their faces darkened, and one middle-aged man stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Lín Xuān. "What kind of person are you? You promised us survival, yet now you're leading us to our deaths?" The others joined in. "Exactly. We followed you because you promised survival. Now you're abandoning that? Do you expect us all to fight those beasts alone? We called you Big Shot Lín Xuān because you promised to keep us alive. Now you're telling us you're leading us to our deaths? How is that any different from lying? I'm going back. Don't try to stop me. Damn it. I thought you were some kind of savior, but you're just here to lead us to our deaths. Scum like you should just get lost. South City doesn't welcome country bumpkins like you." If you looked closely, you'd see most of these voices belonged to elderly aunts and uncles, along with young people whose faces radiated pure malice. They perfectly embodied the saying, "The face reflects the heart," and their words grew increasingly venomous with each sentence, as if they didn't even consider Lín Xuān a fellow human ally. Before Lín Xuān could respond, Bai Qi, Lu Ruyan, and the others fired back. "You traitors! You feasted on Nanchang's finest resources all this time, and now you plan to flee when the beast tide comes? I suggest you dig yourselves a hole and bury yourselves. At least you can play ostrich and avoid the storm. If you want the protection of the city walls, then follow us and fight the beast tide. Otherwise, you'll never deserve to stay in South City." Lu Ruyan brandished her fist threateningly. "I dare anyone to back down. Take this punch. Those who can stand, return. Those who can't, sit down." One man, convinced of his own strength, stepped forward and threatened Lu Ruyan. "You're just a woman. Go home and have babies. What business do you have here? Think you're one of us men?" Bam! Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ruyan's fist sent him flying. His body flew backward dozens of meters before finally crashing to the ground, clearly unconscious. Lu Ruyan slowly lowered her fist, her gaze threatening as she surveyed the crowd. "Anyone else want to go back? Come at me." The few who had been spouting off moments ago now scattered like beaten dogs, retreating deep into the crowd. Terrified by Lu Ruyan's raw power, not a single one dared step forward to challenge her. At that moment, Lín Xuān, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He fixed his gaze on the few who had retreated into the crowd. Slowly, he extended his hand. Instantly, those individuals watched in terror as their bodies moved forward several steps of their own accord, separating them once more from the group. "I'm truly sick of traitors like you." Lín Xuān watched them coldly. "Especially when they betray us from within, yet still dare to berate those of us who've made contributions." His tone grew colder and colder, sending a chill down the spines of those present. Then Lín Xuān slowly clenched his fist, unleashing immense pressure upon them. Pain twisted their faces, yet with their mouths sealed shut, they couldn't utter a word. They could only watch their complexions grow paler and paler, their expressions twisting into grotesque grimaces. "For scum like you, my advice is to just die already." As Lín Xuān finished his sentence, his hand clenched into a fist. The figures across from him let out a sudden, horrified scream before exploding into pieces before the stunned gazes of onlookers. Lín Xuān had literally crushed them to death. The scene utterly stunned the onlookers. They covered their mouths in shock, staring at Lín Xuān with terror etched on their faces. Even Lu Ruyan hadn't anticipated Lín Xuān acting with such ruthless decisiveness. She thought he'd merely cripple them or inflict some similar punishment. Truthfully, Lín Xuān hadn't intended to kill them at first. But when he saw these men return to the crowd, they were secretly spreading slander about him and inciting others to follow them back to the city. That was the last straw. You can run if you want, but dragging others along just to make your escape easier? And all this time, I've endured your slander without responding, yet you just kept pushing your luck. For scum like this, Lín Xuān had no qualms about ending their lives. These men were nothing but a blight on the living. Killing them now saved grain that would otherwise be wasted. After disposing of them, Lín Xuān could distinctly sense a newfound reverence in the gazes directed his way, exactly the effect he'd sought. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to command everyone effectively in the coming operations. Soon, with the deaths of those men, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Not a single soul dared to oppose Lín Xuān's orders at this moment. Pointing toward the faintly visible horde of demon beasts on the distant horizon, he commanded coldly, "Everyone prepare for battle." Chapter 162, Battle begins, no retreat. Prepare for battle. Those 4 words struck deep into their hearts, instantly igniting their fervor. They roared in unison, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Under Lín Xuān's command, the group swiftly divided into 3 sections, charging toward the beast tide already visible on the horizon. Undoubtedly the most formidable was the central force led personally by Lín Xuān, comprising Bai Qi and several others, along with Lu Ruyan. This force comprised over 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, spearheaded by the gold core cultivator Lín Xuān himself. Without exaggeration, even within the confines of a game, this force would stand as a formidable sect. And now, this real-life sect was about to confront humanity's most formidable beast tide. With just a casual scan, Lín Xuān detected no fewer than 3 third-tier demon kings lurking within the horde. They lurked within the horde with sinister intent, seeking to ambush the stronger human players hidden among the beasts. Lín Xuān would not let them succeed. Without hesitation, he charged headlong into the beast tide. Every beast that touched him instantly turned to a mist of blood. With all his power unleashed, he tore through the horde like a demon god, carving a path through the swarm. This display instantly instilled immense confidence in the human players following behind him. Roaring with fury, they charged in after him. This beast tide concealed 3 demon kings, 2 lurking underground, and 1 soaring among the aerial beasts. The most notable change in this wave was the increased number of flying beasts, swarming the skies like a dark cloud. The demon king Lín Xuān had targeted was a white crane demon concealed in the sky. Blending among the pigeon-like beasts, its shrunken form made it nearly indistinguishable without careful observation. As for the 2 subterranean beasts, they were a mole and a groundhog. Though their original species remained unknown, their appearance closely resembled these 2 creatures. Best deal with these 2 underground creatures first. Lín Xuān's gaze shifted downward, and he immediately slammed both fists into the ground. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the solid ground cracked open into a deep fissure under his impact. He leapt directly into the fissure, and soon after, violent tremors erupted from below, for he had intercepted a mole demon king through that very crack. A fierce battle erupted within the fissure. The mole demon sported black and white fur that looked eerily unnatural. Its massive form stretched over 10 meters, bearing no resemblance to an ordinary mole, more akin to some monstrous beast. Though in truth, it was indeed a demon beast. The mole demon exuded an overpowering stench, potent enough to render one unconscious merely from inhaling it. Fortunately, Lín Xuān possessed chaos true essence within him, rendering him completely immune to the so-called demon beast's toxic fumes. Otherwise, the mere act of combat would have been enough to affect ordinary cultivators, forcing them to divert their attention solely to resisting this stench. Squeak! 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 The mole spirit let out a strange shriek, followed by its 3-meter-long claws suddenly lunging toward the back of Lín Xuān's neck. Its speed was astonishing, and those claws were terrifyingly sharp. A single swipe could slice surrounding rocks into perfectly flat surfaces. Lín Xuān's expression remained unchanged. With a simple flick of his wrists, he drew the dragon spine sword from his nascent soul bracelet. The moment the blade appeared, it radiated a potent dragon aura, momentarily stunning the marmot demon king lurking in the shadows. The mole demon facing him froze mid-action, its movements halted for half a beat. That split second provided Lín Xuān his opening. Gripping the blade tightly with both hands, he thrust it straight toward the mole demon's palm. Thud! The razor-sharp dragon spine sword pierced cleanly through the mole spirit's palm. The creature let out a strange, guttural growl, then lashed out with its claws, ignoring the wound on its hand. But it had vastly underestimated Lín Xuān's strength. Lín Xuān forcibly twisted the sword hilt, forcing the demon's palm away. It couldn't even graze him. Instead, the searing pain from its torn muscles clouded its mind. Moreover, it could feel its own blood being siphoned away by that bizarre sword. If this continued, it would grow weaker and weaker until this human killed it. Realizing this, its cries grew frantic. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was urging the groundhog beside it to stop watching and come help immediately. The next moment, the ground beside Lín Xuān surged upward in a bizarre manner, pinning his legs firmly in place. The earth continued to rise, seemingly preparing to bind his arms as well. What had been solid earth now twisted like vines, growing with unnatural speed. The mole spirit seized the opportunity to spew a cloud of black poisonous gas, while its other, perfectly intact claw lunged toward Lín Xuān's face. Even more treacherously, the groundhog had somehow slipped behind Lín Xuān. It extended its 2 thick arms, preparing to use sheer strength to bind him. This coordinated maneuver had enabled these two subterranean creatures to slay countless foes stronger than themselves in the past. Sometimes they could even take on enemies 4 tiers above their own level. In theory, no demon beast or human of comparable strength could withstand their combined assault. Unfortunately, today they encountered a completely unreasonable freak. Rip! With a crisp sound, the earth-binding Lín Xuān's hands and feet shattered into countless specks of dust. Without even turning his head, he delivered a swift elbow strike backward. Thud! The groundhog, which had been poised to embrace Lín Xuān and choke him, suddenly felt as if its chest had been struck by a cannonball. A small hole was literally blasted into its chest. In the blink of an eye, Lín Xuān had turned a certain death into a viable escape. He even had time to pull the dragon spine sword from the mole demon's grasp. Clang! The claws clashed with the blade of the dragon spine sword, producing a crisp metallic clang deep underground. The mole spirit felt a jolt through its right hand, followed by its head being slammed down by the other hand. Before me, you have no right to raise your head. Lín Xuān sneered coldly, effortlessly pinning the 10-meter-tall mole demon to the ground with just one hand. The visual impact rivaled that of a real-life 3D blockbuster. Unfortunately, in this little brother's dark space, almost no one could witness it except the groundhog behind him. Squeak! 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 The mole army, finally reacting, began to struggle violently. Yet no matter how hard it strained, it couldn't break free from the palm that held it down. Chapter 163, Slaying the Mole Demon, Groundhog King. Squeak! 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 The mole spirit lay pinned to the ground by Lín Xuān's single hand, utterly unable to lift its head. Its entire body writhed like a writhing earthworm, yet it could never free its head from Lín Xuān's grasp. It was as if Lín Xuān's hand held a powerful magnet, drawing it in with an irresistible pull. This scene instantly stunned the groundhog watching from behind. He had intended to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack, but never imagined Lín Xuān would subdue his companion with just one hand, and the mole spirit still hadn't managed to rise. This terrifying display of combat prowess instantly terrified him, momentarily making him forget to rush forward to help. How pathetic! Lín Xuān gazed down at the mole spirit pinned beneath his palm, a mocking smile curling his lips. Then, the pressure from his hand began to intensify. Slowly, his entire palm started to crush the mole spirit's skull, causing its head to wither and collapse. The creature let out agonized shrieks, yet remained trapped beneath the crushing weight of his palm. Only then did the groundhog behind him snap out of its daze and rush forward to assist. But it had clearly overestimated its strength. The moment it reached them, Lín Xuān abruptly lifted his hand, releasing the mole spirit. Instead, he turned and slammed his palm down on the groundhog's head. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the groundhog replaced the mole spirit, pinned to the ground by Lín Xuān's hand, utterly immobilized. The latter now felt only a buzzing in its head, its entire scalp numb, devoid even of pain. Meanwhile, the mole spirit, crushed so severely, had a section of its head caved in. It lacked the strength to rise and aid the groundhog. This left the groundhog in a dire predicament. It never imagined that while coming to aid its comrade, it would now be the one in need of help. Forget it. I'm done playing with you lot. Lín Xuān suddenly declared, then flipped the dragon spine sword in his hand. In the next instant, a flash of sword light erupted. The bodies of the two demon beasts beneath the earth froze rigid. Instantly, their massive heads were cleanly severed from their bodies, the cut surfaces smooth as glass. Facing Lín Xuān's full power strike, these two demon beasts didn't even last half an hour before becoming corpses. Having disposed of these two third-tier demon kings, Lín Xuān wasted no time. He launched himself upward like a cannonball, his figure streaking skyward. On the ground, the players had already begun engaging the demon beasts. Inspired by Lín Xuān's heroic display, they now fought without fear, each pouring every ounce of strength into their battles against the beasts. Under these circumstances, they managed to halt the tide of over 100,000 demon beasts with sheer physical force, even pushing back relentlessly. Lín Xuān's figure suddenly emerged from the ground fissure. The gale force winds he unleashed instantly pulverized the demon beasts surrounding the crack. His power was so overwhelming that even the human players behind him couldn't help but feel their hearts race with fear. They were relieved they hadn't ventured closer, lest they too become collateral damage from the mighty Lín Xuān. Fortunately, Lín Xuān's target wasn't the ground-based demon beasts. His figure continued unabated, soaring directly through the air. Only a few hundred players remained in the air, locked in combat with the flying beasts. With so few capable of flight, they were now nearly trapped within the encirclement of the pigeon-like creatures. A steady stream of demon beasts and human bodies plummeted downward. As time passed, their situation grew increasingly perilous. Outnumbered by the flying beasts, their numbers were already vastly inferior. Under the relentless assault, nearly every player was fighting multiple foes simultaneously. Compounding their disadvantage was the fact that this was their first aerial combat experience, leaving them completely outmatched against the flock of pigeons. To make matters worse, lurking among the demon beasts was a treacherous third-tier demon king. Each time it struck, it claimed the lives of one or even multiple players. Under these circumstances, the players in the sky had no chance of escape.
Just as they had resigned themselves to their fate, preparing to sacrifice themselves to take down more birds, Lín Xuān suddenly appeared among the flock like a god descending from the heavens. The players watched in stunned horror as Lín Xuān's figure landed on several pigeons, each one instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Yet Lín Xuān used this force to leap and shift through the pigeon swarm, showing no sign of falling. The players instantly cheered. "It's Big Shot Lín Xuān. We're saved. Thank goodness." Big Shot Lín Xuān arrived just in time. "We thought we were abandoned." As expected, Lord Lín Xuān is the most reliable. Otherwise, we'd have truly become food for these birds. They watched as Lín Xuān's figure streaked through the sky like lightning, leaving a sweeping trail of blood mist in his wake, their faces lighting up with joy. They had all thought their end was near, but Lord Lín Xuān's arrival gave them hope for survival. Moreover, it seemed they might even have a chance to counterattack these flying beasts. Big Shot Lín Xuān was simply terrifying. He'd instantly wiped out a large flock of pigeons the moment he appeared. Instantly, the players' confidence surged. Wielding their swords, they charged back into the fray. Their formation shifted from a defensive stance into a spearhead-shaped offensive array. They charged like light cavalry behind Lín Xuān, exploiting the breach he had torn open to relentlessly expand their advantage, finishing off the pigeons that had been gravely wounded but not yet killed by Lín Xuān. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. The human players, who had been on the brink of defeat, surged with renewed momentum, shifting from defense to offense. On the demon beast side, they had been poised to devour the entire human group whole, transforming them into nourishment. Yet Lín Xuān's sudden appearance shattered their illusions. That terrifying aura nearly sent them fleeing in terror. They all flapped their wings and flew off in another direction, not daring to come anywhere near Lín Xuān. This included the third-tier white crane demon king lurking among the pigeons. It had assumed its power would make dealing with these players child's play, but this unexpected human was like a nightmare, instantly casting a massive psychological shadow over it. That terrifying figure was a true aerial predator. Even though it shared the same third-tier strength, it dared not engage in the slightest confrontation, instead hiding among the pigeons and fleeing alongside them. After all, the opponent's performance was simply too terrifying. It was completely unlike the combat prowess one would expect from a third-tier creature. Chapter 164 Slaying the Last Demon King. It must be said, this peacock monster was truly cunning. Even now that Lín Xuān had taken to the air, it still refused to reveal itself. Its plumage and build closely resembled the surrounding pigeons, making it exceptionally difficult to spot amidst the flock. Moreover, it never truly revealed its form from start to finish. Consequently, even the players failed to notice that a third-tier demon king was concealed within that flock of pigeons. However, these tricks could only fool Foundation establishment stage players. Before Lín Xuān, the creature's petty disguises were utterly insignificant. From the very beginning, he had locked onto this peacock-like creature. Trying to escape? Lín Xuān sneered coldly, then abruptly thrust both hands into one of the pigeon flocks. The peacock monster concealed among the pigeons felt its form locked by some force, instantly yanked out. Caw caw caw. It let out a strange, shrill cry. Through its terrified eyes, its body grew closer and closer to Lín Xuān. This terror drove it to flap its wings frantically, trying to resist the pull. Unfortunately, Lín Xuān's mastery of chaos true energy had reached transcendent heights. Even from this distance, he could channel his energy outward, pulling the peacock monster right before his eyes. Only then did the peacock beast realize with horror that it had been locked onto all along. But as a third-tier demon king, it naturally possessed its own pride. Having clearly signaled its retreat, yet still being relentlessly pursued, it had no choice but to bare its fangs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a furious flapping of its wings, a violent whirlwind suddenly erupted in the previously tranquil sky. The whirlwind was savage. Even the slightest contact would carve bloody gashes into flesh. The vortex's center was locked onto Lín Xuān, hurtling toward him with such force it could shatter boulders in an instant. Unfortunately for it, this time it faced Lín Xuān, who proved far more resilient than any mountain rock. Facing such a terrifying hurricane, Lín Xuān merely extended a single finger. Then, before the astonished gazes of the crowd, he effortlessly dispersed the hurricane with a flick. From start to finish, he hadn't even shifted his position. The peacock demon instantly felt his soul tremble. He finally understood why the other had been fixated on him. It turned out the other party had never worried about being defeated. From the very beginning, he had viewed him as prey, while he alone had mistakenly believed they were equals. Now it was too late to flee. Lín Xuān's chaos true energy had already wrapped itself tightly around every part of his body, leaving him no chance to escape. Faced with the threat of death, the peacock monster abandoned any last-ditch attempt to flee and chose to fight head-on. Feathers on its body suddenly stood on end like razor blades. With a violent flick, countless feathers transformed into sharp flying daggers, piercing toward Lín Xuān. The sheer density of the attack would have been impenetrable even to a mosquito. As the sole target of this barrage, Lín Xuān faced a stark choice: block every single blade or be pierced like a honeycomb. The peacock monster had practically plucked every feather from its own body, determined to deliver a devastating blow to Lín Xuān at any cost. Yet it had overestimated its own strength. Facing this barrage of feathers, Lín Xuān didn't even flinch.
Countless wisps of chaotic true essence spontaneously coalesced into a barrier before him.
The blade-like feathers plunged into the grey mist, instantly erupting into a vast cloud of white vapor that dissolved them completely. Not even a single feather tip remained visible beyond the mist. Seeing this, the players behind him were once again stunned by Lín Xuān's prowess.
I remember this peacock monster.
Every time it attacks, it instantly flings out several feathers. A friend of mine was sliced clean in half by one of its feathers.
And he specializes in defense. Even bullets couldn't penetrate his defenses during tests, yet those feathers cut right through him.
But now, that barrier Lord Lín Xuān condensed has completely nullified the peacock monster's feathers. It's hard to imagine what would happen if a human body came into contact with that grey mist.
Suddenly, I feel like we're all redundant.
Maybe Senior Lín Xuān can handle all these beasts on his own.
Then we need to step up. We can't let all the pressure fall on Brother Lín Xuān alone. Those pigeons seem ready to aid the peacock monster. We must give everything to shield Brother Lín Xuān.
Inspired by Lín Xuān's astonishing display, the players roared with battle fervor, charging forward to shield him with their bodies against the surging wave of pigeons.
Meanwhile, the peacock monster was utterly despondent.
He never imagined his most devastating attack would be effortlessly nullified by this man before him with a mere flick of the wrist.
This gulf in power left him utterly despairing, and he immediately ceased resistance where he stood. Thud! As the dragon spine sword pierced his throat, the last demon king within the beast tide was utterly vanquished. The surrounding pigeon flock, sensing the peacock monster's life force vanish, instantly scattered in panic, their earlier menacing demeanor completely gone. Players seize the opportunity to kick a man when he's down, unleashing every trick in their arsenal to hunt down the fleeing pigeons.
Seeing this, Lín Xuān knew the threat from the sky had likely been neutralized. His next task was to confront the greatest challenge within this beast tide, locating that fourth-tier demon emperor. Indeed, his senses confirmed that a fourth-tier demon emperor was undoubtedly concealed within the vast horde. Yet, from start to finish, even after he had slain 3 demon kings in succession, that fourth-tier demon emperor had never revealed itself. It was clear the creature was extremely cautious. Such cunning made it the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered in his life. Possessing immense power yet remaining hidden, unwilling to show itself, could only mean one thing: the enemy intended to ambush him in the shadows, aiming for a single, decisive strike. He did not fear powerful opponents. What he feared were adversaries who combined immense strength with high intelligence. Where could you be hiding? Lín Xuān's gaze scanned the demon beast horde below relentlessly, yet he detected not a single trace of the fourth-tier demon emperor's aura. This gave him a headache. The enemy clearly possesses strength that could overpower me, yet they hide so deeply. What exactly are they trying to do? Chapter 165. The fourth-tier demon emperor emerges. Damn it! How can that human be so strong? Amidst the vast sea of beasts, a small sika deer blended in completely unnoticed. Little did anyone know, this deer was the sole fourth-tier demon emperor within the horde, and a particularly formidable one at that. Unlike the other demon beasts charging at the forefront, it remained concealed within the horde, never striking out, not even leaking a trace of its aura. For he knew he was the true boss of this beast tide. Once he revealed his true form, there could only be one outcome: death. Having reached the rank of fourth-tier demon emperor, its spiritual intelligence was now fully on par with that of humans. He had gained some insight into the arrangements of this realm's heavenly way. Based on his speculation, this demonic wave would ultimately either completely engulf the human city before them and turn it into a demonic beast lair. However, in the end, driven by the will of heaven, other human players would surely attempt to reclaim the city. Either human players who have reached the 4th or even 5th tier will forcibly eliminate themselves. Alternatively, the beast tide might be repelled by humanity, only for the beasts to be utterly exterminated. In short, this beast tide was pure malevolence from the way of heaven, a desire to watch them and humanity fight like crickets, ultimately battling to the death. Though compelled by heaven's will, it could not resist this outcome. However, it could choose to conceal itself within the beast tide, avoiding detection by human players. Once all other beasts were slaughtered, it could simply feign death and slip away unnoticed when human vigilance lapsed. After all, it would never reveal its true form even once. It knew all too well that any slip-up meant certain death. Especially after witnessing Lín Xuān's terrifying display, it was now certain that this human player had come specifically to hunt it down. If he revealed his position now, that player would surely target him. Even though the opponent was only a 3rd-tier creature, his performance suggested he could still hold his own against a 4th-tier beast like himself. Thus, the sika deer cunningly hid within the beast tide, doing its utmost to blend in as an ordinary demon beast. This indeed troubled Lín Xuān, for he could not locate where the 4th-tier demon emperor was hiding. The opponent had never revealed itself throughout the entire encounter. Damn it! How could a demon emperor be so cowardly, hiding the entire time? Lín Xuān couldn't quite grasp it. If he possessed the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, he wouldn't hide so cowardly. Yet this beast, inherently far more ferocious, was acting more cautiously than he, a human. Forget it.
If it chooses to hide its head and show its tail, I'll just wipe out this entire horde of beasts. I'll find it sooner or later. Lín Xuān quickly devised a crude solution, plunging his figure into the surging tide of beasts and launching into a frenzied slaughter. Any demon beast that came within his reach was sentenced to death the moment it saw him. Often, before he even made contact, their bodies would explode into a cloud of blood mist. Lín Xuān's killing efficiency surged to an astonishing rate of 100 demon beasts per second. Moreover, he deliberately charged toward the heart of the beast tide. Its strength was clearly stratified. The vanguard consisted of disposable first-tier beasts, while the true backbone lurked further back. Thus, he speculated that the fourth-tier demon beast might also be concealed within the heart of the horde. Yet after a full round of slaughter, he realized he still hadn't encountered the fourth-tier beast. This left him genuinely frustrated. Where the hell is it hiding? Why hasn't it stopped me yet, even after I've slaughtered so many? What he didn't know was that while he was slaughtering those beasts, the Cicadere hidden within the horde was constantly monitoring his movements, shifting its position with every kill. Therefore, unless he exterminated every last beast, he would never detect the fourth-tier demon beast's presence. Just as Lín Xuān concluded that he couldn't locate the fourth-tier demon emperor without eliminating every beast, the dragon spine sword in his hand suddenly began to hum softly. Lín Xuān whipped his head around to see Lu Ruyan behind him suddenly surge in size. The body that had retained some human features moments before now completely transformed into a colossal dragon, its surface covered in a layer of blue-gray scales. Its appearance was terrifying and ferocious. There was not a trace of human form left. She had completely transformed into a dragon. From the fluctuations emanating from her, Lín Xuān recognized that she had likely gained physical strength through the process of slaying demonic beasts, propelling her physical prowess to the third tier. Though still inferior to a true golden core cultivator, possessing third-tier physical strength granted him the power to stand against an ordinary demon king. Roar! Fully dragon transformed, Lu Ruyan let out a thunderous roar toward the heavens, emitting a resonant dragon's cry. The dragon aura surged from her body, instantly cowering the surrounding beasts. They trembled, flattened to the ground, frozen in place. At the very instant Lu Ruyan ascended to third-tier physical strength, a ghostly figure suddenly darted out from the swarm of beasts. Lín Xuān instantly detected the threat, flashing forward to block the figure before Lu Ruyan. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted around them, sending the cowering beast sprawling backward. Even Lu Ruyan behind him was affected, stumbling backward several steps. Keep in mind that she now possessed third-tier physical strength. If even she stumbled back, one could only imagine the immense force Lín Xuān had absorbed. Lín Xuān himself felt the terrifying pressure crushing his arms. Even with his chaos divine body, his body shook violently and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. This was the first injury he had sustained since his rebirth. At that moment, he finally discerned the true form of the dark shadow, a stunningly beautiful cicadere. Its hooves were now firmly planted against Lín Xuān's arms. Had he not reacted in time to rush over and shield Lu Ruyan from the blow, she would likely have been gravely injured beneath those hooves. Moreover, he noticed something profoundly wrong with this cicadere. Its eyes were bloodshot, devoid of the intelligence expected of a fourth-tier demon beast. It was even inferior to a second-tier demon beast, completely reduced to a feral state. Strange. Just moments ago, this fourth-tier demon beast clearly possessed intelligence, hiding within the beast tide. But now, it doesn't seem like a demon beast capable of such hidden scheming at all. Lín Xuān was filled with confusion, but at that moment, the cicadere moved again. Chapter 166, Heavenly Lightning Deer Divine Ability. This deer is very strange. Lín Xuān watched the cicadere before him, its eyes burning with savage fury, his brow furrowing slightly. He could keenly sense that this deer seemed to be in an unusual state, behaving nothing like a typical fourth-tier demon emperor should. Given its cautious nature, having hidden for so long, it would never charge headlong like this. Even if it intended to attack, it would deliberately choose an angle where he couldn't react. Yet this deer seemed controlled by some external force, charging forward without a shred of independent thought. The situation was utterly bizarre. And indeed, the deer was being controlled. However, the force controlling it wasn't another cultivator or the Tao itself, but rather the primal fear and rage etched into its very genetic instincts. What Lín Xuān didn't know was that in another world, the cicadere species existed solely as food for the dragon clan. Given the overwhelming power of the dragons that ruled them, it wasn't uncommon for even 6th or 7th tier cicadere to be served as meals on their plates. Moreover, this situation has persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. The Cicadere clan has never glimpsed any hope of escape generation after generation. They have existed solely as sustenance for the dragon clan. This particular Cicadere was destined to become another dragon's meal, but instead, it was transported to the real world along with other demon beasts, thus avoiding its fate as food. Unexpectedly, in this reality, it once again sensed the presence of the dragon clan. This primal, genetic fear instantly plunged it into a frenzied state. The dragon clan enjoyed playing hunting games during their meals, which is why they deliberately cultivated cicadere with this unique trait. They would go berserk the moment they sensed the dragon clan's presence. The moment this cicadere sensed the dragon's aura emanating from Lu Ruyan, it instantly went berserk. Had Lín Xuān not arrived in time, Lu Ruyan might have been gravely injured by the beast. By now, the deer before him had completely lost its own thoughts, driven solely by a primal instinct for vengeance. Thump! 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 Its legs lashed out like a storm, relentlessly pounding Lín Xuān's arms. Fortunately, Lín Xuān's physical strength was no less formidable than his opponent's. Otherwise, such relentless blows would have reduced him to a pulp. Beyond that, the deer began to unleash its innate abilities. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the fierce antlers atop its head. Instantly, the sky darkened as black clouds gathered overhead. Guided by the deer, these clouds began to crackle with bursts of lightning. This Sika deer's true lineage descended from the celestial lightning deer, a formidable presence in the demon realm that rivaled even the dragon clans. However, it had been deliberately captured by the dragon clan for crossbreeding, cultivated into an ordinary deer clan specifically bred for consumption. Now, fueled by rage, the deer unleashed its innate divine power, summoning the nine heavens' mystic thunder to strike Lín Xuān. Even from a great distance, the others could feel the oppressive pressure emanating from the thunder within the dark cloud, rumbling like the wrath of a celestial deity. They couldn't help but worry for Lín Xuān. Can big shot Lín Xuān really withstand that? That lightning looks terrifying. How could it not be terrifying? That looks like a fourth-tier demon beast. Fourth tier is equivalent to the nascent soul stage among us humans, while big shot Lín Xuān is only at the golden core stage. There's no way he can withstand that. A fourth-tier demon beast? This beast tide is insane. They're leaving us no chance to survive. Lu Ruyan felt even more guilty as she watched Lín Xuān still struggling to endure. She felt it was her fault that the Sika deer had gone berserk. Watching Lín Xuān struggle to withstand the roe deer's relentless attacks, guilt welled up within her. She immediately prepared to step forward and assist him. After all, she had just broken through to a third-tier physical realm. Perhaps she could lighten his burden. But the moment she moved forward, Lín Xuān roared at her, "Get the hell out of here. This isn't a fight you can get involved in." Lu Ruyan couldn't believe it. She took a step forward, ready to retort, "Don't underestimate a woman's strength." The next instant, the Sika deer swung its leg directly at her. Thud! Lu Ruyan spat blood and flew backward, her dragon transformation state shattered by that single kick. She lay motionless on the ground, her aura utterly depleted, showing none of her former haughtiness. Lín Xuān felt the guy behind him get kicked flying. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, utterly speechless. "I'm telling you about a fight, and you're going on about female empowerment? What kind of online world are you living in? Where you can just pick fights? That Sika deer isn't going to lecture you on gentlemanly manners." But the other party likely just wanted to prove she wasn't weaker than him. It wasn't genuine feminism. Now, he focused entirely on parrying the deer's relentless kicks while keeping a constant eye on the thundercloud overhead, ready for the lightning strike that could fall at any moment. After all, since the deer summoned the dark cloud, he'd only heard thunder rumbling without a single bolt striking. This meant the deer was saving its ultimate move, aiming to strike him dead with one devastating blow. Crack! In the blink of an eye, just as the thought flashed through Lín Xuān's mind, the long-brewed lightning bolt struck. It was as thick as a water barrel and a terrifying black color. Many witnessed a black thunderbolt for the first time, and even from this distance, they felt a chill run down their spines. Let alone Lín Xuān himself, who was about to be struck. His scalp tingled with the first real sense of mortal danger he'd ever known. Instinctively, he channeled all his chaos true energy to form a thick barrier above his head, attempting to forcibly neutralize the thunderbolt. Boom! The terrifying black thunderbolt slammed into the chaotic barrier above his head, causing the entire shield to tremble violently. Even the chaos barrier, capable of dissolving all things, seemed powerless in this moment. The destructive power of this black thunderbolt was simply too terrifying. Without the barrier's protection, Lín Xuān himself would likely have been instantly reduced to ashes, and the surrounding land would have been turned into a pile of wasteland. After unleashing that black thunderbolt, the Sika deer across from him seemed to have exhausted its strength, ceasing its kicks at Lín Xuān. Fortunately, it had lost its strength, for at this moment, Lín Xuān possessed neither the power nor the presence of mind to defend himself. He could only brace himself to endure the attack head-on. Sizzle! 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 The barrier above his head continued to melt away under the relentless assault of the black thunderbolts, seeming on the verge of shattering at any moment. Chapter 167, Perfect Counter, No Threat. Boom! Thunder continued to rumble overhead, yet Lín Xuān hadn't even dealt with the lightning before him. The scene left everyone on edge, fearing the next moment would see that bolt of thunder strike Lín Xuān into oblivion. Lín Xuān himself seemed to be at the end of his strength. The barrier above his head had thinned to near transparency, yet he gritted his teeth, relentlessly channeling his remaining chaos true essence to resist the heavenly thunder, which radiated the majesty of a fourth-tier demon emperor. The thunderbolt now resembled a sharp sword, ceaselessly unleashing boundless destructive power, as if it would never cease. The crowd behind him had long since closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to what was about to unfold. In their hearts, they were certain Lín Xuān had no chance of resistance left.
After all, anyone could see that his chaos barrier was now in a state of utter disarray, utterly incapable of withstanding the thunderbolt that continued to surge forward with unabated momentum. Yet soon, Lín Xuān demonstrated the true might of the chaos divine body. With a fierce thrust of his legs against the ground, the chaotic true essence within him, which had been nearly depleted, suddenly surged back to full capacity. He had begun absorbing the earth's energy around him, directly converting it into his own chaos true energy to replenish what he had lost. In the next instant, he channeled his entire true energy once more, coalescing a new chaos barrier to patch the cracks forming in the damaged shield above his head. With just one move, the situation instantly became tense once more. All present watched with bated breath, fearing another sudden turn of events. Yet they were utterly stunned by Lín Xuān's single move. Is this the true power of the great Lín Xuān? He instantly replenished his spiritual energy. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Now that Lord Lín Xuān has reached the golden core stage, shouldn't he be using true essence instead? And isn't true essence even harder to absorb and transform than spiritual energy? Brother Lín Xuān is terrifying. Even if we were all gold core cultivators, we probably wouldn't stand a chance against them. After all, not everyone has the guts to fight a fourth-tier demon emperor. Just as the group was marveling, Lín Xuān proceeded to demonstrate power beyond their wildest imaginations. His gaze sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, his form shot skyward like a whirlwind, piercing straight through the dark clouds above. He had abandoned his defensive stance to launch a preemptive strike. The Cicadere clearly hadn't anticipated such fierce courage from Lín Xuān, momentarily frozen in place, unable to react. Meanwhile, Lín Xuān seized the opportunity to plunge directly into the dark clouds. Cloaked in a protective armor formed from chaotic true essence, he ignored the relentless barrage of violent lightning bolts striking around him. He simply pounded the dark cloud before him with one fist after another. Boom! Boom! Fierce thunderclaps echoed through the air. Destructive energy surged through the air, striking the protective armor around Lín Xuān, yet it proved utterly ineffective. For at this moment, Lín Xuān was actually absorbing the lightning, transforming it into his own chaos true essence. Even though these lightning bolts carried hostile intent, the moment they entered his body, they were instantly tamed, becoming indistinguishable from naturally occurring chaos true essence. This was the domineering nature of the chaos holy body originating from the beginning of all things. No matter what element you were, upon entering his body, you would be assimilated into chaos true energy. Now, these thunderbolts function like a power bank for Lín Xuān, continuously supplying him with fresh chaos true essence. He then harnessed this newly generated chaos true essence to launch a counterattack against the dark cloud. As one force waned and the other grew, with the impact of Lín Xuān's final punch, the dark cloud that had covered everyone's heads spanning several miles wide was violently shattered. One man, one punch, and the dark cloud hanging over everyone's heads was shattered. The scene left the crowd gasping in astonishment, finding it hard to believe that a human player could achieve such a feat. Even the Cicadere on the ground was jolted awake by the commotion. The fury in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by sheer terror. It stared in utter disbelief at the man slowly descending from the sky. Though it was a fourth-tier demon beast, it now trembled in terror before a gold core cultivator. Damn it! How could there be Dragon Clan aura here? If not for that damn Dragon Clan aura, I wouldn't have exposed my position and provoked this demonic fiend. The Cicadere cursed Lu Ruyan inwardly, then without hesitation, turned and fled. When it came to fleeing, his talent far surpassed summoning heavenly thunder. In the blink of an eye, he had already bolted over 10 miles away. After all, he'd already made his appearance. Even if he fled now, the Dao wouldn't hold it against him and would simply count as defeat. The entire scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Am I seeing this right? A fourth-tier demon emperor actually chose to flee when facing our big shot Lín Xuān? Can someone tell me if this Cicadere is really fourth-tier? It feels like a third-tier beast in disguise to me. It's not that it's weak, it's that our boss Lín Xuān is just too powerful. Could you imagine anyone else forcing apart a dark cloud several kilometers wide, packed with terrifying heavenly thunder, using their own strength alone? That does sound terrifying. If it were me, I'd run too. Maybe his combat power can't even be measured by cultivation level anymore. After witnessing that fourth-tier demon emperor choose to flee, not only were the players stunned, even Lín Xuān himself was momentarily dumbfounded. This was the first time he'd ever witnessed a full-fledged fourth-tier demon emperor choose to flee. At least put on a show of dignity. Does this behavior even befit a fourth-tier demon emperor? Had this been before the battle, Lín Xuān would have surely backed down out of fear. But now, after fighting one round, he realized his chaos true essence held near total dominance over his opponent. In other words, he had the chance to slay this fourth-tier stag right here. Faced with such a plump lamb offering itself, Lín Xuān wouldn't let it escape. Without hesitation, he shot forward like the wind in pursuit. His speed was no slouch either, covering several kilometers in a single second. The chase soon carried them far beyond the southern city limits. The Cicadere proved exceptionally cunning, darting straight into a stretch of wilderness. With its demon beast nature, it swiftly adapted to the mountainous terrain, darting through the woods like a fish in water and vanishing into the vast expanse of the wilderness. But would Lín Xuān give it that chance? Absolutely not. A massive surge of chaotic true energy erupted from Lín Xuān's body. He raised his hand and seized toward the sick deer. The deer's movements instantly slowed. Terrified, it realized its legs felt as if lead weights had been poured into them, rendering it unable to run. Chapter 168, Subduing a Fourth-Tier Demonic Beast. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? The sick deer felt itself drawing ever closer to the rear, its heart pounding with terror. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a bizarre technique utterly unheard of. Even the demonic cultivators he'd encountered before couldn't simply wave a hand and pull back a demon beast of a higher rank than themselves like this Lín Xuān did. Roar! The sick deer let out a deep, thunderous roar, immediately preparing to turn and fight back before continuing its escape. After all, he had managed to suppress this human for a moment earlier. If he could turn back and strike again, pinning him down for just a few more seconds, he was confident he could escape tens of thousands of miles away. Human, provoking me was a grave mistake. Before launching its attack, it didn't forget to issue a threat, then opened its mouth to spew a mist resembling a ball of lightning. Even from hundreds of meters away, Lín Xuān felt a tingling sensation on his face. The sensation was unpleasant, but it didn't deter him from intensifying his absorption of the opponent's energy. Simultaneously, he raised his other hand, preparing to directly intercept the mist carrying the aura of lightning. In his view, this lightning mist was merely another form of the earlier heavenly thunderbolt. He only needed to condense another chaos barrier to perfectly dissolve it. This time, however, he felt somewhat overconfident. The reason the sick deer had manifested the lightning in mist form was precisely to target his barrier. As the two forces collided, a torrent of electric arcs erupted instantly. To his shock, a portion of the lightning actually pierced through Lín Xuān's chaotic barrier, streaking toward his face at blinding speed. This outcome clearly exceeded his expectations. Before he could react, the lightning struck his face. In an instant, a savage force scorched his skin black, leaving several areas disfigured. Struck in the face by such a high-voltage electric surge, Lín Xuān couldn't help but gasp in pain. Yet he refused to let go, steadying the position of his other hand with all his might. Even as excruciating pain seared his face, he clung to the will to pull the sick deer toward him. The deer clearly hadn't expected Lín Xuān to be so persistent. Caught off guard, it was actually pulled toward him by sheer force. Terrified out of his wits, the deer frantically thrashed its limbs, desperate to break free. But it had overestimated its strength. No matter how fast it tried to flee, the relentless pull of the chaos true energy dragged it inexorably closer. I admit your power has some merit, but you're still destined to die by my hand. Lín Xuān's disfigured face twisted into a savage grin as he spoke. He looked terrifying, like a demon incarnate. Realizing escape was impossible, the sick deer immediately begged for mercy. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I can become your mount. Don't you want a fourth-tier demon beast as your steed? That should sound pretty impressive, right? Lín Xuān's right hand, poised to strike, froze mid-air. He raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the deer's cowardice. If it had put up a fight, he might not have been able to kill it cleanly. Yet here it was, begging for mercy before the fight had even ended. This sick deer truly had a timid nature. If he could take it as a mount, it would undoubtedly be of great help. Should I take it as a mount? Lín Xuān fell deep in thought. Running his fingers over his chin, he gazed curiously at the deer before him and said calmly, "Give me a reason to keep you." The deer immediately beamed with delight, its words firing out like machine gun fire. First, I'm a fourth-tier demon beast. That alone will make you look incredibly impressive. After all, you're still only at the third tier. If you could ride a fourth-tier beast like me, everyone would be in awe of you. Second, with my strength at your command, I'll become your most loyal guardian. No one will dare trespass on your territory. Lastly, my temperament is exceptionally docile. As long as I'm kept away from dragonkin sense, I'll never enter a berserk state. You must have sensed it. I'm the kind of beastly creature that's utterly gentle, incapable of ever betraying my master. Considering these 3 points, aren't you even slightly tempted? It must be said that this flower deer possessed remarkable eloquence. Hearing it, Lín Xuān felt a genuine surge of temptation. He even suspected this creature had rehearsed its surrender speech long ago, just waiting for the day he was captured by others to deliver it. Gripping its throat, he slapped its face in a taunting gesture, an act of profound insult. No one could tolerate it, especially since Lín Xuān was currently at the third-tier equivalent to an insubordinate act. Any fourth-tier demon emperor would absolutely refuse to accept it. Yet this sick deer showed no reaction whatsoever after being slapped, and even seemed secretly pleased. This finally convinced Lín Xuān that this creature was genuinely masochistic and exceptionally docile at that. He couldn't fathom how such a beast had managed to reach the fourth tier. Without hesitation, he flicked his finger, sending a strand of chaos true energy shooting toward the deer's forehead. The deer trembled violently, fearing Lín Xuān intended to kill it outright. But upon sensing no lethal intent in that strand of energy, it instantly calmed down, obediently allowing the energy to settle near its temple. This effectively placed its life entirely in Lín Xuān's hands. A mere flick of his finger would instantly end its existence. This arrangement guaranteed the deer could never betray him.
Even if it later sensed the dragon-human aura on Lu Ruyan and attempted to go berserk, Lín Xuān could instantly eliminate it. Take me back.
Lín Xuān mounted the deer without hesitation, his tone commanding. The deer showed no sign of protest, obediently lowering its head and immediately setting off with its hooves toward the direction it had fled earlier. It must be said that this sick deer proved remarkably efficient for travel. Within mere minutes, Lín Xuān found himself back at the southern city outskirts. Below, the battle between the beast horde and the players had reached a fever pitch. Having lost both the sick deer and Lín Xuān, their respective leaders, the beasts had descended into chaotic, indiscriminate fighting. Seeing this, Lín Xuān slapped the deer's head. Use your aura to make these beasts stop fighting. The deer immediately complied, erupting with a powerful aura. Upon sensing this aura, the beast hide below instantly froze. Even those beasts nearly slain froze in place, allowing the players before them to cleanly sever their heads.
Chapter 169, Finishing the Job, Complete Resolution.
The players, who had been preparing for a final showdown with the beasts before them, suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure descend upon them. Instantly, the beasts before their eyes froze. After slashing off the beasts' heads in confusion, they discovered a sick deer had appeared overhead at some point. What shocked them even more was that their leader, Lín Xuān, was seated atop that very deer.
This scene instantly stunned countless onlookers who erupted in gasps. Good heavens! Did Lord Lín Xuān subdue that fourth-tier demon emperor? Unbelievable! Am I seeing this correctly?
A fourth-tier demon beast, powerful enough to rival a nascent soul cultivator, has been subdued by Lord Lín Xuān.
How terrifying must his own strength be?
Even a fourth-tier demon beast obediently serves as Lord Lín Xuān's mount.
His power must be enough to wipe us all out in an instant. Just the sheer power he displayed in single-handedly intimidating the entire beast hide, that's not something we can even dream of matching.
Ignoring the cheers and praise, Lín Xuān merely waved his hand.
Everyone, redirect your efforts immediately to support the beast waves elsewhere. I'm heading to handle the Western District first. After that, you'll be responsible for cleaning up this battlefield. Got it? Understood.
The players below shouted in unison, their fists clenched tightly.
Deep down, they now felt certain that following big shot Lín Xuān had been the absolutely right choice.
Initially, they'd harbored doubts, believing the boss was leading them to their deaths. Only now did they realize they'd been the ones playing the fool, utterly ignorant of the true stakes. Soon, Lín Xuān was riding his sick deer toward the Western District. Currently, the Western District, protected by the divine artifact, had not yet suffered significant casualties. However, the players on the city walls, none of whom had reached the Foundation establishment stage, clearly lacked professionalism, blindly dumping nearby boulders and boiling oil down below.
Fortunately, the demon beasts here were relatively weak.
Aside from some second-tier demon beasts, there was scarcely a trace of third-tier demon kings.
With the wall's support, the Western District's defenders were barely holding back the demon beasts' assaults.
With Lín Xuān's arrival, he immediately commanded the sick deer beneath him to unleash its aura as a fourth-tier demon emperor once more. Instantly, the demon beasts halted their assault on the city, all standing still in their places.
The crowd below froze in shock.
Some looked up in confusion, only then noticing a figure and a deer that had appeared in the sky at some unknown moment. When they recognized the figure above, shock washed over them.
That's Lín Xuān, the big shot.
I thought he'd already fled with his people.
That beast beneath him, it can't be a fourth-tier demon, can it? Otherwise, how could it intimidate so many beasts at once? It's definitely him.
He actually subdued a fourth-tier demon emperor without suffering a single injury.
This man is terrifying.
I thought my husband had fled with Lín Xuān, but now I realize he followed the great Lord Lín Xuān to deal with the toughest beasts. Having Lord Lín Xuān is pure luck for our southern city. The crowd erupted in cheers, mirroring the players' earlier excitement. That's just how they were. As long as someone could take up the banner, they'd elevate that person to the heavens. Lín Xuān had long grown immune to such reactions.
He applied the same strategy, successively resolving the beast surges in both South City and North City.
Notably, the North City's beast tide proved exceptionally fierce, the second most formidable among the four, surpassed only by the East Cities.
A third-tier demon king lurking here?
The city walls were nearly breached by it. Fortunately, Lín Xuān arrived in time atop his sick deer, instantly intimidating and slaying the beast. Had he been even a moment later, the situation here could have turned dire. With this, all the demon beasts besieging the southern city were finally thoroughly intimidated by Lín Xuān's solitary efforts.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these beasts would be gradually slain, either dropping treasure chests for players or becoming experience pets that boosted their cultivation.
This was the true measure of Lín Xuān's power, single-handedly rescuing all the players in South City, even gifting them a batch of demon beasts to enhance their strength. As the situation gradually concluded, Lín Xuān reaped abundant rewards from this battle. The greatest prize, without a doubt, was the sick deer now beneath him. This fourth-tier demon beast was exceptionally formidable. Though it served as sustenance for the dragon clan, it remained a fourth-tier demon beast stronger than ordinary third-tier dragons. Beyond that, what truly astonished Lín Xuān was that this demon beast retained memories from another game world. According to its account, it hailed from a vast ocean in the southern realm, home to numerous dragon clans. Beneath the sea, a unique waterless forest had been created specifically to nurture them, and that was where it had lived. This memory reminded Lín Xuān of a legend from his past life concerning the South Sea. Legend held that a dragon of extraordinary talent had once emerged from the South Sea, accompanied by a guardian beast, a creature resembling a cicadere. Though its innate talent wasn't as extraordinary as that of the dragon, it was still terrifyingly powerful among ordinary demonic creatures. Could it be that the powerful, exceptionally gifted deer clan is the very race to which this cicadere belongs? With this question weighing on his mind, Lín Xuān couldn't help but ask, when you left your original world, did you notice any exceptionally gifted young members appearing within your clan? The cicadere shook its head blankly. Sorry, I never paid attention to such matters. All I know is that our deer clan hasn't produced a truly gifted individual in tens of millions of years, not even a genius capable of leading us against the dragon clan. So there likely isn't anyone who could rival the dragon clan either. Why are you so interested in this, big shot? Have you also been to our southern realm? Clearly, the cicadere assumed Lín Xuān had also come from another world like them. Lín Xuān pondered thoughtfully. It seems I may have misheard the rumors. Perhaps it wasn't a deer that appeared beside that dragon, but another species. Otherwise, with the strength of this fourth-tier cicadere, it would have definitely heard some related news. Never mind. Pei Jinglian lives in the eastern realm anyway. News from the southern realm doesn't concern him. I'll just treat this as gossip to pass the time. Lín Xuān set the matter aside and resumed sorting through his spoils. Beyond the cicadere, his greatest gain was the advancement in his cultivation. Having consecutively slain 3 third-tier demon kings and countless first- and second-tier demon beasts, his cultivation had now surged directly to the third layer of the golden core stage. This breakthrough had allowed him to overtake Pei Jinglian. Looks like I should participate in more beast waves whenever possible. Who knows? Maybe just by slaying demon beasts, I could break through directly to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 170, Return to Jiangcheng. After handling the aftermath of the southern city's battlefield, Lín Xuān piloted the cicadere straight back to Jiangcheng. He also brought Lu Ruyan along, as she was now a member of his guild and he wouldn't leave her stranded. Is this Jiangcheng? The surroundings look quite pleasant. Lu Ruyan leaped down from the cicadere, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. By now, she had completely suppressed her dragon clan aura, so the deer wouldn't go berserk. Lín Xuān tossed a key into her hand. This is your residence. It's at 23 Hardin Street. Find it yourself. Lu Ruyan nodded. Got it. Thanks. She promptly skipped off, key in hand. One could only say this child was truly inexperienced in the ways of the world, still quite innocent in this regard, possessing a kind of primal, untamed beauty. Lín Xuān then turned to the cicadere and instructed, go find a small forest or something nearby to live in. There are too many animals at my place, I doubt I could accommodate you. After all, this was a fourth-tier demon emperor, a major demon. If it stayed here, the second-tier demon beasts in his yard would likely be scared half to death. The cicadere naturally had no objections. Who wouldn't welcome a return to freedom? Staying by this human's side only made it feel uneasy. With a series of bouncing leaps, it swiftly trotted toward the forests outside Jiangcheng City. Its overwhelming aura immediately startled another wave of birds and beasts into flight. Lín Xuān returned to his room, finally finding time to take out his phone again. Hopefully, nothing unexpected happens this time. Last time, after dealing with the beast tide, he pulled out his phone only to see Pei Jinglian in peril. He hoped this time, after resolving the beast tide, he'd find some good news. Yet the moment he unlocked his phone, his heart sank. He saw Pei Jinglian surrounded by a group of people, and the situation looked dire. Inside the sect master's hall within the game, a group of inner sect disciples stood around Pei Jinglian, their expressions grim. Behind them stood an elderly man clad in grey robes. The aura emanating from him marked him as a mysterious gold core cultivator, one whose energy felt exceptionally potent, likely at the 6th or even 7th layer of gold core. It was unclear what spell these inner disciples had fallen under, but under the incitement of this mysterious elder they had never seen before, they had surrounded Pei Jinglian within the grand hall. You are the newly appointed sect master? The old man narrowed his eyes, his tone accusatory as he fixed his gaze on Pei Jinglian. Unfazed, she cast a cool glance at the inner disciples surrounding her. If she remembered correctly, these very individuals had been showering her with flattery not long ago. Yet now, a mere stranger she'd never met had swayed them with a few words, driving them to storm the mountain peak and trap her within the main hall. Seeing Pei Jinglian's silence, the disciples grew even more impatient than the elder himself. Hey! Pei Jinglian! Don't think becoming the sect leader gives you free rein. The Jade Mystic Sect isn't your personal fiefdom. We have objections now, and you must give us an explanation. Exactly. Before, we couldn't challenge you because none of us had reached the golden core stage. But now that the third elder has returned, I'll see what grounds you have left to be so arrogant. Exactly. We've all been seething in silence until now. You've been arrogant for so long, but we finally have the strength to challenge you.
You'd better get out of here and hand over the sect leader position to the third elder. Pei Jinglian. If you wish to preserve your life, announce your resignation as sect master immediately and hand over the position to the third elder. Otherwise, none of us will tolerate your continued presence in this seat, nor will we recognize you as our sect master. They glared at their newly appointed sect leader with righteous indignation, as if facing not their leader but an enemy. From their words, Pei Jinglian finally understood the identity of that old man, none other than the long-lost third elder. Who would have thought that after the first elder's death, he would return? This timing made Lín Xuān suspect whether the third elder had received some news, leading to such a coincidental return. Pei Jinglian shot the third elder a cold smile. How convenient your timing is. The first elder and the sect master have just passed, and you rush straight to our doorstep. I'd wager you've received some intelligence, wouldn't you? She clearly recognized this possibility and voiced it without reservation. This remark struck a nerve with the inner sect disciples, who flushed crimson and retorted. What kind of thoughts are running through your head? Do you think everyone is as scheming and treacherous as you? Pei Jinglian. Don't project your own thoughts onto others. Our third elder must have sensed the peril facing Yuxuan Sect and rushed back urgently. It couldn't possibly be as sinister as you suggest. Oomph. Only a petty person like you would make such baseless accusations. We know the third elder better than you do. You've only been with our Yuxuan Sect for a year. How could you possibly understand his character more than us? Exactly. I still remember clearly a year ago, the third elder personally went to another sect just to secure a different cultivation technique for me. You, on the other hand, would probably have just sat back and done nothing. The group began defending the third elder, displaying loyalty more fervent than that of a faithful dog. This spectacle made Lín Xuān feel physically sick. How shameless must these people be to utter such disgusting words in front of Pei Jinglian, the hero who saved their very lives. He recalled Pei Jinglian had explained to them why she killed the first elder. Why did these very people refuse to believe her words, choosing instead to trust the third elder, someone who hadn't returned for years? Sometimes it's no wonder Lín Xuān is ruthless. He genuinely believes the inner disciples of the Jade Mystic Sect need a complete overhaul. When dealing with someone who's clearly no ordinary inner door disciple, the best approach is to hit them hard. At that moment, the third elder suddenly interjected with a cheerful smile. Everyone. No need to get so worked up. We're all from the same sect. Harmony brings prosperity. Sect leader Pei hasn't met me before, so his skepticism is perfectly understandable. If he were to believe my words without reason, that would only prove he's unworthy of his position. Well. After all these disciples played the good cop for you, now you step in to play the bad cop, huh? Chapter 171, The Sudden Return of the Third Elder. This sort of person is even more disgusting than those disciples. Those disciples are just plain stupid and ungrateful, but someone like the third elder? He's the type who takes advantage and still acts like he's entitled. It's disgusting beyond belief. If Lín Xuān could enter the game right now, he'd charge in and punch that guy straight in the face, teaching him a lesson in humility. Hearing the third elder's shameless words, Pei Jinglian's face paled with anger. His gaze turned icy as he raised his hand. One more word from you, and I'll throw you out. This unapologetic stance instantly made the third elder's expression shift. He clearly hadn't expected Pei Jinglian to be so unyielding. After all, he'd spoken so politely, and with the inner disciples backing him up, the other party should have lowered their guard and sat down for a civilized discussion. Instead, her demeanor suggested she didn't believe a single word he'd said. Even after he'd talked himself hoarse, she remained as guarded as ever. This couldn't help but cause him some distress. No wonder the Grand Elder fell to this one. She's a ruthless killer who took down the Grand Elder himself. No wonder she's so wary. Originally, he had been training outside the demon sect and searching for unique demonic arts. But not long ago, the life token belonging to the Grand Elder in his pocket suddenly shattered. Sensing that something major had gone wrong with the sect, he immediately rushed back in a panic. Upon his return, he discovered that the original sect master and the Grand Elder were both dead. Even the fourth and sixth elders had mysteriously perished at the Cliff of Despair. Even the second and fifth elders had been beaten into incapacitation by Pei Jinglian, while the newly emerged senior sister Lín Xuān had been knocked unconscious. Without exaggeration, upon returning to the sect, he nearly thought his entire sect had been raided. The scene was utterly beyond words. Only after his disciples explained did he learn that the seventh elder, Pei Jinglian, who had just ascended to the position, now sat upon the sect master's throne. This petite woman had completely reshaped the power dynamics of the entire Yuxuan Sect. As a result, the hidden traps he and the first elder had meticulously laid were now utterly useless. After much deliberation, the third elder resolved to leverage his former authority. He would turn these inner sect disciples into his blades, striking directly against Pei Jinglian, this young woman who hadn't even solidified her position as sect master. For now, these inner disciples were being completely deceived by him, yet Pei Jinglian seemed to maintain her clarity and vigilance throughout. Despite the intense agitation from these inner sect disciples, she refused to believe a single word of it, even responding with insolence. Having been unjustly berated so many times, he grew irritated. His expression immediately turned cold as he revealed his true intentions. Seventh Elder, you may not know this, but the late sect master actually left me a will. With that, he flipped his hands, revealing a jade token. This statement instantly captured the attention of Pei Jinglian and the other inner disciples, all of them staring curiously at the jade token in the third elder's hands. He channeled a thread of true essence into the jade token. Instantly, it glowed with a faint green light, and a phantom figure materialized in the air, none other than Xin Weihong. His expression solemn, he spoke, fellow disciples and elders of the Jade Mystic Sect, when you see this phantom within the jade token, it signifies that I have passed away. Should the position of sect master remain unconfirmed after my death, I entrust it to the third elder. He is the heir I trust most. Only under the third elder's stewardship can I rest assured the Jade Mystic Sect will be preserved. Should it fall into anyone else's hands, it can only mean one thing: a usurper has seized power. Therefore, any elder or disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect who witnesses this image must ensure the third elder successfully ascends to the position. The usurper must be executed on the spot or expelled from the sect. Furthermore, I offer this warning to the usurper: whoever you are, leave the Jade Mystic Sect immediately. Otherwise, the third elder will activate his final measure to engage you in a decisive battle. Let me tell you this, the third elder's final measure grants him the power of a nascent soul cultivator. If you are so confident that you can single-handedly withstand the attack of a nascent soul cultivator, then you may try. As the transmission ended, the jade token in the third elder's hand shattered into two pieces. This scene instantly ignited a surge of fury among the inner sect disciples. They glared viciously at Pei Jinglian, seated upon the sect master's throne. Did you hear that? You worthless woman. Our late sect master foresaw usurpers like you. Now step down immediately and let the third elder succeed him as sect master. Exactly. With Senior Elder 3's nascent soul stage backup, I refuse to believe you could defeat even a nascent soul cultivator. We hold complete strategic superiority and moral high ground. By every measure of reason and justice, you should step down immediately and allow Senior Elder 3 to ascend legitimately. Ha 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 ha. Now you've nothing left to say, right? After all, this is the will left by the late sect master himself. Do you dare oppose the decision of sect master Xin Weihong? If you do, I'll start questioning your claim that he was killed by the first elder. You're absolutely right. I'm starting to wonder if both the Grand Elder and the sect master died because of this woman's scheming. Could it be that the person she accused of colluding with demonic cultivators is actually herself? Influenced by the image within the third elder's jade token, the inner sect disciples grew increasingly brazen in their words and actions, practically itching to drag Pei Jinglian off the sect leader's seat themselves. Lín Xuān's blood boiled. This crowd is utterly despicable. They've been completely duped by a mere image. Can't they see that so-called will bears no resemblance to Xin Weihong's usual manner of speech? Even through the screen, he could tell that the so-called will was nothing more than a fabricated illusion. As for the one impersonating Xin Weihong to deliver those words, it must have been the Grand Elder. After all, he too had a habit of stroking his beard while speaking. In theory, inner door disciples familiar with both men should have spotted the discrepancy immediately. Yet this group seemed possessed, blind to such blatant deception. They not only revered it as gospel truth but even turned their accusations toward Pei Jinglian. The sheer arrogance and repugnance of these individuals was too much to bear. Lín Xuān crushed the transmission talisman and coldly instructed Pei Jinglian. First, teach these people a lesson. Otherwise, their incessant chatter is nothing but a grating noise to my ears. Chapter 172, A Will? I have one too. Understood, Master. Hearing Lín Xuān's voice in her mind, Pei Jinglian felt even more confident. She had initially worried that her actions might tarnish her image in her master's eyes. After all, not everyone appreciates a hot-tempered disciple prone to outbursts. But now that her master had spoken personally, she saw no need to hold back her anger any longer. She snapped her fingers immediately. Instantly, every inner door disciple present felt a mountain-like pressure bearing down on their shoulders. Thud. 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 The crisp sound of knees hitting the ground echoed repeatedly. Under the sudden, overwhelming pressure, the group of inner disciples knelt simultaneously, appearing as if they were bowing their heads in apology to Pei Jinglian. It was hard to believe that with just a slight movement of her hand, these inner disciples who moments ago had been spouting arrogance now lay as still as quails, unable to lift their heads or even muster the strength to speak. The third elder's anger flared at the sight. Seventh elder. What are you trying to accomplish? Do you intend to strip these people of even the right to speak? Pei Jinglian shot her a cold glance and retorted immediately, who do you think you are? What right do you have to lecture me here? The entire Jade Mystic Sect is being held together by me alone. You're nothing but a deserter. Only because Xin Weihong is dead now. Otherwise, if she'd seen you had the audacity to return, she'd have locked you up at the cliff of despair to face the wall. Hearing this, the third elder trembled with rage yet found no words to retort. For the period she had been absent had indeed been the sect's darkest hour. Had it not been for the exceptional talents of the then elder in Xin Weihong, which had instilled fear in rival sects, the Yuxuan Sect would have crumbled long ago. Her departure as a golden core cultivator had undoubtedly compounded the sect's woes, nearly leading to its complete annihilation. Moreover, she felt guilty because her departure had been part of an agreement with the First Elder. She would seek an alliance with the demon sect outside, while he remained within the sect to seize power when the opportunity arose. Now that the Grand Elder had failed, her backup plan outside naturally had to return. What neither of them could have anticipated, however, was that the Jade Mystic Sect would produce a prodigy of Pei Jinglian's caliber, a young disciple who had already earned the qualifications to directly inherit the position of sect master. Rumor had it this person had consecutively slain the Grand Elder and 2 demon sect cultivators. Such combat prowess was beyond even the Third Elder, who had gained some renown in the external demonic world, to achieve. Moreover, based on her understanding of the Grand Elder, even though he was gravely wounded, the reserves he had left behind would surely allow him to recover to his peak state. This meant the youth had not only survived the Grand Elder at his peak but had also managed to turn the tables and kill him. Clearly, this young talent was not to be underestimated. However, this did not mean she would back down. She was determined to claim the position of sect master, otherwise, her return would have been utterly meaningless. Since she couldn't defeat him by force, she launched a moral attack instead. 7th Elder. Do you intend to defy the last patriarch, Shen Weihong's will? Or do you believe Shen Weihong's will holds no weight with you? Do you think you still have the qualifications to be an elder of the Jade Mystic Sect after this? Pei Jinglian scoffed coldly. Spare me your childish tricks. Do you really think everyone is as stupid as these pigs? A will like yours? I could forge countless copies in minutes. Her scheme exposed, the Third Elder panicked inwardly, yet she stubbornly retorted, how dare you claim my will is forged? If you're so confident, forge one yourself. Do you really think I'm as despicable and treacherous as you? This will is absolutely genuine. I personally witnessed the late sect master Shen Weihong record it. Yet you hold no will in your hands, nor any written decree exists. You expect to seize the position of Jade Mystic Sect master based solely on your own interpretation? Do I even need to spell out your wolfish ambitions? With these words, the Third Elder once again positioned himself on the moral high ground, simultaneously crafting an image of a saint who remained pure and untainted even when facing formidable foes. As these words echoed, the inner sect disciples, who had been forced to kneel on the ground, lifted their heads one by one. Their defiant gazes fixed on Pei Jinglian, as if declaring, if you have the guts, kill us all today. Otherwise, we will never acknowledge you as our sect master. Seeing this crowd and the Third Elder's shameless faces, Pei Jinglian's face turned pale with rage. She suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to strike them down immediately. Yet these very individuals formed the backbone of the Jade Mystic Sect. Replacing them would inevitably require decades of cultivation. Moreover, she couldn't guarantee she'd remain at the Jade Mystic Sect for decades. If she departed and no capable successor emerged in time, she would truly have ruined the sect. Thus, Pei Jinglian found herself caught in hesitation. She didn't know whether she should strike now and eliminate them all, or step back for the moment, allowing the Third Elder to occupy the position of sect master. She could then bide her time, gathering strength before attempting to overthrow him later. Lín Xuān sensed her thoughts and immediately prepared to speak up and stop her. But at that very moment, a notification popped up on his phone. Pei Jinglian faces credibility crisis. You may now spend 6480 to purchase Shen Weihong's original will designating him as your successor. Spend? Without a moment's hesitation, Lín Xuān selected purchase. Didn't you, Third Elder, demand that Pei Jinglian produce the will? Well, I'll draft an authentic one right here on the spot. Let's see if you still have anything to say. She selected the purchase option. Instantly, the confirmation prompt transformed into a golden light that vanished into the game. Simultaneously, she activated her voice transmission talisman to speak to Pei Jinglian within the game. This is the will left behind by our former sect leader Shen Weihong. It was kept hidden in his personal collection all this time. Now I'm handing it over to you. Use it to thoroughly humiliate this group. The next moment, a more exquisitely crafted token appeared in Pei Jinglian's hand. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind clearly. She hadn't anticipated her master had such a hidden ace up his sleeve. Yet this truly came as a timely blessing. With this testament in hand, her moral standing would be utterly unassailable. Moreover, the Third Elder would be caught red-handed trying to frame her for forging the will, effectively flipping the moral high ground between them. The moment she produced this will, the current situation would instantly reverse. Chapter 173, Caught Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Pei Jinglian, is that your name? Why the silence? Have you realized your place? I advise you to step down willingly now. If you relinquish your position to me immediately, I might consider allowing you to remain as the 7th Elder. But if you persist in your delusion, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Third Elder sneered coldly at Pei Jinglian's continued silence, his mockery unhesitating. The latter stared back expressionlessly, silently activating the token in her hand. You claim yours is a will. What is this in my hand? As the words fell, she channeled her true essence into it. In the next instant, the token in her hand glowed. Immediately, the words of Sect Master Shen Weihong appeared above the token. The scene instantly stunned everyone present. The Third Elder's expression changed drastically. He never imagined she also possessed a will, and this one appeared even more authentic than his own. All of you, look closely. Which one is the genuine will? Pei Jinglian gave a cold laugh before releasing the pressure binding the inner sect disciples.
The disciples finally regained their ability to stand, but they were too stunned to speak. All eyes were fixed on the faint image projected from the token in Pei Jinglian's hand.
They never imagined Pei Jinglian would also possess a will, one that appeared remarkably genuine.
At that moment, the will in Pei Jinglian's hand finally began to speak, or more accurately, the system-generated image of Shen Weihong started to speak. His gaze swept the entire crowd with remarkable vivacity before he coldly declared, "Any previous statements I made regarding passing the position of sect master to other elders are hereby null and void." For it was only after encountering Pei Jinglian that I realized the true heir to the sect master's position should be a prodigy disciple like her. Our elders may possess greater experience, but they lack the innate talent. Placing the sect in their hands would only lead to Yuxuan Sect's decline.
Pei Jinglian, however, is different.
She is younger and more ambitious. Under her leadership, I believe Yuxuan Sect will only grow stronger. Therefore, I command all disciples to regard this will as supreme. Should anyone insist on adhering to the previous will, there can be no doubt they seek to usurp the position of sect master. Any disciple or elder of the Jade Mystic Sect who beholds this will must immediately apprehend such a traitorous usurper, thereby upholding the noble reputation of our sect. These few words instantly fried the CPUs of every inner door disciple present. They never imagined they would one day witness two wills presented simultaneously, each held by a senior elder of the sect.
This left their minds momentarily reeling, for they realized that whichever will they held seemed equally genuine. This plunged them into hesitation, unsure whose will to believe. After reading the other will, the third elder felt even more panicked. She realized this will seemed specifically designed to counter forgers like herself, even explicitly stating, "Do not trust anyone else holding a will." Wasn't this completely undermining her credibility? Already, some inner sect disciples were casting suspicious glances her way. These looks made her extremely uncomfortable, and she was itching to strike them down with a single palm strike. Her recent stint as an outsider cultivator in the demon sect had made her temper fiercely volatile. Yet she forced herself to suppress her inner turmoil, gritting her teeth to ask calmly, "You wouldn't happen to be forging this will, would you? Why did you wait until I produced mine before showing yours? Did you think you could become sect master without presenting this document?" Her words instantly jolted the inner sect disciples into realization. They snapped to attention, right? Why didn't Pei Jinglian produce it earlier? If she'd presented it earlier, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Had she shown it sooner, we wouldn't have resorted to forcing the issue over third elder. Pei Jinglian would have rightfully ascended to the position of sect leader. Suspicious glances shot toward Pei Jinglian as doubt began to creep into their minds. Was the will she held actually a forgery? Facing this situation, Pei Jinglian remained unflappable, having prepared her response long ago. She looked at the third elder coolly and said, "I specifically prepared this to prevent schemers like you from usurping power." "So what? Are you dissatisfied?" Her words instantly silenced the third elder. She sneered coldly, "Then how do you prove the will in your hands is genuine? It was only produced after mine." Pei Jinglian countered immediately, "Then how can I trust that your will is genuine? Had I not been given something to counter with upon leaving, I would have produced it long ago. Moreover, I hold deep respect for sect leader Shen Weihong. If I possess the capability to ascend directly to the position of sect leader, why would I need to exploit her after her death? As for those who deliberately bring this up now, I see it as nothing more than an attempt to use the Shen Weihong sect as a shield." Her sharp retort left the third elder speechless for a long moment. The disciples caught in the middle felt torn, unsure whose words to believe. After much hesitant glancing around, they ultimately chose to side with the third elder. After all, he was the one they knew best. Pei Jinglian had only been among them for a year, so it was natural for them to instinctively trust the familiar face. "Seventh elder, though you hold the will, I doubt presenting it now would carry any weight. I urge you to sit down and discuss matters properly with third elder to ensure our Yuxuan sect faces no unforeseen troubles in the future." "Quite right. Seventh elder, I acknowledge your abilities, but third elder is, after all, a veteran elder of our Jade Mystic Sect. I believe she is better suited to be the pillar of our sect. At this critical juncture when the Jade Mystic Sect faces turmoil, I urge everyone to unite in harmony. Otherwise, we'll only invite enemies from other sects to take advantage of our crisis." Though these voices still lean toward supporting the third elder, the existence of that will had visibly sapped their conviction. Their words lacked the sharp edge they once possessed. But this didn't mean Pei Jinglian would accept it. What she craved was to see them speechless, forced to acknowledge her rightful position as sect leader. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to her, so she resolved to teach them a lesson. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed it on the inner sect disciples. "I'll count to 3. Those who support me as sect master, step over here. Those who support this petty villain, step over there." Chapter 174, One Fight Will Tell. Her words sent a chill through the crowd. They never imagined she would issue such a demand. It was forcing them to make a life or death choice. Moreover, judging by her tone, those who didn't side with her might face dire consequences.
The inner disciples hesitated for a moment, but soon some made their decision. They sided directly with the third elder, glaring at Pei Jinglian with righteous indignation. They coldly declared, "Don't think this will make us submit. Mark our words, even if you try to kill us, we'll stand by the third elder without hesitation. Your decision only makes us despise you. You'll never earn our respect." Quite right. A true sect master proves themselves through vision and virtue, while you're nothing but a petty tyrant bullying the weak with your power. I'll never stand with you. I support the third elder as sect master. I urge the seventh elder to lay down the sword and turn back while there's still time. After all, this affair only harms the future of the entire Jade Mystic Sect. It won't make any of us better. I hope you two will realize this soon, so we can all find release and escape this vortex of power. The crowd spoke with such sanctimonious righteousness, as if they had become the most fair and just individuals in this world. After all the inner disciples sided with the third elder, Pei Jinglian's side remained utterly deserted. Witnessing this, the third elder's smile broadened. Convinced his position as sect master was now assured, he sneered, "Seventh elder, you see this? Everyone supports me. I advise you to abandon your current obsession. I can lead the entire Jade Mystic Sect to renewed greatness. You can't possibly have that level of confidence and certainty, can you? If you insist on continuing this, then I'll have to resort to other means." Hearing this, the inner sect disciples instantly grew bolder, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they fixed their gaze on the third elder. They had feared their inferior strength compared to Pei Jinglian might put their lives at risk, but now it seemed the third elder possessed secret arts capable of compensating for their lack of power. Thus, they no longer feared her in either strength or moral standing. Pei Jinglian watched their confident expressions and couldn't help but want to laugh. Where on earth do these people get the confidence to think they can stand against me? Even if third elder has some secret technique, it would barely be enough to fight me. It could never truly defeat me. Therefore, Pei Jinglian believes the third elder's claims are merely meant to garner more support from the inner sect disciples. They stand no chance of truly defeating me. Her gaze was filled with scorn as she looked at them. I don't know what gives you the courage, but I can tell you this clearly: even if you all attack me together right now, you wouldn't stand a chance. And do you really think your support matters? To me, it's nothing but a bunch of losers huddling together for warmth. Even without your opinions, I remain the patriarch of the Jade Mystic Sect. But if I refuse to step down, you'll never truly allow this petty villain to take the position. Her words instantly stunned them. They never imagined Pei Jinglian would be so domineering, so blatantly threatening. Does this woman truly believe she can take on all of us single-handedly? Seeing that mere words wouldn't resolve the issue, the third elder's expression turned icy, his entire demeanor shifting to one of fierce menace. She declared directly, "Since you're so confident, why don't we settle this outside? The victor takes the position of Jade Mystic Sect master outright, while the loser leaves the sect immediately. What do you say?" This proposal instantly gained the approval of many inner sect disciples, who nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's the fairest way. Since moral arguments won't sway anyone, let's settle this with strength. Besides, third elder has been renowned for ages and has likely been training outside all this time. Her power must have far surpassed her peers. Exactly. That Pei Jinglian is just a greenhorn who barely entered the golden core stage. How could he possibly match our third elder? Pei Jinglian, you wouldn't dare refuse this challenge, would you? Or is your strength all just hot air? A crowd of people, certain Pei Jinglian wouldn't dare accept the challenge and convinced of their own victory, began taunting him in unison. Facing the taunts of these fools, Pei Jinglian showed no hesitation. He accepted immediately. Fine. You've brought this defeat upon yourself. Get out of the Jade Mystic Sect. But if you fail to honor your promise afterward, I won't show you the slightest mercy. Seeing her such confidence, the third elder felt a twinge of hesitation. Could this person's combat prowess truly crush most gold core cultivators? Though he had indeed acquired some secret techniques outside recently that could temporarily boost his strength, he still couldn't crush all gold core cultivators of the same tier. If that person truly possesses such power, then even with my secret techniques activated, I might not be able to defeat them. But now that the words have been spoken, if I concede defeat now, wouldn't I be completely cutting myself off from the position of sect master? She had fought so hard to return to the sect. All the hardships endured outside these past years were for the sake of one day returning to the Jade Mystic Sect to enjoy peace and prosperity. If she conceded defeat now, her cultivation heart would likely be irreparably damaged for the rest of her life. This is absolutely unacceptable. The third elder is not the sort to surrender before the battle even begins. After a moment's thought, she nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you're so confident, let's settle this outside right now. Rest assured, I am a woman of my word. Even if I lose, I will honor my promise. Leave the Jade Mystic Sect immediately and acknowledge your position as sect master. Pei Jinglian sneered coldly. Let's go then. No need for further words here. Soon, the group moved outside. Considering both were gold core cultivators, the battlefield was chosen in a barren mountain range. This place was usually deserted and devoid of any spiritual vein resources, making it ideal for golden core cultivators to battle. Pei Jinglian and the third elder each selected a mountain peak as their respective victory base. Whichever peak was shattered first would be defeated. Meanwhile, the inner sect disciples had gathered at a viewing point several kilometers away, eager to witness who would emerge victorious in this battle. After all, if Pei Jinglian remained the sect master, those daring to support the third elder might face a grim future, especially with the third elder himself preparing to depart.
Chapter 175, Fade Attack. Who do you think will win, 7th elder or 3rd elder? A disciple on the viewing platform couldn't help but ask. The others answered without hesitation, what's there to think about? The 3rd elder is clearly superior. After all, he's a golden core stage elder who's been cultivating for 100 years. Exactly. 3rd elder has been honing his strength outside these walls.
He must have advanced to unimaginable heights. He might even be close to breaking through to the nascent soul stage. For a powerhouse like him to agree to a fair duel out of respect is already the utmost tolerance he can muster.
If it were me, I'd seize the sect leader's position outright with my own strength. I agree with you all. That 7th elder is utterly despicable. Who wouldn't be tempted to seize the position right then and there?
Only the 3rd elder has the magnanimity to challenge her fairly.
No one else could endure such humiliating behavior.
Not a single person in the crowd supported Pei Jinglian. Instead, they hurled insults and humiliation at her. These words naturally reached her ears, yet they stirred no emotional reaction within her. To her, this duel was merely a means to silence these ignorant fools.
Their attitudes held no interest for her whatsoever. Moreover, this 3rd elder was clearly a nuisance.
Settling matters with a duel now was undoubtedly the wisest decision. If he were allowed to remain within the Jade Mystic Sect, he might well become another ticking time bomb. Therefore, regardless of the presence of these inner sect disciples, Pei Jinglian would have chosen to engage them in combat.
As the junior, I'll let you strike first.
The 3rd elder suddenly smiled at Pei Jinglian.
This remark immediately drew a chorus of flattery from the inner disciples.
They praised in unison, truly worthy of the 3rd elder.
Showing such courtesy to a junior, especially one as impolite as this. No one else could possess such magnanimity. If you ask me, 7th elder should just step down. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to continue the duel. How can someone still have the nerve to fight after being treated with such generosity? I just don't get that kind of mindset.
It's nothing but greed for power. I saw through 7th elder's narrow-mindedness long ago. She just wants to be sect leader and flex her authority. Now that no one's kissing her ass anymore, she's probably furious and desperate to defeat 3rd elder to prove she's right. This brief remark ignited another wave of scornful jeers from the crowd. Pei Jinglian stared at the smug expression on the other's face and sneered coldly, "Who do you think you are? Do you really need to tell me to make the first move?" As the words fell, she pointed a single finger toward the heavens. Instantly, the skies shifted and churned, swirling into dense, inky clouds. The surrounding sky darkened abruptly, as if the apocalypse itself had descended. This spectacle instantly silenced the inner sect disciples. They never imagined the 7th elder possessed such terrifying power. Even the 3rd elder across the field stood stunned, his mouth slightly agape. He never imagined that a mere junior could summon such celestial phenomena with a single gesture, something even he would struggle to achieve at full strength. His expression instantly turned grave. Perhaps the other party had ascended to the position of sect master not by opportunistic means, but through genuine, hard-earned strength. He does have some skill, he sneered coldly, his body tensing. Though his words feigned indifference, the 3rd elder's heart pounded with fear, dreading he might not withstand this strike.
Pei Jinglian did not disappoint him.
With a sudden downward thrust of both hands, thunder roared across the sky, as if countless electric serpents were writhing within it. As her intent surged,
boom! A terrifying bolt of thunder crashed directly onto the 3rd elder's head. The 3rd elder's heart skipped a beat. Before he could even react, a blinding white light of utter destruction filled his vision. Fortunately, he had already prepared his defenses. In the next instant, a purple barrier flared around his body. This barrier clung to his body like armor, perfectly deflecting the sudden strike of calamity lightning. Yet he had vastly underestimated the chaotic thunder tribulation Pei Jinglian had channeled. The initial devastation was merely an illusion. The true destruction targeted the 3rd elder's vital energy. The latter remained oblivious to this, grinning as bolt after bolt of tribulation lightning struck his body yet failed to breach his shield. This spectacle emboldened the surrounding inner sect disciples to mock him once more. Is that all it's got? Feels like I could take that on myself. Exactly. Where exactly is the 7th elder's gold core cultivation level? I don't see a shred of it. Maybe she just temporarily boosted her power to gold core level with some secret technique. In time, her cultivation might drop back to foundation establishment, and her innate talent could get permanently locked. Someone who forces growth like this doesn't deserve to be sect master or even an elder. The crowd began to maliciously speculate, with some even clamoring for Pei Jinglian to relinquish her own elder title. Sigh, just a bunch of noisy flies. Pei Jinglian had initially no desire to deal with this pack of barking dogs, but their clamor was simply too unbearable. Without hesitation, she hurled a bolt of chaos tribulation lightning their way. Seeing Pei Jinglian actually dare to strike them, the crowd panicked and scrambled. Only a handful stepped forward at the last moment, barely managing to intercept the thunderbolt. Yet, oblivious to the damage inflicted upon their own fortune, they instead gloated over having blocked the superficial lightning tribulation. I thought she had some big trick up her sleeve. Who'd have thought just a few of us could handle it? This is hilarious. How dare she attack us? Looks like even she knows she's no longer at the golden core stage. She's just furious. If it were me, I'd be too embarrassed to pull out such a lame trick. Just you wait, everyone. I bet Third Elder will defeat her with a single move soon enough, and she'll slink out of Jade Mystic Sect like a stray dog. If you ask me, the farther such people get lost, the better. Staying in our Yuxuan Sect would only ruin our cultivation foundations. The crowd gloated triumphantly, as if they themselves were the prodigy who reached the golden core stage at 18, while Pei Jinglian was merely a pretentious fraud. But soon they would pay dearly for their arrogance. After all, Pei Jinglian's Chaos Thunder tribulation was no trivial matter to endure. Chapter 176, The Third Elder Attacks Us? Enough. Since you've made your move, it's my turn now. Just as Pei Jinglian casually shattered the inner disciple's fortune, the Third Elder suddenly spoke again. He had already dispersed every thunderbolt attack directed at him. The effortless deflection of his opponent's assaults inflated his confidence to its peak. Instantly, he formed a series of hand seals, preparing to strike. This scene instantly ignited the inner disciple's fury. They raised their arms in unison, shouting, "Go, Third Elder! Shatter that bastard's illusions! Make him understand that the position of sect master in our Yuxuan Sect can only be held by one of high virtue and prestige." What a laughable move! It didn't even scratch a hair on Third Elder's head. Now let Third Elder show you what a true golden core cultivator's strike looks like, you pitiful fool. Everyone, step back. Third Elder's next move will be far more terrifying than that fool's. We mustn't get caught in the crossfire. Even though the Third Elder hadn't yet fully unleashed his true, devastating attack, this crowd was already convinced that Pei Jinglian was doomed to defeat. Some even thought the Third Elder's technique was so powerful they needed to retreat further to avoid collateral damage. Only Pei Jinglian remained unfazed, her face still wearing a faint, mocking expression. She didn't even bother to assume a defensive stance, simply folding her arms and silently watching the Third Elder's performance. To the inner sect disciples and the Third Elder, this appeared as a clear sign of surrender. Little did they know they would soon pay dearly for this misjudgment. Seventh Elder, be prepared to catch her one misstep could be fatal. By now, a massive cloud of black mist had gathered in the Third Elder's hands. Even from several miles away, the inner disciples could sense the terrifying, oppressive destructive force emanating from it. They gasped in unison, "It's coming! It's coming!" The Third Elder's first battle after decades of absence, and he's targeting the Seventh Elder. But judging by her reaction, she's probably conceded defeat already, right? Nothing left to see here. Our only worry is whether we'll get caught in the crossfire. That move alone feels terrifying. If it actually hits the Seventh Elder, she'll likely die instantly. Silence. The Third Elder has truly struck. All eyes now focused on the black mist in the Third Elder's hand. With a low growl, the mist seemed to gain sentience, drifting toward Pei Jinglian. Seeing Pei Jinglian still making no defensive move, the Third Elder felt a surge of secret delight. What a fool! This technique is the essence of demonic arts I've cultivated for decades. Anyone who touches this mist will be completely eroded in an instant, leaving not a single trace behind. If you were fighting back with all your might, that would be one thing. But by giving up resistance like this, your only fate is death. Once I deal with you, won't the position of Jade Mystic Sect Master fall right into my lap? The very thought of becoming the next leader of the Jade Mystic Sect, transforming the entire sect into his personal breeding ground for poisonous insects, brought a look of delight to the Third Elder's face. But his expression froze instantly. For he watched the black mist he'd painstakingly gathered suddenly disperse the moment it drifted before Pei Jinglian. It collapsed into nothingness at breakneck speed, vanishing without a trace in mere breaths. Impossible! He cried out in shock, his fingers frantically forming seals, yet he could no longer sense the presence of the mist he had conjured. It was as if the terrifying corrosive power it should have possessed had instead been directed entirely at himself, causing the mist to vanish completely. This scene stunned the inner sect disciples nearby, who had already begun cheering wildly. They hadn't expected the Third Elder's first battle since his return to be marred by such a fatal mistake. The attack they'd anticipated for so long vanished as easily as a feather. But hope quickly reignited in their eyes as they watched the Third Elder begin forming another hand seal, gathering a new mass of black mist. I get it now. That earlier cloud was just to distract the Seventh Elder, who didn't fall for it. This next one is the real attack. Its power will likely far exceed all our expectations. Someone with thick skin suddenly piped up, attempting to whitewash the Third Elder's earlier blunder. This perspective gained the others' agreement. Exactly. That must be it. Otherwise, with Third Elder's mastery of her own power, she'd have reached the pinnacle of perfection. She wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Ah, I see. Look how much thinner this mist is compared to the last one. It practically begs to be underestimated. And there she goes, Seventh Elder, still making no defensive moves. Her stupidity is sickening. She'll soon learn what real pain feels like. The crowd erupted into wild celebration once more, practically salivating at the prospect of seeing Pei Jinglian reduced to dust. Amidst their anticipation, the third elder finally coalesced another cloud of black mist. Though he had exerted every ounce of strength this time, the mist he conjured was noticeably less potent than the previous one. At best, it could dissolve only one of Pei Jinglian's arms or forearms. But that would suffice. After all, his goal was merely to defeat Pei Jinglian, though killing her would be the icing on the cake. Still no defensive moves? Last time you got lucky. Let's see how you dodge this time. The third elder sneered inwardly, concentrating intensely as he directed the black mist toward Pei Jinglian. The latter remained utterly indifferent, not even deigning to glance in his direction. And yet, in that very moment, as the mist neared her, it shifted once more. Wait. How is this possible? The third elder, who had been intently manipulating the black mist, suddenly widened his eyes. Then, to his utter disbelief, the mist began moving uncontrollably, heading straight toward the inner sect disciples in the distance. What's happening? Why is it drifting toward us? Could it be that the seventh elder tampered with it? Damn it! We need to get out of here fast, that thing seems dangerous. The inner sect disciples, seeing the drifting mist approaching them, paled instantly and scattered in all directions. But this was the work of a golden core cultivator. They were merely Foundation establishment practitioners. How could they possibly escape? Chapter 177, Can you handle my attack? Third elder, what are you doing? Ah! My hand is gone. It hurts. It hurts so much. Third elder, have you lost your mind? We were clearly supporting you. Why did you suddenly attack us? Damn it! He's still chasing us. A group of disciples cursed the third elder like madmen while scrambling to flee outside. They couldn't comprehend why the third elder, who had always spoken up for them, would suddenly turn on them. They were clearly on his side. Could all this be part of his scheme? Had he been targeting them all along, and the quarrel with the seventh elder merely a ruse? Even if their hearts were filled with doubts, they had no time to dwell on them now. The black mist continued to corrode their bodies relentlessly, and already many inner sect disciples were losing limbs. In truth, even the third elder himself couldn't comprehend why things had turned out this way. He had never intended to manipulate this black mist to attack the inner disciples who supported him. The black mist seemed to have developed a will of its own, relentlessly attacking the inner disciples who stood by him. This situation made his eyes bulge with rage. He tried to recall the black mist, only to find it futile. It was as if some peculiar energy was interfering with his connection to the mist. This situation filled him with both shock and rage, leaving him utterly baffled as to what was happening. Only Pei Jinglian stood there, coldly smiling at him. Why bother with them? Didn't you say you wanted a duel? Why, unable to harm me, have you resorted to lashing out at these people in frustration? Her brief remark instantly flushed the third elder crimson with rage. He pointed at Pei Jinglian, unable to utter a word for a long moment, utterly speechless with rage. Pei Jinglian delivered the final blow. What? Still trying to wriggle out of it? Instead of wasting breath on excuses, why not focus on defeating me? Your attacks are utterly useless against me. The third elder's face darkened so intensely it seemed water could drip from it. He drew a deep breath and coldly replied, You're sharp-tongued, aren't you? But I haven't seen anything special about your attacks either. They still can't even touch me. 50 steps laughing at 100 steps, don't you find that ridiculous? Pei Jinglian shrugged, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Who said my attacks aren't special? Pointing at the inner disciples still fleeing in panic, she curved her lips slightly. Why do you think they're running? Do you really believe this black mist is merely your own mistake? At these words, the third elder's expression abruptly changed. He never imagined his black mist's malfunction could be caused by the woman standing before him. This instantly made him sense something was terribly wrong, for he had never heard of any attack capable of directly causing an enemy's attack to go haywire. Isn't that something only mind-altering dark arts can achieve? But I clearly felt no disturbance to my own spirit. Or perhaps, the opponent's cultivation was so profound that I couldn't sense any interference at all? But if such a technique truly existed, why would they remain here competing for the position of Jade Mystic Sect Master? Therefore, the opponent's cultivation technique must be something he's never encountered before, capable of bypassing his mind to directly interfere with his attacks. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back as a chill ran down his spine. He never imagined encountering someone possessing such a technique in a minor place like the Jade Mystic Sect. Could this be a sign that some higher power is scheming for something else within the Jade Mystic Sect? Gazing at Pei Jinglian before him, a sudden urge to retreat welled up within him. He sensed that lingering here might mean meeting his end. He suddenly understood why the senior elder and sect master had perished here. It was because this woman was backed by a supreme master. This was simply too absurd. The third elder opened his mouth, desperate to beg for mercy, yet found himself utterly unable to speak. A profound dread gripped him. Any utterance seemed certain to unleash unimaginable horror. His face drained of color as he realized he was already trapped in a trap, and a deep one at that. Unless he defeated the person before him, or was defeated by them, there was likely no way out of this place. Beads of sweat poured from his forehead as he remained speechless for a long moment. But Pei Jinglian wouldn't grant him such luxury. With a cold smile, she declared, "Since you won't make the first move, I'll take the initiative." With that, Pei Jinglian raised her hand once more. This time, the sky gathered not thunderclouds, but swaths of murky gray mist. Though less intimidating than the black mist summoned by the third elder, this gray mist carried an indescribable eeriness. This eeriness wasn't merely a feeling, it was an instinctive, absolute terror. To put it bluntly, the moment he laid eyes on it, the third elder felt as if he'd been locked in a stare with some primordial beast of terror, his skin crawling with goosebumps. What is this thing? His voice faltered, and for a long moment, he couldn't think of how to respond. But soon, he had no time to linger. For he watched as the gray mist, like a terrifying beast opening its gaping maw, swallowed him whole. All vision vanished, replaced by endless, eerie gray mist. Though he felt no immediate danger, a sense of dread crept over him as if lingering here would invite something truly horrific. His gaze sharpened as he immediately channeled his true essence, propelling his form toward the edge of the black mist. But an even more terrifying scene unfolded. No matter how hard he flew, his form remained trapped within the gray mist, with no hope of escape. He abruptly halted his movement, suddenly realizing his senses had been subtly disrupted. If this continues, he'll exhaust himself to death sooner or later. After a long moment of deliberation, he made a bold decision. "Since you want me dead here, I'll just die right in front of you." With that, he transformed his palm into a blade and slashed it down toward his own throat. Splatter! His neck exploded instantly, his head tumbling to the ground. But eerily, his eyes remained wide open, and he could still speak. "Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Did you truly believe I had no secret technique up my sleeve?" As the words left his lips, his form began to rapidly expand except for his head, his entire body ballooned to dozens of meters tall in the blink of an eye. Then, in this decapitated state, he began striding toward the edge of the gray mist. In this vastly enlarged state, the surrounding gray mist couldn't penetrate him at all. His form swept through like a violent wind, instantly clearing a vast swath of the mist around him. The previously obscured view instantly cleared, allowing him to escape the gray mist entirely. Chapter 178, You Think You Can Escape? Ha 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 ha. So this is your so-called ultimate move. I almost fell for it, thinking it was some powerful spell. The third elder, clutching his own severed head, sprinted through the thick, heavy gray mist. As he saw the gradually brightening areas around him, he laughed unrestrainedly. I'd assumed this Pei Jinglian was a disciple of some great master, hence the formidable spells. But now I see if my own secret arts can break through, how profound could it really be? I knew instantly this was just a bluff, not the work of any master's apprentice. Once he grasped this truth, all caution vanished from his heart. Like a raging wind, he charged relentlessly toward the edge of the gray mist. His body had swollen considerably, propelling him forward with increasing speed. Soon, he was nothing but a blur of motion, his form indistinguishable to the eye. But his laughter abruptly halted. He realized that despite running for what felt like an eternity, only the faint glow remained around him. There was no sign of the actual exit. He halted instantly. The severed head in his grasp stared around in bewilderment, its expression filled with doubt and confusion. What's going on? Why haven't I gotten out yet? He shifted his body repeatedly, trying to shift his line of sight to other areas. Logically speaking, after activating this secret technique, no illusion should be able to hide from me. After all, this technique has been refined countless times. To put it plainly, even facing illusions from nascent soul cultivators, I'm confident I could escape. This move requires severing my own head, a sacrifice so great it would halt a golden core cultivator's progress for a decade. Even after escaping, I must employ multiple specialized spells to reattach my severed head. It is through this technique that I have managed to survive and thrive within the demonic sects for over a decade, growing ever more powerful. Moreover, this technique was obtained for me at tremendous resource cost by the Grand Elder back then. It absolutely satisfies the needs of a vast majority. But strangely, this spell that had never failed him, that had saved his life countless times, now seemed utterly powerless. Even his faint hope of escape was fading. Hard to believe this is a spell cast by someone at the golden core stage. Even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be this terrifying. Even after leaving his body, cold sweat continued to bead on his forehead. Damn it! Could this guy actually possess something? Could there really be a powerful figure backing him? This terrifying thought flashed through his mind, and then he realized with horror his body had begun to melt away unnoticed. Like a candle burned to ashes. This sight drove him into a frenzy. Impossible. This body was forged from the remains of over 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators. Its strength approaches that of a nascent soul cultivator. It should be utterly impervious to attack from a golden core cultivator. No matter how he screamed, reality stared him in the face. The gray mist had once again enveloped him, causing his body to melt like wax. And the most bizarre part was that even now, he felt not a shred of pain, as if his entire nervous system had been numbed by this gray mist. He immediately focused his mind, preparing to reconstitute his body. I've encountered attempts to refine my body before, but each time I escaped through sheer willpower and the cultivation methods I'd honed. Thus, when confronted with this situation now, he unhesitatingly began invoking those secret techniques according to his established routine. Clunk! 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 With a series of dull thuds, the third elder's body actually fell to the ground of its own accord, instantly dissolving into a pool of liquid. Within mere breaths, all but the third elder's head had dissolved into a pool of blood and flesh pulp on the ground. I admit your methods are truly ingenious. But I'm no pushover either. The third elder roared, and then an unbelievable sight unfolded. His body began to gradually reshape itself from the pool of blood and flesh pulp. And it seemed to be even more powerful than before. Once the final fragment of his body was restored, aside from appearing slightly smaller, he seemed to have returned to his normal form. Even so, he hesitated not a moment, charging madly toward a chosen direction. Whether the direction was correct or not, he no longer cared. His sole desire now was to escape this hellhole immediately, even if he was running in the wrong direction. As long as it made him feel like he was fleeing. Moreover, he trusted his instincts implicitly. After all, he had relied on them to evade the righteous faction's encirclement over a dozen times. As a practitioner of the demon path, if one's luck or intuition isn't strong enough, they'd have died long ago under the joint assaults of fellow practitioners and the orthodox path. That's precisely why we of the demonic path, even with inferior resources and equipment compared to the righteous path, can still hold our own against them. Beyond our formidable concealment skills, this aid from our instincts is an absolutely crucial factor. And as luck would have it, this very act of fleeing led him straight to the correct location. Beyond the black mist, Pei Jinglian could clearly see a figure running toward her, precisely the most crucial element of the chaos array he had conjured. If he could locate Pei Jinglian's position, he could successfully escape this gray mist. Yet Pei Jinglian showed no panic, instead feeling a tinge of excitement. For the true power of his chaos array lay not within the formation itself, but in those who had discovered the escape route. Anyone daring to flee to his side now was essentially walking into a trap. After all, escaping the array would have already drained them of immense energy and strength. And when one's condition is already weakened, facing a Chaos Saint body golden core cultivator like Pei Jinglian, well, the consequences are obvious. At that moment, the third elder, relying on his own intuition, finally noticed the light before him growing increasingly bright. He burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. Ha 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 ha. I knew this formation was all show. It means nothing against my intuition. He strode boldly forward, stepping directly out of the gray mist's shroud. The moment he stepped out, a flash of a sword blade magnified in his field of vision. Chapter 179, The Curse Before Death. Boom! The instant that blade entered his field of vision, the third elder's soul nearly fled his body. He instantly split his physical form into three separate entities, barely evading the deadly strike. Had it struck him, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed outright. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? How can it be so bizarre? The third elder, now split into three, snarled eerily from the sidelines. His tone was thick with resentment. He couldn't comprehend it. How could a newcomer who had just ascended to the golden core stage reduce him, a seasoned demonic cultivator of the same realm, to this state? After all, the opponent was merely a greenhorn barely over 20. In terms of combat experience and cultivation consolidation, he should be inferior to me. Yet the combat experience and bizarre techniques he displayed far exceeded my expectations. Especially that sword strike just now. If not for my instincts, I doubt I could have escaped. He was certain this opponent could dominate the entire golden core stage. After all, not everyone possessed his razor-sharp intuition coupled with those bizarrely potent secret arts. Even without that gray mist just now, that sword strike alone could have instantly wiped out a large group of peers. In truth, it wasn't just him who was shocked by Pei Jinglian's power. The other party was equally stunned by the third elder's bizarre magic. Pei Jinglian stared at the third elder, now split into three distinct forms yet still speaking coherently. She couldn't help but think to herself, this guy is definitely cultivating demonic arts. This is absolutely beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals. To split into three forms and still speak, only those who follow the demonic path could achieve such a feat. He must have drifted into the demonic sects during his years wandering outside. Otherwise, how could he have vanished without a trace? Lín Xuān watched the third elder's bizarre display on the screen and couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Does this guy think he's the three purities? Splitting himself into three parts? But if he could refine this slightly, transforming those three bodies into three avatars, it might actually offer some advantages. After all, three avatars could confuse enemies, making it impossible to discern the true form. Of course, the most crucial benefit would be appearing more elegant, rather than looking like three disgusting blobs like Third Master does now. Back to the matter at hand. After evading that sword strike, the third elder reintegrated his body. After all, he hadn't truly transcended human limitations, merely mastered secret arts allowing temporary bodily separation. If his form remained divided for too long, he'd be dragged to a gruesome death. His eyes darkened as he fixed them on Pei Jinglian, his voice low and menacing. Let's make a deal. We each give a little. I'll admit defeat right now and leave the Jade Mystic Sect forever. You can stay here and continue being the sect master. How does that sound? At this moment, he was utterly panicked. His instincts screamed that if the fight continued, Pei Jinglian would kill him sooner or later. After all that hardship wandering the outside world, was he really going to return only to meet his end? That was absolutely unacceptable. So he decisively chose to back down. But how could Pei Jinglian possibly grant him the chance to back down now? She had already given him ample opportunities to leave earlier, yet he had clearly chosen to court death. Since he persistently sought to offer himself up for her to take his life, she saw no reason to refuse. His sudden attempt to renege now was utterly impossible. For her, this battle must end with one person's death. She sneered coldly, "At this point, do you really think you can walk away?" Hearing this, the third elder's face paled. Despair washed over his face as he finally realized his return had been a trap. The opponent's nature wasn't one to let anyone walk away. If he hadn't misjudged, his life would soon be forfeited right here. As for counterattacking? That possibility had long been ruled out. Judging solely from her earlier display, he possessed absolutely no countermeasure. After all, whether it was that grey mist or that sword strike just now, she was no easy opponent. And if the other party still had other hidden techniques up their sleeve, then where would he possibly find the chance to fight back? Fine. Since you refuse to let me go, I won't leave. Even if I die here, I'll make you suffer for it. After delivering this threat, the third elder's body suddenly began to glow with waves of black light, making him appear like a bizarre figure entirely coated in black pigment. Even more bizarrely, his head retained its original color throughout this transformation, as if his body and head had become two separate entities. Lín Xuān watched as the elder's name rapidly turned crimson, his inner alarm bells ringing loudly. He immediately transmitted a warning telepathically, "Be careful. He seems to be preparing to sacrifice his life to create an opportunity to kill you. The most important thing now is to retreat. Do not engage him head-on." Lín Xuān always approached such deranged demonic cultivators with extreme caution. He certainly didn't want his painstakingly developed character to be inexplicably replaced by some demonic cultivator. Pei Jinglian had initially considered fighting back. After all, as a Chaos Saint body, she possessed the pride and confidence of a powerful cultivator. But upon hearing Lín Xuān's command, she hesitated not a moment before turning and fleeing. Her speed was so swift it left trails of afterimages in her wake. This scene stunned the third elder, who was in the midst of his dark transformation. He never imagined that Pei Jinglian, who had just been coldly conversing with him moments ago, would turn and flee the next second. Yet his days lasted but a moment, for his task now was not to keep Pei Jinglian within striking range, but to cast a curse called Decay. This curse was a true legacy he had obtained from an ancient demonic relic. Once unleashed, the cursed would suffer unbearably in this life. Even if they somehow survived, their next existence would be a living hell, worse than death itself. To unleash such a vicious curse, the third elder himself would pay an excruciating price. The torment he endured in life would be no less than that suffered by the cursed. Had Pei Jinglian not driven him utterly to the brink this time, he would never have resorted to this technique, even if it shattered his Dao heart and scattered his cultivation entirely. Chapter 180, The Might of the Curse. To gauge the horror of the curse unleashed by the third elder, one need only observe the ground around it. As her body darkened, the surrounding grass began withering in vast patches, as if all vitality had been directly drained by the third elder alone. Even more eerie was the indescribable stench permeating the air, a putrid reek like rotting flesh left to decay for days. Without exaggeration, anyone daring to approach within 100 meters of her would instantly be drained dry by a bizarre force, turning into a desiccated corpse that would then emit an unbearably foul stench. And this was merely the precursor to her curse. The true horror lay in the curse itself, which she was about to unleash. And at this very moment, Pei Jinglian stood on the brink of being cursed. The third elder roared, "Die! I gave you a chance, yet you insisted on forcing me to unleash this move. Since you've chosen your own path to destruction, I shall grant your wish." As the words fell, her body abruptly exploded, leaving only a head lying forlornly on the ground. From within the exploded body, a mass of black energy coalesced into a streak of light that shot toward the distance. Its destination was none other than the very spot where Pei Jinglian had just fled. Its speed was so blindingly fast it left a faint afterimage in its wake. The third elder's head remained on the ground, eyes filled with venomous hatred as it watched the black energy chase after it. At this moment, she was utterly focused on manipulating this cursed energy, at least until it dissipated. Her severed head could still survive independently. Meanwhile, Pei Jinglian had already fled over 10 kilometers away, her pace showing no sign of slowing. Because Lín Xuān was still urging her on, "If you keep running like this, you'll soon be outside the borders of the Jade Mystic Sect." "Damn it! Stop running for now!" Lín Xuān's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Pei Jinglian halted instantly, her face filled with confusion as she asked, "Master, why stop running?" Lín Xuān sighed with a headache. "Look behind you." Pei Jinglian whirled around and saw a dark streak streaking across the distant horizon. It was unmistakably the power of the curse. The moment she saw that black streak, a chill ran through her body, and an indescribable fear spread through her heart. After all, she possessed the Chaos Holy Body. A curse capable of instilling fear in someone with the Chaos Holy Body was clearly no ordinary threat. Moreover, judging by its speed, it seemed exceptionally swift. No wonder Lín Xuān had ordered her to stop. If a nascent soul cultivator encountered this, they'd suffer through a torturous ordeal. Lín Xuān whispered, "Don't think about running away yet. The most important thing right now is to focus your energy." Your Chaos Chi should be able to resist this thing. After all, as the origin of all things, Chaos Spirit Chi has the power to dissolve everything. The urgent task is to immediately summon all your Chaos True Essence to resist this thing. He had complete confidence in Pei Jinglian, not the slightest worry that this curse would utterly destroy her. After all, her repeated narrow escapes had proven Pei Jinglian possessed the resilience to withstand such sudden assaults. Moreover, this time she was prepared, and if all else failed, he could still assist her using the game's recharge prompts. Though he couldn't be certain it would trigger this time, his gut told him that if Pei Jinglian couldn't hold out, it would most likely activate. Upon hearing Lín Xuān's voice, Pei Jinglian obediently sat down immediately. She frantically channeled her true essence to form a protective barrier. A gray shield instantly enveloped her, like a gray city wall protecting her within. As time passed, the chaotic true energy surging from her body grew increasingly dense, gradually solidifying the protective wall. Within mere breaths, the barrier before her grew so dense that her figure became nearly indistinguishable. And at that very moment, the cursed energy finally arrived. Sizzle! 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 The moment the two collided, a massive wave of vaporizing energy erupted. The aura carried an indescribable eeriness, and as it drifted upward, faint, indistinct sounds of human weeping could be heard. In short, it was an utterly bizarre standoff. Anyone unaware of the situation might have mistaken it for some new kind of creature. The cursed energy and the Chaos True Essence collided, each devouring and draining the other. From the current situation, the Chaos True Energy proved terrifyingly dense, making a clean breakthrough nearly impossible in the short term. Yet the cursed energy clearly wasn't merely draining her. As time passed, layers of black began staining the Chaos True Essence. The Chaos True Energy, which had always only dissolved others, was now being invaded by the curse power. This was an unprecedented scenario. Of course, this might be because the curse power summoned by the Third Elder had reached a terrifyingly high grade, possibly even approaching the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, the Chaos True Essence Pei Jinglian had summoned remained merely at the Golden Core stage quality, making this outcome unsurprising. Pei Jinglian is in danger. Spends 6480 now to resolve her crisis? Just as Lín Xuān feared Pei Jinglian might truly meet her end here, a life-saving prompt instantly flashed across his screen. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the button. As with countless previous instances, the prompt transformed into golden light and swiftly vanished into the character model within the phone. Within mere seconds, the cursed energy that had completely engulfed Pei Jinglian and was spreading across her body began retreating rapidly, as if encountering its natural enemy. Above Pei Jinglian's head, a token had appeared out of nowhere, bearing the character's evil repellent in bold characters. Pei Jinglian, who had been struggling to hold her ground, opened her weary eyes and looked up abruptly. Only then did she realize that the darkness above her had been dispelled by the warm glow emanating from the token. Her first thought was clear: this must be the emergency token her master had arranged for her. Her heart swelled with profound gratitude, but there was no time for thanks. The urgent priority now was to expel this cursed energy. Though the curse power had retreated under the token's influence, it still seemed restless and eager to pounce again. The next moment, Lín Xuān's voice echoed in her mind: grip this token tightly, then channel your Chaos True Essence. Chapter 181, The Third Elder's Demise. He who holds this token may ward off all evil. A majestic and righteous voice resounded from the token in Pei Jinglian's hand. Under the influence of this voice, the cursed energies retreated swiftly, as if encountering a natural enemy, not daring to advance a single step. The will of the Third Elder, lodged within the cursed energies, was overcome by an involuntary wave of terror. This dread sprang from the depths of her being, beyond the control of her own will. The Third Elder's severed head, still lingering in place, now clearly displayed a look of terror upon its face. She couldn't comprehend why Pei Jinglian, who had previously posed no threat, suddenly possessed such a powerful talisman capable of warding off evil. Shock and rage surged within her. Her first thought was that the mysterious figure behind Pei Jinglian had intervened. She had always believed that figure to be nothing more than a fabricated illusion, but now it seemed entirely possible that such a being truly existed. But she had already burned her bridges. Even if a powerful figure did exist, she could not give up now. Taking a deep breath, she mustered every ounce of willpower to resist the fear gnawing at her core. Through sheer effort, the cursed energy actually shifted slightly, now steadily drifting toward Pei Jinglian. Soon, the already inky black curse energy began to shift color, transforming into an even more eerie purple. Under the influence of the purple hue, the cursed energy truly took on the form of venom. Lín Xuān watched this unfold, his mouth practically splitting from the grin. This fool actually believes her abilities can stand against the system's creations. Perhaps she worried before, but after witnessing the system's relentless, repeated crushing defeats, she was certain anything produced by the system had virtually no chance of turning the tables. Even if you were at the Golden Core stage, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, she immediately let Pei Jinglian handle it herself. After all, this item was custom-made based on her current situation, and its true application likely depended on Pei Jinglian's own performance. Upon hearing the voice in her mind, Pei Jinglian immediately grasped the token before her and channeled Chaos True Essence into it. Her instinct had always been this: whenever something felt off, just use Chaos True Energy. Though this approach was simplistic and straightforward, it worked. After Pei Jinglian infused the token with chaos true energy, the already radiant artifact blazed even more brilliantly, nearly becoming a blinding sun that threatened to pierce one's eyes. Clearly, the token itself required an external energy source. Now, infused with top-tier energy like chaos true essence, it instantly ramped its power to maximum. At this moment, this token could pulverize not just the cursed energy before it, but even an ancient great demon if it dared approach. Its presence now equaled that of a Taoist ancestral site, radiating an aura of exorcism and authority that rivaled the most sacred of such places. Under the full-throttle intimidation of the talisman, the cursed energy controlled by the third elder was instantly compressed into a small spherical object. Faint, agonized screams could be heard emanating from within. Clearly, the third elder now possessed no power to stir up trouble. Under this divine might, she could only slowly dissipate. Pei Jinglian, holding the token, walked slowly toward the black orb. She finally stood before it, looking down from above at the third elders while trapped within. "You may die now," she said indifferently, then brutally pressed the token against the small sphere. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the ground. Instantly, the black orb exploded into a cloud of gray mist, vanishing completely from this world. At that very moment, the third elder's head slowly crumbled into a pile of bone dust, sinking into the earth. For a cultivator who had terrorized the realm for years through demonic arts, to meet such a silent end was a stark reminder of fate's capriciousness. Guess she just had the misfortune of crossing paths with Pei Jinglian. Anyone else in her place would likely be running rampant as the new head of the Jade Mystic Sect by now. Pei Jinglian has slain the third elder of the demonic path, triggering a feedback effect. Congratulations. Your cultivation has advanced to the third layer of the golden core stage. The feedback after slaying the third elder was unremarkable, almost devoid of anything special. Moreover, Lín Xuān even witnessed the token in Pei Jinglian's hand dissolve into a ball of light and vanish from the world after the third elder's death. Clearly, the system didn't want Pei Jinglian to keep it for the next crisis. Its stinginess made Lín Xuān seethe with frustration. If this game weren't virtual, she'd have punched it already. Damn this game. Even if you'd sold that token as an item, I'd have bought it. But no, you had to treat it like a disposable item and just take it back. Lín Xuān couldn't help but curse inwardly. At this moment, Pei Jinglian could finally return to the Jade Mystic Sect to clean up the aftermath. Along the way, she discovered numerous trees withered by the influence of cursed energy, including even a fairly substantial spiritual vein. Clearly, the influence of this cursed energy has reached unimaginable levels. Even the spiritual entities along the way are being killed outright. Thankfully, I obtained my master's token this time, otherwise, my fate would likely have been no better. Since these spiritual beings had perished because of her, Pei Jinglian made every effort to restore their vitality along the way, thus minimizing the karmic debt she carried. After all, with the third elder now dead, this karmic debt would naturally fall upon her shoulders. Upon returning to the Jade Mystic Sect, she discovered the inner disciples had vanished without a trace, likely having fled dozens of miles away long ago. Recalling their hideous expressions filled her with anger. Even someone as forgiving as her found their vile faces revolting. They were being hunted down like this, yet instead of fighting back or fleeing immediately, they chose to beg for mercy right where they stood. If they'd run just a little faster, more of them might have survived. But they insisted on staying put and pleading for mercy. They only have themselves to blame for their stupidity. Back then, Pei Jinglian deliberately slowed down the corrosive power controlled by the third elder. Now, looking at the outcome, over a dozen inner sect disciples still perished. For the already precarious Jade Mystic Sect, this was nothing short of another devastating blow. Barring any unexpected developments, this sect has no future left. Chapter 182, Opening the Spirit Veins. Today, the Yuxuan Sect was unusually bustling. Not only were inner sect disciples present, but even outer sect disciples had been granted special permission to gather outside the sect master's hall. Only a handful of inner disciples were present, no more than a dozen at a glance, including Lín Xuān, the disciple of Pei Jinglian who had been in seclusion. Notably, since receiving Pei Jinglian's cultivation technique and a seclusion chamber, Lín Xuān had scarcely left her quarters, sustaining herself solely on fasting pills. Through this relentless cultivation regimen, bolstered by her innate talent, her cultivation level had surged to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. She was on the verge of breaking through to the first layer of foundation establishment, which would grant her full inner sect disciple status. Previously, she had held the title of inner sect disciple without the corresponding cultivation level. Even so, none of the inner disciples present dared to underestimate Lín Xuān. They all knew her master was Pei Jinglian, who sat atop the sect leader's throne. Moreover, they were all acutely aware that when she had returned, she had been nothing more than an ordinary person. Yet, in the span of just 1 week, she had advanced to the 9th layer of the Qi cultivation stage. Such rapid cultivation progress had stunned everyone present. Given more time, this woman might well become the next Pei Jinglian. Everyone, as fellow members of the Jade Mystic Sect, I shall speak plainly. Pei Jinglian, who had sat silently on the sect master's seat for a long time, finally spoke. She lifted her head to look at the crowd below, her eyes cold and indifferent. Due to the actions of those inner sect disciples earlier, I no longer harbor much affection for the disciples of the Jade Mystic Sect.
Furthermore, I haven't received particularly favorable treatment in the outer sect either. To expect me to maintain the same amiable demeanor toward every disciple as Shen Weihan does would be asking too much of me. At this moment, the fact that someone is willing to step forward and shoulder the responsibilities of the sect master already represents an exceptionally high moral standard on my part. All disciples looked up in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what was happening. This included the inner sect disciples who hadn't yet fled. They had only just received word and rushed over, unlike the earlier group who had come to force a coup. Pei Jinglian looked at them and spoke calmly. Not long ago, the third elder returned. Her opening words sent shockwaves through the crowd, their expressions shifting wildly. Some unaware inner and outer disciples asked in astonishment, "Third elder? Our sect actually has a third elder?" Yeah. Didn't they say the third elder had died long ago? How could he possibly be back? Is the sect master joking with us? How long has the third elder been missing? Even some inner sect disciples privy to the truth remained silent now, for they had long suspected the third elder had likely become a wandering cultivator. His sudden return must mean he'd received some news. Judging by the sect master's demeanor, the third elder likely hadn't met a good end, probably beheaded. Their guesses proved correct, for Pei Jinglian's subsequent words confirmed their suspicions. Her voice was low and grave as she declared, "The third elder returned for one purpose only, to seize my position as sect master. Moreover, from what I understand, he has become a cultivator of the demonic path. Now he seeks to use his status as the third elder to usurp the leadership of the entire Yuxuan Sect, turning all of you into his slaves. Fortunately, my strength was sufficient to barely defeat him. Had I not been superior in power, I might well have fallen to the third elder, who had mastered the demonic path. You would not be seeing me now. Once you fell under the third elder's control, your fate was sealed, either becoming cultivators of the demonic path or fuel for their machines. That's why I urge you all to cherish the life I've fought so hard to secure for you. From this day forward, anyone who dares defy me will be dealt with as a demonic cultivator without hesitation. What we must do now is unite as one. Otherwise, with enemies closing in from all sides, the Jade Mystic Sect may soon cease to exist." After hearing these words, the crowd fell silent. They never imagined such events had transpired, especially that the third elder, a long-lost and highly respected figure of the Jade Mystic Sect, had become a demonic cultivator seeking to seize power. Upon hearing he intended to turn them all into fuel for demonic cultivation, they were filled with dread. If the third elder were sitting up there now, many of us would likely have been executed on the spot. Many felt a chill run down their spines, silently grateful that Pei Jinglian had prevailed. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to speak now. The crowd instantly overflowed with gratitude toward Pei Jinglian seated above them, raising their arms in unison and shouting, "Thank you, Sect Master, for saving the Jade Mystic Sect. For preserving our lives. You are truly a great figure who has turned the tide." Their shouts carried a fervor that bordered on fanaticism. After all, they had witnessed Pei Jinglian's entire journey, rising from an unknown novice, breaking through the inner sect ranks, ascending to elder, and finally seizing the sect leader's seat to command awe across the realm. It must be said, Pei Jinglian had contributed immensely to the Jade Mystic Sect. Had she not decisively slain the third elder, the entire sect would likely now be shrouded in demonic energy. At this moment, nearly every disciple in the sect had bowed to Pei Jinglian's authority. Even if she were to demand the entire sect relocate, not a single voice would dare to object. Witnessing this scene, Pei Jinglian felt immense satisfaction. She had expected some fools to jump out and oppose her again. But after overcoming several obstacles in succession, the entire Jade Mystic Sect had finally fallen under her control. However, she did not let this success go to her head or tempt her into pursuing demonic paths. From the very beginning, she had simply joined the Yuxuan Sect and gradually gained some benefits within the sect. Her current actions were merely a way to repay that favor. Now that she had become the sect leader and secured the support of all disciples, her first step was to elevate everyone's cultivation. This task was straightforward: simply open up all the spiritual veins previously reserved exclusively for inner sect disciples. Then naturally, the strength of the outer disciples would also rise. After all, the previous waves of attacks had already caused many inner disciples to flee or perish. It's impossible for these dozen or so inner disciples to monopolize all the spirit veins anyway. Better to open them up completely, granting outer disciples the right to cultivate at the spirit veins too. After all, our greatest shortage right now is reliable pillars. By directly boosting the strength of some outstanding outer disciples, it's as if the Jade Mystic Sect gains additional pillars of support. Chapter 183, 3 Rules. Today I declare that, effective immediately, the inner sect's spiritual veins are fully opened. Both inner and outer sect disciples may enter to cultivate. The first sentence sent shockwaves through the entire crowd, especially the outer disciples whose faces lit up with instant ecstasy. Particularly those who had been stuck at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, unable to break through. Their joy now transcended mere tears of happiness. It was an indescribable delight. Once upon a time, obtaining a single foundation establishment pill required grueling dozens of missions, and even then, it was likely a low-grade one. As for cultivating within the spirit veins, that was something they could only hear about from inner sect disciples.
The idea of them ever gaining access was utterly unimaginable, for the Jade Mystic Sect had never once treated them as true disciples. Only by entering the inner sect could one truly call themselves a disciple of the Jade Mystic Sect. Otherwise, as mere outer sect disciples, they were little more than high-level menial laborers at best. Every day, they not only endured the scornful glances of inner sect disciples but also had to devote most of their energy to completing so-called tasks and fulfilling their own obligations for the sect, leaving them little time for cultivation. Truthfully, many possess remarkable innate talent, yet lack the proper opportunities, leaving them stuck in the early stages of foundation establishment. If only they could cultivate within the spirit veins, their progress would absolutely match that of inner sect disciples. Now that Pei Jinglian has voluntarily lifted this restriction, she's effectively bridged the gap between them and the inner sect disciples. More importantly, once they entered the spirit veins, their cultivation speed would undergo a qualitative leap. If their previous cultivation was like trudging forward with heavy burdens, now it's akin to riding a thoroughbred steed covering 1,000 miles in a day would be no problem. It's likely that most outer sect disciples will soon achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation, reaching the foundation establishment stage. They've been accumulating strength for a long time, but were stuck at the 9th layer of chi cultivation due to insufficient spiritual energy or poor quality spiritual energy. Beyond that, they'd resorted to unorthodox preparations for their foundation establishment breakthroughs, like relentlessly pumping spiritual energy into their dantian, hoping sheer volume would force a qualitative leap. While this did yield some marginal gains in strength, it fundamentally failed to meet the quality requirements for foundation establishment. Thus, many had already embarked on a distorted path. However, if they were granted high-quality spiritual energy, this distorted path would instantly transform into a shortcut. It would enable them to progress rapidly after breaking through to foundation establishment, thereby closing the gap between themselves and the current inner sect disciples. Thus, upon hearing Pei Jinglian's proclamation, they simultaneously knelt and cried out, "We thank the sect master for this bounty. We vow to dedicate our lives to the Jade Mystic Sect, serving with utmost devotion and sparing no effort. The sect master is mighty. From this day forward, I shall follow only the sect master's commands. Even if elders pressure me, I will always support the sect master's orders. Even if the Jade Mystic Sect becomes the sect master's personal fiefdom, I, Lín Xuān, will stand by the sect master's side. Whoever dares oppose the sect master's will, I will be the first to disagree." They were in a frenzy, all voicing their support for Pei Jinglian. Consider this, there were thousands of outer sect disciples present. Pei Jinglian's maneuver had effectively granted her thousands of loyal followers overnight. Moreover, as time passed, the cultivation levels of these loyalists would only grow stronger. Given sufficient time, the Yuxuan Sect could soon boast hundreds, even thousands, of foundation establishment stage loyalists supporting Pei Jinglian. Such a force would strike fear into any sect. After all, most sects possessed at most 100 foundation establishment cultivators, and even those might not fight to the death for their sect. Most sects are selfish, after all. They'd rather watch spiritual veins go to waste than share even a fraction with outer sect disciples for cultivation. They use this method to nurture their best outer sect disciples like breeding worms, only to let them feast on the spiritual veins later. While this approach does yield exceptional talents over the long term, it also traps many capable cultivators in the outer sect, wasting their entire lives. If other sects learned of Pei Jinglian's actions now, they'd likely be the first to protest. Such a move would attract most untrained cultivation seeds before they joined any sect, luring them directly into Yuxuan Sect and leaving other sects with no new recruits. Even among the dozen or so inner disciples present, several still disagreed. After all, they worked hard to become inner disciples and enjoy the benefits of the spiritual veins. Now, to remove this very condition is to negate all the effort they put in as outer disciples. But at this moment, Pei Jinglian was the only gold core cultivator in the entire sect with strategic foresight. Who dared defy her? Their fate would likely be no better than that of the third elder. Thus, they could only silently swallow their objections, planning to vent their resentment later. Alas, their plans were destined to fail. For among the thousands of outer sect disciples behind them, countless had already resolved to follow Pei Jinglian into battle across the realms. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the future of the Jade Mystic Sect was destined to witness a period of unparalleled strength, spearheaded by none other than the golden core cultivator, Pei Jinglian. As for them, the inner disciples, they were merely foundation establishment cultivators at best. Their cultivation talent wasn't particularly high either, making it utterly impossible for them to catch up to Pei Jinglian. They might even be temporarily surpassed by some outer sect disciples who've been quietly honing their skills. Most importantly, Pei Jinglian's action effectively provided the entire Yuxuan Sect with an exceptionally favorable competitive environment. Anyone can gauge their innate talent by cultivating along the spiritual veins. When the tide recedes, it will be plain to see who are the dragons and who are the shrimp. Pei Jinglian could then seize this opportunity to focus her cultivation efforts on those disciples who demonstrated exceptional talent. This ensures a virtuous cycle: the strong grow stronger, while the weaker ones can still keep pace. Unlike the previous monstrously distorted environment that nurtured parasites, causing many talented individuals to be wasted. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic expressions, a faint smile touched Pei Jinglian's lips. As someone who had been through it, she knew full well the outer disciples' support for this decision. Yet this did not stop her tone from shifting abruptly as she declared with grave seriousness, "But to enter the spirit vein for cultivation, 3 rules must be established." At these words, the room fell silent. All eyes turned to her in confusion, eager to know what these 3 rules would be. Chapter 184, Orderly Sequence, No Disruption. Rule 1, all outer sect disciples entering the spirit vein must proceed in order. No cutting in line or attempting to force entry is permitted. Pei Jinglian stated with unwavering seriousness. This first rule alone poured cold water on the outer disciples' hopes. They had assumed they could cultivate freely within the spirit veins, just like the inner disciples present unfettered, needing only to submit an application to enter ahead of schedule whenever they wished, without any queuing or restrictions. Many faces immediately darkened, assuming Pei Jinglian intended to indirectly restrict outer sect disciples from accessing the spirit veins. But Pei Jinglian's next words quickly reignited their spirits, which had begun to wane. As for the subsequent ranking process, I will naturally provide a reasonable allocation plan. You need not worry about being denied access to the spirit veins. Hearing this, they finally realized she wasn't just making empty promises, but genuinely intended to include them in the spirit vein cultivation. After all, there are thousands of outer disciples right now. Without restrictions, it's entirely possible that most would flood into the spirit vein simultaneously, leading to violent clashes over prime cultivation spots. People are inherently selfish, especially on this path of defying the heavens. Falling behind even slightly means retreating. Thus, most would never willingly cede a prime cultivation spot to those competing with them. The weaker outer sect disciples, who had feared being shut out of spirit vein cultivation, perked up at Pei Jinglian's first point, feeling as if they'd found a new opportunity. In truth, however, Pei Jinglian had no intention of showing any special consideration toward those weaker outer sect disciples. After all, outer sect disciples stuck at the threshold of foundation establishment have at least proven their talent. But those like her before making no progress whatsoever are destined to be among the ones abandoned. Therefore, in her subsequent rankings, those outer sect disciples lagging behind in cultivation would be placed at the very bottom. Everything must prioritize the exceptional. Since Pei Jinglian intended to rapidly cultivate a core group to become the future pillars of Yuxuan Sect, she couldn't genuinely allow those with weaker cultivation talent to advance first. But for now, she remained silent, letting these people cling to their illusions. After all, sometimes giving these people a glimmer of hope can actually motivate them to train more diligently. Beyond that, Pei Jinglian also planned to place the more gifted disciples directly ahead of the inner sect disciples. After all, what the Jade Mystic Sect lacks most right now is the combat strength of its pillars. The more who break through to foundation establishment, the sooner we can address the sect's deficiency in that tier of combat strength. As for expecting those inner sect disciples to break through to the golden core stage anytime soon, that's utterly impossible. After all, advancing to the golden core stage requires not only favorable timing, location, and circumstances, but also an indescribable stroke of divine fortune. Take Pei Jinglian, for instance. She succeeded only through Lín Xuān's external support combined with her own unyielding resolve. Then there's senior sister Su Bailu, who just emerged from seclusion. She too possessed exceptional innate talent, yet only managed to break through after prolonged seclusion. And now it seems our second senior brother is also in seclusion. He hasn't emerged yet, who knows if he perished inside. Therefore, with golden core cultivators unlikely to emerge anytime soon, bolstering the ranks of foundation establishment practitioners has become paramount. She proceeded to outline the remaining 2 principles. Rule 2, abolish the threshold for inner sect discipleship. Anyone who breaks through to foundation establishment automatically becomes an inner sect disciple. And upon becoming an inner sect disciple, they gain priority access to spirit veins. This priority means they can enter the exclusive inner sect disciple passage whenever they wish to cultivate. Naturally, the spirit veins occupied by inner disciples are segregated. This effectively allocates the majority of spirit veins for outer disciples' cultivation, while inner disciples exclusively occupy a portion. This arrangement ensures your cultivation practices won't conflict with those of inner disciples, preventing chaos within the cultivation system. Hearing this, the outer disciples finally felt somewhat relieved. They'd feared they'd have to endure the same grueling queues as outer disciples just to cultivate. If that were the case, they'd rather skip the spirit vein cultivation altogether. Earning a few spirit-packed pills through missions would be quicker than waiting in line. Still, abolishing the inner sect assessment has left them unsettled. They worked hard to pass 3 consecutive trials just to barely enter the inner sect. Now it's being scrapped like this. It's hard for them to accept, and they feel deeply unfairly treated. But when they met the stern gaze of Pei Jinglian, they could only silently close their mouths. What Pei Jinglian hadn't anticipated was that while the inner sect disciples remained silent, some outer sect disciples voiced objections. It's not that they're greedy, one argued, but won't this delay their breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage for an even longer time? Someone immediately voiced the concern, Master Sect Leader, if we wish to cultivate, won't we also have to wait in line for an extended period? Wouldn't this ultimately prolong the time it takes for us to break through to the foundation establishment stage? For those who've been stuck at the foundation establishment stage for so long, breaking through sooner means sooner overcoming their inner demons. After all, these demons are tangible. How many have been stalled right before foundation establishment, letting darkness breed within until their cultivation path shattered completely? Now that they finally glimpse hope, Pei Jinglian suggests prolonging it. This is nothing short of delivering a crushing blow. Many are on the verge of breaking down. After all, the greatest taboo in cultivation is to offer hope only to extinguish it with your own hands. It's like tossing someone high into the air just to watch them plummet into the abyss. Pei Jinglian understood their feelings perfectly, so she quickly offered an explanation. Rest assured, any cultivator who reaches the 9th layer of qi refining will have their place moved forward in the queue. Those who haven't reached the 9th layer yet needn't worry. Once you advance to that level, you'll receive the same treatment. What our Jade Mystic Sect needs most right now are foundation establishment cultivators. I hope everyone understands. Thank you. Chapter 185. This life belongs only to Yuxuan. No objections to the first 2 points, right? Pei Jinglian inquired. The disciples below shook their heads in unison. No objections. Truthfully, even if anyone had objections now, daring to voice them would only earn them being drowned in a sea of spit from the outer sect disciples eagerly awaiting their turn. After all, they had waited far too long for this opportunity. Now that hope was finally in sight, anyone raising objections would surely meet a grim fate. After all, this benefits the entire sect. Whoever opposes it would be declaring war on the entire sect, wouldn't they? Pei Jinglian nodded with satisfaction. Since there are no objections, I shall now present the final point, the most crucial one. At these words, all attention sharpened as they strained to hear the final stipulation. If even the sect master calls this the most crucial point, its gravity must surpass the previous two. The assembly heard Pei Jinglian speak slowly. This third point is brief, consisting of only one sentence. Any disciple cultivating within the spirit veins must never betray the Jade Mystic Sect in this lifetime. Any who violate this oath shall be struck down by heavenly thunder. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. They never imagined Pei Jinglian's final rule would be so severe, demanding they swear an oath to ensure they would never betray the sect. Doesn't this mean we're bound to stay in the Jade Mystic Sect for the rest of our lives? Initially, several exceptionally gifted disciples voiced dissent, raising their hands in protest. Forgive us, sect master. We are cultivators first, disciples of the Jade Mystic Sect second. As the saying goes, people seek higher ground, water flows downward. While we can aid the sect through these turbulent times, you cannot bind us to remain here after achieving greater accomplishments. This is not betrayal, for we remain during the most difficult times. You cannot fault us on that ground. We simply wish to join superior sects such as those in the Central Realm or other first-rate sects in the Eastern Realm once we've attained sufficient mastery. Setting aside other matters, with your own talent, Master Sect Leader, have you never considered joining another sect? This pointed question struck at the heart of the matter. Given Pei Jinglian's extraordinary talent, if it were known outside, she would undoubtedly receive invitations. To say she hadn't been tempted at all would be impossible. Yet this time, they miscalculated, for Pei Jinglian possessed an unshakable Dao heart, utterly immune to the allure of the outside world. What they all failed to realize was that Pei Jinglian now had the world's finest master, Lín Xuān, who had repeatedly helped her overcome crises. Now that she was being asked to remain at the Jade Mystic Sect as its leader, Pei Jinglian would never abandon that for some vague, illusory future at another sect. Facing their skepticism, she merely gave a cold smile. Your vision is far too narrow. Is our Jade Mystic Sect some second-rate organization unworthy of respect? You may leave if you wish, but only if you surpass me in cultivation realm or defeat me in combat. Should you overcome me, the world lies open before you. Yet before that day, you must all swear an oath. Without it, none of the spirit veins resources or the Jade Mystic Sect's privileges shall be yours. Those who seek cultivation support must pledge first. Our Jade Mystic Sect favors only its own. Outsiders would do well to recognize their place and leave the sect promptly. Upon hearing this, disciples with weaker cultivation or those who felt their talents were lacking immediately wrote down their oaths. They swore a solemn oath before heaven and earth. From this day forward, once I enter the spirit vein for cultivation, I shall never leave the Jade Mystic Sect for the rest of my life. In life, I am a member of the Jade Mystic Sect. In death, I shall be its spirit. Should I ever violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down with 5 thunderbolts. The sheer number of those swearing simultaneously caused the heavens themselves to shift in color. A faint rumble of thunder could be heard, shaking the hearts of those disciples who had yet to pledge. Their faces twisted with terror as they gazed upward at Pei Jinglian. Words formed on their lips, only to be silently swallowed back. After prolonged hesitation, even the disciples who considered themselves fairly skilled ultimately swore their own oaths. After all, the Jade Mystic Sect truly ranks among the top in the entire Eastern domain. Even though the entire sect has suffered a tremendous blow now, Sect Master Pei Jinglian is no pushover. Her talent absolutely deserves the title of the Eastern domain's foremost. They can only take a gamble under her leadership. The Jade Mystic Sect will eventually become the foremost sect in the Eastern realm. By then, forget about letting them leave, they won't even want to be driven away. Ultimately, under Pei Jinglian's watchful eye, every single person swore their oath.
Only now had she completed the first step in her plan to reshape the Jade Mystic Sect. With that, she saw no point in continuing with useless chatter. Raising her hand, she declared, "The matters I just announced are to be implemented immediately. Disciples wishing to enter the spirit veins for cultivation, come to me now. I shall assign your order of entry. This ranking will be updated monthly following the outer sect competition. I hope you all can achieve a favorable position through your own efforts." With that, Pei Jinglian flicked her wrist, sending thousands of streaks of light cascading down to land in the hands of the disciples below. With her golden core cultivator's abilities, simultaneously assessing the strength levels of thousands of Qi cultivation disciples was a simple task. Her criteria for the first batch of rankings were straightforward. The higher your strength, the earlier your number, the lower your strength, the later your number. As for innate talent, that remains unclear for now. But I believe once the Outer Sect Grand Competition begins in a month, it will become abundantly clear who possesses high talent and who does not. Moreover, the immediate priority was to help those with higher cultivation break through to the foundation establishment stage. Thus, upon receiving their numbers and seeing their rankings, most disciples voiced little objection. They promptly set off toward the long-awaited inner sect spiritual veins. Meanwhile, the inner sect disciples, led by Pei Jinglian, confirmed their exclusive spiritual veins designated for inner sect cultivation. With these matters settled, Pei Jinglian finally steered the entire Jade Mystic Sect back onto the right track. And judging by this momentum, the entire Yuxuan Sect is unlikely to face any disturbances for the foreseeable future. After all, everyone is solely focused on cultivation, eager to swiftly enhance their cultivation base and avoid being overtaken by those behind them. The only potential source of trouble now lies in external factors. Under Pei Jinglian's firm control, the sect's internal affairs have become exceptionally stable. Chapter 186. What? To aid other cities? How fascinating. Who would have thought Pei Jinglian possessed such talent for administration? Lín Xuān watched the bustling Pei Jinglian on his phone screen in the now well-organized Jade Mystic Sect, unable to suppress his inner admiration. Such talent is truly all around. So far, I haven't found a single weakness in Pei Jinglian. This must be the true power of an SSS tier talent. If this person existed in reality, she'd undoubtedly be the leader of a top-tier faction. Lín Xuān couldn't help but think to himself, tinged with a hint of regret. Why isn't such a talent in the real world? Otherwise, establishing the world's first guild would be a breeze. His current predicament isn't recruiting top talent, but managing them after recruitment. So far, he's left Ma Xiaoyong and Lu Ruyan entirely to their own devices, offering no tangible benefits or incentives to keep them by his side. While this approach makes things easier for him, it also risks fracturing team cohesion. Who knows? One day Lu Ruyan might simply leave a letter and vanish without a trace. Ma Xiaoyong, however, is more principled. We needn't worry about him running off anytime soon. Knock knock knock. Speak of the devil. Just as Lín Xuān had this thought, Ma Xiaoyong's voice sounded outside the door. Chairman. Chairman, are you there? I have urgent business to discuss. Lín Xuān raised an eyebrow and walked straight to open the door. Standing outside was none other than Ma Xiaoyong, dressed in his demon-slaying bureau uniform. His expression was frantic, as if some catastrophic emergency had unfolded. His tone grew urgent. Chairman. I hear beast waves have erupted worldwide, especially here in Great Xia. Nearly every city has been attacked. I implore you to lead us to assist other cities. After all, they are our compatriots. Without hesitation, Lín Xuān refused. Impossible. We're already exhausted from dealing with the beast waves in Jiangcheng and Nan City. How could we possibly aid others? In times like these, we must focus on our own survival. As for the rest, isn't that the demon-slaying bureau's concern? It's their responsibility. As if anticipating this response, Ma Xiaoyong tugged at his demon-slaying bureau robes and declared with righteous conviction, "You're absolutely right. I am a member of the demon-slaying bureau. Therefore, while I'm away, I hope you can help manage Jiangcheng to prevent petty criminals from causing trouble or beast waves from occurring. Until my return, I will dedicate myself entirely to defending the entire city of Daxia against the beast waves. My purpose in coming here specifically is to prevent you from suspecting I intend to desert or anything of the sort. Moreover, I have no choice but to entrust you with managing Jiangcheng. After all, from now on, the only one capable of keeping this city's people in check is you, the guild leader." As he spoke, Ma Xiaoyong's tone turned apologetic. He reached behind him and pulled out a bag of spirit stones. "Of course, I won't ask you to go to all this trouble for nothing. These are tokens of appreciation I've gathered through my connections. I hope you'll accept them." Lín Xuān stared at the man's blank expression, utterly speechless. Just moments ago, I thought this fellow might finally behave himself, but now it seems he's the one planning to make a run for it. And you think offering a bag of low-grade spirit stones will bribe me? Seriously, have you even looked at what level of cultivator I am? This junk isn't even worth keeping as a souvenir. It's less valuable than a regular rock. Of course, he wouldn't voice these thoughts aloud. After all, the man was still his subordinate, and he had to preserve some semblance of decorum. With a resigned expression, he asked, "You genuinely want to help other cities resist the beast tide?"
Ma Xiaoyang didn't hesitate for a second, nodding firmly. As a member of the Demon Slaying Bureau, I must contribute to all my fellow Great Xia citizens. Otherwise, I'd be unworthy of wearing this uniform.
Lín Xuān felt genuinely helpless now.
A pang of regret washed over him. Why didn't I recruit him as my subordinate before he became the Demon Slaying Bureau's chief?
After all, he seems to pledge allegiance only to the first faction that takes him in.
As a latecomer, I naturally can't claim priority.
But the thought vanished as quickly as it arose. His actions don't suggest he's driven by who came first. Even without that uniform, he'd still rush to aid other cities for the sake of his compatriots.
That uniform seems more like a gag to silence me.
Gazing at the man before him, Lín Xuān felt both helplessness and a tinge of admiration welling up inside. After all, in his previous life, he sacrificed himself for the entire Jiang city. Now that the city has stabilized, he's chosen to risk his life again to aid other cities against the beast tide. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, given his nature, he'll likely sacrifice himself once more to resist another beast tide. Perhaps Ma Xiaoyang himself would harbor no regrets after all. His unwavering purpose has always been to sacrifice his life for the greater good of the Great Xia.
But I won't stand for it. I saved your life, how could I let you waste it elsewhere? If you must die, it will be at my Lín Xuān's hands.
After a long silence, Lín Xuān sighed helplessly.
Alright, what exactly do you want me to do to stop you from reinforcing other cities against the beast tide? Ma Xiaoyang looked utterly serious. It's simple. Unless you personally go to aid the beast tide in another city and take me with you. Otherwise, I won't abandon this plan. If you wish to stop me, now is your chance to act. Please forgive my disrespect, for this is a matter of utmost importance, a matter concerning the very survival of our Great Xia compatriots.
Lín Xuān sighed helplessly at the other man's stubbornness.
After a moment's thought, he proposed a compromise. How about this? I can intervene, but only to support one city at a time. After assisting one city, you must pause, not rush straight to the next. After all, human energy is finite. We must balance work and rest in combating these beast waves. After resolving one city, we must rest for at least 7 days before moving to the next. Do you agree to these terms? Ma Xiaoyang clearly hadn't anticipated Lín Xuān proposing this condition. Yet after solemn consideration, he hesitated briefly before finally nodding. Agreed, Chairman. I accept your proposal. In that case, we mustn't delay, let's depart immediately. Chapter 187, First Stop, Ma City. Watching his eager expression, Lín Xuān couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Thankfully he's under my command. If it were someone without scruples, they could probably use the pretext of national righteousness to deceive him into oblivion.
After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Go ahead. Which city do you think we should head to first?"
Ma Xiaoyang clearly had an answer ready. He blurted out a location immediately. Rest assured, Chairman.
We have no idea which city is in the most critical situation right now. So we'll simply help the city closest to us first. That means starting with support for Ma City. The name Ma City triggered a flicker of memory in Lín Xuān's mind.
He actually had some connection to that city before.
In his previous life, since no one from Jiangqing City joined, he initially went to Ma City and other neighboring cities specifically to recruit talent. And Ma City was his very first stop.
When he first arrived, he did indeed see many unorganized talents.
But it wasn't until he tried to recruit them that he realized the reason these people weren't part of any group wasn't because local organizations didn't want them. It was purely because their standards were too high. They looked down on other organizations, all thinking they'd be strong enough later to start their own. This situation directly led to an incredibly distorted landscape in Ma City at the time, where guilds were nearly outnumbering players. The reason he holds such a vivid memory of Ma City is purely because during recruitment, several individuals openly mocked him, sneering that his abilities weren't even worthy of founding a guild. Some even went so far as to attack him outright. Had his own strength not been passable, he likely would have lost his life there. So his impression of the city isn't exactly favorable. But now that he'd agreed to Ma Xiaoyang's request, he couldn't go back on his word. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed to the request and immediately set off with him toward Ma City. As a golden core cultivator, Lín Xuān had reached a realm where his speed could surpass ordinary planes and high-speed trains. He abandoned conventional transportation altogether, opting instead to reach Ma City at top speed. His plan was to resolve the beast tide there before bringing Ma Xiaoyang back for a 7-day vacation. But just as they left the city limits, a furious shout erupted from behind. "You guys are planning a secret getaway without me, aren't you?" Lín Xuān slammed on the brakes, nearly causing Ma Xiaoyang behind him to stumble. Turning in surprise, they saw Lu Ruyan, who had been roaming the outer mountains, had appeared behind them unnoticed. And judging by how out of breath she is, she must have been chasing us since the moment she spotted us. Thank goodness Lín Xuān hadn't pushed his speed to the max yet, otherwise, she'd never have caught up, even if she ran herself to death.
Lín Xuān raised an eyebrow.
"We're heading to reinforce Ma City against the beast tide.
What about you? You want to come too?"
He assumed Lu Ruyan's temperament would never allow her to join them, yet to his surprise, she immediately declared her intention to follow.
And her reasoning was surprisingly formal. Before descending the mountain, my master told me that whenever we encounter those in need of help, we must lend a hand. Doing so not only hones our physical prowess but also nourishes our hearts with the essence of the Tao. Doesn't a person walk this earth for nothing more than a clear conscience and inner resolve?
Her words were undeniably sound, leaving Lín Xuān no grounds to refuse. Thus, he brought the guild's second member along as well.
With that, the entire guild mobilized to support Ma City.
At Lín Xuān's speed, he could likely reach Ma City within half an hour.
Meanwhile, chaos was already brewing within Ma City.
Their demon-slaying bureau doesn't have backing like Ma Xiaoyong, who has Lín Xuān's support. Many might temporarily comply, but the moment that bureau chief leaves, chaos will erupt again.
Plenty are eyeing a quick loot before making their escape. Flames now consumed nearly every corner of Ma City. Even without the beast tide's arrival, the city teetered on the brink of ruin.
I doubt even the beasts in the horde realize the city they're attacking will collapse before they ever reach it.
Damn it! Do these bastards have no humanity whatsoever?
They even dare to rob our own people. After exhausting every ounce of strength to slay the lawless player before him, a member of the demon-slaying bureau spat contemptuously at the corpse on the ground. That bastard was so depraved he attacked one of his own comrades who had more cultivation resources. He even set up an ambush beforehand, clearly planning to loot and flee immediately, not stay to fight the beast tide. His companion, still visibly shaken, glanced at the corpse and the chaotic crowd nearby before sighing helplessly.
What can we do?
Cities like ours are always a mixed bag. Plus, our bureau chief isn't exactly gifted, and we don't have a supreme overlord like the one in neighboring Jiangcheng. People like this will inevitably turn to crime when faced with apocalyptic situations. The first man sighed, a shadow of gloom crossing his face.
He murmured, maybe we should run too?
His companion jumped in alarm.
Are you out of your mind? Deserting in the heat of battle is a capital offense.
If we're caught later, we'll be on the most wanted list. But the man merely pointed helplessly at the utterly chaotic crowd, his voice filled with anguish.
Look at these people. Do they deserve our protection? I say we get out of here fast. We've only been with the demon-slaying bureau for a month anyway. Better to flee now than wait here to die. And judging by this mess, this city is doomed to ruin. If we escape now, hardly anyone will even notice.
His companion hesitated upon hearing this, for the man's words held truth. The city seemed destined for ruin.
Staying here is certain death.
If they fled with the crowd, no one might notice their absence. People might even assume they perished in the beast tide or were killed in the chaos.
After hesitating repeatedly, the two exchanged glances and saw the same resolute determination in each other's eyes. They immediately changed into ordinary clothes and blended into the crowd.
Such scenes were far from uncommon in Ma City. The entire city's order was teetering on the brink of collapse.
Chapter 188, Insane? Hijacking the Demon-Slaying Bureau? At that moment, in the Demon-Slaying Bureau of Ma City,
the director of the Ma City Combat Bureau stared grimly at the satellite feed showing red dots steadily closing in. Those dots represented the beast tide gradually encircling the city from outside. He never imagined that the beast tide, which had only appeared in Nancheng and Jiangcheng days ago, would now target their small city.
I thought those beast swarms were just random occurrences. But now it seems any human settlement can't escape their encirclement. Moreover, from what he understood, the city was now in utter chaos, leaving him little chance to reorganize their defensive forces. His sole reason for holding out here was to make one last desperate attempt to see if he could save Ma City. Sigh. I've already sent out a distress call. I wonder if anyone will come to aid Ma City.
He sighed, gazing helplessly at the sky darkening beyond the window as hope flickered away within him. Because he knew that at this late hour, no one would come to his aid. Perhaps all he could do was give his life here, making one final effort for Ma City. He took a deep breath, placed the suicide note on the desk, and then walked out the door without hesitation. He knew that stepping through that door meant facing a life or death situation. Yet he hesitated not, for he was the chief of the demon-slaying bureau. The moment he stepped outside, he saw his team members surrounded by a crowd, and it looked like something bad was about to happen. He roared, "What do you think you're doing?" The group turned around. Seeing him, their faces showed no fear, only a sinister grin spread across their lips.
I wondered who it could be. The chief, of all people. You've been nowhere to be found. I thought you were dead. The director of the Ma City Demon-Slaying Bureau roared, "What the hell are you all doing? The beast tide is outside, and you're fighting amongst yourselves. Are you all mad?" He couldn't comprehend why, in the face of imminent danger, these people would choose to attack their own kind first. Did they not realize how critical the situation was? Or did they simply not care about being devoured by the beast tide? Satellite maps show Ma City is nearly surrounded. Even if they just fled for their lives, he wouldn't have said a word. Yet they chose to attack his subordinates here. Their hearts deserve to be torn out. One of them suddenly sneered coldly, "Director, when you locked us up earlier, you didn't talk like this. You said we were all hopeless cases. Now you want us to help you fight the beast tide? Don't you find that laughable?" Hearing this, the director of Mocking City's demon-slaying bureau's expression abruptly changed. He suddenly remembered this group had indeed been a bunch of lawbreakers. Relying on their rapid early power gains, they'd committed countless misdeeds. In a fit of rage, he'd thrown the entire lot into prison. After their release, they behaved themselves and stayed out of trouble. But who would have thought they'd choose the beast tide outbreak to strike? Clearly, they'd been plotting this for ages, just waiting for the perfect opportunity. Seeing the change in his expression, they immediately laughed sinisterly. "Looks like you remembered us, Chief." "Since that's the case, we're merely seeking revenge now. What's wrong with that?" The Moss City bureau chief finally lost his temper. He raised his hand, drew a large knife, and coldly declared, "If you don't release my men immediately, don't blame me for being ruthless." Seeing the city chief's furious expression, the group showed no fear. Instead, they burst into loud laughter. "Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly it. The more you react like this, the happier we are. We've had it with you, you high and mighty jerk. You've oppressed us enough in the past, and now you're spouting all this righteous nonsense. Do you really think we're all fools?" These words stunned Chief Moss City into silence. "When did I oppress you?" he demanded in disbelief. The group delivered a response that shattered his worldview. "When we were at home, why didn't you send us supplies? Did we have to be born with legs to walk? We're precious high-level players, shouldn't you be groveling at our feet? Instead, you threw us in jail. Do you really think we're fools? You didn't even bother to suck up to us when you didn't need us. Now you want us to join you in resisting the beast tide? Want us? It seems simple enough. First, I'll have to slaughter you and your entire crew." Their shamelessness and twisted values had completely extinguished any desire in the Moss City bureau chief to engage with them. He swung his greatsword on the spot, ready to cut them down first and ask questions later. "Perhaps the other side has a point. Before fighting the beast tide, we must purge these scum. Otherwise, you'll never know when, in the midst of battling beasts, a cold blade might suddenly pierce your heart from behind." Just as he was about to strike, he discovered his body had become paralyzed. This sudden turn of events sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Across from him, a player slowly lowered the burning talisman in his hand and sneered coldly, "Do you think we'd dare intercept you without any assurance? This immobilizing talisman cost me a fortune to exchange. Using it on you feels like a waste, but as long as it kills you, I wouldn't mind spending countless more. We only want you dead." As the words fell, dozens of cold blades surged toward him simultaneously. These were no ordinary foes, they were the very players the chief had personally ordered imprisoned. With the beast tide upon them, they finally saw their chance for revenge and wouldn't let it slip. So now, every one of them wants to use their weapons to carve a chunk of flesh from the Moss City bureau chief's body. They'd devour him whole if they could. Yet at this critical moment, a detached voice echoed from above, "Are you preparing to lay hands on the director of the Demon Slaying Bureau?" The next instant, dozens of players simultaneously felt a tremendous force slam into their chests. They flew apart like kites whose strings had snapped, hurled dozens of meters away. They rolled several times on the ground before collapsing unconscious. The remaining players were utterly stunned. After a long moment, the leader snapped out of his shock and looked up to see three figures slowly descending from the sky. He demanded warily, "Who the hell are you? I advise you not to meddle. This is between us and Bureau Chief Ma. If you dare interfere, don't blame us for killing every last one of you." Chapter 189, 3 are enough to handle the beast tide. Lín Xuān stood with his arms crossed, looking down on them with an icy expression. The moment he arrived in Moss City, he sensed something profoundly wrong with this group. Scenes of looting, destruction, and arson were everywhere. Not a single person seemed normal, all were consumed by the urge to ravage the city. He even suspected they'd been bewitched by the beasts in the horde. After all, shouldn't normal people either flee for their lives or band together to resist the beast tide? Why were the humans in this city instead rampaging everywhere, burning, killing, and looting, with almost no one choosing to fight back? What shocked him even more was arriving at the Demon Slaying Bureau only to discover these people had the audacity to attempt murder, targeting the bureau chief and his entire staff. This was beyond the realm of normalcy. Without exaggeration, in Lín Xuān's eyes, these people were more despicable than the demonic beasts in the horde outside the city. If not for the fact that some of his men were still in their hands, he would have struck against them in an instant. "Hey! I'm talking to you. Stop playing dumb. We've got a score to settle with your brothers. Either kneel now and beg for mercy, hand over the woman, or walk over here and take a few knives. Otherwise, this won't end here." The group clearly wasn't intimidated by Lín Xuān's earlier move. After all, in their eyes, Lín Xuān had merely launched a surprise attack. If it came down to a direct confrontation, they genuinely believed they wouldn't necessarily lose to him. Hearing this, Lín Xuān nearly laughed. He never imagined the world actually harbored such brainless villains. "I always thought such characters only existed in games. Who knew they'd appear in real life too?" He stared coldly at the group, slowly raising both hands. The men instantly grew wary. "What do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't make a move. Or we'll kill these people right now." As they spoke, they raised their weapons, aiming them at the terrified members of the Demon Slaying Bureau. Lín Xuān's hands were now held level at chest height. Slowly, he uttered a single word, "Kill." The next moment, the group felt a sudden chill at their necks.
They clutched their throats in disbelief, discovering gashes had appeared without warning, spurting blood from their necks. Moments later. Thud. Thud. Several people collapsed instantly from excessive blood loss. They never understood why their throats had been slit so suddenly, even as they died. The remaining survivors, relying on their unique physical constitutions and feedback from the game, managed to stay on their feet. Their faces twisted with terror as they stared at Lín Xuān. Who are you? How can you possess such terrifying power? Lín Xuān couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. He snapped his fingers once more. In the next instant, the group exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The members of the demon-slaying bureau were finally saved. Relief washed over their faces as they realized they'd narrowly escaped death. Instantly snapping to attention, they rushed forward and knelt before Lín Xuān. "Thank you, noble sir, for saving our lives." Lín Xuān raised his hand, using his power to lift them up. "Stand up. No kneeling." At that moment, the head of the Ma City Demon-Slaying Bureau finally broke free from the immobilizing talisman's effect. His first reaction was to stare at Lín Xuān and his two companions in astonishment. "May I ask where you are from? I don't recall ever seeing you in Ma City before." Amidst the others' bewildered expressions, Ma Xiaoyong beside Lín Xuān offered a faint smile and introduced them calmly. "We're all from Jiangqing City. We came specifically to provide support." Jiang City? Hearing this place name, everyone present froze in surprise. Then the demon-slaying bureau chief suddenly realized, could it be that Jiangqing City where the great Lín Xuān resides? Lu Ruyan nodded calmly. "That's correct. And the person standing before you is none other than the great Lín Xuān you speak of." "What?" The room erupted in shock at her words. They never imagined that the legendary figure Lín Xuān, whom they'd only seen on the rankings, would suddenly appear before them. And he'd even stepped in to save their lives. Only then did it truly sink in. Overcome with joy, they wept, "Thank goodness. It's the legendary Lín Xuān. We're saved. Master Lín Xuān. Your arrival couldn't have been more timely. Without you, we'd likely be dead by now. We thought our city had been abandoned, but now even the top-ranked Lín Xuān has come to support us personally. We no longer need to fear this city being destroyed by the beast tide." Only 3 people arrived, yet in the eyes of Ma City's residents, their city was saved. Simply because those who came were Lín Xuān. Lín Xuān's name speaks for itself, first topping all 4 rankings consecutively, then consecutively wiping out the beast waves in Jiang City and Nan City. Such feats are virtually unmatched anywhere in the world. And his combat prowess is undeniable. He could likely handle this beast tide single-handedly. Of course, this was merely an exaggerated notion. Everyone simply believes that with Lín Xuān leading them, they can definitely withstand the beast tide's assault and temporarily protect the city. As for how to resolve all the beast tides afterward, they haven't thought that far yet. But they trust that with the great leader Lín Xuān's strategic wisdom, it probably won't be too difficult. At this moment, the director of the Demon-Slaying Bureau couldn't help but ask, "May we inquire, Lord Lín Xuān, if you have any plans for your reinforcements? We pledge our full cooperation throughout." The others nodded in agreement, eager to accept Lín Xuān's leadership. But Lín Xuān's next words plunged everyone present into stunned silence. Because Lín Xuān actually said, "There's no plan. It's simple, I can handle this alone." "Oh, no, I should say, I and these 2 by my side will handle it." "What?" Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. They never expected big shot Lín Xuān to start off with such a bold claim. It wasn't that they didn't respect him, it was simply that the sheer terror of the beast tide was plain for all to see. And now big shot Lín Xuān was saying the 3 of them alone could handle this beast tide? Was he seriously joking? After all, no matter how powerful one person is, they couldn't possibly handle thousands of demon beasts at once. How could they possibly manage that? Yet at that very moment, Lín Xuān and his 2 companions answered with action. Lín Xuān commanded, "Lu Ruyan, head east. Ma Xiaoyong, head west. I'll handle the remaining 2 fronts. I'll eliminate them as swiftly as possible and then come to support you. Your task is to hold back the beast tide on those 2 fronts." Chapter 190, 3 minutes, all demonic beasts eliminated. Before the members of Ma City's Demon-Slaying Bureau could react, the 3 figures vanished before their eyes. They never imagined the others would charge straight into the beast tide like that without even bringing them along. Is it confidence or arrogance? Most likely the latter, since no one here has ever seen anyone single-handedly hold back a beast tide. Just now, that big shot Lín Xuān claimed they could handle the entire beast tide with just their group? Utterly preposterous. With so many demon beasts out there, how could they possibly withstand it alone? Maybe that was just their excuse. Even though they claim to be going to fight the beast tide, it's highly likely they're just planning to kill a few beasts for some benefits and then make a quick getaway. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. They had no prior connection with Jiangqing City. Their sudden offer of aid is likely just a ploy to gain something. But considering they just saved our lives, even if we suspect this, no one would voice it. Their willingness to come is already immense help, we can't ask for more. The Demon-Slaying Bureau chief sighed, then his expression turned stern. "Enough. Stop standing around in a daze.
Since senior brother Lín Xuān and the others have gone out to fight the beast tide, we can't just sit here. Immediately organize our available forces, everyone out of the city to meet the beast tide. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent in shock. Aren't we supposed to defend the city walls against the beast tide? Why must we go out? The director of the demon-slaying bureau in Ma City responded sternly, do you think that just because senior brother Lín Xuān and his group came to aid us, we can sit comfortably inside the city walls? They've all gone out voluntarily. If we, as the hosts, remain inside, wouldn't that be unethical? If they dare to go out to help, what is there for us, the locals, to fear? No more excuses. Pack up immediately and prepare to leave the city. The chief's words silenced all lingering doubts. They all saluted on the spot, yes, sir. But they soon realized their thinking was naive. Because the entire city had descended into utter chaos. Forget organizing any fighting force, even moving a single step outside now meant first dealing with the overwhelming number of players burning, killing, and looting. Those people are like madmen, they kill anyone they see. They've completely lost their humanity. Thus, the bureau chief showed no mercy whatsoever, issuing a direct order: anyone who dares violate the law is to be executed on the spot. As for those who still possessed a conscience and maintained their moral boundaries, they were naturally recruited into our ranks. You have to admit, the chief of the demon-slaying bureau in Mocking City is quite capable. At least in the face of such chaos, he maintained his big-picture perspective and didn't completely give up. Under his leadership, the force grew steadily stronger. By the end, nearly the entire city of Ma had been restored to order. Though many lives were lost in the process, the sacrifice was worth it. At least order has returned to the city. Excellent. Now that everyone is prepared to unite against the beast tide, I demand absolute obedience to my commands from this moment onward. Otherwise, no matter how many chances were given, this city will still perish. The director of the demon-slaying bureau spoke with grave solemnity. The crowd below nodded in unison, not a single soul daring to refuse. During the recent consolidation, they had witnessed his iron-fisted methods. If anyone dared to oppose him now, they would likely be deemed a threat and eliminated in the next moment. More crucially, they desperately craved someone to lead them against the beast tide. Every one of them had barely survived the chaos just now. Their thirst for survival has reached its peak naturally, none wish to die at this critical moment. The demon-slaying bureau chief observed the crowd's reactions and nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to order them to leave the city and face the beast tide, a detached voice suddenly echoed from the sky, enough. Your beast tide has been resolved. There's no need to go. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in surprise, eager to see who spoke with such authority. When they saw three figures slowly descending from the sky, their eyes filled with confusion. Who are these people? Why have we never seen them before? Only the demon-slaying bureau chief and a few members showed shock. Staring at the three figures covered in obvious bloodstains, they looked utterly incredulous. What did you say? The beast tide has already been resolved? Lín Xuān brushed demon beast blood from his hands, nodded calmly, and gestured toward the city's outskirts. If you don't believe us, go see for yourselves. We've already taken care of it. Now we must depart. With that, they vanished before the crowd could even exchange farewells. As silently as they had arrived, their departure swift and seamless. It was as if they'd descended just to announce the beast tide's end. The remaining crowd was almost entirely skeptical. Impossible. Who are these three people? How could just the three of them handle so many beasts? They must be joking. Do they really think they're superheroes? I'm convinced it's all fake. The blood on their bodies is probably fabricated, maybe pig's blood from some slaughterhouse. The demon-slaying bureau chief ignored the murmurs of disbelief. His form shifted slightly, and in the next instant, he appeared outside the city walls. When he saw the ground littered with demon beast corpses outside the city, he was instantly stunned. This has actually been resolved. Are those three even human? To eliminate so many demon beasts in one go. This story began 3 minutes earlier. 3 minutes ago, the trio had just left the city when they teleported directly before the demon beast horde. Then, with a mere wave of Lín Xuān's hand, entire swaths of demon beasts fell dead. Now a golden core cultivator, dispatching these first and second tier demon beasts was easier than eating or drinking. And the few third tier beasts within the horde? He dispatched them with a flick of his finger. After all, ordinary third tier beasts were nothing to him. He could even kill fourth tier beasts, let alone these third tier ones. From start to finish, he dealt with that horde in under a minute. Then he turned his attention to clearing the beast waves on the other fronts. In just 3 minutes, he effortlessly eliminated a beast tide that nearly destroyed an entire city. Chapter 191, Yuxuan Sect causing trouble? The reinforcement mission is complete. Time for a 7-day rest, right? After clearing the beast tide in Ma City, Lín Xuān turned to Ma Xiaoyong, who followed behind him, and asked with a smile. The latter nodded eagerly, grinning from ear to ear. Absolutely. I never imagined you, Chairman, could be so powerful, nearly eliminating all the beasts single-handedly. Beside them, Lu Ruyan echoed with admiration. Yeah. That's pretty impressive. We thought we might get to share some of the beasts, but you slaughtered them all single-handedly. It's downright terrifying.
I'm starting to wonder if you're some kind of beast incarnate to pull that off.
Lín Xuān rolled his eyes at this. If we're talking about being a demon beast incarnate, I'd say you're the one who fits the bill better. Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue.
But when it comes to raw power, you're definitely the one who looks the part.
Lín Xuān sighed, enough already.
Stop tooting each other's horns.
Get back to the city immediately and stop causing trouble.
We'll reinforce other cities' beast waves in 7 days, assuming they still exist, of course.
Ma Xiaoyang nodded slightly. I understand, President. I'm not one to make unreasonable demands.
If other cities can't hold out even 7 days, it won't be anyone else's fault.
You've done everything you could, President. Saving Ma City has cemented your place in my heart.
Lín Xuān nearly laughed out loud. This guy may have his flaws, but he's got some serious charm when it comes to talking. He knew he'd been rather heavy-handed earlier when insisting Lín Xuān go to other cities for rescue, so now he was piling on the compliments to help him calm down a bit. But Lín Xuān wasn't the type to hold grudges. He just waved his hand with a resigned expression before teleporting back to Jiangqing City mid-conversation.
For the time being, you two stay right here. Don't wander off anywhere. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Don't try to handle it yourselves. Got it? Hearing this, both nodded solemnly.
After witnessing Lín Xuān single-handedly dispatching the beast tide, they all realized that he was likely the only one truly capable of controlling the situation. Just moments ago, they were struggling to resist the beast tide. Then Lín Xuān descended from the sky and, right before their eyes, eliminated that seemingly endless horde of beasts.
That scene utterly stunned them.
Only then did they grasp just how vast the gap between themselves and Lín Xuān truly was. After admonishing the two, Lín Xuān returned directly to his villa.
After dealing with the beast tide last time, I came back to find Pei Jinglian in danger. I hope nothing like that happens again.
Lín Xuān silently mused to himself. He handled the beast tide so swiftly this time.
Surely nothing could have happened in such a short span?
Unfortunately, ideals are lofty, but reality is harsh.
The moment he opened his phone, an alert popped up. Jade Mystic Sect has been attacked by hostile forces. Host, contact Pei Jinglian immediately.
Seeing this notification the moment he unlocked his phone left him dumbfounded. Seriously?
Is there some curse tied to clearing beast waves? Why does weird bad news always pop up right after I finish one?
He silently cursed under his breath before opening the game details to investigate. Within the game, Pei Jinglian sat solemnly in the sect master's hall. A distinct look of anxiety clouded his face, for he had just received news disciples from the neighboring Yin-Yang sect had appeared within his territory. The Yin-Yang sect ranks among the top sects in the entire eastern region. What's more, they're practically right next door to the Jade Mystic Sect, barely a stone's throw away. There have been multiple large-scale conflicts between the two sects in the past. While victories have been exchanged, most of the time, the Yin-Yang sect has held the upper hand over us at the Jade Mystic Sect. It wasn't until the senior elder and sect master Shen Weihong both ascended to the Golden Core realm that the intensity of the conflict finally eased. Only after more Golden Core cultivators emerged within the Jade Mystic Sect did the Yin-Yang sect finally settle down. Now that sect master Shen Weihong and the senior elder have passed away, the Yin-Yang sect is jumping at the chance to strike. It seems there must be a spy within our sect leaking information. Moreover, the Yin-Yang sect has grown somewhat cautious. They haven't directly dispatched elders and disciples to attack the Jade Mystic Sect like before, likely aware that Pei Jinglian now holds sway there. But as time passes, their actions will inevitably escalate beyond just sending a squad of Yin-Yang sect disciples to harass us. When that happens, if the sect still lacks combat strength, even my own power might not prevent other Yuxuan Sect disciples from being slaughtered. After all, two fists can't fight four hands. Even if he could hold off all the Golden Core elders, the local Foundation establishment disciples collectively possess strength far surpassing that of the Jade Mystic Sect. Their Yin-Yang Sect cultivation path leans closer to the demonic arts. Their cultivation methods don't rely heavily on spirit veins to accelerate progress, so they've always held an overwhelming advantage over Yuxuan Sect. Only in recent years, with sect master Shen Weihong's cultivation advancing, have they been restrained from such arrogance. Otherwise, they'd have continued their tyrannical ways, bullying us all along. Now that they've heard news of sect master Shen Weihong and the senior elder's deaths, they've rushed out to cause trouble again. One can only say this behavior perfectly suits their sect's name. Sect Master. The Yin-Yang sect has begun intercepting our Yuxuan Sect's territories. What should we do? The inner sect disciple reporting below asked, his face twisted with terror. He personally endured that period of brutal beatings at the hands of Yin-Yang sect disciples, so he's psychologically terrified of them. That's why he's always the first to panic in situations like this. Pei Jinglian saw the fear in his heart and spoke soothingly, "It's fine. I'll handle it. They're just a bunch of hillbillies. Why be so alarmed?" Hearing the sect leader's reassurance, the man's heart finally settled somewhat. He suddenly remembered that this person before him wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After all, he was the ruthless individual who had consecutively slain the Grand Elder, the Third Elder, and 2 Demon Dao Golden Core cultivators. He silently nodded in understanding. "I see, Sect Master.
In that case, should we eliminate those Yin Yang sect disciples immediately?
Pei Jinglian was about to agree. After all, there was no need for mercy toward these intruders.
But in the next instant, the words on his lips transformed. No. Capture them alive. I have other uses for them. Though puzzled, the disciple nodded. Understood, sect leader. Chapter 192. Capture them all. I have use for them.
The reason Pei Jinglian suddenly changed his mind was, of course, because Lín Xuān's voice echoed in his mind. Just moments ago, Lín Xuān had instructed her, capture those invading Yin Yang sect disciples.
I have other uses for them.
She had originally intended to eliminate them outright, but upon hearing her master's command, she naturally altered her stance to align with his actions. Though she didn't know what use her master could possibly have for those lowly minions, if he said so, it must be important. Moreover, after hearing Lín Xuān speak, Pei Jinglian's previously flustered heart settled completely. Perhaps this was the confidence that came from having someone to rely on. Meanwhile, in a small town in the northeast territory of the Jade Mystic Sect, all the townspeople had been gathered in the square, where several corpses hung prominently in the center. These corpses belonged to none other than the Yuxuan Sect disciples stationed here. After those Yin Yang Sect disciples infiltrated, they immediately assassinated the Yuxuan Sect disciples stationed here. They even publicly hung their corpses. Their goal was to intimidate the residents. It seems to have worked. Not a single person present dares speak, even those who were close to the Yuxuan Sect disciples, or even had concubines here. But even now, seeing the bodies of those Yuxuan Sect disciples, not a single person dares to speak. All keep their heads bowed, silent, their faces frozen in terror. Beside the corpses stood the invading Yin Yang Sect disciples. There were 7 of them in total. The highest ranked cultivator was at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. His name was Chen Lin, currently the 3rd senior brother of the Yin Yang Sect. He had been dispatched specifically to probe the Yuxuan Sect. A wicked smile spread across his face as he pointed at the corpses beside him and sneered coldly. You all saw that, didn't you? This is the fate of the Jade Mystic Sect. If any of you still consider yourselves part of the Jade Mystic Sect, step forward now. I'll send you to join them. The townspeople were mere mortals. Faced with threats from a Foundation establishment cultivator, who dared speak? They all lowered their heads in silence, not a soul daring to step forward. Chen Lin observed this and nodded with satisfaction. Seems my little test run is complete. At the very least, it proves the Jade Mystic Sect is utterly chaotic. I've openly seized a town, yet no one has come to stop me. Just as he prepared to continue desecrating the corpses, a thunderous shout erupted from the distance. Instantly, a mountain-like pressure descended from the heavens, pinning them all to the ground, unable to move. You little upstarts from the Yin Yang Sect are quite the arrogant bunch, daring to run wild on my Jade Mystic Sect's territory. Pei Jinglian surveyed the figures below and the corpses beside them, suppressing the urge to crush them with a single palm strike. She restrained them with one hand. If Lín Xuān hadn't intervened to spare them, she would have crushed them to death on the spot. Daring to kill a disciple of her Jade Mystic Sect, they truly have no desire to live. After casually restraining them, she addressed the enthusiastic residents below. You may all rise. Bury those bodies properly. This land remains under the jurisdiction of my Jade Mystic Sect. You need not worry, I will protect you. The townspeople watched as Pei Jinglian departed with several Yin Yang Sect disciples, shouting in unison, the immortal is mighty. Many breathed a deep sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with the satisfaction of vengeance served. They were all relatives and friends of those Yuxuan Sect disciples. Just moments before, lacking the strength to act, they dared not show even a hint of resentment. Now that those men had been taken away by Pei Jinglian, they could finally breathe freely. Mayor, where should we bury these bodies? One of them asked an elderly man. The latter replied sadly, these immortals were heroes of our town. Without them, we might have been devoured by that earlier wave of beasts long ago. Let's bury them right here in the center of the square and erect a monument for them. The rest of the townspeople agreed this was fitting, for those men had indeed worked tirelessly for the town. If they had the power to avenge themselves, they would have done so immediately. Alas, they were mere mortals. When they witnessed these immortals being slain, they could only swallow their anger. Thankfully, Pei Jinglian has now intervened, allowing them to finally vent their pent-up fury. Meanwhile, the Yin Yang Sect disciples who had been brought to the Sect Master's Hall were now kneeling on the ground, pinned down by a terrifying aura of power. They're scared out of their wits right now. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that a simple test would draw the attention of a golden core cultivator. And the way he moved didn't resemble the exhausted state of someone who just fought a major battle. He seemed like a peak golden core cultivator who'd just broken through. Kneeling on the ground, they dared not even breathe heavily, terrified that Pei Jinglian might crush them at any moment. Time ticked by, yet Pei Jinglian, seated above, remained silent. This silence began to stir doubt among the kneeling Yin Yang Sect disciples. Could it be she intends to spare them? Just bring them here for a stern warning? What they didn't know was that at this very moment, she was listening to Lín Xuān's suggestion. Some of these men can be kept alive, while others should be executed immediately. They will serve as examples to strike fear into others. Keep the disciple at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment intact, do not harm him. I have other uses for him.
As for the rest, just keep 2 or so whatever suits your mood. After hearing Lín Xuān's words, Pei Jinglian hesitated not a moment, immediately striking down 4 of them. Those 4 didn't even have time to react before excruciating pain surged through their entire bodies. They were then brutally tortured to death in the midst of extreme agony. After all, Pei Jinglian hadn't forgotten what they'd done to those Yuxuan Sect disciples. She certainly wouldn't let them die so easily. The remaining 3, hearing their comrades' agonized screams, were scared out of their wits. Even Chen Lin, at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, felt his heart leap wildly. He had believed the gap between himself and the Golden Core stage wasn't vast, but now, facing a true Golden Core cultivator, he realized how laughable his previous thoughts had been. His so-called 9th layer of Foundation establishment was, before a genuine Golden Core cultivator, scarcely different from a Qi cultivation cultivator, an existence that could be crushed at will. Chapter 193, Controlling Game Characters with Split Souls. Master, what should we do next? Pei Jinglian glanced at the remaining 3, suppressing the murderous intent surging within her as she asked. Lín Xuān's voice echoed in her mind, leave the rest to me. You can release these 3 afterward. What? Release them? Pei Jinglian was initially puzzled, but upon realizing it was Lín Xuān's command, she dismissed her doubts. She immediately addressed the trio, you may leave. Dare to return, and I won't spare you. Get out. In the next instant, she swept her arm wide. The 3 kneeling in the hall felt themselves hurled backward by a tremendous force. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves flung directly outside the borders of the Jade Mystic Sect. The 2 disciples behind Chen Lin finally regained their ability to move. Gasping for breath, they saw the terror in each other's eyes. Damn it! Who the hell was that woman just now? Why is the Jade Mystic Sect hiding someone like that? Could it be that Pei Jinglian from the rumors? Wasn't she supposed to be gravely injured? Why does she look so healthy? Damn it, the Jade Mystic Sect must have lied. They cost us 4 brothers. I'll make them pay. What do you think, third brother? The 2 traded heated words, each voicing their seething hatred toward the Jade Mystic Sect. But as they spoke, they suddenly noticed something was off with Chen Lin. Since the very beginning, he hadn't uttered a word, still wearing that dazed expression. Only when they asked him did a flicker of life appear in his eyes. Yet both men noticed something strange about his demeanor. One moment he'd laugh, the next he'd grow distant, as if he'd lost his mind. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Did that woman beat you into a stupor? This scene instantly terrified the other 2, who stared at Chen Lin with horror. But soon, they saw Chen Lin suddenly return to normal. His expression had shifted back to the familiar third senior brother. He remarked indifferently, just a minor disruption in my cultivation technique. After all, she's a Golden Core cultivator, while you 2 haven't even reached the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. Naturally, your perceptions aren't as sharp. I was merely affected by her aura disrupting my technique's flow. No need to worry. Hearing this, the 2 finally exhaled in relief. If third senior brother had met with misfortune, we'd surely face severe consequences back at the sect. After all, Chen Lin was regarded as a future Golden Core seedling of the Yin Yang sect, holding an extremely high status. It was said he even carried a protective order token on this outing, though for some reason, it hadn't been triggered earlier. Seeing Chen Lin unharmed, they finally felt at ease. What they didn't know was that the third senior brother had now become someone else entirely. The one occupying Chen Lin's body at this moment was none other than Lín Xuān. The earlier change in expression had been his soul battling the original owners for control. With the system's assistance, he had effortlessly seized this body. His ability to seize a game character's body through the screen was, of course, made possible by the system. For a mere 6,480 points, he had successfully secured a 7-day opportunity to inhabit a game character's body. During these 7 days, he possessed the other's memories and subconscious habits, allowing him to avoid exposure. Furthermore, he would conceal his true cultivation level unperceivable unless probed by a nascent soul cultivator. Since the Yin Yang sect lacked such elders, he planned to return to the sect under Chen Lin's identity to investigate its true circumstances. Once he had a clear picture of the Yin Yang sect, he could share information with Pei Jinglian through this character at any time. This way, any stirrings within the Yin Yang sect would reach Pei Jinglian, allowing her to swiftly implement countermeasures. It was worth noting that it was his split soul, not his main body, controlling this game character at the moment, so it wouldn't affect his existence in reality. After absorbing all of Chen Lin's memories, he immediately resumed the character's usual cold demeanor and instructed the other 2, go inform the elders immediately, or scout the area further to gather more useful intelligence. After all, there are many Yuxuan Sect disciples nearby. Interrogating any random one might yield information about Pei Jinglian. Without a second thought, the 2 bowed their fists in unison. Then be extra cautious, third senior brother. There might be other Gold Core cultivators within the Jade Mystic Sect. You absolutely must not make any mistakes. Lín Xuān gave a slight nod. Rest assured, I'm confident. Now hurry back and report this matter, the sooner the better. If the news is delayed, I'll hold you both responsible. The 2 immediately nodded in agreement. Their figures flickered, vanishing from the spot as they rushed toward the Yin Yang sect.
Lín Xuān remained behind, not to aid the Yin Yang sect in gathering intelligence on the Jade Mystic Sect, but purely to explore their territory and gather information about the sect for Pei Jinglian. After all, returning directly to the main peak would severely limit my operational range.
The Yin Yang sect's territory is vast.
I must first thoroughly investigate the surrounding situation to ensure Pei Jinglian can implement effective countermeasures. Third senior brother Chen Lin, who usually cultivated within the main peak's confines, had scarcely ventured beyond his own cultivation mountain. Consequently, he knew nothing of the Yin Yang sect's territorial influence, leaving Lín Xuān to gather intelligence instead. He rummaged through Chen Lin's storage ring and finally unearthed a dust-covered map tucked away in a corner. Likely, Chen Lin himself had never even glanced at this map. Instead, it was Lín Xuān, the outsider, who unfolded it for the first time. Studying the markings on the map, he set off directly toward the southeast. That was the first mortal realm territory under the Yin Yang sect's control, and also the mortal city garrisoned by the largest number of its disciples.
Its name was Nanyue City.
Over 100 Yin Yang sect disciples resided within its walls. Their presence here wasn't for defense, but purely to frequent the city's entertainment quarters and listen to music. They justified it as choosing to temper their worldly desires to cultivate their Dao heart, but in reality, they were simply reveling in the city's pleasures. It must be said, these Yin Yang sect disciples certainly lead a more carefree life than those of the Jade Mystic Sect when it comes to cultivation. At least they don't have to endure grueling seclusion. Moreover, their cultivation methods even allow them to enhance their cultivation while indulging in pleasure. If I didn't possess the Chaos Divine body, I might actually be tempted. Lín Xuān, still maintaining his golden core cultivation level, moved with astonishing speed, appearing in Nanyue City in the blink of an eye. Even from several hundred meters away, he could smell the scent of perfumes wafting from the city and hear the sounds of women's voices drifting out, stirring his heart.
Chapter 194, Yin Yang Veins. This place is downright eerie.
Lín Xuān stared at Nanyue City before him, an inexplicable chill sending goosebumps across his skin. He sensed that if his physical body had come here in reality, he'd likely need to lean on the walls just to walk out. Truly befitting a territory under the Yin Yang sect, even an ordinary city like this reeks of all manner of sinister influences. Lín Xuān controlled Chen Lin's body and walked straight into Nanyue City, his aura completely unmasked. Sure enough, the moment he stepped inside, he immediately caught the attention of several Yin Yang sect disciples stationed within the city. They emerged from an inn, each arm around a seductive woman. One appeared quite elderly, suggesting he'd been stationed here for a long time. Since Chen Lin rarely ventured outside, none of them recognized the man before them as their sect's third senior brother. One of them demanded rudely, "Who are you, daring to enter the territory of our Yin Yang sect without permission?" The other two immediately drew their weapons, clearly preparing for a fight. Lín Xuān, however, showed no courtesy either. He immediately produced his waist token and roared, "Open your eyes wide and see what I have here. You two dogs." The men stared intently and realized the badge in his hand was actually the inner sect disciple badge of their own Yin Yang sect. Instantly, the men who had been acting like lords moments before dropped to their knees in terror. "We didn't know senior brother was here. We're truly sorry. We were rude earlier, please forgive us." This was a world where might ruled supreme. The moment they saw Chen Lin's badge, these disciples who had just been acting like big shots instantly dropped to their knees. Lín Xuān, however, felt nothing. He merely intended to use Chen Lin's identity to investigate whether Nanyue City held any peculiarities. He wasted no time, leading the three directly into a secret chamber. The three brought into the chamber were visibly shaken. They'd heard rumors that the inner disciples of the Yin Yang sect practiced extremely unorthodox cultivation methods, with some even developing interest in their own gender. And while the senior disciple before them possessed a handsome exterior, who could say he wasn't a pervert behind closed doors? Lín Xuān wasted no words, cutting straight to the point, "I don't need you to do anything else. What I need is for you to tell me right now, what makes this city so special? What's the secret that keeps so many of you stationed here?" Hearing this, all three were dumbfounded. As an inner door disciple of the Yin Yang sect, you don't know what makes this city special? But considering how eccentric this man appeared, it was quite possible he'd been in seclusion for so long that he was unaware of the outside world. After a moment's hesitation, one of them answered, reporting to senior brother, "The reason so many disciples are stationed in this city is because its feng shui perfectly aligns with our cultivation practices. Furthermore, it's said an Yin Yang vein lies hidden beneath this place. If we cultivate here persistently, we might awaken it, transforming this into a sacred site for our sect. That's why our masters consistently support our disciples stationing here without charge. This location also accelerates our cultivation progress, making everyone eager to practice here." After hearing this explanation, Lín Xuān was utterly bewildered. What the hell? There's such a thing as a Yin Yang vein? What exactly is the Yin Yang sect researching? How could such absurd things exist in this world? Or could it be that their so-called Yin Yang vein is actually forged using the entire city's population? After all, the demon sect loves researching bizarre, spirit vein-like demonic artifacts, most of which are crafted using humans as raw materials. The Yin Yang sect's methods do bear a striking resemblance to the demon sect's.
If they were indeed attempting to forge such a yin-yang vein, it could very well be possible. And the sudden deployment of so many disciples to guard this place? It's undoubtedly to prevent any mishaps among the local residents. This was evident from the city's pervasive atmosphere of decadent music and sensuality. There was definitely something peculiar about this place. At least, Lín Xuān couldn't discern any particular significance in the city itself. However, given the disciples' explanation, it was almost certain that dismantling this city would deal a major blow to the Yin-Yang sect. Upon learning of the city's peculiar nature, he showed no mercy, swiftly extinguishing the life force of several individuals. My questioning today must have aroused their suspicions. If I let them live and report back to the Yin-Yang sect, my exposure would be hastened. Though I'd long prepared for discovery, that doesn't mean it had to happen so soon. As for whether killing these three would bring consequences, Lín Xuān didn't believe the death of three insignificant outer sect disciples would enrage the Yin-Yang sect. It might not even draw attention. After all, I've heard Yin-Yang sect disciples accept anyone without discrimination. As long as you show interest in their cultivation techniques, even those without innate talent can join as ordinary cultivators. Their methods don't place high demands on spiritual roots. This explains why the Yin-Yang sect boasts such vast numbers of disciples. While those with innate talent are rare, their sheer quantity still forms a formidable force. With such vast numbers, those three were merely insignificant grains of sand. Even if Lín Xuān intervened and killed them, no one would bat an eye. After all, he holds the esteemed position of third senior brother within the inner sect. A third senior brother eliminating an insignificant outer sect disciple, even if word got out, no one would dare expose him. Some might even applaud his actions. Unlike Pei Jinglian, who holds clear moral boundaries, these people believe that might makes right. If you're weak, even if you're killed, it's simply your own fault or bad luck. Having resolved the secrets of this city, Lín Xuān wasted no time in seeking out the mysteries of the next. He also shared the secrets of Manhua City with Pei Jinglian, hoping she could devise countermeasures. Surprisingly, she seemed to have an idea after hearing it. Seated in the center of the sect master's hall, Pei Jinglian pondered thoughtfully. According to our master's explanation, that city likely serves as a site for refining some unorthodox substance. If that's the case, wouldn't introducing elements that readily destroy such dark creations into that site effectively undermine the Yin-Yang sect's power? Chapter 195, Cultivation Technique Research. The thought sparked immediate action. Pei Jinglian swiftly made arrangements, summoning her people and ordering them to take her chaos chi and concealment charms to the Yin-Yang sect's city of Nanhua to deploy them within. After all, her chaos chi possessed the power to dissolve all things in the world. Having these people carry it over to cause some disruption would be quite straightforward. Moreover, equipped with the concealment talismans, the disciples could now transport the chaos chi into the compound much more smoothly. On the surface, the entire plan appeared flawless. Yet Pei Jinglian still felt it wasn't entirely secure. After pondering for a moment, she imparted a specialized escape technique to them. This technique had been her personal research project since ascending to the Golden Core stage. Though still unfinished, it was sufficient for these Foundation establishment disciples. At the very least, it would ensure no one at their level could catch up. Of course, this depended on their ability to master it. Judging by their dazed expressions, they'd likely need 2 or 3 days of practice. But there was no rush. It was only Nanyu City after all. It wasn't going anywhere. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lín Xuān had already begun investigating other aspects of the medicine sect, such as how their disciples' cultivation techniques were actually developed. For this purpose, he deliberately returned to the main sect of the Yin-Yang sect. As soon as he approached the sect's territory, someone bowed deeply to him. "Welcome back to the sect, third senior brother." This unexpected greeting left him momentarily bewildered. Good grief, so the Yin-Yang sect was this particular about hierarchical etiquette? He had thought the hierarchical system of the Divine Control sect was already sufficiently rigid, but now it seemed the Yin-Yang sect surpassed it by far. In terms of emphasizing rank and status, they were far more extreme than even the Jade Mystic Sect. This was evident from the attitude those three in Nanyu City had shown toward Lín Xuān. They held profound respect for a third senior brother of Chen Lin's standing, a level of deference that transcended the ordinary. But this actually worked to his advantage, allowing him to probe the Yin-Yang sect's secrets much more smoothly. His status as the third senior brother of the inner sect allowed him to practically run rampant within the Yin-Yang sect. At the very least, most secrets were laid bare before his eyes, eliminating the need for him to go to great lengths to probe indirectly. To uncover the origins of the cultivation techniques practiced by Yin-Yang sect disciples, he headed straight for the sect's largest scripture repository. Many Yin-Yang sect disciples selected their cultivation techniques from this very place. It must be said that while the Yin-Yang sect lacked other talents, their architectural design possessed a unique aesthetic. At the very least, this scripture repository was the largest structure Lín Xuān had ever seen, surpassing even the main hall of the entire Jade Mystic Sect. From afar, it resembled a uniquely shaped mountain peak. This also hinted at the Yin-Yang sect's staggering variety of cultivation techniques, far exceeding what was considered ordinary. Whoever had developed these techniques must have been exceptionally gifted to create such a vast number. Third senior brother, you've arrived.
Just like the disciples guarding the nearby paths earlier, the disciples stationed here immediately bowed deeply the moment they spotted Lín Xuān.
Lín Xuān couldn't be bothered to engage them in excessive conversation.
As the third senior brother of the Yin-Yang sect, he felt it was perfectly normal for his status to warrant minimal interaction. After all, under such a strict hierarchical system, it was considered perfectly normal for those above to look down upon those below. If he were to act contrary to this, now showing excessive warmth to these otherwise insignificant disciples, that would only invite suspicion. He thus entered the scripture hall without a hitch, ascending directly to the topmost floor, the most restricted level. Normally, only the highest-ranked inner disciples were permitted access here. As the third senior brother of the inner sect, he naturally possessed that privilege. Security was exceptionally tight, with guards who were themselves inner disciples, albeit lower-ranked ones. Upon seeing Lín Xuān approach, the guard did not adopt the same obsequious demeanor as the outer door disciples stationed at the entrance. Nevertheless, he greeted him with due respect. "Third senior brother, you've arrived." Lín Xuān gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before turning and proceeding directly into the topmost floor. Compared to the vast sea of cultivation techniques on the lower floors, the top floor's arrangement was far more sparse. This was because the techniques stored here were few in number. Yet, the value of each single volume far exceeded the combined worth of the techniques on several shelves below. The cultivation techniques here were guarded with extreme vigilance. Without his status as the third senior brother of the inner sect, he would never have gained access. Moreover, it was said that anyone daring to leak these techniques would face relentless pursuit by the Yin-Yang sect for all eternity, a hunt where they would stop at nothing until the culprit was found, dead or alive. Beyond that, every time someone consults a manual here, it leaves a trace. So if anyone tried to leak anything, the Yin-Yang sect would likely track them down before they'd even gone far. Even Lín Xuān, with his status as the third senior brother of the inner sect, was under strict surveillance. Take the figure standing at the doorway now, for instance. He kept glancing this way, anxious that Lín Xuān might suddenly destroy the cultivation techniques displayed here. After all, the cultivation techniques here were all unique copies, and only the originals possessed that divine essence capable of enlightenment.
While the content could be replicated, the divine essence emanating from the originals was unique to them. Replicas lack that soul. Fascinating.
Their inspiration for developing cultivation techniques actually stems from the primal act of procreation. The very first cultivation technique had already astonished Lín Xuān. He never imagined the founding patriarch of the Yin-Yang sect could possess such unconventional thinking that he could even develop cultivation techniques based on this aspect. What puzzled him even more was that someone capable of conceiving such a cultivation technique in this realm had not joined the demonic path, but instead maintained his status as a righteous cultivator. Though the Yin-Yang sect had since drifted toward the demonic path, its founding patriarch remained an unquestionably righteous cultivator. At least, the record showed he never forcibly claimed another man's wife or daughter as his own Dao companion. Initially, he had assumed all Yin-Yang sect techniques were perverse, but as he studied further, he suddenly realized their methods weren't entirely without merit. For instance, one section detailing meridians proved quite instructive. Perhaps it could be researched and developed to enhance other cultivation techniques. Many concepts could be integrated and synthesized. After all, these were cultivation techniques specifically designed for human practitioners. Even if they were demonic arts, they still contained elements worth borrowing. After all, everything in this world has two sides. These techniques might seem sinister, but their ability to accelerate cultivation already demonstrated their superiority. Chapter 196, Beginning the Self-Exposure. Fascinating, fascinating. The Yin-Yang sect truly possesses a sense of superiority. Fortunately, I did not overlook this aspect, or I would have missed such an excellent reference point. Lín Xuān examined the cultivation technique in his hands, his face alight with excitement. He had discovered its remarkable superiority. No wonder the Yin-Yang sect had grown so rapidly. Evidently, its founding master possessed truly extraordinary talent. Even the founding patriarch of the Jade Mystic Sect might not have matched this individual's innate gifts. The more he studied it, the more benefits he sensed he could extract from it. Under the astonished gaze of the disciple at the door, Lín Xuān practically spent the entire day holed up on this top floor, poring over every cultivation technique stored here. Only when he finally set down the last volume did the disciple blurt out, "May I ask, third senior brother? Are you planning to develop your own cultivation technique? Why must you study every single one?" Lín Xuān responded with a cold chuckle. "This concerns you not. Why pry?" The disciple choked on his words, dared not protest, and silently lowered his head, saying nothing more. Lín Xuān saw no point in further discussion. He immediately transmitted all the newly acquired knowledge into his main body's consciousness. Upon receiving this memory, his physical self swiftly relayed everything the split soul had witnessed and the insights it had gathered to Pei Jinglian. Meanwhile, Pei Jinglian had already taught all her disciples the concealment technique. Now, they only needed a bit more practice before heading to Nanyue City to execute the plan. She hadn't expected her chosen disciples to be so talented. She thought it would take 2 or 3 days for them to learn it, but they'd mastered it in just one. More importantly, before she could send them out for field testing, Lín Xuān had already provided new intelligence.
She couldn't help but admire her master's extraordinary connections and influence. It was likely beyond the capabilities of ordinary people to effortlessly gather such a wealth of information as her master did. Only someone like him could achieve such flawless intelligence transmission, undetected even by the Yin Sect. Otherwise, interference would have been inevitable long ago. Moreover, the founder of the Yin Sect's ideas genuinely astonished her. Many of them struck her as excellent, worthy of reference or adaptation. She had already mapped out how to directly utilize much of this material. Without exaggeration, armed with these insights, she could immediately resume the stalled cultivation technique development projects. Previously, lack of time or innate talent had forced her to focus almost entirely on cultivation practice. But now, with these resources, she could embark on new research to equip the disciples of the Jade Mystic Sect with superior cultivation methods. After all, hadn't the Yin Sect's disciples advanced their cultivation techniques through the development work of those golden core cultivators? Thus, this move was essentially gifting the Jade Mystic Sect a batch of cultivation techniques that were likely to be of quite high quality. Pei Jinglian immediately entered seclusion, preparing to develop a set of cultivation techniques specifically tailored for the disciples of the Jade Mystic Sect. It could be said that, as a result, the Jade Mystic Sect would soon see the emergence of numerous cultivation techniques highly suited to their own cultivation paths. Moreover, it would allow their disciples to rapidly enhance their strength, much like the disciples of the Yin Sect. After all, Pei Jinglian's talent was no mere claim she was exceptionally powerful. Even in the realm of development, her prowess was unmatched. She could conceive and create new techniques directly from her own philosophical insights, requiring little explanation. Beyond that, Pei Jinglian possessed even more ideas. She wasn't confined by the inspiration drawn from the Yin Sect's founding patriarch. Her own vision remained expansive, free to explore further avenues. In truth, she had much more to incorporate into her work. Unlike ordinary practitioners forced to develop techniques in a single direction, she was not limited in her approach. Returning to the matter at hand, Lín Xuān had by now arrived at another secret location of the Yin Sect, where he was gathering intelligence. This location, naturally, was situated within the core cultivation grounds of the Yin Sect. Unlike the spirit veins required by the Divine Sovereign Sect, the Yin Sect disciples' training sites were extremely secluded and completely separate. Each practitioner directly cultivated special techniques in place, rather than needing to absorb spiritual energy like other disciples. Though he didn't enter, the nauseating stench seeped through the door cracks. Yet this didn't hinder his observation of how these practitioners conducted their cultivation. Fascinating. They unconsciously begin channeling their energy within this cultivation method, and remarkably, this energy circulation effectively draws the surrounding celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy closer to their bodies. How intriguing. This seems even more potent than the effects of a spiritual vein. Yet, this surely isn't solely due to their cultivation techniques. It feels more like their collective practice has resonated with the surrounding spiritual energy. Previously, Yuxuan Sect's cultivation required quiet environments, yet now these noisy practitioners somehow make the surrounding spiritual energy more suitable for absorption. Perhaps we could have Yuxuan Sect disciples practice collectively this way too, allowing them to enhance their strength more rapidly. Lín Xuān obtained what he sought and informed Pei Jinglian before departing. The scene was simply too unsightly. One couldn't help but question whether these Yin Sect disciples were actually cultivating or engaging in something else entirely. In any case, Lín Xuān couldn't bear to watch any longer. He wondered how the Yin Sect managed to find their Dao companions amidst such chaos. After investigating several secret locations, Lín Xuān had essentially combed through every corner of the Yin Sect. Just as he prepared to visit the next site, a voice called out behind him, "Why, isn't this third junior brother? What brings you darting about everywhere today? Could it be you've suddenly developed an interest in our sect?" He whirled around to find a slender woman standing behind him. Her expression was exquisitely alluring, and her aura was immensely powerful, faintly hinting at the presence of a golden core cultivator. Judging by her cultivation level, she was likely on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage at any moment. Yet for some reason, she seemed deliberately suppressing her power, as if intentionally holding back from advancing to the golden core stage. Could it be that she harbored even greater ambitions, aiming to break through to a higher grade golden core? Lín Xuān had no desire to engage her. He merely nodded silently and prepared to leave. Yet the next moment, he found himself bound by a secret spell. His legs felt heavy and difficult to lift. He whirled around to see the woman still watching him, her expression a mocking half-smile. Chapter 197, Destroying the Scripture Hall. He finally recalled that in Shen Lin's memories, this person seemed to be the rarely seen senior sister. She appeared as if out of nowhere, becoming active within the inner sect a year ago. Upon her arrival, she defeated the then senior brother to become the current senior sister. She was deeply enigmatic, unlike others who had their own cultivation partners. She had always been alone, and it was unclear whether the cultivation techniques she practiced even belonged to the Yin Sect. Yin Sect cultivation methods typically required a partner, yet she had none. How she had managed to reach such peak cultivation without practicing Yin Sect techniques remained a mystery. She seemed like an anomaly within the Yin sect, hardly resembling one of its disciples. Instead, she appeared more like a disciple from some ordinary orthodox sect. Without exaggeration, Lín Xuān had hit the jackpot. Using Lín Xuān's identity, he could roam the Yuxuan Sect with near total impunity, his true identity completely concealed from everyone. This was the immense power the game granted him, the ability to conceal his identity flawlessly without a single worry. It was something the locals could never envy, something even Pei Jinglian herself could never possess. Having completed his primary reconnaissance, he now opted for a deliberate self-exposure. This self-exposure meant recklessly revealing his identity to inflict maximum damage upon the Yin sect. After all, this was merely a clone. His real self in the physical world would suffer no harm whatsoever. His first target, naturally, was the scripture hall. As the sect's largest repository of cultivation techniques, destroying it would inflict catastrophic losses. Many items might be irreplaceable no matter how sharp one's memory. Restoring such a vast collection of unique, priceless manuals would be impossible. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately reveal his presence before beginning the destruction. Instead, he would first discreetly pretend to browse, then silently erase the inscriptions. This way, even if the guard at the entrance kept watching him, he would only assume Lín Xuān was reading, unaware that the inscriptions were being erased. Lín Xuān's fingers moved slightly, and the characters began vanishing in large swaths, irretrievably erased. For he employed his own chaotic spiritual energy to obliterate them directly. Under this overwhelmingly aggressive erosion, even if the text had been inscribed with special materials, it was now swiftly and completely obliterated. His pace of destruction was so swift that he often flipped to the next book before he'd even finished holding the previous one. This quickly caught the attention of the man at the door. He watched Lín Xuān, who had already finished reading through the cultivation techniques once, pick up another book again, this time flipping through its pages at an astonishing speed. Something felt terribly off. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, "Third senior brother, what exactly are you doing? It seems to me you're not merely reading these manuals, you appear to be deliberately doing something else with them." Though assigned here as a guard for the cultivation manuals, his observational skills were actually quite sharp, otherwise, he wouldn't have been selected for this post. He keenly sensed that Lín Xuān was undoubtedly doing something rather unsavory with the manuals. However, due to the other's status, he had refrained from saying anything until now. Seeing that the other still hadn't stopped, he couldn't help but speak up. Lín Xuān shot him a cold glance. "What business is it of yours how I study these techniques? Mind your own affairs." That domineering attitude was indeed typical of third senior brother, yet he sensed something different about him today. His behavior felt distinctly off. Still, he couldn't help but step forward and insist, "Senior brother, please let me see the cultivation techniques you were just examining. I suspect you've tampered with them." When principles were at stake, he wouldn't let the other off lightly just because he held a higher rank. Lín Xuān stared at him coldly. "You truly wish to see the cultivation techniques in my possession? I demand to see them." The disciple continued advancing toward Lín Xuān. Through careful observation, he was now certain third senior brother had tampered with the cultivation techniques. Otherwise, why would he be questioning him now? He would have simply flung the techniques in his face and interrogated him. Seeing the disciple's demeanor, Lín Xuān realized his cover was likely blown. Without hesitation, he flicked out a strand of chaos spirit chi. The next moment, the disciple's lifeless body slumped to the ground with a thud. The latter hadn't even registered what was happening before Lín Xuān's chaos spirit energy pierced his forehead, snuffing out his life without a sound. For Lín Xuān, whose true cultivation was at the golden core stage, killing a foundation establishment cultivator was as easy as crushing an ant. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and sneered coldly, "I was going to let you live a little longer, but you just had to make me kill you early." However, he surmised that the disciple guarding this place must also carry a life token. With the opponent dead, the life token hall would undoubtedly receive notification, and reinforcements would likely arrive soon. Therefore, he had to act swiftly to destroy this place. What a hassle. Demolishing such a massive structure is no easy task. Lín Xuān shook his head as he silently gathered chaos spirit energy in his palm. As time passed, the chaotic spiritual energy in his hands grew ever larger, eventually nearly filling the entire room. Judging by the power of that single strand of chaotic energy that had just killed a foundation establishment cultivator, such a vast amount would likely be enough to blast the entire scripture hall to smithereens. Yet he still felt this approach was not entirely reliable. After all, his goal was to utterly annihilate the entire scripture hall, leaving no possibility for any cultivation technique to survive. So he continued, accumulating until the chaotic spiritual energy grew so vast it began to spill out of the room. The disciples below sensed something amiss. They looked up abruptly to find wisps of gray mist drifting from the ceiling in eerie sight. Even from a distance, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Panic immediately seized them. "What is that? I feel like something terrible is about to happen here. Don't ask questions, just run. I can feel it now. Staying here any longer might kill us. Run now." All of them valued their lives dearly. The moment they sensed something was amiss, their bodies instinctively raced toward the lower floors of the sutra hall. Chapter 198 No Survivors. Why are you all running back? What's happening upstairs? As many fled downstairs in a mad rush, a late-arriving disciple from the Fate Tablet Hall watched their frantic escape and asked in confusion. He had come specifically to investigate after noticing the life token of the disciple guarding this area shatter. Little did he expect that upon arriving, he would find something truly extraordinary unfolding. The group of disciples were all fleeing outward. One of them paused and casually replied, "Look up there. Something seems about to explode. Let's get out of here fast. Don't go back up there." Something about to explode? The man was puzzled but didn't abandon his intention to investigate further. He continued upward. By the time he reached the 4th level, he sensed something was indeed amiss. The air was thick with a pervasive black mist. No, to be precise, it was some peculiar substance. This substance contained terrifying, destructive power. If detonated, it could instantly obliterate the entire scripture hall. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet he felt utterly helpless, having no idea how to disperse this substance. With no other choice, he steeled himself and pressed onward. Finally, he reached the top floor and saw Lín Xuān standing there, still relentlessly gathering chaotic spiritual energy. He roared, "Who are you? Why have you conjured such a bizarre substance?" Lín Xuān glanced back at him, gave a cold laugh, and ignored him, merely saying indifferently, "It's about time." "What time is about right? Where the hell did you come from? What the hell are you doing?" The overwhelmingly dense chaos energy obscured his vision, preventing him from discerning the figure before him. Summoning his courage, he barked the warning. After all, this was the Yuxuan Sect, and with such immense scale, even he might suffer harm. He believed the other party wouldn't dare detonate these substances directly, but reality proved him utterly wrong. As the creator of this chaotic spiritual energy, Lín Xuān suffered not the slightest harm after all. How could the chaos holy body possibly be wounded by chaotic spiritual energy? Instead, he merely flashed a sinister grin before detonating the spiritual energy without hesitation. In the next instant, the scene erupted like it had been struck by thunder, engulfed in terrifying flames accompanied by a massive shockwave. Visibly, the floor began shattering, and the books in the room swiftly turned to ash. Instantly, the disciple felt darkness engulf his vision as his form dissolved into nothingness within the colossal explosion. Yes, not even his corpse remained. Such a massive concentration of chaos spirit energy detonated simultaneously, sufficient to pulverize everything in its vicinity. The shockwave of the explosion rapidly radiated outward, particularly targeting the books within the rear scriptural halls, the most vulnerable to detonation. Visibly to the naked eye, the entire scripture repository began collapsing layer by layer from top to bottom. Throughout this process, not a single piece of debris flew out, they were all instantly vaporized by the shockwave. Many fleeing disciples below turned back in terror, hoping to see if they could withstand the shockwave with their own strength. They soon realized they had vastly overestimated their abilities. Resisting such an impact was utterly impossible. The sheer volume of chaotic spiritual energy Lín Xuān had condensed far exceeded what Foundation establishment cultivators could withstand. Even a golden core cultivator present would have been instantly gravely injured. This was the ruthless nature of chaotic spiritual energy, it left no room for survival. As for Lín Xuān himself, he had already soared skyward on the back of this shockwave. Standing aloft, he watched as the scripture hall below began to crumble piece by piece. He intended to ensure its complete destruction, leaving no surviving cultivation techniques behind. He felt no remorse for the injured Yuxuan Sect disciples. If he didn't eliminate them now, they would likely become daggers aimed at Pei Jinglian in the future. The Yuxuan Sect and Jade Mystic Sect were already at loggerheads, with no possibility of reconciliation. Sparing them now would only cause Pei Jinglian headaches down the line. Thus, he felt no guilt in eliminating them. If anything, he wished he could kill more. After causing such a commotion, survivors at the scene immediately began rushing off to notify elders throughout the compound. They had all realized the invading enemy possessed overwhelming strength, far beyond anything they could possibly withstand. But soon they discovered that anyone attempting to send word met a bizarre fate. They died instantly where they stood. Anyone daring to move was instantly turned into a corpse. Only then did they notice Lín Xuān standing in the air. Their attention had been entirely consumed by the collapsing scripture hall, leaving them oblivious to the figure above, until now a figure who appeared to be the very culprit. If they weren't mistaken, he was the one responsible for the killings. Earlier, everyone's focus had been on the collapsing hall, preventing them from noticing. Now that they had spotted him, however, they could not flee as recklessly as before. Instead, they scattered in all directions. This way, he couldn't kill them all at once, and it would also distract him, allowing more to escape. As for begging for mercy, they hadn't even considered it. His demeanor suggested he was not someone who would grant it. Lín Xuān watched the Yuxuan Sect disciples scattering below, a strange smile spreading across his face. How amusing. Do these fools truly believe such tactics will allow them to escape my grasp? As the words fell, the aura emanating from his body abruptly shifted. What had been as calm as still water instantly transformed into a terrifying thunderclap. Earlier, he had deliberately suppressed his aura, wary of prematurely alerting the Yin Yang Sect's Golden Core elders. But now, seeing these men preparing to flee and report back, there was no point in holding back any longer. He might as well unleash his full power and kill them all. His actions yielded immediate results. Any stragglers who might have slipped through the cracks were instantly shattered to death on the spot. He didn't need to lift a finger to eliminate every single one of those who tried to flee. This was the crushing superiority of a Golden Core cultivator over a Foundation establishment practitioner. Especially against someone like Lín Xuān, who possessed the Chaos Divine body resistance, was utterly impossible. Chapter 199, Instantly Slaying the 5 Elders. You bastard! What the hell are you doing? After Lín Xuān had slaughtered for a full quarter of an hour, the first Gold Core cultivator of the Yin Yang Sect finally appeared. He was the sect's 5th elder, possessing a 6th-layer Gold Core cultivation base and considerable prestige. He was arguably the most frequently seen elder within the entire Yin Yang Sect. Now, witnessing his most favored disciple, Chen Lin, slaughtering his fellow sect brothers and utterly destroying the sect's most vital scripture hall, he was enraged to the point of his eyes bulging. Yet he sensed something amiss. Chen Lin's cultivation level couldn't possibly cause such devastation. The only explanation was that he might have been possessed. The figure before him was an enemy he'd never encountered before, possessing overwhelming power. The aura emanating from this opponent even made him, a Golden Core cultivator, feel a twinge of fear. This clearly indicated that the enemy was at least also a Golden Core cultivator. Lín Xuān gave him a dismissive glance and chuckled lightly. Another fool come to meet his end. I'll see you on your way. As the words fell, a strand of chaotic spiritual energy shot forth with blinding speed. Before the other could react, the chaotic energy slammed into his body. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the heavens and earth. Instantly, the 5th elder's body was torn clean in two, his severed halves flying backward. Yet, being a Golden Core cultivator, he wasn't so easily killed. He forcibly relied on his own strength to fuse the two halves of his body back together. However, this was enough to leave him gravely wounded. His complexion immediately turned extremely poor, and even his tone of voice grew significantly weaker. Cough cough. Damn it, who the hell are you? He clutched his chest as he collapsed to the ground, staring up at Lín Xuān in the sky with utter terror etched across his face. The latter, still coalescing a strand of chaotic spiritual energy, ignored the pointless question and flung it directly at him. Under the 5th elder's horrified gaze, the strand of energy gradually expanded, completely extinguishing his life force. Even in his dying moments, he remained utterly baffled. Who was this mysterious figure? Why had they infiltrated the Yin Yang Sect disguised as Chen Lin? He didn't even know when the intruder had infiltrated their ranks. The 5th elder, a figure of considerable prestige within the Yin Yang Sect, was thus effortlessly eliminated. The difficulty of this act was only marginally greater than slaying those at the Foundation establishment stage. With just 2 bursts of spiritual energy, a Gold Core cultivator was obliterated. This was the true extent of Lín Xuān's current power. As the foremost cultivator among his peers, bolstered by the cultivation feedback from his system and the enhancement of various treasures, he required minimal effort to achieve such annihilation. Without exaggeration, he was now virtually unmatched within his cultivation tier. Given sufficient time, he could even lie in wait and systematically eliminate the Yin Yang Sect's Gold Core cultivators one by one. After all, his death in the game would have no impact on his real-world self. The only regret was that this time, he seemed unable to maintain his avatar's existence within the game world indefinitely. Otherwise, he could have hidden a way to continue his cultivation, perhaps even attaining the tribulation stage directly within this world. Therefore, his only course now was to slaughter as many of them as possible. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Fate plaques on the other side, the disciples guarding the Elder's plaques stared in disbelief as the plaque representing the 5th Elder shattered. Shock surged through them. How could this be? The 5th Elder died suddenly. Terrified, his soul nearly fled his body as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He immediately dashed out of the hall to alert the other elders. But outside, he discovered that nearly half of the disciples' life tablets in the main hall had shattered without anyone noticing. This nearly scared him to death. Could it be that some formidable enemy has attacked us? Staggering out of the main hall, he saw several figures streaking across the sky, each radiating a terrifying aura. Clearly, those figures were the elders of their Yin Yang Sect. Having sensed the death of the 5th elder, they were all rushing toward the direction of the scripture hall. What surprised them, however, was that the spot where the scripture hall should have stood was now completely leveled to the ground. Hovering above the flat expanse stood a solitary figure. It was none other than their sect's 3rd inner disciple. Their attention was immediately drawn to a mangled corpse lying on the ground. It was their 5th elder. The identity of the killer at the scene was now self-evident. The 3rd elder, 2nd elder, and 4th elder had arrived at the scene. All 3 were renowned powerhouses within the Yin Yang Sect. When they joined forces, they could activate a formidable Yin Yang formation, having once defeated a 9th-tier Golden Core cultivator despite the disparity in their cultivation levels. Without exaggeration, few in the entire eastern region could stand against them when united. But today, they were destined to face the strongest adversary they had ever encountered.
For at this moment, all of Lín Xuān's energies were at their peak. Moreover, he needn't worry about whether this would damage his true essence, as this was merely an avatar within the game. There was no cause for concern. In other words, standing before them now was a golden core cultivator with the chaos holy body, one who possessed no fear of depleting his primordial essence.
Chen Lin, what have you done? The second elder roared in fury. The third elder beside him sneered coldly, don't waste your breath on him. This blow clearly isn't the real Chen Lin. The fourth elder nodded. This one might very well be a demonic cultivator who seized Chen Lin's body, specifically to wreak havoc within our Yuxuan Sect. The second elder stared at the ruins of the fifth elder's residence leveled to the ground and destroyed in less than half an hour before his own arrival and felt a chill run down his spine. The demonic cultivator before him was no ordinary being. Such power was beyond even his own capabilities. After all, the entire scripture hall was a monumental structure without immense strength. It would be impossible to destroy it so completely. Considering the formidable strength of his opponent, he suppressed his deep-seated resentment and forced himself to ask calmly, "May I ask what offense my Yuxuan Sect has committed against you? Why such ruthless treatment? Are you not concerned that we might uncover the forces backing you?" Clearly, he had mistaken Lín Xuān for a demonic cultivator acting under the orders of some powerful force. Little did he know that Lín Xuān himself was that very power. The third and fourth elders also frowned as they demanded, "If you do not provide us with a satisfactory explanation today, we will not let you leave. But if you choose to voluntarily reveal the identity of the forces behind you, we might consider imposing a light punishment and allowing your departure." Facing their interrogation, he remained expressionless, silently raising his hands. Chaos spirit chi began to coalesce within his palms. This was his answer. Chapter 200. Today, this formation must be broken. Boom! 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 The very heavens and earth seemed to tremble at that moment, the terrifying shockwave unleashed by the explosion of that mass of chaotic spiritual energy proving overwhelmingly powerful. Even their yin-yang formation struggled to withstand it. They had never witnessed the power unleashed by a chaotic spiritual energy explosion before, completely unaware of how formidable Lín Xuān's chaotic energy truly was. They had mistaken it for ordinary energy. But only when Lín Xuān actually unleashed it did they realize this was no ordinary spiritual energy. It contained some peculiar substance. As it collided with their yin-yang formation, it even emitted a corrosive sound. No, to be precise, it was corroding. They watched in horror as the yin-yang energy above their heads was steadily eroded by Lín Xuān's chaotic spiritual energy. Their yin-yang energy had never been affected like this before. At most, it might be slightly dispersed. Defensive power had always been the defining feature of their formation, yet now they were finally being eroded by some even more overpowering force. They never imagined the existence of chaos spirit energy, dismissing their opponent's energy as ordinary spirit energy. Now reality proved them utterly mistaken. For they now faced the most supreme spiritual energy since ancient times, chaos spirit energy. The overwhelming power unleashed by this energy was undeniable. Resistance was futile. Even the slightest contact could instantly strip one of all ability to fight back. Thus, these three had been far too overconfident. Now, they were utterly overwhelmed by Lín Xuān's cluster of chaos spirit energy, completely stripped of any chance to fight back. They could only desperately maintain their formation, preventing themselves from being shattered by the raging spirit energy outside. Damn it! We should have stopped him from building up that power earlier. Now we have no chance to fight back at all. The fourth elder raised his hands, his expression strained, unable to suppress his complaint. The third elder silently nodded in agreement beside him, clearly both dissatisfied with the second elder's earlier overconfidence. The second elder knew his mistake and could only endure the criticism. "Yes, I miscalculated earlier. But everyone, if we maintain this resolve, I refuse to believe that Gai's spiritual energy can sustain itself indefinitely." The other two nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the belief that Lín Xuān's spiritual energy explosion would soon end, each clinging to the hope that they might still survive. But Lín Xuān's spiritual energy flowed endlessly. The vast amount of chaotic spiritual energy he had condensed was simply too immense for anyone to withstand. Moreover, he could even continue feeding more spiritual energy into it to trigger another explosion. In other words, unless one of the three voluntarily sacrificed themselves to temporarily bear the explosive pressure, allowing the other two to break free and attack Lín Xuān, they would have to pay a tremendous price to endure this wave. It could only be said that the three had been overly confident, believing themselves capable of withstanding it. But in truth, they had long since lost the strength to contend with Lín Xuān. The moment they allowed him to gather that colossal spiritual energy explosion, their fate was sealed. Lín Xuān was now resolved, he must eliminate one of the three. Otherwise, allowing this yin-yang formation to persist would become a genuine headache for Pei Jinglian. After all, once the trio formed their array, they could easily tie her down. Ordinary practitioners were now incapable of joining the fight, and within the Jade Mystic Sect, only Pei Jinglian remained combat-ready. He had to ensure she could fight multiple opponents alone, not be rendered helpless by this yin-yang formation. Yet the three elders still clung to the illusion that they could survive. Not one of them was willing to step forward and sacrifice themselves. And even if one were willing, the other two would never consent. For them, the bond between the three was unbreakable brotherhood. They would never allow any one of them to be sent to their deaths. Compounded by their confidence in the yin-yang formation, none dared step forward. Yet as time dragged on, beads of sweat began forming on their foreheads. They realized the spiritual energy was relentlessly eroding their formation, as if drawn from an inexhaustible well. As time dragged on, their internal spiritual energy reserves began to dwindle. Keep in mind, they were all golden core cultivators. The combined spiritual energy of 3 golden core cultivators was already comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. This was the formidable strength of their formation. It allowed them to pool their combined spiritual energy to confront a single adversary. Consequently, most cultivators were often drained to death by their sheer volume of spiritual energy, a defining characteristic of this formation. Yet today, they had met their Waterloo, for the enemy they faced was a man who could expend spiritual energy as if it were limitless. Lín Xuān frantically absorbed the celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, converting it into his own chaos spiritual energy, while simultaneously pumping the freshly transformed chaos spiritual energy into the explosive cluster. He functioned like a relay station, continuously converting the celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy into chaos spiritual energy to assault the trio. The trio below likely never imagined such a monstrous physique existed in this world, one whose spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, continuously feeding into the battle. The superiority of their formation, which they prided themselves on, proved utterly useless against Lín Xuān. In fact, it was even inferior to Lín Xuān himself. This was entirely due to their lack of information. Otherwise, they would have long noticed that the explosive power of the external spiritual energy had weakened. Yet, on the surface, they still felt immense pressure. This was another characteristic of Lín Xuān's chaotic spiritual energy. It could block one's senses, preventing them from perceiving its true state. Even now, they still believed the explosions were coming from the original mass of chaotic spiritual energy Lín Xuān had initially condensed. In reality, Lín Xuān had already infused more spiritual energy into it than the original quantity. Thus, the relentless corrosion persisted. Yet the three below remained oblivious, gritting their teeth in stubborn endurance. This only plunged them deeper into peril, for the corrosive nature of chaotic spiritual energy was profound. Without sufficient protective spiritual energy later on, they would never break free. They would be corroded clean away in an instant. Unfortunately, they remained utterly oblivious to this truth, still convinced their formation could withstand Lín Xuān's assault. But reality proved them wrong. Lín Xuān's power had reached unfathomable depths, far beyond what they could possibly withstand, especially now that they had placed themselves in such peril. Chapter 201, Chaos Explosion Cluster. Has this brat lost his mind? He actually dares to take on all 3 of us. The 4th elder's expression darkened instantly as he watched Lín Xuān's movements, erupting into a furious curse. Simultaneously, the 3 swiftly shifted their formation, preparing to activate the yin-yang great formation. Clearly, they all realized the man before them would not be easily dealt with. Only by employing their yin-yang great formation could they hope to oppose him. The trio formed an eerie formation, and soon, black and white hues began to appear above their heads, their yin-yang array. Through this great formation, they had dominated nearly the entire eastern region. There were very few who could stand against them. After slaying so many, they bore no defeats, not even a single enemy. For anyone daring to seek vengeance at their doorstep was jointly eliminated by them. Whether within or outside their sect, the trio always traveled together, making it impossible for ordinary people to catch them off guard. Their cautious nature, combined with the formidable power of their 3-person formation, cemented the yin-yang sect's fearsome reputation. Such was the might of the yin-yang formation, ordinary people stood no chance against them. Only those few nascent soul elders could consistently suppress them. Yet this man before them clearly wasn't at the nascent soul stage, otherwise, his aura would have leaked out long ago. Thus, even seeing Lín Xuān prepare to attack them, they felt little fear. However, Lín Xuān's strength far exceeded their expectations. For now, he was once again channeling that technique, condensing his chaotic spiritual energy, preparing to unleash a massive assault. Yet those individuals failed to detect anything amiss, still watching him gather the chaotic energy with blank stares. Even the 3 elders, after forming the yin-yang formation, had not made a move, seemingly believing their formation was better suited for defense. Yet they had vastly underestimated Lín Xuān's power and overestimated their formation's defensive capabilities. For now, Lín Xuān had condensed the chaotic spiritual energy in his hands to the size of a basketball, a scale powerful enough to reduce a nearby mountain peak to dust. Yet Lín Xuān still felt it wasn't enough and continued to gather more. At this moment, among the 3 who had formed the yin-yang formation, the 4th elder couldn't help but mutter, "Maybe we should strike first. If we let this guy keep gathering power, the damage could be immense." The 3rd elder beside him nodded in agreement. "That thing of his seems unusually powerful. If we let him keep charging, we might not be able to withstand it." Yet the 2nd elder remained mysteriously confident. He shook his head, dismissing their suggestion. "Rest assured. Since its inception, our yin-yang formation has never been broken. You 2 are being overly pessimistic. Remember when we faced that 9th-tier golden core cultivator? Did we show fear then? Do you seriously think this man before us is stronger than a 9th-tier golden core?
Hearing this, the two felt slightly reassured. Yet when they saw a chaotic energy mass nearly the size of a table gathering in the sky, a chill still ran down their spines. They couldn't shake the feeling that if they let the opponent continue unchecked, they might genuinely be unable to withstand it. But seeing the second elder's confident gaze, they could only silently shut up and choose to trust him. Meanwhile, Lín Xuān watched the three of them cowering like turtles, frozen in place. Curiosity stirred within him. What were these people thinking? Why hadn't they intervened when they saw me gathering power? Did they truly believe their formation could withstand my attack? The thought made him chuckle. He relished opponents this foolishly overconfident. They always believed themselves invincible, yet when truly confronted by an enemy, they remained mere roadside weeds. As long as they continued giving him time to build up his power, he was confident he could severely wound all three with a single strike. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could render them incapable of leaving the sect and becoming combat ready for a significant period. That would be sufficient for Pei Jinglian. If he could eliminate one of them, that would be even better. It would directly break their yin-yang formation, preventing it from ever being re-established. That was precisely why Lín Xuān had already used his ultimate move. Otherwise, the time that had passed would have been more than enough for him to gather another terrifying mass of spiritual energy capable of obliterating the scripture hall. Not far away, the crowd watched with unwavering confidence, showing no inclination to retreat despite the fact that two golden core cultivators were locked in combat. They were certain their elder's presence meant they wouldn't be harmed. Some even raised their arms in cheers. Go, 3 elders. Kill this murderer. We'll have him executed by slow slicing, cut him into 1,000 pieces. Hearing this, Lín Xuān nearly laughed out loud. Indeed, the entire yin-yang sect was filled with overconfident fools, each convinced they could easily defeat him. But soon, he would show them with his power what true strength truly meant. In his palm, the chaotic spiritual energy had now condensed to nearly the size of a room. Its power upon release was no weaker than that of the previous mass. If unleashed, scarcely any Foundation establishment cultivators within a kilometer radius would survive. Yet the inner sect disciples remained standing there with unwavering confidence, as if convinced their elder could never fail. Yet the next instant, their expressions abruptly changed, for Lín Xuān had finally unleashed the chaotic spiritual energy in his hands. In an instant, the heavens darkened, the earth trembled, and the entire world seemed to freeze for a moment. The shockwave unleashed by the explosion of that chaotic spiritual energy was overwhelming, far beyond what they had ever imagined. When they turned to flee, it was already too late. The 3 elders they trusted were now overwhelmed with their own struggles, utterly incapable of aiding them against this shockwave. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! How could it be this powerful? We're already far enough away. We have to run now or it'll be too late. This shockwave is terrifying. The group screamed and scrambled frantically outward, but the shockwave's speed far outstripped their full sprint. Many didn't even have time to react before being instantly torn apart by the blast, reduced to a cloud of blood mist. More were killed instantly on the spot, vanishing without uttering a word. Of course, they were merely caught in the periphery of this shockwave. At its epicenter, the 3 elders still maintaining the yin-yang formation suffered the most severe damage. They were now suffering unbearably. Chapter 202, The Master of the Yin-yang Sect. What do? We really can't hold on much longer. The 3rd elder stared at the increasingly thin yin-yang energy above his head, his panic reaching its peak. He never imagined that after holding out for so long, death would still be his ultimate fate. The 2 elders beside him also paled. They never imagined Lín Xuān's spiritual energy reserves could be so terrifying. Even the combined strength of all 3 of them couldn't match it. What kind of monster was this? Could he truly be at the nascent soul stage, rather than just a golden core cultivator? Damn it! This is what we'll do, I'll stay here. You 2 force your way out. If all 3 of us die here, the yin-yang sect's strength will plummet drastically. Better to lose one than all 3. At that moment, the 4th elder gritted his teeth and addressed the other 2. The other 2 paled instantly. Are you mad? The combined intensity of that terrifying chaotic spiritual energy outside is no joke. The slightest touch would kill you instantly. The man shrugged. So what? At least it's only one death. If we stay here, all 3 of us will perish. Hearing this, the 2nd and 3rd elders fell silent. After a moment, they could only nod with sorrowful expressions. This truly was the only solution left. If they remained here, it seemed impossible for anyone to ever escape this place again. Soon after, the 4th elder suddenly roared, "Catch!" His spiritual energy erupted violently, forcing back the surrounding chaotic chi. Seizing this opening, the 2nd and 3rd elders shot upward and sprinted toward the edge of the chaotic energy. With their departure, the yin-yang formation, which had held steadfast for so long, collapsed in an instant. Within the array, the 4th elder was engulfed by the chaotic energy in the blink of an eye. Before he could even react, the terrifying chaotic energy corroded him into nothingness. In other words, he vanished without lasting even a second. It could be said that without the protection of the yin-yang array, they likely would have perished under the chaotic energy long ago. This clearly demonstrates that their yin-yang formation does possess some genuine power. Otherwise, any other golden core cultivator facing the damage unleashed by Lín Xuān's chaotic spiritual energy explosion would have collapsed long ago. It must be said that Lín Xuān still had reserves of power he hadn't unleashed at this point. He knew stronger enemies would inevitably appear later, so he needed to conserve some strength to potentially cripple another foe. Of course, the primary reason was his desire to linger longer in this game world. After all, this avatar had been triggered with considerable effort. To waste it now would be a shame. Beyond that, he possessed a variety of ingenious tricks he could deploy. Previously, constrained by the limitations of the real world, those methods carried significant side effects, making him too hesitant to use them. But now, within the game world, he had no such reservations. Even the most bizarre and dangerous techniques, no matter how severe their side effects, could be unleashed without a second thought. After all, this was merely a game world. No matter how much damage he suffered, it wouldn't harm his real-world body in the slightest. How amusing. I never imagined you two would actually manage to escape. Lín Xuān watched the two elders struggling to break free from the chaotic spiritual energy explosion, a peculiar smile curling his lips. He hadn't expected these three to be so ruthless, sacrificing one comrade outright to allow the other to escape. He'd assumed they were a close-knit trio, but now it was clear their brotherhood was nothing but a facade. But since one was already dead, this battle was already profitable. The remaining strength was insufficient to sustain a pursuit of the two. Better to let them escape. After all, having lost the fourth elder, they were now incapable of resistance. Their fame had been built solely on the yin-yang formation, which they could no longer activate. This meant their power was vastly diminished compared to before. Coupled with their severe injuries, they were unlikely to pose any significant threat for a long time. His visit to the Yin-Yang sect had resulted in the consecutive severe wounding of 4 elders. No, to be precise, 2 were already dead, leaving only 2 useless invalids. Scanning the entire Yin-Yang sect, according to the memories in Chen Lin's mind, only 4 golden core cultivators retained combat strength: their sect master, the Grand Elder, the 6th Elder, and the 7th Elder. These 4 didn't seem particularly formidable either. The only one worth fearing was the sect master, rumored to be a monstrous 9th-tier golden core cultivator, just one step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage. He was undoubtedly the most threatening golden core cultivator within the entire Yin-Yang sect. Lín Xuān, however, paid this little heed. He was confident that even with his remaining strength, he could severely wound the sect master. Such was the assurance of a golden core cultivator possessing the chaos divine body. I wonder if all this commotion will attract that old demon, Lín Xuān mused inwardly. Just as he was about to suppress his aura and seek a place to recover his peak strength, a thunderclap suddenly boomed overhead. Immediately after, a purple thunderbolt as thick as an arm slammed toward his head. Had he not swiftly summoned chaos spirit chi to shield himself, that single bolt would have likely left him paralyzed and unconscious. Insolent brat! How dare you cause trouble at my Yin-Yang sect? A roar, neither distinctly male nor female, boomed from above. Immediately, Lín Xuān saw a long-haired figure appear overhead, clad in Taoist robes. Though, upon closer inspection, the figure also bore a certain feminine air. Perhaps this person had become androgynous due to their cultivation practices. In any case, Lín Xuān stared for a long time and still couldn't discern their true gender. Yet, drawing upon the memories stored within Chen Lin's mind, Lín Xuān recognized the figure as none other than Zhu Lingying, the current master of the Yin-Yang sect. Zhu Lingying was likely over 300 years old, yet her profound cultivation kept her appearing youthful, like a 30-something woman still in her prime, her allure undimmed. Lín Xuān shook his head violently, banishing the sudden, unsettling thought from his mind. No. How could I have such a terrifying notion? He slapped his forehead, instantly realizing he had likely been affected by the strange aura emanating from the man. It was said that the master of the Yin-Yang sect possessed an innate power to bewitch everything around him. Almost everyone who encountered him would unconsciously succumb to his charisma, regardless of gender. Chapter 203, A New Genius. And who are you? Lín Xuān gave him a dismissive glance, his tone laced with contempt. Zhu Lingying sneered coldly. I am the alliance leader of the Yin-Yang sect. And who are you, daring to cause such a disturbance in our sect? Lín Xuān ignored him, merely flicking out 2 streams of spiritual energy. I couldn't care less what sect's leader you are. You're dead here. As the threatening words echoed, the 2 bursts of spiritual energy exploded directly before the Yin-Yang sect leader. Zhu Lingying's expression abruptly changed. He distinctly sensed the overwhelming might of these 2 bursts of spiritual energy, far beyond anything his faction could withstand. Without exaggeration, few within the entire Yin-Yang sect possessed the strength to stand against Lín Xuān. His current power ranked among the elite of the entire eastern domain. To challenge Lín Xuān, one must at least be at the nascent soul stage, or possess formidable strength like the Yin-Yang sect leader at the 9th layer of the golden core stage. Otherwise, with their current power, they stood no chance against Lín Xuān. After all, Lín Xuān now wielded immense might. No one could stand against him without substantial hard power. Yet Zhu Lingying clearly disagreed. As the alliance leader of the Yin-Yang sect, he believed his own formidable strength could match Lín Xuān's. In truth, for Lín Xuān, even if one possessed extraordinary abilities, as long as they remained within the gold core realm, he was confident he could confront them head-on. After all, his strength had just been proven. He had effortlessly broken through the yin-yang formation formed by those three elders. Even though the enemy could now hold their own against a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, they still couldn't handle Lín Xuān, who was already at the 3rd layer. They had even sacrificed one of their own lives just to barely allow the other two to escape, severely injured. Thus, even knowing his opponent was a 9th-tier golden core elder of the yin-yang sect, Lín Xuān showed little fear. To him, anyone below the nascent soul stage was no different from an ordinary mortal. He was confident he could eliminate them. However, Zhu Lingying clearly failed to grasp this truth. He dismissed Lín Xuān's 2 spiritual energy attacks as insignificant, effortlessly shattering them. What he didn't know was that those 2 attacks were merely decoys. The true assault was gathering behind him. Indeed, he now sought to replicate the technique once more to condense his spiritual energy into a single explosive blast, akin to a nuclear bomb. Yet Zhu Lingying still believed the man before him was spent. After all, he had consecutively slain 2 elders of his sect and destroyed a vast scripture hall. Even a nascent soul cultivator would surely be drained of spiritual energy by now, wouldn't they? And the man before him was merely a golden core cultivator. Even if he possessed extraordinary talent, he must be at his last gasp now. For a peak 9th-layer golden core cultivator like himself to kill a golden core cultivator at his last gasp, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Especially after touching those 2 streams of spiritual energy and discovering they held no lethal force whatsoever, he became even more certain that the man before him was merely a weakling at the end of his rope. Killing him would require little effort at all. Thus, arrogance began to creep into his demeanor. He continued to stare at Lín Xuān with a sneer. Let me be blunt, what are you, really? You think you're the greatest under the heavens just because you killed a few elders of our yin-yang sect? Let me tell you this, there are always people stronger than you, skies beyond skies. Even if you manage to kill me, I've seen geniuses far beyond your caliber. Younger than you, yet capable of challenging Yuanling stage elders. Could you do that? And let me be even more blunt, if you survive today, that genius will definitely come hunting you down. Hearing this, Lín Xuān perked up. He raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. He hadn't expected there to be a genius in the eastern region stronger than him. I'd like to ask, who exactly is this genius you speak of? How could you possibly think he's stronger than me? His question was naturally meant to buy time, though genuine curiosity also stirred within him. Logically speaking, shouldn't Pei Jinglian's chaos divine body physique already grant him dominance across the entire eastern region? Yet the yin-yang sect master believed someone surpassed him, a notion that only fueled Lín Xuān's competitive spirit. He was eager to see who this person was who could make the master of the yin-yang sect think they were stronger than him. The yin-yang sect master sneered coldly, a lowly creature like you isn't worthy of knowing that person's name. I'll be honest with you, in that person's presence, you wouldn't even have the right to speak. Because the moment you open your mouth, they'd know you're nothing but a weakling and strike you down in one blow. Hearing this, Lín Xuān nearly lost his composure. How could the head of the yin-yang sect speak with such an air of wisdom? He'd never encountered anyone who spoke with such a childish, petulant tone. It was profoundly insightful. But it didn't matter. The wiser the opponent, the better. After all, if he weren't wise, how could he have built up his power to this point? Behind him, the chaotic spiritual energy had now swelled to the size of a basketball. While this scale still seemed somewhat inadequate, it represented his current limit. After all, he had only recently recovered. It was impossible to muster another colossal explosion of chaotic spiritual energy like the one before. Moreover, continuing to gather power would surely alert the man across from him. So, once he felt it was sufficient, Lín Xuān suddenly flicked his wrist. Instantly, the basketball-sized ball of chaotic spiritual energy shot toward Zhu Lingying. The latter, who had been about to utter some taunting words, was startled by the sudden appearance of this energy sphere. He immediately raised both hands to block it. At first, he didn't take it seriously. After all, the previous 2 energy beams had been nothing special, and this sphere was merely a bit larger. Blocking it would just require a bit more effort. But reality swiftly proved him utterly wrong. The spiritual energy sphere Lín Xuān had condensed was terrifying. Though its scale appeared only marginally larger than the initial 2 streams, this time he had deliberately condensed the originally dispersed energy into countless threads, nearly solidified spiritual needles. The concentration of primordial energy within was countless times greater than the initial 2 streams. Once unleashed, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to withstand. Yet Zhu Lingying clearly hadn't grasped this. He even held back some power, preparing to counterattack, a mocking smile still playing on his lips. But the moment that massive spiritual energy appeared before him, his expression abruptly changed. He finally realized just how reckless his previous actions had been. Chapter 204, Both Sides' Ultimate Forms. Damn it! What kind of power is this? It's incredibly strong. Zhu Lingying voiced his thoughts without reservation, realizing his current strength was insufficient to withstand this terrifying force. His expression shifted slightly as he realized he had completely underestimated the power of the person before him.
He had initially thought the other was merely an ordinary golden core cultivator, but now it seemed the opponent's strength might very well rival that of the genius he knew. This terrifying sense of pressure was identical to the one that genius had imposed upon him. He still vividly remembered the words spoken by that genius when he had been defeated. In the entire eastern region, only one or two could stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Could the person before him now be one of those one or two? Lín couldn't be certain, but he knew one thing: if this continued, he would never be the opponent. The mass of chaotic spiritual energy the other had condensed was simply too terrifying. He absolutely couldn't withstand it any longer. His eyes darted, and in that instant, the aura emanating from his body abruptly shifted. From his original androgynous state, it transformed completely into a distinctly feminine form. Her long hair began to cascade over her shoulders, while her aura surged to a new level. After fully transforming into her female form, Lín expression visibly relaxed. Her aura had grown significantly stronger, now approaching that of a nascent soul cultivator. With this transformation complete, she effortlessly resisted the chaotic spiritual energy. Under her normal state of mind, resisting this chaotic spiritual energy would have been quite difficult, as she simply lacked the strength to do so. However, after transforming into her female state, her power increased, allowing her to naturally block this chaotic spiritual energy. Lín Xuān, observing this from afar, couldn't help but show surprise. He had assumed she lacked the strength to resist, but now he saw why. She was the alliance leader of the Yuxuan Sect. She truly possessed considerable skill. He was stunned by Lín transformation, while she was equally astonished by his power. Lín stared at him in disbelief. "You do possess some skill, but you still fall short of the genius I know. If you defeat me today, I'll let you leave. That genius will surely come looking for me anyway, so you needn't worry, I'll break my word. Once that genius intervenes, your death is certain. To me, it makes no difference whether he kills you or I do. Your fate is death either way." Hearing this, Lín Xuān offered no rebuttal. He knew his fate was death. After all, this avatar's time was running out. It would likely dissipate into the void within a few more hours. Death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. Better to fight to the death here against this Yuxuan Sect leader. With that thought, his aura began to boil as he ignited his life essence. Since this essence was destined to vanish anyway, he might as well burn it completely here to inflict severe wounds upon the Yuxuan Sect leader before him. His sudden move sent shockwaves through Lín, who watched from afar. Her face twisted in disbelief as she stared at Lín Xuān. "Have you lost your mind? Are you truly not planning to leave this place alive?" She had originally planned to hold back a bit, hoping to witness the showdown between this man and that prodigy. After all, since ascending to the Golden Core stage, she had only encountered two opponents of equal rank who were this terrifying. Before that, she had been hailed as the strongest at the Golden Core stage, often crushing opponents of equal rank with ease. Only when facing that genius and Lín Xuān did she feel immense pressure. Thus, she harbored a certain anticipation, curious to witness the limits these two, the only opponents who could challenge her, could reach when clashing directly. Yet the figure before her seemed utterly intent on not leaving the Yuxuan Sect alive, now resorting to burning his very life essence. This scene unsettled her, for she couldn't be certain she could survive against a genius burning his life essence. Though initially confident, witnessing Lín Xuān's chaotic spiritual energy moments ago had revealed how vastly she'd underestimated him. If he burned his life essence, she might very well meet her end here. Had she been an independent cultivator, death would have been a mere end, a kind of honor to perish by such a prodigy's hand. But she was the alliance leader of the Yuxuan Sect. Her demise could shatter the sect's very foundation. She had to survive. Only through her survival could the sect endure. Without its leader, the Yuxuan Sect would be torn apart by its enemies, slaughtered to the last. The weight of responsibility demanded utmost caution. After a moment's silence, Lín chose to fight for her life. She instantly shed all masculine traits, transforming into a complete female. This was her ultimate form. In this state, all her abilities reached their zenith, far surpassing even her male state. It was in this very form that she had been defeated by that prodigy, leading her to regard him as the Eastern domain's foremost genius. After all, fewer than a handful of individuals in the entire Eastern region possessed the power to force her into this form, most of them ancient fiends at the nascent soul stage. Among peers of her own tier, only the Lín Xuān before her and that genius had ever compelled her to manifest this form. If that prodigy could defeat her in this very form, she wondered just how far Lín Xuān could go. A flicker of anticipation stirred within her. She wanted to see whether Lín Xuān, burning his life essence, or herself in her female form would prove stronger. After all, she had once been a prodigy herself. Though her spirit had been somewhat crushed after being defeated by that genius, it didn't mean she would remain utterly defeated forever. So now, seeing Lín Xuān begin to fight seriously, she felt a surge of anticipation. Could she defeat the man before her and reclaim her prodigious spirit? Vaguely, she felt as though the Lín Xuān before her had transformed into that prodigy. The resemblance between them was uncanny. Their attacks were equally ruthless, and the aura emanating from him stirred a hint of apprehension within her. Everything felt strikingly similar. If she could defeat Lín Xuān here, wouldn't that mean she too had a chance to defeat that prodigy once more? The thought stirred excitement within the Yin-Yang sect leader. The prospect of defeating a prodigy and reclaiming her Dao heart held an irresistible allure. Chapter 205, Defeating Lín Xuān, Regaining the Dao Heart. Both sides had summoned their most formidable forms. Lín Xuān had ignited his life essence, while Chu Lingying had manifested her male form. It could be said that each side had now brought forth their ultimate manifestation. On that side stood the master of the Yin-Yang sect. On this side stood the Chaos Holy Body cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Both sides possessed top-tier talent, though the master of the Yin-Yang sect still fell slightly short compared to Lín Xuān. However, his cultivation level compensated for this, so at this moment, both sides were in a relatively balanced state. Yet they seemed to have forgotten that others were present. Just as the two prepared to engage in battle, a thunderous roar erupted from the surroundings. What demonic cultivator dares invade our Yin-Yang sect? Immediately afterward, a figure burst forth from the ground below, none other than the Yin-Yang sect's Grand Elder. Seeing his sect master locked in confrontation with Lín Xuān, the Grand Elder was seized by panic and rushed forward to offer support. But in the next instant, his body was frozen in place by the Yin-Yang sect's alliance leader. The senior elder was instantly bewildered. Alliance leader, what are you doing? Chu Lingying sneered coldly, this is my duel with him. Don't interfere. Hearing this, the Grand Elder was even more bewildered. I came to support you, yet not only are you refusing my help, you've immobilized me instead. Are you sure you're not in cahoots with this man? Had he not known the true nature of the Yin-Yang sect's leader, he might have suspected her of being a spy at that moment. He'd intended to argue his case, but upon seeing those icy eyes, he chose to remain silent. After all, not just anyone could resist the Yin-Yang sect master like Lín Xuān did. Currently, only 2 Golden Core cultivators could handle the Yin-Yang sect master, or 3, if one counted Pei Jinglian. Thus, the Grand Elder could only remain frozen in place, silently watching the battle commence. His heart burned with frustration and resentment. Why wouldn't the Alliance Master allow him to intervene? Wouldn't that have allowed them to eliminate the enemy faster? Little did he know that the Yin-Yang sect master's mind was consumed solely by vengeance. He had completely equated Lín Xuān with that genius. Defeating Lín Xuān would erase the shadow that genius had cast over his mind. Yet he had underestimated his own strength. The moment he took control, he realized Lín Xuān no longer carried that overwhelming pressure. For now, he had assumed his male form, the Yin-Yang sect master's most powerful state. Lín Xuān, however, was different. After all, he was still operating in his most primitive form, having only just ignited the burning essence of life, far from unleashing its full potential. Thus, the moment they clashed, Lín Xuān was forced back several meters. He was somewhat shocked, never expecting the male form of the Yin-Yang sect's alliance leader to be so formidable. Yet, upon realizing the opponent was a 9th-tier Golden Core cultivator, he instantly understood. After all, the opponent's cultivation level far surpassed his own, and now that he had unleashed his strongest form, it was only natural that he would be superior. Yet the sheer combat prowess the opponent displayed still exceeded his expectations. In his estimation, even if the opponent was marginally stronger, they shouldn't have been able to push him back several meters. He had assumed this Lín Xuān would be as formidable as that prodigy, only to discover after clashing with him that the man was nothing special after all. Contempt reappeared on his face as he sneered, I thought you were some big shot, but it turns out you're nothing special after all. As the words fell, he casually flicked out a strand of spiritual energy, seemingly certain it would be enough to slay Lín Xuān. Strangely, the spiritual energy shifted constantly as it advanced, one moment forming a human shape, the next morphing into a circular pattern of black and white. Every time Lín Xuān tried to flee, it clung to him like a flesh-eating ulcer, even turning corners to follow. When Lín Xuān attempted to counter it with his own chaos spirit energy, he discovered this entity could actually match his own chaos spirit energy in power. This was an unprecedented situation. Historically, his chaos spirit energy had always corroded enemy attacks outright. Yet this terrifying humanoid spirit energy proved unexpectedly resilient. Its ability to match his chaos spirit energy suggested it had attained at least the level of a saint body. For a mere ordinary cultivator to condense saint body level spiritual energy, it seemed the Yin-Yang sect's leader truly possessed something extraordinary. True to his cultivation of the Yin-Yang sect's most formidable techniques, this energy didn't resemble ordinary spiritual energy at all. Instead, it seemed like some kind of sentient being that had developed its own intelligence. Lín Xuān had no choice but to halt his advance. At this moment, he had completely ignited his primordial essence, pushing his strength to its absolute limit. Finally, he could unleash his full power. He abandoned flight altogether, summoning a terrifying wall of chaotic spiritual energy right where he stood. Beneath this chaotic barrier, the Yin-Yang sect leader's sinister energy strike was instantly repelled. Now it resembled a raging brute, violently ramming against Lín Xuān's wall in a desperate attempt to break through. But Lín Xuān had now activated his ultimate form, and the wall of chaotic spiritual energy he summoned was of the highest quality. How could a mere 2 strands of spirit energy, formed into a bizarre humanoid shape, possibly break through? Instead, with each relentless collision, the surrounding spirit energy wall seemed to be energized, continuously enveloping the intruder. Gradually, the eerie figure began to dissolve slowly within the chaotic spiritual energy, ultimately vanishing completely into nothingness. The Yin Yang sect leader, who had already turned to leave, sensed the disappearance of the two strands of spiritual energy he had conjured. Startled, he whipped his head back. Watching Lín Xuān emerge slowly from the chaotic spiritual energy wall, he finally realized the other parties seemed to have reached his peak state. A smile spread across his face. Interesting, interesting. I thought you were all show, but it seems you do have some skill after all. At last, I can enjoy a truly exhilarating battle once more. Hearing this bloke's utterly pretentious words, it was clear he didn't take Lín Xuān seriously at all. Lín Xuān sneered coldly, "Who do you think you are, daring to oppose me? Today, either I die here or you die here. Only one of us will walk away alive."